Diagnosed with a mental illness? I have frightened Superman's adoptive father while writing a novel. Ian finds himself transmigrated as Superman's son, yet he soon realizes he is merely a regular NPC. In a bid to escape his fateful destiny, he resolves to become a literary scribe until the psychiatrist Hannibal prescribes him medication, and upon seeing the title of his novel, Superman's expression shifts dramatically. The overbearing Superman loves me? Clark's hand trembles. Perhaps you should consider drawing instead. When Ian pens the new title, The Overbearing Superman Took Me, the deity of Earth finally crumbles. Forget it. You might as well write novels. Witness how a traveler navigates survival in the realm of American comics through unconventional means. While others engage in saving the world, he struggles to break free from the shackles of being an NPC, terrifying superheroes with his literary creations. A gentle reminder, this is not a conventional superhero tale, but rather a comical portrayal of an ordinary individual's daily life within a superhero household. When a mental health diagnosis intersects with a golden finger, the narrative begins to veer off course. Metropolis. The sun shines brightly. Within the confines of a psychiatrist's office, a gentle breeze stirs the curtains, casting dappled shadows that dance upon the walls. A young boy sits on a rather uncomfortable sofa, gazing up at the psychiatrist before him. I am not mentally ill, Ian Kent speaks softly. Most individuals who come to see me are convinced they are perfectly fine, replies the impeccably dressed psychiatrist, his posture refined and dignified, as he meticulously arranges a fine notebook and a fountain pen before him. It's merely that my parents often notice me waking up in the night, leading them to believe I require psychological guidance. Ian adjusts his position on the sofa, seemingly in search of the most comfortable posture. What do you dream about? The psychiatrist inquires at the opportune moment, picking up his pen, his magnetic voice imbued with an allure that encourages confessions. However, Ian feels no such compulsion. Adolescents often harbor unrealistic fantasies, yet are too shy to articulate them, are they not? After a brief contemplation, Ian opts for a vague response. The psychiatrist nods, maintaining his composed demeanor. I understand that you may not yet trust me fully. We can revisit this topic later, he states, jotting down notes in his notebook. From Ian's vantage point, the psychiatrist's writing remains obscured. Perhaps you could simply prescribe me some medication, Ian suggests, preferring this method over conversational therapy. He is more inclined to showcase some technological prowess rather than allow others to peer into his innermost thoughts. After all, he is a transmigrator, and his father in this life is Superman, whose hearing is more acute than sonar detectors. Not to mention the world that sporadically appears in his dreams. Everything feels as if it has been frozen in time, with snow swirling violently amidst a biting wind, the silhouettes of shattered buildings barely discernible in the haze. Such an environment weighs heavily upon anyone traversing it. It may well be a nightmare, or perhaps something else entirely. In a world where anything is possible, Ian remains uncertain of the significance of his dreams, save for the fact that he always awakens promptly at the sound of a bell tolling. While Ian is lost in recollection, the psychiatrist has paused his writing. In my career, I have rarely encountered patients who proactively request medication, like yourself. He appears somewhat astonished. Although I firmly believe I am not mentally ill, I do occasionally experience symptoms of anxiety. After a moment's pause, Ian adds somewhat evasively, it may be related to my heavy academic workload. I believe that taking some medication could help alleviate my distress. The youth's tone is earnest and forthright. The psychiatrist instinctively glances at the top of Ian's head, but finds no signs of abnormality. From what I understand, your academic performance is quite exceptional. He clearly doubts the origins of Ian's anxiety. Precisely because of this, the pressure to maintain my lead among my peers is undoubtedly greater than that of others. Ian offers a seemingly sincere, yet disingenuous reply. Indeed. The psychiatrist nods, his penetrating gaze locking with Ian's for an extended moment. I believe you are not being entirely truthful. He articulates his observation with candor, resuming his note-taking, while Ian silently observes his actions. The root of his anxiety is indeed not academic. In truth, having achieved over 700 points in the college entrance examination prior to his transmigration, and being forced to restart his life before even attending university, the academic demands of the public school here pose little challenge for him. What truly fuels Ian's anxiety stems from the recently awakened golden finger, commonly referred to as the benefits of being a transmigrator. Upon hearing a chime echo in his mind, he realized he was no longer an ordinary mortal. However, the awakening of the system did not bring him prolonged joy. This system diverges from the coveted sign-in systems, clock-in systems, or even those that promise a life of luxury. It resembles an unfinished character panel from a game. Name, Ian Kent. Ordinary profession, student LV712640. Extraordinary profession, none. World recognition, ordinary NPC. Strength, 0.7. Constitution, 1.5. Intelligence, 2.3. Spirit, 2.5. Talent skills, none. General skills, learning elite. General skill points, 7. There are no quests, no shops, no array of fanciful features. There exists only a panel and a function to quantify Ian's abilities and circumstances. The learning skill may well be a legacy from his past life, inherently showcasing an elite quality that allows Ian to acquire new knowledge at a rate surpassing that of his peers. However, since Ian has yet to step into society in either life, and the knowledge from books does not manifest in skill form, his skills section appears rather barren. What truly heightens Ian's anxiety is the system panel's indication of his world recognition. The glaring term ordinary NPC stings his aspirations like a shard of glass. His very essence feels precarious. Is this not a template designed for sacrifice, intended to awaken the latent potential and talents of his family? Having seen many films, Ian cannot help but harbor suspicions. After all, American dramas often revel in such tropes, and is he not living in a world reminiscent of those very comics? Since awakening this system, Ian has also come to realize that he is not the biological child of his current parents. What better sacrificial offering could there be to inspire Superman's fighting spirit and unlock the potential of his two brothers than an adopted son? How can one survive? This question embodies Ian's greatest anxiety, having once faced death. Though he strives to elevate his student profession, aside from minimal upgrades in intelligence and spirit attributes, he has merely acquired 7 general skill points. These can at most be utilized for learning and upgrading skills such as culinary arts or dancing. Studying may not alter one's fate. In a serious manner, Ian's anxieties took a tangible form. He felt a sense of despair, which prompted him to suggest taking medication. However, he found himself unable to articulate the true source of his anxiety to the psychologist before him. The reasons were not solely due to unspeakable secrets, but also because the psychologist his parents had chosen for him bore a name that did not inspire confidence. Ian's gaze drifted to the nameplate on the doctor's desk, Hannibal Lecter. Indeed, from the moment he entered, Ian noted the extraordinary nature of the psychologist. Such prejudices, he thought, if only he truly had paranoia. Chapter 2. Instilling fear in Superman. An unsettling silence enveloped the office for quite some time. Yet, Hannibal Lecter observed the myriad expressions flitting across Ian's face. You seem to harbor a profound wariness towards me, which is only natural, considering this is our first meeting. It will take some time to establish mutual trust, he stated. Let us pause for today. I require some time to thoroughly assess your situation. Hannibal spoke to the youth in a calm tone. Is my condition particularly unusual? Ian could not help but inquire. No, it is merely a matter of psychological stress, not a mental illness, so please do not burden yourself too heavily, Hannibal replied, setting down his notebook and pen as he stood to adjust his attire. I recommend you try writing. Painting is also a commendable choice. Expressing the stories from your dreams can help mitigate their impact on you. Being plagued by nightmares may indeed be a gift, perhaps aiding you in becoming a remarkable creator. I am aware that many renowned authors have drawn inspiration from dreams formed in the subconscious. The psychologist offered his professional advice. Perhaps I shall give it a try, Ian replied, raising an eyebrow. He had long contemplated becoming a writer, but had yet to find the right opportunity. Excellent. I look forward to our next meeting. Hannibal smiled warmly as he escorted Ian to the door. Outside, Ian's adoptive parents, Clark Kent and Lois Lane, had been waiting for quite some time. Ian, how do you feel? Lois, embodying the assertive demeanor of a strong woman, exhibited a softer side in the presence of her family. Not bad. Ian accepted his mother's embrace and glanced at his father, Clark Kent. This man, possessing the power of a god among men, appeared rather unassuming in his glasses. If he were to enter a gym, he might easily be mistaken for a novice among seasoned fitness enthusiasts. Perhaps you two should step into my office for a discussion, Hannibal suggested, casting a knowing glance at the adults and gesturing toward the waiting area outside the office. It won't take long. Young Mr. Kent can occupy himself with some toys over there. Hannibal's suggestion prompted an internal eye roll from Ian. He was hardly a child. Having navigated 14 years of life, how could he possibly enjoy playing with building blocks? It was simply ludicrous. Despite his thoughts, Ian walked over, turning to see Clark and Lois enter the office as Hannibal closed the door behind them. Is there an issue with Ian? Clark inquired, concern etching his features as he noticed the door closing. He had clearly recognized that the situation might be more complex than it appeared. There are significant concerns. Hannibal's response caused Lois's heart to leap into her throat. What kind of concerns? She pressed urgently. Hannibal approached his desk, where his notebook lay. Firstly, much of what he says indicates he believes there exists a real world within his dreams. Moreover, he perceives both his dreams and our reality as perilous. The doctor exhibited professionalism, keenly identifying the nuances in Ian's speech. Perhaps our professions as journalists, frequently exposed to negative societal news, have contributed to Ian's unease? Lois mused, feeling a pang of guilt. Clark gently wrapped his arm around her, casting a concerned glance at Hannibal. If we make an effort to limit his exposure to such information, can we expect any improvement in his condition? Clark's voice carried the mature resonance of a concerned father. That is indeed necessary and will be somewhat beneficial, but medication will also be essential. He is transitioning from paranoia to a state of potential schizophrenia, Hannibal revealed, producing a prescription and swiftly noting down several suitable medications. He had evidently recognized the boy's apprehension towards him. We can devise a way to mix the medication into his food to avoid any resistance or undue psychological burden. Hannibal handed over the prescription. Understood. We will heed your advice, Lois replied, carefully placing the prescription into her bag. She exchanged a glance with Clark, both concealing their worries as they exited to retrieve Ian. Time to head home, little one, Clark said, patting Ian's shoulder. Ian, who had been engrossed in building a structure with blocks, quickly stood up, brushing off his pants. What did the doctor say? Ian began to probe for information. The doctor believes you should not remain overly tense while studying tonight. You should engage in activities unrelated to your studies. Lois, a seasoned reporter, skillfully maintained her composure. She adjusted Ian's collar. Yes, perhaps you could learn some car repairs from me, just like your two brothers, Clark suggested as they strolled back onto the bustling streets. Metropolis thrived with activity. Towering skyscrapers surrounded them, and the streets bustled with traffic. Yet, the city's inhabitants seemed somewhat impatient, perhaps due to its proximity to the storied Gotham. Honking, honking. A large truck passed, blaring its horn repeatedly. Ian's body tensed involuntarily. What's wrong? Clark, who had been supporting Ian, noticed his reaction. Nothing. I was just startled, Ian replied. Even after 14 years, the sound of a truck still triggered a reflexive response, rooted in the manner of his transition. Those who have experienced such a shift understand that the cause of their crossing is often unforgettable. Ian recalled the last words he had heard before his transition. I thought that was merely a speed bump, officer. My entire family is fighting to survive. You cannot impound my vehicle. Please trust my insurance company. Having endured such an ordeal, Ian bore a profound psychological scar. Darling, you truly need to find activities beyond studying, Lois remarked, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. She and Clark struggled to comprehend some of Ian's peculiar reactions. Yes, the doctor did offer me some suggestions, Ian replied, providing his parents with a measure of relief. Soon, the three of them returned home. This is a modest yet charming detached villa. As it is still the school term, the two older brothers, Jonathan and Jordan, have yet to return home. I have a report that remains unfinished and must return to the newspaper office. Could I entrust you with dinner tonight? Lewis, a distinguished journalist, is typically engulfed in a whirlwind of responsibilities. In contrast, Clark has made slight sacrifices in his career for the sake of family. Of course, it's no trouble at all. The illustrious Superman bestowed a kiss upon his wife and donned an apron for cooking. He intended to inquire about what Ian would like for dinner and whether he would join him in preparing the meal. However, upon knocking and entering Ian's room, he was met with the sight of Ian engrossed in writing. Weren't you the one who promised us that you wouldn't overexert yourself with your studies? Clark furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with a hint of seriousness. No, Dad. I'm not studying. I'm heeding the doctor's advice and engaging in some literary creation, Ian replied. Glancing back at Clark, he shifted his body, clearing space in front of his desk. Oh, an intrigued Clark leaned closer. He had intended to offer some praise, but upon catching sight of Ian's so-called literary work, his expression turned rigid. The Overbearing Superman Loves Me. What an utterly bizarre title. I also plan to write The Overbearing Batman Loves Me and The Overbearing Aquaman Loves Me. I believe my trilogy of domineering heroes will surely become a timeless classic and grant me financial freedom, Ian mused, feeling quite prudent for choosing a premise that, to some extent, could sidestep character copyright disputes. Clark's face was a canvas of questions. He had never disclosed to his three children the truth of his identity as Superman, so he should have been pleased with Ian's spontaneous admiration for the hero. However, upon seeing the title of Ian's work, an instinct told him that this was far from a serious endeavor. Perhaps you should consider trying your hand at drawing? The comic book industry is thriving, Clark suggested, his expression peculiar, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Ian contemplated. All right. The youth eagerly spread out a sheet of drawing paper. Unfortunately, he had only written the title of his artwork, and before he could begin mixing colors or putting pencil to paper, Clark clapped his hands and, with trembling fingers pressed down on the paper laid out on the table, the tone of the concerned father held a trace of alarm. Never mind, Ian. I think it would be best for you to write books as a means of relieving stress. It was no wonder that Clark's attitude shifted so drastically. He truly wished to remain oblivious to the content of the overbearing Superman Took Me, which was far more shocking to his super heart than the previous title. Chapter 3. Family. In the other world, can Superman suffer from hypertension? The answer is occasionally. In that moment, Clark felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Why not pen a tale about an ordinary individual who, through sheer determination, rises to become a superhero? He attempted to steer Ian towards crafting something of substance. However, perhaps such a narrative is not sufficiently avant-garde. Ian tilted his head, dismissing Clark's concept and talent, asserting that stories of superheroes' ascension are ubiquitous. Today's readers crave something truly groundbreaking. Clark was rendered speechless. He sensed that his relationship with his children was fraught with difficulties, whether interacting with his second son, Jordan, or his youngest, Ian. Establishing a connection seemed perpetually elusive. His temples throbbed slightly, yet Clark felt compelled to persuade Ian. However, he believed Superman would not appreciate having his life orchestrated through literary works. Such an intrusion into one's privacy felt excessive. Clark endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, his tone earnest, as he articulated profound truths aligned with contemporary values. He believed there was a substantial chance to alter Ian's perspective. Unbeknownst to him, Ian had never been perplexed by the question of who Superman truly is. After a brief contemplation, the youth provided an irrefutable rationale. We all know how benevolent and eager to assist Superman is. He would undoubtedly never refuse to help a child in need. Ian winked at his father, his playful words leaving Clark momentarily at a loss for words, as he struggled to find a suitable response. Ultimately, the mightiest force on Earth opted to concede. Very well. If this is the story you wish to write, Clark sighed, shaking his head as he chose to exit his youngest son's room, redirecting his focus to preparing dinner for the family in the kitchen. Of course, multitasking was hardly a challenge for him. While cooking, Clark couldn't resist using his supervision to sneak a peek at the secret writings of the underage boy. He was unsure why he felt such intense curiosity. Perhaps the title of Ian's book was simply too explosive for him to ignore. Oh, my eyes! The content of the book was even more shocking, to the extent that Clark felt as though his mind was being subjected to some indescribable corruption. While it is true that children possess vivid imaginations, Clark found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp Ian's thought processes. A divorced woman of 40, having endured menopause while raising 9 children, merely glanced at Superman and found herself the object of his ardent pursuit. This had utterly surpassed the limits of Clark's imagination. Yet, to his astonishment, a villain also fell in love with this working woman, leading to a scene where Superman, with a crooked smile, summoned other superheroes to confront the antagonist. Clark couldn't help but slap his forehead, utterly convinced that such a work had no chance of publication. He found it difficult to fathom the mental state in which Ian had penned such an absurd tale. Could this truly be what psychologists refer to as a precursor to schizophrenia? Surely his young son did not yearn to become a menopausal woman. The more he pondered, the more his heart raced with trepidation, and by the time dinner arrived, he remained at a loss as to how to explain to Louise what sort of pressure release Ian was engaging in by writing such ludicrous stories. Could this truly aid in alleviating his condition? Clark's mind was inundated with questions. At the dining table, he frequently glanced at Ian, who was engrossed in his meal. What was the matter? Ian looked up at his father with a hint of confusion. Clark quickly forced a strained smile and deftly placed a piece of chicken leg into Ian's bowl. Eat more, eat more. He wished to conceal his emotions from his children. I heard you didn't go to school today. Did your parents take you to see the psychologist? His older brother, Jonathan, sported a neat crop of hair, his features well-defined, imbued with a youthful naivety and radiance. As a high school rugby player, Jonathan possessed a physique far surpassing that of most of his peers. He was also the most gentle and composed child in the household. I always said that if a bookworm encounters a problem, just look, my words have been validated. The second brother, Jordan, was slender and typically rather reclusive. However, he was slightly more amiable at home and even displayed a sense of jest. He shot a teasing glance at Ian, lowering his voice to offer a suggestion. But if you were to sell your medication at school, we could certainly rake in a fortune. Of course, this did not escape their parents' ears. Jordan. Louise shot a disapproving glare at her second son, her tone laden with displeasure. Stop being so ridiculous. Your brother is not a bookworm. He simply loves learning more than you and Jonathan do. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Her words elicited a non-committal pout from Jordan. Moreover, your brother does not need any medication. He merely experiences some anxiety, just like you do, Louise added sternly, though the underlying tone of denial was somewhat palpable. On weekends, take your brother out for some fun, Clark suggested to his reliable eldest son, believing that Ian required exposure to more social environments. Sure, no problem. Jonathan signaled an okay gesture to his father. In fact, I know quite a few girls who are quite interested in Ian. He raised an eyebrow at Ian, his tone laced with playful banter. Really? Louise appeared quite pleased. Indeed, those girls adore his little puppy dog charm. As Jordan fiddled with the food on his plate, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I knew it would be like this. Just look at how handsome Ian is. Louis smiled at Ian, who was currently engaged in a battle with a large piece of steak on his plate. Indeed, Ian had a decent appearance, to put it succinctly. He possessed a relatable charm. His thick, slightly tousled brown hair and deep blue eyes held a certain allure for the opposite sex, perhaps only rivaled by the youthful Leonardo DiCaprio. I wish I could be a bit stronger, Ian mused, feeling disinterested in his older brother's outings with the older girls, as he was unaware of when he might meet his own demise. The Kryptonian blood coursing through his brothers made him feel immense pressure. Then let us go out and exercise together, Jonathan exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Ian's neck. Even in his unawakened state, Ian already exhibited strength far beyond that of his peers. Coughing lightly, Ian felt as if he were being choked. Fortunately, Jonathan sensed something was amiss and promptly released his grip, allowing Ian to catch his breath. Oh, my apologies, Jonathan quickly apologized. It's all right, Ian replied, stretching his neck. Seemingly unfazed, he glanced at his now empty plate and requested to retire to his room for some rest. Of course, dear, Louis said, planting a kiss on Ian's cheek as she watched him ascend the stairs. Turning her curious gaze towards her husband, she wondered what he was preoccupied with. Surely it isn't studying, is it? The instincts of a seasoned journalist alerted Louis to Ian's emotional state. Yet Clark found himself at a loss for words in response to her inquiry. Not studying, he managed, controlling his facial muscles to speak in a calm tone. I believe children need their own private secrets, don't you? It was the same old excuse of privacy, but it worked well with Louis. As she ceased her questioning, Clark silently breathed a sigh of relief. However, the looming topics of Jordan's psychological issues and academic status were unavoidable burdens to discuss. Such was the life of Superman post-marriage. Maintaining family harmony was far more taxing than combating disasters. Perhaps this was a stage everyone must endure, even superheroes. In the room, Ian was diligently penning his thoughts. In contrast to Clark's skepticism, he was fully immersed in his writing, not only showcasing his talent, but also gaining professional experience through such endeavors. It was indeed a double benefit, a remarkable opportunity to triumph twice in one breath. Ian felt an undeniable affection for writing. Yet certain peculiar circumstances surrounding him seemed to disagree. Despite his enthusiastic spirit and the conviction that he could write through several nights uninterrupted, an extraordinary wave of fatigue would invariably descend with the passage of time. It was inescapable, unavoidable. With a sigh, Ian set his pen down and resignedly glanced at the clock, as the hour hand marked the transition from one day to the next. A familiar twitch coursed through his mind. In the blink of an eye, the leaden sky, the pristine white earth, and the remnants of a shattered city materialized before him. Ian, accustomed to this surreal phenomenon, exhaled a breath of indifference as a white mist enveloped him. His pupils reflected this world, a city besieged by howling winds and swirling snow, seemingly frozen in time for eons. All was encased in ice, and he stood as the solitary being capable of movement within this realm, perhaps the only life form at all. Chapter 4. Conceptual Profession. A celestial gift the scene before Ian was one he had long since grown accustomed to. This nightmare, or perhaps it could be termed a peculiar state he fell into each night, had begun to manifest even before he awakened to his system panel and extraordinary abilities. What was this place? Frost crystallized on his eyelashes as he raised his hand to catch the cascading ice and snow from the heavens. The white curtain of snow swallowing the skyline of the dilapidated city. The snowfall was overwhelming. Only nearby objects were discernible in the haze. Strangely, he felt no chill in this environment, as if he were present yet detached from the world. Amidst the howling winds mingled with the brittle sounds of cracking ice. The silent city resembled a desolate painting of an apocalypse, perhaps an indication that this world was already a post-apocalyptic realm. Tap, tap, tap. As Ian traversed the icy ground, he remained oblivious to his potential purpose in this world. Various attempts had failed to yield anything he could bring back with him. Perhaps the only benefit this city could offer Ian was inspiration to become a renowned painter of the melancholic style. The broken overpass jutted into the snow like a dissected skeletal structure of steel. Rusted car wrecks lay half-buried beneath the ice, collapsed bus shelters with shattered glass roofs. And buildings shrouded in deep snow had succumbed to considerable decay. Frayed power lines swayed in the wind, rendering this place akin to a forsaken ruin abandoned by the gods, where even the faintest sound of bug was an impossibly luxurious dream. "Hey, come out!" Ian shouted at the sky, but no debris rained down. His 9 years of compulsory education had proven to be no guide in navigating this strange world. It appears that one must revert to the old ways. Ian, in this world, holds himself to strict standards. His rapid ascension to level 7 in this student profession owes much to the nightmares of this realm. Here, Ian is granted an additional 7 hours for time management. Even in dreams, one must engage in learning. It is no surprise that his academic performance is exceptional and his advancement swift. Indeed, Ian has begun to traverse the desolate, snow-laden world, seeking out bookstores that remain unburied, many of which house a plethora of adult magazines and journals. His 2 elder brothers must conceal such publications in the neighbor's doghouse, while Ian himself has no fear of parental discovery. Furthermore, he can accrue experience points through his literary explorations. How could the study of the adult world not be deemed a form of education? The student profession exhibits remarkable flexibility in its criteria for experience acquisition. One must not possess any weaknesses across various domains. This is the hallmark of a true scholar in the new era. Ian is pleased with his meticulous planning as he walks along streets blanketed in snow, with each step upon the icy surface. The soles of his boots emit a disconcerting screech. Naturally, he slips from time to time, but after brushing off the snow, he feels no pain, as if in a lucid dream, coherent and unique. Soon enough, Ian locates his destination, a bookstore buried beneath the snow, which he can access with just half an hour of diligent digging. Inside, the bookstore is devoid of patrons, not even a deceased customer in sight. Fortunately, while the books on the shelves are quite fragile, those displayed in the glass cases remain intact enough to be gently leafed through. You have earnestly engaged in reading, acquiring certain aesthetic techniques. Student profession experience points 1. You have earnestly engaged in reading, acquiring certain aesthetic techniques. Student profession experience points 1. Time passes steadily amidst this enriching study. By chance, Ian discovers a functioning revolver beside a collectible magazine. He aims it directly at his temple and pulls the trigger with force. The bullets strike his flesh, creating ripples, yet inflict no harm whatsoever. Ian has long since understood the peculiarities of the dream realm, and such actions yield him additional experience. You have attempted to learn to catch bullets. Although practical learning has failed, you have grasped certain reckless techniques. Student profession experience points 3. You have attempted to learn to catch bullets. Although practical learning has failed, you have grasped certain reckless techniques. Student profession experience points 3. The 6 system notifications are not Ian's limit, but rather that of the revolver's magazine. Regrettably, he cannot find more bullets nearby. Otherwise, he would certainly express gratitude for nature's gifts, which would have granted him an impressive 18 experience points, an achievement requiring extensive reading to match. The truth has been established. Only through boldness can one truly excel. The experience leaves him yearning for more. Ian provided himself with a narrative. It had been previously mentioned that his experience in acquiring judgments related to his profession as a student is remarkably adaptable, which is precisely why he perceives his system panel as reminiscent of an unfinished game. It cannot be said that it is riddled with bugs. Rather, The constraints are not particularly numerous. See you tomorrow evening. Miss who prefers not to wear shorts, he mused as he set down his personal photographs, calculating the time until his return, and proceeded to move a table to the entrance of the bookstore. Although there was no coffee or pastries, the images of these two delights were abundant within the bookstore, and Ian meticulously cut out several to display on the small table before him. When one reaches a certain level of boredom, there's a tendency to become a tad abstract. However, Ian considered this a matter of ritual. Without any activity to occupy his time, he felt he would be suffocated by the monotony every night. The world of silence. Is it not akin to a dreary little black room? Outside the dog hole he had excavated, snow floated gently, creating an unusual tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional snap of an icicle plunging from a sign into the snowdrift, producing a sharp sound. Suddenly, the noise that erupted was not crisp but thunderous, shaking the ground with a low rumble, startling Ian, who had grown accustomed to the silence. The abrupt commotion was neither the sound of a falling icicle nor anything mundane. It resonated like a great mountain collapsing, crashing heavily to the earth. Goodness, did something actually fall from the sky? Ian snapped back to reality and quickly stood, expertly wriggling through the dog hole he had created at the entrance. On the street, the winds howled, laden with shards of ice. To his astonishment, Ian's wide-eyed gaze reflected a figure resembling a small mountain, the culprit behind the dull thud that had descended from the heavens. It was a colossal green giant, completely frozen in ice and snow, much like the world around him. Chapter 5, The Absurd, The Extraordinary Path. The green giant was indeed enormous, appearing akin to a stout, short Ultraman. Ian contemplated the possibility that he had logged into a dream of some future day, or perhaps he had fallen victim to a magical curse that had cast him into a fixed temporal exile. Yet, he could never have imagined that this apocalyptic world was on par with the DC universe, and that he would encounter the lifeless body of the Hulk. Yes, the Hulk, the iconic character known for his transformation into a towering green figure when enraged, reputed to possess boundless strength. Such a being should not have graced Ian's second life. Oh, dear heavens, this cannot be a mere figment of my imagination. Ian's throat involuntarily quivered as a wave of absurdity surged through him. Could this be the Marvel Universe? No, at least, not entirely the Marvel Universe. The colossal form of the Hulk resembled a small mountain, his skin a chilling shade of green. His muscles remained pronounced, and despite his prone position, his arms were still raised high. It was the object quivering between the Hulk's hands and the frigid wind that left Ian, already taken aback by the sight of the giant's corpse, utterly bewildered. Who wouldn't find themselves astonished in such an extraordinary situation? There stood the Hulk, with a gaping wound in his chest, his hands still tightly gripping the air above, one of which clutched a head adorned with golden hair. The expression on the golden-haired figure's face was one of fierce defiance and rage, eyes wide open, with blood vessels and torn skin visible on the neck, swaying in the wind alongside the golden locks. The Hulk's other hand grasped the body of this figure, clad in a deep blue uniform, emblazoned with the stars and stripes that symbolize American honor. Wasn't this the very character Ian adored from the television series The Boys? The Hulk and the Patriot? Two incongruous figures whose corpses appeared so jarringly before Ian that he could hardly fathom the circumstances that led to this moment, nor the events that transpired before their demise, transforming the world into its current state. He feared it was not merely a dream, yet he felt as if he could learn and evolve within this dreamscape. It all seemed too surreal. To be frank, it was utterly insane. He yearned to find a credible doctor to prescribe him an appropriate regimen. Indeed, Ian feared that without a substantial dosage of medication, he might struggle to contain his condition. What was more likely, his madness or the world's? It was a perplexing dilemma. Ian found himself lost in thought as he cautiously approached the green behemoth. The ice and snow surrounding the Hulk had been displaced, creating a massive indentation, and Ian exerted considerable effort to touch the giant's skin, initially curious about the texture of such a creature's corpse. However, as his hand made contact with the now congealed green blood upon the Hulk's body, the system's voice abruptly echoed in his ears. You have come into contact with an unknown, extraordinary substance. A new professional template has been unlocked. You may fulfill the necessary conditions to obtain this profession. You have acquired a revised, extraordinary profession, Berserker. Indeed, the system increasingly resembled a gaming interface. After a brief moment of stunned silence upon hearing the notification, Ian did not immediately investigate the conditions for obtaining the so-called berserker profession. The peculiar bond he shared with his father. Ian's gaze remained fixated on the patriot's body, elevated in the air by the Hulk, truly reaching a state of separation. He resembled a small, hyperactive monkey, exerting every ounce of strength to ascend to the green giant's chest, intending to use the giant's arm as a tree trunk to climb towards the decaying remnants of his homeland. One can only attribute this rapid thinking to youthful ingenuity. If the green giant's blood could unlock an extraordinary class template, Ian was convinced that the blood of his homeland's remains would yield a similar effect. He craved the berserker profession, and the extraordinary class that the remnants of his homeland could offer was equally desirable. Perhaps such a class would even bring Ian closer to his family. The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration through him, filling him with adrenaline. He struggled to cling to the green giant's arm, ascending with fervor. Alas, the disadvantages of neglecting physical fitness became painfully evident at this moment. The icy crystals covering the giant's body allowed Ian to climb no more than 2 or 3 meters. Soon, he slid down as smoothly as if he were on a greased steel pipe. I refused to believe this. Ian persisted in his ascent. Yet, before he could reach 3 meters, he fell once more. Fueled by determination, Ian launched himself upward once again, scrambling with hands and feet, but despite his fervent cries, he only managed to ascend a third of the giant's arm. Familiar with the sensation of falling, Ian found his muscles utterly drained this time. Exhausted, he plopped down onto the giant's icy pectorals, his eyes filled with frustration and confusion. He felt it was scientifically implausible. After raising the banner of the lumberjack, why had he not yet experienced a surge of power? Indeed, I have not fully integrated into the local way of life. With a hint of resignation, Ian shook his aching arms and reluctantly glanced up at the lofty remnants of his homeland. Abandonment is not synonymous with evasion. We shall see what tomorrow holds. Ian had always been precise with his timing, and just as his bold declaration escaped his lips, the next moment resounded with a heavy toll. The first chime reverberated in his ears, echoing like an ancient cathedral's resonance, imbued with an irresistible force, as if the world itself twisted and dissolved within the sound. Ian's soul trembled, his heart racing with uncontrollable fear and horror. The second and third tolls followed in rapid succession, blurring his vision. The green giant's corpse, the grotesque visage of his homeland's remnants, the ice-covered streets, all faded and collapsed within the tolls, as if being drawn into an invisible vortex. A sudden crack. The sound of his forehead meeting the desk jolted Ian awake. Instinctively, he glanced at the peach-bottomed alarm clock on his desk. A birthday gift from his older brother Jordan last year, capable of emitting a terrifying sound reminiscent of a cackling old woman. As always, Thomas pointed to the right moment. Chapter 6, Job Change. Skill Acquisition. The night breeze brushed against the window sill, carrying a refreshing chill. From a neighboring room, the playful banter between Jonathan and his girlfriend echoed, while the sound of flushing from the restroom in the hallway signaled the frequent nocturnal visits of his brother. These familiar noises provided a sense of comfort. Ian shook his aching head. This time, waking from his nightmare had not elicited much of a cry. The citizens of his homeland, plagued by the red-eye affliction. Although Ian had returned to the realm of reality, his thoughts lingered on the remnants of a counterfeit Superman. The youth of today pay little heed to the notion of authenticity, as long as they could soar through the skies, impervious to harm, with a glimmer in their eyes. Ian would gladly embrace a life of luxury in a grand villa, marrying a stunning beauty and indulging in an extravagant lifestyle. Next time, he resolved to be better prepared, to shout louder amidst the sound of the woodcutters. Ian silently vowed to practice climbing trees diligently. To be candid, he still struggled to comprehend why individuals from his homeland would infiltrate the Marvel Universe. The imagery felt akin to a jumbled puzzle, replete with dissonance, resembling an absurd farce. Yet, it was precisely this absurdity that prompted Ian to ponder a rather unsettling question. If his compatriots could traverse into the Marvel realm, did it imply that his psychologist was indeed Hannibal? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, a notion too terrifying to dwell upon. The more he contemplated, the more acute his anxiety might become. Rubbing his temples, he endeavored to erase the chilling speculation from his mind. System. He redirected his focus, opening his personal panel interface. which retained its simplistic design, yet now featured a new selectable option. At last, I shall no longer be merely human. A surge of inexplicable excitement welled up within Ian as he eagerly accessed the job selection function, revealing a solitary option: Berserker. Job system unlocked. Current selectable professions. 1. Berserker description. Fueled by rage, armed with fury, tearing apart all obstacles. The formidable description stirred Ian's spirit, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to select the Berserker option for his professional binding. After all, while there might be another job option available in his homeland, who could resist the allure of becoming an extraordinary being at once? He was acutely aware that his system could grant him more than a singular profession. His previous experiments with the system had confirmed this. The acquisition of second profession merely required certain prerequisites, which Ian believed would pose no significant challenge. Berserker. Ian was ready to embrace his new destiny. As Ian's confirmation echoed, lines of text materialized before him. Job transfer conditions. Reach a critical level of rage. Current rage value: 5100. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent bar appeared in the lower right corner of Ian's vision, resembling a status bar from a game, marked with a prompt indicating rage value. At the top of this bar, a striking red threshold line indicated the critical point he needed to surpass. He was required to achieve a minimum of 60 additional points in rage. Indeed, it felt as though he were immersed in the game of Earth OL. Ian couldn't help but reflect on this, and with a mere thought, he discovered he could conceal the rage value display in the lower right corner. In truth, summoning anger was not an arduous task. Ian shut his eyes, striving to recall the tragic accident from his past life that had claimed his existence. The image of the speeding red knight of the apocalypse, the driver's drowsy visage, and the eerie silence of the brakes all vividly resurfaced in his mind. The flames of fury began to ignite within him. In a fit of rage, Ian summoned his anger. Current rage value: 13100. This was the utmost he could muster in stirring his emotions. Time had dulled his feelings, and the anger that should have burned bright had long since faded into the passage of time. Alas, it was too distant to evoke genuine ire. Ian touched his ears, which remained unflushed, feeling somewhat helpless. Then, he opted for a different approach: physical stimulation. With a swift movement, Ian slapped himself. Angry? Current rage value: 11,100. It appeared that not only did this fail to incite anger, but there was also an unexpected sense of refreshment. Cursed! Ian hesitated to continue this self-inflicted provocation, fearing he might awaken some peculiar attribute within himself. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped out of his room and ventured into the kitchen, rummaging through the cupboards. Chili? A bite. Mustard? A few nibbles. Ian felt the spiciness surge to his head, tears and snot engaging in a close encounter. Current rage value: 21,100. Not sufficient. Far from it. Gasping for breath, Ian's gaze scanned the refrigerator, and suddenly a spark of brilliance illuminated his mind. His astonishing intellect, rated at 23, came into play. However, it should be noted that the intelligence attribute did not equate to true wisdom. It merely represented cognitive agility, learning capacity, and logical reasoning strength. Nevertheless, this did not deter Ian from feeling exceptionally wise. 10 minutes later, a concoction of indescribable goo swirled within his blender. Chicken breast, chili, mustard, bitter melon, and several handfuls of wilted vegetable leaves that had lingered for days. Dubbed the elixir of despair, Ian did not consume it immediately. Instead, he returned to his room, powered on his computer, and launched a game titled Dota Alliance. He was intimately familiar with his brother Jordan's account credentials, and soon enough, he completed the login and commenced the game. As anticipated, in the first match, a teammate disconnected. In the second match, the ADC recklessly used their flash to meet an untimely demise. In the third match, the jungler wandered aimlessly throughout the game. In the fourth match, the mid laner unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse over the microphone. The fifth match witnessed a complete collapse, with Ian's score standing at 0-3-1, seamlessly integrating into his team's disarray. Utterly engulfed in frustration, as he gulped down the concoction he had prepared, he glanced at his rage meter. Current rage level: 56,100. Excellent. It truly seemed to be reaching the brink of madness. Yet this was still insufficient to prevent his mood from calming and his rage meter from diminishing. Ian hastily opened his browser, searching for videos on how vegetarians coerce others into adopting their dietary choices. Current rage level, 57,100. His rage surged once more. However, it remained inadequate. He continued watching videos from animal rights organizations, showcasing those who resorted to destruction and intimidation, compelling others to donate or even relocate. This was indeed infuriating. Current rage level, 59,100. Ian's face flushed with anger, yet he still craved that final push. At that moment, a message flashed across the screen. What useless things do you watch daily? Young people should appreciate art and culture. Suddenly, an uncontrollable folder appeared on Ian's computer, a prank orchestrated by a hacker who had lingered in his system for years. Upon opening the folder, he was met with a single phrase. Do you still wish to view inappropriate content? Dream on. Current rage level, 64,100. Ian was now utterly exasperated, and this very emotion triggered a new system notification in his ears, while simultaneously, his body experienced a transformation. Ding! Class change successful. Class, Berserker acquired. Basic template loaded. Acquired talent skill, Blood Forge. Berserker skill, tree unlocked. Chapter 7. Astonishing Wisdom. The Path to Strength. The acquisition of an extraordinary profession heralded an extraordinary leap. In that moment, Ian truly felt himself growing stronger. It was not merely a psychological sensation, but a tangible enhancement of his attributes across the board. Name, Ian Kent. Ordinary profession, student LV7 35640. Extraordinary profession, Berserker LV1010. World recognition, ordinary NPC, strength 35, constitution 30, intelligence 23, mentality 27, talent skill, reverse blood forge, professional skills, none, professional skill points. Universal skills, learning, elite, universal skill points, 7. Ian's personal attributes have experienced a remarkable enhancement, particularly in strength and constitution, which have soared to approximately 3 times that of an average individual. Strength primarily influences muscular explosiveness, while constitution pertains to resilience and recovery speed. Together, they significantly affect reaction time. Mentality denotes one's willpower and perceptive abilities. These insights were derived from Ian's experiences following the acquisition of his system. Alas, it is rather rudimentary, lacking the sweet and indulgent intelligent dialogue features found in others. My abs look truly magnificent. Ian stood before the mirror, shedding his garments. Previously, his body fat was not insignificant, yet now he possessed a physique that, while not exaggerated, displayed distinct muscular contours. Perhaps the fat had been directly converted into muscle? It is unclear. All these transformations seem to have transpired within a remarkably brief span, leaving Ian little time to fully appreciate the changes. Such is the nature of gaining an advantage. How many traversers have existed over the years? It has always been thus. I feel as if I could effortlessly defeat a Jonathan with a single punch, or take down 15 Jordans. Ian tightened his fist, the muscles in his body flexing, showcasing the artistic beauty of a human form. While this moment of self-admiration may seem somewhat vain, Ian's spirits were undeniably elevated, to the point where he scarcely regarded the unchanged status in the world recognition section. The acquisition of an extraordinary profession illuminated a path towards self-redemption. Perhaps his current strength and abilities render him merely a small fry in this perilous world, yet this is merely the beginning. His future holds the promise of vast horizons. Onward, I shall develop prudently and avoid recklessness. Ian's self-encouragement was tinged with a sense of self-awareness. After calming the tumultuous waves of his emotions, he turned his gaze toward the talent skill that emerged upon obtaining the Berserker profession. Reverse Blood Forge. The damage you receive will accumulate experience points. Each instance of effective damage will grant you corresponding experience points based on the severity of the injury. All negative statuses and bodily harm will allow you to accumulate rage. In a state of fully charged rage, your strength, constitution, and pain resistance will experience substantial enhancement. When you endure 5 simultaneous negative statuses or are on the brink of death, you can activate the bloodied flesh state. All attributes 30, but your rationality and intelligence will continuously decline. It must be said, the extraordinary powers bestowed by exceptional professions are indeed remarkable, particularly the core abilities associated with such vocations, which are exceedingly rare for both the affluent and the impoverished to manifest. The notion of growing stronger upon injury? Ian even feels that this innate talent of his could be aptly renamed and utilized as a ready-made advantage. At last, he senses that his system has finally become formidable. Furthermore, there exists a skill tree. Ian promptly accessed the newly unveiled options. In the next moment, a sprawling, branch-like diagram materialized in his mind. With each glimmering fruit representing a skill he could acquire with his profession's skill points. Almost instantaneously upon opening the skill tree, Ian was captivated by the skill available at the pinnacle, level 100. Eternal Rage, upon death if 25 negative statuses are present. All statuses are consumed to revive and restore full strength, gaining a bloodbath rebirth effect that doubles all attributes. Despite the lengthy cooldown period of 1 day, this could undoubtedly be deemed a resurrection marvel. With this skill, Ian felt he might no longer need to worry excessively about the prospect of being sacrificed. He could even afford to be used as a sacrificial offering for his family on a daily basis. Alas, ascending to level 100 is no trivial endeavor. Ian sighed, withdrawing his reluctant gaze. He could currently only learn 3 skills. After all, he was still at the first level of his profession. Resonance of the damaged. When the body is impaired, lost limbs, blindness, missing organs, the remaining organs will operate at overcapacity, compensating for lost functions and additionally granting power and constitution bonuses. Healing Frenzy restores 1% of maximum health per second, capable of healing all injuries, including fatal ones, but cannot move or attack during the healing and recovery period. Toxic Stomach Sac. Your stomach will be modified to convert ingested food into poison for storage, which will accompany your attacks when needed. All 3 skills are quite decent. However, in Ian's view, he could only genuinely consider one of them. Whether it is Resonance of the Damaged or Toxic Stomach Sac, they both appear rather grim and do not align with Ian's principles. He decisively chose to learn the skill, Healing Frenzy. Having played games throughout his life, Ian, through his limited understanding and research, recognized that skills with percentage effects are invariably the wisest choice. Much like Healing Frenzy, which may seem heavily restricted, it allows for a chance to reclaim one's strength in just 100 seconds, undoubtedly the best skill to pair with Blood Refining Furnace for upgrades. As for his future plans, Ian has his own thoughts. He does not relish seeking external torment. As long as he inflicts sufficient hardship upon himself, no one outside shall dare to challenge him. Ian's wisdom has always been rather peculiar. Thus it is he promptly retrieved a small knife from the drawer. With a swift motion, akin to slicing through paper, Ian inadvertently inflicted a sizable gash upon his own arm. Health points lost, experience gained. 1. After a brief interval, Ian filled a large cup with blood, finally receiving feedback from the system. It was undeniably more challenging to acquire experience than he had anticipated. It was still somewhat tolerable. Heal my body. Ian activated his skill, and in the next moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a statue, utterly immobilized. While his injuries visibly began to mend, he sensed that if he were interrupted during this rigid state, the healing effect would cease. Moreover, as his self-healing ability commenced, a gnawing hunger began to arise within him, clearly a byproduct of skill consumption, imposing several limitations. Perhaps for a warrior, this was merely a redundant skill. Nevertheless, each inadvertent mishap was a step towards my newfound strength. Having conducted an experiment, Ian unhesitatingly subjected his arm to 7 or 8 clumsy incidents. Adhering to the principle of waste not, he drank every last drop of his own blood. Although it had a slight metallic taste, it was of no consequence. As long as it was nutritious and healthful, Hunt heard the recommendations of those weight loss bloggers. Low-calorie, high-protein sustenance could easily be flaunted. Health points lost. Experience gained. 1. This time, the system's feedback was considerably swifter. Ian, whose complexion had paled slightly, was overjoyed. However, while he reveled in the exhilaration of leveling up, he remained oblivious to the figure outside his window, a man clad in a red and blue cloak, who gazed intently at the unfolding scene with a complex expression. Oh, poor Ian. Clark's countenance was fraught with sorrow. He had not anticipated that, after leaving to rescue a chemical plant from explosion, upon his return, he would find his youngest son engaging in self-harm within their home. In the presence of family, Clark restrained his supervision. Thus he remained unaware of Ian's physical transformations. He only witnessed Ian's act of cutting his arm. It seemed that medication was indeed necessary. With a heavy heart, Clark swiftly changed attire and descended into the deserted courtyard, contemplating how best to approach Ian without causing alarm. To be fair, while Clark had previously harbored some skepticism regarding the psychologist's diagnosis, he was now wholly convinced that his youngest son was undeniably afflicted, most likely with a serious condition. Chapter 8. Brother. Exercise restraint. In the corridor of the second floor, the faint sound of water flowing through the pipes echoed in the stillness of the night. Jordankind, with his tousled curls, meticulously dried the cherished artifact he had just washed, an essential relic from his adolescence that he relied upon each night. Carefully applying a layer of powder for its maintenance, he finally stored it in its box, gingerly opening the bathroom door as if to avoid disturbing the slumbering family members. However, as soon as the door cracked open, he was nearly startled into an awakening of superhuman instincts. "Goodness!" Jordan instinctively exclaimed. A slender figure stood silently outside, hunched over, with a sallow complexion and sunken eyes, resembling a specter drained of all vitality. Had it not been for Jordan's quick reflexes in recognizing his younger brother Ian, he might have inadvertently hurled the treasured artifact at the intruder's face. "Ian?" Jordan swallowed hard, still shaken. Ian slowly lifted his gaze, his expression vacant. I need to use the bathroom," he uttered, his voice weary, as if he could collapse at any moment. "What's wrong? Are you ill?" Jordan's expression was peculiar as he concealed his artifact within his clothing, scrutinizing Ian with concern for their youngest sibling. "I'm fine, just feeling completely drained," Ian replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. He had indeed pushed himself too hard, unaware of the immense toll that the skill's self-healing frenzy would exact on his physical stamina. While it mended his injuries, it depleted his energy reserves, leaving Ian so famished he could barely stand upright, his appearance reflecting his fatigue. Jordan, however, misinterpreted Ian's words. His expression morphed into one of amusement, settling into an awkward understanding that he wished he did not possess. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Why don't you freshen up first?" Jordan chuckled nervously, attempting to lighten the mood as he stepped out of the bathroom to grant Ian access. "All right." Ian shuffled into the bathroom, and just as he was about to shut the door, Jordan suddenly placed his hand against the doorframe, hesitating before speaking. "Ian." He pondered his words, akin to a novice life coach grappling with the gravity of his advice. "I know you may have unlocked certain new realms of experience. However, as a person, especially as a man, it is vital to practice moderation. Neglecting your health now will lead to regrets later." Jordan's tone was earnest, surprising even himself with the wisdom imparted. Yet, he couldn't fathom the extent of Ian's escapades in his bedroom. Clearly, Jordan was projecting his own experiences onto his brother, leading to a significant misunderstanding between the siblings. Ian opened his mouth, intending to offer an explanation, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he resignedly nodded, forcing a smile as he slowly closed the bathroom door behind him. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from within, as Ian busily cleaned the tools he wielded to enhance his strength. However, in Jordan's mind, the implements Ian was scrubbing perhaps served a purpose akin to his own, utilized for the cultivation of certain muscles. What a precocious individual Ian was. Even a child like Jordan couldn't help but express a sentiment of admiration. He clutched the treasured item concealed in his pocket, planning to retreat to his dormitory for a few rounds of gaming. However, just as he reached the staircase, Jordan unexpectedly collided with his father, Clark, who was ascending. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Good evening, Jordan," Clark initiated, breaking the silence, clad in his wrinkled suit. Jordan replied stiffly, nodding in acknowledgement before shifting to return to his room. Among the family, he was undoubtedly the child with the most strained relationship with Clark. "Wait a moment," Clark called out to Jordan. "Is Ian in the bathroom?" He glanced toward the source of the noise. Jordan paused, nodding in response to his father's inquiry. As for Jordan's somewhat distant demeanor, Clark had little inclination to address it at present. Is something wrong with him lately? His primary concern remained Ian's mental well-being, especially after witnessing his son's unsettling behavior of self-harm while laughing in a disturbing manner. Indeed, living too close to Gotham had its effects. Clark couldn't shake the feeling that Ian's actions bore an unsettling resemblance to those of Gotham's madmen. This was in stark contrast to Ian's usual image as a well-behaved, studious child. Such circumstances compelled Clark to consider the possibility of the mental illness Dr. Hannibal had mentioned. Could it be that Ian was truly on the brink of a split from reality? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Clark's expression grew more serious, and he sought to glean information from Jordan. Yet, what was truly amiss with Ian? A fleeting image of Ian's face drained from excess, and a shocking proclamation of feeling hollow flashed through Jordan's mind. After a moment's hesitation, he opted to safeguard his brother's unspeakable burden, concealing the private matter from their parents. What could possibly be wrong with him? His grades were exemplary, teachers adored him, and girls practically stumbled into his arms daily. Even the troublemakers who thrived on fights relied on him to provide the exam materials they coveted. Jordan mused that Jonathan was likely never as popular during his own time in middle school. There was a tinge of acidity in Jordan's tone. Was it jealousy? Perhaps to some extent, but it was largely envy as he grappled with social anxiety and lacked friends. Indeed, Ian embodies the quintessential student, remarkably perfect to the point that it elicits a sense of concern. Clark primarily believes that this perfection may be the source of Ian's considerable stress. However, to Jordan, who is navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence, it simply sounds like a father who is frequently absent, seeking out matters to fuss over. If there are flaws, one must offer a few words of correction. Yet, if there are none, dissatisfaction still lingers, such is the plight of today's parents. Jordan rolled his eyes, steering clear of thoughts of his father, and made a beeline back to his dormitory. The sound of the door slamming echoed loudly, as if he were venting his frustrations regarding his father. Clark sighed in resignation, withdrawing his gaze from Jordan and turning towards the firmly shut bathroom door. After a moment's hesitation, his eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the expression of this superhero shifted to one of bewilderment, his irises flickering as if witnessing an incredulous scene. Chapter 9. School and the little punk partner the following day. In the early morning, soft sunlight streamed into the Kent household's kitchen. The matriarch, Lois, rose early, fueled by her affection for her family, and set out to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for her 3 children. With a cheerful tune on her lips, she approached the kitchen and opened the cupboard door. The seasoned journalist expected to find it brimming with ingredients, but the sight before her caused her smile to freeze instantly. The cupboard was impeccably clean, almost excessively so. Not a single fragment of cereal or cookie could be found. Lois rubbed her eyes, ensuring she was awake, and dashed towards the refrigerator. To her dismay, there was no milk, frozen pizza, eggs, or chicken nuggets. Only a few boxes of her facial masks. The lids ajar, as if someone had been peering inside to see if food was stored within. What on earth is happening? Lois gasped, an ominous feeling swelling within her. Her first instinct was that a thief had invaded their home, prompting her to check the household valuables. Fortunately, nothing of significant worth was missing. Regrettably, there was not a single item that could be deemed food. After inspecting the doors and windows, she found no signs of forced entry. "Clark," Lois called out, standing in the center of the living room, her brow furrowed. She could not fathom how a thief would only steal food and leave everything else untouched. Just then, Clark, having heard her call, descended the stairs, yawning. Were there no unusual noises last night? Lois inquired of her superhero husband, a man capable of hearing every cry throughout the entire city, who should have been alert to a burglary in their home. It might have been a mouse, Clark suggested, glancing at the kitchen, realizing why Lois was asking. His expression was peculiar, as if he were on the verge of saying something, but ultimately opted for a ludicrous excuse. "A mouse?" Lois nearly laughed in exasperation. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Clark promptly vanished from sight. From Louise's perspective, he had merely stepped away for a few seconds. But in the next moment, he returned home, laden with an abundance of groceries. Louise scrutinized her husband with suspicion, pondering whether Clark's voracious appetite had led him to devour all the food in the house last night. Otherwise, the inexplicable disappearance of their provisions was utterly bewildering. She was tempted to inquire, yet her earlier outburst had already summoned their eldest son, Jonathan, and younger son, Jordan, who were now descending the stairs. Both she and Clark were reluctant to disclose the truth about his identity to the children just yet. "We'll settle this later." Louise shot Clark a glance before turning to the kitchen to begin frying eggs. "Good morning, Mom and Dad," Jonathan greeted as he approached the refrigerator, extracting a carton of milk that had perhaps been preserved by Superman's frosty breath. Meanwhile, Jordan silently took his place at the dining table, awaiting the meal. "Jordan, go wake Ian," Louise called out from the stove, her gaze fixed on her task. Jordan, Ian's older brother, still appeared somewhat groggy, propping his chin on one hand. His eyes clouded with sleep. "I heard him leave early this morning," he murmured. At this, Louise furrowed her brow. Wasn't he supposed to rest at home for a few days? Her tone carried a hint of concern. Meanwhile, the expressionless Clark assisted her, serving the freshly cooked eggs and toast to the two boys. "You can't keep a bookworm at bay. He just loves to study," Jordan shrugged, a subtle admiration creeping into his voice. He was genuinely impressed by his little brother, who, despite the chaos of the previous night, had managed to rise early for school. No wonder he's excelling academically. "I'll have a word with Ian tonight." Jonathan assumed his role as the responsible elder sibling, mixing milk and coffee into his protein powder. As a member of the football team, he deemed this a standard breakfast. Blood and muscle were insufficient. One must rely on technology and tenacity to break through on the fierce playing field. At Metropolis Public High School, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting bright patches of light on the desks. The classroom was sparsely populated, and Ian rested his chin on his hand, gazing intently at a system panel visible only to him. Extraordinary profession. Berserker LV-1610. One could only say that the pace of his upgrades had not met his expectations. Alas, he had not been fortunate enough to exploit any bugs within the system that would allow him to become a leveling machine. Although he lacked a blue bar, it was evident that his skills could not be used indefinitely. Ian sighed softly, as if burdened by the weight of 18 years. "First, I must enhance my physique," Ian quietly contemplated in his heart. Although his physique had improved significantly compared to before, only by possessing a more robust body could he endure the rigorous training methods, thus accelerating the leveling up of his extraordinary profession, enabling him to deliver a few solid punches to his father when the rebellious phase arrived. With grand aspirations, Ian was engaged in planning his adolescence. Just then, a rich scent of perfume approached, and without turning his head, he knew that his deskmate had arrived at school. "Hey, isn't that Ian, who skipped class for a day? Where did you go to play yesterday?" Madison Montgomery plopped down beside him, her golden hair sweeping in a dazzling arc. "Metropolis," Ian replied dryly, not bothering to turn around. "What could possibly be entertaining in Metropolis to make a study fanatic like you skip Monday's class?" Madison scoffed, rolling her eyes exaggeratedly. Today, she had adorned herself with exquisite makeup. Her mascara was flawlessly applied, her lips painted a striking rosy red, and she deliberately left a couple of buttons of her school uniform shirt undone, revealing a tastefully simple necklace beneath. "I went to Hollywood on Saturday and Sunday. Although I didn't encounter a talent scout with discerning eyes, I did run into a man at the entrance of a bar called the Light Bar who was even more handsome than you." Madison was quite the sharing enthusiast, and most of the time, her desire to share was to satisfy her vanity. However, handsome as he was, that man was not to her taste, especially since he refused her entry into his bar due to her being underage, which was quite absurd. "Using your words, he is just a loser. Please, in this outfit. Who would think I'm only 14? I've sneaked into bars in Metropolis twice already." Ah, the boasting arrives, albeit belatedly. Ian had little interest in bars, yet he was still captivated by Madison's words. The young man gazed at his deskmate, his expression tinged with astonishment. "I must say, little rebel, you possess quite a bold spirit," Ian genuinely praised, even setting his book aside to give a thumbs up to his courageous deskmate. Madison was momentarily taken aback. "Of course," she replied with a triumphant tone. Clearly, the golden-haired girl believed Ian was commending her for daring to visit a bar. However, the truth was that Ian's heart quivered slightly upon hearing the name the Light Bar. If Ian remembered correctly, the individuals residing there were among the few whom his father could not contend with on Earth, at least under normal circumstances. Chapter 10. Daily Life in Metropolis. As the saying goes, anyone who is prepared to traverse the DC universe understands what the Light Bar in Los Angeles signifies. Lucifer. Ian swallowed hard, murmuring softly. "Huh?" Madison's ears seemed quite sharp. "How do you know that man's name? It's so cringeworthy to think someone would name themselves Lucifer Morningstar. It is truly amusing, reminiscent of a faded rock star, utterly squandering that handsome visage. In this regard, you undoubtedly surpass that damn bar owner by leaps and bounds." Madison's acerbic wit remains unfaltering. Ian cast a sidelong glance at Madison, who was disdainfully critiquing the taste of the king of hell, seemingly oblivious to the identity of her subject. "Little brat," he suddenly interjected. Madison looked skeptically at her table-mate. "I hope you can be a good person in the future, so you may ascend to heaven." Ian earnestly bestowed his blessing. However, Madison merely rolled her eyes and scoffed. I don't believe in the notions of heaven and hell, and besides, good people can't venture into Hollywood. This was Madison's aspiration, to become a Hollywood star. Ian refrained from elaborating, simply letting out a soft sigh. At that moment, a wave of cheap perfume approached, far inferior to Madison's refined taste. A girl with cascading brown waves sauntered over, a necklace in hand, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. This was Emily, a classmate who had feigned falls in front of Ian more than 10 times. "Ian, did you miss school yesterday because you were ill?" Emily inquired, her expression brimming with concern. "Are you cursing me with illness?" Ian frowned slightly, his focus peculiarly fixated. Emily's expression faltered before she forced a smile, raising the necklace. "All right, I misspoke. Could you help me put on this necklace? It was a birthday gift from my mother this morning." She elongated her tone, particularly emphasizing birthday gift. "My mother also presents me with birthday gifts on my special day," Ian remarked, merely casting a clear glance at Emily before returning to his textbooks. The conversation seemed to have hit a dead end. A hint of embarrassment flitted across Emily's face. A nearby male classmate, witnessing the awkwardness, eagerly approached, beaming as he offered, "Let me assist you." He was a well-meaning fellow student. However, the freckles adorning his face exceeded the bounds of charm, which likely prompted Emily to retract her hands. "No, thank you." She maintained her politeness, but was resolute in her refusal. The boy stood there, bewildered, uncertain of what to do next. His youthful enthusiasm unaware of the underlying reasons. "How hilarious!" Madison erupted into laughter at the scene, collapsing onto the table, her shoulders shaking with mirth. "Emily, your acting skills are utterly dreadful." She jeered, even as she laughed. "Mind your own business, Miss Montgomery," Emily retorted, her tone laced with indignation. In response to her warning, Madison appeared utterly indifferent. She even intended to stoke the flames further. "Sister, I'm in a good mood today. Allow me to enlighten you on the proper usage of Ian." With that, Madison unfastened the necklace around her neck. "Help me fasten it, you studious one." Madison turned her back to Ian, simultaneously placing a $10 bill on the book he was engrossed in. In an instant, Ian sprang into action, deftly accepting the necklace, his fingers skillfully weaving through Madison's golden locks to secure the clasp, all within a mere 3 seconds. His proficiency was remarkable, particularly evident in the swiftness with which he tucked the $10 bill into his pocket. One must admit, Madison was rather affluent. For a high school student, that was certainly a substantial allowance. Thus, the lure of the bill triumphed over Ian's laziness, and the knowledge contained within the textbook could not compete with Alexander Hamilton. Its influence was merely a fraction weaker than that of Franklin, yet still formidable. "Do you see? Now, that is professionalism." Madison provocatively glanced at Emily, reclaiming the $5 change Ian had given her. In terms of earning rewards through labor, the son of Superman exhibited a remarkable sense of integrity. "Just you wait, you little vixen. Don't let me encounter you after school." Faced with this scene, Emily, whose expression was already sour, stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. Madison remained unfazed by her threat. "Honestly, where did you sneak off to yesterday? Don't tell me it was the bookstore." She continued to chat with Ian, pulling out nail polish to adorn her nails. "I didn't skip class." Ian corrected his desk mate's terminology. "I took a sick day." He demonstrated his meticulousness. "Oh, sick day?" Madison directed her gleaming nails toward the sunlight. "Of course, I had to see a psychologist with my parents." Ian felt no need for concealment. Visiting a psychologist was hardly unusual in America. After all, Americans do not possess unyielding resolve, rendering psychological consultations a commonplace affair. Many fail to grasp why psychological services are so sought after in the United States. "Is this a pity party?" Madison inquired, somewhat astonished. "Is there a prize for winning?" Ian once again revealed his unique focus. Madison rolled her eyes, showcasing her unparalleled skill in that art form. "I frequently visit a psychologist as well. Even if there were a prize, I would undoubtedly be the victor." She raised her palm, twisting it in an effort to catch the sunlight on her freshly painted nails. "What did your doctor say?" the blonde girl casually asked. Ian pondered for a moment. "The doctor mentioned that I have a slight mental issue." He chose not to withhold this information. Madison listened, disdainfully commenting that psychologists revel in frightening people. Otherwise, how could they earn a living? The crux lies in one's self-perception. Her words bore a philosophical weight, quite remarkable for a student whose grades were consistently in single digits. Ian pondered her statement for a moment. He believed his psychologist's diagnosis was rather conservative. To be honest, he felt his mental issues should rank among the top in their grade. His tone was earnest. What? You want to compare? Madison exclaimed in disbelief. Your competitive spirit is even stronger than mine? She found his attitude absurd, regarding Ian as if he were an incomprehensible creature. Just then, the first class teacher began the lesson. As the instructor discussed the turning point of World War II, a deafening roar erupted from outside, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. Several students screamed and dove under their desks. The history teacher merely glanced out the window before returning to the podium, calmly tapping the blackboard and adjusting his glasses. There's no need to panic. It's just another plane crash. It won't affect our class. In Metropolis, this is quite normal. Superman has surely saved those unfortunate passengers, he said, discussing the aviation disaster as if it were casual conversation, his tone remarkably calm. One could only commend the deep-rooted character of a city adjacent to Gotham. Madison let out a whistle, and a group of classmates displayed expressions of realization, quickly accepting the teacher's reassurances, restoring a harmonious atmosphere in the classroom. Ian observed the scene with a mix of intrigue and disbelief. Glancing at the billowing smoke outside the classroom window, he hesitated to voice his thoughts, ultimately choosing to blend into the collective tranquility. The same person who had just been discussing his mental state now felt as though he might be the only sane individual in the room. Did no one else realize that the fallen plane had exploded? Chapter 11. The Upgraded Artifact. The Mysterious Shadow. Outside, the streets of a city may have been filled with chaos, screams, and panicked crowds running aimlessly. Yet none of this seemed to disrupt the serene atmosphere within Ian's classroom. In the summer of 1942, Hitler launched Operation Blue, aiming to seize the Caucasus oil fields and sever the Soviet Union's oil supply. The history teacher's voice droned on like background noise, lulling many insomniac students into a peaceful slumber. For Ian, even if he listened attentively, he could not gain any experience points from knowledge he had already acquired in his student role. He found himself contemplating whether his superhero father had truly succeeded in rescuing the passengers from the disaster. If that were the case, how could there be explosions and smoke outside? Ian was lost in thought, while Madison beside him doodled on her textbook with colorful markers. She had transformed President Washington's attire into a skirt, adorning his head with 2 cat ears. What do you think? Madison proudly pushed the textbook towards him. Isn't it much more pleasing to the eye? Her attempt at conversation, however, yielded no response from Ian. The blonde girl was unfazed by his silence and resumed defacing the image of one of the most controversial figures in American history, Nixon. Neither of them was paying much attention to the lesson, yet the teacher showed no concern. After all, high achievers needn't be monitored, and underperformers hardly warranted attention. Public school teachers were hardly compensated enough to fret over their students' academic pursuits. Thus, the lesson passed swiftly. Despite Ian's inability to fathom why his superhuman father allowed the airplane to plummet, he still gleaned some insights. The system's performance remained enigmatically abstract. Am I truly so burdened by the metropolis that I am rewarded with but a paltry amount of experience points? This hardly feels like an advantage. Of course, Ian's own level of abstraction was not to be underestimated either. At midday, the cafeteria buzzed with noise akin to a bustling market. Yet a peculiar tranquility enveloped the area around Ian. A few girls pretended to pass by, stealing glances at him, while the boys either looked on with envy or resigned acceptance at the sight of his plate. For the same price, Ian's meal portions were nearly double that of his peers. Seated across from Ian at the long table, Sam Winchester, a tall and lanky boy from the adjacent class, gazed intently at the mountain of chicken nuggets on Ian's plate. How do you manage that? He furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. It's quite simple, Ian replied with a smile. Just greet the lunch ladies with a cheerful good afternoon, and they will sense your genuine kindness, returning it with their goodwill. Ian had always been one to share, not one to hoard. Yet, his heartfelt wisdom elicited only a stiff smile from Sam. My brother has said something similar, Sam admitted awkwardly. But is there a way that doesn't depend so heavily on personal charm? Though a handsome lad, he appeared lacking in confidence regarding his appearance. Indeed, Ian nodded, prompting a spark of hope on Sam's face. If you simply pay a bit more, you can receive larger portions. Ian arranged his cutlery, his tone earnest. However, Sam's expression remained less than sunny. The boy took his food to another table, muttering phrases like this cursed world under his breath. What a peculiar classmate. Ian shook his head and focused on his meal, now akin to a famished soul reborn, intent on savoring every bite. The afternoon classes were rather straightforward, at least for Ian, who had acquired a few professional experience points through his time management techniques while studying other subjects. When the school bell rang, the students surged toward the classroom door like wild beasts unleashed, while Ian's deskmate, Madison, leisurely packed her backpack. Oh, by the way, she seemed to have stumbled upon something, retrieving a small gift box from her bag. This is a present I brought for you from Los Angeles. Remember to provide me with a separate answer sheet for next month's exam, she said, handing the gift to Ian. That is not an answer sheet. It's just that my scope of questions is rather precise. Ian corrected her unethical phrasing as he accepted the gift box. They're essentially the same. Madison shrugged nonchalantly. She watched Ian open the box, revealing an ancient pendant inside. It was a cross pendant, entirely black, seemingly crafted from some kind of bone, and its touch was chilling. The chain of the pendant was slender, yet durable, faintly glimmering with a dark silver sheen. Although it appears to be a trinket, I have an inkling it possesses a certain uniqueness. It might even be valuable, Madison asserted, though one couldn't dismiss the possibility that she harbored a desire for a lucky find. Humans are like that, she added. The quality is indeed quite remarkable. Ian had initially intended to simply pocket it, but under Madison's expectant gaze, he reluctantly draped it around his neck. It fit perfectly. Just as Ian pondered whether Madison had discreetly measured his neck to know its length, he suddenly wore a look of incredulity. What on earth? He exclaimed in astonishment. To his surprise, a new status effect, slow corrosion, had quietly appeared above the anger meter at the bottom of his view. This negative status would deduct a small amount of health every minute. Of course, without health or mana bars, Ian could only surmise that the pendant was surreptitiously siphoning his vitality. Initially taken aback, he soon felt a surge of delight. While this might be a terrifying curse for others, for him, a berserker, it was an exceptionally fitting novice artifact. What a splendid gift, Ian praised wholeheartedly. Of course it's splendid. Just look at who has the taste, Madison boasted, her vanity shining through. However, she soon noticed Ian's gaze, deep and contemplative, lingering on her for quite some time. What is wrong? She inquired, frowning. Nothing, Ian replied, realizing that she likely remained oblivious to the pendant's extraordinary nature. You truly possess a rather peculiar streak of luck, don't you? Ian sighed, waved goodbye to Madison, and under the increasingly bewildered gaze of the golden-haired girl, turned and left the classroom. Oh wait, thank you. He returned briefly to offer a hug before making his exit once more. Madison, typically extroverted, found herself utterly perplexed by Ian's actions, taking a considerable amount of time to regain her composure. If one day someone told me that this fellow was an alien roaming the earth, I wouldn't be surprised at all, she mused earnestly. She straightened her clothes and, shouldering her newly styled fashionable bag, stepped out of the classroom. The now deserted classroom fell into a profound silence, and after a moment, a sudden distortion rippled through the air. A peculiar crimson pupil emerged from the void. Where is my sacrifice? Such a splendid offering I had. The distorted, scarlet I spun rapidly, emitting a voice filled with confusion and a hint of desperation. Chapter 12. The Battle of Deities. The irate driver the sun hung high in the sky, and the air was infused with the scent of cheap perfume, mingled with sweat and the faint aroma of illicitly lit cigarettes, accompanied by the occasional smacking sounds of couples kissing, somewhat impolite. Never underestimate the students of America. Even though they were merely a group of teenagers, the trend of early romantic relationships had long since become a norm at this stage of their lives. Around the corner, three boys clad in baggy pants cornered a frail boy wearing glasses against the wall, the leader gripping his collar and hurling insults. If you dare to tell the teacher again, I'll shove your glasses right up your backside. The bully's threat was potent, causing the bespectacled boy to retract his neck, his lips trembling incessantly. Ian passed by them, eyes straight ahead. Hey, Ian. The bully suddenly looked up, grinning broadly as he released the boy's collar and swaggered over to Ian, producing several crumpled bills from his pocket. Same old routine. Make sure my dad feels that my grades are steadily improving next month. The bully handed the money to Ian. Ian halted, accepted the cash, and deftly counted it. $10 short. He spoke calmly. Damn, your math is impressive, the bully replied, speechless, rummaging through his pocket for a few more bills, which he slapped into Ian's open hand before returning to torment the bespectacled boy. Ian's departure appeared ordinary, and the glasses-wearing boy stared blankly at the scene, his eyes wide behind the lenses, clearly heartbroken over the disparate treatment received by all those who were merely bookworms. Was it because that upperclassman was sufficiently handsome? The bespectacled boy, 2 grades below Ian, was unaware that Ian's favorable position at school was also a result of his own struggles. Once upon a time, Ian too had faced the torment of bullying. However, within merely half an hour, he had managed to entangle himself with the mother of his tormentor. Though nothing substantial transpired between him and the older woman, he nonetheless ensnared the tormentor's parents in a web of serious charges, including the corruption of a minor and aiding in such acts, ultimately consigning them to prison as felons. He had been bullied, and, in retaliation, he targeted the parents of his bully. What reputation? That held little significance. Even Clark harbored no doubts about him, for while he spoke the truth, it was not the complete truth. His tearful and impassioned account before the jury became his crowning triumph. From that moment forth, the school's leaders spoke to him with utmost politeness, no longer daring to issue threats. Particularly after Ian's looks matured, few would gamble on the fidelity of their female relatives. Consequently, the classmates Ian encountered at school were invariably friendly. He felt the need to enhance his physique. Upon leaving school, Ian did not immediately choose to return home. Instead, he resolved to visit the gym frequently mentioned by Jonathan. Only knowing the name of the gym, he reluctantly hailed a taxi. Where to? The driver, a rugged middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, possessed a tall and sturdy frame. His angular features complemented by a voice tinged with a raspy quality, evoking a sense of having weathered many storms. Ian adjusted his backpack and promptly responded, "Hello. I would like to go to the Big Muscle Club. If memory serves, it should be in the nearby vicinity." This was clearly an effort to prevent the driver from taking a longer route. In terms of navigational prowess, metropolitan taxi drivers ranked just below those of Gotham City. The driver was taciturn, posing few inquiries as he silently activated the meter and set off. The ride was smooth, and as Ian leaned against the window, his fingers absent-mindedly caressed the pendant hanging at his chest. He was beginning to feel a twinge of fatigue, uncertain of when he might reap the rewards of his efforts. Just as he contemplated whether fitness could bestow upon him universal skills, a sudden ringing pierced the air. The driver, maintaining his gaze forward, retrieved his phone and answered the call. "Hello, I am currently with a passenger. You need me right now? What do you mean? I have to come, or you will die." The driver's demeanor shifted dramatically. His previously composed driving style morphed into a reckless haste, nearly causing him to plunge straight into the fuel tank. The engine roared in protest as the taxi shot forward like a bullet. The curves of the road were navigated in a drift, and Ian felt his mind spinning beneath his skull. Ordinarily unflappable, he found this situation far from typical. "This is not Los Santos. We could go slower." Ian's gaze darted to the dashboard, swallowing hard as he noticed the needle had surpassed the 180 mark. A stark warning of the perilous speed. The driver, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, gripped the steering wheel with one hand while frantically redialing a number with the other. "Answer the phone. Are you still alive?" No one picked up. In desperation, he activated the voicemail. "Hold on. I'll be there shortly," he shouted anxiously into the phone. At that precise moment, a voice interjected, "I understand you're in a hurry, but please remain calm." It was Ian's voice. To the driver's horror, he discovered a small head had somehow appeared beside him. Startled, he nearly veered the car directly into a roadside fast food restaurant. Thankfully, his driving skills allowed him to regain control just in time. What on earth is happening? The driver's gaze remained fixed ahead, yet he was compelled to glance at Ian's head, wondering how it had managed to squeeze in. Was he truly encountering a ghost in broad daylight? "Honestly, I could get out of the car right now. Just pull over. It won't take long." Ian spoke softly, clutching the bent guardrail with both hands. "Driver, please brake ahead. I'm serious. Just slow down a bit, and I can jump out myself." Ian was genuinely conceding. There was no other choice. The speedometer was nearing 220. Although he lacked a driver's license, he was aware that at such velocities, even with the strength of a berserker, the probability of becoming a mere subatomic particle hinged solely on the likelihood of a collision. Given the accelerating pace, it was less a question of mathematics and more a matter of when the crash would occur. It was likely just a matter of time. Is that the handbrake?" Ian's voice pierced through again. This wasn't a genuine desire to pull the handbrake. Rather, he hoped to frighten the driver into stopping. Huh? What are you trying to do? The driver, genuinely frightened, could no longer contain himself. He desperately focused on the road ahead while clutching the handbrake, frequently glancing back. There! Ian was leaning forward, his body pressing against the front, the not-so-thin guardrail warping under the strain. Blood oozed from his arms, yet the young man appeared utterly unfazed. His eyes fixed intently on the car's handbrake. It was an utterly absurd scene, leaving the driver dumbfounded. Damn it, there's something unclean. He swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine, wishing instead that he were merely encountering a ghost in broad daylight. More terrifying than a ghost was a madman. And even more frightening was a deranged individual resembling a specter. Chapter 13. The DC Comet. The car thundered down the street like a runaway stallion. The roar of the engine deafening, akin to an enraged beast howling. Yet there lingered an unsettling sensation that it might falter at any moment. Not only did he feel a sense of peril and anxiety along the way, but this reckless taxi also startled numerous pedestrians, their incoherent exclamations filtering into the vehicle. However, the vocabulary was rather limited, consisting mostly of a few repetitive curses, and Ian had little time to educate the American populace on practical vulgarities. The handbrake! The handbrake! Ian leaned halfway into the driver's seat, attempting to grasp the protected lever, yet hesitating to actually touch it, fearing a potential rollover. This was a tug-of-war of performance. Fortunately, the taxi driver displayed little discernment in this regard. Get back in your seat. Do you want to die? I certainly don't. Please trust my driving skills. The driver was in a state of panic, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Large droplets cascaded down his cheeks, yet he chose not to slow down or stop. This fellow was quite stubborn, seeing Ian still reaching for the handbrake. Don't blame me. I will cover the medical expenses. Instead, he grabbed his thermos and swung it violently toward Ian's head, evidently intending to knock him back into the rear seat. Ian suffered no harm from this, as it was merely the effect of the upgrade pendant, fortuitously granting him some professional experience at that moment. However, Ian was not in a celebratory mood. I don't want to die. For heaven's sake, step on the brakes. He clutched tightly to the headrest of the front seats, his tone irate, though he was not typically one to lose his temper. In response to Ian's shouting, the driver remained silent, one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel while the other wielded the stainless steel thermos, striking wildly at the air, even as Ian recoiled, continuing to swing at nothing. Just in case. This was a matter of life and death. The driver bellowed, slamming the accelerator once more. The scenery outside began to blur, the speedometer's needle trembling as it approached 250, and the vehicle emitted an ominous metallic wail. Should I take a look at my complexion? Is my life not worth anything? Ian finally surrendered to the situation, resignedly hiding behind the driver's seat. He clutched the metal railing of the headrest with both hands. To be frank, Ian was genuinely anxious. He lamented not having a helmet with him. If only he could protect his head, he could still utilize his skills to mend his battered body. Of course, despite his anxiety, Ian was not completely panicked. After all, as the son of a formidable lineage, he still possessed a final trump card, a desperate cry for help. Dad, save me. He believed that, with superhuman speed, his father would undoubtedly rescue him before he was reduced to fragments. How should one put it? He had never felt this way before, but now, Ian could only be grateful that his father was indeed watching over him. He is a truly remarkable man who stands tall in the skies above the earth. I shall certainly file a complaint against you, and you will undoubtedly face the revocation of your license. The more Ian thought about it, the angrier he became, gnashing his teeth in frustration, convinced that this taxi driver must be out of his mind. Perhaps he had illegally crossed over from the neighboring Gotham City. Ridiculous. I don't even possess a license. The taxi driver, with his thermos in hand, continued to gesticulate wildly, repeatedly striking the air as if he feared Ian would take advantage of a moment's relaxation to launch a surprise attack. Upon hearing those words, Ian felt utterly dazed, unable to comprehend why misfortune seemed to cling to him. Under his watchful gaze, the taxi transformed into a single-player mode of a Grand Theft Auto game. Drifting around corners? A mere basic maneuver. Leaping over unfinished bridge gaps, the undercarriage erupted in sparks, narrowly avoiding a collision with a fuel truck's rear, while the rearview mirror shattered into a cloud of fragments. Damn it, are you filming Fast and Furious? Ian's face turned pale. He nearly succumbed to the urge to scream for help multiple times. The taxi driver, in his reckless manner, navigated their way out of the city and into a suburban farm, performing high-stakes maneuvers all the while. The weather here was starkly different from the city. While the urban landscape basked in sunlight, here dark clouds loomed overhead, casting an oppressive gloom that felt as though night had already fallen, enveloping the entire farm in an ominous atmosphere. Ian sensed a foreboding presence. "Where on earth are you taking me?" He speculated whether this might be a sinister hideout for nefarious dealings. Yet, in response to his loud inquiry, the taxi driver remained deaf to his concerns. "Buckle up, kid," he shouted, merely reminding Ian before barreling straight towards a wooden house. Of course, at that moment, he began to apply the brakes. With a thunderous crash, the taxi finally came to a halt within the house. Though the front end was completely crumpled, the windshield shattered, and the hood popped open, releasing wisps of black smoke. "Constantine, are you still alive?" The driver forcefully shoved open the deformed car door, emerging from the vehicle while hastily calling out into the house, rushing toward the rear seats to check on Ian, the high school student. Just then, a man in a beige trench coat stepped out from the shadows of the ruins, his disheveled blonde hair and a conspicuous scar of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Charles, when I said I was dying, I meant it literally. Do you understand?" he shouted. However, the taxi driver Charles did not respond. Instead, he yanked open the rear door and leaned in, only to find the remarkable student was nowhere to be seen. "Where is he?" The taxi driver Charles's expression was one of confusion. "What person?" The man in the trench coat, Constantine, approached with a furrowed brow. "Just a moment ago, he had been right here." Charles, unwilling to accept the situation, climbed into the car and searched frantically, yet found not a single hair, a chilling dread washing over him. Could it be that he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight? Just then, as the driver stood bewildered, a hand slowly emerged from the rubble of the collapsed bricks in front of the car, accompanied by a feeble voice. Seeing this, Charles rushed forward, assisting Ian in extricating himself from the debris. Upon inspection, he discovered that the child was merely disheveled and in a state of distress. "You are truly an enigma. Did I not instruct you to fasten your seatbelt?" Charles exhaled a sigh of relief before scolding him in a tone filled with trepidation. "Huh?" As the victim, Ian retorted in exasperation. "Could you please check your own vehicle? Feel the back seat of your broken car and see if there are any seatbelts at all." At this, Charles fell silent. Perhaps it had been overlooked during the inspection. Well, truth be told, he had not undergone an inspection at all last year. He responded quietly, his voice lacking conviction, betraying his unease. Ian, at a loss for words, began to realize that, given the driver's lack of proper credentials, this predicament was not entirely surprising. Just as he contemplated this, Ian, now filled with frustration, prepared to strike out. "Charles, how could you bring a child to such a perilous place? The demon has yet to be dealt with." A voice filled with suspicion suddenly interrupted. Ian turned to see a disheveled man in a trench coat, his face twisted in anger, rushing towards him. If he heard correctly, this man was none other than the infamous Constantine. And the taxi driver was a companion of Constantine? Ah, it all made sense now. No wonder his luck had soured since encountering the driver. He had indeed attracted a harbinger of misfortune. They must leave this place at once. Unbeknownst to Constantine, Ian's thoughts were racing. He simply fixed his gaze on Ian, his voice trembling with fear. Without further ado, the man seized Ian and attempted to flee towards the entrance. However, Constantine found it oddly perplexing that he could not budge a person of Ian's stature, barely over 1.60 meters. What on earth was going on? Before Constantine could process this, a sharp crack echoed from the second floor, as if wood had splintered. His expression shifted in alarm. The next moment, a chilling voice accompanied by a sinister laugh echoed, "Delicious little child," with a grotesque visage. A shadow lunged from the dim second floor, like lightning, enveloped in a thick, billowing black mist as it hurtled toward Ian. Chapter 14. The Assault of the Malevolent Spirit. A battle of wits within the dilapidated wooden house. The shadow, shrouded in an icy chill, surged towards Ian amidst the rolling fog. Damn it! How could it have escaped so swiftly? Standing in front of Ian was Constantine, whose complexion paled as he hastily raised his hand, attempting to retrieve some talisman against malevolent spirits from within his trench coat. However, the shadow moved with astonishing speed, akin to a massive truck, and it violently collided with Constantine, who was helplessly obstructing its path. Constantine's body arced through the air, crashing heavily into Charles, who was rushing towards them with a water bottle in hand. sending both of them tumbling against a rather unstable wall. "Come forth. Become my sustenance. Delicious child." The malevolent spirit seemed particularly eager for someone like Ian, as it plunged directly into his chest, piercing through. Ian could only curse at the unreliable and troublesome Constantine. And in that fleeting moment, he felt the world begin to spin uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Special soul invasion detected. Berserker class experience increased by 1. With this announcement, Ian successfully completed the upgrade of his Berserker class, acutely aware of the enhancements to his various abilities. Strength 3,556, Constitution 3,045, Intelligence 2,324, Spirit 2,729, Upgrade reward 1 class skill point, status weight has increased. This should have been a moment of celebration. However, Ian found himself devoid of joy, even lacking the inclination to ponder the meaning of status weight has increased. Where am I? As Ian's vision gradually cleared, he realized he stood within an unfamiliar room, one that exuded an eerie, chilling atmosphere with temperatures plunging below freezing. The walls were entwined with black veins, pulsating to an inexplicable rhythm. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings like an unyielding ink, boundless and suffocating, as if the very essence of existence had been swallowed whole. It was evident that this place transcended the realm of reality. Ian found himself unable to open the windows. They appeared as though they had been 3D printed, and striking the glass produced a dull thud reminiscent of hitting stone. The sensation felt utterly wrong. Dimensions of thought and soul. Ian glanced up at the ceiling, where crimson droplets oozed forth like blood from the seams, falling steadily and heavily to the ground. Drip, 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 wiping the viscous droplets from his forehead. He noted the air was thick with the scent of rust, as the blood seeping from the ceiling rapidly pooled into horrifying puddles on the floor. Terrifying. Ian felt he ought to experience fear, yet his body seemed to have entered a rebellious phase prematurely, not only failing to elicit terror, but rather intensifying his anger. Perhaps this is a characteristic of the Berserker class? In any case, Ian firmly believes it is not his own fault, although he grapples with certain psychological issues. He is not so twisted as to reach such extremes. He has always admired the innocence of the Teletubbies and the Garden Babies. Under Ian's watchful gaze, the translucent bar, labeled anger meter in the lower right corner, gradually ascends. Simultaneously, Ian's attributes receive a corresponding enhancement. The effect of the reverse blood furnace continues to operate within this realm of thought and soul, which likely indicates that Ian is persistently under assault from the malevolent spirits of the attackers. Mental assault? Ian surveys his surroundings. The only wooden door in the room creaks open slowly. A shadow stands in the darkness. It is a malevolent spirit clad in tattered nun-esque garb, its ghastly white face grotesquely contorted, the corners of its mouth torn back to the roots of its ears, and dark eye sockets oozing a vile, purulent substance. It reveals a malicious, twisted smile to Ian, and dark brown blood drips from its jagged fangs. Even from a distance, Ian detects a nauseating stench of decay. How many years has it been since it brushed its teeth? Ian swallows hard, and his anger meter rises slightly once more. Just then, the light in the room begins to flicker, casting an erratic glow that heightens the tension in the atmosphere. With each alternation between light and darkness, the nun spirit inches closer to Ian. It appears to blink into existence, suddenly standing directly before him, its emaciated hands gripping his neck with tremendous force. Suffer, wail. The voice of the nun spirit is piercing and shrill, brimming with menace. Yet the atmosphere, which should be filled with horror, now feels oddly awkward and tense. It cannot be helped. Ian is not cooperating by struggling. Are you foolish? Ian's expression is peculiar as he raises his fist and strikes viciously at the spirit's face. Do you think I need to breathe? We have transcended the frailties of flesh. With each punch, Ian sends the spirit reeling backward, its already hideous face caving in, pus and blood splattering as chunks of flesh fly, half of its head reduced to mere fragments. What is happening? The spirit's expression is one of shock. It seems unable to comprehend its own feebleness. Soon, after Ian delivers a decisive kick that knocks it to the ground, it appears to finally grasp the situation. I have not siphoned your fear. Impossible. Where's your fear? Where's your terror? The nun spirit emits a shrill wail, its voice laced with confusion and disbelief. It attempts to flee and conceal itself, only to have Ian's foot pinning its head down. Indeed, where have you concealed my fears and terrors? Return them to me at once. Ian retaliated fiercely, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. The head of the nun's malevolent spirit was reduced to a pulpy state. Yet, it remained defiant. Even in such a gruesome condition, it continued to hiss venomously at Ian. This is merely your final struggle. In the realm of reality, your life is swiftly withering away. No human body can endure my malevolence. 5 minutes. Your existence shall persist for but 5 minutes. It was evident that she aimed to provoke Ian's fears, her bloodied form emitting frenzied laughter. Ian's fists momentarily ceased their assault. However, the malevolent spirit bizarrely discovered that it still could not siphon the power of his fear. Within these 5 minutes, must I eliminate you? Ian indeed felt the urgency. His remarkable intellect, soaring at a staggering level of 24, raced into action. Trusting in the external Constantine paled in comparison to believing in oneself. 5 minutes. How could he salvage his own life? You cannot obliterate a spirit like me. The malevolent spirit laughed heartily, yet before its grandiose proclamation could conclude, Ian had thrown himself upon it. In that instant, the spirit's once arrogant tone faltered, replaced by sheer terror. What are you doing? Not merely frightened, it was also in a state of panic. Its wails echoed throughout the realm of thought. Chapter 15. The Scientific Luminaries. Where's my coffin lid? It proved that in moments of desperation, life finds a way. Ian, sensing the threat, devised a countermeasure. At this very moment, he was implementing his strategy. Of course, it was not something inappropriate for children. Get away. The spirit roared, groaning in agony. There was no alternative. It had discovered that Ian had opened his mouth and was gnawing fiercely at its neck. He was truly biting, the kind that one swallows whole. Shut your mouth. Ian raised a hand to grasp the contorted lips of the nun's malevolent spirit. He had merely 5 minutes to consume a spirit larger than himself. This was undoubtedly a monumental challenge. However, given that they were both souls, there was no concern of overindulgence. Yet, for the discerning Ian, the spirit's taste left much to be desired. Eat, eat, eat. You tasteless specter. Ian echoed the spirit's earlier tone in complaint, firmly believing that the law of energy conservation by Meyer and Joule was indeed accurate. Perhaps there was also some relativity at play here. If the spirit could devour him, he could certainly consume the spirit. The system's feedback affirmed that his direction was not mistaken. Ian's attributes are on the rise, evidently signifying that the energy belonging to malevolent spirits is flowing towards him. Perhaps the spirit attribute is also linked to the strength of the soul. Ian has yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the four-dimensional attributes. It is akin to his confusion over why he devised such a brilliant counter-strategy, while his intelligence attribute remained stagnant. Perhaps this attribute truly bears little relation to wisdom. In a typical scenario, Ian would eat quietly, but presently he finds himself in a ravenous state, disregarding table manners entirely. He believes the nun spirit would not mind this indiscretion. Negative status. Soul corruption, devouring malevolent spirits, does not come without cost. Above Ian's anger meter, a negative status has gradually appeared. However, for a berserker, this is the least of his concerns. After all, he has already leveled up. Soon, he will learn a professional skill, and who knows, this negative status might even prove beneficial to his body. Ian not only continues, but, having acclimated to the taste, quickens his pace of consumption. No, the malevolent spirit struggles wildly, yet Ian firmly restrains it. It has never encountered such a situation. It is always the one consuming humans. And now the roles have reversed. This is not magic. It defies the laws of the grand universe. Meanwhile, in the real world, Constantine rises from the rubble. Why did you bring child here? He bellows, questioning his companion as he rushes towards the dazed Ian. Damn it, Constantine. You merely said you were dying, not that you were to be killed by a malevolent spirit. I thought you were conducting yet another reckless experiment. Charles, who follows closely behind, is filled with regret. Quick, bring me holy water. Constantine realizes that now is not the time for blame. He tears open the dazed boy's shirt, revealing that Ian's skin is visibly paling. Black veins begin to emerge on his chest, a sign that his body is being poisoned by the power carried by the malevolent spirit. Charles, get ready to hold him down. I'm about to commence the exorcism. Constantine takes the water bottle from his companion, attempting to remove the ancient pendant Ian wears around his neck. However, as soon as Constantine's hand touches the pendant, it feels as though he has grasped a searing iron, causing him to gasp in pain and retract his hand, which bears marks of burns. What is this cursed thing? He is perplexed, but has no time to discern the nature of Ian's pendant. Every second counts. Exorcism est, omnis immundus spiritus, omnis satanica potestas, omnis incursio infernalis adversarii. Constantine, as he poured holy water upon Ian, recited Latin exorcism incantations with a solemn demeanor, his voice rising and falling with dramatic intensity. Yet, although Ian's body began to emit wisps of white smoke upon contact with the sanctified water, the malevolent spirit did not manifest. Thus, Constantine raised his voice, amplifying his efforts. The expression on his face turned increasingly perspiring and perplexed. He was astounded to observe the corners of Ian's mouth slowly curving upward. Was the child laughing? Constantine preferred to believe this was a taunt from a demon. After all, at this very moment, the evil spirit should be consuming the boy's soul, and his body ought to be wholly possessed. Hence, any expression from the boy could only be linked to the demon. Humiliare sub poteni manu Dei, entremis et effuge. Ab insidious diaboli, liberanos domini. A sense of unease and dread enveloped Constantine as he hastily switched to another exorcism method, attempting to invoke celestial power. He was well versed in various magical disciplines, effortlessly wielding them with notable expertise. However, for reasons unknown, his latest incantation failed to yield the desired effect. Despite the radiant light emanating, countless tendrils of black smoke erupted from Ian's body, yet the malevolent spirit remained stubbornly entrenched, its resilience far beyond Constantine's expectations. This was certainly not a normal occurrence. Throughout his exorcism career, he had rarely encountered such a challenge. As a master of magical arts, devoid of faith, his prowess in magic could not be denied, particularly in exorcism techniques, which surpassed the capabilities of most priests and practitioners. This was wrong. How could it withstand his efforts for so long? How could a mere minion of hell possess such strength? A chill crept down Constantine's spine as his mind spiraled into unsettling thoughts. What sort of terrifying demon could endure his exorcisms? Was this yet another scheme devised against him? Was a powerful demon working in the shadows, seeking to claim the boy's soul and draw his already troubled spirit closer to damnation? A shroud of fear enveloped Constantine's heart. At that moment, a piercing wail reverberated throughout the room. It was the voice of the malevolent spirit. I shall return. I shall take my vengeance. The evil entity finally emerged from Ian's body, yet appeared not as if it had been expelled by the exorcism, but rather in a frantic, disheveled escape. It even emerged, enduring the incessant splashes of holy water from Constantine, its body enveloped in smoke, braving the excruciating pain to escape. The scene resembled that of a panicked maiden, desperately fighting against an intrusion. Chapter 16, My Values. Above yours. As the malevolent spirit broke free, Ian's body crumpled awkwardly to the ground. He was shrouded in darkness, clearly afflicted by severe poisoning, his skin marred with spiderweb-like black and purple patterns. Even bubbles were forming in his mouth. The direct possession and erosion by the evil spirit inflicted considerable harm upon a human form, making survival exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person. Quick! Constantine, Charles, witnessing the emergence of the evil spirit, promptly alerted, rushing toward Ian. His intention was to catch the young boy, who was toppling towards the ground. However, those who accompanied Constantine were, to some extent, unreliable. Charles found himself grasping at nothingness, failing even to catch the gust of wind generated by Ian's fall. His hands awkwardly suspended in the air, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Constantine, previously bewildered, reacted swiftly. Despite his lack of understanding regarding the spirit's unusual behavior, he immediately raised the container he had just crafted, a somewhat deformed thermos. Upon it, he had inscribed a hexagram and runes, utilizing the time effectively. The evil spirit emitted a deafening shriek, yet an invisible force pulled it toward the seemingly ordinary vessel. This is your rightful place, demon. Constantine continued to chant the sealing incantation, ultimately capturing the fleeing spirit within the container. The black mist was forcibly compressed and entirely absorbed into the thermos. Charles, your teacup has achieved great merit. Constantine swiftly sealed the transparent lid, twisting it tightly to completely secure the stainless steel thermos. The hexagram glowed with a blood-red luminescence. Strangely, the thermos did not vibrate violently, as if the spirit within lacked the strength to struggle. It is resolved. In a moment of confusion, Constantine let out a sigh of relief. It seemed to be another day of peril averted. Charles wiped the sweat from his brow. Peril averted? Ha ha! Our ordeal is far from over. That accursed mad boy is utterly deteriorated. He can no longer survive. Constantine, you shall bear this sin as well. The voice of the evil spirit still managed to resonate, carrying a sense of vindictive relief amidst its malice. I shall await you in hell. Awaiting him, of course. There was also a measure of ire and fury directed at Ian. Truth be told, had it not been for Constantine's exorcism spell guiding it, the spirit might have indeed become the first demon devoured by a mad human. In retrospect, the spirit felt a twinge of fear. What mad boy? Constantine cast a fleeting glance at the boy, who lay motionless and shrouded in darkness, his brow furrowing with concern. He understood that the lad's condition was dire. You must save this innocent soul, or I shall ensure that you accompany me to the grave. He threatened the malevolent spirit trapped within the bottle, urging it to restore the boy's life. Yet, the spirit remained unfazed. Demon, should you fail to save him, I will make your existence a living hell. Believe me, you shall never return to the depths of hell. It was not that Constantine held any deep affection for the stranger. Rather, he was fiercely protective of his own soul. The spirit merely scoffed in derision. Just when Constantine found himself at a loss, Charles nudged him. Not now, Charles. He snapped, only to find Charles in a daze, pointing towards the side. Before Constantine could react, a small hand had already reached out and snatched the thermos from his grasp. This cannot be. The spirit's face pressed against the transparent glass above the stainless steel lid, its grotesque features contorting further in shock. It appeared weakened and ethereal, nearly consumed by Ian's relentless hunger for souls. How was it possible for him to be alive? The spirit shrieked in disbelief. Not only the spirit, but even Constantine was rendered speechless. The boy, who moments ago had been engulfed in darkness, now stood as if unscathed. Not only was he free from the brink of death, but he also appeared lively, his skin flushed with vitality. He even had the strength to seize the thermos, mocking it with disdain. 3 minutes, and you nearly had me at death's door. Yet in a mere second, you couldn't even drain 0.5% of my life. Such a pitiful spirit, truly laughable. Ian's voice dripped with sarcasm. You should be dead. How can you still exist? The demon's wails reverberated through the thermos, no longer viewing Ian as a mere human. What sort of human could be so bizarre as to instill fear in a demon of its ilk? Bah, you are the true abomination, and your entire lineage too. Ian, incensed by the spirit's slander, immediately began to defend himself. This is the allure of numerical superiority. Do you comprehend what it means for my value to surpass yours? As he vehemently expressed his indignation, he clutched the thermos tightly, shaking it violently in all directions. His inner turmoil demanded retribution, and he was determined to enact it. The son of Superman never holds a grudge overnight. I have overcome my psychological discomfort, willing to risk instilling trauma in your fragile psyche, and yet I have only consumed 2/3 of you before you make your escape. Run. Why do you not flee now? The swift motion of Ian's hands created a blur as he subjected the malevolent spirit to physical torment, yielding promising results. Constantine and Charles exchanged glances, each perceiving the vivid expressions on the other's face. It seemed they had finally grasped why the malevolent spirit referred to Ian as the accursed mad boy. What was the situation? Constantine could not help but swallow hard, as if a realization dawned upon him. The malevolent spirit did not appear to have been expelled by him. Did it? I'm not certain. I had remarked that this boy was more terrifying than a ghost, and now it seems my judgment was indeed correct. Charles could not help but recall his unsettling encounter in the taxi, still feeling a twinge of fear. You brought someone with you, and you claim to know nothing about it? Constantine inquired with a look of skepticism, fixing his gaze on his companion, who merely shrugged in resignation. I just happened to pick up a passenger along the way. Charles spoke the truth, yet to Constantine, the likelihood of such an occurrence was akin to winning the lottery. He cast Charles a look of disbelief, then turned his attention to Ian, who was embodying a human blender, with a swift shift in demeanor. Constantine addressed Ian with utmost seriousness. "Young lad, hand over that malevolent spirit to me. It is no mere toy. On the contrary, such entities are exceedingly dangerous and require the expertise of a professional like myself for proper handling." Constantine sought to reclaim his prize. However, Ian's expression hardened with vigilance. He felt that the spirit was rightfully his, having emerged from his own body. Thus, it was undoubtedly his possession. The ownership of such a thing was unequivocally clear. Attempt to deprive me of my property? Not a chance. The Son of America once proclaimed that the private property of its citizens is sacred and inviolable. As Ian vehemently criticized, he glanced at his personal panel, having devoured a significant portion of the malevolent spirit, which had bestowed upon him considerable benefits. Mental, 42. This attribute was notoriously difficult for a berserker to acquire. Such circumstances further solidified Ian's resolve to endure a bit of discomfort. He needed to find a superior culinary technique to consume the remaining spirit. As for the negative effect of soul corruption, it merely slightly affected his sanity and thinking. Ian did not even intend to remove this negative state upon returning. What others deemed poison was merely his sweet treat. A curse? No. This was his shortcut to a higher profession. Perhaps accumulating a bit more negative effects would save him the tedious process of daily self-harm and subsequent healing. Was wisdom. This is astonishing wisdom. Chapter 17. A momentary pause. The mysterious whirlwind. The atmosphere in the dilapidated wooden cabin was somewhat peculiar. Faced with the boys' unabashed sermon, both Charles and Constantine found themselves bewildered. Who is the Son of America? Constantine was utterly perplexed, for while he understood each word, their combination left him confounded. Of course, it is General MacArthur. Ian responded without a moment's hesitation. After years of living in the metropolis, he had garnered sufficient life experience to understand that Americans have their own equivalent of Mr. Luson. In any case, whenever there is a statement to be made from a position of authority, casting it upon General MacArthur is certain to be met with little scrutiny regarding whether he actually uttered those words. Indeed, both Constantine and Charles found themselves at a disadvantage due to their limited education. They exchanged glances, yet none dared to question. They merely felt the profound generational divide that had emerged between themselves and the contemporary youth. It was astonishing to realize that today, as children idolized World War II heroes, a stark contrast to their own admiration for leggy beauty queens in their youth. Charles even felt a pang of nostalgia. As the two were ensnared by Ian's words, a low sound emanated from Ian as he gazed at the thermos in his hands, contemplating that he might still gain at least a modicum of value from the other party. He swallowed, in anticipation, the malevolent spirit, oblivious to his thoughts. Nevertheless, sensed the boy's ill intentions and began to violently rattle the transparent lid of the thermos. "Constantine, do not abandon me. You must take me with you. I hold many secrets of the underworld. I know how to redeem your soul. Hurry, retrieve me." The spirit screamed in a frenzy. Constantine found the situation increasingly surreal. Despite his worldly experience, he had never witnessed a denizen of hell exhibit such fear of a human. It was indeed difficult to fathom what mental state a malevolent spirit must be in to plead for assistance from an exorcist. "I swear, I can help you save your soul." The spirit desperately lured Constantine, genuinely terrified, understanding all too well the grim reality of being a source of sustenance for another. "I assure you, there is no escape." Ian slipped the thermos into his coat, cautiously glancing at Constantine, only to find that he seemed disinclined to continue demanding the spirit. "Very well, it is yours now," he conceded. Constantine, unmoved by the spirit's temptations, abandoned his quest to reclaim it from the boy after the spirit's plea for help. Ian was taken aback by Constantine's sudden shift in demeanor. Meanwhile, Constantine cast a profound glance in his direction. "Charles, there lies a poor woman who met a tragic end. We must ensure she is buried properly." With that, Constantine turned towards the staircase. He raised a hand, still bearing the marks of burns, and recalled the pendant worn by the boy, sensing that he must possess an extraordinary background. Coming, Charles snapped back to reality, ready to follow upstairs, but Ian, observing the darkening sky outside, stepped directly in his path. "You must take me back." Ian spoke in a serious tone, unwilling to rely solely on his own legs to traverse the considerable distance back to the city. "Wait a moment, I must first assist my friend." Charles did not refuse. Yet he intended to wait until matters were entirely resolved before escorting this extraordinary passenger back. Ian watched as Charles bypassed him, energetically ascending the stairs. Glancing at his watch, he realized that if he did not return soon, his parents would undoubtedly begin to worry about his safety. His gaze wandered to the scattered ruins, and he fell into contemplation. Soon after, as Constantine and Charles reached the second floor, preparing to turn the handle of the room door that had been violently breached, a sudden roar of an engine erupted. Charles's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily rummaged through his pockets, despite the keys being in his possession. The unmistakable sound of his damaged car starting echoed from downstairs. This is bad. Charles's heart raced to his throat as he dashed towards the corridor, peering over the railing. Indeed, that resilient taxi had been ignited. Hot wiring proved no challenge for Ian. The importance of mastering physics and chemistry was evident. "What are you doing? Damn it. Stop. Park it," Charles exclaimed as he witnessed Ian recklessly reverse the vehicle, colliding with the dilapidated structure once more. Panic set in, but he knew that even if he leapt over the railing at that moment, his human legs would never catch up to the speeding car. Thus, both Charles and Constantine, who had just arrived a step behind, could only helplessly gaze through the enlarged, gaping hole in the wall at the taxi that was gradually distancing itself. "I can't wait for you at all. I'll find your car near the bus station tomorrow." Ian even waved goodbye to them, convinced that informing them of the vehicle's return location absolved him of any wrongdoing. With no other choice, he reckoned that if he delayed any longer, he would face serious inquiries about where he had been after school. In such a remote area, he felt grateful for the sturdy automatic car, whose user-friendly operation led him to believe he could probably take his driving test the next day. Driving, after all, wasn't so difficult. With unwavering focus, Ian kept his eyes on the road, one foot on the brake and the other on the accelerator, guiding the battered taxi as it vanished from the sight of the exorcist and his assistant. Constantine and Charles exchanged silent glances. After a moment of peculiar silence, Constantine, showcasing a remarkable lack of concern, remarked, "So, we are walking back to the city today?" His attention was evidently not on Charles's financial loss. After all, it was not his car. That was the only possession I had after my divorce. Charles, already feeling quite constrained, felt even more miserable upon hearing those words. If you cannot speak wisely, it would be better to say less. He shot a fierce glare at Constantine, who, undeterred, merely chuckled. The exorcist, with a flourish, flipped his hand and produced a card. "Rest assured, your vehicle can be retrieved." It was evident that Constantine had stealthily acquired Ian's student ID without anyone noticing. At this sight, Charles let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the student ID in Constantine's hand. "Constantine, I believe there is something sinister about this individual that warrants your investigation," Charles cautiously suggested, not because he was preoccupied with his stolen vehicle. "Indeed, our young boy must harbor some remarkable secrets." Constantine, deep in thought, looked down at the document in his grasp. Suddenly, an unexpected gust of wind swept through the empty wooden cabin, causing Constantine's vision to blur. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the ID had vanished from his hand, as if whisked away by the wind or forcibly snatched by an unseen entity. Chapter 18. That year, that night, that meteor the eerie wind swept past. Yet nothing substantial occurred, only the disappearance of an unremarkable student ID. However, this was sufficient to evoke a chilling sensation, particularly for one accustomed to supernatural events. Startled, Charles instinctively glanced around but found nothing amiss. His gaze turned to Constantine, a look of confusion etched on his face. "What just happened?" Charles understood that the recent gust was no natural phenomenon. Constantine stared blankly at his empty hand, his eyes flickering with agitation. He pressed his lips together, as if savoring the sensation of what had just transpired. He was acutely aware that someone had snatched the card from him, and the speed was astonishing. Who could it be? A person of extraordinary nature? Or a demon from the depths of hell? No, some of his defensive measures had not been triggered, suggesting it was not a malicious attack. As this realization struck him, he suddenly thought of the little imp. Without hesitation, Constantine dashed toward the window on the second floor. He initially scanned the grassy expanse of the farm outside, finding nothing amiss, and then, perplexed, looked up at the sky. His intention was merely to check the weather. However, fortune smiled upon him. He witnessed dark clouds beginning to dissipate alongside the binding of malevolent spirits, revealing a golden expanse of sky above. In the shadows, Constantine discerned a figure, vaguely visible, towering above and gazing down at a specific direction, the very path along which the taxi had vanished in its erratic journey. He was immediately struck with alarm, his pupils contracting in shock. Charles Constantine swallowed hard, his tone grave. What? Charles, clearly still bewildered, rummaged through the cabin in search of any suspicious individuals. You are in serious trouble. Constantine turned to glance at his friend, then leaned out to survey the sky. Feeling the weight of a warning gaze, he promptly recoiled back into the house. What do you mean? I can't retrieve my car? Charles felt bewildered by Constantine's cryptic words, having found no lurking malevolence or supernatural entities within the cabin. Forget about your car. You've summoned a significant predicament upon yourself. Constantine wiped the sweat beading on his forehead, struggling to maintain an air of composure. Charles was taken aback by this revelation. That little imp has someone backing him. I believe he will surely report you. Constantine swallowed again, seeming to grasp the nature of the sinister schoolboy. He has an angel watching over him? Charles ventured, exercising his imagination. Far more frightening than that. Constantine hesitated at the window, yearning to confirm his sighting, but ultimately chose to retreat fully into the cabin. What are you rambling about? Charles thought Constantine resembled a riddle speaker destined for mischief. Yet this did not diminish his shock. More terrifying than an angel? What kind of background does that entail? Is there a deity protecting him? Wait, why am I the one facing calamity instead of both of us? Charles seized upon this detail, feeling the sting of Constantine's shamelessness. The speed with which he distanced himself from the situation was astonishing. He gazed incredulously at his old friend, while Constantine's unscrupulous behavior continued unabated. I am not the one trafficking minors. I am merely a passerby in the metropolis. Tomorrow, no, this very night, I shall depart the city. With that, Constantine began to gather his belongings, abandoning thoughts of the unfortunate lady buried within the house. To be fair, he was remarkably swift in his exit. He cast a spell upon a large door within the room, and upon stepping through, he vanished without a trace. At this moment, the astounded Charles was still grappling with his disbelief. My car, he lamented, still mourning his most valuable possession. As for Constantine's actions, Charles found them all too familiar, a betrayal he had grown accustomed to. After experiencing death multiple times, he could hardly muster anger towards Constantine. As the sun dipped below the urban skyline, it cast the streets in a hue of deep orange. Ian's taxi came to a halt by the roadside, not because he had reached his destination, but rather due to an encounter with a traffic officer. Please exit the vehicle and present your driver's license. The officer's gaze exuded a professional vigilance, particularly as he scrutinized the youthful and seemingly inexperienced Ian, whose serious demeanor stood in stark contrast to his tender age. The taxi bore the unmistakable scars of what appeared to be a recent road altercation, and Ian's boyish appearance hardly suggested he was of an age to possess a driver's license. With no alternative, Ian forcefully pushed open the mangled door and stepped out, unhurriedly retrieving a well-worn identification holder. He nonchalantly waved the document in front of the officer, the motion swift and somewhat disorienting. In an instant, he tucked the license back into his pocket. Hand it directly to me. I couldn't see it clearly, the officer remarked, his brow furrowed and his expression laced with skepticism. Officer, you surely must not be fond of performing eye exercises in the morning, Ian quipped, retrieving the document once more and presenting it to the officer, who began to scrutinize it carefully. Of course, the information contained within was entirely fabricated, yet it was convincing enough to pass scrutiny. The reason for this was not that Ian specialized in counterfeiting documents. Rather, he had fortuitously acquired this little artifact from Constantine before leaving the cabin, a spirit card capable of projecting the necessary identification for others to see. Ian had indeed noticed that Constantine had pilfered his student ID, but rather than react with alarm, he adhered to the law of conservation of mass, enhancing the value of Lavoisier while opting to transfer a portion of Constantine's material essence to himself. Are you really 19? The officer examined the identification for several minutes without identifying any discrepancies. Nonetheless, he remained doubtful, convinced that the youth before him could not be older than 15 or 16. Indeed, they do say I have a baby face, Ian replied, maintaining an unwavering facade as he spun a tale. The officer, non-committal, oscillated his gaze between the document and Ian's countenance, ultimately returning the identification with a bemused expression. What is the story behind this vehicle? The officer inquired. glancing at the taxi, which bore a front end that was nothing short of tragic. Just then, as if on cue, the parked car began to roll forward slowly, gaining speed until it collided with a fire hydrant with a resounding crash. Ah, that is how the damage occurred, Ian mused, feeling as if fate were conspiring to provide him with an excuse. Chapter 19. You haven't said thank you, yet it began to rain. Water gushed forth from the broken fire hydrant, and the atmosphere at the scene was decidedly tense. You didn't engage the handbrake? The officer was left utterly speechless. Ian, on the other hand, was somewhat reluctant to admit to such a novice mistake. Has such an incident occurred more than once today? The traffic officer appeared to have encountered a genuine road menace, his countenance unusually grave as he stared down the delinquent youth before him. At that moment, Ian sheepishly inquired, "How much do I owe?" The officer turned his gaze towards the gushing fire hydrant. "This isn't under our jurisdiction, but according to the standards set by road administration, the repair costs will be no less than $100,000. Goodness, this is why America has its own value system." After this round of compensation, it seems the ever-present Commissioner Smith could net a tidy profit of $99,000. Ian turned and returned to the taxi, retrieving a toolbox from beside the driver's seat. "What are you doing?" The officer instinctively reached for his firearm, highly alert. Thankfully, Ian lacked the epic, night-limited skin, otherwise this situation might have escalated to a point of emptying the magazine. Presently, he was merely slightly concerned that Ian might produce a weapon of truth. "I'm repairing the fire hydrant," Ian declared as he extracted a hammer and forcefully pushed aside the vehicle obstructing the hydrant, then began to strike it with fervor. "Handbrake!" The officer noticed the taxi sliding toward Ian and quickly abandoned his gun, diving into the vehicle just in time to halt it before it collided with Ian. How did this person even get a driver's license? The officer wiped the sweat from his brow. Emerging from the crumpled car door, he discovered that Ian had vanished, leaving behind a fire hydrant that was no longer spewing water. Though the hydrant appeared tragically disfigured, it was indeed repaired, and a tattered car key rested atop it. Damn it, where did he go? The officer scanned his surroundings, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a figure faster than Bolt disappearing around a distant corner. Stanley, right? The officer clenched his teeth in frustration, convinced that this latest escape was undoubtedly the scheme of that nefarious young man. He immediately grabbed his radio to issue a warrant for Ian's capture. However, due to the alias that Ian had cleverly presented, this call for apprehension was unlikely to yield favorable results, though it did not deter the officer from urgently seeking assistance from his colleagues. Above, amidst the clouds, a weary father could not help but slap his forehead, having witnessed the entire episode. He had to admit that Ian was not quite as he and Lewis had previously believed. How to put it? He possessed a sense of morality and conscience, albeit in limited supply. The burden of nurturing this extraordinary child weighed heavily on Clark's shoulders. Truly, he was a troublesome little rascal. With a heavy sigh, Clark reminisced about the night he found Ian, realizing perhaps he should have recognized then that Ian's future would be anything but ordinary. In hindsight, it was not too late to come to this understanding. In the throes of middle age, Clark now finds himself the father of 3 children. However, in contrast to his eldest and second sons, he perceives that it is Ian, his adopted son, who mirrors him most closely. After all, that fateful day that night, and the celestial display of meteors felt like a familiar cycle. Having missed the last bus, Ian's only option was to take a taxi, a choice that cast a slight shadow over his psyche. Yet, before that, his foremost priority was to satiate his hunger, exacerbated by the self-healing frenzy, and fill his growling stomach. The stomach is indeed an organ of emotion. Only when he is well fed can Ian muster the resolve to return home and voice his grievances. Pushing open the door of the nearby convenience store, he was greeted by an automated welcome, though the word welcome struck him as devoid of genuine warmth, far less sincere than the presence of his younger brother. Once inside, Ian made a beeline for the high-calorie, processed food section. He selected item after item, empowered by the significant funds he possessed, more than the combined wealth of his 2 brothers, thus free from the anxiety of financial restraint. The cashier, a bespectacled young man, bore a clear-eyed expression that suggested a diligent work ethic. The total came to $945. The young man scanned each item methodically. Meanwhile, Ian, stuffing his mouth, retrieved 3 $10 bills and counted out 45 cents in coins, causing the cashier to momentarily freeze in surprise. "You could just give me $1 back." Ian gently reminded him. "Oh, right," the cashier responded, though his realization was not entirely complete. He hastily recalculated on the register before finally handing Ian a $1 bill as change. "Thank you," Ian said, munching on a hot dog as he turned to leave. At that moment, the automated welcome echoed again, this time devoid of emotion, yet the person entering was anything but apathetic. Wearing a stocking over his head and brandishing a small caliber firearm, he charged toward the cashier. Robbery. How cliché. One might think they had wandered into Gotham City. Don't pull any tricks. The robber aimed his gun at the astonished cashier before glancing warily at Ian, instinctively shifting the weapon in his direction. Seeing the muzzle pointed at him, Ian promptly raised his hands. "You know, working under the midday sun, we all have our struggles. I understand you." Ian wasn't attempting to establish rapport or engage in social niceties. He merely noticed the robber's dark wrist. The young man understood that the robber was merely embodying the significance that his dark skin conferred upon him. "Who the heck are you? Who is suffering more?" The robber appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp Ian's American poetic phrase, his frustration mounting as if his intelligence had been insulted. "Get lost, you little brat." It was abundantly clear. This is a story of an ambitious robber whose mind is solely fixated on grand schemes, dismissing the trifles possessed by a mere high school student. Thus, he brandished his pistol menacingly, urging Ian to vacate the premises swiftly. "All right, just get out of here." Ian hurriedly exited the convenience store. Just as the robber prepared to focus on the convenience store clerk, Ian unexpectedly circled back. He certainly did not aspire to be a superhero, defeating the robber and saving the store. That was the duty of an insurance company. The detail-oriented youth, upon reaching the street, suddenly became acutely aware of a significant matter. Well, I respected the street traditions of America. However, did someone forget to express their gratitude? Perhaps the corruption of his soul had not entirely eluded Ian, as his perspective had decidedly grown more astute than before. Chapter 20, Metropolis. Never cliché, Ian's previous life boasted commendable examination scores. Nevertheless, both his past and present social experiences left much to be desired. Even so, Ian felt he deserved at least a modicum of respect from adults. Had someone indeed neglected to say thank you? Observing the bewildered expressions of the cashier and the African-American robber, Ian again attempted to awaken the latter with a slightly admonishing tone. "What are you saying? Get lost." The robber snapped back to reality, angrily bellowing at Ian, his small caliber pistol gesturing at him like a rapper in performance. "Don't waste my time, kid. I have 3 more places to rob today." It must be said that this African-American robber was indeed a rare, diligent individual within his community, having set himself an ample workload. This was understandable, as the neighboring Gotham, a city of exceptional talent, often overflowed or culled individuals who then found their way to Metropolis, where ordinary citizens engaged in various trades, from selling goods to handling corpses. Rude robber. I thought you had a discerning taste in masks." Ian stood his ground, unfazed by the robber's threats. The robber, adorned with pantyhose over his head, was on the verge of collapse. "Damn it, what do you want from me?" Maintaining his grip on the gun with his right hand, he pressed his fingers against his temple, appearing utterly exasperated by Ian. Thank you. Is that satisfactory now?" At last, the African-American robber found himself unable to prevail in the standoff with Ian. "Well then, please continue with your work, sir." Satisfied with his pursuit of respect, Ian turned and departed once more. He understood the necessity of blending into the fabric of this world and recognized that, as an ordinary NPC, he ought not to entangle himself excessively in various events. Saving the world and maintaining peace were the tasks of superheroes, who basked in the favor of cosmic will and acted impulsively, while someone like Ian, an ordinary NPC, pondered far more. Should superheroes undertake such tasks, success would likely be theirs. However, when ordinary NPCs, devoid of fortune, attempt the same, they merely become the heroes remembered and revered by the superheroes. It is for this reason that Nigo embraces the responsibilities bestowed by his dark skin, and Ian feels compelled to honor the mundane routines of urban society. Only in this manner can he, as an ordinary NPC, avoid being recalled and reminisced about in some distant future. Frankly, Ian possesses a profound awareness. Ordinary NPCs ought to engage in the tasks befitting their status, eating, sleeping, savoring life, and secretly growing stronger. Crunch, crunch. Ian munched on a sandwich and sipped on Coca-Cola, diligently fortifying himself as he exited the store, casting a glance back at the robber, who finally turned away in relief. Listen, let us not entertain the notion that I am a virtuous individual. Were that brat an adult, I would have surely shot him. The robber resumed his menacing facade, baring his teeth as he threatened the cashier anew. Hand over all the money, and those anonymous gift cards, and those Marlboro cigarettes over there. Oh, and toss me a lighter while you're at it. The robber's intentions were unmistakably clear, and he retrieved a large black plastic bag from his waistband, a clear indication of his experience and readiness. At that moment, the welcoming chime at the entrance rang once more. The robber's expression was one of sheer incredulity as he beheld the damned youth returning, the stocking over his head nearly suffocating him with every sharp intake of breath. What more do you want? The frustrated robber was on the verge of a desperate wail. No, I'm not here for you. I merely had a slight inclination towards financial matters. Ian approached the counter, addressing the cashier who was busy packing items for the robber. He pondered his words carefully. I would like to inquire, since this store is evidently destined to be looted today, could you refund me the $30.45 I just spent? Ian maintained a polite demeanor, albeit with a hint of embarrassment, under the increasingly bewildered gaze of the robber. The cashier, having lived for 20 years, had never encountered such a scenario. Huh, he replied, utterly perplexed. Regardless, your store is insured. You will be compensated for whatever loss you incur. Refunding me would create a win-win-win situation, ensuring a pleasant day for all. Ian showcased his nascent negotiation skills, convinced that his reasoning was impeccable and reflective of his formidable intelligence rating of 24. Superman possesses a super intellect, and Ian, as Superman's son, even if merely an adopted one, undoubtedly shares this gift. His remarkable mind indicated that a small expenditure could be spared here. Just think about it. He retrieved his expenses, which also implied that in the illicit trade market, the circulation of banned items, such as flour, would consequently save at least $30.45. This is what economics, a field he has never studied, refers to as macroeconomic regulation. Moreover, in such a scenario, how could it not contribute to the stability and peace of the metropolis? Indeed, he did not bring shame to the identity of the son of Superman. How about that? Ian, with a logically coherent demeanor, gazed expectantly at the cashier. What a wonderful day I have. The cashier sensed something amiss, but inexplicably found Ian's perspective somewhat reasonable. He simply could not comprehend where his victory lay. You could take a few days off. Perhaps you could even pocket a substantial sum for yourself and claim workers' compensation. Ian's retort was utterly impeccable. Is it really possible? The cashier exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He cast an inquiring glance at the silent robber, who took quite some time to untangle Ian's reasoning. So am I at a loss then? The robber frowned, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. He finally grasped that Ian's actions would result in a reduction of his earnings by $30.45 today. The cashier looked back at Ian. Can you pretend I never came in to buy bread? Ian proposed, blinking. His disregard for the facts left the robber momentarily speechless. The cashier nervously swallowed. Just as he feared the robber might erupt, the young lad spoke the truth. Quick, give him back his $30. And then we can all have a splendid day. The robber gestured threateningly at the cashier with his gun. That's $30.45, Ian reminded him softly. The robber alternated his gaze between Ian and the cashier, nodding in agreement to return that amount. The cashier, in a daze, complied. Here. He counted out $30.45 and handed it to Ian. You understand arithmetic, right? You seem like a student possessing that unique audacity characteristic of youth. The robber observed Ian as he accepted the refund, his eyes genuinely flickering for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, he posed a question that seemed entirely unrelated to the current situation. It was quite abrupt. However, Ian merely perceived the other's thought process as rather peculiar. You possess such discernment? The robber conceded. Ian's response could be considered an acknowledgement. After a moment of astonished nodding from Ian, the robber eagerly inquired, Great. Quickly, calculate how much tax I owe on this transaction. This was undeniably a case of revealing the dagger hidden beneath the silk. Goodness, even as a robber, he still adhered to the tax obligations of America? This truly took Ian by surprise. He was utterly astonished, experiencing a peculiar sensation akin to gaining newfound wisdom. The metropolis daily imparted fresh insights upon him. You wouldn't wish for me to seize your $30 again, would you? The robber commenced his threats, evidently harboring ulterior motives behind his agreement to Ian's refund request. It must be said, This individual was remarkably astute, a rarity among the underprivileged. Chapter 21. Where is my formidable spirit? The cunning schemer entered the fray with monetary incentives, aiming to recruit Ian as a consultant for tax matters. However, Ian was vigilant and shook his head in refusal to such a proposition. Would that not make me your accomplice? He was a true law-abiding citizen, unwilling to condone crime, yet entirely disinclined to become any form of accessory. What a jest! He was Ian Kent. The son of Superman must never consort with criminals. The reasoning was rather straightforward. In Ian's view, this was not in conflict with his demand for a mere refund. A refund alone. The only entity suffering a loss was the insurance company, the epitome of malevolent capitalism. This was a means to vent the frustrations of the working class. Viewed from this perspective, it subtly aligned with his father's heroic ideals. The logic formed a perfect circle. Ian resolutely declined the offer. Nevertheless, calculate it for me. That cursed little rascal, the African-American robber, clearly oblivious to Ian's thoughts, brandished his gun threateningly once more. Knowledge ought not to be wielded in such a manner. Just as Ian continued to shake his head, an abrupt cacophony filled the air. Suddenly, the alarm outside the shop blared, unmistakably signaling the approach of police vehicles. The robber, struck by fear, glared at Ian in a fit of desperation. It was you. You called the police, didn't you? You have been stalling for time. I had already agreed to refund you. Why are you still tormenting me? The robber, as if he were the victim, radiated a sense of grievance and fury that reached its zenith. One might mistakenly think he had suffered a grievous betrayal. Huh? Ian was momentarily taken aback. I did not. He spoke the truth. No? Who else could it be? The robber gazed silently at Ian for a moment. Then, in unison, they both turned to look at the cashier, who, quick on his feet, seized the cash register and hurled it at the robber. The robber was knocked to the ground, his firearm clattering away. The cashier swiftly retrieved the kick, sending the gun flying beneath the shelves. Not stopping there, he relentlessly kicked the robber's head until the assailant was rendered unconscious, only ceasing when Ian hurriedly intervened to prevent what could have escalated into a homicide. He was genuinely on the verge of being kicked to death. Ian crouched down to observe the robber's breathing, confirming that he was, indeed, alive. He then glanced up at the trembling cashier beside him. Are you excited or just anxious? Ian pondered aloud. The cashier let out a deep sigh of relief. Of course. It's fear. That was truly perilous. We were on the brink of death, he exclaimed, his face reflecting the profound gratitude of having survived a close encounter. Ian silently regarded the unconscious robber, knowing full well that he was not genuinely incapacitated. His weapon was a mere replica. Did you not notice? Ian inquired. The cashier, clearly taken aback, seemed to have just realized this fact. You could tell that? No way. He dashed to the merchandise shelf, crouching to retrieve the gun that had fallen beneath it. After a brief inspection, he gasped, You were right. It truly is a fake. The craftsmanship is exquisite. It even appears more expensive than the real deal. Astonished, the cashier turned to Ian, curiosity evident in his eyes. Is your family in the gun business? How did you discern this? Isn't this a fundamental life skill in the metropolis? Ian replied, his expression one of disbelief, as if the answer were self-evident. The cashier was momentarily speechless, grappling with the absurdity of the notion that basic life skills included such knowledge. The atmosphere grew awkward as they exchanged glances for a full minute. After some contemplation, Ian decided to return the $30.45 he had tucked into his pocket. Integrity is paramount, he thought, adhering to his principles even in the face of adversity. With the robber incapacitated, his previously flawless plan had lost its foundation. You keep it, he offered. However, the cashier declined, returning to the register to secure the neatly bundled money in a safe. My name is Tate Landon, perhaps due to their shared ordeal. The cashier felt a sense of camaraderie with Ian. Hello, Tate, Ian responded politely, though he refrained from offering his own name. Tate, undeterred, retrieved several packages of premium contraceptives from a shelf. This store belongs to my father, he explained, sharing the rationale behind his courageous stand against the robber, while also clarifying his current activities. You were correct. My father does have insurance. After a moment's hesitation, Tate added a few packs of Camel cigarettes to his haul, which in America are equivalent to the domestic brand of cigarettes. Ian searched in vain, failing to locate the surveillance. Thus he grasped the true nature of the situation. A thief within the very confines of the establishment. The seemingly honest, bespectacled man was anything but. This individual surely intended to frame the already apprehended robber. Alas, it appears that in the metropolis, he remained a pure lotus. This heist, rather than resulting in a triumvirate of benefits, culminated in a mere dual victory, with the world of the wronged robber being rewritten. Astonishing. Ian felt profoundly shaken, gaining a newfound understanding of the daily life in a metropolis. He even began to question whether the shopkeeper was indeed the cashier's father. Just then, the voice rang out from within. Hands up! The alarm had been blaring for quite some time, while the robber lay on the ground, nearly succumbing to a cold, and only then did the police arrive. Tardy as ever, this was not Ian's first encounter with the police's post-incident presence. To be fair, they seemed to possess a superhuman ability to predict whether events had concluded. We are the victims. We require blankets. The cashier raised his hands, addressing the armed officers who entered, having concealed quite a number of stolen goods. It appeared his experience in handling robberies far surpassed Ian's expectations. I'm terrified. I need a ride home. Ian, adapting quickly, also raised his hands, seizing the opportunity to procure a complimentary means of transportation home. Generally, the police do not play the role of benevolent guardians. However, under the auspices of fairness, Ian ultimately received the compassionate assistance of a female officer. The police car halted at his doorstep. Thank you. Ian bid farewell to the officer who had suggested several times along the way that he should pursue a career in Hollywood. He patted his pocket, realizing his funds had even increased by $1 since before he purchased food. Indeed, the cashier had refunded Ian $30.45. Yet he had forgotten to account for the previous dollar given back after Ian's shopping was completed. Ian's actual expenditure was merely $2,945. It seems that the cashier possessed a modicum of cleverness, yet his mathematical acumen was evidently on par with the average American. It was akin to receiving $1 from someone only to be treated to a plethora of pre-packaged meals. Ian rationalized further, his gaze lingering on the distant door of his home, feeling a twinge of hesitation. It was not that he struggled to formulate an explanation for his late return, but rather he was uncertain whether to bring the malevolent spirit into his abode. Not only was it a potential hazard, but it would also not bode well should his superhuman father discover such a thing. Primarily, Ian had yet to devise a coherent explanation for harboring a malevolent spirit. Should he attribute it to his extraordinary talents, claiming he inadvertently stumbled into a mystical mage's temple on the bustling streets, only to be accepted as a disciple by the esteemed supreme mage Wang Defa? Or should he spin a tale of naivety, believing he had found a magical lamp? Regardless of the angle, both narratives bore the risk of plagiarism. Where is my literary talent? Come forth. Grant me a plausible origin story. Ian was deep in thought, convinced that while his transformation could be concealed from the first year, it would be impossible to hide it from the sixth. He had pondered the dilemma of whether to confess the truth, yet he felt that, in comparison to being a time traveler endowed with a system, it was prudent to respect the current narrative of his origin. However, the matter of being deceived by Constantine's accomplices could certainly warrant a complaint. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ian retrieved the thermos that Charles had previously used to strike him. The uneven surface of the thermos bore testament to Ian's ironclad resilience. His head still throbbed with lingering pain, and the malevolent spirit within was indeed vexing. What was going on? Ian had intended to shake the thermos a few more times to vent his frustration at the spirit, but he suddenly realized that the thermos seemed to have lost its efficacy. Not only had the inscription become indistinct, but the spirit inside had also vanished. Where could such a large spirit have gone? Had it fled? Ian was taken aback, pressing his eyes against the glass to investigate, but the thermos revealed nothing. Was this the spirit's trickery, or had it truly escaped? As Ian continued to ponder, he noticed an unexpected flickering at his chest. He couldn't tell how long it had been flashing. Hastily, he retrieved the object concealed beneath his shirt. To his astonishment, the pendant gifted to him by Madison was now emanating an ominous, dark glow, reminiscent of the spirit's hue. Chapter 22. Homecoming. The transformation of a hero. The pendant flickered, resembling a feeble yet pulsating heart, radiating an unsettling, deep black light identical to that of the malevolent spirit. Could it be that the spirit had infiltrated it? Ian cradled the pendant, scrutinizing it for any possible seams to pry open, but found none. It seemed that even if the spirit were hiding within, It would be impossible to extract it by hand. Just as Ian was lost in confusion, he heard a voice from behind. Ian? It was Clark Kent, his father, who startled him. Turning around, he saw his father, adorned with thick glasses and carrying a briefcase, as if he had just returned from a long day at work. "What are you doing standing at the door?" Clark inquired, tilting the shoulder, bearing his bag, in confusion. Instinctively, Ian covered the pendant beneath his coat as he faced his father. He knew that if Clark chose to, he could perceive even the minutest details of his being. However, seeing his father's normal expression reassured Ian that perhaps his father's extraordinary vision was not always in effect. "I was contemplating something," Ian chuckled lightly, seizing the opportunity to offer an excuse. "Don't dawdle. Come on, it's time to go home," Clark replied, seemingly accepting the explanation as he placed a warm hand on Ian's shoulder. He led the way toward the entrance, with Ian following closely behind. Upon opening the front door, a warm glow from the lights and the sound of the television flooded in. Two individuals entered sequentially. In the living room, the eldest brother Jonathan lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, while the second brother Jordan fervently pressed buttons on a game console. Their mother, Louise, stood at the kitchen doorway, nervously biting her fingers. Her expression seemed to relax upon the arrival of Ian and Clark. "I returned home late from work and encountered Ian at the entrance." Clark initiated the conversation, his tone betraying no awareness of Ian's tardiness, although both brothers were acutely aware. "So where on earth have you been?" "Returning home at this hour," Jordan remarked, glancing at Ian before redirecting his attention to the fighting game on screen. Before Ian could respond, Jonathan interjected with exaggerated flair. "You must have been out on a date, right?" Our little Ian has finally wised up, realizing the joys of spending time with female classmates. He winked at Ian, clearly attempting to provide a cover. It was evident that Louise had been in a foul mood before Ian's return, perhaps having vented her frustrations. Ian felt a warmth in his heart, yet he was prepared for this moment. No, it was far more terrifying than hanging out with classmates. Ian patted his chest, leaving both brothers momentarily bewildered as the entire family's gaze converged on him. "I was actually kidnapped by a taxi driver, a terrifying brute, along with an accomplice, who nearly took my life in an abandoned house. Fortunately, I managed to outsmart them and escape on a bicycle, pedaling furiously to get back home." Ian nearly revealed too much, almost disclosing his escapades in Grand Theft Auto, which would undoubtedly provoke Louise's anger. However, he merely adjusted the details of his tale slightly, as the earlier events were indeed grounded in truth. Clark's eyelids twitched noticeably. "Kidnapper?" Jordan set down his controller, astonished. He had been engaged in a fighting game, mercilessly beating what seemed to be an unauthorized version of Superman with a character named Lightning. Louise's gaze shifted uncertainly to her husband, who responded with a resigned expression, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. "Is this not just a rebellious little story of yours?" Jordan scrutinized Ian, and upon seeing Ian's furrowed brow, he discerned that his younger brother was not lying. "Damn, you didn't report this to the police? What did the driver look like? Do you remember the license plate?" Jordan, who was naturally quick-tempered, slammed his hand on the table, reaching for his mobile phone. "Criminals have become too brazen. What on earth is Superman doing? The crime rate has remained alarmingly high for years." Jordan complained angrily as he attempted to dial 911. "We are a Caucasian family." Before the operator even spoke, Jordan had already begun to introduce himself. It was evident that there was a noticeable delay on the line, indicating a transition in the call. "Hello, how may I assist you?" the operator inquired. At that moment, Clark, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, approached and pressed the hang-up button. "Dad, you can't possibly tell me that given the circumstances, we still need to back down?" The relationship between Jordan and Clark was strained, and the tension was palpable in Jordan's words directed at his father. "We will handle this matter. You all should return to your rooms," Clark commanded, his voice unmistakably authoritative, but received no reply. Jordan was on the verge of exploding when Jonathan intervened. "Is it true that the kidnappers targeting Ian are after both of you?" Jonathan's perceptive nature had made him acutely aware of the dangers associated with their parents' profession as journalists. "Kids," Lewis interjected, also stepping forward. "Listen to your father. Trust us. We will manage the situation. Ian will not face any further danger. Right, Clark?" After saying this, she glanced at her husband. Clark opened his mouth, eager to reveal the truth, but upon seeing his older children, he ultimately nodded, offering reassurance to all three. "No one can harm my children," he emphasized, his gaze lingering on Ian, who was attempting to blend into the background. Perhaps this assurance had an effect, or maybe a mother's words were more comforting than a father's. "It better be so," Jordan remarked, glancing at Clark before taking Ian by the hand and heading upstairs. "It seems we must start taking you to school tomorrow. You can wait for us after class to return home together." The high school they attended was indeed nearby. Ian hesitated, wishing to refuse. Jonathan, having followed closely behind, chimed in, "You must tell us how you escaped the kidnappers. It's incredible. If it were me, I'd have been done for." Both older brothers expressed their concern for Ian in their own ways, warming his heart. Quietly, he ascended the stairs, enveloped by his brother's support. Clark and Lewis did not intervene. They merely watched as the three boys departed the first floor. Once the sounds of their footsteps had completely faded, Lewis turned to Clark, arms crossed, and expression serious. "So, what is the truth?" she demanded, aware that both Ian and her husband were likely withholding information. This could be a frightening story. Clark took a deep breath, removed his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose. However, he did not immediately recount what he had witnessed. "To be honest, I still can't discern whether Ian's sudden change is connected to what I encountered this morning." Clark rolled up his sleeves. A ghastly wound traversed the muscle, its edges emanating an eerie green glow, as though a mysterious energy surged within, thwarting the healing of his flesh. Chapter 23. An interesting soul, worthy of reward. Ian had already departed from the living room. Otherwise, he surely would have connected Clark's injury to the plane crash incident this morning, which had not been entirely salvaged. It was evident that Superman faced a rather enigmatic crisis. Yet, even if aware of this circumstance, Ian found himself utterly powerless. He remained quite feeble, and the forces capable of harming Superman were far beyond his current reach. In the corridor of the second floor, Ian engaged in conversation with his two brothers for a brief moment, showcasing his budding talent as a writer before retreating to his room. Jonathan was still outside, clamoring for Ian to join him for some exercise. "I will incorporate physical training into my schedule," Ian responded through the door, and once he heard their footsteps gradually fade away, he plopped down onto his bed. What on earth is going on? He unfastened his outer jacket again, tugging at the pendant beneath his shirt. It continued to glow, the dark luminescence pulsing like a breath. The shadowy light cast upon Ian's face, banishing the illumination of the room. Frowning, Ian lifted the pendant to scrutinize it closely, primarily hoping to discern the presence of malevolent spirits within. "Is anyone there? Respond, please." Ian tapped the pendant with his finger, a futile gesture born from his aimless boredom. Yet unexpectedly, it seemed to invoke a peculiar response. No sooner had he spoken than the pendant's glow flickered violently, its frequency accelerating as if in answer to his query. Ian's breath hitched, and instinctively, he glanced down to see no additional negative states manifesting. Suddenly, the pendant began to vibrate subtly, the metallic patterns on its surface distorting and writhing, unfolding as though it were a living entity, as if it had unlocked some hidden door. Following this, tendrils of black matter oozed from the pendant, drifting gracefully like silk, weaving gently through the air. Ian's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld this black substance coalesce and reorganize before him, ultimately forming a sentence, a proper, textbook-like English phrase, "Interesting life, worthy of reward." The script floated in midair, its form precise, reminiscent of a gentleman's penmanship, each stroke imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura. It hovered, swaying ever so slightly, as if caressed by an invisible breeze, ready to drift away at any moment. What on earth? Ian was momentarily bewildered. He reached out, intending to touch the words, but at the instant his fingertips were about to make contact, the black lettering suddenly shattered like spilled ink. With a clatter, they swirled through the air like stirred ink, coalescing into a singular form. Ian seemed to hear the familiar wails of anguish, the voice of the malevolent nun spirit from before. Indeed, it had found refuge within the pendant. Ian marveled at his own astute deduction, yet he sensed that perhaps the spirit did not willingly enter the pendant. Soon, as the echoes of the spirit's lament faded, the dark substance in midair crystallized into a floating black gem, roughly the size of a thumb. It descended slowly, and after a moment's hesitation, Ian reached out to catch it. The instant the crystal nestled in his palm, an icy sensation spread across his skin, as if he were clasping the depths of polar ice, or truly touching a frigid soul. "Has the pendant bestowed upon me a gift?" Ian murmured, lifting the crystal to the light for a closer inspection. He hesitated, contemplating whether this peculiar object needed to be swallowed. The interior of the black crystal was not entirely transparent. Rather, one could discern a shadowy flow, akin to mist held captive. It did not appear particularly appetizing, though it seemed quite hard. Ian swore that his only intention was to test whether the black crystal or his teeth were more resilient. Even if a tooth broke, he could still gain experience today. However, this curiosity nearly startled him. To explain, no immediate danger arose, yet the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. Just as the black crystal neared Ian's lips, without even a taste to gauge its flavor, it transformed into a refreshing liquid that slipped effortlessly into his mouth. It melted away instantly, as if undergoing a swift alchemical transformation. There was no bitterness, nor any sensation of malevolent searing. Instead, it felt like sipping chilled spring water, penetratingly refreshing, swiftly merging with his very being, reminiscent of a slippery jelly. An unprecedented clarity flooded his mind. Ian felt an enhancement in his strength, particularly in his mental state. Not only that, but strength, 5,658, constitution, 4,547 intelligence, 2,426 spirit, 4,268, revealed that not only his spirit and intelligence attributes had surged, but even his strength and constitution attributes had seen slight increases, with spirit witnessing the most significant growth. This exceeded his expectations of what he might gain from consuming the remnants of the spirit, even transforming him from a berserker to a state where his spirit surpassed his strength. It indeed felt as though his lineage had become somewhat impure. To his surprise, he first felt joy, then noticed an unusual pattern had appeared on the back of his hand, strangely shaped, resembling a black eye. Was this the price for an unexpected boon? Ian was somewhat taken aback, yet he remained composed. He attempted to rub the mark off with his other hand vigorously, but to no avail. His skin reddened from the friction, yet the pattern remained steadfast, akin to a brand. Instinctively, Ian glanced at his status bar, expecting to see a new negative status appear. To his surprise, the original soul corruption status had vanished. In its place was a new status display. No wonder I feel as though my wisdom has diminished considerably. Ian mused with a tinge of regret. He believed that the soul corruption status could have provided him with unexpected advantages at certain moments. However, he never anticipated its silent departure, leaving without a trace, as if it never existed at all. The new status that now occupied the previous position in the status bar resembled a pair of eyes, mirroring the pattern on Ian's hand, clearly serving as an official explanation for the imprint on his skin. Yet, unlike the negative statuses he favored, this one bore no effect, imposing itself upon Ian without altering his state in any discernible way. Death Knight's favor. The name alone revealed its essence. Chapter 24. Nightmare World. People of the Homeland. Death Knight's favor? Gazing at the status name on the bar, Ian immediately thought of the Death Knight from the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Yet, he could not quite grasp the nature of this character. He recalled the Angel of Death, but the concept of the Death Knight was something he had encountered over a decade ago. Despite his efforts to consolidate his memories, he found it challenging to recall those peripheral details. Not to mention, his understanding of the world he currently inhabited was far from comprehensive. He was a man who scored over 700 on his college entrance exam, having read primarily textbooks. As for movies and comics, they were mere diversions in his leisure time. Had he known he would traverse into the DC universe, he would have certainly dropped out of school to become a true aficionado of comics. Regardless, the pendant Madison gifted me must surely possess significance, Ian contemplated. He recognized that the entity responsible for the imprint on his hand was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, he pondered how great and powerful this figure truly was. Naturally, the ability to accurately discern such a mysterious identity elevated Ian's regard for his own system. Perhaps I genuinely have a chance to escape the identity of an ordinary NPC. Lowering his gaze to the imprint on his hand, he observed the smooth, flowing lines of the pattern, imbued with an air of mystique. The only shortcoming was its inability to confer any negative effects, leaving him somewhat disappointed and regretful. Regardless of the individual behind this unique status, Ian felt that they did not fully comprehend his needs, appearing to offer mere superficial concern. What a sham! This thought was something Ian dared to murmur only in the confines of his mind, a reflection that could be deemed quite audacious. After a few moments of contemplation over the imprint, he subsequently retrieved the homework assigned by his teacher. Indeed, even in the public schools of America, homework exists, albeit in minimal quantities, and is often completed swiftly. For the quicker students, it might take just over 10 minutes, for the slower ones perhaps half an hour. However, for Ian, it required 2 hours, not due to a lack of capability, but because he diligently completed 20 assignments. As a true academic prodigy, Ian has long provided personalized assistance to his classmates, possessing profound insights into the standards expected of each student. This arrangement has never been discovered by any teacher, which perhaps explains the abundance of disinterested students in public schools, a notion that Ian finds somewhat poignant. Given his parents' capabilities, both Ian and his 2 brothers could have easily attended private schools. However, their father is an extraordinary figure, a blend of divinity and humanity, akin to a saint within the DC universe. Assimilation into the common populace is paramount, a belief held by Superman and a principle reflected in his parenting approach. Furthermore, from Ian's perspective, the decision to enroll children in public schools may also stem from a desire to shield them from the potentially skewed worldviews of the upper echelons of society. Smoking and drinking? Such vices are merely trifles in the private institutions of America, where the miscreants there far surpass the so-called bullies of public schools in their nefariousness. Having completed his little venture, Ian shifted his focus back to his creative endeavor concerning The Overbearing Superman Falls for Me. Encountering a momentary writer's block, he resolved to introduce new elements, imagining Superman colliding with a spaceship and suffering from amnesia, forgetting the female protagonist. In the ensuing narrative, Superman even forgets his own identity, only to be taken in by a cunning female antagonist, forcing the 40-year-old heroine to return to her former profession as a cleaning lady in the antagonist's company. The heroine must uncover the company's clandestine secrets, which involve a scheme to poison and manipulate all girls worldwide with sanitary products, leaving only the postmenopausal heroine unaffected. Moreover, the heroine has 9 children, allowing her to send them off one by one like the legendary Calabash brothers. Ian was quite pleased with his imaginative plot design. With renewed vigor, he once again put pen to paper, pouring his heart and soul into the writing. To be honest, whether or not his work would be published or profitable was of little concern to Ian. What mattered most was the joy he derived from writing. Naturally, if it could be monetarily rewarding, that would be a double victory. Ian was winning twice over amidst a torrential storm of inspiration. He ceased writing upon reaching a point he found tedious, contemplating for a moment before deciding to submit his manuscript to the already identified publisher, Wayne Group, which he believed to be under absolute control. Surely, there must be discerning editors within who could recognize talent. Ian had faith in Batman's business acumen. Tomorrow, he would send it off. With great anticipation, Ian meticulously organized his first manuscript and refined the details before finally stepping out of his room to freshen up. Upon his return, the clock on his desk signaled a moment of significance. Ian hurried to his bed, and at the last possible moment, he tucked himself under the covers, lying flat on his back with his hands folded across his abdomen, resembling a corpse prepared for burial. As the boundary between days arrived, he seamlessly transitioned into that peculiar, somewhat surreal world, where the biting cold wind brushed against his cheeks without inflicting any harm. Slowly, Ian opened his eyes to the oppressive leaden sky, while fluffy snowflakes fell silently around him. This refreshed point is indeed quite distant. He exhaled, surveying his surroundings. After locating the bridge as a point of reference, he comprehended his position. Patriot, patriot, he thought, re-entering this realm, his mind brimming with thoughts that drew him closer to his lumberjack aspirations. With a swift motion, he brushed off the snow and glanced at the signpost before dashing northward. His strength and physique, far surpassing that of an average individual, allowed him to run with the grace of a nimble cheetah, a true human vehicle, as he sped past one silent street after another. The snow continued to fall. This city was undeniably vast. Even with Ian's extraordinary speed, he found himself breathless after several hours of searching for that familiar place, which might have been exacerbated by a brief moment of disorientation. Ian could scarcely blame himself for his poor sense of direction, as the knowledge of this being linked to the Marvel Universe had him searching for the potential remains of superheroes along the way. However, there were no discoveries to be made. Fortunately, he eventually found the street where the Hulk and Patriot lay. The Hulk was already partially buried by the snow, though the accumulation was not excessive. Standing on the street, Ian hesitated for a moment. He observed the significant increase in his strength and physique attributes and ultimately resolved to rely on his own hands to climb rather than seeking tools nearby. Humanity invented and learned to use tools through diligence, yet he felt a tinge of laziness. Here I come, Patriot. Ian took a few steps back before launching himself forward, akin to a firecracker, scaling the Hulk's arm. It proved that a boy who prefers to rely on himself would not experience ill fortune. Ian succeeded. He had won his gamble. Whether or not Donnie was a culinary god was uncertain, but Ian was undoubtedly a god of chance. Grasping the Hulk's thumb, Ian reached out towards Patriot's head, where the blood had already congealed, and his somewhat youthful hand made contact with it. Chapter 25. Can my eyes see ghosts? As Ian's hands and the body of the Patriot dripped with blood, the moment their severed spine made contact, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears. Yet, this was not the notification Ian had anticipated, nor was it the dire situation he had mentally prepared for. You have encountered an unknown extraordinary substance. Warning. This extraordinary substance has fallen completely silent. A new task has been acquired. Please proceed to the career selection interface for details. What was happening? Ian felt a flicker of astonishment as he hastily opened his career selection interface, revealing an additional option labeled Silent Profession. As his thoughts brushed against this peculiar choice, a line of text, visible only to him, gradually materialized. Awakening task. Please ignite the life force of this profession. Truly, ignorance breeds confusion. Upon reading, Ian found himself even more bewildered. Was the system implying he was to resurrect the Patriot, long since deceased? Ian glanced at the dismembered body, its spine irrevocably shattered and lifeless for an unknown length of time, and he suspected that the system might be toying with him. But wait, the Hulk was also utterly dead. Why had the system not declared that the profession he brought was silent as well? Ian attempted to negotiate terms with his unresponsive system. Yet, the mindless system offered no reply. Nonsense. This was utterly absurd. Frustrated by the lack of clarity, Ian forcefully seized the head of the Patriot from the corpse's grasp and, cradling this grotesque object, slid down from the Hulk's arm to the ground. Hesitation, conflict, repeated deliberation. Ian clearly contemplated whether he could bring himself to bite into the head he held. He adhered to the principle of energy conservation, pondering if perhaps allowing the substance of the Patriot to flow into him might rekindle the life force of the Patriot. However, despite this unique line of reasoning, Ian found himself grappling with an internal barrier. After all, consuming a demon and consuming a human were manifestly two distinct concepts. This counterfeit Superman was no longer of concern. Ultimately, Ian could not overcome his primal instincts and discarded the grotesque head, attempting to kick it away as if it were a mere ball. The kick was forceful, executed with the finesse of a national soccer player. The head sailed far, failing to reach the intended trash bin and instead landing on an abandoned bus stop. Shrouded in snow, the Patriot's head remained unscathed, yet the metal seat of the bus stop bore a significant dent, revealing that this counterfeit Superman possessed considerable latent power. Sighing, Ian stared at the persistent task that remained, his intellect proving insufficient to navigate the simplistic task description, leaving him perplexed about what to do next. Surely, it cannot be that they aim to resurrect the citizens of the homeland? Ian lifted his gaze to the arm of the Hulk, initially intending to look at the headless body of the homeland's people. However, in that moment, he noticed something awry in the sky. Amidst the perpetually dim and oppressive leaden sky, something stirred. The outline of this entity was indistinct, seemingly attempting to emerge from the clouds. It was vast. Ian could sense the enormousness of this elusive object, akin to that of a small asteroid. Perhaps it truly was an asteroid? The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. As the shape within the dark clouds became increasingly discernible, it manifested as a colossal circular object that obscured the sun. Just then, in this world, which Ian had inhabited in silence for so long, a voice broke through. It was clear. Urgent. This voice resonated like a thunderclap, prompting Ian to turn abruptly toward its source, only to catch a glimpse of a figure. To his astonishment, the familiar chime of the return bell unexpectedly rang out prematurely. Dong! The first heavy toll seemed to freeze everything in place. Dong! Dong! The second and third tolls followed in quick succession. Ian jolted awake in his bed. Even with the eerie, premature return, The clock still pointed to what appeared to be an unchanging time, with there still living souls in that world. Ian's heart was a tumult of disbelief as he sprang up, executing a nimble leap toward the ceiling. Then, with a forceful push of his hands against the ceiling, he utilized the reaction to stabilize his descent back to the ground, just in time to slip into the slippers placed beside his bed. How could there be anyone alive when all the superheroes were dead? Ian was perplexed by the events leading to his last moment, and he struggled to comprehend why he had returned so suddenly. This was an occurrence that had never happened before. Now, was it connected to the last cry he had heard, or to the mysterious circular object in the sky? Wisdom? A stir? Ian tapped his forehead. Surprisingly, there was a slight effect, albeit clearly misdirected. Suddenly, a particular image flashed through Ian's mind, followed by thoughts of his awakening mission and the figure of the Hulk. With a comical squelch, Ian's slippers emitted a ridiculous sound as he dashed to his second brother's bedroom, pounding on the door furiously. A bewildered Jordan, rubbing his eyes, opened the door to see his younger brother. "What's wrong?" he asked, thoroughly confused, stifling a yawn that hinted at his fatigue. "Where are your comics?" Ian disregarded the fragrant air filled with heather and charged into Jordan's room, scanning the surroundings until he discovered the box where Jordan kept his comic books. Under the bewildered gaze of his elder brother, Ian rummaged through the box, discarding the hidden discs within until his eyes finally settled upon a yellowed comic magazine. The Incredible Hulk boldly graced the cover, featuring that familiar green figure, fierce and robust. "No, you sought me out in the dead of night, merely to peruse this obscure superhero comic that had only 3 issues before being abruptly discontinued due to poor performance?" Jordan, whose focus was interrupted during his sprint, felt a surge of frustration, yet he refrained from expressing it, considering the unfortunate events his younger brother had faced that evening. "May I borrow it?" Ian inquired, glancing at his elder brother. Though somewhat displeased, Jordan sighed and nodded, subsequently ushering Ian, who had resumed his attention on the comic, out of his room. "Damn, I need to regain my focus." Jordan adjusted his emotions slightly and, amidst the discs strewn about by Ian, selected a new challenge target, embarking once again on his nocturnal endeavors. Outside the bedroom door, Ian fixated on the comic in his hands, a strong intuition suggesting that the inability of his compatriots to activate their professions, contrasted with the Hulk's direct activation, might be interconnected. In the reality he inhabited, there were no tales of his compatriots, yet there existed the story of the Hulk. It was thanks to his own cleverness that he felt he had unearthed a potential solution to the task, and just as he prepared to return to his room, a sudden sound of rushing water echoed. Their father, Clark, emerged from the upstairs restroom, and their eyes met. Ian's gaze, however, transcended Clark, landing on a strange woman who had followed him out of the restroom, causing him to gasp in shock and raise a finger towards Clark's rear. "Father, how audacious of you! Cheating at home." Indeed, Ian had witnessed an unfamiliar woman trailing behind Clark as he exited the restroom. "What are you saying?" Clark instinctively covered his arm's cuff, but upon hearing Ian's accusation, his expression faltered, and he turned back only to find nothing amiss. A performance? No. Ian discerned an oddity in Clark's furrowed brow. His father exuded confidence, entirely devoid of the guilt one might expect from being caught in the act. Moreover, upon reflection, it seemed implausible that even if he were unfaithful, Clark would choose to do so within their home, unless Mother, Louise, had granted her consent. While it was true that Westerners tended to be more liberal, their household retained a degree of tradition, which led Ian to doubt that his mother harbored such peculiar inclinations. Yet, why was there a woman present? It was conceivable that she might not be a living person at all. Having encountered spirits before, could it be that his vision allowed him to perceive ghosts? Ian first thought of a web drama, whose conclusion he had never seen prior to his traversal. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he lowered his gaze to examine the back of his hand. An imprint flickered there, seemingly visible only to him. Could this be the reason for the mark left by this formidable figure? Ian raised his head once more, and within his pupils, the silhouette of a woman, invisible to others, remained reflected. She was clad in black attire, exuding an aura of authority, her exquisite short hair framing a complexion as pale as alabaster. Perhaps sensing Ian's unwavering gaze, the woman tilted her head slightly. A human? Such a remarkable talent indeed. She appeared to share a semblance of surprise. Chapter 26, Mysterious Past, The day of divine fall, Ian stood frozen before the restroom door, his pupils mirroring the woman who emerged from behind his father. She seemed to have noticed him, her penetrating gaze directed at Ian, as though she sought to unveil all his secrets. She murmured softly, and just as Clark intended to turn back for another glance, in that instant, it felt as though the entire world had drained of color, fading into a monochrome palette. Clark remained suspended in the act of turning, resembling a statue caught in time. Even the air seemed to have ceased its flow. Ian could hear the thunderous beat of his heart resonating within this stilled moment. What have you done? He was genuinely taken aback. Even his invincible Superman father was rendered powerless against this enigmatic woman, whose power exceeded his wildest imagination. In response to the boy's astonished inquiry, she simply said, "I'm merely waiting." The woman tilted her head, a chain adorned with a pendant hanging from her neck, though what it bore remained concealed beneath her dark uniform. Waiting for what? Ian was certain the woman was not merely anticipating a meal. He had yet to establish his commercial empire in America, and the ambitions of such a formidable woman were surely not trivial. Gulp! Ian swallowed hard. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his father's petrified profile. It was unthinkable that even his Superman father should feel so powerless in the face of this mysterious force. The woman before him was undoubtedly a being of divine caliber. She appeared youthful, exuding the calm of an older sister while also embodying the vivacity of a young girl. Such a contradictory essence intertwined harmoniously within her. To be frank, Ian found her terrifying, a creature reminiscent of an ancient sorceress. What am I waiting for? The woman did not respond directly. Instead, she walked slowly toward the bay window at the end of the corridor. Her long, pale legs appeared even more ghostly in this monochrome world. Please allow me to apologize, special child. The woman opened the window, gazing out at the nightscape. Raising her hand to grasp a leaf that had also been suspended in midair, its decay frozen in time. You are destined to lose your father, and I shall be the one to escort him away. Rest assured, I promise to care for him with utmost devotion. As the woman turned to Ian, a gentle smile graced her lips. Ian's mind was racing, his breaths becoming increasingly labored. The notion of death surged within him, causing a tremor in his heart. This fear, however, did not stem from the woman before him, but rather from the ominous possibilities he could sense. You are familiar with death? The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, her tone filled with astonishment. She scrutinized Ian once more before gracefully leaping through the window to perch upon the sill. No, I'm not Miss Death. How could I possibly compare to her beauty, gentleness, kindness, and warmth? The woman twirled a withered leaf in her hand, her voice imbued with admiration, perhaps even a hint of yearning. Before Ian could voice another question, the woman seemed to anticipate his inquiry. My name is Tessa, and I am like them. As she spoke, the woman who identified herself as Tessa lifted her slender hand, pale as alabaster, pointing towards the pitch-black night. It seemed as if something concealed lay hidden there. Ian hesitated for a moment, then approached Tessa, only to feel his pupils constrict once again. Before him loomed a multitude of shadowy figures clad in black suits, standing tall in the faded world. In the front row, an elderly woman held a black umbrella, its ribs starkly white, while a young boy in suspenders cradled a chick, its eyes glimmering with an eerie fire. There were solemn-faced men donning top hats as well. Both young and old, they filled the streets. Even atop buildings and cars, figures in black suits held their postures erect. All eyes were fixed upon Ian, their expressions devoid of emotion, save for Tessa, who smiled and waved her hand, prompting a mechanical response from the crowd. The eerie assembly of figures bowed in unison towards the window, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Each person's skin was as pale as snow, rendering the scene even more sinister in the stark contrast of black and white. They are paying their respects to you, the fortunate soul of such honor. Tessa glanced at the back of Ian's hand, as if she could perceive the mark upon it, uncovering certain truths and secrets. Could you elucidate what exactly is happening? Ian's scalp tingled as he gazed at the throng of dark-suited figures outside, striving to maintain his composure. To be frank, your appearances are quite striking. Would you be interested in partnering with me to establish a company that allows intriguing souls to showcase their mysterious past during family gatherings, leaving all attendees utterly astounded and questioning their existence? I believe we would receive widespread acclaim. An awkward attempt at humor. Perhaps it is Ian's final stubbornness. Yet, His attempts to mask his emotions have evidently failed to deceive Tessa. I believe you have discerned this. Tessa gently rubbed the dried leaf in her hand, watching it gradually disintegrate. You simply remain reluctant to acknowledge it. Dear little one, do not be afraid nor sorrowful. Tessa wished to reach out and caress Ian. For all things must inevitably come to an end, not as a punishment, but as the dawn of a new beginning. Her voice was particularly tender. However, Ian recoiled from her pale hand. It cannot be. This is impossible. Surely, there is some mistake. Ian desperately wished to contest this notion. Yet, her slender fingers pressed against his lips. We could never be mistaken about such matters. Tessa spoke softly, her dark eyes locking onto Ian's, who felt himself spiraling into the depths of her gaze. I am the harbinger of death, as are they. Our presence here holds but one purpose. Tessa's voice, soothing yet resolute, shattered Ian's final illusions. Your father, Clark Kent, possesses a greatness deserving of respect. Thus, we have come, alongside nearby companions, gathered in love and reverence. Today, a god has fallen. The sorrow of the saint, the death of a hero demands ample witnesses. Tessa's words struck Ian like thunder, obliterating the last vestiges of hope within him. It felt akin to a boulder of immense weight, pressing down upon him, making even breathing a laborious task. Chapter 27. Ian, the Miracle Boy? Tessa observed Ian's myriad reactions with keen interest. This is destiny, an unstoppable force. Her voice resonated like a decree, imbued with an unassailable gravity, as her fingers tapped lightly against the bed's edge, producing a rhythmic sound. Ian's pupils flickered momentarily. There must still be a way. Suddenly, he appeared composed, gazing into Tessa's eyes, the disorienting depth of her gaze intensifying. The so-called fate is an invincible conclusion. Your resistance is merely a prejudice against death. Tessa's fingers paused briefly on the window frame, and an abrupt silence enveloped the still room. Ian's expression bore an unusual seriousness. Perhaps death itself is not so fearsome. However, the indifference towards life, the passive acceptance of a loved one's departure, is truly terrifying. His response caused Tessa's eyes to narrow slightly, and the pale woman gently patted her chest, a curious smile gracing her features. You have touched upon my heart. She winked at Ian, yet his expression remained unchanged. You would not share so much with me without purpose. Ian, despite his usual demeanor, possessed a glimmer of genuine wisdom, albeit rarely utilized in daily life. Upon hearing those words, Tessa's smile deepened. Perhaps I merely wish for you to learn to accept reality. Her tone retained a softness, akin to a gentle reassurance offered to a child in need of compassion. Your family is unique, thus her assertions hold a modicum of truth. However, they fail to instill much credibility in Ian. Perhaps? Ian turned his gaze towards the monochrome corridor, where the doors to several bedrooms stood resolutely closed. But I believe you have yet to offer comfort to my brothers. His words seemed laden with implication. What significance does that hold? Tessa tilted her head, her expression still radiating warmth. As the youngest child, it is entirely justifiable for me to be more attentive to your emotions. There's indeed a semblance of logic in that. I do not comprehend the essence of death, yet to my mind, the Grim Reaper ought not to possess such sentiments. Thus, your presence here, conversing with me, must surely bear purpose and meaning. Ian's mind raced, gradually untangling some perplexities. In response, Tessa merely chuckled softly, casting her gaze down upon the frigid street below. I am merely passing the time. You see, living for so long can be quite exhausting. The voice of the female Reaper held a note of lament, tinged with a subtle melancholy. Ian remained silent, simply observing her. Her sapphire-like eyes shone brilliantly in the faded world around them. After a moment, she broke the stillness. Very well, you clever little rascal. Tessa's voice shattered the quiet atmosphere as she pouted, raising her hands in an exaggerated gesture of surrender. I must confess, I find myself far more intrigued by you than your father. Until now, I was unaware of your remarkable existence. This is an extraordinary revelation in my monotonous career. For this reason, I have decided to grant you an opportunity, one far more generous than what our Reaper Superior would ever consider. With that, Tessa glanced at the back of Ian's hand, pausing momentarily before continuing. I can offer you 7 days to uncover the truth behind your father's demise. The sudden chill in her tone momentarily startled Ian. You want me to return to the past? Ian furrowed his brow, gently stroking the back of his hand with the other. From the words of this female reaper, he had gleaned a crucial piece of information, causing his pupils to flicker with surprise. No, no, no. I have yet to appreciate you to that extent. Tessa laughed suddenly. Your father's time of death will be postponed, and these 7 days represent his final chance, as well as that of this city. Do not expect your father to provide assistance. He is as bewildered by his own fate as you are. Young one, you must rely solely on yourself to show me whether you possess the potential for miracles. There was a barely discernible note of anticipation in Tessa's voice as she concluded her statement, without granting Ian the opportunity to continue questioning. Her body suddenly lurched forward and plummeted towards the street below, as if she had completely merged into the interwoven black and white tapestry of the night. Did this matter pertain to the safety of the metropolis? If I could uncover the source of the problem, perhaps my father would not have to perish. By the time Ian hurled himself toward the window, all traces of figures had vanished. Not only had the reaper Tessa, who had fallen to the street, disappeared, but even the throngs of black-clad individuals had completely dissolved, as if they had never existed at all. Ian, what's wrong with you? In a state of uncertainty, Ian's world suddenly seemed to be infused with sound and color anew. Everything around him appeared to warp and intertwine into an indistinct, gelatinous blur. Ian could not help but rub his eyes. Upon opening them again, he beheld Clark's hand resting on his shoulder, the other hand oscillating before his eyes, his father's face etched with concern. Why did you suddenly zone out? Clark was evidently worried about Ian's condition worsening. Despite being aware of certain aspects regarding Ian, he still deemed the psychiatrist's diagnosis might not be unfounded. After all, it was a highly reputable psychologist known nationwide, often aiding the police in solving cases. It was precisely for this reason that their families had crossed paths. That woman, Ian glanced beyond Clark's shoulder, his voice trailing off as he realized there was nothing behind him. He abruptly turned to face the window. There, the window appeared to have never been opened. What has transpired? Ian could not suppress his curiosity. Clark furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his younger son with increasing worry. I came out of the bathroom and saw you suddenly frozen in place, your gaze quite vacant. It was no wonder his father was concerned. Ian's behavior aligned eerily with the typical symptoms of schizophrenia he had encountered in his rapid reading studies. So, have I forgotten even the matter of your infidelity? Or could it be that it never occurred in reality at all? Ian suddenly felt as though he were becoming Li Huowan. Confusion reigned. It was truly incomprehensible. Dad, did anything strange happen today? Unable to discern, he chose not to dwell on it. Ian was far more preoccupied with the cause of death mentioned by the female reaper. He felt an undeniable connection to an event that had transpired earlier that day. However, it's just some tedious news collection, rather uninteresting. Clark adjusted his glasses, clearly reluctant to speak the truth. Ian scrutinized his father's face for quite some time. Go to bed. As for your encounter with the robber, you need not worry. I will certainly be attentive. Unbeknownst to Clark, he remained oblivious to Ian's unusual demeanor. He gently patted Ian's shoulder, offering reassurance. Ian, who contemplated revealing his thoughts, found himself haunted by the grave warning from the female reaper, who had asserted that he could rely solely on himself for a reason of profound significance. Could it be that seeking Superman's assistance would only complicate matters further? Lost in contemplation, his sixth sense unusually heightened. He was gradually led by Clark to the threshold of the room. See you tomorrow, Dad, Ian murmured softly. In his pupils, the reflection of a woman seated atop the chimney of the house across the way appeared, making a shushing gesture, a sight visible only to Ian. Clark, momentarily perplexed, paused in curiosity. See you tomorrow, he replied with a smile, assisting Ian in closing the door. Once alone in the corridor, Clark's smile faded, replaced by contemplative confusion. Had something transpired? He glanced towards a restroom, then out the window, surveying the desolate night devoid of even a single bird. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as he raised his arm, concealed beneath his sleeve, revealing a grotesque wound still emanating a green glow. Yet, the sensation of increasing weakness seemed to have abruptly halted, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of the extraordinary. Chapter 28. The solution to the problem in the bedroom on the second floor. The lamp cast Ian's shadow upon the wall, grotesquely contorting it into a monstrous figure. In reality, he sat cross-legged in a chair, focused intently on his small computer. The gentle hum of the computer fan accompanied the rapid tapping of Ian's fingers on the keyboard as browser windows popped up one after another, each displaying news from Metropolis that had unfolded the previous day. He sought to uncover any clues regarding Superman's recent encounters and the impending events in Metropolis. Should he confront his father, Clark? Such a thought had crossed his mind, yet he recalled the female Reaper's reappearance, clearly attempting to deter him. There must be a special reason behind this. Would Superman's continued involvement lead to worse consequences, or perhaps hasten Death's arrival? I loathe the Riddler. Upon reflecting calmly, Ian realized that based on his understanding of Clark, even if he were to directly acknowledge his awareness of his father's identity as Superman and disclose his interactions with the enigmatic Reaper, his father would undoubtedly prevent Ian from participating in any subsequent investigations. Let us not forget that, in the eyes of his parents, he was merely a patient with a slight mental affliction. Moreover, to Superman, humanity appeared excessively fragile. Hence, in any situation, his father would invariably choose to face it alone, striving to shield his family from the myriad dangers associated with his own existence. Confrontation would not yield collaborative efforts between father and son. Even Ian harbored concerns that, given his father's cautious nature, he might unwittingly be sent to the home of a hero adept in magic, thus inadvertently wasting countless days on exorcisms and inspections for potential hazards. Time was of the essence. Only 7 days remained. Ian had no desire to be conscripted into an exorcism. He contemplated whether he might seek the counsel of a true sage, the unheralded king of Gotham City, for assistance. However, after deliberating for half the day, he ultimately dismissed this notion. It was not fear of revealing his unique status that deterred him. As long as he did not disclose his identity as a time traveler, the world was teeming with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. The only consequence might be that Batman would take note and devise a series of countermeasures. Those endowed with capabilities were accustomed to this treatment, and if everyone shared the same fate, it would amount to no significant impact. Ian's apprehension lay in Batman's disposition. He had yet to encounter this world's Batman and could not fathom his stance towards Superman. While Metropolis might find salvation, the fate of Superman would hinge solely upon Batman's mood. It is worth noting that Superman had perished under Batman's machinations before. Ian truly could not afford to gamble. He was not among those inflated with an overweening sense of destiny, believing that upon crossing over, they had become the protagonists of fate, expecting universal loyalty or the ability to control Batman at will. In the presence of the preeminent intellect of the DC universe, Ian lacked confidence in his own remarkable wisdom. Perhaps only when confronted with the decaying gravestone of Batman, a century old, would his intellect find its footing. This is a matter of self-awareness. In the presence of Batman, such awareness is common to all. Batman is not characterized as a relentlessly benevolent individual. The version of him seen through the screen is merely the beloved icon adored by the masses. Consequently, Ian chose to temporarily set aside the option of seeking Batman's assistance. With 7 days at his disposal, he still had 3 days to explore other alternatives. Perhaps he could enlist the aid of Wonder Woman? Surely. She possessed remarkable means of assistance, and her status in the hierarchy of heroes was undoubtedly significant. There were indeed other relatively amicable superheroes akin to her. Ian could even devise a strategy involving death. The rule that souls cannot perish without death's intervention surely harbors some loopholes. Furthermore, there was Lucifer from the light, who was currently distressed over his inability to woo the divine arrangements. There were certainly trades to be made here. Of course, engaging with the Lord of Hell necessitated careful consideration. As for the potential destruction of Metropolis, that was a concern for superheroes, not one he felt particularly invested in. Ian's thoughts were straightforward. His primary concern was for his family. After all, his entire family was comprised of heroes, a legacy of sorts. Compared to his 2 brothers, who were destined to become heroes, Ian considered himself far more selfish. There was nothing amiss in that. Ian repeatedly reminded himself of this. Those who were once academic achievers should understand that multitasking is a fundamental skill. While contemplating, he simultaneously perused the news on the internet. In the data jungle, Ian searched for any potential clues that might be amiss. Cherry blossoms in Central Park bloom early. Experts claim global warming is causing climate anomalies, urging Eastern powers to conserve more carbon emissions for the West. The subway line 3 has suddenly been shut down. Suspected ancient biological remains discovered underground. Lex Group's new clean energy project receives government support. One headline after another flashed before Ian's eyes as he swiftly scrolled his mouse. Suddenly, a news event that occurred this morning captured his attention and raised his alertness. Star Airlines Flight 143 crashes outrage. Superman's rescue efforts fell short. 12 lives lost, 36 injured. Only 114 safely rescued. Such incidents compel us to question what Superman is doing. Beneath the title and the soul-searching inquiry was a shocking photograph. Capturing the moment the aircraft made contact with the ground, with a distant figure in red and blue arriving belatedly. The snapshot was remarkably clear, and the article exuded malice. It was evident that this was a media outlet controlled by Lex Group. Ian found this unsurprising. A media company governed by Lex Luthor would indeed be alarming if they weren't disparaging Superman that day. Of course, this news was not mere fabrication. The plane crash made Ian's eyes narrow slightly. He recalled the vibrations that shook the classroom windows during the morning lecture, accompanied by a muffled explosion in the distance. The calm demeanor of the teacher and the smoke outside had provided ample fodder for his complaints. In hindsight, it was evident that something had gone awry. Logically, a progressively powerful Superman should not have been unable to respond to a downed aircraft. Such a scenario could only arise if something entangled the old man, causing a delay. Perhaps this angle warranted investigation. Ian searched for news online and stumbled upon a video shared by a social media personality named Baby Ball is huge. Indeed, the football babe's ball was quite large. However, the focal point was the paid video of her taking selfies in the sea, which was situated at the crash site. The welfare goddess, atop a tall building, had a clearly visible background in the open video, revealing the staggering figure of the old man soaring in the sky, which directly corroborated Ian's previous suspicions. Something indeed transpired just before the plane explosion. Ian, relying on his determination, compelled himself to concentrate on the matter at hand. Under normal circumstances, Superman should not be flying unsteadily in the sky. Such an occurrence could only indicate a problem with Superman's condition, perhaps having just extricated himself from an exceptionally challenging situation. Moreover, he was already injured, whether or not there are injuries on his father's body. Perhaps some among these individuals could discern it. Ian perused various news articles pertaining to the airplane incident, his attention fixated on the hospital where the injured were uniformly housed, believing he might extract useful clues from these victims. Thus, he resolved to proceed. The slightly worn spirit card flipped in Ian's hand. He had made his decision and devised a plan. However, before embarking on this course, he needed to survive the night. Fortunately, he had utilized his brother's account to purchase the video, hoping that upon receiving the billing notification, their mother would not be overly harsh on his dear brother. Surely, Jordan must feel an intangible sense of accomplishment while enduring the blows, as he was suffering for the sake of saving their beloved father. Jordan is indeed the superhero of their family. Ian remained focused on dual tasks, continuing to seek other clues while simultaneously enjoying the paid video in a small window at the bottom right of his computer screen. There was no other choice. After all, Ian's spirit hailed from a nation renowned for its frugality. How could he ever waste money? That would be an utterly disgraceful act. Multitasking was entirely within his capabilities. Chapter 29. Testing Superman. Ian will prevail to be frank. Ian did not favor grandeur. Yet, sometimes his eyes held their own intentions. While investigating the airplane incident, he found himself watching the football babe videos repeatedly, 4 or 5 times. His approach was meticulous, merely seeking potential overlooked details of the accident. It felt too contrived. The blend of technology and harsh reality severely hindered his observation of the nuances regarding his father's trajectory. Ian's critiques were grounded and unequivocal. He prudently deleted his browser history and expertly formatted his hard drive, subsequently filling it with genuine scientific learning materials, only to format it once more. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, brimming with value, wisdom that even Jonathan and Jordan combined might struggle to comprehend. There would be no sleep tonight. An all-nighter was the only path forward. Ian dedicated the entire night to searching for related topics on online platforms, unearthing some valuable information across various forums and niche circles. The following day, having not emerged with dark circles under his eyes or the pallor of fatigue, Ian felt a tinge of disappointment as he chastised his robust constitution while stepping out of his room. Morning light streamed through the blinds, casting golden stripes on the dining table. The air was suffused with the enticing aromas of roasted meat and eggs. Ian prodded at the scrambled eggs on his plate. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on Clark in the kitchen, the superhero humming a tune as he stuffed bacon into a sandwich. Would you like some blueberry jam? Clark turned to Ian, who was gazing at him, his expression devoid of any signs of illness or distress. As he spoke, he placed a meticulously prepared sandwich on a Jordan's plate. No need, Ian said, shaking the milk carton in his hand, its plastic shell producing a hollow sound. I'm full. I must head to school now. You all enjoy the delightful breakfast of this new day. With that, he stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Wait, we will drive you to school, Jonathan exclaimed, taking bites of chicken breast. As a key player in American football, he always adhered to a strict dietary regimen. Indeed, what if you encounter yesterday's kidnapper again? It's far too perilous. Jordan sought to catch up with Ian, but the latter, with his superior physical prowess, swiftly darted out the door. Clark made no attempt to stop him. In fact, he restrained Jordan, who was eager to pursue. Your brother is quite clever. Trust that he will safeguard himself. Clark, aware that certain matters were best left unspoken, opted for a more diplomatic expression. But he's still a child. How can he protect himself? Jordan rolled his eyes, his perception of his father as an irresponsible man deepening. In American families, familial conflicts often take center stage. Sighing, Clark watched Jordan chase after Ian, refraining from further explanation. At that moment, a weary Lois descended the stairs. Children, I apologize. I am somewhat sleep-deprived. How does your father's breakfast taste? Upon waking, she realized that only Jonathan remained in the dining room. Good morning, Mom, Jonathan replied with a smile, giving a thumbs up as a compliment to Clark's culinary skills, though he had only consumed a few of the eggs prepared by his father. The rest of his diet, chicken breast, creatine, protein powder, arginine, fish oil, curcumin probiotics, and a mysterious blend, was his own carefully curated combination. What about Ian? And Jordan? Lois inquired, accepting the coffee handed to her by Clark. He remained silent. After finishing their meal, they departed for school. Jonathan chose not to mention the unpleasant incident that had transpired earlier. He always assumed the role of the most mature sibling in the family. All right, Lois said, harboring no suspicions. As she munched on a sandwich, she walked toward the living room cabinet. Clark, I believe we still need to inform Ian about the matter we discussed yesterday, allowing him to accept the medication on his own without feeling deceived. She opened a drawer in search of the prescription medication. However, the next moment, she froze. Did you place Ian's medication somewhere else? Lois turned back to Clark, who remained silent, engrossed in his bread. Or rather, have you secretly administered medication to Ian by adding it to his breakfast? Lewis furrowed his brow, his tone imbued with a sense of foreboding. Why was I not consulted beforehand? It was apparent that Lewis was exceedingly displeased. Observing this, Jonathan silently vacated the dining area. As for Clark, he clenched his jaw yet remained mute, enduring the pressure exerted by the most formidable individual in the household, shoving bread into his mouth to stifle his thoughts. Outside, Ian was not pursued by Jordan. He ran with remarkable speed, taking shortcuts that eclipsed the pace of public transport. The reason for his swift escape was, of course, rather unique. Ha! I am Ian, the adept user of medication, he exclaimed while running, lifting the bottle in his hand, the liquid mingling with a multitude of colorful pills as he gulped them down. The taste was bitter, yet did not deter him from voraciously chewing and swallowing. One bottle after another, he consumed them all, and their effects manifested swiftly, revealing several alterations in his perception: abnormal heart rate, nerve paralysis, sensory overload, metabolic dysfunction, liver and kidney failure. Good heavens! 5 negative statuses. Physical decline, experience 2. It must be said, the medication prescribed by the doctor appeared to be remarkably effective in Ian's eyes. Dr. Hannibal was indeed a miraculous healer. Ian genuinely admired the psychologist he had previously regarded with suspicion, feeling as though he teetered on the brink of death. However, though he felt as if he were dying, he was not truly dead. Rather, he was in a state akin to death. Yes, this was his ideal method of leveling up. Ian ran swiftly, arriving at school and saving a portion of his bus fare. The morning classes were exceedingly simple, yet Ian found himself resting his head on the desk, unable to absorb any information. Continuous physical decline, experience 3. The youth pondered whether his mental illness had worsened. After considerable reflection, he concluded that he was likely recovering. The teacher, oblivious to the distraction of the best-performing student in the grade, continued with the lesson. However, his deskmate Madison was somewhat concerned, though not out of affection. She frequently turned to glance at Ian, and after class, she could no longer contain her bewilderment. Ian, why are your eyes constantly darting around? Goodness, they're practically sparkling. Are you turning into a zombie? Madison was genuinely startled by Ian's condition. If you are a zombie, please don't bite me first. How about you go after our principal instead? She abruptly pushed toward Ian, who had leaned in closer, her expression fraught with fear. At that moment, what the hell, Madison? What have you done to me? Ian, immersed in his experience of leveling up, suddenly regained clarity, momentarily stunned before becoming quite agitated. He had accumulated 7 abnormal statuses, and now they had all vanished. The entire individual felt invigorated, akin to the effects of the self-healing frenzy. Chapter 30. Ian and his contingency plan. Ian's voice rose in exasperation, drawing the attention of his classmates to Madison's inquiry. The whispers that had filled the classroom abruptly ceased. More than 30 pairs of astonished eyes turned in unison towards Ian. What? Madison's hand lingered in midair, frozen in the position of having just pushed Ian. Gradually, she retracted her hand, her expression one of confusion, clearly unable to comprehend the magnitude of Ian's reaction. A whistle echoed from the back of the classroom, emanating from the most mischievous student, followed by several classmates joining in the ruckus, as if they believed there was a tale of love and hate unfolding between Ian and Madison. Curiosity piqued. The onlookers eagerly gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Stop. There's nothing between me and this guy for you to enjoy. He has simply lost his mind. I don't even understand why his reaction is so exaggerated. Madison rolled her eyes at the crowd, a true expert in the art of exasperation. The youthful blush on Ian's face surpassed any feeble rebuttal. A voice piped up from within the throng, belonging to a classmate known for their antics. As the spectators' gazes grew increasingly suggestive. Eddie, what nonsense are you babbling? Madison scoffed, perplexed, then turned to Ian, who was trembling with an empty vial in hand, startled. Damn it, why are you blushing at a time like this? The blonde girl appeared equally frustrated. I'm furious. Do you have any idea how much I've lost? Ian retorted, his voice tinged with indignation. He was mentally tallying his losses, and with each calculation, the pain intensified. Ian felt as though, should he encounter a formidable opponent in the future, that slight deficit in experience could lead to his downfall, and he would not forgive his deskmate, even in death. Madison remained utterly baffled by Ian's expressions. At that moment, the door swung open, and Emily, a girl with cascading brown waves, stormed into the classroom. After a brief inquiry among her classmates, she furiously approached Madison. Ian doesn't like me, and you scheming wench, are targeting me. There must be a reason. She glared at Madison while casting a furtive glance at Ian, who, in turn, didn't spare her a glance. There was no remedy for Ian's bleeding heart, for his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the lost upgrade buff. Emily interpreted this scene as Madison's emotional manipulation over Ian, seething with resentment towards her. Madison, unfazed, rolled her eyes dramatically, maintaining her composure. Please, Emily, my disdain for you stems from your utter lack of talent, even in being a scheming wench. She gestured exaggeratedly, as if to suggest that perhaps Emily should practice with a few more men to improve her skills. Oh wait, Madison's performance comes off as somewhat exaggerated, albeit intentionally so. Suddenly, she feigns a moment of enlightenment, covering her mouth and directing a merciless mockery at Emily. Haven't you been doing this all along? Yet, how is it that you've made no progress? Have you only mastered the art of seduction? Madison leads the charge in laughter. Fight! The students, reveling in the chaos, began to cheer. Emily, trembling with anger and ready to roll up her sleeves for a battle over her hair, was interrupted when the classroom door burst open. A bespectacled man, exuding an unyielding authority, strode in. Silence. Chemistry teacher Walter White, though newly appointed at Metropolis Public High School, commanded respect befitting his position, perhaps due to his connections with various gang members outside school. Rumor has it he is a leader of a certain gang, with teaching merely a facade to disguise his true identity. Surprisingly, many students within the school are inclined to believe such tales. Consequently, the raucous crowd that had previously cheered dissipated in an instant. Emily, too, returned to her seat in defeat. Class is now in session. Walter White began his monotonous chemistry lecture. During lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with noise and excitement. Where is that fierce individual? Ian, with a fully laden tray, scanned the room until he spotted his target. He approached and sat down across from a lanky boy from another class. Amidst the clamor, a figure settled into the seat opposite him. Sam Winchester looked up to see Ian. Not wishing to endure another one of Ian's displays of superiority, he instinctively stood, tray in hand, ready to relocate. Sam, Ian called out to him. Sam Winchester, right? If my investigation is accurate, you have a brother named Dean Winchester, correct? May I have a word with you? Ian maintained a polite demeanor. Initially, Sam Winchester had no desire to engage with Ian. However, upon hearing Ian mention his brother, he hesitated and turned back. He placed his tray down on the table. The two family members sat across from each other, yet the atmosphere seemed anything but amicable. What are you trying to convey? Sam Winchester fixed his gaze on the classmate across from him. He felt a twinge of concern, though the absence of any females in his family eased his tension slightly. Why are you investigating me? Sam's tone was unfriendly. Ian refrained from providing a direct answer. There are some individuals at school who find you reclusive, and they often trouble you. I've taken the liberty of resolving that issue for you. Sensing Sam's resistance, he began to extend his goodwill. Oh, upon hearing this, Sam furrowed his brow. Have you dealt with those bothersome individuals? Do you mean to say you have reduced them to 5 pieces, placed them in 5 different locations, and then incinerated them with salt and kerosene? I hope you remembered to pierce their hearts with a demon-hunting knife soaked in holy water, as that would tear their souls apart. The seemingly innocent boy spoke with astonishing audacity, uttering such horrific methods in the calmest of tones. Even someone with Ian's temperament almost lost his composure. Noticing Ian's astonished expression, Sam smiled slightly, revealing an understanding look. It appears your reason for seeking me is somewhat related to my family's profession. Sam lowered his gaze and took a bite of the meal before him. His shocking words were evidently a test. Clever, Ian remarked. My academic performance isn't far behind yours. Thank you. In response, Sam produced a notebook. You may share with me the situation you are facing. Are there supernatural occurrences happening around you? Or do you frequently awaken from nightmares at night? He intended to record and preliminarily analyze Ian's experiences. Sam had undergone such processes numerous times throughout his life. Let me be direct, Ian began, refraining from disclosing his secret obsession with control, a testament to his emotional intelligence. I actually do not require your family's ghost hunting services. I merely hope you could assist me by inquiring at home. After glancing around, Ian leaned forward slightly. How can I eliminate the Grim Reaper? Although Ian did not perceive the presence of the Grim Reaper nearby, he still lowered his voice, perhaps embodying the essence of speaking audaciously without regard for consequences. Sam inhaled sharply. Are you out of your mind? You wish to eliminate a Grim Reaper. His extensive knowledge was evident, as he understood precisely what Ian was implying, which took Ian by surprise. Well, not exactly, Ian mused thoughtfully. Sam exhaled a sigh of relief. What I intend to eliminate is a whole nest of Grim Reapers. Ian then began to correct his phrasing. Sam's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his expression a mix of horror and disbelief. He regarded Ian as if he were indeed a madman. To kill a Grim Reaper? No, a whole group of them. What kind of mental state would allow one to entertain such thoughts? Chapter 31. Urgency. Who I am shall remain unspoken. Today, Ian will attend class, primarily to seek an alternative solution. Yes, the boy he had previously encountered in the cafeteria had come to mind, and Ian had recalled who he was last night. Sam Winchester, a character akin to those who disrupt the narrative like Hannibal. The source appears to be an American television series titled Supernatural, which encompasses a storyline that spans over a decade. The narrative follows Sam and his older brother Dean as they initially confront malevolent spirits, only to later engage in battles against demons and, subsequently, angels, culminating in a confrontation with God himself. Perhaps the brothers in this world are not as ferocious. Yet Ian believes that Sam possesses the vital knowledge necessary to address the ultimate question regarding the mortality of their father. I suggest that if you are unwell, perhaps you should consider taking some cold medicine. Sam, coming to his senses from a state of shock, gazes at Ian with an expression that reflects bewilderment, akin to one perceiving madness. The excessively youthful Winchester clearly has not yet developed the audacity required. I genuinely seek assistance. Ian's attention shifts to a girl in the vicinity, who is joyfully conversing with her friends. If you can help me discover the means I seek, I shall reveal to you how to attain your desires. He had prepared himself well before arriving. A true scholar never approaches an examination unprepared. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Sam's gaze falters, his face flushing a deep crimson, a true manifestation of youthful embarrassment, far surpassing that of a mere confession of affection. You are astute. You must surely understand my meaning, and you should be aware of my capabilities. Ian attempts to employ negotiation tactics reminiscent of the formidable characters from the series. However, as he raises his cup, which contains Coca-Cola, the remnants of sweet and tangy tomato juice linger on his smile, failing to exude the authoritative aura expected of a powerful figure. Nevertheless, Sam, though still young, is indeed taken aback. You cannot do that, he exclaims, slamming his palm on the table, his eyes ablaze with fervor, his knuckles whitening from tension, albeit his demeanor betraying a hint of panic. Why can't I? This is the land of the free, America. Ian lifts his chin, intending to assert his right to pursue the girl Sam admires. But my father is a man. You cannot accuse him of indecency. The police would not believe your claims. Sam's reasoning appears to deviate into a realm even less rational than Ian's. Ian finds himself momentarily stunned by Sam's peculiar logic. After a prolonged silence, Ian concedes. It is not impossible. We could give a try. He acknowledges Sam's suggestion with a nod, realizing that he is perhaps ill-suited to the role of a menacing antagonist. How despicable of you. Sam's panic escalates at these words, as he feels defeated by his own suggestion. I will go back and help you investigate. Do not involve my family in this. They are innocent. It remains unclear why Sam's reaction is so extreme, as he storms away in anger, leaving Ian to ponder the situation, which has unfolded in ways he could not have anticipated. With a sip of his Coca-Cola, Ian begins to understand why Sam struggles to win over the girl of his affections. They're all kin, so why the urgency to turn against one another? This fellow is, after all, a comrade in affliction. Ian, shaking his cup of cola, lowered his gaze to take a bite of the tomato and pork tenderloin. With genuine astonishment, he transferred an untouched chicken leg from Sam's abandoned plate to his own. The food bears no guilt. The afternoon's lessons, as monotonous as ever, droned on with the teacher's incessant chatter, while Ian slumped over his desk, tilting his head as he fiddled with the pendant Madison had gifted him, stealing glances at her continuously. What is going on? Feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, Madison shielded her eyes with her textbook. You can't possibly think I want to date you, can you? She queried, suspicion lacing her tone. She found Ian's behavior today exceedingly peculiar, more so than on any previous occasion. You earn millions annually, possess a 36D figure, profess your heartfelt devotion, yet you can't even manage to buy me a Lamborghini. Why would you think I want to date you? Ian replied, his tone steeped in confusion. Though he had been momentarily vexed after his training had been interrupted, his emotions had since stabilized after a hearty meal. However, Madison remained utterly astonished by his response. Realizing Ian was not jesting, she fell silent for a moment, her expression odd, genuinely raising her thumb in admiration for him. It seems that when a man casts aside shame, there is little room for women to compete. Can we act a bit more normally? What exactly are you staring at? Madison sighed in exasperation, feeling like a novice in Ian's presence. I was merely pondering if you might be an awakening superhero, while I am but an ordinary NPC suffering immense losses in your origin story, Ian mused, fixated on his personal panel. Indeed, encountering a debauched Lucifer upon stepping out and later purchasing a mysterious pendant from a street vendor are events that hardly seem typical for an ordinary individual. Curse that green wave woman. No, that miraculous healer. I undoubtedly possess a flair for writing, Ian lamented, attempting to devise a title for Madison, but struggling to conjure anything suitable. Should I call her the touching lady? The self-touching woman? Throughout the entire lesson, Ian felt wearied by the realization that his talents had yet to truly flourish. Faced with Ian's incessant teasing, Madison remained silent for the entire morning, while Ian contemplated her situation just as long. Firstly, I have no superpowers. Secondly, my dream is to become a Hollywood star, not to fly around in a tight suit in your fantastical narrative. I'm not like Superman, am I? Madison refuted Ian's conjecture while exhibiting an inexplicable competitive spirit. Becoming a star and a superhero need not be mutually exclusive. How fortuitous. My dream is to become a tycoon, to establish a company that employs superheroes to act on my behalf and earn me riches. Come work for my company. You could be both a star and a hero, and we would all thrive together. Ian was merely engaging in idle chatter, contemplating whether he should create a comic for the boys. Since returning from that nightmarish realm, Ian had been pondering how to activate the dormant profession bestowed by his homeland. Should he establish a company that commands superheroes? Madison found it difficult to fathom such a niche aspiration, yet she had to concede that it indeed reflected a capitalist mindset. Moreover, why the notion of a triple win? Madison's curiosity was piqued. The explanation was simple. You win once, I win twice, which culminates in a threefold victory. Ian's response was impeccable, and his unassailable logic left Madison momentarily speechless. Oh, by the way, how about we call you Wonder Girl? Ian eagerly suggested, attempting to bestow a name upon Madison, only to receive a faint retort in response. Isn't it rather brazen of you to plagiarize? Have you even consulted Wonder Woman for her consent? It seemed Madison had unwittingly become entangled in the debate over copyright infringement. Is it not possible to inquire? She laughed. If you know Wonder Woman, then I must be friends with Superman. Well, that's definitely not acceptable. The two exchanged whispers, engaging in a fervent discussion. Their low voices did not disturb the other students, allowing the teacher to remain blissfully unaware. Just as the bell was about to ring, signaling the end of class, it suddenly ceased. Ian noticed that everything around him seemed to freeze once more, just as it had the previous night, including his classmates. The world before him began to fade wildly, as if doused in makeup remover. Surprisingly, Ian felt no shock. Instead, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. The metropolis gambling deity had once again manifested, confirming an unsettling truth. If he did not hurry, someone else surely would. Chapter 32. Hooray. Curse again. Chalk dust hung, suspended in the air of the classroom. Outside, the shadow of a bird was pinned against the curtain, and even the sunlight had ceased to flow. This was a manifestation of the abilities of the Reaper, Tessa. However, Ian only caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance, without seeing any figure. Playing hide-and-seek? I'm not fond of that game. As Ian glanced around, Tessa approached, frowning slightly. Why you seem so unconcerned? It's been nearly a day. She emerged from behind the teacher, passing through their form. Today, she appeared to have donned a new outfit, still entirely black, yet transformed into a glimmering leather ensemble. Ian was genuinely curious whether beings of death ever experience flatulence. HM? Tessa sensed Ian's peculiar gaze. Who said I've done nothing? I've devised a brilliant plan. Do you know what it entails? Ian cautiously probed the female Reaper. HM? Tessa furrowed her brow. Do you believe I'm constantly monitoring your every move? Don't be so narcissistic, little one. Her tone was rather unkind. Yet Ian's smile instantly brightened. You are right. I share the same sentiment. Ian's grin radiated warmth, embodying the essence of a truly cheerful young man. However, the Grim Reaper, Tessa, furrowed her brow increasingly at the sight. I truly did not anticipate that attending class would be more significant than your father's life. How should I put it? You, as a student, are exceptionally competent? Tessa's voice carried a hint of exasperation. She surveyed her surroundings. The physics teacher remained frozen in a flabbergasted expression, utterly oblivious to the breach of physical laws unfolding before him. This is part of the plan, Ian winked. What plan? The Grim Reaper narrowed her eyes, seemingly having learned the art of teleportation from malevolent spirits, appearing before Ian in an instant without a whisper of wind. I cannot disclose that. It too is part of the plan. Trust me, I genuinely have a strategy. Revealing it could jeopardize its effectiveness. Ian attempted a humorous reference, yet regrettably, those present, both animate and inanimate, likely cannot grasp his wit. If you wish to save your father, it would be prudent to act swiftly. Without further inquiry, Tessa demonstrated an exemplary threat to Ian. However, perhaps you could extend some assistance? You are aware that I am merely an ordinary individual. Ian was not seeking pity. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Tessa frowned upon hearing this. What does that have to do with me? Do you think I care? She donned a rather displeased expression, crossing her arms defiantly, resembling a rebellious girl who shuns interaction. If it truly were inconsequential, Ian's fingertips lightly tapped the desk. His tone resolute as he articulated his deduction, you would not be here. Discovering such secrets does not necessitate profound insight. Tessa fell silent, the temperature in the classroom plummeting, possibly influenced by her mood. Just as the tension reached its zenith, she sighed. What a cunning little rascal. You have triumphed. Tessa shook her head, a hint of exasperation evident. Her concession led Ian to believe he might indeed be a prodigious gambler. The boy silently applauded himself. Why not investigate the plane crash from yesterday? Your father hasn't faltered in quite some time, has he? Tessa had offered a clue. I should head to the Metropolis General Hospital, correct? Ian swiftly responded, aligning with his previous thoughts, perhaps indicating his potential as a renowned detective. Indeed, Tessa's eyebrows subtly lifted. It appears you have conducted some investigation and research. Her tone softened considerably, further affirming that she was not constantly monitoring Ian's progress. After all, as a Grim Reaper, she undoubtedly had numerous responsibilities to attend to. I told you I have a plan. Ian reiterated his thoughts, and just as he intended to probe for further clues, he suddenly noticed the Grim Reaper raising her elongated finger. Allow me to save you some time in executing your plans. With that, the strikingly pale-skinned woman snapped her fingers, causing the monochrome world to peel away like a torn canvas. Ian felt a wave of dizziness, and when his vision cleared, the scent of disinfectant filled his nostrils. Beneath the starkly white lights, the imposing sign of the Metropolitan General Hospital loomed before him, while the puddles left by the rain reflected the silhouettes of the two. The world had inexplicably regained its colors, yet time seemed to remain suspended. Ian's gaze fell upon Tessa's hand, which bore no jewels or infinity gauntlet. Yet her single snap still wielded the power to transform reality. Is this the Grim Reaper's ability? Ian pondered, aware that his knowledge of such extraordinary beings was limited. He recalled the American series Supernatural, which featured a Grim Reaper, prompting him to contemplate the significance of his own Death Knight affiliation. If you wish to become a Grim Reaper, I could submit an application for you. An early employment opportunity, he suggested, eliciting a bemused response from Tessa, who seemed rather exasperated by the inquisitive youth. Her tone carried a hint of veiled annoyance. Calm down, there's no need to panic. Ian glanced up at the hospital's name, lost in thought, which piqued Tessa's curiosity once more. What are you staring at? She inquired, tilting her head in confusion. I find the name of this hospital rather unappealing. Ian replied. Tessa took a deep breath. If one day I were to develop an interest in becoming the mayor, I would certainly rename this place Metropolitan First People's Hospital. Ian continued to ramble on. Stop. Tessa interjected, unable to contain herself. Has anyone ever told you that you might have a few screws loose? The woman, who usually prided herself on her exceptional temperament, found herself on the verge of regret regarding her choice. Indeed, I even have a doctor's note. Ian replied as he rummaged through his school uniform, producing a somewhat crumpled medical document that had previously been tucked away in the living room drawer with his prescribed medication. Though the medicine had long since been consumed, the note remained. Tessa began to contemplate a return policy. Time is of the essence, she urged, taking several deep breaths. This is the only assistance I can offer you moving forward. With that, she abruptly jabbed her finger into Ian's forehead, as if hurrying to clock out for the day. Before Ian could fully grasp the situation, the female Grim Reaper vanished from sight. In the next moment, the world thunderously resumed its operations. The blaring of ambulances, the rolling of gurneys, and the shouts of medical personnel flooded his ears. Despite the bustling crowd around him, Ian realized that no one seemed to notice the boy who had appeared out of thin air. Temporary curse. Within 24 hours, you shall be immune to death. The status bar displayed. The clear icon flickers, embodying a state that appears negative yet is, in fact, positive. The extraordinary effect nearly compels Ian to inflict harm upon himself in a fit of desperation. Chapter 33. The Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper? It is not merely about self-infliction. Even stabbing oneself in the heart would pose no challenge. What is this? It is brimming with experience from the Berserker class. Ian finds himself regretting the lost opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the Grim Reaper Tessa. Otherwise, he would shamelessly seek a long-term curse from her. While their relationship may not be strong, he could still muster the audacity. The automatic glass doors of Metropolis General Hospital reflect Ian's steadfast visage. He gazes at his blurred reflection, unconsciously tracing the pendant that hangs upon his chest. Indeed, he still has the attention of the Grim Reaper Superior. And there lies a possibility. DC Universe must possess its own Deadpool. What the Marvel Universe has, the DC Universe ought to have as well. Ian finds solace in his moral high ground, marveling at the authority of the Grim Reaper. It seems, in the tale of Supernatural, the Grim Reaper can revive others. Truth be told, this American drama is rather aged, and despite his remarkable memory, he struggles to recall all the details. Just as Ian contemplates establishing a sanctuary of thought upon his return, a hurried shout pierces the air from behind him. Make way! He sidesteps. As a gurney brushes past his shoulder, its wheels screeching against the tiles. The man on the gurney is ashen, a steel bar embedded in his chest, blood trailing in a sporadic crimson line. In every realm, there exists a hard-working and perilous working class. Capitalists ought to be hung from lampposts, excluding myself. I shall surely be a conscientious capitalist in the future. Ian knows that even a few crocodile tears would not aid the dying man. The only thing within his power is to avoid causing further trouble for the medical staff. Following the directional signs, Ian locates the inpatient building. He first visits the restroom, emerging a little over 10 minutes later, invigorated and exhilarated, having cleaned the crimson blades. Fortunately, no one witnessed him. Upon entering the inpatient building, he encounters a young nurse at the nurse's station, organizing patient records, her chestnut ponytail swaying gently with her movements. Ian steadies his breath, donning a perfectly timed smile. Good day. I am a student from Brewster Public High School, writing a report on the tragic incident involving Flight 143 of Starlight Airlines. Not only is society concerned about this matter, but we students are also deeply affected by the plight of the victims. May I inquire about the ward where the survivors have been accommodated? Ian maintains his politeness while intentionally altering his voice to weave a small fib. He is certainly not a high school student. Yet this does not impede his assumption of that identity. To interview the patients, Nurse Kate initially furrowed her brow as she lifted her gaze. But upon beholding the strikingly handsome boy before her, her previously composed visage transformed in an instant, akin to a dramatic face change in Sichuan opera. Are you among the patients from Starry Airlines? She mused, marveling at the boundless compassion exhibited by today's youth. Perhaps she had contemplated a refusal at first, yet her demeanor had now softened considerably. The value of charm and good looks was palpably on the rise. Indeed, I'm a campus journalist, Ian declared, extracting a mystical card from his wallet and waving it in front of the nurse, who seemed transfixed by his features, her ears subtly reddening. Ian, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, was determined to utilize his extraordinary artifact. Thus, he presented the card directly before her eyes. At last, the nurse appeared to be captivated by its enchanting allure. In truth, it is likely that Ian would have faced no obstacles, even without the card's influence. You are the esteemed chief reporter of the campus. How impressive, she exclaimed. It became evident that women possess an innate understanding of how to provide emotional value. She even kindly rose from behind the nurse's station to guide Ian in the right direction. In Area B, rooms 32 to 40 house that group of patients, Nurse Kate informed him, leaning in closely, prompting Ian to sense her inhalation of the fragrant aroma of his body wash. I can escort you there, her eagerness unabated. Politely, Ian declined her offer, realizing he had encountered a rather forward nurse. Indeed, it seems that wherever one may be in the world, nurses belong to the boldest echelon of women. Thank you ever so much. You are truly an angel of kindness. Ian maintained his courtesy as he made his escape, perhaps bringing her a moment of joy. The scent of disinfectant in the B ward was more potent, mingling with the aroma of various medications. After a thorough search, Ian entered a room occupied by a survivor of the recent aviation disaster. Good day, I am, he began, retrieving his mystical card once more. Journalist? No, wait a child. A man lying closest to the entrance, his legs suspended in plaster, scrutinized Ian with a hoarse voice. Which patient is your relative? He inquired, clearly misunderstanding the situation. No, I'm a campus journalist. The teachers and students at my school are quite concerned about the recent aviation incident. I am here to gather information on everyone's circumstances. Ian explained, embracing his role. As the offspring of two journalists, he possessed a distinct advantage in portraying a reporter, and he undoubtedly exuded the essence of a campus journalist. No one questioned his authenticity. However, akin to individuals who take pride in flaunting their iPhones or luxury cars, Ian showcased the extraordinary card he had discovered to each survivor he interviewed. While he amassed a wealth of information, most of it proved to be rather inconsequential. For instance, the flight attendant in bed 20 remarked that Superman's embrace felt as reliable as steel when he caught her, a sentiment Ian wholeheartedly agreed with, having experienced the solidness of Superman's arms since childhood. Meanwhile, the businessman in bed 19 insisted that he had witnessed the aircraft being struck down by a green laser. lamenting the disbelief of the official investigators. His claims, however, provided Ian with a sliver of useful information. In contrast, the elderly woman in bed 17 cryptically commented on a putrid odor emanating from Superman, and, given her Romani heritage, Ian found himself compelled to linger a few extra minutes in her presence. Nevertheless, apart from receiving a rather ominous remark about the ill fate that clung to her, which made Ian hastily decide to conclude their conversation for fear of hearing that he would soon sprout red hair, he gleaned no additional useful insights from the Romani woman. Ultimately, it was the man with the legs suspended in the air who, after scrutinizing Ian and taking notes from various individuals, finally addressed him in a gravelly voice, stating that Superman reeked of chemical waste from a sewage treatment plant. Having worked for 20 years in such a facility, he was certain he could not be mistaken about that foul scent. This revelation proved to be the most valuable piece of information Ian had acquired during his inquiries. As the vending machine at the corridor corner hummed, Ian procured a city map and began to identify the locations of several sewage plants near the metropolis. At that moment, however, a patient in bed 43 was nearing the end of their life. Medical personnel rushed past with a defibrillator in tow. Ian looked up to see doctors frantically attempting to revive the patient, and beside the bed, a woman whom no one else seemed to notice stood there, gently watching over the dying individual. Tessa. Although the woman had changed her appearance, Ian's keen eyes recognized her immediately from a distance. She was indeed the Grim Reaper, Tessa, who had brought him to this place. He waved at her, hoping to mend the rift in their relationship. Yet, she seemed taken aback, exclaiming, "Huh? A human? You can see me?" The expression on her face was one of confusion, her gaze fixed on Ian, a mix of shock and bewilderment evident in her eyes, as though she did not recognize him at all. Chapter 34, Father. I yearn for advancement. The scent of disinfectant suddenly became overwhelming. Ian was bewildered by Tessa's reaction. Having known her for merely 2 days, he began to doubt whether he had mistaken her for someone else. Could this be Tessa's identical twin? There were indeed many Reapers. Across the globe, they existed everywhere life was found, part of a higher order of beings that wandered the mortal realm with the duty of guiding souls to their rightful destinations. Places like hospitals were certainly frequent haunts for these Reapers, as every soul on the verge of passing would inevitably encounter one. There exists a notion, supported by certain evidence, suggesting that the Grim Reaper may indeed be a unique type of angel, one whose responsibilities diverge from those of the celestial beings in heaven. The essence of life can be perceived as a distinct manifestation of angelic form. Regardless of the interpretations, an undeniable truth remains. The authority of all Reapers is derived from the Death Knight among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. He stands as the most exceptional of them, second only to God, and belongs to the oldest cohort of beings within the universe, embodying the very concept of death, much like Miss Death herself. Consequently, the identity of the Death Knights chosen could potentially bestow upon Ian tremendous advantages. However, it might also entail significant costs, matters that Ian presently cannot afford to refuse. The thoughts of the enigmatic figure elude Ian's comprehension. He merely understands that should benefits arise, he will acquiesce, while in the face of detriments, rebellion seems the prudent course. As it stands, the ability to perceive the Grim Reaper's presence is, at least, a favorable boon. Tessa? Ian observed the female Reaper advancing toward him. Ah! The expression on the female Reaper's face shifted to one of greater astonishment. It was evident that Ian had not misidentified her. She was indeed Tessa, the female Reaper. Yet, she regarded Ian with an air of unfamiliarity, as if they were meeting for the first time. Frankly, one cannot grow irate and feign ignorance simply because I have engaged with your blessing, nay, your curse, while loitering idly in the restroom, can you? Ian's immediate reaction was to deem her a capricious, superannuated woman with a petty disposition. Nevertheless, I do not comprehend your words, child. You should not be able to see me, as it contravenes the rules. The female Reaper's gaze was laden with suspicion, her expression perplexed enough to suggest authenticity rather than performance. Are you certain we have not met before? Ian's throat constricted, tension rising within him. This anxiety stemmed not solely from the approaching female Reaper or her unfamiliar demeanor, but rather from the absence of the delightful scent he had previously associated with her. This realization sent a chill down his spine. If the Tessa before him was not the same Tessa he had encountered previously, then who, pray tell, Was the imposter he had met before? Temporary curse. For 24 hours, you shall be immune to death. Who, apart from the Grim Reaper, possesses the authority to bestow such a curse? Cold sweat began to beat upon Ian's forehead. Perhaps his subconscious had already formed a hypothesis. Yet both his will and spirit seemed reluctant to confront the source of his unease. He chose to refrain from contemplation. By rounding off the possibilities and indulging in a few self-deceptions, he managed to convince himself that the world remained tranquil, gradually regaining his composure through the perfect loop of his logic. Have we met before? The female Reaper halted before Ian, their proximity palpable. After scrutinizing him with a serious expression, she shook her head. I find you quite unfamiliar. I believe this is our first encounter. In the extensive memories of the female Grim Reaper, Tessa, she found not a single trace connected to Ian. The sound of the boy swallowing grew clearer. Suddenly, the corridor lights flickered. Tessa's gaze abruptly shifted towards the hospital room where resuscitation efforts were underway. The apparatus connected to the patient's chest displayed a heart rate monitor nearing a flat line. I apologize, my time is limited. Although I cannot fathom why you can see me. This is not as it should be. The Grim Reaper raised her somewhat pallid right hand. Do not be alarmed. There will be no pain. You must forget our encounter. I believe that this extraordinary fate will guide our reunion when you depart this world in the future. Her voice was gentle, imbued with an unexpected warmth. As her hand approached Ian's forehead, he unexpectedly leaned in closer. However, instead of her hand touching his brow, the boy bit down on her wrist, catching her entirely off guard, rendering her momentarily rigid. What are you doing? Tessa exclaimed, bewildered, as she felt Ian's teeth pressing firmly. After a moment, he sheepishly released her hand, apologizing. I'm sorry for this unorthodox approach. I merely wanted to test something. He politely produced a tissue to wipe away the saliva on her hand. Evidently, Einstein's theories have their limitations. Ian mused, his expression tinged with melancholy. He was reluctant to accept that science had boundaries, preferring instead to believe that perhaps his own teeth were inadequate. Tessa, still in a state of confusion, comprehended every word he uttered but failed to grasp the meaning behind them. Yet, she discovered something astonishing: bite marks. Lifting her now clean hand, she noticed the distinct impressions on her wrist where he had bitten her, revealing a sensation of pain she had never experienced before. This was utterly impossible. A Grim Reaper should be impervious to all physical harm in the mortal realm. Ian, being aware of the peculiarities of the Grim Reaper, could surmise her bewilderment. I believe this is the reason. Can you not see? Ian raised the back of his hand, where the mark from a death knight was shimmering. Is there some magical force at play? Tessa could not see or feel it. She merely furrowed her brow and suddenly addressed the air. Andrew, I require assistance here. As her words lingered, a man in a black uniform with slicked back hair materialized silently behind Ian. He was undeniably another Grim Reaper, his bony hand pressing down on Ian's crown. Tessa cannot even manage a little boy with spiritual sight. The voice behind her was laced with a languid tone, and he playfully squeezed Ian's head. Bro, you've messed up my hairstyle. Ian was initially taken aback, but without hesitation, he swiftly turned around, raising his hand to deliver a striking blow to the Grim Reaper behind him. The accuracy was impeccable. The handsome Grim Reaper, named Andrew, immediately stiffened, then fell to his knees, his hands clutching his groin in disbelief, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. It shattered, truly shattered. It was not supposed to break. The pain escalated, causing the male Grim Reaper to writhe frantically on the ground. Surrounding him were numerous passers-by, oblivious to the presence of the Grim Reaper, merely casting strange glances at the boy's peculiar behavior. This is impossible. You can actually harm a Grim Reaper. Tessa, the female Grim Reaper, witnessed her companion's dire state and felt her legs tighten, hastily retreating a few steps to distance herself from Ian. Ian did not answer Tessa's inquiry. Upon realizing his capability to inflict harm on such beings, he simply lifted his fist, marked with a flickering brand, lost in contemplation. This must be the juju you provided. My esteemed mentor. Ian extracted the mysterious pendant from his clothing, pressing it to his lips as if to make a call. If it truly belongs to you, I would appreciate a slight acknowledgement. Otherwise, I may just start addressing you as my adoptive father. Ian's tone was not one of flattery. It carried a fervent desire for advancement, a yearning to exploit bugs and level up daily. Perhaps the call did not connect, for he heard no whispers from the ancient deity. However, on the status bar for Death Knight Affinity, the original icon began to distort and transform. Death Knight Affinity changed its appearance and title. Chapter 35. Confidence Born of a Curse. External assistance? The pendant indeed responded. The icon on the status bar altered, and its name changed. This was undeniably a response from that esteemed figure. The Death Knight had evidently taken action, altering Ian's Death Knight Affinity identity to Death Knight Acolyte. It seemed like a minor distinction, yet it appeared to hold little significance. With anticipation, Ian gazed at the icon, his expression freezing as the Death Knight Acolyte status failed to reveal any enhancements. It merely existed in Ian's status bar, akin to a mere phantom, just as the previous Death Knight Affinity had. Where's my immortality? Ian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, once again grasping the pendant. Dear adoptive father, if all else fails, a monthly subscription to an immortality package would suffice. He had implored with enough fervor, yet the pendant remained utterly silent. Ian's attempts at bargaining yielded no response. At the very least, grant me a negative effect to prove you have acknowledged my existence. He lowered his expectations once more. But still, the pendant remained unresponsive. The Death Knight was far too aloof, of course. Ian found himself at a loss, uncertain whether this formidable figure was unwilling or unable to assist him. If his memory served him correctly, the Death Knight should exist in a state of confinement by the divine. The chaotic nature of the world left Ian bewildered as to whether this backdrop still held relevance. As he lamented his predicament, feeling as though his emotions were being mercilessly toyed with, the voice of the female Reaper Tessa bore a hint of terror. It was not merely the fear of Ian's potential to harm them, but rather an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure that she suddenly perceived. Perhaps Ian's status had merely altered to reflect a different icon. Yet, for Tessa, the realization dawned that Ian had begun to evoke a sense of dread within her. This feeling had not been present before. Now, Tessa found herself unable to meet Ian's gaze directly. Such a terrifying circumstance led her to believe she might be encountering a profound horror. Everything that had transpired previously seemed merely a jest on his part, illuminating why he could perceive the Death Knight. This boy was likely not human at all. With this thought, Tessa's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Can you not recognize this? Ian furrowed his brow, shaking the pendant once more. He had intended to glean some understanding from the two Reapers. Unfortunately, the crumpled form of the Reaper Andrew lay on the ground, curled up like a shrimp, struggling against the pain from the shattered egg. Meanwhile, the once formidable Tessa, now weakened and pressed against the wall, stared blankly at Ian's pendant, her face betraying only confusion and bewilderment. No wonder you've lingered here as Reapers for countless years without progress. It's clear you lack ambition. Ian sighed, his tone laden with exasperation. After composing himself, he continued. Look at me. Learn from me. At just 14, I'm already favored by my adoptive father. Oh, forgive me if you don't comprehend. Allow me to elaborate. My adoptive father is none other than your old Ian. He intended to showcase his own prowess, solidifying his identity with audacity. However, the Cosmic will seem to deem this display unbefitting of an ordinary NPC. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance. Over there, a nurse's sharp voice pierced the corridor. That boy's talking to the air. Poor child, he must be mentally ill. Her voice carried a mix of pity and tension. Ian turned to see 5 doctors in white coats rushing towards him, one at the forefront wielding a tranquilizer. The leading black nurse ran, arms outstretched, calling to him soothingly. Don't be afraid, child. We will help you contact your parents. Her voice was gentle, and if it weren't for the binding rope she held, Ian might have genuinely believed she was a good nurse. Damn it. As Ian saw a group of doctors and nurses drawing nearer, he nostalgically yearned for the time-stopping abilities of the fake Tessa. If this cadre of medical professionals caught him, what fate awaited him? I am utterly drained. I clearly possess only a hint of madness. Ian doubted he could convince these doctors and nurses, so he opted for an unhesitating retreat, turning on his heel and sprinting away. Upon witnessing this, 2 Reapers, invisible to ordinary eyes, exhaled in relief. Tessa helped her slightly recovering companion, only then realizing she had missed the moment to guide souls. Inside the ward, several doctors and nurses were oblivious to the unfolding events outside. He ran, they pursued. Thanks to his extraordinary strength of 58 and a physique of 47, vastly exceeding the average human capabilities, Ian narrowly escaped a grim fate. How shall I put it? Perhaps the doctors and nurses would truly need wings to catch him, for Ian was not headed for the stairs, but rather the window, vaulting effortlessly from the 6th floor. A blessing, or rather, a curse. Fearlessly, Ian leaped, an act that ordinary doctors and nurses could scarcely comprehend. That boy has committed suicide. Oh no, this is the 6th floor. This is disastrous. The handsome young man's face will surely be smashed to pieces. I remember him. He is Stanley from Bruce High School, a campus journalist. As Ian decisively hurled himself through the window, the nurses and doctors gasped in alarm. Among them, a nurse who had previously interacted with Ian recognized his false identity. Quick, hurry down. Perhaps there is still a chance to save him. At least salvage a few organs. Amidst the chaotic exclamations, the doctors made the most optimistic assumptions. Consequently, a throng of them rushed towards the elevator, their speed now surpassing that of when they had initially intended to assist Ian. Meanwhile, Ian landed with a thud, his rear hitting the ground, a somewhat stable descent eliciting a sharp intake of breath as negative statuses began to accumulate. His anger levels surged to midway. Severe bodily injury. Experience points. 5. Ian had shattered his pelvis, fractured his femur, and broken several ribs. Fortunately, his robust physique prevented him from being reduced to a bloody mess. Otherwise, he would have had to find a way to clean up his own blood. It wasn't merely a concern for the slight loss of nutrients. He wished to deny any potential collector of his DNA an opportunity. As an ordinary NPC in this world, Ian felt it prudent to exercise such caution. Just as he had unearthed the lead on the wastewater treatment plant, he had no intention of putting himself in peril. Ian had already contemplated whom to seek for assistance the previous night. There existed an individual, remarkably powerful and formidable. In comparison to other superheroes, this person would undoubtedly offer genuine and heartfelt help, particularly to the superhuman whose lifespan was limited to merely 7 days. Chapter 36, The Meticulous Boy, a plea for superhero aid. The rewards from his fall, resulting in broken bones, were surprisingly gratifying, and while Ian grimaced, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. Lying on the ground, he activated his healing frenzy skill. It must be said that this ability proved to be exceptionally effective. In an instant, a searing energy surged from his heart to his limbs and bones. The fractured bones emitted faint cracking noises as the torn blood vessels and bones reconnected like budding vines. It was as if countless healing factors coursed through his marrow, reassembling the fragments. The muscle fibers writhed, as if alive, and the torn tendons were stitched together by an invisible hand. Aside from a growing sense of hunger, Ian felt as though he had returned to his prime. Were it not for the overwhelming crowd in the hospital, he would have insisted on ascending the stairs to leap several times more. A few rounds of working on the Berserker level would certainly elevate his skills. I maintain that the DC universe requires its own Deadpool. Ian was increasingly preoccupied with acquiring the long-lasting blessings, pondering what cost could possibly yield such happiness. I'm lively once more, he chuckled. Soon, Ian was able to spring to his feet in a manner akin to a fish leaping from water, amidst the astonished gasps of onlookers. His newly healed legs surged forth with the speed of a V8 engine towards the hospital entrance. There was no option but to run. Ian was acutely aware of his situation. It was no jest. He comprehended that if the doctors were to apprehend him, he would likely struggle to pass the psychiatric evaluation at the hospital. It's all because I was tainted by a malevolent spirit. Ian was hungry. He surveyed his surroundings. Time was still on his side. Even if he paused momentarily to hand $2 to a child in exchange for a chocolate bar, the doctors and nurses descending in the elevator would not have caught a whiff of his mischief. By the time this group emerged outside the building, Ian had already vanished into the bustling streets beyond the hospital. Speeding like the wind, that was indeed his velocity. Is this boy not a human? The doctors and nurses mused, gazing at the trampled greenery, their ears filled with the discussions of passers-by regarding this medical marvel. That boy lay on the ground, convulsing for a moment before suddenly springing up and running away. Surely, this heralds the apocalypse. He must have transformed into a mother zombie. Such are the comments of gaming enthusiasts. 6th floor. I witnessed him plummet from the 6th floor. Who could have pushed him down? Thankfully, divine intervention had spared this unfortunate child, performing a miracle to save him. There were even individuals dressed as priests attempting to seize the moment to preach. Doctor, is that young man a secret bioengineered creation of yours? He audaciously snatched my chocolate, yet still paid for it. At that moment, I was so deeply moved that I was rendered completely immobile. The boy who spoke next clutched $2 in his hand, suspicious of the bills being counterfeit. How shall I put it? The doctors and nurses, overhearing this, may have come to grasp the essence of a miracle. But where does medicine fit into this narrative? A cluster of nurses and doctors exchanged bewildered glances. Soon, amidst the intertwining emotions of confusion and absurdity, they noticed the familiar boy running back from a distance. Goodness, he is alive. The nurses and doctors were left astonished, frozen in place, their eyes fixed on Ian, who had miraculously returned. No, let us be precise, he had seemingly resurrected. Brandishing a hammer as he circled around them and dashed into the hospital building behind, the boy appeared to be in a rush, as if he had urgent matters to attend to. Was he seeking vengeance on the one who had pushed him down? Everyone was curious to follow, speculating about the situation. Yet the doctors and nurses dared not utter a word, fearing that revealing the truth of Ian's leap would leave them disbelieved. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of something being smashed echoed. Before the bewildered medical staff could comprehend the unfolding events, they beheld Ian, tattered clothing clinging to him, emerging with a pile of surveillance hard drives, smashing them with a hammer as he fled. Security personnel pursued him from behind, though Ian was not in a special costume. The guards were armed and prepared to fire. Yet, with agile movements, he darted like a slippery eel, his speed undeterred. Superboy, he must possess extraordinary abilities. Oh my God, what am I witnessing? Father, kindly remove your hand from my son's backside. Amidst the collective astonishment, Ian burst through the hospital doors, leaving the stunned medical staff gaping, unable to process the events that had transpired. After a while, someone expressed a heartfelt realization. Destroy the evidence. This boy is truly meticulous. They began to comprehend the reason behind Ian's return. Indeed, Ian had come back to eliminate the surveillance footage he had left behind in that place. Frankly speaking, even if he were to be exposed, the likelihood of being captured for experimentation was slim, given his father is Superman. As long as he remains unrecognized, he is akin to a divine being. Should he be acknowledged, it is best left unsaid. Moreover, with a general for a grandfather on his mother's side, he certainly embodies the true American spirit. Of course, with the world's recognition as a looming sword, clarity can be elusive, and one must remain vigilant where necessary. That was the reason for Ian's return, along with his purchase of a hammer. That wretched woman, the false harbinger of death, Tessa, has deceived me most cruelly. Ian was aware of who was responsible for the events of the day, yet he dared only to entertain such thoughts in the confines of his mind. Confronting that woman? Even a berserker should not be so reckless as to offer up a head. Ian understood the extent of his own capabilities. He could merely ensure that the Metropolitan General Hospital would not come seeking restitution for its various losses. Time passed. In the afternoon, within an apartment building, Cara Danvers, savoring her rare holiday, returned to her abode with a paper bag containing the fried chicken and fries she had been particularly craving. To indulge in the latest dramas while relishing succulent fried chicken and crispy fries. What a splendid way to spend her vacation. Thanks to her time off, Cara Danvers was in quite a good mood. However, this pleasant disposition lasted only until she stepped into the apartment lobby. As Cara Dan entered, a boy, clad in tattered clothes with dried leaves atop his head, came rushing down the stairs, reaching for the bag of food she held. Did he think her an easy target just because she was a girl? How dare he attempt robbery in broad daylight? Cara Dan deftly evaded his grasp, furrowing her brow and fixing him with a stern glare. Despite the boy's swift movements, Cara Dan's reflexes were far superior, rendering his actions almost sluggish in her perception. I'm really hungry. If it weren't for those hospital security guards robbing me of my coins, I'd fend for myself, the boy lamented, revealing his pocket with holes. He then lunged again for the enticing fast food. Hospital security attacked you? Cara Dan dodged once more, initially believing she had encountered a handsome delinquent and contemplating a lighter reprimand for this attractive young man. However, his next words took her by surprise. Cousin, just let me have a bite, just one bite. At the mere utterance of those words, Cara Dan, who secretly considered herself the second strongest superhero in the world, felt as though she had been struck by a critical blow. She was utterly flabbergasted. Who is your cousin? Her mind whirled in confusion, and in that moment, Ian seized the opportunity to snatch the food from her hands. It turned out that even the so-called superior intellect of a Kryptonian paled in comparison to Ian's slightly superior brain function. Of course, the astute Ian had his own vulnerabilities. No. It's Penguin Cola, Gotham's wastewater. He feared that drinking Gotham's water might transform him into a ghost of Gotham, and the existence of the Joker virus was uncertain at best. Chapter 37. Supergirl Kara. The Return of Death. Stay away from Gotham. It brings misfortune. Ian had always kept this DC Universe survival guide in mind since his arrival. Even dogs wouldn't drink it, but you will, cousin? He pulled the straw from the cola he had taken a sip from, inverted it, and then shoved it back into Karaden's hands, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Her brow nearly contorted into a hook as she stared at Ian. With a crisp sound, Ian peered once more into the packaging, observing the remaining pieces of fried chicken. His forehead slightly bare as his hair fell back, revealing a porcelain and rosy complexion. Indeed, it was a unique and striking hue. There's a bullet embedded in your forehead. Before she could fully comprehend Ian's self-referential statement, Kara, momentarily dazed, noticed the peculiar circumstance surrounding the boy before her. She should have perceived this earlier. Her attention had been solely captivated by Ian's striking appearance. Now, upon closer inspection, she was astounded to discover that the handsome lad had a bullet head embedded in his forehead. A bullet? Preposterous. It's utterly impossible. I run too swiftly for the security to hit me, Ian exclaimed, enthusiastically showcasing the fried chicken as his previously ravenous appetite began to be satisfied. Such a clumsy cousin, daring to disturb my meal. How wicked. Does it hurt? Kara asked, her eyes twitching, her expression an amalgamation of disbelief and confusion. Not at all, Ian replied, shaking his head. Seizing the moment while Kara was still processing the situation, he indulged himself further, demonstrating a rather unrefined method of devouring the chicken, bones and all. Kara, engrossed in Ian's forehead, failed to notice her own food dwindling before her. At last, the enigmatic girl, unable to contain her curiosity, swiftly extended her lightning-fast hand. Her speed was astonishing. Before Ian could react, she plucked the metal bullet from his forehead with 2 fingers. I would expect you to feel pain. That would be normal, Kara mused, suspecting it might be some sort of prank. However, after scanning the vicinity for hidden cameras and finding none, she hesitated for a moment before handing the bullet to Ian. Ian halted his feasting, astonished. Just as Kara anticipated a dramatic reaction, perhaps even fainting from shock, he dismissed the situation. Nonsense. It's all a figment of your imagination. My cousin must have ingested some poisonous mushrooms this morning. He casually tucked the bullet into his pocket, acting as if the incident had never occurred. Kara crouched down to retrieve the bullet that had fallen from Ian's torn pocket. Observing this, Ian conceded. All right, you've seen through my facade of being a mere novice. He recollected glancing back at the security personnel while maintaining a distance, astonished to discover that amidst the meagerly paid ranks, there existed a sharpshooter. America is truly competitive. He mused. Was this truly a prank? Kara still bore a perplexed expression, pondering if Ian possessed some extraordinary camera hidden from her superior vision. Such an explanation seemed far more plausible than encountering a person so unfazed by having been shot by a large-caliber firearm. There are no pranks, only the essence of biological science. The iron head technique undoubtedly carries a hint of scientific merit. My forehead is indeed harder than the average. Ian stuffed the last piece of fried chicken into his mouth, and his absurd fixation nearly caused Kara to lose her composure. Is this a reaction befitting a normal individual? If you seek attention, I could recommend my psychologist to you. Do not misunderstand. I merely believe that the societal pressures we all face today are considerable. Kara found it difficult to contain herself, yet she maintained her composure remarkably well. As soon as her question escaped her lips, Ian did not respond, but swiftly presented the documentation from his doctor. I have recently shed the mask of hypocrisy and begun to feel as though I'm genuinely on the path to recovery, Ian stated earnestly, though it did not elicit a response from Kara. This moment was marked by a silence filled with unspoken words. In the peculiar stillness, the only sound was that of Ian consuming the food Kara had purchased, first the fried chicken, now the fries, 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 or 4, devouring with great appetite. The lavish meal, costing over $100, was consumed with abandon by Ian. Ian Kent? Upon reading the name on Ian's medical form, Kara's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had finally grasped why he referred to her as cousin. The notion that someone could survive a bullet wound and still be lively suddenly made sense. Truth be told, when she departed from Krypton, Her escape pod was propelled into a realm of relative time-space stasis due to the explosion of Krypton. Kara was trapped there for 24 years, and when she arrived on Earth at the age of 13, her cousin had already ascended to the status of a superhero, an adult one, at that. Thus, the cousin became the younger relative. Clark, now a grown man, rescued her from the escape pod and entrusted her to the loving Danvers couple for her upbringing. Over the years, she lived in a city known as National City. As for Clark's family, well, Kara only recalls attending his wedding and has heard that he later had 3 lively and adorable children. It is not that she is estranged from Clark. In fact, she believes her communication with her older cousin is fairly frequent. But there has been little interaction with his family. There is a reason behind this. And just then, the previously composed Kara suddenly clutched her head, bending over as if afflicted by a headache, emitting a muffled sound. "Cousin, what troubles you?" Ian quickly reached out to support the elder, who was slightly taller than himself. Her arms felt soft, devoid of muscle. The physical composition of Kryptonians is indeed a cosmic marvel. "Do not call me cousin. I'm not much older than you." Kara suddenly seemed to shake off her discomfort, straightening up as if forgetting what had just transpired. "Very well, cousin," Ian nodded, his expression puzzled. He sensed that something was amiss, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Faced with Ian's persistent obstinacy, a somewhat disheartened Carla could only attribute his blatant disregard to the quality of Clark's education, which emphasized comprehension. Just as she prepared to sigh, her movements abruptly halted. Even the golden strands of her hair seemed to freeze mid-air, ceasing their gentle dance. The colors surrounding her began to fade, the off-white walls, the deep gray corridor, and the brownish floor all peeled away like paint diluted with water, ultimately leaving only a faint, pallid outline. Ian's nose detected a hint of a familiar fragrance. It was the big sister. Turning around, he beheld the well-known figure, compelling him to don the guise of the boy he loathed most, the false smile. The woman, still clad in the guise of the Grim Reaper, Tessa, leaned against the wall in a black dress, her eyes ablaze and her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. A jolt of unease coursed through Ian's heart. Chapter 38. The truth within reached the entire world fell into a profound silence, as if even the light from the chandelier in the apartment lobby had been frozen in time. Such immense power, Ian mused, should have been anticipated as beyond the capacity of an ordinary Reaper. Perhaps he could blame his insufficient intellectual prowess for his inability to bear the weight of his own wisdom, leading to intermittent lapses in his understanding at crucial moments. Just as Ian lamented this shortcoming, the stark black and white eyes of the false Tessa narrowed slightly, fixing their gaze upon him. Her brow furrowed as if she were attempting to twist herself from an 18-year-old maiden into a 28-year-old matron. Another jolt of apprehension gripped Ian's heart. Having already accepted her as a formidable figure, he hesitated momentarily before broaching a tentative inquiry. "You seem to be in a bad mood?" Ian recognized that this was not the moment to expose her deceit. No matter her age, a woman confronted with the truth of her lies would undoubtedly react with fury. Did even the Grim Reaper have her off days? He was acutely aware that he could not provoke such a volatile individual, but fortunately, his emotional intelligence was sufficiently high to understand the necessity of feigning ignorance. He summoned the acting skills imparted by Madison. However, the expression of the false Tessa became somewhat rigid upon hearing his words. "Do you think you are amusing?" Her voice emerged as if squeezed through gritted teeth. "Huh?" Ian blinked, feigning bewilderment. Observing his reaction, the false Tessa took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She even raised her hand to massage her temples, not out of genuine discomfort, but rather to occupy her hands, fearing that without such restraint, she might inadvertently strike Ian dead, a notion that truly terrified her. She did not wish for this nuisance to linger in her presence. "In just a few hours, I have sensed your near brushes with death multiple times. You are merely conducting an investigation and should not be encountering any real danger." The false Tessa expressed her confusion, which might indeed be the reason for her recent search for Ian. During several instances when Ian triggered the curse, she witnessed phenomena that eluded her understanding. "My city is a metropolis adjacent to Gotham, where danger lurks at every corner." Ian blinked, attempting to feign innocence. "However, you are not being truthful. I can sense it. You are drawing strength from the brink of death." As expected, the older a woman becomes, the sharper her insight. She had evidently surmised Ian's predicament. Nevertheless, Perhaps the system's standing surpassed hers, as she merely made a judgment based on her observations of Ian, resulting in her tone carrying an air of uncertainty. What can I say? Ian also realized that even someone as formidable as her seemed incapable of piercing through his deepest secret. Contemplating this, he provided a somewhat vague explanation. MacArthur once stated that death never misses, yet humanity always finds loopholes. Ian's voice was firm as he mimicked the old general's tone. The false Tessa was taken aback. Wasn't that a saying of Morpheus? She scrutinized the young man before her with a look of skepticism. Ah, well, you caught me. Even MacArthur's quotes from Morpheus are not without this one. Ian's face bore an unmasked expression of regret. It appears you know not only about death, but also about the Sandman. The false Tessa narrowed her eyes, imbued with meaning, as if she sought to penetrate Ian's soul. Ian did not shy away. Meeting her gaze, he nodded, feeling a dizzying sensation. I will eventually uncover your secret. Rather than being angered, the false Tessa suddenly smiled, as if she had stumbled upon something intriguing. Her reaction brought a faint smile to Ian's lips. To be honest, he preferred not to conceal himself, especially compared to those who flaunt their prophetic prowess before ordinary individuals, only to shrink back and hide when confronted with the powerful. Of course, he had indeed pondered this matter deeply. Those mighty entities seeking knowledge could effortlessly scour a person's soul, no matter how cautious one might be. Could the soul of an ordinary individual truly elude the scrutiny of those who have existed for countless years? Ian's reversed blood crucible had already been detected, not to mention the possibility of revealing any flaws. Merely being a bit more exuberant would inevitably attract attention and risks. To attain a lasting immortality, Ian could not avoid dealings with a formidable figure before him. The gains and risks would always be proportionate. For this reason, Ian did not wish to live in perpetual fear and anxiety. He recalled his first encounter with the formidable individual before him, where he had also mentioned information he should not have known, yet a secret remained undiscovered by her. This either indicated that she was unwilling to probe into his memories or that she was incapable of doing so. Ian, understanding that the other party would not offer him a chance to be saved without reason, leaned towards the latter. With such judgment, he tentatively took another gamble. The results, however, demonstrated that the value of the metropolitan gambling sage continued to rise. In the DC universe, few were aware of the identity of the Sandman, and the lack of respect from a powerful woman towards him was self-evident. The ultimate concept of the DC universe, like the Sandman, belonged to the endless family, specifically death. Through this minor wager, Ian validated his thoughts. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. It was time for him to style his hair into a slick back. Ian silently applauded himself, his expression leaving the faux Tessa, the true goddess of death, feeling increasingly perplexed. Nevertheless, Tessa refrained from questioning him. She had serious matters to address. I recall telling you that this matter depends solely on you, correct? It was unclear whether the faux goddess of death was unaware of Ian's predicament or simply indifferent to whether he had discerned the truth. She appeared completely oblivious to Ian's performance. Big sister, do take a closer look at my face. Does it resemble that of a mere dog? Ian sought to convey, albeit subtly, his difficulty in handling troubles that even Superman could not manage. If you continue to provoke me, you may no longer need to worry about appearing incompetent. Tessa warned, her teeth gritted, glaring at Ian with a furious gaze. All right then. Ian chose to remain silent. Tessa scrutinized him for a few seconds before glancing at Kara, who was in a frozen state, having recently exhibited some unusual behavior. Her starkly contrasting eyes reflected a complexity of emotions. I had intended to teach you a harsh lesson for not adhering to the rules, but you have presented me with an unusual situation. Tessa's voice paused momentarily, as if weighing her words. You may seek her assistance, but only this once. Her decision was firm and left no room for dispute, rendering Ian momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. Isn't that rather insecure? Let me find another no, too. Ian attempted to negotiate. He had already crafted his plan and was taken aback by the prospect of it falling apart. First, he would approach Supergirl, who would not endanger Superman, then leverage her connections to reach the Flash, and finally use the Flash's connections to contact Wonder Woman. What a perfectly orchestrated network management plan. Yet, the primary party had outright rejected it? Did they not comprehend the proposal? In response to Ian's dissatisfaction, Tessa exhibited less emotional turbulence than before. Believe me, Permitting such behavior is already a considerable risk for me, she said, her tone somber and laced with an inexplicable meaning, even hinting at a degree of fatigue. Why is it so risky? Ian was astonished and utterly perplexed. In response, Tessa offered no reply. Our cards are truly limited. Every loss will be irreparable. She merely sighed, playing the role of a riddle maker, before turning and striding out through the grand entrance, vanishing without a trace. Ian sensed that the words of the elder bore significant weight. Yet, before he could unravel this thread of thought, the world resumed its habitual rhythm, as if the pause had never occurred. Chapter 39. Kara, Justice Against Kin. With a limited hand of cards, this seemed to relate to the elder's earlier reluctance to witness Superman's demise, as he had coaxed and manipulated Ian into resolving the dilemma, thereby sparing Superman from his fated end. Just as this notion crossed Ian's mind, the vibrant hues of the environment surged back, sounds flooded his ears anew, and Kara revived, finally exhaling the breath she had held in abeyance for so long. It appeared that Kara was oblivious to her surroundings, her thoughts seamlessly continuing from the moment before the pause. As she pondered, her gaze fell, slightly perturbed, upon the remnants of her dinner, now swept away by Ian. Have you awakened your abilities, and did your father reveal his secrets to you? Kara had no recollection of her prior headache, nor did she recognize that the world had been suspended. Instead, her mind was solely occupied with curiosity about Ian's purpose for seeking her out. This matter is somewhat complex, Ian mused, snapping back to reality from his deductions regarding the elder's riddle-like behavior, scratching his head in an attempt to articulate his thoughts. Then let us go. I have other food at home, Kara remarked, noticing Ian's seemingly unsatisfied demeanor, feeling a sense of obligation as an elder to express concern. Wow, suddenly I'm the elder, she thought, marveling at the peculiarity of the feeling. All right, cousin, wait a moment. With that, Ian retreated into the hallway, emerging with a plastic bag containing several damaged hard drives. What is this? Did you pick up trash outside? Kara inquired, perplexed. It's merely the remnants of a few hours of wear and tear, Ian replied, clearly still uneasy about the broken hard drives. He spoke to Kara with a pleading tone. Could you perhaps breathe fire on them? With those words, he inadvertently exerted control over Kara once more. Breathe fire? At first, I thought it was just a generational gap since leaving school, but recalling the proof Ian had shown her, she began to question if the issue lay with her. I cannot breathe fire, Kara sighed in exasperation. However, I do have a stove at home that you could use. She offered this practical solution, the sort any sensible person would consider when in need of fire. As she led the way toward the elevator, Ian followed closely, adding, but you still need to practice. Cousin, breathing fire is far more impressive than spraying water. His continuous remarks gradually eroded Kara's confidence. Wait, I can't even spray water. Can Clark now breathe fire and spray water? How has he managed that? Kara turned her head in uncertainty to gaze at the boy behind her. It is no wonder she is often referred to as the carefree Supergirl. She had indeed been led astray by Ian. Consistent exercise, daily workouts, 50 million push-ups, 50 million sit-ups, 50 million weighted squats. I firmly believe, dear cousin, you could become a fiery and water-spouting figure akin to the legendary Gourd Warriors. Although Ian occasionally indulged in minor fabrications, he perceived them as benevolent lies directed towards family. One must trust the idealistic abilities of Kryptonians. Despite Kara lacking the Kryptonian life code within her, it was not as though she needed to be invincible. Ian genuinely believed that one day he would witness his cousin spitting fire and spraying water. At the very least, a single display would suffice. Consistent exercise? Will that truly be effective? Kara's heart still harbored skepticism. However, seeing Ian's earnest demeanor compelled her to ponder seriously. Ding! Kara pressed the button to open the elevator and stepped inside, with Ian hurriedly following her. Before Kara could select her floor, he preemptively pressed the button for her level. I just moved in. Is your father watching me? Kara's expression conveyed bewilderment, her hands raised as she looked at Ian with astonishment. Is there a possibility that the apartment manager could access your residency information? Ian's demeanor remained remarkably composed, his hands gesturing in confusion. He felt that his cousin was being somewhat dramatic. Kara, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of embarrassment. I recall that the management in this building is quite strict. The manager typically wouldn't disclose resident information to inquirers, unless, of course, you were to bribe her. Kara glanced at Ian's empty pockets, bemused, as he seemed unlikely to possess funds for such a purpose. There is no need for bribery. The manager is merely a young girl. Ian's response left Kara puzzled. She furrowed her brow, as if contemplating the connection between this and Ian obtaining her information. Most girls are inherently kind, so as long as you maintain a smile, they will be inclined to assist. Dear cousin, did your father never teach you to be cautious of this? My father indeed taught me how to leverage this technique. Ian now smiled genuinely, a stark contrast to his previous feigned expressions as he resonated with the life lessons imparted by his father. Kara, upon hearing this, was left with a myriad of questions. She was genuinely curious about the abstract nature of the Kent family's educational approach. Your journey to International City to seek my company. You wouldn't be attempting to extort an innocent girl, would you? Kara recalled Ian's empty pockets and the considerable distance between this place and Metropolis. Ian's explosive remarks compelled her to harbor deep suspicions. Of course not. How could I ever do such a thing? Ian appeared affronted, furrowing his brow. He never considered himself the type to rely on such petty means. That is a relief. Kara exhaled, relieved to find that no innocent girl had been deceived by a scoundrel. So, did you fly here by yourself? Kara seemed unaware of Ian's status as an adopted child, and her curiosity about the extent of his abilities began to grow. I arrived by car, Ian replied, shaking his head. His inability to fly was indeed a source of disappointment for him. However, once he unlocked the professions brought by his homeland, perhaps this regret could be directly remedied. By car? Did you hitch a ride by the roadside? Kara speculated, considering that such an act could be perilous for a child. Nevertheless, in the case of a child capable of catching bullets with his forehead, she felt no need for concern. Initially, that was my intention, but then I encountered a robber who blocked my way. Just as Ian finished speaking, the sound of the elevator coming to a halt filled the air. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Kara led Ian toward the entrance of her residence. It seems you played the hero. Supergirl finally sensed a familial essence within Ian. A hero? Perhaps. Ian's ambiguous response piqued Kara's curiosity. You defeated the robber, saved the innocent, and then the person you rescued took you to International City, right? Kara worried whether Ian had harmed the robber. However, it turned out her concerns were somewhat unfounded. No, Ian shook his head. He had always adhered to the principle that an ordinary NPC should not interfere in the daily events of Metropolis. So, I simply took the robber's car while he was busy with the heist. Ian answered honestly, a hint of reminiscence about the driving experience in his voice. Kara, who was about to unlock the door, was momentarily stunned. This was certainly an unexpected turn of events for her. She prided herself on being well-informed, yet in this instance, she felt rather youthful. What happened to the car? Kara asked, swallowing hard. I sold it to a tattooed guy by the roadside, Ian replied. And the money? Even if you sold it to someone from a gang, you must have made several $100s, right? Recently contemplating the purchase of a used car, Kara's eyes widened with curiosity regarding the vehicle's worth. Of course, Ian's eyes were even wider than hers. No, cousin, what do you take me for? A thief? The money from the car sale was naturally sent to that robber. The car contained his identification and home address. I am a law-abiding citizen of America. Ian could hardly believe that his cousin would perceive him in such a manner. He began to understand the misunderstood, rebellious youth with bleached hair. Merely having blonde hair did not necessarily make one a delinquent. It could simply be a matter of style. Just like how he had driven away the robber's car. It did not imply he was committing a robbery. The logic was impeccable. Kara fell into a prolonged silence. After a moment, Ian, today I had the chance to meet my nephew Akira. She took several deep breaths, attempting to present a smile that resembled that of an elder. Subsequently, she gently suggested to Ian, would you like to learn about Arkham Asylum? Chapter 40, Cousin. This is unethical. Kara's knowledge of Gotham was limited. She was aware of the asylum's notorious reputation, with its multitude of mentally unstable superhumans. It served as both a prison and a hospital, where individuals like Ian ought to spend a few days. Does cousin still collaborate with Arkham Asylum? Ian furrowed his brow, suspecting that Kara intended to use him to boost her performance and reap the rewards from Gotham's Batman. I just hope you can act a bit more normally. Kara sensed Ian's doubtful gaze and suddenly smacked her forehead, her face reflecting a myriad of unspeakable emotions. I am perfectly normal and law-abiding. I dare say that at least 80% of Americans respect the law more than I do, Ian proclaimed confidently, fully aware of the truth in his words. No. You stole a criminal's vehicle and then sold it through illegal channels to gangsters. You do realize that this constitutes a crime, right? Kara's voice suddenly escalated, her incredulity palpable in response to Ian's certainty. To be honest, even if given 100 years, she couldn't fathom such actions. Multiple laws broken, yet no one benefited. What was the purpose of such behavior? I did not steal the car. I merely drove off in the robber's vehicle. How can that not be considered an act of emergency escape? Ian, channeling his inner Hautsuin, blinked innocently. That is still a crime. Kara sighed exasperatedly. So this is considered criminal behavior? Oh dear, I am still a child. What do I know? Ian scratched his head, which wasn't itchy, and then flashed a sunny smile that made Kara want to punch him. From the looks of you, it's clear that you knew your actions were wrong all along. Although she could be somewhat naive at times, she could still discern Ian's evident dishonesty. In response to cousin's unrelenting exposure, Ian merely shrugged, his smile growing even brighter. Rest assured, the jury won't think so. Besides, I have a doctor's note, he said, pulling out the crumpled treatment slip and waving it about. This was indeed a formidable weapon. The confident boy believed that the Metropolis Asylum could not confine him. You. Kara's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless for a moment. Damn it, why is Clark's child like this? Could it be that I have never truly understood Clark's character? Due to Ian's repeated ability to leave Kara speechless, she found herself questioning Clark's integrity. It was hard to believe that a child could develop in such a manner without any responsibility falling on Clark. Kara, not wishing to argue with Ian about the matter any further, felt that to avoid raising the blood pressure of a Kryptonian, she ought to pretend she had never heard this story from her nephew. With a decisive click, Kara opened her door and stepped inside first, illuminating the warm white light. Ian followed closely behind, and a subtle scent of lavender laundry detergent wafted through the room. This was a typical single apartment layout. As an assistant secretary, Kara's salary was modest. Yet being able to afford such a dwelling was indicative of a relatively decent financial situation. The countertops of the open kitchen gleamed, with 2 overturned mugs placed beside a stainless steel kettle. 2 pots of pot hose adorned the windowsill, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze from the balcony. The living room, though small, was impeccably organized. A beige fabric sofa was neatly draped with a gray blanket, and several minimalist landscape paintings graced the walls. On the television stand, a small photo frame captured Kara in casual attire, flashing a peace sign in front of a landmark on Earth. The sofa, however, was somewhat disheveled, with the coffee table cluttered with a remote control and a few fashion magazines. Just a moment before, Ian distinctly noted the presence of a woman's intimate apparel on the table, but in the next blink, it had vanished, leaving only his young cousin's awkward smile in its wake. Ian felt subjected to the unrelenting humiliation by a relative, as if a Kryptonian had swiftly outpaced his intellect, all while appearing to believe he wouldn't notice anything amiss. Did his cousin still have an affinity for pink little lions? Ian's eyes were quicker than normal, and even though Kara was as swift as lightning, he could still vividly recall what he had glimpsed in that fleeting moment. I have no idea what you are talking about. Kara attempted to feign ignorance, wishing to furrow her brow in confusion, however, feeling Ian's silent gaze. Her eyes betrayed a hint of guilt, prompting her to turn her attention towards the windowsill. Disney merchandise indeed sold well, which inspired Ian to consider that after his novel's success, he too might venture into selling merchandise. Are you still writing novels? Kara asked, somewhat astonished as she regarded Ian. She had rarely encountered a 14 or 15-year-old with aspirations of becoming a writer and actually pursuing that dream. Regardless of the quality of his writing, she believed such a hobby was deserving of encouragement. Yes, I'm writing about my superhero father, Ian replied candidly. He was indeed speaking the truth, albeit not disclosing the entirety of it. Does your father consent to you writing a story? Kara was distinctly taken aback. She was acutely aware of how thoroughly Clark compartmentalized Superman's life from that of an ordinary person. This self-healing method was recommended by her psychologist, and she believed her father would be quite supportive of her writing, as he had blushed with excitement on numerous occasions after reading her drafts. Ian employed a concept from the 72 stratagems, which Kara, in her innocence, accepted without question. It seems you write quite well, she remarked, her curiosity piqued about Ian's novel. Yes, I would appreciate it if you could purchase a few copies when the time comes. I've already submitted it to the publisher on my way here, and I have no concerns regarding its potential success and popularity, Ian declared confidently. No problem, Kara replied without a moment's hesitation. Moreover, she added, if your story isn't yet complete, you might even consider including me. Though please refrain from revealing my true identity. Just focus on the interactions between Supergirl and Superman. She even boldly offered herself to Ian, hoping to make a cameo in his narrative. How generous of you, dear cousin, Ian thought, appreciating her willingness to contribute to his writing endeavors. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to decline her suggestion. That wouldn't be appropriate, he sighed regretfully. Are you suggesting that Supergirl's fame pales in comparison to your father's, thus failing to attract an audience? Kara, having flopped onto the sofa, expressed her dissatisfaction. No, Ian shook his head. It's simply that my storytelling style is quite unique, including you might breach ethical boundaries, and I fear it wouldn't pass scrutiny, potentially hindering my financial success. He answered earnestly, a sense of genuine regret evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, Kara was momentarily stunned, and then, as if struck by lightning, her eyes widened in disbelief. No, Superbrain, you cannot operate now. You must not think of anything. The brave Supergirl found herself not only unable to speak, but also paralyzed in her thoughts. Chapter 41, Reasonable. This is truly too reasonable. It was uncertain whether it was the first wide-eyed expression of the day, but the look on Supergirl's face was remarkably vivid. She opened her mouth, yet ultimately could not muster the courage to inquire further. In the next book, I will definitely include you. Dear cousin, a story that must be told between Wonder Woman and Supergirl. I believe it would receive exceedingly favorable feedback in America. Ian, not wishing to disappoint his relative, made a promise he considered to be of significant weight in friendship. However, the expression on the Kryptonian girl's face suddenly turned exceedingly pale. I find myself rather obscure and unremarkable, ill-suited for this moment. Kara, in a frenzy, began to wave her hands, her eyes reflecting a hint of terror. Let's discuss the matter at hand. What exactly have you come to seek from me? Have you caused some significant trouble at home, thus seeking refuge here to escape your parents' wrath? Kara urgently shifted the topic of conversation. Deep down, she believed that given Ian's character and the ailments listed on the diagnosis, nothing he did could truly astonish her, no matter how chaotic the situation. In truth, it was my father who had caused a grave mishap, compelling the usually cautious me to step forward and assist him. Ian approached the open kitchen, his gaze fixated solely on Kara's large refrigerator. The prior chicken nuggets and fries, high in calories, had failed to satiate the hunger and energy deficiency brought on by his use of self-healing frenzy. Speak normally, Kara sighed wearily. Be serious, and tell me the truth if you wish to receive my assistance. She watched as Ian opened the refrigerator and retrieved a box containing food. This is the truth, dear cousin. Your beloved brother's days are numbered, and we are his only hope for salvation, Ian stated earnestly in a rare serious tone. However, his seriousness did not last 3 seconds before he lowered his head to open the food container, inhaling its contents with a wrinkled brow. After a moment's hesitation, he hastily shoved some of the chicken breast into his mouth. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Ian quickly spat out the chicken after just a few chews. It's spoiled. He rushed to the sink to rinse his mouth, regretting that he hadn't merely taken a small taste when he detected the sourness. Indeed, hunger had clouded his judgment. Is this what you meant by there being food upstairs? The young man questioned, wiping his mouth. Kara felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Perhaps she had left things in there a tad too long. She hurried to the refrigerator to prevent Ian from retrieving more items, realizing that some of the contents might have been there for several weeks. Well, definitely not over 60 days. I moved in here just 60 days ago. Kara regretted her lack of good habits, but for most, such regret is often intermittent. Once the embarrassment fades, habits revert to what they were. Are you sure you're a girl? Ian felt his perception of femininity shatter. What is this? It's fermented cuisine. You wouldn't understand. If you find this slightly fermented food unpalatable, I could take you out for fried chicken later, Kara offered, her excuse truly feeble. This time, it was Ian who was left speechless. You dare call this food gourmet? He retrieved several pieces of chicken breast from the box he had previously opened. While a few pieces on the surface appeared relatively intact, those beneath had begun to ooze a greenish liquid. This was no mere affront to one's palate. It was an assault on the health insurance card of anyone who dared to consume it. Ian, who could nonchalantly take a few bites of even the most grotesque of dishes, found himself utterly at a loss. The chicken breast, which had already tasted like refuse, was now merely a means of survival. Upon entering his mouth, It carried an overwhelming amalgamation of human sweat and the acrid scent of a urinated utility pole. Let us set aside such trivialities. Your demeanor hardly suggests urgency regarding your father. Kara had long since lost count of how many times she had diverted the conversation today. Yet, this was indeed the crux of the matter. Kara remained deeply skeptical of Ian's assertions. For few threats on Earth could endanger the life of a being as formidable as Superman. Each occurrence of such peril heralded a catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions, one that she ought to have perceived. I am certainly anxious, yet not overly so. It is only the second day, and I am already nearing the truth. After a week of uncertainty, how could I possibly manage? Let's discuss my father. Noticing Kara's troubled expression, Ian refrained from diverging into other topics. He gathered his thoughts and began to recount his experiences in detail. Approximately 10 minutes later, Kara had gleaned the general outline of the events through his narration. However, after listening to Ian's tale, she found herself even more convinced that he was unwell. Before speaking, Kara took a deep breath, her voice emerging as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Are you suggesting that you encountered a cosmic deity who is undoubtedly infatuated with you, thus risking the violation of rules to secretly inform you how to save your father? It was no wonder that Kara found it hard to believe Ian, for the narrative was undeniably fantastical. Well, there's a touch of artistic embellishment, but largely, that is the crux of the matter. Ian sat across from her on the sofa, his expression earnest and resolute. Upon hearing his words, Kara fell into a prolonged silence, her gaze flitting across Ian's face, searching for any hint of deceit within his seemingly innocent demeanor. She was utterly confounded. Was her impetuous nephew truly deranged, or was there indeed something absurdly miraculous occurring? Just as Kara's mind buzzed, teetering on the brink of disbelief, Ian abruptly produced a military knife from his pocket. Kara's eyes widened in shock. Before her warning could escape her lips, Ian thrust the blade towards his own heart without hesitation. In an instant, Kara transformed into a fleeting shadow, her Kryptonian speed tearing through the air and creating a brief sonic boom. Her hand gripped the blade tightly, the metal emitting a lament of unbearable strain within her palm. What are you doing? Kara's voice was laced with trepidation, almost a roar, her demeanor resembling that of a ruffled cat. I am merely here to demonstrate that my father is indeed on the brink of death, and there are powerful figures wishing to rescue him. Of course, I am also quite content to take advantage of their goodwill. Ian attempted to force the dagger into his chest, but found it immovable. The disparity in strength between him and Supergirl Kara was insurmountable. Cousin, you are obstructing my path to take flight, Ian pleaded, yet Kara, with a shift in expression, effortlessly crushed the military knife in his grasp. The blade shattered into several pieces within the seemingly frail girl's hand. I will accompany you to investigate. Is that satisfactory? Kara inhaled deeply, her chest heaving violently. She suspected Ian may have lost his mind, but for now, she had no choice but to escort him back to Metropolis. All right. Ian sprang up from the sofa. What are you doing? As Ian approached her and leapt suddenly, Kara froze. Nevertheless, considering he was merely a pitiful child, she swallowed her exasperation. With a sudden rush, Supergirl soared into the sky, and Ian, seated upon her back, ascended alongside her. Is this what flying feels like? Ian grasped Kara's hair, feeling the breeze caress his face, his desire to unlock the potential of his homeland growing stronger. No. Could you show me some respect as my cousin? I know where to fly. There is no need for you to tug at my hair for navigation. Kara had never felt so exhausted in her life. Yet being the elder, what could she do? All she could manage was to scold him in frustration. However, Ian's way of thinking eluded her comprehension. Go, go. Ian no longer needed to direct Kara's path through her hair. Yet, upon hearing the sounds behind him and feeling a push at his waist, Kara thought it might have been better for him to tug at her hair after all. Could you please settle down? Kara's exasperated remark was barely uttered when her super hearing detected an anomaly in the distance. A plane was about to crash. Kara abruptly changed direction, and Ian looked up to see a commercial airliner descending at a perilously steep angle, belching black smoke. Another aviation incident. This was becoming alarmingly frequent. Just yesterday, there had been another. Ian furrowed his brow, beginning to suspect there might be an undisclosed conspiracy at play. Could this be the beginning of a significant event? The more he pondered, the more he felt he might be encountering a tumultuous period. However, Kara remained unfazed. Where's the frequency? She mused, her demeanor suggesting an abundance of experience in rescuing aircraft. Boeing has always been like this. The casualness in her voice, along with her bewilderment at Ian's astonishment, indeed served as a profound intellectual blow to him. At last, it was Ian who found himself in silence, rendered speechless. Chapter 42. The Fastest Man. The Flash. One cannot deny that Boeing possesses a certain allure. Merely a company name, yet it utterly dismantled all of Ian's doubts and conspiracy theories. Globally, it is rare to find a company with such brand strength. The deeply ingrained brand image has become second nature even to superheroes. Even Ian, with his vast knowledge, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This company truly goes to great lengths for the achievements of its superheroes. Rumbling. The right wing of the Boeing 747 spewed a 10-meter-long tongue of fire, while metal fragments scattered like smoke. Inside the cabin, the desperate cries of passengers nearly drowned out the aircraft's alarms. Hold on, Kara urged, accelerating. The flight path changed sharply. Gripping her neck tightly, Ian steadied himself on her back. The two dove downward like a silver comet, approaching the underside of the aircraft just as it was about to crash into the wilderness. The fuselage tilted precariously, and through the window, one could see the terrified faces of the passengers. She adjusted her angle, flew beneath the plane, and raised her hands high to firmly support the belly of the aircraft. With a rush, Kara's biofield enveloped the 300-ton steel behemoth, gradually altering the plane's trajectory as it descended. Clearly, she was well-versed in saving this model of aircraft. Holding the plane aloft, with Ian on her back, she slowly adjusted her posture, ultimately bringing it to a smooth landing on the ground. Bang! Kara's feet sank deeply into the asphalt, cracks spiderwebbing out from where she stood. However, the force did not transfer to the aircraft, and the stabilized plane saw in no passengers thrown from their seats. This was a scene that most physicists would struggle to comprehend throughout their lives. Ah, the fantasies of my homeland. Ian mused with a hint of envy, as the emergency slide inflated and the shaken passengers scrambled out of the cabin. The crisis averted, Kara, hands on her hips, caught her breath, her attire having transformed into battle gear in an instant. This quick change is a necessary skill for many superheroes. It's Supergirl. A little boy wearing a baseball cap was the first to recognize Kara, tugging at his mother's hand in excitement. Mom, Supergirl saved us. Oh God, thank you for sending your messenger to rescue us. An elderly Christian knelt on the ground, making the sign of the cross in gratitude for her faith. I swear I will never complain about my mom's cooking again. As long as I'm alive, I'll eat anything. A girl in her 20s burst into tears after the harrowing experience. Weak laughter erupted from the crowd. At that moment, amidst the crowd, a woman with wine-red hair clad in a beige trench coat appeared to have calmed her emotions. In contrast to the other grateful individuals, her journalist's instinct compelled her to seize this first-hand news opportunity. I am Iris West, a reporter for the Central City Citizen, and I sincerely appreciate your assistance, Supergirl. Without your intervention, we might all have faced dire consequences. Iris, holding her phone, recorded the moment with palpable excitement, though she hesitated to dwell on the more ominous possibilities that still haunted her thoughts. No need for thanks, Ms. West. It is merely my duty. The safety of everyone is what truly matters, Kara replied with a tone of professionalism, her experience in handling such interviews evident. Given that we are in close proximity to Metropolis, may I inquire if you are temporarily assisting Superman? I have heard he has encountered some difficulties. Could you perhaps dispel any rumors or affirm this for the public? Iris was acutely aware of the type of news she sought. In the aftermath of yesterday's plane crash, discussions regarding Superman's alleged failures had proliferated both in Metropolis and online. Regarding that matter, I believe his forthcoming response will hold more weight than my own, Kara replied, her heart tightening at Iris's probing question, though she maintained a composed exterior and delivered a flawless answer. Having undergone training for interviews, Kara was no novice. Thank you, Iris acknowledged, her demeanor respectful, refraining from pressing her benefactor further. After glancing at the other passengers, she shifted her focus. I noticed you seemed to be escorting a criminal earlier? Iris had already formulated a draft in her mind, seeking to clarify Supergirl's routine as a vigilante. Readers are often captivated by such insights, akin to fans eager to glimpse the lives of their idols. Escorting a criminal? Still taken aback by the notion that Superman might indeed be in trouble, Kara paused momentarily, caught off guard by Iris's inquiry. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization. Kara glanced to her side, startled to find that Ian, whom she had set down during their earlier commotion, had vanished. Panic surged within her as she swiftly turned to look behind. There, she beheld Ian, unbeknownst to her, having leaped from her back and now surrounded by several bold passengers eager for a photograph. To make matters worse, he was wearing a pair of translucent, flesh-colored tights, complete with holes for his eyes and mouth, a comical yet alarming sight that made him appear as if he were a seasoned criminal. Kara felt her temples throb as she rushed towards Ian, ignoring the passenger's compliments. In a flurry of activity, she seized him and soared into the sky, desperate to prevent any further antics from unfolding. The other passengers remained oblivious to the chaos that had just ensued. Click, click, click. The journalist Iris swiftly retrieved her camera, directing it towards the heavens and capturing images with fervor, the shudder nearly igniting from her enthusiasm. After all, each of these first-hand photographs could be transformed into Franklin's. Just then, a bolt of lightning surged from the distance, eliciting gasps and a flurry of panic among the passengers. Before them stood a man clad in armor of intertwining gold and crimson hues. His face was shrouded by a metallic mask, revealing only a modest mouth. "The Flash. It is the Flash," exclaimed an excited passenger, hastily pulling out their phone. Among them, a young girl, initially broadcasting her live stream, felt disappointment after the departure of a Supergirl. Yet, unexpectedly, she encountered another superhero. "Oh my, friends, look, it's the Flash. Today is truly my lucky day." The girl hoped to gain followers through her live stream, but her audience seemed less than enthusiastic, inundating her feed with comments criticizing her for being unprofessional. "Is everything all right, everyone?" The Flash surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fixated on his childhood friend, yet he concealed his identity with subtlety. "Flash, have you also arrived in Metropolis?" Iris clearly had not yet received the revelation from her boyfriend, Barry Allen. She quickly redirected her camera towards the Flash, fervently snapping photos to earn her keep. Barry Allen yearned to disclose that he had come here after receiving Iris's farewell call amidst the battle, but upon surveying the crowd, he hesitated to reveal his emotional turmoil. Indeed, superheroes convene regularly, and Barry Allen was about to elaborate when an overwhelming wave of weakness suddenly washed over him. This abrupt fatigue silenced his words, compelling him to kneel upon the ground. "What is wrong?" Iris rushed forward to support the Flash. Although she was unaware of his true identity, she was well acquainted with him from their previous encounters. This year alone, her newly purchased BMW Mini had benefited greatly from the contributions of this old friend. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit weak." Barry Allen intended to brush it off, yet he soon realized that his speed force was dwindling, inducing a sense of alarm as he hastily removed a portion of his armor from his arm. "Savitar, what has he done to me?" Barry's arm bore a grotesque wound, a remnant from a recent battle, now shimmering with an eerie blue glow. If only Ian had not been taken too soon, he would undoubtedly recognize the shape of this wound. Aside from its color, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the injury on Superman's arm. Chapter 43. The Mysterious Water Plant. The Green-Skinned Warrior. The fate of the Flash remains an enigma to Ian, high above in the frigid winds. "What are you doing? Are you afraid that others might discover the grave crime of robbery you once committed?" After ascending to a sufficient altitude, Kara could no longer contain her sarcastic remarks. Ian, however, had a valid point. "For heaven's sake, I can see the reporter. Can you please act like a reasonable relative? I lack your extraordinary glasses, and I certainly need some means to safeguard my privacy and identity. A strikingly handsome boy like me would be recognized in mere minutes. By then, not only my father, but perhaps even your true identity would be exposed." This was indeed a compelling argument that left Kara speechless. "You even carry stockings with you?" She began to think that Ian was more professional than a seasoned robber. But really, what nonsense! I am not a pervert. How could I possibly carry such things? I am merely resourceful and adept at adapting, as I rummaged through a passenger's fallen suitcase. To prevent you from projecting your own assumptions onto me, I must clarify that when I acquired it, it was still unopened. Ian yanked the stockings from his head. He did not discard them, but instead rummaged through his torn pocket and tied the stockings around his waist. His relative's words reminded the young man that having some small props on hand is never a bad idea. "We must fly north." He pulled out his map, ready to direct Kara, who, instead of insisting on taking Ian home this time, did not object. Through interactions with the journalist among the passengers, She realized that Ian might not be merely a figment of his imagination, rambling nonsensically. According to my investigation, the sewage plant at this location is the most suspicious. It was only constructed last year and is situated right next to the water treatment facility. Anyone versed in urban planning would recognize the absurdity of this arrangement. Ian pointed decisively at the map. Aren't you still in middle school? What do you know about urban management? Kara questioned, somewhat dubious. Ian replied with unwavering confidence. I have played cities, skylines. Do you comprehend the significance of five-star mayor? He was not trying to boast, so after providing his explanation, he pointed again at the map. Here, dear relative, let us fly in this direction. He commenced his navigation. However, you might as well check if I have eyes growing on the back of my head. Kara was utterly speechless. Although she possessed a super brain, she did not usually memorize the maps and layouts of other cities. Does Kryptonian telekinesis not exist? Ian frowned. Kara was completely bewildered. ISNT, that's supposed to be a given? She was unfamiliar with the terms Ian mentioned and began to doubt what exactly Clark was teaching the children. Could it be that Clark had mutated from spending too long on Earth and had become more capable than herself? Very well. Then I shall hold the map in front of your eyes. As Ian moved, he felt disheartened. Among the ranks of extraterrestrials, it seemed that Ultraman was indeed superior. Showing me the map doesn't he mean to cover my eyes with it? Hand it over. Kara found herself at an impasse, compelled to snatch the map from Ian's hands to ascertain their direction. My arms are too short, Ian retorted with an air of indignation. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Kara once again. She was remarkably swift. Before Ian had fully contemplated the experience points he might gain from such a high leap, Kara had already arrived at the sewage treatment plant indicated on the map. With a resounding thud, she landed almost vertically. Kara touched down before the rust-riddled iron gate of the facility, and Ian promptly followed suit, leaping down from her back and deftly pulling the stockings from his waist over his head once more. Kara found it difficult to assess the situation. Rubbing her temples vigorously, she refrained from offering any further futile advice and turned toward the sewage plant, pushing open the imposing 6-meter-high metal door with a single hand. The hinges emitted a piercing groan, a sound reminiscent of anguished wails. Inside, the acrid stench of disinfectant mingled with sewage assaulted Kara's senses, causing her to wrinkle her finely tuned nose. Ian also quickly covered his mouth and nose, the muffled sound filtered through the stockings resonating with a sense of astonishment. His tone deeper than usual. Ugh, this odor is akin to a pot of durian simmered with stinky socks. He possessed an uncanny talent for vivid metaphors that transported listeners into the scene, leaving one to ponder how he conjured such extraordinary comparisons. Dozens of workers clad in orange uniforms busied themselves within the plant, halting their tasks to cast curious glances at the sudden appearance of the superwoman and the man in stockings. However, none approached to inquire. Each was engrossed in their own work. Had they not witnessed a superhero on television, these diligent workers might not have even spared them a glance. After all, labor took precedence over celebrity admiration, and in this metropolis, superheroes were rather commonplace. How are you feeling? Ian inquired, unable to deny his own nerves. Yet, buoyed by the presence of an immortal buff, he felt a surge of eagerness, convinced that he could level up significantly in this environment. Allow me to take a look. Kara raised her hand, signaling Ian to wait, her eyes narrowing as she began to scan the entire facility with her supervision. The filtration pools, sedimentation tanks, and disinfection equipment all appear to be functioning normally. Everything seems fine, she concluded, retracting her gaze and looking at Ian with confusion. Isn't this the place? My superintelligence clearly indicates that something is amiss. Ian furrowed his brow, raising the electronic device in his hand. This is still a Lex Group facility, and my buffs are all stacked. He waved the information he had just unearthed, but Kara's immediate focus was rather peculiar. You're using the same model of phone as I am, she exclaimed, her tone laced with surprise. She was on the verge of suggesting that perhaps this was a bond of blood. However, I have yet to possess a mobile phone of my own. Hence, I borrowed yours for a moment, dear aunt. Ian winked, his words causing Kara's smile to freeze upon her face. I wonder why you had touched me twice just now. Kara, taken aback, was utterly speechless at Ian's audacity. Her gaze finally fell upon the news on the phone. The Metropolitan New Concept Wastewater Treatment Plant, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Lex Group, might soon provide free industrial wastewater management for the city. This news sparked a flicker of intrigue in Kara's eyes. The Lex Group has consistently maintained a stellar reputation within the superhero community, even more so than Boeing. You're correct. Luthor is unlikely to genuinely engage in philanthropy. He always has his own motives and designs behind his actions. Kara contemplated that perhaps she ought to investigate this wastewater treatment facility more thoroughly. Ian wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, I would even wager that if Luthor were to take on social responsibility without ulterior motives, I would promptly seek out the Joker as my therapist next door in Gotham, he declared with conviction. Kara, however, regarded him with a peculiar expression. Why would you reward yourself? It was evident that after just half a day of interaction, her biases regarding her nephew had dissipated. Ian's face flushed crimson, a mix of exasperation and indignation brewing within him. He was about to retort vehemently when, suddenly, a violent retching interrupted their conversation. Not far away, a gaunt worker collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and emitting strangled gasps. His colleagues immediately rushed to his aid. Mike, what's wrong? Concerned friends inquired. Yet, worker Mike offered no response. Instead, he violently expelled a deep green vomit that splattered against the concrete floor, almost glowing with an eerie luminescence. Moreover, the semi-digested food remnants emitted a hissing, corrosive sound upon contact with the ground, searing through the hard concrete as tendrils of black smoke began to rise. No, the workers who had previously expressed concern, along with other eager colleagues nearby, were now in utter shock, scattering in panic like ants in a disturbed nest. It's that situation, the same as yesterday. It must be some sort of contagious disease. Someone shouted in terror, abandoning their tasks and sprinting toward the exit. Clearly, they were terrified. What is happening? Kara attempted to stop a worker to inquire. However, the worker merely responded in a state of dread. It's a terrifying, contagious disease. Even Superman has been infected, before frantically struggling to distance himself from the afflicted individual. Kara could only helplessly relent. Sir, are you all right? Though she lacked the smooth plums that Ian sought, she uttered a famous quote while remaining vigilant, cautiously approaching the worker who knelt and retched. Upon hearing her words, the worker, Mike, lifted his head. Save me. The man's voice was desperate and hoarse. His eyes had turned a murky white, and a green substance pulsed beneath his skin. He opened his mouth to speak again, but emitted only a monstrous howl. This man was undergoing a rapid and grotesque transformation, as green energy surged within him, emanating an eerie and terrifying presence, rife with a potent biological erosion. Workers, never be enslaved, the man roared. Ian felt a sense of familiarity with the phrase. Chapter 44, Green Blood, System Feedback. Sensing the alarming condition of worker Mike, everyone stepped back. Kara, she called out loudly, alerting those around her. However, there were no workers left, only Ian remained. Yet this youth was currently crouched before a cesspool, inhaling the toxic fumes emanating from within, completely oblivious to Kara's warning. Hydrogen sulfide poisoning. Ian noted the additional negative effect with considerable confusion. The water appeared harmless, mere wastewater. He had anticipated that the liquid would be a biochemical concoction, but clearly, events were not unfolding as per the classic narrative. We must take this man to the hospital. Kara furrowed her brow, more concerned about the worker's survival than the unfolding chaos. No, Aunt, do you have a misunderstanding about hospitals? Ian dusted himself off, gazing at the writhing mass of flesh that was the worker on the ground. He was not heartless. He merely understood that hospitals also had their limitations. We can't just abandon him, can we? Kara observed the worker, who lay on the ground, howling and repeating the same phrase. She abandoned her defensive stance and approached, attempting to comfort him. Sir, I need you to remain calm. Slow your breathing. She reached out to support the trembling worker, but her touch seemed to disrupt some delicate equilibrium within him. The worker let out another anguished roar, and in the next moment, his entire body convulsed. His muscles inflated as if filled with air, causing his work uniform's sleeves to tear open, revealing skin saturated in a sickly green hue. Soon, this coloration spread across Mike's entire body. He even sprouted sharp fangs, and his once white eyes now radiated a chilling coldness. Witnessing this transformation, Kara gasped in horror and quickly retreated, distancing herself from the mutated worker. This is impossible, she whispered in shock. Despite her self-proclaimed worldly experience, she had rarely witnessed such a swift metamorphosis. Roar. The creature once known as Mike tilted his head back and unleashed a deafening roar. Green viscous fluid dripping from his fangs, forming strands that fell to the ground. This corrosive substance etched small, smoke-emitting craters into the earth. Towering over 3 meters tall, the mutated beast appeared utterly terrifying, its bulging muscles beneath the fluorescent green skin exuding an explosive potential, as if ready to unleash a horrific force at any moment. Damn, a mini-Hulk. Does the DC universe now boast its own green giant? Before I even turn green, I become a counterfeit? Ian exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the sight of the hulking figure with bloodthirsty eyes brimming with rage, raising a claw-like hand to strike at his cousin. Let me handle this. Ian sought to seize the opportunity to gain experience. Unfortunately, his speed fell short. Cursed be it. He completely transformed into a beast. Kara had no time to indulge her nephew's ramblings. As the mutated worker swung a clawed hand, she deftly sidestepped, the green appendage narrowly missing the S emblem on her chest armor, which ignited into a cascade of orange-red flames. Hiss! Is this the invulnerability of my cousin's ironclad physique? Ian marveled at Kara's remarkable resilience, yet his admiration provided no emotional uplift for her. If you can't speak wisely, then say less. With a swift uppercut, she struck the mutant's chin, causing it to stagger back 3 steps, only to charge at her once more with a ferocious roar. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Ian sprinting toward the battlefield. Stay back. Kara kicked a nearby metal barrel towards Ian, not with great force, merely to deter the boy from intervening. Alas, Ian nimbly dodged the barrel. No. While the ironclad body is impressive, my temporary immortal form isn't lacking either. Just a little experience, just a little. Let him land a few punches. Ian's eyes gleamed with a thirst for experience points. Yet wisdom often goes unrecognized in this world. As Ian attempted to interject himself into the perilous fray, Kara swiftly delivered a kick that sent the approaching mutant worker sprawling. In the blink of an eye, she dashed forward, binding the creature to a water tower with a chain, amidst its pained roars. This hardly constituted a battle. The green-skinned fiend may possess the strength to tear steel apart. But before a Kryptonian, it was akin to a kindergarten child challenging a professional boxer. The disparity in power was simply insurmountable. Ian watched with envy. Traitor! Woman! You have betrayed your class. The mutated worker, perhaps still retaining some semblance of thought, albeit distorted, roared furiously at Kara while struggling against his bonds. Slavery. Oppression. This world should not be as it is. We must change it. For everyone. For glory. Madness filled the creature's eyes as it thrashed in a frenzy. The water tower swayed, yet the force was not sufficient to break free from its constraints. The mutated worker writhed incessantly, attempting to liberate himself from the iron chains that bound him. But those chains were undeniably thick, rendering him utterly immobile. It was inconceivable, despite her youth. Supergirl Kara exhibited a remarkable proficiency in the art of binding. Such a character could not possibly harm my father. Ian was perplexed, wondering how someone whom Kara could easily subdue could be the cause of his father's demise. Having subdued the mutated worker, Kara brushed the rust from her hands. Regardless of the circumstances, you were correct. This place evidently harbors significant issues. She scrutinized the mutated worker once more, sensing the gravity of the situation. If this truly resembled the contagion described by the fleeing workers, it was difficult to fathom the malevolent intentions of the unseen puppeteer. With this thought, Kara retrieved her phone and began composing a message. My deductive reasoning remains formidable. It seems the Joker can no longer serve as my physician. His loss. Ian observed the struggling green-skinned worker, blood seeping from him, shimmering with an eerie fluorescence. This was his first opportunity in the real world to encounter the blood of an extraordinary being. His gaze flickered momentarily before he turned to look at Kara, who was engaged in a phone conversation with her back to him. Opportunity only ever favors those bold enough to explore. Ian philosophized briefly, approached, and knelt to touch the blood that had dripped onto the ground. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated. Error data detected. Incompatible. However, the information provided was not what Ian wished to hear. Chapter 45, Gul'dan. What is the cost? Error data? Incompatible? Ian listened to the notifications, his face a mask of bewilderment and confusion. Such system feedback left him feeling utterly perplexed. Indeed, it seemed his system had been directly lifted from some game. Once again, he shivered at the thought of his NPC identity, disappointed that he had not unlocked a new profession. Ian contemplated whether he could return and test if Kryptonian blood would prove effective. His father's blood was difficult to obtain. Was Jordan's blood any easier? Jordan frequently suffered from nosebleeds. The adage 1 drop of gold, 10 drops of blood lingered in Ian's mind. If all else failed, perhaps he could pilfer one of Jordan's nighttime artifacts for experimentation. Rising slowly, Ian glanced back at Kara, who remained oblivious to his actions, her mind focused on her conversation. The sewage treatment plant had discovered the biochemical experimentation products of LexCorp. At least 2 individuals had undergone mutation. I do not require Hank's assistance. I am merely requesting DEO support. Yes, full isolation measures. Kara was evidently conversing with a government organization. If Ian recalled correctly, Supergirl had indeed established a close relationship with the covert governmental entity, DEO. This is a significant clandestine organization dedicated to monitoring, researching, and addressing various supernatural phenomena, extraterrestrial beings, and individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. The name DEO is, in fact, an acronym for the Department of Extraterrestrial Affairs. As for Hank, his full name should be Hank Henshaw, a high-ranking member of this enigmatic organization. This name is actually an alias, as he, like Kara, is an extraterrestrial. The Martian hunter possesses considerable strength, capable of vanquishing 3 to 5 Ians with a single blow. Regardless of the circumstances, I remain merely a small Karami, an ordinary NPC, quietly listening to Kara's phone conversation. My gaze once again drifting towards the mutated green-skinned worker. This appearance seems remarkably familiar. Ian observes the tusks protruding from the green-skinned worker's mouth, lost in thought, convinced that this form bears a striking resemblance to the orc from his memories. Even the recent lines spoken were eerily similar. Drink my blood and join us, children. The world needs countless warriors to transform it. You and I shall attain glory. Before the green-skinned worker could finish his enticing words, Kara, having just hung up, approached with a swift punch to his face. The worker's voice abruptly ceased. A furious roar echoed once more. It failed to intimidate Kara or stir any turmoil within Ian. Don't tell me you genuinely wish to drink his blood. Kara shot a warning glance at Ian, whose uncertainty was apparent. She had clearly overheard the green-skinned worker's seductive words. Super hearing, sometimes reliable, sometimes not. Drink his blood? Absolutely not. Cousin, I have my principles. Ian replied, raising his head, the 2 openings in his stocking mask blinking seriously. The look in your eyes suggests otherwise. As if you might want to take a bite out of him, Kara scrutinized Ian with suspicion. Ian quickly responded with the most innocent smile of a sunny boy. No, of course not. I was merely contemplating how to scientifically prove he is not human. Ian's words were sincere, yet to Kara, this revelation sent chills down her spine. Damn it, are you truly just psychologically troubled? She seized Ian by the collar and hoisted him up. Someone will address this unfortunate individual's predicament. We must ascertain if there are any others left in the facility and inquire about the situation. I wager the sewage plant is merely a facade. This is undoubtedly Luther's biochemical research base. Kara's voice brimmed with unwavering conviction. Are you suggesting that our world is soon to have its own umbrella corporation? Ian responded with astonishment, his instincts warning him that the reality was far more complex than mere biochemical experimentation. Can you articulate something I can comprehend? Kara sighed heavily, her patience waning. Grasping Ian by the stocking-clad head, she swiftly moved towards the factory. The wastewater treatment plant was shrouded in an eerie silence, with the once bustling workers having nearly all fled the premises. Upon entering the facility, the flickering lights cast an uncertain glow, accompanied by sporadic crackles of electrical discharges, as if no maintenance personnel had ever attended to the equipment. This was a newly constructed facility. Unless there was some form of corruption at play, how could the machinery appear so antiquated? Ian struggled as he was placed back onto the ground. He offered Kara some detailed reminders. You are correct, she nodded, her acute hearing picking up the distant sounds of liquid flowing and faint groans emanating from the depths of the building. Yet the most pronounced heat source was unmistakably from the direction of the cafeteria. Over there, Kara positioned Ian protectively behind her. The floor was occasionally marked with water stains, each step producing a sharp sound that resonated in the profound stillness, creating a jarring contrast. After a short walk, the sign for the employee cafeteria, came into view. Kara suddenly sniffed the air. Do you smell that? The aroma of food. It must be mealtime. Having had her dinner, snatched away by Ian, she had become particularly sensitive to the scent of cuisine. I only smell sewage and disinfectant. Ian frowned. No, it is the scent of food. Do not doubt my superior olfactory senses. Kara's stomach audibly grumbled, reflecting her own sense of unease. Strange, how can such a repulsive place have food that smells so enticing? With that, she led Ian directly into the employee cafeteria. Kara's gaze swept across the spacious dining area, where 4 or 5 workers clad in orange uniforms sat quietly at stainless steel tables, engrossed in their meals. The air was thick with tantalizing aromas, baked bread, rich stews, and a refreshing hint of herbs, or so it appeared in Kara's eyes. A place with such delectable fare could not merely be a wastewater treatment facility. She even felt a pang of hunger, yet she suppressed her appetite, preparing to inquire with a few workers. Is this what you call good food? Ian regarded Kara with skepticism, finding her culinary preferences rather peculiar. It is no longer peculiar. It should be deemed a Cthulhu-level culinary obsession. Ian's eyes scanned the workers' plates, which contained an unappetizing concoction of greenish broth and gelatinous green meat chunks, so repulsive that merely glancing at them was overwhelming. Roasted ribs, creamy bisque, pan-seared salmon. What more could one desire to define abundance? Kara swallowed hard, casting a bewildered glance at Ian. Could Clark's family meals possibly surpass this? Upon hearing this, Ian's pupils constricted sharply. He fixated on the direction Kara indicated, where a solitary worker trembled as he held a bowl of bubbling green soup with several black, meat-like chunks floating ominously atop the surface. At this moment, Ian became acutely aware that the scene before him was entirely different from what Kara, endowed with extraordinary vision, beheld. Mental interference? Kara's gaze began to grow increasingly unfocused. Damn it, even the Kryptonians are affected. Ian glanced around, searching for the presence of any formidable entities akin to deities. Just then, a metallic clang resonated from behind the food counter, drawing Ian's attention to a gaunt, hunched chef who regarded the 2 unexpected guests with murky eyes. Everyone who witnesses shall partake, share in the feast. Savor the deliciousness I have crafted as it flows within you, bestowing upon you strength, enabling you to truly comprehend how extraordinary you are. Come, drink this broth, a culmination of my countless efforts. The chef's voice was hoarse and deep, laced with an alluring undertone. He slowly raised a ladle, and a droplet of green liquid fell from its tip, forming a viscous thread in midair. Ian was utterly bewildered, feeling an unsettling sensation wash over him, and he could not help but exclaim, Gul'dan reborn in the DC universe. Ian's expression was one of sheer incredulity. Suddenly, the chef's ladle clattered to the ground at the sound of Ian's remark, his astonishment surpassing even Ian's, as his hunched frame began to tremble violently, bony fingers clutching the edge of his apron tightly. Impossible! How could you know that name? It is my dream, my exclusive world where I wander each night. Enlightenment. I have gained enlightenment in my dream world. They reside within my mind, solely in my mind, and I know what to do. Oh yes, you are merely my illusion, here to remind me to hasten my resistance against this world, right? Initially, the chef's face was marked by disbelief, but upon retrieving the ladle, he suddenly appeared to grasp a profound realization, his expression transforming into one of fervent zeal. Yet, his gaze grew increasingly clouded. By the heavens, the more Ian listened, the more he sensed something amiss. Initially bewildered, he thought the chef was merely losing his mind. However, as familiar descriptions tumbled from the chef's lips, Ian's eyes widened in sudden comprehension. You insufferable fiend. What level are you on to share a similar golden finger with me? Indeed, he was on the verge of losing his composure. Perhaps it was the first time since his traversal that Ian felt such exasperation. In that moment, the anger meter in the lower corner of his vision spiked to its maximum. To clarify, the dream is actually one of the main crises in this narrative, where the system serves as the protagonist's golden finger, and the system itself has a source. Rest assured, the outline can extend to 2 million words. Please read with confidence. Chapter 46. Ant, you cannot restrain yourself. Infuriated. Truly, immensely infuriated. The inherent selfishness of human nature is vividly displayed in Ian at this moment. He initially believed that he alone could traverse the realm of dreams within the vast universe, only to discover that nightmares were not an exclusive privilege. Who understands this? Family. A second Alice has emerged. Ian feels quite pitiful, having encountered a wretched golden finger. His anger surged instantly, propelling him forward, as he attempted to seize the other's collar through the glass window. However, after a few futile attempts, he cursed, "Damn it, get closer." Due to his inadequate reach, he was unable to grasp the person through the minuscule window, and the hunched chef retaliated by striking his hand with a ladle. Of course, after a few hits, Ian managed to seize the ladle from him. "Who are you? Why hasn't your soul undergone my baptism?" The chef engaged Ian in a tug-of-war over the ladle while simultaneously inquiring, evidently puzzled by Ian's lack of a puppet-like state, unlike Carla. "A hopeless soul," the chef declared, assessing Ian's unusual condition. "You're the one who is hopeless. Baptism. You are so fond of it, aren't you? Let me give you a proper baptism." Ian raised his fist, ready to smash the obstructive glass window. Yet, at that moment, Carla, with a dazed expression, pushed away in front of Ian. She had been waiting behind him all this while, now appearing unable to contain her anticipation. Carla fixated on the verdant dishes within the serving window, continuously swallowing and sporting a vacant smile, her eyes betraying an eager longing. The chef, satisfied, nodded approvingly and retrieved a new ladle from behind him, serving a bowl of thick soup bubbling with an eerie green foam to Carla. Carla, in a trance, accepted the bowl, slowly lifting it as if to drink. "No, dear aunt, you can't handle what's in that bowl." Ian harbored grave doubts about the strange chef, suspecting he had drawn inspiration from Gul'dan's script, much like gaining the power of the Hulk. "I'm so hungry." Carla, with a glazed expression, contested Ian for the bowl, her strength surpassing his. Just as she was about to bring the bowl to her lips, Ian, in a moment of desperation, invoked his extraordinary intellect. "Let me. I can handle it." Ian glanced at his skill panel, noting the numerous berserker skills that sacrificed negative effects for temporary power boosts. He still had one unspent professional skill point, a prudent habit that proved crucial. As Carla was about to fall prey, Ian leaned forward and slurped the soup from her bowl. Surprisingly, it tasted quite delightful. Ian was astonished, savoring the flavor. What appeared repulsive in sight and smell was, remarkably, a delightful experience. "I understand now. Stinky tofu. A brand new version of stinky tofu." Ian believed he had deciphered the secret recipe for the soup, and simultaneously, a new status appeared on his status panel. Blood curse. This ominous green condition would gradually mutate Ian's body and erode his mind, leading him toward the fate of corruption and madness. But this was for victory, for a new world. The chef bore no ill will towards Ian for seizing the bowl of soup. Instead, he wore a smile of satisfaction that seemed entirely fitting. "Would you have the world taste suffering?" Ian smacked his lips, feeling no inclination towards degradation. Of course, the changes in his body were visibly apparent. Looking down at his hands, he noticed a green energy pulsating beneath his skin, though it was not yet particularly abundant. It lay dormant, gathering strength within. "You are suffering from demonic corruption. Experience points 1. It must be said, this was undoubtedly the most severe negative status Ian had encountered since acquiring the Berserker class. A normal person might have been consumed by panic and fear. Yet, he was on the brink of leveling up. Delicious. Craving more. Ian observed the chef ladling another bowl of soup for the waiting Kara, and immediately snatched the new bowl, tilting his head back to gulp it down greedily. Kara displayed her indignation at having her food snatched away. "Wait, you." The chef looked on in astonishment at the gluttonous Ian. Could such talent exist? "Ah, splendid. I need a warrior as devout and promising as you." As Ian finished his second bowl with evident relish, the chef snapped back to reality, filled with delight. He hurriedly served bowl after bowl to Ian. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ian, of course, welcomed the bounty without hesitation. As time passed, he consumed over 10 bowls of the green soup. The chef, once increasingly excited, began to sense something amiss. Logically, the boy before him should have begun the transformation of his life form by now. "You're not right." The chef angrily halted the distribution of the green soup. "What? Stingy?" Seeing this, Ian glanced around, then pulled over a water pipe from the corner, skillfully inserting it into the pot of soup beneath the window. Despite blood curse, indicating it would influence his sanity, he felt no descent into madness, nor did he unlock his green giant form from merely drinking a few more sips. His strength had even increased. Was it said that drinking the soup would make one grow larger and stronger? As a berserker with a severe imbalance in attributes, Ian had sacrificed intellect to exceed his physical prowess. Alas, fate seemed not to comprehend his plight. Tell me, have you diluted the demon's blood with water? How infuriating! As Ian continued to voraciously consume the soup, he brandished his dagger and fervently began his training. Do not misunderstand. This was not due to a decline in sanity. It was not merely the nourishing properties of the soup that Ian discovered. After just a few sips, he could unleash his innate, self-healing frenzy, steadily accruing experience points. While the pangs of hunger ceased to trouble him, it was as if the soup had been meticulously crafted for his needs, an elixir of vitality. You are afflicted by the corruption of dark energy. Experience points 1. Health points diminishing. Experience points 2. The blade in Ian's hand danced through the air, leaving traces in its wake. Under the dual acquisition of experience, he was enveloped in a wave of euphoria, and in mere moments, his very demeanor underwent a transformation. He had leveled up. Strength, 5,885. Constitution, 4,767. Intelligence, 2,627. Spirit, 6,871. Level up reward. Professional skill point 1. Status weight increased. Erroneous data cleared. Chapter 47. The peerless divine weapon. Titan deity. The good news. He had finally become a true-blooded berserker. The bad news. The negative status of the blood curse had vanished, and the surging green energy beneath his skin had dissipated, leaving him feeling as though the double joy had evaporated in an instant. The chef no longer served soup. Ian dared not wield his knife any longer. Damn system. Don't bestow me benefits so casually. Do not clear my status. Restore it to its former state. Ian had always found it futile to negotiate with the system. Frustrated, he turned his gaze towards the chef through the window. What system? What level up? The chef appeared utterly perplexed. Another bowl? Ian glanced at the large pot that the chef had hastily moved aside during his moment of elevation. His water pipe could no longer reach the pot, as the chef had sealed it with a metal lid. You charlatan. You are unworthy of redemption and glory. The chef seemed genuinely deranged, yet possessed a keen intellect, as he clearly sensed Ian's discontent. I am not a fraud, I assure you. Just one more bowl, that is all I ask. I will pay. Will that suffice? Franklin, help me. Ian was desperate to reclaim the negative status. He pulled out his money, only to realize that currency sometimes lost its efficacy. Thus, he resorted to reason, pounding against the thick glass barrier before him. With the strength of 8 men, he could only leave faint marks upon its surface. It was bulletproof glass. The chef scoffed. Bang, bang, bang. Ian remained silent, merely continuing to strike the glass. Damn it, bulletproof glass. What is this missile-proof glass? After a prolonged effort, he found himself at a loss as the chef, on the other side of the window, grinned and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was missile-proof glass. What sorcery is this? The technology of the Lex Group? In a world before his transmigration, Ian would have raged against such absurdities, but in the realm of the DC universe, the existence of such glass seemed rather plausible. However, this did nothing to quell Ian's indignation. Fine. A little warning would have been appreciated. Speaking half-truths, are we? He glanced around, and once again, supreme wisdom surged within him. With just a single look, he immediately located an extraordinary weapon for himself. My apologies, dear cousin, but I require your assistance in my training. I trust that, even in a state of awareness, you would forgive me. After all, this is to uphold the justice you so steadfastly believe in. I have consumed that broth. I cannot fathom how many lives it may save. Truly an immeasurable virtue. A triple win. I triumphed twice. Ian noticed his dazed cousin and promptly grasped Kara's calf with both hands, lifting the invincible Kryptonian with ease. He swore this was undoubtedly the most effective hammer in the world. Like wielding a mighty mallet, Ian forcefully hurled his cousin against the glass window. Clang, clang, clang. One could only say that using his cousin to strike a nest, no, using her to smash the glass, produced a sound that was truly extraordinary. It was proven that the hardest substance in this world is not diamond, but rather the head of a Kryptonian. With a shattering crash, the entire bulletproof glass disintegrated. Whether it was Kara's head that was indeed as hard as iron or the LexCorp's substandard products that were defective, Ian successfully overcame the barrier between himself and the all-encompassing broth. No, the chef was splattered with shards of glass. Nevertheless, he desperately protected his large pot. Stop. These sources of hope must be distributed to others. The establishment of a new world requires it. We need it. The chef issued a warning with a furious roar as Ian approached. Bang! He was skillfully flung away by Ian, who wielded Kara like a weapon. You cannot treat me this way. I am the Jesus of the new world. I will change this world. The chef was slammed against the wall, spewing green blood as he writhed in agony. You should be my warrior. Why has it come to this? Why do all the bones in my body feel as though they're shattered? I appear like a frail mage devoid of skills. His body was too weak. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ian paid no mind to the chef. He directly embraced the large pot and drank every last drop of the green broth. Then, in the blink of an eye, he devoured all the green vegetables as well. The appetite of a berserker is well understood by those who know. Curse of blood. You are suffering from demonic corruption. Experience points 1. Seeing the familiar state return, Ian let out a contented belch. His spirits lifted, and according to the theory of relativity, when one person is joyful, another is surely not. The chef continued to bleed, slumped on the ground, trembling, his face contorted into a desperate crevice, staring vacantly at the empty pot, his lips quivering. No, it should not be like this. You have destroyed my hope. You have shattered the hope of this world. They will punish me. I do not want you. You must pay for this with your lives. The chef erupted with a heart-wrenching scream. In the next instant, his body swelled violently, only to collapse in an instant, as if being torn apart by some unseen force from within. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted. Behold my dream. The chef's venomous voice reverberated throughout the dining hall. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion ensued. The hunchbacked imitation of Gul'dan burst forth like a balloon, countless lights and shadows erupting from his form, momentarily blinding Ian with their brilliance. Did the conflict transform into light? Could it be that I have become the villain? Ian struggled to adjust to the blinding radiance, the surrounding space twisting under its intense illumination. The entire dining hall resembled a crumpled piece of paper, reshaped by an invisible hand. The whole realm seemed to be drawn into a world ablaze. A colossal giant materialized within the light and shadow, its form like a mountain, casting an immense shadow that could envelop vast stretches of land. I am your god. The air resonated with a voice of authority. The Titan, obscuring the sky, resembled the ancient Titans, with eyes like two burning furnaces, exhaling searing flames that threatened to reduce all within sight to ashes. Ian gazed at the towering behemoth before him, a flicker of anxiety stirring within. However, upon recalling that his immortality buff had several hours remaining, he regained his composure. What am I doing here? Facing a boss of such magnitude? How exhilarating! Ian scrutinized his character panel for skills that might salvage the situation, just as the Titan raised its terrifying fist. An unfathomable power coalesced. Its fist, resembling a meteor, descended slowly towards Ian. The shockwave enveloped the surroundings, its might seemingly intent on reducing Ian to mere fragments. With my cousin by my side, we shall surely wreak havoc. Ian charged forth fearlessly, a seemingly diminutive mortal challenging the titanic deity. Yet, just as he swung his weapon, preparing to clash with the Titan's descending fist, a thunderous sonic boom erupted from the heavens. A figure, streaked in red and blue, descended like a meteor. The formidable Titan was instantly toppled, the ground trembling beneath the weight of the encounter. Amidst the swirling dust, the man emerged, proclaiming his dominion as the one true god of this realm. I demand an explanation. The gaze of the superhuman fell upon the bewildered child, still holding his rigid cousin aloft. Chapter 48. Father, I almost did not recognize you. The yellow sand swirled beneath Clark's feet, dark crimson mist rising from the scorched earth. The once industrially styled dining hall transformed under the distortion of light and shadow, presenting a scene reminiscent of another world. Clark, clad in his iconic battle attire, gazed deeply at his youngest son. Ian typically remains composed, with the exception of his interactions with his parents. Ironically, he now finds himself under the serious gaze of his father. The silver lining, however, is that Ian has no need to fear the searing heat of Superman's penetrating stare, a far better treatment than that afforded to most villains. Unfortunately, the downside is that even though Ian could confess, he still struggles to articulate why he is wielding a hammer made out of a family member. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Ian instinctively thought to hide the object behind his back, but alas, The hammer was far too long for his not-so-broad back to conceal. In truth, even if he could hide it, it would serve no purpose, a mere reflex. Superman, you have arrived too late. As a member of the crowd, it is I who deserves an explanation. Recalling the news from the previous evening, Ian quickly devised a preemptive strategy, masquerading as an ordinary bystander unable to discern Superman's handsomeness. It was a reasonable disguise, one that Ian felt paid homage to the traditions of the DC universe. Yet, in his case, it may not prove effective. The veins on Clark's forehead visibly throbbed. His fists clenched tightly. Clearly, had he not adhered to a principle against striking children, Ian would have been confronted with the hidden belt he kept. Ian, this is not amusing, Superman growled, his voice deep and magnetic. Ah, Superman even knows my name. I suspected that superheroes might harbor some semblance of recognition for their humble admirers. Ian's performance, learned from his desk mate, was evidently inadequate to deceive. He noticed his father's expression darkening further. Ah, I knew Madison's performance principle was unreliable. A jolt of realization struck Ian, compelling him to cease disparaging his father's image. After swallowing hard, he abruptly pointed behind Clark. Look, that Titan is rising again, Ian exclaimed, not as a ploy, but because he genuinely perceived a distraction. A colossal figure, vast enough to blot out the sun, gradually stood up, mirroring the visage of Sargeras from his memories. The being bore an expression of fury, though diminished in size. It still radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. With a thunderous crash, the Titan's immense fist descended upon its instigator. It was an ambush, executed without so much as a gust of wind. However, Clark appeared unfazed by Ian's warning. He did not even glance back, merely extending one hand backward, effortlessly halting the Titan's titanic fist midair. The visual impact was striking. Mortal, the Titan roared, realizing it was seemingly immobilized. Clark paid no heed to the struggles behind him. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon his youngest son, which left Ian, already feeling guilty, with a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Truly remarkable, Superman. It seems my presence is no longer required here. Ian, with a forced smile plastered across his face, gently placed Kara on the ground, akin to setting down a sculpture. He even brushed off the dirt clinging to her, remnants of his previous transgressions where he had used her as a makeshift hammer, now silently erased. What is this called? It is aptly termed as leaving no witnesses. Ian had already begun to carve out an escape route for himself. Ian, I am your father, Clark Kent, Superman intoned, his voice growing so deep it rivaled that of Batman. Perhaps in an effort to vent his frustrations, Clark turned and floated in midair, delivering a series of powerful strikes to the Titan behind him, driving the creature deep into the mountains of the Earth's core. Debris flew about, the scene resembling an act of domestic violence to such an extent that Ian, initially prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, found himself speaking softly after brushing away the stones from his face. What a villainous Superman! How dare he impersonate my benevolent father? Ian glanced around, yet found no escape in this vivid illusion. Everywhere he looked, there was scorched earth and molten lava, no sanctuary for a tactical retreat. In truth, he had a plan. If only he could flee, he could craft a perfect narrative of a shapeshifter impersonating him. One must never underestimate the power of a writer. Ian was confident he could concoct an engaging and credible tale. No more feigning ignorance, Ian. Superman emerged from the dust, his eyes still glowing with remnants of red, casting him in an aura of lethal intent. Ian instinctively recoiled. Clark, perhaps donning his glasses as a remnant of the chef's demise, noticed Kara stirring, and, shaking her head, offered Clark a gentle reminder. Supergirl felt she was beginning to grasp some of her nephew's schemes. She recalled the events that had transpired moments ago, and, thus, extended her affection toward Ian. Ian felt a sense of betrayal. That wicked cousin. He witnessed Superman's perplexed expression as he donned his glasses. Realizing the pretense could no longer be maintained, Ian promptly smacked his forehead in epiphany. Oh, my goodness. My father is indeed Superman. I hardly recognized him without his glasses. How extraordinary. Taking several steps back, Ian inhaled deeply. I must share this marvelous news with Jonathan and Jordan. He shifted his strategy, initiating a mode of intimidation. The old man would be quite displeased if his children were to uncover the secret. Ian was acutely aware of this fact, for he was an imposter prophet, possessing an intimate understanding of his father's character. Superman's temples throbbed with intensity. You might want to consider how to explain to your mother why you have once again failed to return home on time. Clark gritted his teeth and turned, directing his heat vision furiously at the colossal titan behind him. The anger shifted. Superman, too, understood the art of emotional management. Yet, it was undeniably the titan, raging beneath the onslaught of heat vision, who bore the brunt of this turmoil. Pitiful mortal, you cannot thwart our rebirth. You shall inevitably become one of us. The titan's roar reverberated through the heavens, though his threats bore little weight. Superman's heat vision intensified, appearing even more ferocious. Chapter 49. The Source of Nightmares. The Mysterious Cataclysm. Ignoring the titan's frenzied curses, 5 minutes later, Superman's mood had calmed somewhat. Do you two truly comprehend the perilousness of this situation? Clark turned his gaze toward his child and his cousin, who had earlier been wielded like a weapon. He brought me here. He claimed he needed to save your life. Kara was quick to accuse, revealing Ian without a shred of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Clark's pupils dilated as memories of last night's strange sensations and Ian's nonsensical ramblings flooded back. Who sent you here? Clark shot a fierce look at Ian. My superintelligence? Ian answered candidly. This time, he was genuinely speaking the truth, relying solely on deduction. Yet Clark's expression grew increasingly hostile. Wait, the two of us need to have a serious discussion, Clark stated gravely before turning back to unleash another barrage of heat vision, causing the already battered titan to shatter further. Simultaneously, countless shadows began to dissipate, revealing the grimy surroundings of the wastewater treatment plant's dining area. Like moths to a flame, scattered shadows converged, coalescing into black orbs. Within these orbs, a fragmented world flickered, echoing the anguished cries of countless unwilling souls. Superman, seemingly unfazed, had evidently encountered this phenomenon before. What is this? Kara attempted to reach out. Do not touch it. Clark abruptly pulled Kara back, his gaze heavy with concern and vigilance. Is this what caused your injuries? Kara glanced at Clark's arm, sensing his wounds, which made it easy for her to deduce his apprehension. Did the person who brought you here instruct you on how to handle this? Clark did not respond to Kara. Instead, he turned to Ian, who was staring in astonishment at the black orb. I have no idea. That big shot didn't he say? Ian replied, his eyes wide with innocence. Perhaps I could eliminate it? He aspired to become Gul'dan, filled daily with fell energy. And merely contemplating this made him realize that such a pace of advancement must be exceedingly swift. Upon this reflection, Ian could not help but swallow hard. His reaction was entirely observed by Clark. The cannibalistic Hannibal Lecter had mentioned this symptom, just as Superman could not suppress a sigh and was preparing to call Kara to join him in unleashing heat vision. Hoping to obliterate the ominous black sphere that was solidifying in midair and would soon flee, it became our new hope. The black sphere trembled violently, and then, like an arrow released from a bow, shot directly towards Ian. Quick to react, Superman raised his hand to intercept, but the black sphere seemed to phase through his palm. Detected mergeable data. Ian heard the unexpected notification from his system, and a surge of joy washed over him. He promptly opened his mouth, ready to welcome the unsolicited gift. In that very moment, everything froze. The world around him faded into chaos. Are you insane? A pale hand materialized out of thin air, gripping Ian's throat, rendering him unable to swallow the anticipated morsel. Before him gradually materialized the figure of the faux grim Reaper Tessa, or perhaps a nameless female overlord. She merely squeezed Ian's throat, and with a gasp, the black sphere was expelled from him. Food snatched away. Enraged, Ian felt helpless, faced with one of the most formidable entities in the universe. He could only watch as the gloved hand of the woman seized the black sphere. Do you even know what this is? Would you dare let it enter your mouth? The way the female overlord handled the black sphere exuded a sense of careful caution. In response, Ian raised an eyebrow. How could I discern what it is unless I consume it? He used his peculiar logic to mask the truth that the system had warned him it was harmless to eat. The female overlord showed little suspicion. Her focus remained on the mysterious black sphere in her grasp. This is a fragmented world, a part of a certain universe, yes, cosmic debris, containing elements that do not belong to our universe. Indeed, it is a remnant of another universe. The woman gently shook the black sphere in her hand, causing ripples to appear on its surface. Within, countless tiny lights flickered as if innumerable beings were raging within. Is it truly this advanced? Ian's emotions were far from tranquil. As his expectations were not met, he felt an unsettling dread at the explanation provided by the female overlord. Thus, within these shattered universes, life still exists. Despite the flutter of trepidation within Ian's heart, he seized the opportunity to extract valuable information. After all, the remnants of the past were mere shadows, not life itself. Yet, should these cosmic remnants find refuge in another universe, they might indeed regain a semblance of life. The formidable woman, for reasons unknown, had chosen not to speak in riddles this time. She activated a mode of absolute transparency. Ian, naturally, would not let such a rare chance slip by. Was it truly possible for one universe to parasitically inhabit another? Much like a parasite, he couldn't help but recall a few individuals he had encountered, who were not of the DC universe. Could this also be considered a form of cosmic parasitism? As Ian pondered, it became evident that only a fragmented universe, reduced to mere remnants, would opt for parasitism. In contrast, intact universes would adopt a more subtle approach. Such quiet integrations often elude our detection, far less noticeable than the overt parasitism of cosmic debris. The woman gazed disdainfully at the dark sphere in her hand. Ian latched onto this detail. This was not a matter for his understanding. Clearly, she was unwilling to answer his query. Very well. Ian continued to process the information. Why, he wondered, had this shattered universe manifested within the body of a mere chef? Was it perhaps due to the selection of a chosen one? This notion struck Ian as personally relevant. He could not dismiss it. For a universe seeking to parasitize ours, it must select a host with a legitimate identity within this realm. However, do not mistake this as a stroke of fortune. These foreign entities seek out those with weak wills or hollow spirits, bestowing upon them illusory powers and visions, leading them to believe they have been assigned a significant mission. In truth, all those afflicted by these fragmented universes become expendable tools, discarded once their purpose is served. The unfortunate soul you compelled to despair is not the same as the one your father encountered yesterday. The woman cast a penetrating glance at Ian. You ought to be grateful I saved you. Otherwise, you would have met the same fate as all those I have dealt with, becoming a marionette, gradually losing your will to madness. Voices would echo in your mind, deceiving you with the obsessions of past shadows from cosmic debris. Her tone was grave. Believe me, no one can withstand such torment. Even a formidable woman like her found her words abruptly halted, a wistful expression gracing her face, as if recalling someone. Why does your complexion grow increasingly pale? She cast aside her memories and turned her gaze back to Ian, only to find the young man's visage alarmingly ashen. Even in a monochrome world, there is nothing much. In truth, I am also of a pale complexion. Ian forced a smile, feeling as though he had discerned the reason behind the nightly descent into the realm of nightmares. However, this still seemed insufficient to elucidate certain circumstances. For instance, a mission? He had none. No voices of obsession echoed within him. Even the minor psychological affliction he once harbored had swiftly dissipated. Was this correct? Upon deeper reflection, he recognized that he differed from that chef in other respects as well. The chef's prowess stemmed from a shattered universe, insubstantial and tenuous, whereas his own strength was derived from a system that was remarkably solid and unwavering. There was simply no comparison. With this thought, Ian's heart momentarily stilled, and he found a sense of tranquility enveloping him. Chapter 50. A glimpse into the miraculous after such a comparison. The disparity was glaringly evident. Ian felt assured that, in comparison to the nightly nightmares, his simple yet steadfast system was his most loyal companion. It sought no reward, posed no tasks. It offered only selfless devotion. Quietly, it chronicled each of Ian's growths. Indeed, he perceived experience points merely as records of his development. Yet this did not diminish the profound gratitude he felt for the system as altruistic documentation. Why do you not merely appear pale? Now, you seem to be trembling slightly. The formidable woman tilted her head, her dark eyes reflecting a lack of comprehension towards Ian's changing expressions. Low blood sugar, trembling from hunger, desperately in need of a benevolent soul to provide sustenance. Ian's gaze once again fixated on the black orb in the woman's hand. He was genuinely curious about what he might gain from consuming it. A new profession? Or perhaps an explosion of experience points. Swallowing that dark orb, one might realize that one's fate is dictated by oneself, not by destiny. Ian was filled with anticipation. Yet, the woman had no intention of fulfilling his desire. This cannot be given to you. It requires proper handling. The woman lightly tapped the surface of the black orb with her fingertip, causing dark red nebulae to surge within. Just a touch? Ian attempted to reason. I promise I won't put it in my mouth. His assurances did not earn the woman's trust. Your father was right. You truly have a penchant for peculiar cravings, don't you? She placed a hand on her forehead, evidently unconvinced by Ian's earnest expression. But it is my trophy, Ian persisted, reluctant to relinquish the allure of the compatible data. Although he had no idea what it entailed, his keen intuition assured him it would be immensely beneficial. Your trophy? The woman regarded Ian with a glance, as if encountering someone audacious enough to challenge her for the first time. I have been watching you all along. This is clearly your father's trophy. She mercilessly unveiled the truth. Despite Ian's involvement, his role was minimal and had no decisive impact. Ian was keen to retort that ordinary NPCs are just like that. No matter how emotionally charged, the decisive influence would never stem from him. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon the collective that has established the overarching theme of the DC universe. What do you wish to convey? The female leader discerned Ian's hesitance. But isn't my father part of me? At the very least, I am entitled to a third. And then I could implore Jonathan and Jordan for the remaining 2/3, which would surely still belong to me. Ultimately, Ian opted to continue reasoning. There is indeed merit in this. The female leader opened her mouth, rendered speechless. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. After a brief pause, she asserted, "This entity is not a mere toy, nor is it a source of power. Since it has already departed from the earthly realm, I cannot allow its return. That would be a blight upon our world." With a weary sigh, she spoke in a voice laced with exhaustion. "Rest assured, your contributions will not go unrewarded. We shall bestow upon you ample recompense. Should you desire power, it shall be granted." It must be said, the female leader, despite her inability to read Ian's thoughts, possessed a keen eye. She recognized why Ian yearned to consume fragments from another world. Therefore, this avatar of the universe's supreme rules also made a promise to Ian. "Very well, let us proceed. Show me." Ian, a man of contentment, understood that he could still seek out other fragments and, seizing the moment when the leader's attention waned, consume them whole. At present, he desired nothing less than the curse of immortality. The female leader observed as Ian spread his arms wide, as though ready to accept something. She felt that in her 1,000 years of existence, she had never been left speechless as often as in these past few days. After scrutinizing Ian for a prolonged moment, she noted that he showed no intention of lowering his hands. Death resistance. You shall be utterly immune to death throughout your mortal life, even if transformed into a neutrino. You cannot truly perish. Perhaps he genuinely does not wish to see you daily. With a sigh, the female leader pressed her hand to Ian's forehead, thereby transforming the temporary curse on his status bar into a permanent condition. "So I shall not die? Does that mean I am immortal?" Ian's greed began to stir once more. His sense of contentment resembled Schrodinger's satisfaction, only manifesting when he was compelled to accept it. "Trust me, that will not be a reward. Some rules exist, not merely to bind." The female leader shook her head, dismissing Ian's suggestion. Very well. Ian blinked and chose to be content. Ultimately, he had obtained what he desired. The DC universe had, at last, acquired its very own Deadpool. Ian was confident he would be far more beloved than Marvel's version. "This is a small token of my appreciation for you. As for our rewards, you shall experience them in your future endeavors," the female leader remarked, as if preparing to turn away. Ian was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity to explore the information. "Wait, could you elaborate on the merging of worlds?" he inquired, devoid of ulterior motives, driven merely by his innate curiosity. After all, he had always been an eager learner in school. Ian's attempts to conceal his intentions were rather transparent, yet the formidable woman showed no signs of suspicion. Other universes were seamlessly integrating into ours, albeit this compatibility was subtle and elusive, as it did not manifest as a brutal invasion. The entities within the cosmos remained oblivious to it. Everything operated in a rational manner, making it difficult for us to discern the changes. Akin to different hues of ink mingling in clear water. The closer the colors, the more challenging their distinction post-integration. The woman's tone bore a weighty gravitas at that moment. It dawned on Ian why his recognition as a Death Rider had not elevated his status or standing in this world. Death Riders, too, were outsiders assimilating into the fabric of existence. Thus, was this a boon or a bane? Cautiously, Ian began to probe further, sensing that even with a legitimate identity, one must remain vigilant. What if the sovereigns of the DC universe were intent on eradicating all foreign elements? Some outcomes could be favorable, while others could be detrimental. The scarcity of detectable cases rendered any judgment precarious. Certainly, there were influences akin to salt dissolving in water. Though the grains of salt were invisible, the water transformed into brine. The only assurance we could provide was that the world's operation would not suffer significant disruption. After all, this merging between universes sought nothing but survival. The woman's demeanor suggested a degree of leniency towards the phenomenon of cosmic fusion. She, or they, appeared particularly focused on the invasions of shattered universes. One could argue that this was indeed promising news for Ian. Do you wish to inquire further? The woman had markedly changed since their initial encounter, now exhibiting considerable patience in elucidating matters for Ian. Her motivations for such benevolence were not without reason. Should you uncover any peculiarities, feel free to inform me. I remain ever ready to heed your prayers. I suspect you have already discerned my identity. The depth of her gaze held profound significance. Ian felt a twinge of guilt. If you cannot perceive these anomalies, how could I? He mused, attempting to mask his unease with self-deprecating humor. The woman observed this with keen insight. Indeed, a foster son, perhaps this is your unique distinction. Kryptonians are not quite so exceptional. Her voice was as soft as a feather's caress. She lifted the dark orb in her hand once more, seemingly in contemplation. Due to the constraints of regulations, we are unable to directly engage with such matters. Your father's initial actions led us to its discovery, yet the challenge lies in compelling it to reveal itself once more. This is precisely why I require assistance. And the reason I sought you is due to a lack of alternatives. The words of the female leader left Ian enveloped in a fog of confusion. What do they possibly mean? Please assist me with a bit of comprehension. Ian blinked, silently wishing that she would refrain from speaking in riddles. After all, those who indulge in riddles in Gotham seldom meet a favorable fate. You inquire of me, yet whom shall I consult? I await your own discovery, in hopes that you will enlighten me as to the rationale behind it. The female leader offered a subtle smile, seemingly unperturbed by the need for answers. Her figure began to fade, accompanied by the black sphere she held, which also began to vanish. The ability to obscure my omniscience is, in itself, a miracle. Engaging in such an interaction with me is certainly not a privilege granted by the old man's favor. As Miss Death steadily dissipated, I am the embodiment of rules. Not all beings possess the right to gaze upon me and retain my memory. Ponder deeply, little one, what manner of existence might you embody? Her final lingering words echoed with profound significance. Subsequently, the monochrome faded away, and the world resumed its operations. Chapter 1. A Human in the Realm of Comics. Diagnosed with mental illness Metropolis. The sun shone brightly. Within the consultation room of a psychologist, a gentle breeze stirred the curtains, casting mottled shadows that danced upon the walls. A young boy sat upon a rather uncomfortable sofa, looking up at the psychologist before him. I'm not mentally ill, Ian Kent spoke softly. Most who come to see me believe they are perfectly sane. The impeccably dressed psychologist, exuding an air of gentlemanly composure, sat upright with grace. A refined notebook and a fountain pen lay before him. It is merely that my parents often find me waking in the night, leading them to believe I require some psychological guidance. Ian shifted on the sofa, attempting to discover a more comfortable position. What do you dream about? The psychologist inquired at an opportune moment, picking up the fountain pen, his magnetic voice imbued with a power that could coax confessions from even the most guarded souls. However, Ian felt no such inclination. Adolescents often harbor unrealistic fantasies, ones they are too shy to articulate, do they not? After a moment of contemplation, Ian opted for a vague response. The psychologist, maintaining his composed expression, nodded in understanding. I can appreciate that you may not yet trust me completely. We can revisit this topic later. As he spoke, he began to jot down notes in his notebook. From Ian's vantage point, it was impossible to discern what the psychologist was writing. Perhaps you could simply prescribe me some medication. Ian proactively offered a suggestion, rather than engaging in therapeutic conversations. He He preferred to showcase some cutting-edge technology and assertive actions, as he was reluctant to have his innermost thoughts scrutinized by others. For instance, he was a time traveler, and his father in this life was a Superman with ears more sensitive than sonar devices, who occasionally appeared in the dreams from that other world. Everything around him seemed frozen, with snow swirling violently amidst a fierce, biting wind, the silhouettes of shattered buildings barely discernible in the haze. Such an environment could induce a profound sense of oppression in anyone traversing it. It might be a nightmare, or perhaps something else entirely. After all, he was currently situated in a realm where anything was possible, and Ian was uncertain about what his dreams signified. He only knew that he would awaken promptly upon hearing the chime of a bell. As Ian became lost in his memories, the psychologist had already paused his writing, noting that in his professional career, he had encountered very few patients who, like Ian, would voluntarily request medication. He seemed somewhat surprised. Although Ian firmly believed he did not suffer from a mental illness, he occasionally felt symptoms of anxiety. After a brief pause, he added, "Perhaps it was related to my heavy academic workload, and I thought that taking some medication in this regard might help me calm my mood." The youth's voice was sincere and candid. The psychologist instinctively glanced at Ian's head, finding no signs of abnormality. "To my knowledge, your academic performance can be described as exceptionally commendable." He was evidently skeptical about the source of Ian's anxiety. "Consequently, the pressure I endure to maintain my lead among my peers is undoubtedly greater than that of others." Ian offered what appeared to be a disingenuous response. The psychologist nodded in acknowledgement, his penetrating gaze locked with Ian's for an extended moment. "I believe you're not being entirely truthful." He candidly expressed his opinion and once again took notes. In response, Ian silently observed the psychologist's actions. The source of his anxiety was indeed not academic-related. In reality, as a former student who scored over 700 points in the college entrance examination, yet was forced to restart before even attending university, the educational demands of the public school here were not particularly challenging for him. What truly instilled anxiety in Ian stemmed from his recently awakened extraordinary ability, commonly referred to as the benefits of a time traveler. When the sound of a notification resonated in his mind, he realized he was no longer an ordinary mortal. However, the awakening of this system did not bring him prolonged joy. This system was unlike the coveted sign-in systems, check-in systems, or even the soft landing systems that Ian had longed for. It resembled more of an unfinished character panel from a video game. Name, Ian Kent. Common profession, student level 7, 12640. Extraordinary profession, none. World recognition, ordinary NPC, strength, 07. Constitution, 15. Intelligence, 23. Spirit, 25. Talent skills, none. General skills, learning elite. General skill points, 7. There are no quests, nor shops, nor an array of elaborate functionalities. Only a panel exists, capable of revolutionizing the data representation of Ian's abilities and circumstances. The skill of learning perhaps stems from the legacies of a past life, innately showcasing an elite quality that allows Ian to absorb new knowledge at a pace surpassing that of most peers. However, due to Ian's lack of societal experience in both this life and the previous one, and the absence of skills presented in a tangible manner through books, his skills section appears rather barren. What truly incites Ian's anxiety is the world recognition displayed on the system panel. The glaring term ordinary NPC piercing his aspirations like a dagger. His very essence feels precarious. Is this not a clear template for sacrifice, designed to awaken the potential and talents of his family? Ian, who often indulges in films, cannot help but harbor suspicions. After all, American dramas revel in such themes. And is he not living in a world reminiscent of a comic book? Since awakening to this system, Ian has come to the unsettling realization that he is not the biological child of his parents in this life. What could serve better as a catalyst for igniting heroic ambition than a foster child? And what more fitting offering to unlock the latent powers of his two brothers? How can he survive? This question embodies Ian's greatest anxiety, having once tasted death. While he strives to elevate his student profession beyond slight enhancements in intelligence and spirit attributes, he has merely accrued 7 general skill points. At best, these can be utilized for the learning and upgrading of skills like culinary arts or dancing. Studying may not alter fate, and for Ian, this notion has become painfully concrete. He even finds himself in despair, prompting him to suggest the need for medication. Yet, The underlying cause of his genuine anxiety remains unexpressed to the psychologist before him. The reasons extend beyond unspeakable secrets. They also stem from the disquieting name of the psychologist his parents have selected for him. Ian's gaze flickers toward the nameplate on the doctor's desk. Hannibal Lecter, indeed. Upon entering, Ian immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of the psychologist. Such insidious prejudice. He can only hope that he is merely suffering from paranoia. Chapter 2. Instilling Fear in the Superman. The office remained silent for an extended period. However, a myriad of Ian's expressions did not escape the observant eyes of Dr. Hannibal. Your wariness towards me is quite understandable, as today marks our inaugural meeting, and it is only natural for us to require time to cultivate mutual trust. For now, let us conclude our discussion here. I, too, require some time to thoroughly contemplate your circumstances. Dr. Hannibal spoke to the youth in a calm and composed manner. Is my ailment particularly peculiar? Ian could not refrain from inquiring. No, it merely stems from significant psychological stress. It hardly qualifies as a mental illness. So do not burden yourself excessively, Dr. Hannibal replied, setting aside his notebook and pen, rising to adjust his attire. I recommend you explore writing. Painting is also a commendable option. Expressing the stories from your dreams will aid in diminishing their impact on you. Being plagued by nightmares can indeed be a form of talent. It may assist you in becoming a remarkable creator. I am aware that many renowned authors have drawn their timeless classics from dreams shaped by the subconscious. Dr. Hannibal concluded with a piece of rather professional advice. Perhaps I shall give it a try. Ian raised an eyebrow, having long harbored the desire to become a writer, though he had yet to find the opportune moment. Excellent. I look forward to our next meeting, Dr. Hannibal said with a gentle smile as he escorted Ian to the entrance. Outside, Ian's adoptive parents, Clark Kent and Louise Lane, have been waiting patiently for quite some time. Ian, how do you feel? Louise, embodying the quintessential poise of a strong woman, displayed a softer demeanor in the presence of her family, unlike her assertive nature in the workplace. Not bad, Ian replied, accepting his mother's embrace and glancing at his father. Clark Kent, this man, possessing the strength of a demigod, appeared rather unassuming in glasses, almost scholarly. In a gym, he might be mistaken for a novice among seasoned athletes. Why don't you both come into my office for a discussion? Dr. Hannibal suggested, exchanging a knowing glance with the two adults and gesturing toward the waiting area outside his office. It won't take long, young mister. Ken can amuse himself with some toys over there. Dr. Hannibal's proposal elicited an inward eye roll from Ian. After all, he was no mere child, having lived 14 years. It was absurd to think he would enjoy playing with blocks. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Ian walked over, turning to see Clark and Louise entering the office, after which Dr. Hannibal closed the door behind them. Is there an issue with Ian? Clark observed the doctor's action of shutting the door, his expression revealing a hint of concern. He was clearly beginning to sense that the situation might be complex. The issue is quite significant. Dr. Hannibal's response caused Louise's heart to leap to her throat. What kind of issue? She inquired hastily. Dr. Hannibal approached the desk where his notebook lay. His numerous utterances indicated his belief in the existence of a tangible reality within his dreams. Furthermore, he perceived both his dreams and our waking world as perilous. This doctor, indeed, exhibited professionalism, adeptly grasping the nuances in Ian's words. Perhaps it was due to our shared vocation as journalists, often penning disheartening societal narratives at home. That little Ian manifested such unease. Upon hearing this, Louise was momentarily engulfed by feelings of guilt and self-reproach. Beside her, Clark gently embraced his wife, casting a gaze of mild concern toward Dr. Hannibal. If we exercise caution and shield him from such information, might his condition improve? Clark's voice resonated with the distinctive magnetism characteristic of mature men. This is a course of action you must undertake, and it will indeed prove beneficial. However, it must be coupled with pharmacological treatment. He is in a transitional phase from paranoia to schizophrenia, Dr. Hannibal stated as he retrieved a prescription pad, swiftly inscribing several medications he deemed appropriate. He had clearly discerned the boy's trepidation toward him. A method could be devised to discreetly incorporate the medication into his food, thereby averting any resistance or undue psychological burden. Dr. Hannibal presented the completed prescription. Very well, we shall heed your counsel, Doctor. Louise accepted the prescription with care, placing it gently into her handbag. She exchanged a glance with her husband, both concealing their worries beneath smiles as they proceeded to fetch Ian. "It is time to return, little one," Clark remarked, patting Ian on the shoulder. The boy, engrossed in constructing a tower of blocks, hastily stood and dusted off his trousers. "What did the doctor say?" Ian inquired, attempting to glean information. "The doctor believes you should not remain perpetually on edge while studying. Tonight, you must engage in activities unrelated to your studies." Louise, a renowned journalist, displayed exceptional acting prowess as she adjusted Ian's collar. "Yes, perhaps you could learn to repair cars with me, just like your two brothers," Clark suggested as he, along with his wife and younger son, strolled back onto the bustling streets. The metropolis thrived with vitality, its skyline adorned with towering edifices and a ceaseless flow of traffic. Yet, the inhabitants appeared somewhat impatient, perhaps due to the proximity of this city to the illustrious Gotham. Honk! Honk! A large truck roared past, blaring its horn insistently. Ian's body tensed noticeably at the sound. "What is the matter?" Clark, who had been supporting Ian's back, noticed the boy's reaction. "It's nothing, just a little startled," Ian replied. Despite the passage of 14 years, the boy still exhibited a degree of apprehension towards large trucks. A lingering response undoubtedly rooted in the manner of his previous travels. Those who have experienced time travel are acutely aware that the reasons behind such phenomena are often unforgettable. Ian distinctly recalls that the last words he heard before his journey were, "I thought that was merely a speed bump, officer. My entire family is striving to survive. You cannot impound my vehicle. Please trust my insurance company." This harrowing experience has indeed left Ian with profound psychological scars. "My dear, you must truly seek out activities beyond your studies," Louise remarked, her eyes reflecting concern. She and Clark struggled to comprehend some of Ian's peculiar reactions. "Yes, the doctor did offer me some advice," Ian replied, which brought a slight sense of relief to the couple. Before long, the three returned home. Their abode, though not particularly large, was a charming standalone cottage. As it was still the school term, Ian's two older brothers, Jonathan and Jordan, had yet to return. "I have an article that remains unfinished. I must return to the newsroom. Would you mind handling dinner tonight?" Louise, being a prominent journalist, often found her schedule quite demanding. In contrast, Clark had made some sacrifices in his career for the sake of family. "Of course, not a problem at all." The illustrious Superman bid farewell to his wife and donned an apron for cooking. He intended to inquire about Ian's dinner preferences and whether he would like to join him in preparing a meal. However, upon knocking and entering Ian's room, he discovered Ian engrossed in writing. "Did you not promise us that you would not overexert yourself with studying?" Clark frowned, his tone tinged with seriousness. "No, Dad. I am not studying. I'm heeding the doctor's advice and engaging in some literary creation," Ian replied, glancing back at Clark. He shifted his body to clear space at his desk. "Oh." Curiosity piqued, Clark leaned in closer. He had intended to offer some praise. But as his gaze fell upon Ian's so-called literary work, his expression abruptly turned rigid. "The Overbearing Superman Loves Me. What an absurd title. I also plan to write The Overbearing Batman Loves Men, The Overbearing Aquaman Loves Me. I believe my trilogy of dominance will surely become a classic of the era, granting me financial freedom." Ian thought to himself, having prudently chosen a title that might evade copyright disputes in some respects. Clark's face was a canvas of confusion. He had never disclosed to his three children the truth of his identity as Superman, so he should have been pleased by their spontaneous admiration for the hero. Yet, upon seeing Ian's title, his instincts warned him that this was far from serious work. "Perhaps you might consider trying your hand at drawing? The comic industry is thriving," Clark suggested, his expression a mix of incredulity and bemusement. After a moment of contemplation, Ian eagerly spread out the drawing paper before him. Unfortunately, he had merely inscribed a title for his artwork when Clark abruptly clapped his hands together, trembling slightly as he pressed down on the paper laid out on the table. The tone of the father was tinged with a hint of fear. "Never mind, Ian, perhaps it would be better for you to write a book to relieve your stress." It was understandable that Clark's attitude had shifted. He truly wished to remain oblivious to the concept of the overbearing Superman came for me, which was far more stimulating to his heart than the previous title, The Overbearing Superman Fell in Love with Me. Chapter 3. Family and Other Worlds. Can Superman suffer from high blood pressure? The answer is occasionally. At that moment, Clark felt his head throbbing with blood rushing to it. Why don't you write something along the lines of an ordinary person becoming a superhero through their own efforts? He attempted to guide Ian towards crafting something of genuine substance. However, Ian tilted his head slightly, dismissing Clark's ideas and talents, asserting that tales of superheroes rising to prominence were ubiquitous. Today's readers craved something truly shocking. Clark found himself at a loss for words. He sensed that his interactions with his children were never quite smooth, whether it was with his second son, Jordan, or his youngest, Ian. Establishing a common ground seemed perpetually elusive. His temples pulsed lightly as he still wished to persuade Ian. But I believe Superman would prefer not to have his life depicted in literary works. That would be a significant invasion of privacy. Clark endeavored to maintain a serious expression, his tone earnest, and the principles he espoused aligned well with contemporary mainstream values. He believed he had a considerable chance of changing Ian's mind. Yet, unbeknownst to Clark, Ian had never been perplexed by the question of who Superman was. After a brief moment of reflection, the boy provided an impeccable rationale. We all know how kind and helpful Superman is. He would never refuse to assist a child in need. Ian winked at his father, his words leaving Clark momentarily speechless, caught between wanting to respond and finding himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, the Earth's mightiest being had no choice but to concede. Very well. If this is the work you wish to write, Clark sighed and shook his head, choosing to exit his youngest son's room and focus on preparing dinner for the entire family that evening. Of course, multitasking was not a challenge for him. As he cooked, Clark couldn't help but employ his supervision to discreetly observe the secret writing of the young boy. He was unsure why he felt such intense curiosity. Perhaps the title of Ian's book was simply too explosive for him to ignore. Oh, my eyes! The content of the book was even more astonishing. So profound was Clark's sense of unease that he felt his very psyche had been sullied by an indescribable taint. While it is true that children often possess a whimsical imagination, Clark found himself utterly perplexed by Ian's thought process. The notion that a divorced woman in her 40s, who had undergone menopause and was raising 9 children, could capture the ardent affection of Superman after merely a fleeting glance, stretched the limits of Clark's imagination to an unimaginable extent. To his astonishment, the narrative took an even more ludicrous turn when a villain also became enamored with this working-class woman, culminating in a scene where Superman, with a crooked smile, summoned other superheroes to besiege the antagonist. With an exasperated slap to his forehead, Clark could not fathom the possibility of such a tale ever seeing publication. He struggled to comprehend the mental state in which Ian could have concocted such an absurd narrative. Could this indeed be a precursor to the schizophrenia that psychologists often mention? A chill ran down his spine at the thought that his young son might yearn to become a menopausal woman. The more he pondered, the more his heart raced. And by the time dinner arrived, he remained at a loss as to how to explain Ian's peculiar method of stress relief through such a nonsensical story. Could this truly aid in alleviating his condition? His mind was a whirlwind of questions. At the dinner table, he frequently glanced at Ian, who was quietly focused on his meal. "What's wrong?" Ian asked, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Clark quickly fabricated a strained smile and, in a spontaneous gesture, placed a chicken leg into Ian's bowl. "Eat more, eat more." He was keenly aware of not wanting his children to perceive his inner turmoil. "I heard you didn't go to school today. Did Mom and Dad take you to see the psychologist?" His eldest son, Jonathan, with his neatly cropped hair and handsome features, exuded a youthful charm and vitality that far surpassed that of most boys his age, owing to his prowess in high school football. He was also the most gentle and composed of the siblings. "I've always said that bookworms lead to trouble. Look, this proves just how right I was, Jordan." The second son, who was of a more slender build and generally reclusive, remarked with a hint of teasing as he glanced at Ian. Lowering his voice, he suggested, "If you were to sell your medication at school, we could make a fortune." This remark did not escape the ears of their parents. "Jordan." Louise shot a disapproving glare at her second son, her tone laced with discontent. "Stop being so inappropriate. Your brother is not a bookworm. He simply has a greater passion for learning than you and Jonathan." Her words elicited a non-committal shrug from Jordan. "And your brother doesn't need any medication. He merely experiences some anxiety, just like you do," Louise added sternly, though the attempt to downplay the situation reeked of overcompensation. "During the weekend, take your younger brother out for some leisure." Clark glanced at his dependable eldest son, believing that Ian should be exposed to a broader social environment. "All right, no problem." Jonathan signaled an okay gesture to his father. "In fact, I know quite a few girls who are very interested in Ian." Jonathan raised an eyebrow at Ian, his tone laced with playful jest. "Really?" Lewis appeared quite pleased. "Indeed, those girls are quite fond of his puppy-like charm." Jordan, while fiddling with the food on his plate, interjected with a hint of envy. I knew it would be like this. Just look at how handsome Ian is. Lewis beamed at Ian, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a large piece of steak on his plate. Ian's appearance was quite decent, to put it succinctly. He possessed a striking relatability. With a tousled mop of thick brown hair and captivating azure eyes, he bore a resemblance to a young Leonardo DiCaprio. I actually wish I were a bit stronger. Ian expressed his lack of interest in accompanying his older brother to meet older girls, as he was uncertain about when he might face his own trials. The Kryptonian bloodline of his older brothers weighed heavily upon him. Then let us engage in more physical activities together, Jonathan exclaimed as he affectionately wrapped an arm around Ian's neck. Even without his powers awakened, Ian already exhibited strength far surpassing that of his peers. Ahem. Ian felt as though he were being subjected to a chokehold. Fortunately, Jonathan sensed something amiss and promptly released his grip, allowing Ian to catch his breath. Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan quickly apologized. It's all right. Ian stretched his neck, seemingly unfazed. He glanced at his empty plate and then requested to retire to his room for some rest. Of course, dear, Lewis kissed Ian on the cheek, watching him ascend the stairs briskly before turning to her husband with curiosity. What is he busy with? It shouldn't be studying, right? The instincts of the seasoned journalist alerted Lewis to Ian's emotional state, yet Clark found himself at a loss for how to respond to her inquiry. Well, it's not studying, he managed to say, controlling his facial expressions and striving to maintain a calm tone. I believe children should have their own private secrets, don't you think? It was the same old excuse regarding privacy, yet worked remarkably well with Lewis. Seeing that she no longer pressed the matter, Clark silently sighed in relief. However, he knew he had to address the troublesome topics concerning Jordan's psychological issues and academic performance. Alas, the postmarital life of a superhero was such. Maintaining familial harmony proved far more daunting than battling calamities. Perhaps this was simply a phase that everyone must endure, superheroes included. You have engaged earnestly in the art of writing, grasping various techniques along the way. In the room, Ian diligently penned his thoughts. In stark contrast to Clark's skepticism, he found himself fervently immersed in the act, not only showcasing his talent, but also acquiring invaluable professional experience through his writing. It was, indeed, a dual triumph, a choice where he could simultaneously achieve two victories. Ian felt he had fallen in love with writing, yet certain peculiar circumstances surrounding him seemed to contradict this newfound passion. Despite his enthusiasm, believing he could write through several nights uninterrupted, a distinct wave of fatigue inevitably washed over him as time progressed. Alas, it was unavoidable, inescapable. With a sigh, Ian set down his pen, resignedly glancing at the clock. As the hour struck and the boundary between one day and the next was crossed, Ian felt a familiar twitch in his mind. In the next moment, the gray sky, the pristine white earth, and the remnants of the shattered city materialized before his eyes. Ian exhaled, accustomed to the sight, as the white mist enveloped him. Reflected in his pupils was this desolate world, where the howling winds and swirling snow painted a city that seemed to have languished for eons. Everything appeared frozen, and he felt like the sole inhabitant able to move within this realm, perhaps even the only life form that remained. Chapter 4. Conceptual Profession. A celestial gift the scene before Ian had long since become familiar. This nightmare, if one could even call it that, was perhaps the peculiar state into which he fell each night, occurring even before the awakening of his system panel, his proverbial golden finger. What was this place? Frost crystallized on his eyelashes as he lifted his hand to catch the snow cascading from the sky, the white curtain of snow engulfing the skyline of the ruined city. The snowfall was relentless, rendering visibility to only the objects nearest to him. Strangely, he did not feel cold in this environment, as if he were present yet detached from the world itself. The howling wind was interspersed with a brittle sound of cracking ice, and the silent city resembled a depiction of desolation from an apocalyptic canvas. Perhaps this world was indeed one that had already succumbed to the end times. As Ian walked upon the icy ground, he was unaware of what he could achieve in this realm. Various attempts had confirmed that he could not retrieve anything from this place. Perhaps the only benefit this city could offer him was the inspiration to become a renowned painter of the melancholic style, with the fractured overpass jutting into the snow like a dissected iron skeleton. The rusted remnants of automobiles lie half-buried beneath layers of ice, while the collapsed bus shelters, with their shattered glass canopies, stand as silent sentinels. Buildings shrouded in deep snow have crumbled significantly, and frayed power lines sway in the wind, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a forsaken ruin abandoned by the gods. The mere desire to hear the chirping of an insect is an unattainable luxury in this desolate landscape. "Hey, come out!" Ian shouted aimlessly at the sky, yet no debris fell from above. His 9 years of compulsory education had proven insufficient as a key to navigate this bizarre world. It appears he must resort to the old ways. Ian imposes strict standards upon himself in this realm, and his rapid ascent to level 7 in this student profession is partly attributed to the influence of the nightmare world. Here, he is granted an additional 7 hours for time management, for even in dreams, one must learn. It is no surprise that his academic performance is exceptional, and his upgrades come swiftly. Thus, Ian embarks upon his quest in this icy, ruinous expanse, seeking out bookstores that remain unburied, where he hopes to find a treasure trove of adult magazines and journals. His older brothers would need to conceal such materials in the neighbor's doghouse. But Ian remains unconcerned about parental discovery. Furthermore, he can glean experience points from such explorations. How could learning about the adult world not be deemed educational? The flexibility of experience acquisition within his student profession is remarkable. One must not have shortcomings in any field. This is the essence of a true academic prodigy in the new era. Pleased with his plan, Ian traverses the snow-laden streets. The sound of his boots scraping against the icy surface is painfully sharp, and he inevitably slips, yet the sting of falling is quickly forgotten as he rises. As if from a lucid dream, coherent and distinctly unique. Before long, Ian discovers his destination, a bookstore buried beneath the snow. With diligent effort, he excavates for half an hour before gaining entry. Inside, the store is devoid of life. Not even a deceased customer remains. Fortunately, although the tomes on the shelves are fragile, the volumes in the glass display cases are still perusable. You have engaged in serious reading, grasping certain aesthetic techniques. Student profession experience points 1. You have engaged in serious reading, grasping certain aesthetic techniques. Student profession experience points 1. Time passes steadily in this fruitful endeavor. By chance, Ian stumbles upon a collectible magazine and discovers a still-functioning revolver beside it. Without hesitation, he aims it at his temple and pulls the trigger. The bullets strike his flesh, creating ripples, yet inflict no harm whatsoever. Ian has long understood the peculiarities of this dream realm, and such actions yield him additional experience points. You endeavored to master the skill of catching bullets with your bare hands, and although your practical learning was deemed a failure, you nonetheless gleaned some perilous techniques. The system's notifications, repeated 6 times, were not a testament to Ian's limits, but rather to the constraints of the revolver's magazine. Regrettably, no additional bullets could be found nearby. Otherwise, Ian would have been compelled to express his gratitude for nature's generous offering of 18 experience points, a reward that typically requires extensive reading to acquire. The experience proved that only through fierce determination can one truly excel. With lingering thoughts, Ian narrated his own commentary. He had previously remarked on the remarkable flexibility of his experience acquisition system, which contributed to his perception that his system panel resembled an unfinished video game. It cannot merely be described as riddled with bugs. Rather, it is characterized by comparatively few restrictions. Until tomorrow, my dear miss who shuns undergarments, Ian mused, setting aside his personal photographs. He calculated his return time and moved a table to the bookstore's entrance. Although there was no coffee or pastries, the bookstore was replete with images of these 2 delights, which Ian diligently cut out and arranged on the small table before him. When one becomes sufficiently bored, a degree of abstraction may ensue. However, Ian considered this a form of ritual. Without some engaging activity to pass the time, he would surely suffocate in his own ennui. The world was eerily silent, akin to a dreary black chamber. Outside the makeshift dog hole he had excavated, snow drifted gently, enveloping the surroundings in an unusual quietude, interrupted only by the occasional shattering of ice from a sign, which would emit a brief, crisp sound. Suddenly, a resounding thud shattered the stillness, an unexpected noise that was neither sharp nor crisp, but rather a deep rumble that reverberated through the ground, startling Ian, who had grown accustomed to silence. The abrupt cacophony was neither the sound of ice falling, but rather akin to a mighty mountain collapsing, striking the earth with tremendous force. Could it be that something has truly fallen from the sky? Ian exclaimed, jolted back to reality. He quickly rose and nimbly crawled out of the dog hole he had dug at the entrance. On the street, the frigid wind howled, laden with shards of ice. To his astonishment, Ian's wide eyes reflected a colossal figure resembling a small mountain, the source of the thunderous noise that had descended from the heavens. It was a green giant, completely frozen in ice and snow, much like the world around him. Chapter 5, The Absurd, The Path of the Extraordinary. The green giant was immense, appearing akin to a stout, half-formed Ultraman. Ian pondered whether he had somehow logged into a dream of the future or if he was under the influence of some magical curse, resulting in a cosmic exile confined to a fixed period. He could never have imagined that this apocalyptic world was on par with the DC universe, and that he would encounter the lifeless body of the Hulk in this realm. Indeed, the Hulk, the iconic character known for his immense size and green hue, reputed to possess limitless strength, should not have appeared in Ian's second life. Oh, my father above, what a bewildering sight this is. Ian's throat involuntarily convulsed as a wave of absurdity surged through him. Is this the Marvel Universe? No, at least not entirely the Marvel Universe. The Hulk's colossal form resembled a small mountain, his skin a cold shade of green, muscles still bulging, and his arms held high in a pose of defiance, even in death. It was the object trembling between the Hulk's hands, amidst the chilling winds, that kept Ian in a state of shock, unable to fully comprehend the scene before him. Who would not find such a situation bizarre? There lay the Hulk, with a gaping hole in his chest, his hands still clenched tightly toward the heavens, gripping the head of a figure with golden hair. The expression on a golden-haired head was one of disbelief and rage, eyes wide open, with veins and torn skin on the neck clearly visible, swaying in the wind like the golden locks. The Hulk's other hand clutched the torso of this individual, whose muscular remains were adorned in a dark blue uniform, emblazoned with the emblem of American honor, the Stars and Stripes. Was this not the beloved character from Ian's favorite series, The Boys, known as Homelander? The juxtaposition of the Hulk and Homelander, two incongruous figures, manifesting so abruptly before Ian left him utterly bewildered. He had no desire to ponder the circumstances that led to this bizarre tableau or what transpired between the two before their demise, resulting in this world as current state. He feared he was not merely dreaming, yet he certainly felt capable of learning and evolving within this dream. The surreal nature of it all was overwhelming. Frankly, it was utterly insane. He longed for a competent doctor to prescribe him a tailored regimen of treatments. Truly, without several doses of medication, Ian feared he could not contain his mental turmoil. Which was more likely? He pondered the probability of his own insanity or the madness of this world. It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Unable to suppress his thoughts, Ian cautiously approached the massive green figure. The ice and snow surrounding the Hulk had been displaced, creating a vast crater, and it took considerable effort for Ian to touch the Hulk's skin, fueled by mere curiosity about the texture of such a creature's remains. However, as his hand made contact with the frozen green blood upon the Hulk's body, the next moment unfolded. The system's voice abruptly echoed in his ears. You have encountered an unknown extraordinary substance. A new occupational template has been unlocked. You may acquire the necessary conditions by achieving the profession. You have obtained a revised extraordinary profession, Berserker. Indeed, the system was increasingly reminiscent of a gaming interface. After hearing the prompt from his system, Ian was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not immediately check the so-called conditions for obtaining the Berserker profession. How wondrously intertwined my fate is with my father. Ian's gaze was fixed upon the lifeless body of the Homeland Warrior, suspended aloft by the green giant, a state of true separation of essence and form. He resembled a lithe monkey on stimulants, exerting all his strength to climb onto the giant's chest, intending to use the giant's arm as a branch to ascend towards the remains of the Homeland Warrior. It must be said that the youthful mind is remarkably agile. If the blood of the green giant could unlock an extraordinary occupational template, Ian was confident that the blood of the Homeland Warrior would yield similar results. He desired the Berserker profession. Moreover, he yearned for the extraordinary profession that the Homeland Warrior might bestow upon him. Perhaps this extraordinary profession could even bring Ian closer to his family. The mere thought of this sent a surge of excitement coursing through him, filling him with adrenaline. He clung desperately to the green giant's arm, striving to ascend. Alas, the drawbacks of being a bookworm rather than a fitness enthusiast became glaringly apparent at this moment. Due to the icy crystals forming on the giant's body, Ian could muster enough strength to climb only 2 or 3 meters. Subsequently, he slid down as smoothly as if he were on a greased steel pipe. I refused to believe this. Ian continued to climb. Yet again, before he could reach 3 meters, he fell back down. For the love of lumber, Ian launched himself upward once more, scrambling with hands and feet, but alas, his cries did not grant him extraordinary strength. He barely managed to ascend to 1/3 of the giant's arm. And once more, he experienced the familiar descent. This time, every muscle in his arms and legs was pushed to its limits, aching unbearably. Sitting upon the cold chest of the green giant, Ian's eyes brimmed with frustration and confusion. He felt it was illogical. Having raised the flag of lumberjacks, why had he not yet achieved a breakthrough? Indeed, I have yet to fully integrate into the local way of life. With a hint of resignation, Ian shook his aching arms, reluctantly glancing up at the remains of the homeland warrior high above. To give up is not to evade. Rather, we shall see what tomorrow brings. Ian was always precise in his calculations of time. No sooner had he finished his bold proclamation than, in the next moment, a heavy chime resonated, exploding in his ears. The sound resonated like the echoes of an ancient cathedral, imbued with an irresistible force, as if the entire world were distorting and dissolving within the chimes. Ian's soul quivered. An uncontrollable terror and thrill surged within him. The second and third tolls followed in quick succession, rendering Ian's vision hazy. The corpse of the green giant, the grotesque visage of the homeland's people, and everything upon the frostbitten streets faded and collapsed into the bell's resonance, as if drawn into an invisible vortex. A sharp sound, the noise of his forehead meeting the desk. Ian lifted his head, instinctively glancing at the peach-shaped alarm clock on his desk. A birthday gift from his brother Jordan last year, which emitted a terrifying sound reminiscent of a cackling ant. As always, the time pointed to the appropriate hour. Chapter 6. Job Change. Skill Acquisition. The night breeze caressed the window sill, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Laughter from his elder brother Jonathan, conversing with his girlfriend, drifted in from next door, accompanied by the familiar sound of his second brother frequently flushing the toilet in the corridor at night. These ambient noises provided a sense of comfort. Ian shook his aching head, having awoken from the nightmarish realm without much of a cry. The homeland's people, oh, the homeland's people, the red-eye disease, the red-eye disease. Despite having returned to the realm of reality, Ian's mind still lingered on the remains of that counterfeit superhero. Young people hardly care about the authenticity of things. As long as one can soar through the skies, impervious to harm, with eyes radiating a fierce glow, Ian would gladly embrace a life of luxury in a grand villa, marrying a stunning beauty and living off her wealth. Next time, I must be better prepared and shout louder for the sounds of the lumberjack. Ian resolved to practice climbing trees diligently. To be honest, he still struggled to comprehend why the homeland's people would venture into the Marvel Universe. The imagery felt akin to a mismatched puzzle, replete with a sense of absurdity, as if it were a farcical spectacle. Yet, witnessing such absurdity led Ian to ponder a rather unsettling question. If the homeland's people could appear in the Marvel Universe, did that imply that his psychologist was truly Hannibal? Ian found this thought rather chilling. He knew he shouldn't dwell on it. The more he contemplated, the more severe his anxiety might become. Rubbing his temples, he attempted to erase the unsettling speculation from his mind. He turned his attention to the system, opening his personal panel interface, which retained its simplistic design, yet now presented a brand new selectable option. At last, I shall cease to be merely human. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged within Ian as he eagerly activated the job selection feature, which now contained only a solitary option: Berserker. The occupational system has been unlocked. Current selectable profession: 1. Berserker description: fueled by rage, wielding fury as a blade, tearing apart all obstacles. The imposing introduction stirred Ian's spirit, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to select the Berserker option for his profession binding. To be honest, while there was another profession option available, who could resist the allure of becoming an extraordinary being at once? Ian was well aware that his system was capable of bestowing upon him more than one profession. This had been validated during his prior experiments with the system. To acquire a second profession merely required fulfilling certain prerequisites, which Ian believed would not pose a significant challenge. The berserker Ian was now prepared. As Ian confirmed his choice, lines of text materialized instantaneously. Class transfer condition. Reach a critical rage value. Current rage value. 5100, simultaneously. A semi-transparent bar appeared in the lower right corner of Ian's vision, reminiscent of a status bar in a game, indicating his rage value. At the top of this bar, a conspicuous red threshold line marked the critical point he needed to surpass. He was required to attain a minimum of 60 points in rage value. Indeed, it felt as though he were immersed in a game akin to Earth OL. Ian couldn't help but reflect, and with a mere thought, he discovered he could conceal the rage value display in the lower right corner. Increasing his rage, it turned out, was not an arduous task. Ian closed his eyes and endeavored to recall the tragic accident that had claimed his life in his previous existence. The image of the speeding apocalypse red night, the drowsy visage of the driver, and the eerily silent brakes all vividly resurfaced in his mind. Anger began to simmer within him. With a surge of wrath, Ian unleashed his fury. Current rage value, 13,100. This was the utmost he could muster in stirring his emotions. Time had dulled too much, and the anger that should have remained had long since eroded with its passage. Alas, it felt too distant, the anger eluded him. Ian touched his ears, which had not even flushed red, and sighed in resignation. Next, he opted for a different approach, physical stimulation. Slap! Ian raised his hand and delivered a sharp smack to himself. Angry? Current rage value, 11,100. It seemed not only had he failed to ignite his rage, but he also felt an unexpected sense of relief. Damn! Ian hesitated to continue this method, fearing he might awaken some peculiar attribute within himself. After pondering for a moment, he exited his room and ventured into the kitchen, rummaging through the cupboards. Chili? A bite. Wasabi? A few nibbles. Ian felt the spice surge to his head. Tears and snot engaging in a close encounter. Current fury level, 21,100, insufficient, far from enough. Ian gasped, his gaze sweeping over the refrigerator, when suddenly an epiphany struck him. His astonishing intellect, a staggering score of 23, came into play. However, it is worth noting that the intelligence attribute merely reflects cognitive activity, learning capacity, and logical reasoning strength, rather than true wisdom. Nonetheless, this did not deter Ian from believing he possessed remarkable sagacity. 10 minutes later, within the confines of his blender, a bizarre, viscous concoction swirled. Chicken breast, chili peppers, mustard, bitter melon, and several handfuls of decaying leafy greens that had languished for days. The creation, a veritable abomination of a beverage, was completed, yet Ian refrained from consuming it immediately. Instead, he retreated to his chamber, where he booted up his computer and launched a game titled Dota Alliance. He was well acquainted with his brother Jordan's account credentials, swiftly logging in to commence play. As anticipated, the first match saw a teammate disconnect. The second match featured an ADC flashing into danger. The third match revealed a jungler who wandered aimlessly. In the fourth, the mid laner vented vocally. By the fifth match, everything had collapsed. Ian's performance stood at 0-3-1, perfectly assimilated into the team, thoroughly enraged. While guzzling his grotesque concoction, he glanced at his fury level. Current fury level, 56,100. Excellent, excellent. It had indeed reached the threshold of near madness. But this was still insufficient to stave off the calming of his emotions, which would cause his fury level to recede. Ian hastily opened his browser, searching for videos on how vegetarians coerced others into adopting a plant-based diet. Current fury level, 57,100. Fury surged once more. Yet, it remained inadequate. He continued to watch promotional videos from animal rights organizations, alongside those depicting extreme measures taken to protect animals, including vandalism and coercive fundraising. The intensity of these videos was indeed overwhelming. Current fury level, 59,100. Ian's face flushed crimson with rage, yet he still lacked that final spark. Just then, a comment flashed across the screen. What useless things do you watch daily? Young people should look at lewd images and peruse naughty content. Suddenly, a folder appeared uncontrollably on his computer, the handiwork of a hacker who had lingered in his system for years. Upon opening the folder, he found, predictably, a single message. You little pervert, still wanting to see lewd images? Dream on. Current fury level, 64,100. Ian was utterly exasperated, and it was this very emotion that triggered a new system notification in his ears, coinciding with a transformation in his physical prowess. Ding! Class transition successful. Class, Berserker acquired. Basic template loaded. Chapter 7. Astonishing Wisdom. The Path to Strength. The acquisition of an extraordinary class heralds a remarkable transformation. In this moment, Ian truly felt his strength burgeon. It was not merely a psychological sensation, but a genuine enhancement of his attributes across the board. Name, Ian Kent, Ordinary Class, Student LV7, 35640, Extraordinary Class, Berserker LV1, 010. World Recognition, Ordinary NPC Strength, 35, Constitution, 30, Intelligence, 23, Mentality, 27, Talent Skill, Blood Reversal Forge, Class Skills, none, Class Skill Points, 1, Universal Skills, Learning, Elite. Universal Skill Points, 7, the four-dimensional attributes displayed on his personal panel experienced a notable enhancement, particularly in the areas of strength and constitution, which had surged to approximately 3 times that of an average individual. Strength primarily influences muscular explosiveness, while constitution pertains to resilience and recovery speed. Together, they significantly affect reaction times. Meanwhile, mentality embodies willpower and perceptual ability. These insights were gleaned by Ian after obtaining the system, as he grappled with its rather rudimentary nature, lacking the luxurious intelligent dialogue features others enjoyed. My abs look splendid, Ian mused as he stood before the mirror, shedding his attire. Previously, his body fat had been moderate, yet now he possessed a physique that, while not exaggerated, exhibited distinctly defined musculature. Perhaps the fat had been seamlessly converted into muscle? It was hard to say. All the changes seemed to have occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving Ian little time to fully appreciate the transformation. How exhilarating it was. Countless traversers had experienced similar phenomena over the years. I feel like I could knock out a Jonathan with a single punch, or take down 15 Jordans, Ian declared, clenching his fists, his muscles rippling with the embodiment of human artistry. Such self-admiration verged on vanity. Nevertheless, Ian's spirits soared, rendering him indifferent to the unchanged status in the world recognition column. The acquisition of his extraordinary class illuminated a path to self-redemption. Perhaps his strength and abilities still rendered him a mere fledgling in this perilous world, but this was merely the beginning. His future held the promise of vast horizons. Onward, develop cautiously, and refrain from recklessness. Ian's self-encouragement reflected a commendable awareness of his situation. After calming the tumultuous waves of his emotions, he turned his attention to the talent skill that had manifested upon his attainment of the Berserker class. Blood Reversal Forge. Damage received will accumulate experience points for you. For each instance of effective damage endured, you will receive a corresponding increase in experience points based on the severity of the injury. All negative states and physical injuries will enable you to accumulate wrath. When your wrath reaches its zenith, your strength, constitution, and pain resistance will experience a significant enhancement. When you simultaneously endure 5 negative states or find yourself on the brink of death, you can activate the flesh and blood remnant state, which grants a boost of 30 to all attributes, albeit at the cost of a continuous decline in both sanity and intellect. It must be said that the power bestowed by extraordinary professions is indeed somewhat transcendent, particularly this ability, which serves as a core skill of the profession, is truly remarkable, an attribute that is difficult for both the affluent and the impoverished to mutate. To grow stronger through injury? Ian feels as though this innate ability of his could easily be renamed and utilized as a ready-made advantage. He finally senses that his system has begun to show its true worth. Moreover, there exists a skill tree. Ian once again accessed the newly revealed options. In the next moment, a sprawling tree-like silhouette appeared in his mind. With each shimmering fruit representing a skill he could learn using his professional skill points. Almost instantaneously, Ian was captivated by the skill available at the pinnacle of level 100. Rage Immortality. Upon death, if 25 negative states are present, consume all states to resurrect and restore full strength, gaining a bloodbath rebirth effect that doubles all attributes, despite the lengthy cooldown of 1 day. This could undoubtedly be considered a divine resurrection skill. With this ability, Ian felt he could perhaps cast aside his worries about being sacrificed. He could even allow himself to be used for familial sacrifices once a day. Alas, Ascending to level 100 is no trivial feat. Ian sighed, retracting his longing gaze. The skills available for him to learn were limited to just 3, given that he was only at level 1 in his profession. Remnant resonance. When your body is impaired, mutilation, blindness, missing organs, the remaining organs will operate at an overload, compensating for lost functions while additionally granting boosts to strength and constitution. Self-healing frenzy. Recover 1 of maximum health per second, capable of healing all wounds, including fatal injuries, though movement and attacks are impossible during the healing and recovery period. Toxic stomach sac. Your stomach sac will be modified, enabling ingested food to be transformed into poison for storage, which can be applied to your attacks when needed. All 3 skills are fairly commendable. However, in Ian's view, he could only choose one. Whether remnant resonance or toxic stomach sac both sound rather grim and do not quite align with Ian's perspective on handling matters. He decisively chose to learn the skill self-healing frenzy. Having played games throughout his life, Ian, through his limited understanding and research, recognized that skills with percentage effects should be prioritized when playing games. Much like the skill's self-healing frenzy, which may seem to possess numerous limitations, the ability to reclaim one's strength within a mere 100 seconds undoubtedly stands as the quintessential skill to complement the enhancement of Reverse Blood Forge. Regarding future aspirations, Ian harbors his own contemplations. I find little appeal in seeking torment from external sources, as long as I can inflict sufficient suffering upon myself. No one outside shall dare to impose upon me. Ian's wisdom has always been rather peculiar. In a moment, he retrieved a small knife from his drawer. With swift, deliberate motions reminiscent of cutting paper, Ian carelessly inflicted a considerable gash upon his arm. Health points diminished, experience gained. 1. After a brief interval, Ian collected a substantial cup of blood, awaiting the system's response. To put it plainly, acquiring experience proved more arduous than he had anticipated, yet it remained within the realm of acceptability. Heal my body. Ian activated the skill, and in the next instant, he felt as though he had transformed into a statue, utterly immobilized, while his wounds visibly mended at an astonishing rate. He sensed that should anyone interrupt this rigid state, the healing effects would cease forthwith. Furthermore, as his self-healing ability commenced, a gnawing hunger began to manifest, clearly indicative of skill consumption. The constraints were considerable, and perhaps to a warrior, this might merely be a trivial skill. Nonetheless, every unintentional misstep signifies a new opportunity for growth. Having conducted an experiment, Ian immediately proceeded to subject his arm to 7 or 8 instances of this unfortunate package. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, he even gulped down the blood he had spilled. It bore a hint of rustiness, yet that was of little concern, as long as it was nutritious and wholesome. Who had not heard the recommendations of those weight loss influencers? Low-calorie, high-protein sustenance could certainly be flaunted. Health points diminished, experience gained. 1. This time, the system's feedback arrived with remarkable swiftness. Ian, whose complexion had paled slightly, felt an immense joy. However, while he reveled in the exhilaration of leveling up and growing stronger, he remained blissfully unaware of the figure cloaked in a red and blue ensemble lurking in the shadows outside his window, gazing intently at the unfolding scene within. Oh, poor Ian. Clark's expression was one of profound sorrow. He had not anticipated that after merely stepping out to avert a chemical plant explosion, he would return, still in the midst of changing attire, only to discover his youngest son engaging in self-harm within his own room. In the presence of family, Clark restrained his superhuman vision, thus failing to perceive the full extent of Ian's transformation. He merely witnessed Ian slicing into his arm. It seemed that medication was indeed necessary. With a heavy heart, Clark swiftly changed his attire and descended slowly into the deserted courtyard, contemplating how best to approach Ian without causing disruption in order to communicate with him. To speak candidly, if Clark had previously harbored any doubts about the psychologist's diagnosis, he now firmly believes that his youngest son is indeed afflicted, and quite severely at that. Chapter 8, Brother. Exercise restraint. In the dimly lit corridor of the second floor, the subtle sound of water trickling through the pipes could be heard. Jordan Kent, with his tousled curls, cautiously dried the precious artifact he had just cleaned, an essential tool for navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence. With meticulous care, he applied a layer of powder to the artifact, ensuring its proper maintenance before delicately storing it in its box. He opened the bathroom door with the utmost gentleness, mindful not to disturb the slumbering family members. However, as soon as the door cracked open, he was nearly startled into a state of heightened awareness. "Goodness!" Jordan exclaimed instinctively. A gaunt figure stood silently outside the door, hunched over, with a sallow complexion and hollow eyes, resembling a wraith drained of all vitality. Had he not recognized his younger brother, he might have inadvertently hurled the cherished artifact at the figure before him. "Ian?" Jordan swallowed hard, still somewhat shaken. Ian slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes vacant. I need to use the restroom." He spoke with a faintness that suggested he might collapse at any moment. "What's wrong? Are you ill?" Jordan's expression shifted to one of concern as he tucked the artifact into his pocket, scrutinizing Ian closely, for he was genuinely worried about his youngest sibling. "I'm fine, just utterly drained," Ian replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. It was said that one must be resolute, and he had indeed been too resolute. He had not anticipated the toll that the self-healing frenzy skill would exact on his physical stamina. While it restored his injuries, it depleted his bodily energy reserves, leaving him famished and weak, his appearance reflecting his state of exhaustion. Jordan, however, evidently misconstrued Ian's meaning. His expression became a tapestry of emotions, ultimately settling into an awkward understanding that he felt he ought not to possess. The atmosphere thickened with an unspoken tension. Why don't you freshen up first?" Jordan chuckled lightly, attempting to alleviate the heaviness in the air as he stepped aside to grant Ian access to the bathroom. "All right." Ian shuffled into the restroom. But just as he was about to close the door, Jordan suddenly pressed his hand against the doorframe, hesitating before speaking. "Ian," he began, weighing his words with the gravitas of a fledgling life coach, "I understand you may have unlocked certain new realms of experience. However, as a person, especially as a man, it is imperative to exercise restraint. Neglecting your health now will lead to regret in the future." Jordan's voice resonated with earnest concern. He truly did not anticipate that such words would escape his lips. Yet, there was no alternative. Ian's demeanor was too intimidating, and the younger brother found it difficult to fathom just how many times his little sibling had indulged in his bedroom. It was evident that Jordan was projecting his own feelings. Misunderstandings lingered between the two brothers. Ian opened his mouth, eager to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he resignedly nodded and forced a smile as he slowly closed the bathroom door. Soon, the sounds of running water echoed from within, as Ian busied himself cleaning the tools he used to gain strength. However, in Jordan's mind, it seemed as though Ian was perhaps washing instruments meant for developing certain muscles, just as he did. How precocious Ian was. Even a child like Jordan could not help but express a sentiment, clutching the treasured items hidden in his pocket. He intended to return to his dormitory to indulge in a few more rounds of gaming. However, just as he reached the staircase, he unexpectedly collided with his father, Clark, who was ascending the stairs. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Good evening, Jordan," Clark spoke first, breaking the silence, dressed in his wrinkled suit. Jordan nodded stiffly, acknowledging the greeting, and turned to make his way back to his room. Among the family, he held the most strained relationship with Clark. "Wait." Clark halted Jordan. "Is Ian in the bathroom?" He glanced towards the source of the noise. Jordan paused, nodding in response to his father's inquiry. As for Jordan's somewhat distant demeanor, Clark was too preoccupied to attempt to mend it. "Is there something wrong with him lately?" Clark's primary concern remained Ian's mental well-being, especially after witnessing Ian's disturbing laughter while engaging in self-harm in his room. Indeed, living too close to Gotham seemed to have its effects. Clark couldn't shake the feeling that Ian's behavior bore a resemblance to the madness often associated with that cursed place. This was in stark contrast to the obedient and studious child Ian typically portrayed. Given such circumstances, Clark felt compelled to consider the mental health concerns raised by Dr. Hannibal. Could it be that Ian had truly reached a state of schizophrenia? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression grew more somber as he sought to glean some information from Jordan. However, what exactly was wrong with Ian? A flash of Ian's overindulgent visage and the shocking proclamation of feeling hollow crossed Jordan's mind. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to guard his brother's unspoken secrets, those intimate matters that should remain undisclosed to their parents. What could possibly be wrong with him? The student excelled academically and was adored by his teachers, prompting the girls to wish they could fall into his embrace a dozen times a day. Even the rowdy troublemakers anticipated the release of the examination papers he was rumored to distribute prior to tests. I dare say, Jonathan was never as popular during his middle school years. Jordan's tone held a hint of bitterness. Was it jealousy? Perhaps, albeit more so envy, as he grappled with social anxiety, leaving him with few friends. Indeed, Ian epitomized the model student, strikingly perfect, yet this very perfection elicited a sense of concern. Clark believed that Ian's pressures might stem from this very reason. However, in the rebellious Jordan's ears, it sounded as if his father, often absent, was merely stirring up trouble. If one had flaws, they were reprimanded. If one lacked flaws, they still found dissatisfaction. Such was the nature of today as parents. Jordan rolled his eyes, bypassing the turmoil within regarding his father, and strode back to his dormitory. The sound of the door slamming echoed, seemingly an expression of his pent-up discontent towards his father. Clark sighed in resignation, withdrawing his gaze from Jordan, and turned towards the firmly shut bathroom door, hesitating for a moment before his eyes sharpened. In the next instant, the superhero's expression shifted to one of uncertainty, his pupils flickering as if he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Chapter 9. School and the classmate the following day. Early in the morning, soft sunlight streamed into the Kent household's kitchen. The matriarch, Louise, had risen early, filled with love for her family, as she set about preparing a lavish breakfast for her 3 children. Humming a cheerful tune, she approached the kitchen and opened the cupboard door. The seasoned journalist anticipated a bounty of ingredients, yet the sight before her rendered her smile frozen in disbelief. The cupboard was impeccably clean, too clean, in fact. Not even a fragment of cereal or cookie remained. Louise rubbed her eyes, confirming her wakefulness, and dashed to the refrigerator. There was no milk, frozen pizza, eggs, or chicken nuggets. Only a few boxes of her face masks remained, suspiciously opened as if someone had been probing for food. What was happening? Louise gasped, a wave of ominous premonition washing over her. Her first instinct was that a thief had invaded their home, prompting her to swiftly check the household valuables. Fortunately, nothing of significant worth had been taken. Unfortunately, there was not a single item that could be classified as food. Louise inspected the doors and windows, finding no signs of forced entry. "Clark," she called, standing in the center of the living room, her brow furrowed in confusion. How could a thief only steal food while leaving everything else untouched? At that moment, Clark, having heard his name, descended the stairs while stifling yawn. "Did you hear anything unusual last night?" Lois inquired, casting a glance at her superhuman husband, a man capable of perceiving every cry throughout the city, who ought not to remain indifferent to a burglary at home. "Perhaps it was just a mouse," Clark suggested, his expression peculiar as he hesitated before ultimately fabricating an absurd excuse. "A mouse?" Lois couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "No worries, leave it to me." In an instant, Clark vanished, and within mere seconds, he returned with an abundance of groceries. Lois scrutinized her husband with suspicion, wondering if his gluttonous tendencies had led him to consume all the food in the house, as it was the only plausible explanation for the mysterious disappearance of their provisions. Although she was tempted to voice her concerns, her loud outburst had already summoned their eldest son, Jonathan, and younger son, Jordan, who were now descending the stairs. She and Clark had no intention of revealing his true identity to the children just yet. "We'll settle this tonight." Lois shot Clark a knowing glance before turning to the kitchen to prepare eggs. "Good morning, Mom and Dad," Jonathan greeted, approaching the refrigerator, which was brimming with supplies thanks to Clark. He retrieved a carton of milk, perhaps blessed by Superman's freeze breath. Meanwhile, Jordan silently took his seat at the dining table, patiently awaiting breakfast. "Jordan, go wake Ian," Lois called out, her focus unwavering as she tended to the stove. Jordan, still somewhat groggy, propped his chin in his hand, his eyes heavy with sleep. "I heard him leave early this morning," he replied. Lois furrowed her brow at this. "Didn't Tiwi say he should rest at home for a few days?" Her tone carried a hint of concern. At that moment, the stoic Clark assisted her by serving the perfectly cooked eggs and toast to the children. "You can't confine a bookworm. He relishes studying," Jordan remarked with a subtle admiration for his younger brother, who, despite having launched a missile of chaos the previous night, had managed to rise early for school. No wonder he excels academically. Jonathan, shouldering the responsibilities of the eldest sibling, prepared his protein shake by combining milk and coffee. As a member of the football team, this was the quintessential breakfast: blood, sweat, and tears, relying on technology and grit to carve his way through the fierce arena. At Metropolis Public High School, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting bright patches of light on the desks. The classroom was sparsely populated, and Ian rested his chin on his hand, gazing intently at a system panel that only he could perceive. Extraordinary profession. Berserker LV1610. One can only say that this pace of leveling up has indeed fallen short of his expectations. Alas, he could not exploit any bugs within the system to become an unceasing leveling machine. Although I lack a blue bar, my skills are evidently not available for infinite use. Ian let out a slight sigh, feeling as if he had aged to 18 in a single breath, filled with melancholy. First and foremost, I must enhance my physique. Ian mused silently, recognizing that while his body had already strengthened considerably, only a more robust constitution could withstand a more ferocious method of leveling, allowing his extraordinary profession to ascend more swiftly, thus enabling him to land a few solid punches on his father when the rebellious phase arrived. With grand aspirations, Ian was crafting his plans for adolescence. As he contemplated, a potent scent of perfume drew nearer. Without turning, he knew his deskmate had arrived at school. "Oh, isn't that the Ian who skipped class for a day? Where did you go yesterday?" Madison Montgomery plopped down beside him, her golden locks sweeping in a dazzling arc. "The Metropolis," Ian replied dryly, not bothering to look his way. "What could possibly be so exciting in the Metropolis that it made you, the study fanatic, miss Monday's class?" Madison scoffed, rolling her eyes dramatically. Today, she wore an exquisite makeup look, her mascara accentuating each lash, and her lips painted a vibrant rose red. With the buttons of her school shirt intentionally undone to reveal a modestly extravagant necklace beneath. "I spent Saturday and Sunday in Hollywood. Although I didn't encounter any perceptive talent scouts, I did meet a man at a bar called the Light Bar who was even more handsome than you." Madison was a girl with a strong desire to share, though most often her eagerness stemmed from a need to gratify her vanity. However, handsome as he was, that man did not appeal to me, especially his refusal to allow me into his bar simply because I was underage was utterly nonsensical. In your words, he's just a loser. Come on, with my looks, who would think I'm only 14? I've managed to sneak into bars in the Metropolis twice. Indeed, the moment of boasting has arrived, albeit belatedly. Ian had little interest in bars, yet he found himself captivated by Madison's words. The young man gazed at his deskmate, his expression tinged with astonishment. "I must admit, little rebel, you possess quite the audacity." Ian sincerely praised her, even setting his book aside to give a thumbs up to his brave deskmate. Madison paused for a moment. "Of course," she replied, puffing up with pride. Clearly, the blonde girl believed Ian was complimenting her daring venture to the bar. However, in truth, Ian felt a tremor of apprehension at the mention of the Light Bar. If memory served him correctly, the patrons of that establishment included some of the few individuals his father could not contend with on Earth, at least under normal circumstances. Chapter 10. The Everyday Life of Metropolis Once Again. It is said that those who have prepared for a journey into the DC universe understand the significance of Los Angeles' Light Bar. "Lucifer," Ian murmured, swallowing hard. Madison's ears perked up. How did she know that man's name? Indeed, it is rather juvenile for someone to name themselves Lucifer Morningstar. It evokes laughter, resembling a washed-up rock star, and such a handsome face surely deserves better. In this regard, you should be far superior to that damn bar owner. Madison's acerbic wit remained ever sharp. Ian glanced sideways at her. The blonde girl was disdainfully critiquing the tastes of the king of hell, blissfully unaware of whom she was disparaging. "Little girl," he suddenly spoke. Madison looked at her classmate with suspicion. "I hope you could be a good person in the future and make it to heaven." Ian earnestly offered his blessing. However, Madison merely rolled her eyes and scoffed. "I don't believe in the notions of heaven and hell, and besides, good people cannot make it in Hollywood." This was Madison's dream, to become a Hollywood superstar. Ian chose not to elaborate, merely letting out a gentle sigh. At that moment, a wave of cheap perfume approached, far inferior to Madison's refined taste. A girl with cascading brown waves approached, clutching a necklace, her eyes gleaming with hope. This was Emily, a classmate who had feigned falls in front of Ian more than 10 times. "Ian, you weren't at school yesterday. Were you sick?" Emily inquired, her expression brimming with concern. Are you cursing me with illness? Ian raised an eyebrow, his focus curious. Emily paused, then forced a smile, lifting the necklace she held. Well, I misspoke. Could you please help me put on this necklace? It was a birthday gift from my mother this morning. She elongated her vowels, emphasizing the phrase birthday gift. My mother also gives me birthday gifts on my birthday. Ian simply cast a clear glance at Emily before lowering his gaze to organize his textbooks. The conversation seemed to have fallen flat. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Emily's face. Nearby, a male classmate, noticing her discomfort, cheerfully approached her, saying, "Let me help you." He was a well-meaning peer, yet the freckles on his face exceeded the acceptable limit, which might explain why Emily instinctively withdrew her hands. No, thank you. She maintained her courtesy, but was resolute in her refusal. The male student stood there, utterly bewildered, at a loss for what to do, his youthful enthusiasm failing to comprehend the situation. This struck me as hilarious. Madison, witnessing the scene, burst into uncontrollable laughter, collapsing onto the table as her shoulders shook with mirth. Emily, your acting is utterly atrocious, she exclaimed, her laughter tinged with playful mockery. Mind your own business, Miss Montgomery, Emily retorted, her tone laced with indignation. Yet, Madison appeared entirely unfazed by her warning, seemingly intent on stoking the flames further. Today, in my good spirits, I shall offer you a free lesson on the proper use of Ian, she declared, unfastening the necklace from around her neck. Help me fasten it, you bookworm. Turning her back to Ian, Madison playfully slapped a $10 bill onto the book he was engrossed in. In an instant, Ian sprang into action, deftly accepting the necklace, his fingers skillfully weaving through Madison's golden hair to clasp it in place, all accomplished in less than 3 seconds. His proficiency was remarkable, particularly in the swift manner in which he tucked the $10 bill into his pocket. One must admit, Madison certainly possessed a degree of affluence for a high school student. That was no insignificant sum of pocket money. Thus, the allure of cash triumphed over Ian's laziness, and the knowledge within the textbook failed to overshadow Alexander Hamilton's influence. Its power was merely a fraction weaker than that of Franklin, still impressively strong. Do you see? Now, that is professionalism, Madison provocatively remarked, reclaiming the $5 bill Ian had given her as change. The son of Superman certainly held his principles regarding earning through labor. Just you wait, you wretched girl. Don't let me catch you after school. Emily's expression, already sour, twisted further in fury as she stomped away, her teeth clenched. Unfazed by her threat, Madison continued, honestly, where did you sneak off to yesterday? Don't tell me it was the bookstore. She resumed her casual conversation with Ian, pulling out nail polish to adorn her nails. I didn't skip class, Ian corrected her choice of words. I took a sick day. He displayed his meticulous nature. Oh, a sick day? Madison angled her newly polished nails towards the sunlight. Indeed, I was taken by my parents to see a psychologist. Ian felt no need to conceal this. Seeking psychological help was not uncommon in America. After all, Americans do not possess unyielding fortitude, rendering therapy a normality, with many puzzled by the demand for mental health services in the nation. Is this some sort of pity contest? Madison inquired, her surprise evident. Is there a prize for winning? Ian once again showcased his unique perspective. Madison curled her lips, showcasing her remarkable eye-rolling skills, certain to clinch the championship in the eye-rolling competition. I often consult a psychologist myself. Even if there is a prize at stake, my triumph is assured. She raised her palm, attempting to catch the sunlight on her freshly painted nails. What did your doctor say? Inquired the blonde girl, casually. Ian pondered for a moment. The doctor mentioned I have a slight mental issue. He chose not to conceal this. Upon hearing this, Madison scoffed, remarking that psychologists tend to intimidate people. Otherwise, how would they earn a living? The crux lies in how you perceive yourself. Her words bore a philosophical undertone, quite astonishing for a high school student whose grades barely reached single digits. Ian contemplated her statement for a moment longer. I believe my psychologist's diagnosis is rather conservative. To be candid, I feel my mental issues should rank among the top in our grade. His tone was earnest. Huh? Madison exclaimed, taken aback. Are you competing in this too? Your competitive spirit surpasses mine? She found it utterly ridiculous, gazing at Ian as if he were an unfathomable creature from another realm. Just then, the teacher for the first class began a lesson. As the teacher discussed the turning point of World War II, an ear-splitting roar erupted from outside the window, followed by a tremor that shook the very ground. Several students shrieked and dove under their desks. The history teacher merely glanced out the window before returning to the podium, calmly tapping the blackboard and adjusting his glasses, assuring everyone that there was no need for panic. It was simply another plane crash, a commonplace occurrence in the metropolis. Surely, Superman had already rescued those unfortunate passengers. The history teacher spoke of the aviation disaster as if discussing mundane matters, his tone remarkably serene. It was a testament to the character of a city adjacent to Gotham. Truly, a city with depth. Cool. Madison even whistled from her seat. A group of classmates wore expressions of enlightenment, quickly accepting the history teacher's reassurance, restoring harmony to the classroom atmosphere. Ian's expression was quite remarkable. He turned to gaze out the classroom window at the billowing smoke, hesitating to speak, ultimately choosing to blend into the collective tranquility. Just moments ago, he had been discussing his mental state, but now he felt he might be the only sane person in the classroom. Did no one realize that the fallen plane had exploded? Chapter 11. Upgraded Artifact. Mysterious Shadow. The streets of the city may be in chaos, filled with screams and panic crowds fleeing in all directions. Yet this seemed to have no impact on the serene bubble within Ian's classroom. In the summer of 1942, Hitler launched Operation Blue, aiming to seize the Caucasus oil fields and cut off the Soviet Union's oil supply. The voice of the history teacher was akin to a background hum, lulling students into slumber. Numerous insomniac students found solace from their afflictions. Yet for Ian, even when he strived to pay attention, he was unable to reclaim the experiential knowledge associated with his academic pursuits. He pondered deeply, contemplating whether his superhuman father truly rescued passengers from a plane crash. If so, how could the sounds of explosions and the sight of flames manifest outside? Ian drifted into a reverie, while beside him, Madison busily adorned her textbook with colorful markers, transforming President Washington's attire into a skirt and adding whimsical cat ears atop his head. What do you think? Madison proudly pushed the textbook towards him. Isn't it much more pleasing to the eye? Her attempt at conversation elicited no response from Ian. Unfazed, the blonde girl resumed her artistic endeavors, now desecrating the image of the most controversial figure in American history, Nixon. Neither seemed particularly attentive to the lecture, yet the teacher paid them no mind. After all, high achievers were seldom reprimanded, and it was clear that the public school educators, burdened by meager salaries, lacked the energy to concern themselves with the students' academic journeys. Thus, the class swiftly passed by. Despite his failure to comprehend why his superhuman father would allow a plane to plummet, Ian still gleaned some insights. The system's performance remained as abstract as ever. Am I truly to be so distressed for Metropolis, only to receive such a paltry amount of experience points? This hardly seems fair. Of course, Ian's own level of abstraction was not to be underestimated. At midday, the cafeteria buzzed with the chaos of a marketplace. Yet a peculiar silence enveloped Ian's vicinity. A few girls pretended to stroll by, stealing glances at him, while the boys either gazed at his plate with envy or resignation. For the same price, Ian's meal portions were nearly double that of his peers. It was perplexing. Across the long table, Sam Winchester, a lanky boy from the adjacent class, held his tray, fixated on the mountain of chicken nuggets before Ian. How do you manage that? He furrowed his brow, seemingly at a loss. It's quite simple, really. Just smile at the ladies and greet them with a good afternoon, and they will sense your genuine kindness. Reciprocating with their goodwill, Ian was known for his generous spirit, always inclined to share rather than hoard. However, his heartfelt advice only elicited a stiff grin from Sam Winchester. My brother has mentioned something similar, but is there a method that doesn't rely so heavily on personal charm? Sam inquired awkwardly, though he was undeniably a handsome lad, his confidence in his own modeling seemingly faltering. There is, Ian nodded. His response brought forth a look of anticipation on Sam Winchester's face. You simply need to pay more to receive a greater selection of dishes, Ian stated earnestly as he arranged his utensils. However, Sam Winchester's expression remained far from cheerful. The boy directly took his meal to another table, muttering phrases like "this damned world." What a peculiar classmate. Ian shook his head and focused intently on his food, resembling a famished spirit reborn. When it came to dining, one must devote themselves wholly to the task. The afternoon classes were exceedingly simple, at least for Ian. He employed time management techniques to delve into other knowledge areas, thereby reaping a modest amount of experience points in his student career. When the school bell rang, the students surged forth like wild beasts breaking free, a frenzy towards the classroom door. Ian's deskmate, Madison, however, leisurely packed her backpack. Oh, right. She appeared to have discovered something, pulling out a small gift box from her bag. This is a present I brought for you from Los Angeles. Remember to provide me with a separate set of answers for next month's exam. She handed the gift to Ian. Those are not answers, merely my focused range of questions. Ian corrected her on her questionable phrasing while accepting the box. Same difference, Madison shrugged nonchalantly, gazing at Ian as he opened the box. Inside lay an ancient pendant, a cross-shaped artifact, pitch black in hue, resembling a type of bone with a chilling touch. The chain was slender yet resilient, glimmering subtly in dark silver. Though it may appear as a trinket, I can't shake the feeling that it is rather special. It might even hold significant value, Madison asserted, perhaps with a hint of opportunism. Humans are inherently like that. Ian mused, appreciating the quality. Initially intending to pocket it casually, he reluctantly donned the pendant around his neck under Madison's expectant gaze. It fit perfectly, just as Ian pondered whether Madison had secretly measured his neck. His expression suddenly turned incredulous. What on earth? Ian exclaimed in astonishment. To his surprise, above the anger bar visible in his field of vision, a new status appeared, slowly corroding. This negative condition would deduct a small amount of health each minute. Naturally, without a blue bar or health bar, Ian could only surmise that the pendant was surreptitiously siphoning his vitality. First, he felt a surge of surprise, then a wave of exhilaration washed over him. While this might be perceived as a dreadful curse by others, for him, a berserker, it could very well serve as an exceptionally suitable novice artifact. A splendid gift, Ian genuinely praised. Of course it is. One should consider whose aesthetic it reflects. This instantly mitigates your bookish demeanor. Madison continued to indulge in her self-admiration. However, she soon noticed Ian's gaze, which was somewhat profound, fixated on her for an extended period. What's the matter? Madison inquired, furrowing her brow. Nothing, Ian replied, recognizing her bewildered expression and impatient tone, understanding that she might be oblivious to the peculiar nature of the pendant. You truly possess an oddly fortuitous charm, Ian mused, waving his hand at Madison before turning to leave the classroom, under the increasingly perplexed gaze of the golden-haired girl. Oh, right. Thank you, he returned briefly, offering her a hug before exiting once more. Madison, typically extroverted, found herself utterly baffled by Ian's actions. It took her a considerable time to regain her senses. If one day someone were to tell me that this fellow is an extraterrestrial mingling on Earth, I would not be the least bit surprised, she reflected sincerely. Adjusting her attire, she then slung her newly styled fashionable bag over her shoulder and exited the classroom. The now empty classroom was enveloped in silence, and after a moment, a sudden distortion rippled through the air. An eerie I emerged from the fabric of space. Where's my offering? Where's my exquisite sacrifice? The twisted, crimson pupil spun rapidly, emitting a voice filled with confusion and a hint of frantic desperation. Chapter 12. The Battle of Deification, the Irritable Driver. The sun hung high in the sky, and the air was infused with the scent of cheap perfume, mingling with the odors of sweat and the faint whiff of ignited cigarettes, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of couples kissing. One should not underestimate the students of America. Despite being merely a group of teenagers, the culture of early romantic involvement had already become a norm at this stage of life. Around the corner, three boys clad in sagging pants corner a frail boy with glasses against the wall, the leader gripping his collar while berating him. If you dare to tell the teacher again, I'll shove your glasses up your backside. The bully's threat was potent, causing the bespectacled boy to shrink back. His lips quivering, Ian passed by them with unwavering focus. Hey, Ian. The bully suddenly looked up, grinning as he released the boy's collar, swaggering towards Ian and producing a few crumpled bills from his pocket. Same old deal. Make sure my dad feels that my grades are gradually improving next month. The bully handed the cash to Ian. Ian halted, accepting the money and deftly counting it. $10 short, he stated calmly. Damn, you really can count, the bully retorted. Speechless, rummaging through his pocket again to slap a few more bills into Ian's open hand before turning back to the bespectacled boy he had been tormenting. Ian's departure was rather unremarkable. The bespectacled gentleman stared blankly at the scene, his eyes behind the lenses wide with disbelief. clearly pained by the disparity in treatment among the bookish students within the campus. Was it merely because that senior student possessed striking good looks? The bespectacled fellow, 2 grades below Ian, was unaware that Ian's favorable standing in school had been hard-earned. Once upon a time, Ian too had been a victim of bullying. However, within a mere half hour, he had managed to seduce the bully's mother. Although no scandalous affair transpired, he nevertheless succeeded in imprisoning the bully's parents on charges of corrupting a minor and aiding in the corruption of a minor, transforming them into felons. When faced with bullying, he retaliated against the bully's parents. Reputation? That held little significance. Even Clark harbored no suspicions about him, for his words were truth, albeit not the complete truth. His tearful recounting in front of the jury became his crowning moment. Since then, the school's leaders spoke to him with utmost civility, refraining from any semblance of intimidation. Particularly after Ian's looks had matured, few dared to wager on the fidelity of their female relatives. Consequently, the classmates Ian encountered at school treated him with kindness. I need to enhance my physique. Upon leaving school, Ian chose not to return home immediately. Instead, he resolved to visit the gym frequently mentioned by Jonathan. Only aware of the gym's name, he reluctantly hailed a taxi. Where to? The driver was a rugged middle-aged man, tall and robust, with pronounced facial features and a voice tinged with a gravelly quality, exuding an air of someone who had weathered many storms. Ian adjusted his backpack and promptly replied, "Hello, I would like to go to the Big Muscle Club. If memory serves, it should be in the nearby neighborhood." This was clearly an attempt to prevent the driver from taking a longer route. When it comes to this sort of knowledge, the taxi drivers in Metropolis are second only to those in the neighboring Gotham City. The driver was taciturn, asking no further questions as he quietly activated the meter and set off. The ride was smooth, and Ian leaned against the window, his fingers unconsciously tracing the pendant that hung at his chest. He was beginning to feel a tinge of fatigue, uncertain of when he might gain experience. Just as Ian pondered whether he could acquire transferable skills through fitness, a sudden ringing interrupted the steady hum of the engine. The driver, maintaining his gaze forward, retrieved his phone and answered the call. "Hello, I'm currently with a passenger. Right now? What do you mean I must come or you'll die?" The driver's expression shifted drastically. The previously composed manner of driving transformed abruptly as he slammed on the accelerator, nearly sending the vehicle hurtling into the gas tank. The engine roared in protest. The taxi shot forward like a projectile, drifting around corners with reckless abandon. Ian felt as if his brain was rattling beneath his skull. Typically composed, he found himself unnerved in this extraordinary situation. This was not Los Santos. There was no need for such speed. Ian's gaze darted to the dashboard, swallowing hard as he noted the needle had already surpassed the 180 mark. Ignoring his silent pleas, the driver gripped the steering wheel with one hand while frantically dialing a number with the other. "Answer the phone. Are you even alive?" No one picked up. The driver resorted to activating the voicemail, shouting anxiously into the device, "Hold on. I'm almost there." At that moment, Ian interjected, "I understand you're in a hurry, but please remain calm." Startled, the driver caught sight of a small head that had somehow appeared beside him. Panic surged through him, nearly causing him to veer directly into a roadside fast food joint. Fortunately, his driving skills allowed him to regain control just in time. What the hell is going on? His eyes remained fixed ahead, but he couldn't help but wonder how Ian had managed to squeeze his head in beside him. Surely he wasn't encountering a ghost in broad daylight. "Honestly, I could exit the vehicle right now if you just pull over. It wouldn't take long." Ian spoke softly, gripping the now bent railing. "Driver, please brake ahead. Just slow down. I can jump out myself." In truth, Ian was genuinely conceding. There was no other choice. The speedometer was nearing 220. Though he lacked a driver's license, he understood that at such velocity, even with the strength of a berserker, his chances of survival hinged solely on the likelihood of a collision. Given the continuous acceleration, a crash was not merely a mathematical concern, but rather a question of when it would inevitably occur. Is that the handbrake?" Ian's inquiry rang out again. Not that he intended to pull it, but he hoped the mere mention would startle the driver into stopping. What are you trying to do?" The driver, indeed frightened, could no longer contain himself. He desperately focused on the road ahead while clutching the handbrake, repeatedly glancing back in a panic. Ian was pushing forward, contorting against the not-so-thin barrier. His arms bloodied and deformed, yet the youth seemed utterly unfazed. His intense gaze was fixed on the handbrake of the vehicle. Such an absurd scene left the driver utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, there is something wrong. He gulped, feeling a chill run down his spine. In that moment, he wished fervently that he were merely encountering a ghost in the daylight. For a madman was far more terrifying than any specter. What is evidently more terrifying than a madman is an otherworldly lunatic resembling a specter. Chapter 13. The Origin of the DC Comet. The car raced through the streets like a wild stallion, the roar of the engine deafening, akin to an enraged beast bellowing. It was overshadowed by a menacing growl that seemed to gasp for breath at any moment. It was not just Ian who felt the peril and anxiety. The frantic taxi also terrified numerous pedestrians along the way, muffled curses and exclamations filtering into the vehicle. However, the vocabulary was limited, the same few profanities echoing repeatedly, leaving Ian no time to enlighten the American populace on the practicalities of vulgar language. Pull the handbrake. The handbrake. Ian leaned halfway into the driver's seat, his fingers attempting to grasp the protected lever, yet he hesitated to truly touch it. He feared the prospect of overturning. This was a tug-of-war with performance. Fortunately, the taxi driver possessed little discernment in this regard. Get back in your seat. Do you wish to perish? I certainly do not. I implore you, trust my driving skills. The taxi driver was in a panic, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Large drops cascaded down his cheeks, yet he chose not to slow down or stop. This fellow was equally stubborn. Witnessing Ian's continued approach to the handbrake, he resorted to grabbing a thermos and violently striking it against Ian's head, evidently attempting to force him back into the rear seat. Barbarian class experience points. 1. Ian sustained no real harm, as the effect of the leveling pendant was persistently deducting his health, fortuitously granting him a modicum of professional experience at this moment. Yet Ian was far from elated. I do not wish to die. For heaven's sake, step on the brakes. He clutched the headrests of the front seats tightly, his tone irate. He was not typically a person prone to anger. In response to Ian's shouting, the driver remained silent, steadfastly gripping the steering wheel with one hand while the other wielded the stainless steel thermos, carelessly swinging it in the air, even after Ian had retreated. Just in case. After all, this was a matter of life and death. The driver bellowed and slammed on the accelerator once more. The scenery outside began to blur, the speedometer needle trembling as it approached 250, the car emitting an ominous metallic wail. Should I glance back at my complexion? Is my life not valued? Ian finally abandoned his struggle, resigned to cower behind the driver's seat. He grasped the metal railing on the headrest of the front seat tightly. Truth be told, Ian was genuinely anxious. He regretted not bringing a helmet. As long as his head remained intact, he could use his skills to heal his battered body. Of course, despite the tension, Ian remained composed, for as the offspring of a formidable lineage, he still possessed a final trump card, the desperate cry for paternal rescue. He firmly believed that, with the swiftness of a superhero, his father would undoubtedly extricate him before he was shattered into oblivion. Previously, he had never experienced such a sentiment. But now Ian could only feel gratitude that his father truly existed, one of the few men on Earth who could soar through the skies. I shall file a complaint against you, and your license will surely be revoked. The more he pondered, the more ire swelled within him. He gritted his teeth, convinced that the taxi driver must be mentally unhinged, perhaps having illegally crossed over from the neighboring Gotham City. What a joke. I don't even have a license. The taxi driver, undeterred, waved his thermos while continuously striking the air, evidently wary that Ian might attempt an ambush when he let his guard down. Ian felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why misfortune had befallen him. Under his gaze, the taxi transformed into a singular mode of a Grand Theft Auto game. Drifting around corners? A mere basic maneuver. Leaping over unfinished gaps and bridges, the undercarriage sparking, he narrowly grazed the rear of a fuel tanker, shattering the rearview mirror into a cascade of shards. Damn it, are you filming Fast and Furious? Ian's face turned pale, and he nearly succumbed to the urge to scream for help. The taxi driver, piloting his wild vehicle, executed a series of high-stakes maneuvers, ultimately crashing into a quaint suburban farm. The weather here starkly contrasted with that of the city, where the urban landscape basked in radiant sunshine. This locale was shrouded in ominous clouds, casting an oppressive gloom that felt akin to midnight. An unsettling aura enveloped the entire farm, and Ian sensed a foreboding presence. Where have you brought me? He pondered, suspecting that this may very well be a hideout for dubious dealings. Yet, when he vociferously demanded answers, the taxi driver remained oblivious. "Kid, buckle up," he bellowed, before careening the taxi straight into a wooden house. Of course, by this point, he had begun to apply the brakes. With a thunderous crash, the taxi finally came to a halt within the house, the front end utterly crumpled, the windshield shattered, and the hood popping up with a hiss as smoke began to billow forth. "Constantine, are you alive?" the driver grunted, forcing open the deformed door and scrambling out of the vehicle, rushing toward the back seat to check on Ian, the high school student. Just then, from the shadows of the wreckage, emerged a man clad in a beige trench coat, his tousled blonde hair and a conspicuous gash at the corner of his mouth revealing a sinister presence. "Charles," he exclaimed, "when I say I am dying, I mean it literally, do you understand?" He questioned loudly. However, the taxi driver, Charles, offered no response. Instead, he yanked open the rear door and leaned inside. Yet he found no trace of the extraordinary student. "Where is he?" Charles's eyes were filled with confusion. "What person?" The man in the trench coat, Constantine, approached with a frown. "He was just here." Charles, unwilling to accept this, climbed into the car and searched frantically, but he found not a single hair. A chill creeping into his heart. Could it be that he had truly encountered a ghost in broad daylight? At that moment, as the driver stood in bewilderment, a hand slowly emerged from the debris in front of the car, and a frail voice echoed weakly. Upon seeing this, Charles rushed forward to help Ian escape from the wreckage. After a brief inspection, he discovered that the child was merely disheveled and in a state of distress. "You are truly bizarre. Didn't I tell you to fasten your seatbelt?" Charles sighed in relief, only to then question him with a tone laced with anxiety. "Huh, Ian," the victim retorted in exasperation. "Could you please check your car and see if there are seatbelts in the back?" Upon hearing this, Charles fell silent. "Perhaps I overlooked it during the inspection. Well, to be honest, I haven't even inspected it at all." His voice was tinged with guilt, lacking conviction. Ian, at a loss for words, noted with irritation that given the driver's lack of operational qualifications, this situation was hardly surprising. Just as he contemplated this, his anger flared, and he was ready to strike. "Charles, how could you bring a child to such a perilous place? The demon has yet to be vanquished." A voice filled with uncertainty suddenly called out. Ian turned to see a disheveled man in a trench coat, his expression one of anger and alarm, rushing towards him. If he heard correctly, this man was the infamous Constantine, and the taxi driver was his companion. It all made sense. No wonder his luck had plummeted since encountering this driver. He had truly attracted the bad luck of a jinx. They needed to leave this place. Constantine, unaware of Ian's thoughts, simply fixed his gaze on him, his tone trembling with fear. Without delay, the man seized Ian's arm, attempting to pull him toward the exit. However, Constantine found it oddly peculiar that he could not move a person of merely 1.60 meters. What was the matter with this fellow? Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp cracking sound of braking would echoed from the second floor. His expression shifted dramatically. The next moment, a sinister voice exclaimed, "Delicious little child," accompanied by an eerie, penetrating laughter. A shadow with a grotesque visage descended from the dimly lit second floor like a bolt of lightning, enveloped in a swirling black mist, and lunged towards Ian. Chapter 14. The Incursion of Malevolent Spirits. A battle of wits within a ruined wooden cabin. The shadow, infused with a biting chill, surged towards Ian. Damn it! How did it escape so quickly? Constantine, shielding Ian with his body, turned pale and hastily raised his hand, attempting to retrieve some form of protection against the malevolent spirit from his trench coat. However, the speed of the shadow was astonishingly swift, leaving no time for any effective response. It barreled towards Constantine, akin to a heavy truck, sending him hurtling through the air. Constantine's body arced through the air, crashing heavily into Charles, who was rushing over with a water bottle, causing both to be flung awkwardly against a rather unstable wall. Come forth, become my sustenance. Delicious child. The malevolent spirit seemed ravenous for a child like Ian, and it plunged into Ian's chest, penetrating deeply. Constantine truly proved to be an unreliable and troublesome star. Ian barely had time to curse, and in an instant, the entire world began to spin around him. Simultaneously, a feedback sound echoed within his mind. You have been attacked by a special soul. Berserker class experience increased by 1. With the emergence of this notification, Ian successfully completed the upgrade of his Berserker class. distinctly feeling enhancements in all aspects of his abilities. Strength 3,556, Constitution 3,045, Intelligence 2,324, Mentality 2,729, Upgrade reward. 1 class skill point, class weight has increased. This should have been a moment of joyous celebration, yet Ian found himself unable to rejoice. Even too preoccupied to ponder the meaning of the phrase, class weight has increased. Where am I? As Ian's vision regained clarity, he discovered himself standing in a strange room, one that exuded an eerie and sinister atmosphere, with temperatures plummeting below zero. The walls were entwined with black veins, pulsating in a bizarre rhythm. Outside, the darkness was as thick and impenetrable as viscous ink, boundless and oppressive, as if it were a realm that did not exist, or as if everything had already been consumed, suffocatingly heavy. It was evident that this space belonged to a reality far removed from his own. Ian found that he could not even open the windows. They appeared as if they had been 3D printed, and when he forcefully struck the glass, all he could hear was a dull thud, akin to striking stone. The sensation was utterly wrong. The dimensions of thought and soul. Ian gazed upwards at the ceiling, where crimson droplets, resembling blood, seeped through the cracks, falling one by one, slow and heavy, towards the ground. Ian wiped the droplets of viscous liquid that had splattered onto his forehead, the air around him thick with the scent of rust. The blood seeping from the ceiling quickly pooled into grotesque puddles on the floor, an alarming sight. Ian felt he ought to be gripped by fear. Yet his body seemed to have entered a rebellious phase ahead of time, instead amplifying his anger rather than allowing him to experience terror. Perhaps this was a characteristic of the Berserker class? Regardless, Ian was certain it was not a personal failing, despite his psychological issues. He had not descended to such a distorted state. He had always admired the innocence of the Teletubbies and the garden babies. As Ian observed, the translucent bar labeled anger level in the lower right corner of his vision steadily rose. Simultaneously, his attributes were receiving corresponding enhancements. The effects of the reverse blood furnace continued to manifest in this realm of thought and spirit, likely indicating that Ian was still under attack from the malevolent entity. Mental assault? Ian scanned his surroundings. The sole wooden door in the room creaked open slowly, revealing a shadow lurking in the darkness. It was a malevolent spirit clad in tattered nun-esque garments, its pallid face grotesquely contorted, the corners of its mouth torn back to its ears, and blackened eye sockets oozing with putrid blood. It flashed a sinister grin at Ian, dark, viscous blood dripping from its jagged fangs, the nauseating stench reaching Ian from a distance. How many years had it been since it brushed its teeth? Ian swallowed hard, feeling his anger level rise slightly again. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker, casting an erratic glow that heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Each time the light alternated with darkness, the nun-esque spirit inched closer to Ian. It was as if it were teleporting, appearing directly before him in the blink of an eye. Skeletal hands gripping his neck with an unnerving force. "Suffer, whale!" The spirit shrieked, its voice sharp and piercing, infused with malice. Yet, amidst what should have been a horrifying scenario, an inexplicable awkwardness permeated the air. After all, Ian was not cooperating with the struggle. "Are you foolish?" Ian's expression twisted as he raised his fist and struck the spirit squarely in the face. "Do you think I need to breathe? We are both free from the confines of flesh." With each punch, the spirit staggered backward, its already hideous visage caving in, pus and blood splattering, chunks of flesh flying. A significant portion of its skull reduced to fragments. "What is happening?" The spirit's expression was one of utter astonishment. It seems almost unimaginable that one could be so feeble. Soon, after Ian forcefully kicked it to the ground, it appeared to finally comprehend the situation at hand. "I have not absorbed your fear. Impossible. Where is your fear? Where is your terror?" The malevolent spirit of the nun emitted a shrill scream, its voice laced with confusion and disbelief. It sought to flee and hide, yet was swiftly pinned down by Ian's foot upon its head. "Indeed, where have you concealed my fear and dread? Return it to me." Ian retaliated, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. The entire head of the malevolent spirit was reduced to a pulp. Nevertheless, it remained defiant, still howling in fury and resentment at Ian. "This is merely your final struggle. In the realm of reality, your life is withering at an alarming pace. No human body can withstand my poison. 5 minutes. Your existence will persist for only 5 more minutes. Clearly, it sought to provoke Ian's fear, its mangled form bursting forth with maniacal laughter. Ian's fists indeed paused momentarily. However, the spirit bizarrely realized that it still could not siphon the fear from him. In 5 minutes, must I eliminate you? Ian felt the urgency, his remarkable intellect of 24 operating at full speed. He trusted himself far more than he did the Constantine outside. 5 minutes. What could he do to save himself? Human, you cannot vanquish a spirit like me. It laughed heartily, but before it could finish its boastful proclamation, Ian had thrown himself onto it. In an instant, the spirit's haughty tone was abruptly silenced, replaced by its own fear. "Ah, what are you doing?" Not only was it terrified, but also in a state of panic. Its wails echoed throughout the realm of thought. Chapter 15. The Scientific Geniuses. Where's my coffin lid? It was proven that in moments of urgency, life indeed conjures its own path to survival. Ian experienced this, sensing the threat and devising a countermeasure. At this very moment, he was executing his plan. Of course, it was not something inappropriate for children. "Get away!" The spirit roared, moaning in agony. There was no choice. It had discovered that Ian had opened his mouth wide and was gnawing fiercely at its neck. He was truly biting, the kind that was meant to be swallowed. "Shut it!" Ian lifted a hand to grasp the already distorted lips of the nun's malevolent spirit. He had only 5 minutes to consume a spirit larger than himself. This was undoubtedly a formidable task. However, fortunately, as they were both souls, there was no concern about overindulgence. However, for the fastidious Ian, the flavor of the malevolent spirit was rather unappealing. Eat, you ghastly specter!" Ian echoed the spirit's earlier tone of complaint, firmly believing that the laws of energy conservation posited by Meyer and Joule were undeniably accurate. Perhaps there was even a semblance of relativity woven into the scenario. If the spirit could consume him, then he, too, could devour the spirit. The system's feedback affirmed that his approach was indeed correct. Mental, 2931. Ian's attributes were on the rise, evidently indicating that the energy belonging to the spirit was flowing towards him. Perhaps the mental attribute was also linked to the strength of the soul. Ian had yet to fully comprehend the implications of the four-dimensional attributes. It was perplexing that despite devising such an astute counter-strategy, his intelligence, attribute, remained stagnant. Perhaps this attribute bore little correlation to wisdom. Chomp, chomp. Under normal circumstances, Ian would not make such sounds while dining, but in his current state of ravenous consumption, he naturally disregarded table manners. He believed the nun spirit would not mind this lapse. Negative status, soul corruption, consuming the malevolent spirit came at a cost, above Ian's anger meter. A negative status began to manifest. However, for a berserker, this was the least of his concerns. After all, he had already leveled up. Soon he would learn a vocational skill, and perhaps this negative status would even prove beneficial to his body. Ian did not pause. Instead, after acclimating to the taste, he accelerated his pace of consumption. No. The spirit struggled violently, yet Ian held it down with unwavering strength. It had never encountered such a situation. It was always the one devouring humans, and now the roles had reversed. This was entirely unmagical. It defied the grand rules of the universe. Meanwhile, in the real world, Constantine emerged from the rubble. "Why did you bring a child here?" he bellowed, questioning his companion while swiftly rushing towards the dazed Ian. "Damn you, Constantine. You only mentioned you were dying, not that you would be killed by a malevolent spirit. I thought you were engaging in some deranged, perilous experiment." Following closely behind, Charles was also filled with regret. "Quick, bring me the holy water." Constantine was aware that this was not the time for blame. He yanked open the shirt of the entranced youth, whose skin was visibly deteriorating. Dark veins began to emerge on his chest, a sign that his body was being poisoned by the power carried by the spirit. "Charles, prepare to hold him down. I am about to commence the exorcism." Constantine took the water bottle handed to him by his companion, attempting to remove the ancient pendant adorning Ian's chest. Hiss. However, as soon as Constantine's hand made contact with the pendant, it felt as if he had grasped a searing iron, causing him to draw in a sharp breath and retract his hand, which bore the marks of a burn. What on earth is this? He was filled with uncertainty, unable to discern the nature of the pendant Ian wore. Moreover, time was of the essence. He could not afford the luxury of meticulous examination. Exorcismus omnis immunus spiritus. omnis satanica potestas, omnis incursio infernalis adversarii. While splashing holy water onto Ian, Constantine recited the Latin exorcism chants with a grave demeanor and a rhythm that lent gravity to his words. However, though wisps of white smoke began to rise from Ian's body upon contact with the holy water, the malevolent spirit did not manifest itself. Consequently, Constantine raised his voice and intensified his efforts. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he grappled with a growing sense of disbelief. He noticed the corners of Ian's mouth slowly curving upwards. Was the child smiling? Constantine preferred to believe this was a taunt from the demon. After all, at this very moment, the malevolent spirit should be devouring the boy's soul, and his body ought to be under the spirit's control, rendering any expression he made solely related to the demon. Umiliare su potenti manu Dei, on tremisce et effuge. Up insidiis diaboli, libera nos, domina. A sense of unease gripped Constantine, and he quickly changed his approach to the exorcism, seeking to harness celestial power to drive out the evil. He was well versed in various magical disciplines and adept at their execution. Yet, inexplicably, his latest exorcism incantation failed to yield the desired results. Despite the divine light radiating from him and the billowing clouds of black smoke emerging from Ian's being, the malevolent spirit remained elusive, its resilience far surpassing Constantine's expectations. This was certainly not a normal occurrence. Throughout his exorcism career, he had rarely encountered such a phenomenon. As a master of magic in the mortal realm, despite lacking faith, none could deny his profound expertise, particularly in exorcism, which had reached a level that eclipsed that of most priests and practitioners in the field. But how could it withstand his efforts for so long? How could a mere minion of hell possess such formidable strength? A chill ran down Constantine's spine, and his mind began to spiral into dark thoughts. What kind of terrifying demon could withstand his exorcism? Was this yet another scheme targeting him specifically? A formidable, dark demon lurks in the shadows, intent on claiming the soul of a boy to draw its own already irredeemable spirit closer to perdition. A wave of trepidation envelopes Constantine's heart. At that moment, a harrowing wail reverberates throughout the chamber. It is the anguished cry of the malevolent spirit. I shall return. I will exact my vengeance. The demon finally extricates itself from Ian's body, though it appears less as if it has been exorcised and more as if it is fleeing in a state of frantic disarray. Even as Constantine douses it with holy water, the creature emerges, smoke rising from its form, enduring excruciating pain in its desperate escape, reminiscent of a terrified maiden in distress. Chapter 16, My Value. Above yours. As the spirit breaks free, Ian's body collapses awkwardly to the ground. He is shrouded in darkness, unmistakably poisoned, with his skin marred by a network of black and purple veins. Even bubbles form at his lips. The direct possession and corruption by the spirit inflicts significant harm on the human host, and survival for an ordinary person seems exceedingly unlikely. Hurry, Constantine, Charles exhorts, witnessing the emergence of the demon as he rushes towards Ian, intending to catch the young boy as he tumbles. However, those who accompany Constantine are often unreliable. Charles ends up grasping at nothing, failing even to catch the gust of wind stirred up by Ian's fall. His hands, awkwardly suspended in midair, convey his embarrassment. In that moment, Constantine, previously bewildered, swiftly reacts. Though he does not comprehend the demon's peculiar behavior, he instinctively raises the vessel he has just inscribed, a somewhat deformed thermos. The surface bears a hexagram and inscriptions that he had etched earlier. The demon emits a deafening shriek, yet an unseen force tugs it toward the seemingly ordinary container. This is where you belong, demon. Constantine intones the sealing incantation, ultimately capturing the fleeing spirit within the vessel. The black mist is forcibly compressed and entirely drawn into the thermos. Charles, your teacup has achieved great success, Constantine exclaims as he swiftly secures the transparent lid, twisting it tightly to seal the stainless steel thermos. The hexagram glows with a blood-red luminescence. Curiously, the thermos does not tremble violently, as if the spirit within lacks the strength to struggle. It's resolved. Constantine, puzzled yet relieved, exhales deeply. It seems to have been another day of narrow escapes. Charles wipes the sweat from his brow. A narrow escape? Ha ha ha. Our ordeal is not yet over. That accursed mad boy's body has completely deteriorated. He can no longer survive. Constantine, you shall bear this sin as well. The voice of the malevolent spirit still manages to escape. Yet if one listens closely, beneath its venomous tone lies a sense of relief, as if it has narrowly escaped calamity. I shall await you in hell. I shall await him too. Of course, there is also a simmering rage directed at Ian. To be frank, had it not been for the guidance of Constantine's exorcism incantations, it would likely have become the first demon devoured by a madman. Reflecting on this, the spirit feels a twinge of dread. What mad boy? Constantine cast a glance at the boy, who lay motionless and shrouded in darkness, his brow furrowed with concern, for he knew the boy's condition was dire. You must save this innocent soul, or I shall ensure that you accompany me to the grave. Constantine began to threaten the spirit within the bottle, demanding it restore the boy's life. However, the malevolent entity remained unmoved. Demon, if you do not save him, I will make your existence a living hell. Trust me, you will never return to hell. It wasn't that Constantine was particularly concerned for a stranger. Rather, he cared for his own soul. Huh, the spirit merely scoffed. Just as Constantine was at his wit's end, Charles nudged his arm. Not the time, Charles. Constantine snapped back, only to discover Charles, with a vacant expression, pointing at something nearby. Before Constantine could turn, a small hand had already reached out to snatch the thermos from him. This is impossible. The face of the malevolent spirit pressed against the transparent glass above the stainless steel cap. Its distorted visage, now more grotesque with shock, appeared weakened and ethereal, as its essence had been nearly devoured by Ian. How could it possibly come back to life? The spirit let out an incredulous shriek. Not just it. Even Constantine was taken aback. The boy, who had just been engulfed in darkness, now stood as if nothing had happened. Not only was he no longer in mortal peril, but he also seemed vibrant, his skin a rosy hue, even possessing the strength to seize the thermos and ridicule it fiercely. It took you 3 minutes to nearly kill me, yet in a single second, you couldn't even drain 0.5% of my life. You little spirit, how utterly laughable. Ian's tone dripped with sarcasm. You should be dead. You shouldn't be alive. What on earth are you? The demon's screams reverberated through the thermos, no longer willing to regard Ian as human. What kind of human could be so uncanny as to unsettle a demon? Bah, you are the true monstrosity, and your entire family is as well. Ian, indignant at the spirit's slander, immediately began to defend himself. This is the allure of numbers. Numbers. Do you not understand what it means for my value to surpass yours? Ian, fervently expressing his emotions, clutched his thermos tightly and began to shake it vigorously in all directions. He was tormented by inner conflicts. Naturally, he sought revenge. The son of Superman bore no grudges from the past. Having already overcome his psychological discomfort, he was determined to consume the malevolent entity, even at the cost of leaving a psychological scar on his tender psyche. Yet, after devouring 2/3, the spirit simply fled. Run then. Why are you not fleeing now? Ian's hands blurred with motion as he inflicted physical torment upon the malevolent spirit. The results were indeed promising. Constantine and Charles exchanged glances, each witnessing the remarkable expressions on the other's face. They seemed to finally comprehend why the malevolent spirit referred to Ian as the accursed mad boy. What was transpiring? Constantine could not suppress a gulp. It appeared to him that the spirit was not being expelled by him. I just mentioned that this boy is more terrifying than a ghost, and it seems my judgment was indeed correct. Charles recalled his own unsettling experience in the taxi, still feeling a twinge of fear. You brought this person, and you claim not to know? Constantine regarded his companion with suspicion, only to see Charles shrug helplessly. I just casually picked up a passenger on the way. Charles spoke the truth, but to Constantine, such a coincidence seemed as improbable as winning the lottery. He shot Charles a look of incredulity before turning back to Ian, who was acting like a human blender and with a serious demeanor, addressed him. Listen, kid, hand over that malevolent spirit. It is not a mere toy. On the contrary, such entities are exceedingly dangerous and require a professional like myself to handle appropriately. Constantine sought to reclaim his prize. However, Ian's expression sharpened, and he regarded the spirit with suspicion, feeling that it was indeed his rightful possession. Something that had emerged from his own body was surely his. This was a matter of clear ownership. Did they intend to swindle him of his property? Not a chance. The Son of America once proclaimed that the private property of its citizens is sacred and inviolable. Ian, with righteous indignation, glanced at his personal panel, having consumed a significant portion of the spirit, which had conferred considerable benefits upon him. Mentality. 42. This attribute was difficult for a berserker to acquire. Such circumstances only solidified Ian's resolve to find a better method to consume the remaining spirit. As for the negative effect of soul corruption, it merely slightly affected his consciousness and thought processes. Ian had no intention of immediately eliminating this adverse state upon returning. What was poison to others was merely a sweet delicacy to him. A curse? No, this was a shortcut to a higher profession. One cannot predict whether accumulating a touch of negativity in the future might spare oneself from the tedious cycle of self-inflicted torment followed by self-healing. What constitutes wisdom? This is indeed extraordinary wisdom. Chapter 17. A temporary halt. The mysterious, enigmatic wind. The atmosphere within the dilapidated wooden cabin was somewhat peculiar. Faced with the boys' assertive lecture, both Charles and Constantine found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Who is the son of America? Constantine was utterly perplexed. He understood each word spoken by Ian, yet their combination left him confounded. Of course, it is General MacArthur, Ian replied without a moment's hesitation. Having lived in the metropolis for many years, he possessed enough life experience to recognize that Americans indeed have their own literary figures akin to Mr. Liu's son. After all, whenever there is a need to express something from a position of authority, one can surely throw it at the feet of General MacArthur without fear of much dissent regarding whether he ever uttered those words. Indeed, both Constantine and Charles, lacking in literary exposure, exchanged glances, yet none dared to question. They merely felt the profound generational gap that had emerged between them and the contemporary youth. How strikingly different it is that today's children idolize heroes from World War II, in stark contrast to their own admiration for leggy beauty queens in their time. Charles couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. Just as the two were ensnared by Ian's words, a sudden disturbance arose. Ian gazed down at the thermos in his hand, estimating that he could still glean at least a fraction of its attributes from the other party. He began to swallow in anticipation. The malevolent spirit remained oblivious to his thoughts, yet this did not preclude it from sensing the boy's malice. It began to frantically batter against the transparent lid of the thermos. Constantine, do not abandon me. You must take me with you. I know many secrets of hell. I know how to redeem your soul. Hurry, retrieve me. The spirit screamed in a frenzy. Constantine felt the situation becoming increasingly surreal. He had seen much in his lifetime, yet never had he encountered a denizen of hell so terrified of a human. It is indeed difficult to fathom what mental state a malevolent spirit must be in to plead for the exorcist's assistance. Truly, I can aid you in saving your soul. The spirit desperately tempted Constantine, genuinely fearful, for only those who have been sustenance for others can truly comprehend the wretchedness of becoming another's nourishment. I assure you, you cannot escape. Ian directly tucked the thermos into his coat, casting a wary glance at Constantine, only to find him seemingly disinclined to persist in demanding the spirit. Very well, it is yours now. Constantine, having resisted the spirit's allure, instead relinquished his intention to reclaim it after the spirit's desperate plea. Ian was utterly perplexed by Constantine's abrupt shift in demeanor. Constantine cast a penetrating glance at him. Charles, there lies a poor woman who met a tragic end. We must ensure her proper burial. With that, Constantine turned and made his way towards the staircase. He raised one hand, still bearing the marks of burns, and thought of the pendant worn by the boy, leading the exorcist to believe that the lad possessed an extraordinary background. Charles snapped back to reality, intending to follow him upstairs, but Ian, glancing at the darkening sky outside, positioned himself directly in Charles's path. You must take me back, Ian stated earnestly, unwilling to traverse the distance to the city on foot, as it was quite a journey. Wait a moment. I need to assist a friend first, Charles replied, not refusing, yet planning to wait until matters settled before escorting this peculiar passenger back. Ian watched as Charles bypassed him and ascended the stairs with a determined gait. He checked his watch, realizing that if he delayed any longer, his parents would surely begin to worry for his safety. Gazing at the scattered ruins, Ian fell into contemplation. Soon enough, as Constantine and Charles approached the door of the room on the second floor, which had been battered open, a sudden roar of an engine filled the air. Charles's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily rummaged through his pockets. Although the keys were clearly still on him, The unmistakable sound of his damaged car starting up echoed from downstairs. "This is dire." Charles's heart raced to his throat as he dashed towards the corridor, peering over the railing. True to his fears, the stubborn taxi had indeed been ignited. Hot wiring proved to be no challenge for Ian. This underscored the importance of mastering physics and chemistry. "What are you doing? Damn it. Stop. Pull over." Charles cried out as he witnessed Ian accelerate in reverse, recklessly ramming the rear of the vehicle into the dilapidated building. Frustration surged within him. Yet he understood that even if he leapt over the railing, his legs would never catch up with the speeding car. Consequently, both he and the hastily departing Constantine could only watch helplessly through the gaping hole in the wall as the taxi, worth at least something, receded into the distance. "I can't wait for you any longer. I'll meet you near the bus station tomorrow." Ian even waved goodbye to them, reasoning that informing them of the car's return location could not be construed as theft. With no other choice, he acknowledged that if he delayed further, he would face serious inquiries about his whereabouts after school. In such a remote area, he felt grateful for the resilient automatic vehicle, which was user-friendly enough that Ian believed he could likely take the driving test the following day. Driving isn't so difficult after all, he mused. Ian was intently focused on the road ahead, one foot on the brake and the other on the accelerator, driving the dilapidated taxi until it vanished from the sight of the exorcist and his assistant. Constantine and Charles exchanged silent glances. After a moment of eerie silence, Charles broke the tension. "So, are we walking back to the city today?" Constantine displayed a remarkable lack of concern, clearly not preoccupied with Charles's material loss. After all, it was not his vehicle. "That was the only asset I had left after my divorce," Charles muttered, feeling a pang of frustration. "If you can't speak wisely, then say less." He shot a fierce glare at Constantine, who merely smiled nonchalantly. The exorcist, in a showy manner, flipped his hand to reveal a card. "Don't worry. Your car can be recovered." To Charles's surprise, Constantine had stealthily taken Ian's student ID without him noticing. Upon seeing it, Charles exhaled in relief. He looked at the student ID in Constantine's hand. "Constantine, I believe there's something sinister about this fellow that warrants your investigation," Charles cautiously suggested, not all fixated on his stolen vehicle. "Indeed, our young friend must harbor some remarkable secrets," Constantine mused, casting a thoughtful glance at the ID. Just then, a sudden, inexplicable gust of wind swept through the empty wooden cabin, causing Constantine's vision to blur momentarily. Before he could comprehend, the ID had vanished from his grasp. It was as if it had been whisked away by the wind or snatched directly from him. Chapter 18. That year, that night, that meteor, the eerie wind howled through the surroundings, yet nothing substantial occurred. Only the disappearance of an unremarkable student ID. However, this was enough to send chills down one's spine, particularly for those accustomed to confronting the supernatural. Charles, startled, instinctively glanced around but found nothing amiss. He turned to Constantine with a perplexed expression. "What just happened?" Charles understood that the wind was no natural phenomenon. Constantine stared blankly at his empty palm, his eyes flickering with agitation as he contemplated the sensation from moments ago. He realized that someone had indeed snatched the card from him with astonishing speed. Who could it be? A person of unusual ability? Or perhaps a demon from hell? No, his protective measures had not been triggered, suggesting it was not a malicious attack. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, that little imp. Constantine abruptly rushed to the second-floor window, his gaze sweeping across the verdant fields of the farm below, but finding nothing amiss. Perplexed, he then tilted his head to the sky. His initial intention was merely to check the weather. Yet, fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly. He observed dark clouds slowly dissipating, accompanied by the binding of malevolent spirits. Against the backdrop of a resplendent golden sky, Constantine discerned a shadowy figure, looming high above. Gazing down toward the particular direction, the very path where the taxi had meandered and vanished, a wave of dread washed over him, his pupils narrowing in shock. "Charles!" Constantine swallowed hard, his tone grave. "What?" Charles, clearly bewildered, rummaged through the cabin in search of any suspicious entities. "You're in deep trouble." Constantine turned to glance at his friend, then peered out again at the sky. Feeling the weight of ominous scrutiny, he instinctively recoiled back into the sanctuary of the house. "What do you mean? I can't retrieve my car?" Charles felt bewildered by Constantine's sudden alarm. having found no trace of lurking spirits or supernatural beings within the cabin. Forget about your car. You've summoned a significant menace. Constantine wiped the perspiration from his brow, struggling to maintain his composure. Huh? Charles was taken aback. That little imp has someone backing him. I believe he will certainly report you. Constantine swallowed again, as if he had finally grasped the temperament of a sinister schoolboy. He has an angel protecting him? Charles let his imagination run wild. Far more terrifying than that. Constantine hesitated at the window, wanting to confirm his sighting, yet ultimately chose to withdraw entirely into the cabin. What are you rambling about? Charles thought Constantine resembled a riddle, destined for misfortune. Yet this did not hinder his growing alarm. More terrifying than an angel? What sort of background could he possess? Does he have divine protection? Wait, why is it my misfortune and not both of ours? Charles seized upon this point, sensing Constantine's audacity. The speed at which he distanced himself from the predicament was astounding. He stared incredulously at his old friend, while Constantine's shamelessness persisted. I'm not the one trafficking minors. I'm merely a passerby in Metropolis. Tomorrow, no, right now, I shall depart this city under cover of night. As he spoke, Constantine began to gather his belongings, casting aside thoughts of the unfortunate lady buried within the house. To be fair, he truly was making a swift exit. With a swift incantation directed at the grand door within the room, Constantine vanished in a thin air upon entering, leaving Charles, who stood agape in astonishment, momentarily bewildered. His thoughts lingered on the sorrow for his most treasured possession, his car. As for Constantine's actions, Charles regarded them with a sense of weary familiarity. After all, it was merely a familiar betrayal. The more one faces death, the less anger one feels towards Constantine. As the sun dipped below the city skyline, casting the streets in a deep orange hue, Ian's taxi came to a halt by the roadside, not due to reaching its destination, but rather owing to an encounter with a traffic officer. Please exit the vehicle and present your driver's license, commanded the officer, his gaze imbued with professional vigilance. Particularly upon noticing the youthful appearance of Ian in the driver's seat, there was little recourse. The taxi bore the unmistakable signs of having recently endured a bout of road bullying, and Ian's youthful visage hardly suggested he was of an age capable of possessing a driver's license. Right here, Ian declared, forcefully opening the deformed door and alighting from the vehicle with an air of nonchalance. He retrieved a worn credential holder from his pocket, displaying it before the officer with a casual flourish, the motion swift enough to dazzle the eye. Just hand it directly to me. I couldn't quite see, the officer remarked, his brow furrowed with skepticism. Surely, you didn't indulge in morning eye exercises, Ian retorted, pulling out the document once more and handing it to the officer. The officer examined it closely. Of course, the information contained within was entirely fabricated, yet it was sufficiently convincing. One might wonder why this was the case. Not because Ian had majored in forgery, but rather because he had come upon this little trinket from Constantine just before departing the cabin, a spirit card. This enchanted object allowed others to perceive the corresponding credentials as they ought to appear, proving to be an exceedingly practical magical tool. Ian had indeed noticed Constantine pilfering his student ID, but chose not to make a fuss, instead respecting the law of conservation of matter by enhancing the density of his own assets, thus allowing a portion of Constantine's essence to flow to him. Are you truly 19? The officer scrutinized the document for several minutes without uncovering any discrepancies. However, he remained doubtful, convinced that the boy before him could not possibly be older than 15 or 16. Indeed, they say I have a youthful face, Ian replied, his eyes betraying not a flicker of deceit as he spoke. The officer remained non-committal, his gaze flitting between the document and Ian's youthful countenance, ultimately returning the credential with a somewhat peculiar expression. What is the story behind this vehicle? He inquired, directing his attention to the taxi, the front end of which was in a state of disarray. As Ian was deep in thought, he unexpectedly found the parked car beginning to slide forward slowly, gaining speed until it collided with a fire hydrant with a resounding crash. It was indeed an unfortunate mishap, and Ian couldn't help but think that perhaps fate was conspiring to provide him with an excuse. Chapter 19. You haven't said thank you, yet rain began to fall, gushing forth from the shattered fire hydrant. The atmosphere at the scene was quite peculiar. Did you not engage the handbrake? The traffic officer stared, dumbfounded. Ian, somewhat reluctant to admit his blunder, pondered how such an incident could have occurred more than once that day. The officer's expression turned grave as he regarded the delinquent youth before him, seemingly recognizing a genuine road hazard. At that moment, Ian sheepishly inquired, "How much will I have to pay?" The officer turned his gaze towards the gushing hydrant. "This is not within our jurisdiction, but according to the standards set by the road administration, the repair cost will be at least $100,000. Good heavens! No wonder America has its own value system. After such compensation, the ubiquitous Mr. Smith would likely pocket $99,000. Ian retreated to the side of the taxi, retrieving a toolbox from the driver's seat. "What do you intend to do?" The officer's hand instinctively moved towards his firearm, filled with caution. Fortunately, Ian lacked the epic night-themed skin, or he might have found himself in a situation requiring a magazine's worth of ammunition. For now, the officer merely feared that Ian might produce a weapon of truth. "Of course, I'm going to repair the fire hydrant," Ian declared, brandishing a hammer as he forcefully pushed the vehicle obstructing the hydrant aside, then proceeded to hammer away at the hydrant itself. "Engage the handbrake." The officer, witnessing the taxi sliding toward Ian, quickly set aside his firearm and dove into the vehicle, managing to halt its advance just before it would have collided with him. Is this how one obtains a driver's license? The officer wiped the sweat from his brow. Emerging from the crumpled door of the taxi, he discovered that Ian had vanished, leaving behind only a fire hydrant that no longer gushed water. Though the hydrant appeared battered, it had indeed been repaired, and a tattered car key rested upon it. "Damn it, where is he?" The officer glanced around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a figure vanishing around a distant corner, moving faster than Bolt himself. "Stanley, is it?" The officer gritted his teeth in frustration, convinced that this latest incident was a devious plot orchestrated by the troublesome youth. He immediately grabbed his radio, intent on issuing an alert for Ian's apprehension. However, due to the alias Ian had cleverly chosen, this call for a manhunt would surely lead to no favorable outcome. Nonetheless, it did not deter the officer from urgently seeking assistance from his colleagues. Above in the sky, amidst the clouds, with a heavy heart, the weary father could not help but strike his forehead with a firm hand. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, he was compelled to acknowledge that Ian was quite different from what he and Lewis had previously believed. How to articulate it? He possessed a sense of morality and conscience, yet they seemed somewhat lacking. The burden of nurturing this exceptional child weighed heavily on Clark, leaving him feeling immense pressure. What a troublesome little rascal. With a deep sigh, Clark found himself reminiscing about the night he discovered Ian. Perhaps he should have realized then that Ian's future would be anything but ordinary. It wasn't too late to come to this realization, albeit belatedly. Now in the prime of his life, Clark had 3 children, yet he felt that Ian, his adopted son, bore the closest resemblance to him when compared to his elder and younger sons. After all, that day, that night, and that meteor shower felt like a familiar cycle. Having missed the last bus, Ian was left with the somewhat daunting option of taking a taxi. However, before that, his primary concern was to satiate his ravenous hunger brought on by the healing frenzy. The stomach, after all, is an emotional organ. Only once he was well fed could he contemplate returning home to voice his grievances. He pushed open the door of the convenience store, and a mechanical welcome echoed forth. Though the word felt devoid of sincerity, it paled in comparison to the earthy charm of his brother's arrival. Upon entering the store, Ian made a beeline for the snack aisle, where inexpensive yet calorie-dense processed foods awaited. This, and this. Through his own efforts, he possessed a sum greater than what his 2 brothers had combined, thus alleviating any concerns about being short on funds while selecting his items. The cashier, a bespectacled young man with clear eyes that spoke of diligent work, scanned each item meticulously. "Total, $945, he announced. As Ian stuffed his face with food, he retrieved 3 $10 bills and counted out 45 cents in coins, clearly noticing the cashier's momentary shock. "You could just give me a $1 bill and change," Ian prompted. "Oh, right," the cashier replied, his understanding dawning, albeit not entirely complete. He fumbled with the calculator before finally handing Ian a $1 bill as change. "Thank you," Ian said, munching on a hot dog as he turned to leave. At that moment, the emotionless voice of the store's welcome echoed once more, yet the newcomer was anything but impassive. Wearing stockings on his head and wielding a small caliber firearm, he charged towards the cashier. Robbery. What a cliché scene. Those unaware might think they had stumbled into Gotham City. No tricks allowed. The robber aimed his handgun at the startled cashier, then cautiously glanced at Ian. instinctively shifting the firearm in his direction. Upon seeing the gun pointed at him, Ian immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Well, it's a hard life for everyone," he remarked, not to ingratiate himself or engage in social niceties, but because he noticed the robber's dark, grimy wrist. The youth understood that the robber was merely embodying the significance that his dark skin conferred upon him. Who suffers more? The robber appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend Ian's American poetic utterance, as if his intelligence had been insulted. "Get lost, you little brat." It was evident that this was an ambitious thief, fixated solely on his grand designs, dismissive of the trivial offerings of a high school student. Thus, he gestured menacingly with his handgun, urging Ian to depart swiftly. "All right, I'm leaving." Ian hastily exited the convenience store. Just as the robber prepared to focus on the cashier, Ian circled back. He certainly did not aspire to be a superhero, vanquishing the robber to save the store. That was the insurance company's domain. The detail-oriented youth, upon reaching the street, suddenly recognized a significant oversight. "I respected the street traditions of America, but did someone forget to thank me?" Perhaps the pollution of his soul had not entirely left Ian unaffected. His perspective had evidently become more acerbic than before. Chapter 20, Metropolis. Never cliché, Ian's academic performance in his previous life had been commendable. However, his social experiences, both in this life and the last, were far from ideal. Nevertheless, Ian believed he deserved at least a modicum of respect from adults. Had someone indeed overlooked the necessity of gratitude? Observing the bewildered expressions on both the cashier and the robber, he attempted to rouse the latter with a slightly admonishing tone. "What are you saying? Get lost." The robber snapped back, regaining his composure and angrily shouting at Ian, his small-caliber handgun gesturing at him as if in a rap performance. "Don't waste my time, kid. I have 3 more places to rob today." It must be said, this African-American robber was indeed a rare diligent individual among his kin, possessing a hefty workload. One could understand, after all, that neighboring Gotham often overflowed with talent, occasionally leading to ordinary citizens in the streets engaged in selling goods, servicing clients, or even dealing with corpses. Rude robber? I thought your choice of mask displayed exquisite taste. Ian remained unmoved in the face of the robber's threats. The man, donning a pantyhose mask, was on the verge of breaking down. "Damn it, what do you want from me?" He maintained a stance with his right hand poised as if grasping a firearm, fingers pressed against his temple, appearing utterly speechless in front of Ian. Thank you. Is this sufficient?" Finally, the African-American robber had failed to gain the upper hand in his standoff with Ian. "Well, carry on with your duties, sir." Ian, satisfied with the respect he had earned, turned to leave once more. He understood the necessity of blending into the fabric of this world, aware that as an ordinary NPC, he should not overly entangle himself in various events. Saving the world and upholding peace were the tasks of superheroes, favored by the will of the cosmos, who could act with reckless fervor. In contrast, an ordinary NPC like Ian had far more to ponder. The same actions undertaken by superheroes might yield tremendous success. Yet when an NPC devoid of fortune attempted the same, they would likely end up merely as figures remembered and revered by the superheroes. Hence, as the individual tasked with fulfilling the responsibilities bestowed by his dark skin, Ian felt he ought to respect the mundane routine of metropolitan life. Only in this way could he, as an ordinary NPC, avoid being dragged out one day for remembrance and nostalgia. To be frank, Ian possessed a keen awareness. Ordinary NPCs ought to engage in the pursuits befitting their station, eating, sleeping, enjoying life, and quietly growing stronger. Crunch, crunch. Ian munched on a sandwich while sipping a Coca-Cola, diligently working on his physique as he exited the store, casting a glance back to ensure the robber had turned away in relief. "Listen, let us not consider me a good person. If that kid were an adult, I would have shot him on the spot." The robber resumed his intimidating charade, baring his teeth as he vociferously threatened the cashier. "Hand over all the cash, and any untraceable gift cards you have, and those Marlboro cigarettes over there, and throw me a lighter while you're at it." The robber's intentions were unmistakably clear, and he produced a large black plastic bag from his waist, a sign of seasoned experience, thoroughly prepared. At that moment, the welcome bell at the door chimed once more. The robber's expression shifted dramatically as he spotted that accursed boy returning, the stocking over his head threatening to suffocate him with every breath. "What more do you want?" The flustered robber was on the verge of a desperate wail. "No, I'm not here for you. I merely had a slight epiphany regarding financial matters. Ian approached the counter, addressing the cashier who was busy filling a bag for the robber. He considered his words carefully. I would like to inquire, since this store is destined to be thoroughly looted today, could you refund me the $30.45 I spent earlier? Ian maintained his politeness, his tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment, all while under the increasingly bewildered gaze of the robber. The cashier, having worked for over 20 years, had never encountered such a situation. Confused, he gazed blankly. After all, the store was insured. They would compensate as necessary, and returning my money would create a win-win scenario, allowing everyone to enjoy a pleasant day. Ian was demonstrating his nascent negotiation skills, convinced that his reasoning was impeccable and certainly reflective of his remarkable intelligence rating of 24. Just as Superman possesses a super intellect, Ian, as his son, even if only an adopted one, was equally endowed. His extraordinary mind suggested that a modest expenditure could be avoided here. Just think about it. Retrieving his own expenses would imply that in the realm of illicit trade, where contraband such as flour circulated, he would save at least $30.45. This, he mused, was akin to the macroeconomic regulation he had never formally studied. Moreover, such a situation could indeed contribute to the stability and peace of the metropolis. He was not bringing shame to his lineage as Superman's child. With a self-satisfied logic, Ian looked expectantly at the cashier. Will I have a wonderful day? The cashier pondered, sensing something awry yet oddly finding merit in the boy's argument. He simply could not comprehend where his advantage lay. You could take a few days off and perhaps even secure some substantial compensation for work-related injuries. Ian's response was utterly compelling. Is that possible? The cashier smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened, casting a questioning glance at the silent robber. It took the black robber a considerable time to unravel Ian's thought process. Then wouldn't I be at a loss? He frowned, his voice laden with dissatisfaction, realizing that Ian's actions would diminish his earnings by $30.45 today. The cashier looked back at Ian. Could you just pretend I never came in to buy bread? Ian winked, suggesting a dismissal of the facts that left the black robber momentarily speechless. The cashier nervously swallowed. Just as he feared the robber might erupt, the latter suddenly conceded, "The kid's right. Quick, return his $30, and then we can all have a lovely day." The black robber gestured threateningly with his gun toward the cashier. "It's $30.45, Ian quietly reminded him. The robber alternated his gaze between Ian and the cashier, nodding in agreement to refund that amount. The cashier was in a daze. "Here." He counted out $30.45 and handed it to Ian. "You can do arithmetic, right? You look like a student with that particular boldness unique to youth." The robber's eyes widened with surprise as Ian accepted the refund, and he suddenly posed a seemingly unrelated question, which was rather abrupt. However, Ian merely perceived that the robber's thought process was rather unusual. "You possess such discernment?" The robber seemed to concede. Ian's response could be construed as an acknowledgement. After Ian nodded in astonishment, the African-American robber eagerly inquired, "Excellent. Quickly, calculate how much tax I owe for this transaction." This was certainly a case of revealing one's true intentions. To Ian's astonishment, it was unexpected to discover that even a robber could be a tax-paying citizen of America. It was a day of enlightenment for him, as the metropolis continually imparted new knowledge. "Well, you wouldn't want me to take your $30 again, would you?" The robber initiated a threat, clearly harboring the intention to exploit Ian's agreement to the refund request. One had to admit, it was impressive and rare. Among the lower echelons, there existed a strategist. Chapter 21. One My Great Malevolence. The cunning strategist sought to recruit Ian as an advisor on taxation. However, Ian, wary of such a proposition, shook his head resolutely. "Wouldn't that make me your accomplice?" He was a true law-abiding citizen, not one to impede crime. Yet he had no intention of becoming an accessory in any form. What a ludicrous notion. He was Ian Kent. The son of Superman could never consort with criminals. This was his mindset, and in Ian's view, it did not contradict his intention to simply request a refund. Just a refund. The only entity suffering losses was the insurance company, the embodiment of malevolent capitalism, an opportunity to stand up for the oppressed. Viewed in this light, it subtly aligned with his father's heroic spirit. The logic was a perfect circle. Ian was resolute in his refusal. "Yet, calculate for me. Damn it, you little brat. The African-American robber, clearly oblivious to Ian's thoughts, brandished his handgun as a menacing threat. Knowledge should not be wielded in such a manner. Just as Ian continued to shake his head, a sudden cacophony of sirens erupted from outside the store. Clearly, police vehicles were approaching. The robber was instantly alarmed. Casting a frantic glance at Ian, "Is it you? Did you call the police? You've been stalling my time." It appeared that he thought he was the victim, expressing a peak of indignation and grievance, as if he had been betrayed in a most despicable manner. Huh? Ian was momentarily taken aback. "I didn't." He spoke the truth. "Didn't he? Who else could it be?" The robber silently gazed at Ian for a moment. Then both turned their attention towards the cashier. The cashier, quick to react, immediately seized the cash register before him and hurled it at the robber. The impact sent the robber crashing to the ground, causing the firearm in his hand to clatter away. In a flash, the cashier kicked the gun beneath the shelves with a swift motion. Not stopping there, he relentlessly struck the robber's head with his foot, continuing until the assailant lost consciousness, only ceasing when Ian hurriedly intervened to prevent the robbery from escalating into a homicide. He was truly on the verge of being kicked to death. Ian crouched down to check the robber's breathing, confirming that the threat was indeed neutralized. He then glanced up at the cashier, who was leaning against the counter, still trembling. "Are you excited or frightened?" Ian pondered aloud, with a deep sigh of relief. The cashier responded, "Of course I was terrified. That was truly perilous. We were on the brink of death." He began to express his gratitude for being alive, exuding the relief of one who has narrowly escaped disaster. Ian silently observed the unconscious robber, contemplating that the man was, in fact, not dead. His weapon was a fake. Did you not notice this? Indeed, Ian had entered and exited 3 times, having discerned this detail that assured his safety. However, the cashier was visibly taken aback, clearly just realizing this fact. "You could tell? No way," he exclaimed, sprinting towards the shelves, crouching down to retrieve the gun that had fallen beneath them. After a brief examination, he gasped, "You were right. It's truly a fake. It's crafted so well, it seems more expensive than a real gun." The cashier turned to Ian with astonishment. "Does your family sell firearms? How could you have detected this?" "Isn't this a fundamental life skill in the metropolis?" Ian replied with a look of disbelief, his tone implying that it was obvious, leaving the cashier momentarily speechless. Fundamental life skill? Who in their right mind would learn such a thing? This isn't the neighboring city. The atmosphere grew awkward as they maintained a mutual stare for a solid minute. Ian contemplated for a moment before returning the $30.45 he had pocketed. Integrity matters. Ian had his principles when it came to fairness. And since the robber had been subdued, his previously flawless plan had lost its foundation. "Keep it," he suggested. Yet, the cashier refused, returning to the register to neatly bundle the cash and deposit it into a safe. "My name is Titan Landon." Perhaps it was due to their shared experience of encountering a robbery that the cashier began his self-introduction, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Ian, as though they were comrades forged in adversity. "Hello, Tate," he said. Ian, though polite, refrained from introducing himself. Tate, the cashier, paid little heed to this omission. Instead, he retrieved several packs of premium contraceptives from the shelf. "This store actually belongs to my father," he explained, detailing his motivations for confronting the robber and clarifying the nature of his actions. "You were right. My father does indeed have insurance." After a moment's hesitation, Tate took a few packs of Camel cigarettes, which in America are equivalent to domestic brands. Ian searched for surveillance cameras, but found none, thus comprehending Tate's intentions. Theft from within. The seemingly honest, bespectacled man was anything but. It was evident that he intended to frame the already apprehended robber. Alas, in this metropolis, he truly felt like a pure lotus flower amidst the chaos. This robbery had not resulted in a triple win, but merely a dual victory, with the world rewritten to absolve the robber of blame. Astonishing, Ian was profoundly shaken, gaining a fresh perspective on the realities of urban life. He even began to question whether the store owner was truly Tate's father. At that moment, a voice called from within, "Everyone, raise your hands." The alarm had been ringing for quite some time, and the robber lay on the ground, seemingly feigning illness, while the police outside arrived fashionably late. This was not Ian's first encounter with a police post-incident. To be fair, they appear to possess an uncanny ability to predict whether events had truly concluded. "We are the victims. We need blankets." Tate raised his hands, addressing the armed officers who entered, having concealed a significant amount of stolen goods. His experience in managing robberies seemed far more extensive than Ian had anticipated. "I'm shaken. I need a ride home." Ian, seizing the moment, raised his hands as well, attempting to procure complimentary transportation back home. Generally, the police do not assume the role of benevolent figures. However, under the auspices of reason, Ian ultimately received the kind assistance of a female officer. The police car stopped at his doorstep. "Thank you." He bid farewell to the officer who had encouraged him multiple times to venture to Hollywood. He reached into his pocket, discovering that his assets had even increased by $1 since before his shopping. Indeed, the cashier had refunded Ian $30.45. Yet he had forgotten that prior to that, he had already given Ian $1 in change after his purchase. Ian's actual expenditure was merely $29.45. In retrospect, it seemed that while the cashier might possess some cleverness, his mathematical skills clearly reflected the average American standard. It was as if he had given Ian $1 and treated him to a plethora of pre-packaged meals. Ian reconciled the logic within himself, casting a slightly hesitant glance towards his home in the distance. It is not that I have not contemplated how to justify my late return home. Rather, I hesitate to bring the malevolent spirit into my abode. It poses not only a potential danger, but also risks being discovered by my father, Superman. Primarily, Ian has yet to devise a coherent explanation for harboring a wicked entity. Should he concoct a tale of extraordinary talent, inadvertently stumbling upon a mysterious mage's temple, only to be taken as an apprentice by the illustrious supreme mage Wong Defa? Or should he adopt the naive narrative of believing he has stumbled upon a magical lamp? Regardless of the angle, both scenarios bear the taint of plagiarism. Where's my writing talent? I need inspiration for a plausible origin story. Ian pondered deeply, convinced that while he could conceal his transformation from a novice, he could not continue to deceive those more astute. As for the question of whether to reveal the truth, Ian had indeed considered it. However, compared to being a time traveler with a system, he felt it prudent to remain faithful to the current version of events. Nevertheless, the incident involving Constantine's accomplices could still warrant a grievance. Lost in thought, Ian retrieved the thermos that Charles had once used to strike him. The uneven surface of the thermos bore witness to Ian's ironclad head. "My head still aches, and this malevolent spirit is insufferable. What is happening?" Ian intended to shake the thermos once more to vent his frustration, but he suddenly realized that it seemed to have lost its efficacy. Not only had the inscriptions become indistinct, but the spirit within had also vanished. Where could such a large spirit have gone? Escaped? Ian was taken aback, pressing his eyes against the glass in a futile attempt to glimpse its remnants. But the thermos was entirely empty. Was it a ruse of the malevolent spirit? Or had it truly fled? Just as Ian was engulfed in doubt, he noticed an unexpected flicker emanating from his chest. He was unsure how long it had been shimmering. Hastily, he retrieved the object concealed beneath his shirt, revealing the pendant that Madison had gifted him, now radiating a dark, ghostly luminescence reminiscent of the spirit's hue. Chapter 22. Homecoming. The transformation of Superman. The pendant flickered like a feeble, throbbing heart, emitting an ominous dark light identical to that of the wicked spirit. Could it be that the spirit has entered it? Ian cradled the pendant, scrutinizing it meticulously, but found no seams from which to extract the spirit. If it were indeed hiding within, it would be impossible to remove it by mere hand. Just as Ian was deep in contemplation, a voice called out from behind him. "Ian?" It was Clark Kent, his father, whose heavy glasses framed his face as he returned home, briefcase in hand, evidently just back from work. "What are you doing standing at the door?" Clark inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his tone as he shrugged the weight of his briefcase from one shoulder. In the presence of his parents, Ian instinctively loosened his coat to conceal the pendant beneath his shirt. He was aware that if Clark desired, he could even perceive his very bone cells. However, observing Clark's composed demeanor, he felt reassured that his father did not maintain such extraordinary vision at all times. "I was pondering a matter." Ian chuckled nervously, quickly fabricating an excuse. "Stop daydreaming. Let us head home." Clark appeared to accept this explanation without suspicion, extending his warm hand to pat Ian on the shoulder before leading the way to the door. Ian followed closely behind. Upon opening the door, a warm glow from the lights and the sound of the television flooded in. The two entered sequentially, and in the living room, they found older brother Jonathan sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, while middle brother Jordan furiously pressed buttons on a gaming console. Their mother, Louise, stood at the kitchen entrance, biting her finger. Her expression seemed to relax upon Ian and Clark's arrival. I returned from work and encountered Ian at the door. Clark stated, his tone suggesting he was entirely unaware of Ian's late return, although both brothers were acutely conscious of it. So, where have you been, young man? Returning at such a late hour? Jordan's gaze shifted briefly to Ian before his attention reverted to the fighting game on the screen. Before Ian could respond, Jonathan interjected with exaggerated flair. You must have been on a date, right? Our little Ian has finally caught on, seeking out female classmates to play with after school. He winked at Ian, evidently attempting to provide cover. It was clear that Louise had been in a rather poor mood prior to Ian's return, perhaps even having expressed her displeasure. Ian felt a warmth in his heart. However, he was well prepared for this. No, it was far more terrifying than playing with a female classmate. Ian patted his chest, leaving both brothers bewildered. All eyes in the family suddenly focused on him. I was actually abducted by a taxi driver, a terrifying brute, along with an accomplice. They dragged me to an abandoned house where I nearly lost my life. Fortunately, I was clever enough to seize a bicycle and pedaled furiously to escape. Ian nearly let slip the details of his escapade reminiscent of a video game, which would undoubtedly provoke Louise's ire. Of course, he made slight adjustments to the truth in the final detail, as the preceding events did indeed contain elements of fact. Yet, he noticed Clark's eyelids twitching several times. Human traffickers? Jordan set down his controller, astonished. He'd been engaged in a fighting game, using a character named Lightning to thrash what might or might not be a licensed Superman. Louise regarded her husband with uncertainty. Clark returned her gaze with an expression of mild exasperation, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. This isn't just a rebellious little tale from your youth, is it? Jordan cast a dubious glance at Ian, and upon noticing the frown on Ian's brow, he deduced that his younger brother was indeed speaking the truth. Damn it, you didn't report this? What did the driver look like? Do you remember the license plate number? Given his inherently irritable nature, Jordan slammed his hand on the table. Reaching for his mobile phone, criminals have become exceedingly brazen. What on earth is Superman doing? After all these years, the crime rate remains alarmingly high. As Jordan fumed and mulled over the situation, he attempted to dial 911. We are a white family. Before the operator could utter a word, Jordan had already begun to introduce himself. It was evident that there was a noticeable lag on the line. Hello, how may I assist you? The operator inquired. Just then, Clark, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, approached and pressed the hang-up button. Dad, you cannot possibly suggest that, given the circumstances. We still need to back down? Jordan's relationship with Clark was fraught, and his words carried a heavy undertone of agitation towards his father. We will handle this matter. You all should return to your rooms, Clark stated firmly, his tone unmistakably authoritative. Jordan felt the urge to explode, but was restrained by Jonathan. Is the abductor targeting both of you? Jonathan's keen mind connected the dots, recalling the perilous nature of their parents' journalistic careers. Children, at that moment, Lois also stepped forward. Listen to your father. Trust us. We will manage this situation, and Ian will certainly not face any further danger. Right, Clark? After speaking, she glanced at her husband. Clark opened his mouth, wishing to divulge the truth, but upon seeing his older children, he ultimately nodded, assuring all three of them, no one can harm my children. He gave a pointed look at Ian, who was attempting to blend into the background. Perhaps this promise had a calming effect, or perhaps a mother's words were more soothing than a father's. Let us hope so, Jordan remarked, glancing at Clark, then took Ian by the hand and headed upstairs. It seems that starting tomorrow, we must accompany you to school. You can wait for us to return together after classes. The high school they attended was indeed not far away. Ian attempted to refuse. At that moment, Jonathan also joined them. You must tell us how you escaped the kidnappers. That was incredible. If it were me, I'd be done for. Both older brothers were expressing their concern for Ian in their own unique ways. Ian felt a warmth in his heart as he quietly ascended the stairs amidst the embrace of his brothers. Clark and Lois, however, did not intervene. They merely watched the three siblings depart the first floor. Once the sounds of their footsteps had completely faded, the question lingered. What is the truth? Louise swiftly turned to Clark, her arms crossed and her expression grave, aware that both Ian and her husband were likely harboring secrets. This could be a rather frightening tale. Clark took a deep breath, removed his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose. However, he did not immediately recount what he had witnessed. To be frank, I have yet to ascertain whether Ian's sudden change is connected to the events I encountered this morning. Clark rolled up his sleeves, revealing a grotesque wound that traversed the muscle, its edges glowing with an eerie green luminescence, as if some energy surged within, impeding the healing of his flesh. Chapter 23. An interesting soul worthy of reward. It was fortunate that Ian had already departed the living room. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have drawn a connection between Clark's injury and the airplane crash incident that had not been fully averted that morning. Clearly, Superman faced a rather mysterious crisis. Of course, even if he were aware of this situation, Ian would be utterly powerless to intervene. He remained significantly weak, incapable of confronting anything that could harm Superman. In the corridor of the second floor, Ian conversed with his two older brothers for a while, showcasing his literary talents before returning to his room, where Jonathan continued to shout for Ian to join him in exercising. "I will incorporate exercise into my schedule," Ian replied through the door, and once the sound of their footsteps faded away, he collapsed onto his bed. What on earth is happening? He again tugged at his outer garment, revealing the pendant beneath his shirt. It still emitted a glow, a deep black light pulsating like breath. The dark luminescence cast its shadow upon Ian's face, dispelling the room's illumination. Frowning, Ian raised the pendant to examine it closely, primarily seeking the specter of a malevolent spirit within its depths. "Is anyone there? Please respond." Ian tapped the pendant with his finger, a rather aimless gesture born of boredom, yet unexpectedly, it seemed to elicit a response. As soon as the words left his lips, the pendant's glow began to flicker violently, its frequency escalating as if answering his inquiry. Ian's breath hitched, instinctively glancing downwards. No additional negative states emerged. Buzz. The pendant suddenly began to tremble subtly, the metallic patterns on its surface warping and writhing as if alive, unfolding like a portal. Subsequently, tendrils of black matter oozed from the pendant, floating with the elegance of silk, gently intertwining in the air. Ian's eyes widened as he watched this black matter coalesce before him, reconstituting itself until it formed a coherent sentence, a phrase that appeared as if lifted from an English textbook. "Interesting lives are worthy of reward." The text hovered in mid-air, its form meticulously arranged, as if a gentleman were poised with a quill. Each stroke exuded an aura of ancient mystique. They hovered in the air, swaying gently, as if caressed by an invisible breeze, ready to drift away at any moment. What on earth? Ian felt a sense of bewilderment. He reached out, eager to touch the characters, but just as his fingertips were about to make contact, the black ink suddenly burst apart like spilled liquid, scattering in a tumultuous swirl. It spun through the air, coalescing, and Ian seemed to hear a familiar wail, a voice reminiscent of the malevolent spirit of the nun. Indeed, it had found refuge within the pendant. Ian marveled at his own astute deduction, yet he discerned that perhaps the spirit had not willingly entered the pendant. Soon, as the anguished cries faded away, the dark substance solidified in mid-air before Ian, forming a black crystal the size of a thumb. It descended slowly, and after a moment's hesitation, Ian reached out to catch it. The instant the crystal landed in his palm, a frigid sensation coursed through his skin, akin to grasping the depths of polar ice or genuinely touching a chilling soul. "Has the pendant bestowed upon me a gift?" Ian murmured to himself, lifting the crystal to the light for a closer inspection, pondering whether this peculiar object should be swallowed whole. The interior of the black crystal was not entirely transparent. Rather, it revealed a shadowy essence swirling within, reminiscent of imprisoned mist. It hardly appeared appetizing. However, it seemed remarkably solid. Ian swore he merely wished to test the resilience of the black crystal against his teeth. Even if his teeth were to shatter, he could still level up from this experience. Yet, this curiosity nearly startled him. To describe it, no immediate danger presented itself, yet the unfolding events were utterly unexpected. Just as the black crystal neared Ian's lips, before he even had the chance to taste its essence, it transformed into a refreshing liquid that swiftly penetrated his mouth. It truly melted upon entry, dissolving almost instantaneously. No bitterness, nor any sensation of malevolent burning. Instead, it felt like a sip of chilled spring water, invigorating to the core, seamlessly merging with his very being, reminiscent of slippery jelly. An unprecedented clarity surged through his mind. Ian sensed an augmentation in his strength, particularly a marked improvement in his mental state. Moreover, strength, 5,658, constitution, 4,547, intelligence, 2,426, spirit, 4,268. Not only had his spirit attribute risen, but even intelligence, strength, and constitution had seen slight enhancements, with spirit experiencing the most significant increase. This exceeds Ian's initial estimates of the potential growth he could achieve by consuming the remaining malevolent spirits, even transforming him into a state where his mental prowess surpasses his physical strength, a clear indication of diluted lineage. To his astonishment, this truly felt like a gift. Ian's initial joy was swiftly followed by the realization that an unusually peculiar pattern had appeared on the back of his hand, resembling a black eye. Was this the price of a fortuitous windfall? Ian was taken aback, but remained composed. He attempted to vigorously rub it with his other hand. Yet the mark remained steadfast despite his efforts. His skin reddened, but the pattern did not budge, resembling a brand. Instinctively, he glanced at his status panel, expecting to see a new negative condition, only to find that the original soul corruption status had vanished. In its place was a new indication. No wonder I feel as though my wisdom has diminished considerably. Ian felt a twinge of regret. He believed the soul corruption status would have brought unexpected benefits at certain moments. Yet, he never anticipated its quiet departure, leaving no trace behind. Now, the status that occupied its former position resembled a pair of eyes, mirroring the pattern on the back of Ian's hand, clearly an official explanation for the brand. However, unlike his preferred negative states, this one bore no effects, imposing upon Ian without instigating any change. Death Knight's affinity was the only revelation in its name regarding its true nature. Chapter 24, Nightmare World. Patriotic Souls. Death Knight's affinity? Gazing at the status name on the panel, Ian immediately thought of the Death Knight from the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Yet he found it difficult to ascertain the nature of this character. He remembered the Angel of Death, but the concept of the Death Knight felt distant, given that his traverse occurred over a decade ago. Despite his efforts to consolidate his memories, it was challenging to recall those intricate details. Moreover, he did not possess comprehensive knowledge of the world he currently inhabited. A man who scored over 700 on his college entrance exam. The majority of his readings had been textbooks. As for movies and comics, they were merely leisure activities. Had he known he would traverse into the DC universe, Ian would have surely dropped out to become a true scholar of the comics. Regardless, the pendant Madison gifted him was undoubtedly significant. Ian recognized that the entity responsible for the brand on his hand was likely a formidable figure. He just couldn't ascertain the extent of their power or influence. Naturally, with such precise identification of this mysterious entity, Ian held a newfound respect for his own system. Perhaps I truly have the prospect of transcending the identity of an ordinary NPC. Ian glanced down at the brand upon the back of his hand. The design was elegantly fluid, yet imbued with a certain enigmatic allure. Its sole deficiency lay in its inability to confer any adverse effects, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened and regretful. Regardless of the identity of the formidable individual behind this peculiar state, Ian sensed that they failed to comprehend his true needs, their attention seemingly lacking in genuine concern. Shrimphead. This was a thought Ian dared only to murmur within the confines of his mind, a boldness in itself. He then rubbed the brand a few times before extracting the homework assigned by his teacher. Indeed, even within the public schools of America, homework exists, albeit in modest quantities, and is typically completed swiftly. In a matter of minutes, one could finish in 10, perhaps half an hour at most, yet for Ian, it required 2 hours. Not due to any lack of capability, but rather because he diligently completed 20 assignments. As a true academic prodigy, Ian consistently tailored his work for his classmates, possessing keen insight into the standards that all students ought to meet. This clandestine enterprise had never been detected by any teacher. It is no wonder that public schools are rife with disenchanted students, Ian mused. In truth, considering his parents' capabilities, both Ian and his two brothers possessed the means to attend private schools. However, their father, a fusion of divinity and humanity, a near saintly figure within the DC universe, believed in the importance of integrating with the common populace. This philosophy was not only his own, but also reflected in his parenting style. Moreover, in Ian's view, The decision to enroll children in public schools likely stemmed from a desire to shield them from the influences of high society that could distort their worldviews. Smoking and drinking? Such vices are trivial in the realm of private schools in America, where the miscreants therein far surpass the so-called bullies of public institutions in terms of their transgressions. Done. Ian concluded his small enterprise and commenced his creative endeavor concerning the overbearing Superman Falls for Me. Encountering a writer's block, he resolved to introduce an innovative element, crafting a scenario in which Superman, after being struck by a spaceship, suffers from amnesia and forgets the female protagonist. In the unfolding narrative, Superman even forgets his very identity, leading him to be taken in by a cunning female antagonist, thereby compelling the 40-year-old heroine to return to her former profession as a cleaning lady in the antagonist's company. The heroine must uncover the company's nefarious secrets, which involve using contaminated sanitary products to manipulate and poison girls worldwide, with only the postmenopausal heroine remaining unaffected. Additionally, she has 9 children, akin to the legendary Gore brothers, whom she can send out one by one. What a genius of patchwork storytelling I am. Ian felt immense satisfaction with his plot design. He once again took up his pen, pouring his heart and soul into his writing. Frankly, whether or not his work gets published or earns him money no longer mattered to him. What was most important was the joy of writing for its own sake. The prospect of earning money undoubtedly heralds a mutually beneficial outcome. Ian has triumphed twice, experiencing a veritable tempest of inspiration. He ceased his writing only when he encountered passages that felt tedious, pondering briefly before deciding to submit his manuscript to the publisher he had long sought. The Wayne Group holds absolute control, and it is certain that within its ranks are discerning editors. Ian harbors faith in Batman's acumen for commercial investment. Tomorrow, he shall dispatch his work with eager anticipation. Having meticulously refined the details of his first volume, he finally emerged from his chamber to freshen up. Upon his return, the clock on his desk indicated a significant hour. Ian hurriedly dashed towards his bed. At long last, in a final moment of preparation, he tucked himself under the covers, lying flat on his back with hands clasped upon his abdomen, resembling a corpse prepared for burial. As the boundary between one day and the next arrived, he seamlessly entered that peculiar world, slightly surreal in nature, with the biting cold wind caressing his cheeks without inflicting harm. Slowly, Ian opened his eyes to the familiar leaden sky, which weighed heavily upon his vision as feathers of snow fell silently around him. This time, my point of refreshment is indeed quite distant. Ian exhaled, surveying his surroundings, and upon spotting a bridge, he discerned his location. Patriot, he exclaimed, re-entering this realm, his mind brimming with thoughts that drew him closer to his goal of joining the Avengers. Raising a hand to wipe away the snow, he briefly glanced at a street sign before dashing madly northward. His strength and physique, magnified beyond that of an ordinary person, propelled him forward with the grace of a sleek cheetah, transforming him into a human vehicle as he swiftly traversed one silent street after another. The snow continued to fall. This city is indeed vast. Even with Ian's extraordinary speed, he found himself breathless after several hours of running before finally locating the familiar area. Perhaps due to a brief moment of disorientation along the way, Ian realized he could not entirely blame his poor sense of direction. Knowing this place was connected to the Marvel Universe, he had been searching for the bodies of any superheroes that might appear along his path. However, he found nothing. Fortunately, he ultimately discovered the street where the Hulk and Captain America lay. The Hulk was already buried beneath the snow, though the accumulation was not excessively deep. Standing on the street, Ian hesitated for a moment. He regarded his significantly increased attributes of strength and physique, ultimately deciding to climb using his own hands rather than searching for tools nearby. Humanity's invention and mastery of tools stem from diligence, whereas he, at times, exhibited a degree of laziness. "Here I come, Captain." Ian retreated a few steps before launching himself forward in a sudden sprint, ascending along the Hulk's arm like a soaring firecracker. The outcome proved, those who rely on their own luck are seldom unfortunate. Ian has triumphed. He has won his wager. Whether the behemoth is a culinary deity remains unknown to him, yet he is undeniably a master of chance. Grasping the thumb of the green giant, Ian's hand reached towards the head of the fallen compatriot, where the blood had long since congealed. As his somewhat tender hand made contact with the lifeless remains, a moment of stillness ensued. In Chapter 25, Can My Eyes See Ghosts? It was at that instant, as Ian's hand met the dripping blood of the compatriot and the severed spine, that the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears. However, this was not the notification he had anticipated, nor the dire circumstances he had mentally prepared for. You have encountered an unknown extraordinary substance. Warning. This extraordinary substance has fallen into total silence. A new task has been acquired. Please access the career selection interface for details. What is happening? Ian was momentarily taken aback. He hastily opened his career selection interface, revealing an additional option labeled Silent Profession. As his thoughts brushed against this peculiar choice, a line of text, visible only to him, gradually manifested. Awakening task. Please ignite the life force of this profession. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Upon further inspection, Ian found himself even more bewildered by the system's succinct task description. Did this imply he was to revive the compatriot, who had been deceased for an indeterminate period? Ian glanced again at the dismembered body, its spine utterly shattered, a lifeless shell for who knows how long. He began to suspect that his system was intentionally complicating matters for him. But wait, the green giant too was irrevocably lifeless. Why had the system not declared that the profession it brought was also silent? Ian contemplated negotiating terms with his system, yet the unresponsive entity displayed no sign of intelligence. Absurd, utterly absurd. Frustrated by the absence of the answers he sought, Ian hastily snatched the head of the compatriot from the corpse's hands and subsequently slid down from the green giant's arm to the ground, clutching the grim trophy. Hesitation lingered. He was torn, weighing the decision repeatedly. It was evident that Ian was contemplating whether he could indeed consume the head he held. He adhered to the principle of energy conservation, pondering if perhaps channeling the compatriot's essence into himself would reignite the flame of life within. Yet, despite this unique line of reasoning, Ian found himself grappling with a psychological barrier, for the concepts of devouring a demon and consuming a human were distinctly disparate. This counterfeit Superman should not have been. Ultimately, Ian was unable to surmount his innate human instincts. He discarded the gruesome head, attempting to kick it away as one might a ball. The strike was forceful, exhibiting a level of proficiency akin to that of a national soccer player. The head of the patriotic man flew far away, missing the garbage bin that Ian intended to kick, instead landing on a dilapidated bus stop concealed beneath a layer of snow, starkly contrasting with the refuse container. Remarkably, the patriotic man's head remained intact, while the metal bench of the bus stop was dented, a clear indication that even the counterfeit superhero possessed a surprising degree of strength. Ian stared at the persistent mission, his intellect failing to provide any clarity, as the rudimentary task description left him utterly bewildered about the next steps. Surely, it could not be that he was required to resurrect the patriotic man? Raising his gaze to the green giant's arm, Ian initially intended to look at the headless body of the patriotic man, but upon lifting his head, he noticed something amiss in the sky. Amidst the oppressive, leaden clouds, something appeared to be moving. The outline of this entity was indistinct, resembling no living creature, as if it were attempting to emerge from the layers of cloud. It was immense. Ian sensed that this obscure figure was as colossal as a small asteroid. Perhaps it was indeed an asteroid? The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. As the object within the dark clouds grew clearer, it revealed itself to be a vast, circular form that obscured the sun. Just then, in a world that Ian had inhabited for an extended period in silence, a voice pierced through the stillness. It was clear and urgent. The sound resonated like a clap of thunder, prompting Ian to turn abruptly towards its source. But he only caught a glimpse of a silhouette before the familiar chime of the return bell rang out unexpectedly. Dong! The first heavy toll seemed to freeze all in place. Dong! Dong! The second and third tolls followed in quick succession. Ian jolted awake in his bed. Even with the bizarrely premature return, the clock still pointed to that seemingly eternal time. Were there still living souls in that world? Ian's heart was filled with uncertainty as he executed a sudden leap, propelling himself towards the ceiling. Then, with both hands pressing against the ceiling, he utilized the force to stabilize his descent back to the ground, landing perfectly in the pair of slippers that lay beside his bed. How could there still be anyone alive when all the superheroes had perished? Ian was perplexed by his final moments, and he could not comprehend why he had returned so abruptly. This was a situation that had never occurred before. Was it related to the last cry he had heard? Or perhaps to the mysterious circular object in the sky? What about wisdom? A little movement? Ian tapped his forehead. Remarkably, there was a hint of efficacy in this, albeit clearly misdirected. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through Ian's mind, leading him to recall his awakening mission and the figure of the green giant. With a cacophony of absurdity, Ian's slippers emitted a clownish squawk as he sprinted wildly to his elder brother's bedroom, pounding on the door with fervor. Jordan, bewildered and rubbing his eyes, opened the door to confront his younger sibling. "What's the matter?" he inquired, a yawn escaping his lips, revealing his evident fatigue. "Where are your comic books?" Ian disregarded the fragrant air imbued with heather and charged into Jordan's room, scanning the surroundings until he discovered the box where Jordan stored his comic collection. Under his brother's perplexed gaze, Ian rummaged through the box, discarding hidden DVDs until his eyes settled upon a yellowed comic magazine titled The Incredible Hulk. The cover boasted the familiar green figure, both menacing and robust. Is it merely to gaze upon this obscure superhero comic that only saw 3 issues before being abruptly discontinued due to lackluster performance that you came to me at this late hour? Jordan's frustration simmered beneath the surface, yet recalling the unfortunate events that befell his brother earlier that night, he clenched his teeth, refraining from unleashing his ire. "May I borrow it?" Ian implored, looking up at his elder brother. Though slightly displeased, Jordan sighed in acquiescence, ushering Ian out of his room as he returned his focus to the comic. "Damn it, I need to regain my focus," Jordan muttered, adjusting his mood amid the scattered DVDs Ian had tossed to the floor, and he selected a new challenge, reinitiating his nocturnal endeavors. Meanwhile, outside the bedroom door, Ian fixated on the comic in his grasp. An overwhelming intuition surged within him, suggesting that the inability of the Patriots to activate a profession, contrasted with the Hulk's direct activation, was intricately linked to this situation. The reality he inhabited lacked the narrative of the Patriots, yet brimmed with tales of the Hulk. How astute I am to connect these dots, Ian mused, feeling he had unearthed the key to unraveling his quest. Just as he prepared to re-enter the room, a sudden rush of water echoed through the house. His father, Clark, emerged from the upstairs restroom, their eyes locking in surprise. Ian's gaze, however, drifted past Clark, fixating on a stranger who followed closely behind him, his face contorting in shock as he raised a finger toward the unexpected figure. "Dad, how audacious of you! Cheating at home." Indeed, Ian had spotted a mysterious woman trailing behind his father. "What are you talking about?" Clark instinctively concealed his arm, but upon hearing Ian's accusation, his expression faltered as he turned to find nothing amiss. "Am I imagining things?" "No." Ian discerned a peculiar tension in Clark's furrowed brow. The elderly father exhibited an undeniable confidence, completely devoid of the guilt typically associated with being caught in the act. Upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely that he would choose to be unfaithful at home, unless, perhaps, it was with the consent of his mother, Louise. Although individuals in the West are often perceived as more liberated, there remains a certain traditionalism within their household, leading Ian to believe that his mother would not possess such peculiar predilections. However, the existence of a woman raises questions. Could it be that she is not even alive? Having had experiences with apparitions, Ian pondered whether his ability to see them was a result of his past encounters. His thoughts drifted to a web series he had watched before his transference, one where the conclusion had eluded him. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he glanced down at the back of his hand, where a mark flickered, appearing visible solely to him. Was this the reason for the presence of this enigmatic figure? Upon raising his gaze once more, he found his pupils reflecting the silhouette of a woman invisible to others. Clad in black attire, she exuded an air of authority, her meticulously styled short hair framing her strikingly pale complexion. Perhaps sensing Ian's unwavering gaze, the woman tilted her head slightly. A human? This truly is a remarkable talent. She too seemed somewhat taken aback. Chapter 26. Mysterious Past. The day of the fallen deity, Ian stood frozen before the restroom door, his pupils mirroring the figure of the woman emerging from behind his father. It appeared she had noticed him. Her penetrating gaze seemed to delve into the depths of Ian's very being, her lips moving in a soft murmur, just as Clark intended to steal another glance. In an instant, the world around him drained of color, fading into a monochrome palette, while Clark remained suspended in his motion, like a statue frozen in time. Even the air seemed to halt its flow. Ian could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart, amplified in this stilled moment. "What have you done?" He was genuinely taken aback. Even his invincible father appeared powerless against this strange woman, whose power exceeded Ian's wildest imaginings. In response to the boy's shocked inquiry, she simply stated, "I am merely waiting." The woman tilted her head slightly, a chain around her neck holding a pendant obscured by her dark uniform. Waiting for what? Ian was certain that she was not merely biding her time for a meal. He had yet to establish his commercial empire in America, and the intentions of such a formidable woman must undoubtedly be complex. Gulp. Ian felt his throat constrict. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his father's petrified profile. Under normal circumstances, even in the face of mysterious powers, his Superman father should not appear so helpless. This woman was undoubtedly a being of divine prowess. She appeared relatively youthful, embodying the composure of an older sister while also radiating the vitality of youth. The remarkably contradictory temperament intertwined harmoniously. To be candid, Ian found it quite terrifying. She appeared unmistakably as an aged specter. What was I waiting for? The woman did not respond directly. Instead, she sauntered towards the bay window at the end of the corridor, her pale, long legs appearing even more ghostly in this monochromatic world. "Permit me to apologize, dear child." As she pulled open the window and gazed out at the nocturnal scenery, she raised her hand, grasping a withering leaf suspended in midair. "You shall lose your father, and I will take him away. Fear not. I assure you I will care for him well." When she turned to Ian, a gentle smile graced her lips. Ian's thoughts raced, his breaths becoming increasingly audible. "You are deaf." A torrent of information surged within his mind, causing his heart to tremble. This fear was undoubtedly not instigated by the woman before him, but rather by the implications he had discerned. "You even comprehend death?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, her tone laced with astonishment. She scrutinized Ian further before effortlessly leaping through the window to perch upon the ledge. "No, I am not Miss Death. How could I possess her beauty, gentleness, kindness, and amiability?" As she toyed with the dry leaf in her hand, admiration tinged her voice, perhaps even a hint of longing. Before Ian could muster the words to inquire again, she seemed to anticipate his question. "My name is Tessa, and I am akin to them." As she spoke, Tessa lifted her slender hand, her cold, white skin pointing towards the pitch-black night sky, suggesting the existence of concealed entities. When Ian hesitated momentarily and approached Tessa, his pupils constricted once more. Before him lay a throng of dark silhouettes crowding the street. Clad uniformly in black suits, they stood tall in the faded world. At the forefront, an elderly woman supported a black umbrella, its ribs starkly resembling white bones. A young boy, in suspenders, cradled a chick, its eyes aglow with an eerie fire. There were also solemn-faced men adorned with top hats. This assembly included individuals of all ages and genders. Not only were they on the street, but even atop the rooftops of houses and the hoods of cars stood those in black suits, maintaining an erect posture, all of them fixated upon Ian. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, save for Tessa, who smiled and waved at the group, prompting their mechanical response. The eerie assembly bowed in unison towards the window, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Each individual's skin was as pale as snow, rendering this scene even more bizarre within the black and white realm. "They're paying you homage, esteemed fortunate one." Tessa cast a glance at Ian's hand, as if she could perceive the mark etched upon it, unveiling certain truths and secrets. Ian, feeling a shiver run down his spine, gazed out at the throngs of cloaked figures, striving to maintain a semblance of emotional stability. "To be candid, your physical attributes are quite commendable. Would you be inclined to partner with me in establishing a company that allows intriguing souls to unveil their mysterious pasts during family gatherings, leaving all attendees utterly astounded and questioning their existence? I am confident that we would garner widespread acclaim." This forced humor perhaps reflects Ian's final defiance. Yet his attempts to mask his emotions were evidently futile in Tessa's discerning eyes. "I believe you've seen through it," she remarked softly, gently rubbing a dried leaf in her hands until it gradually disintegrated. "You simply refuse to acknowledge it. Dear little one, do not fear, nor should you grieve." Tessa wished to reach out and caress Ian, reminding him that all things must come to an end, not as punishment, but as a new beginning. Her voice was exceptionally gentle, yet Ian instinctively recoiled from her pale hand. "Impossible. How can this be? There must be some mistake." Ian protested vehemently, desperate to refute the unfolding reality. However, Tessa's slender fingers pressed against his lips, silencing him. Such matters we cannot misinterpret, she asserted softly, her obsidian eyes locking onto Ian's, plunging him into a dizzying abyss. I'm deaf, as are they. Our presence here serves but one purpose. Her voice, though calm and soothing, shattered Ian's final vestiges of hope. Your father, Clark Kent, is deserving of reverence. Hence, we have come. Indeed, companions from near and far have gathered, united in love and admiration. Today marks the fall of a deity, the lament of a saint, the demise of a hero. Such events warrant ample witnesses. Tessa's words struck Ian like thunderclaps, obliterating his last flicker of optimism. They weighed upon him like a colossal stone, rendering him breathless. Chapter 27. Ian, the Miracle Boy? Tessa observed Ian's myriad reactions with keen interest. This is fate, and it is unyielding. Her voice resonated with the gravity of a decree, her fingers rhythmically tapping against the bed's edge, producing a steady, clicking sound. Ian's pupils flickered momentarily, a flicker of resolve igniting within him. There must be a way, he thought, suddenly composed, locking eyes with Tessa, the depth of which intensified, causing a disorienting sensation. Such as fate, an inescapable conclusion. Your resistance is merely a manifestation of your prejudice against death. Tessa's fingers paused in their rhythmic tapping, an abrupt silence enveloping the stillness of the room. Ian's expression was unusually serious. Perhaps death is not truly terrifying. However, the indifference towards life, the passive acceptance of a loved one's passing, is indeed the real horror. His response caused Tessa to narrow her eyes slightly, and the pallid woman gently patted her chest with her delicate hand, a hint of curiosity gracing her features. It struck a chord within me. She winked at Ian, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. Surely, your words to me bear significance. Ian possessed a modicum of earnest wisdom, albeit seldom employed in daily life. Tessa's smile deepened at his remark. Perhaps I merely hope you can learn to embrace reality. Her tone retained a gentle quality, akin to soothing a child in need of compassion. Your family is unique. Thus her words held a semblance of truth. However, they failed to instill much credibility in Ian. Perhaps? Ian turned his gaze toward the monochrome corridor, where several bedroom doors stood firmly closed. But I believe you have yet to comfort my brothers. His words seemed laden with meaning. What difference does it make? Tessa tilted her head, her expression still radiating warmth. As the youngest child, it is only natural for me to pay more attention to your feelings. That is wholesome merit. I do not comprehend the Grim Reaper, yet in my view, such a figure should not possess these emotions. Thus, your conversation with me here must surely carry purpose and significance. Ian's mind now raced, gradually untangling some peculiarities. In response, Tessa merely chuckled softly, her gaze lowering to the cold street below. I am simply passing the time. Living too long can be exhausting. The voice of the female reaper carried a hint of wistfulness, tinged with an elusive melancholy. Ian remained silent, observing her quietly. Her sapphire eyes shone brilliantly in the faded world. After a moment, Tessa broke the silence. Well, you sly little creature. She smirked, raising her hands in an exaggerated gesture of surrender. I confess, I find you far more intriguing than your father. Until now, I had not even realized your extraordinary existence. This is a remarkable occurrence in my monotonous career, and for that reason, I have decided to offer you an opportunity, one far more generous than what our Reaper boss would extend. With that, Tessa cast another glance at the back of Ian's hand, pausing momentarily before continuing. I can grant you 7 days to uncover the reason behind your father's death. The sudden chill in her tone momentarily stunned Ian. You want me to return to the past? Ian furrowed his brow, gently touching the back of his hand with his other hand. From the words of the female reaper before him, he gleaned a crucial piece of information that caused his pupils to involuntarily tremble. No, no, no. I have yet to appreciate you to such an extent. Tessa suddenly laughed, stating that the time of his father's demise would be postponed, and that these 7 days represented the final opportunity for both his father and this city. Do not expect your father to offer you assistance. He has yet to comprehend the gravity of his own situation. Little one, you must rely solely on yourself. Let me witness whether you can nurture a miracle within you. Tessa's voice carried a subtle hint of anticipation. Upon finishing her words, she did not grant Ian the opportunity to inquire further. Instead, Her body abruptly leaned forward and plummeted toward the street below, as though she had completely melded into the black and white tapestry of the night. Did this matter pertain to the safety of the metropolis? If I uncover the source of the problem, might my father be spared from death? By the time Ian lunged toward the window, all traces of her presence had vanished. Not only had the Reaper Tessa disappeared into the street, but also the throngs of dark-clad figures had entirely dissolved, as if they had never existed at all. Ian, what has happened to you? Amidst his uncertainty, Ian's world suddenly seemed to be infused anew with sound and color. Everything around him appeared to distort and then intertwine into a confused blur. Ian could not help but rub his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found Clark's hand resting on his shoulder, while the other hand waved incessantly before him. His father's face etched with concern. Why did you suddenly lapse into a stupor? Clark was evidently worried about the deterioration of Ian's condition. Though he had been informed of certain matters concerning Ian, he still believed that the diagnosis from the psychologist might not be erroneous. After all, this was a psychologist of considerable renown, frequently assisting the police in solving cases. It was precisely for this reason that the two families had crossed paths. That woman. Ian glanced behind Clark, his voice trailing off, as he noted the emptiness behind his father. He abruptly turned to face the window. There. The window appeared as though it had never been opened. What transpired just now? Ian could not restrain himself from asking. Clark furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his younger son. His expression increasingly troubled. I exited the restroom and found you suddenly frozen in place, your gaze utterly vacant. It was no wonder that his father was worried. Ian's behavior was strikingly reminiscent of the typical symptoms associated with schizophrenia that he had learned about through rapid reading. So, does this mean I cannot even recall the accusation of infidelity? Or perhaps it never truly transpired in reality? Ian was suddenly engulfed by the sensation of becoming Li Huan. It is indistinguishable. Truly, it is indistinguishable. Father, did anything peculiar transpire during the day? Ian mused, uncertain whether to delve into the intricacies of the matter. What truly preoccupied him was the mention of Superman's demise by that enigmatic female Reaper. He felt an unshakable conviction that it was intricately linked to an event of the day. Yet, as you know, the collection of mundane news proved to be rather tedious. Clark adjusted his spectacles, evidently reluctant to speak the truth. Ian scrutinized his father for an extended moment. You should rest. As for your encounter with the robber, fret not. I assure you, I shall be most vigilant. Clark, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Ian's face, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Ian, wishing to lay his cards on the table, found himself haunted by the grave warning of the female Reaper, who insisted he must rely solely on himself, a sentiment laden with profound significance. Would enlisting Superman's aid ultimately complicate matters further? Lost in contemplation, his heightened intuition was gradually ushered by Clark to the threshold of the room. See you tomorrow, Dad, Ian whispered. In his eyes, the reflection of Clark's silhouette framed against the window revealed a woman seated atop a chimney across the street, gesturing for silence, a sight only Ian could perceive. Clark, momentarily taken aback by the oddity, replied with a smile, assisting Ian in closing the door. Alone in the corridor, however, his smile faded into a pensive confusion. Had something occurred? Superman glanced toward the restroom, then out the window into the desolate night, devoid of even a single bird. His gaze flickered as he raised his arm, cloaked by his sleeve, revealing a grotesque wound that continued to emit a green glow. Strangely, the debilitating sensation that had been intensifying seemed to have abruptly ceased, leaving him with an unsettling awareness. Chapter 28. The means to resolve the dilemma in the bedroom on the second floor. The lamp cast Ian's shadow upon the wall, contorting it into a monstrous shape. Claws bared. In reality, he sat cross-legged in a chair, fixated on his small computer. The faint hum of the computer fan accompanied the rapid tapping of his fingers on the keyboard as browser windows erupted one after another, showcasing the news from Metropolis that had unfolded the previous day. Metropolis Daily, Planet Forum, Urban News Dispatch. Ian sought to uncover any clues regarding Superman's ordeal and what calamities might befall Metropolis. To confront his father, Clark? The thought had crossed his mind earlier, but the reappearance of the female Reaper seemed to have been a clear deterrent. There must be a specific reason behind this. Would Superman's continued involvement lead to dire consequences or hasten Death's arrival? I loathe the Riddler. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that, based on Ian's understanding of Clark, Even if Ian were to explicitly acknowledge his awareness of his father being Superman and reveal his prior communication with the enigmatic Grim Reaper, his father would undoubtedly refuse to involve Ian in any subsequent investigations. Let us not forget that, in the eyes of his parents, he is perceived as a patient with a slight mental affliction. Moreover, to Superman, humanity appears excessively fragile. Consequently, whenever faced with adversity, his father would invariably choose to confront it alone, making every effort to shield his family from the myriad dangers associated with his existence. A revelation would not foster a collaborative father-son dynamic. Ian even harbored concerns that, given his father's cautious disposition, he might be sent to the home of some magical hero, resulting in an indefinite delay for exorcism and risk assessment procedures. With only 7 days at his disposal, Ian is not inclined to be conscripted for exorcism duties. He contemplated reaching out to the true embodiment of wisdom, the unacknowledged sovereign of Gotham City, for assistance. However, after considerable deliberation, Ian ultimately abandoned this notion. It was not out of fear of exposing himself as an extraordinary individual. After all, as long as he did not reveal his origins as a time traveler, this world is replete with extraordinary beings. The only consequence would be that Batman might take note of him and devise a series of contingency plans. Those endowed with abilities are, to some extent, afforded such treatment, rendering the distinction negligible. Ian's apprehension lies in Batman's disposition. He has yet to encounter this world's Batman and cannot fathom his stance regarding Superman. While Metropolis may be saved, the salvation of Superman hinges entirely on the latter's mood. It is crucial to remember that Superman has perished under Batman's machinations. Ian cannot afford to gamble on such matters. Unlike certain individuals who, upon traversing into this realm, consider themselves destined heroes, believing that everyone will immediately pledge their allegiance, Ian does not presume he can easily manipulate Batman. Before the formidable intellect of Batman, Ian harbors little confidence in his own remarkable wisdom. Perhaps only when faced with Batman's decaying gravestone from a century past would his intellect truly manifest. This reflects a profound self-awareness. It is a common sentiment that everyone possesses this self-awareness in the presence of Batman. He is not characterized as an unequivocally benevolent figure. The Batman seen through the screen is merely the beloved icon adored by all. Consequently, Ian has temporarily set aside the option of seeking Batman's assistance. With 7 days at his disposal, he still has 3 days to explore alternative choices. For instance, he could seek the aid of Wonder Woman, who undoubtedly possesses remarkable means of assistance and holds significant standing. Moreover, there are several other relatively amicable superheroes akin to her. Ian could even devise a plan involving the Grim Reaper. The notion that a soul cannot depart without the intervention of the Grim Reaper is undoubtedly fraught with loopholes. Meanwhile, Lucifer from the Light Realm finds himself in a quandary, troubled by his inability to secure the divine companionship that fate has ostensibly arranged for him. Yet, it is not as if there are no transactions to be made in this realm. Engaging with the Lord of Hell, however, necessitates a careful deliberation. As for the potential destruction of Metropolis, that is a matter for superheroes to ponder. I, however, remain indifferent. Ian's thoughts are rather straightforward. His primary concern lies with his family. After all, his entire household is comprised of familial heroes, a legacy that has been passed down to some extent. In comparison to his 2 brothers, who are destined to become champions, Ian perceives himself as significantly more selfish. There is nothing inherently wrong with this. Ian repeatedly reassures himself of this fact. Those who have excelled academically understand that multitasking is a fundamental skill. While contemplating, he simultaneously peruses the news online. In the vast data jungle, Ian searches for any potential clues that might suggest something amiss. Cherry blossoms in Central Park bloom early. Experts state that global warming is causing climate anomalies, urging Eastern powers to conserve carbon emissions for the benefit of the West. The subway line 3 has been abruptly closed. Suspected ancient biological remains discovered underground. LexCorp's new clean energy project receives government backing. One headline after another flashed before Ian's eyes as he swiftly scrolled through the news. Suddenly, a report from this morning caught his attention, stirring a sense of alertness and concern. Starlink Airlines Flight 143 crashes. Outrage. Superman's rescue efforts fell short. 12 lives lost. 36 injured. Only 114 individuals rescued unharmed. Such incidents compel us to question Superman's whereabouts. The headline, accompanied by a harrowing photograph capturing the moment of the aircraft's impact with the ground, featured a distant figure clad in red and blue, arriving belatedly. The clarity of the snapshot was striking, and the article exuded palpable malice. It was evident that this was a media outlet controlled by LexCorp, which did not surprise Ian in the least. It would indeed be shocking if Lex Luthor's company did not cast Superman in a negative light on such occasions. Nonetheless, this news could not be dismissed as mere fabrication. As Ian's gaze narrowed at the mention of the plane crash, he recalled the unsettling vibrations of the classroom windows and the distant sound of a muffled explosion during his morning class, which had prompted him to voice his grievances for quite some time. In retrospect, it was clear that something had gone awry. Logically, with Superman's increasing prowess, there was no conceivable reason for him to be unable to assist a distressed aircraft, unless some unforeseen circumstance had delayed him. Perhaps this avenue warranted further investigation. Ian continued his online search and stumbled upon a video shared by social media influencer on a platform whimsically named the Big Ball. Indeed, the cheerleader S-Ball was rather impressive. However, the focal point lies in the paid videos featuring real individuals engaging in self-portraits, with the backdrop being the very site of the plane crash. The welfare maiden is perched atop a skyscraper, and within the expansive frame of the video, one can distinctly observe the precariously hovering figure of an elderly father, which directly corroborates Ian's earlier conjectures. Indeed, something transpired just before the catastrophic explosion of the aircraft. Drawing upon the resolve of his lumberjack heritage, Ian compelled himself to concentrate on the pertinent details at hand. Under normal circumstances, a superhero would not be seen soaring unsteadily through the sky. Such an occurrence would suggest a malfunction in the superhero's state, perhaps indicating that he had recently extricated himself from a particularly formidable predicament. Furthermore, he was already injured. Whether the old man bore any wounds was something that perhaps some among the crowd could discern. Ian perused various news articles related to the aviation incident, focusing his attention on the hospital where the injured were uniformly housed, believing he might extract valuable leads from these victims. Thus, he resolved to act. The slightly antiquated spiritual cards flipped within Ian's grasp as he formulated a decision and a plan. Of course, he needed to endure the night before proceeding. Fortunately, he had utilized his brother's account to purchase the video. He hoped that their mother would not be overly harsh on his dear brother upon receiving the billing notification. Surely, Jordan must feel an intangible sense of accomplishment while enduring the blows. After all, he was suffering for the sake of rescuing their beloved father. Jordan was indeed the superhero of their family. Ian remained dual-focused, simultaneously searching for additional clues while opening a small window in the lower right corner of his computer to appreciate the paid video. There was no other choice. After all, Ian's spirit originated from a nation renowned for its frugality. The thought of squandering money was simply abhorrent to him, an utterly disgraceful act. Thus, multitasking was entirely within his realm of capability. Chapter 29. Enduring hardship. Ian will prevail. To be honest, Ian was not fond of grandiosity. Yet at times, his eyes had a mind of their own. While researching the data regarding the plane crash, Ian found himself repeatedly watching the Football Bay videos 4 or 5 times. His approach was meticulous, merely seeking to uncover any potentially overlooked details of the incident. It felt too contrived. The fusion of technology and harsh realities greatly hindered my ability to observe the various nuances of the father's trajectory. Ian's critique was emphatically resonant. He prudently deleted his browsing history and adeptly formatted his hard drive, subsequently filling it with genuine scientific knowledge materials before formatting it once more. The entire process flowed seamlessly, brimming with substance. It was undoubtedly a level of wisdom that even Jonathan and Jordan combined might struggle to comprehend. Sleep was an impossibility this night. An all-nighter was the only path forward. Ian dedicated the entire evening to exploring related topics on the online platform. He indeed discovered some valuable information across various forums and circles. The following day, Ian, unable to bear the dark circles under his eyes or the signs of fatigue, felt a tinge of disappointment as he accused his robust body of being too resilient while stepping out of his room. The morning light sliced through the blinds, casting golden stripes across the dining table. The air was infused with the enticing aromas of grilled meat and eggs. Ian prodded at the scrambled eggs on his plate with a fork while his gaze was fixated on Clark in the kitchen, who cheerfully hummed a tune as he stuffed bacon into a sandwich. "Would you like some blueberry jam?" Clark turned to Ian, who was watching him intently, his expression devoid of any signs of illness or discomfort. As he spoke, he placed a finished sandwich on Jordan's plate. "No, thank you." Ian shook the milk carton in his hand, the plastic emitting a hollow sound. "I'm full. I need to head to school. You all enjoy your delightful breakfast." With that, he stood and slung his backpack over his shoulder. "Wait, we should drive you to school," Jonathan said, mouth full of chicken breast. As a dedicated football player, he always had a nutritional plan. "Yes, what if you encounter yesterday's kidnapper again? That would be too dangerous." Jordan also attempted to detain Ian, but with his superior agility, Ian swiftly darted out the door. Clark did not intervene. In fact, he stopped Jordan from pursuing. "Your brother is quite clever. Trust that he will take care of himself." Clark understood that certain matters were best left unspoken, opting instead for a more tactful expression. "But he is still a child. How can he protect himself?" Jordan rolled his eyes, his perception of his father as an irresponsible man deepening further. In an American family, domestic conflicts often take center stage. Sighing, Clark observed Jordan rushing out and refrained from offering further explanations. At that moment, a weary Lois descended the stairs. "Kids, I apologize, I'm a bit sleep-deprived. How does your father's breakfast taste?" Once Lois, still bleary-eyed, spoke, she noticed that only Jonathan remained in the dining room. "Good morning, Mom." Jonathan greeted Lois with a smile and gave a thumbs up, expressing his approval of Clark's culinary skills, although he had only consumed a few of Clark's eggs. The rest of his meal, including chicken breast, creatine, protein powder, arginine, fish oil, curcumin, probiotics, and some mysterious concoctions, were all part of his own dietary regimen. "Where's Ian? And Jordan?" Lois inquired, accepting the coffee that Clark had handed her. Clark remained silent. After finishing their meal, they departed for school. Jonathan chose not to mention the unpleasantness that had occurred earlier, always the most mature brother in the family. "All right then." Lois harbored no doubts. As she nibbled on her sandwich, she made her way toward the cabinet in the living room. "Clark, regarding the matter we discussed yesterday, I believe it is essential to inform Ian, allowing him to come to terms with taking his medication. We must not allow him to feel deceived." Lois opened the drawer, searching for the prescribed medication. However, in the next moment, she froze. "Have you placed Ian's medication elsewhere?" Turning her gaze back, she found Clark still silent, his focus solely on devouring his bread. "Or have you already administered the medication to Ian, secretly mixing it into his breakfast?" Lois's brow furrowed, her tone laced with discontent. "Why didn't you consult me first?" It was evident that Lois was deeply dissatisfied. Observing the tension, Jonathan quietly exited the dining room. As for Clark, he gritted his teeth yet remained mute, enduring the pressure and scrutiny from the most formidable presence in the household, shoving bread into his mouth to silence himself. Outside the home, Ian had managed to evade Jordan, sprinting with remarkable speed, taking shortcuts that far surpassed the pace of the bus. The reason for his swift escape was undoubtedly unique. "Ha ha! I am the medication maestro," Ian exclaimed while running, raising the bottle of pills in his hand, the liquid mingling with a handful of colorful tablets as he poured it into his mouth. The taste was bitter, yet did not deter him from voraciously chewing and swallowing. Bottle after bottle, he quickly consumed all the medication, feeling the effects take hold as he noticed several changes in his perception. Abnormal heart rate, nerve paralysis, sensory overload, metabolic dysfunction, liver and kidney failure, goodness. A total of 5 negative states. Body decay, experience 2. It must be said, the medication prescribed by the doctor appeared to be remarkably effective in Ian's eyes. Dr. Hannibal was indeed a miracle worker. Ian sincerely admired the psychologist he had previously viewed with suspicion, feeling as if he were on the brink of death itself. Yet, though he felt close to death, he was not truly dead. Rather, he felt as if he were. Yes, this was the ideal method of leveling up in his mind. Ian ran swiftly, and upon reaching school, he saved a bit on bus fare. The morning classes were exceedingly simple. However, Ian rested his head on the desk, unable to absorb any information. Body decay continues. Experience 3. The young man pondered, contemplating whether his mental illness had worsened. After much reflection, he concluded that he was likely on the mend. The teacher, oblivious to the distracted behavior of the best student in the grade, paid him no mind. However, his desk mate, Madison, was somewhat concerned, not out of admiration, but rather curiosity. She occasionally turned to glance at Ian, and after class, she could no longer contain her bewilderment. Ian, why do your eyes keep rolling around? Goodness, they've turned into little stars. Are you transforming into a zombie? Madison was truly taken aback by Ian's condition. If you turn into a zombie, don't bite me first. Why not go for our principal instead? Her hand shot out towards Ian's approaching head, visibly terrified. At that moment, Ian exclaimed, "What on earth, Madison? What have you done to me?" Immersed in the experience of leveling up, Ian suddenly regained clarity, momentarily stunned before becoming somewhat exasperated. He had accumulated 7 abnormal statuses, and now they were all gone. He felt remarkably invigorated, as if he had just activated the self-healing frenzy ability. Chapter 30. Ian and his backup plan. Ian's exasperation was loud, drawing the attention of his classmates. The hushed whispers of the entire class abruptly ceased, over 30 pairs of astonished eyes turning in unison towards Ian. Huh? Madison's hand lingered in the air, maintaining the pose from her earlier push at Ian. Slowly retracting her hand, her expression conveyed confusion, as she clearly failed to comprehend why Ian was reacting so intensely. From the back of the classroom came a whistle, emitted by the class's most mischievous student, followed by a few classmates who began to jeer. Sensing a potential love-hate story between Ian and Madison, everyone leaned in, eager to witness the unfolding drama. No. There is nothing amusing between me and this guy. He has simply lost his mind. I don't even understand why he is reacting this way. Madison rolled her eyes at the crowd, a true expert in the art of exasperation. The youthful blush on Ian's face overshadowed any argument that could be made. A voice piped up from the crowd, belonging to a classmate known for their playful antics, and the onlookers' expressions took on a more suggestive tone. "Eddie, what nonsense are you spouting?" Madison scoffed, confusion etched on her face. She turned to Ian, who was shaking an empty potion bottle, and gasped, "Damn it, why are you blushing at a time like this?" The blonde girl was equally flustered. "I am furious. Do you have any idea how much I've lost because of you?" Ian retorted sharply, his voice tinged with indignation. He was calculating his losses, and the more he did, the more it felt like a wound in his heart. Ian believed that if he ever encountered a formidable opponent in the future, missing out on just a few experience points could lead to regret, and he would not spare his deskmate, even in death. Madison was utterly bewildered by Ian's expressions. At that moment, a girl with wavy brown hair, Emily, walked into the classroom, seeking information from her classmates before storming angrily towards Madison. "Ian doesn't like me, and you scheming harlot, are clearly targeting me. There is definitely a reason for this," she declared, casting a furtive glance at Ian, who, however, didn't even spare her glance. There was no way out. Who could fathom the boy whose heart bleeds, yet his mind remains preoccupied with the lost upgrade buff? This scene, however, was perceived by Emily as Madison's emotional manipulation towards Ian. She seethed with resentment towards Madison. Madison, with an air of disdain, rolled her eyes dramatically, maintaining her composure. "Come on, Emily, my targeting of you stems from your utter lack of talent, even in being a seductress." She exaggeratedly gestured a considerable distance with her fingers, the kind that would delight any Korean viewer, suggesting perhaps she should practice with a few more men. Oh, but Madison's acting was admittedly a tad ostentatious, though intentionally so. Suddenly, she feigned an epiphany, covering her mouth, and unleashed a merciless mockery directed at Emily. "Haven't you been doing just that all along? Yet, where's your progress? Have you only mastered the art of seduction?" Madison led the laughter that ensued. Fight! The classmates, relishing the chaos, began to cheer. Emily trembled with rage, ready to roll up her sleeves for a hair-pulling contest when a classroom door was flung open with force. A bespectacled man, exuding an aura of authority without anger, strode in. Silence. Walter White, the chemistry teacher, though a newcomer to Metropolitan Public High School this year, commanded respect befitting a seasoned educator. Perhaps this was due to his connections with various gang members outside of school. Rumors circulated that he was a leader of a certain gang, and his role as a teacher merely served as a facade to conceal his true identity. Surprisingly, many students chose to believe in this rather fantastical narrative. Consequently, the raucous crowd that had previously egged on the drama dispersed in an instant. Emily, too, retreated her seat, crestfallen. Class is now in session. Walter White commenced the monotonous chemistry lesson. Lunchtime arrived, and the cafeteria buzzed with liveliness. Where was that formidable figure? Ian, with a laden tray, scanned the surroundings until he spotted his target and approached with determination, sitting opposite a lanky boy from another class. Amidst the clamor, a figure settled across from him. Sam Winchester looked up to see Ian. Instinctively wishing to escape Ian's pretentiousness, he began to rise with his tray to find another place to eat. "Sam," Ian called out, halting him. "You're Sam Winchester, aren't you?" He initiated an inquiry into Sam's identity. "If my investigation serves me correctly, you have a brother named Dean Winchester, correct? May I have a word with you?" Ian maintained a polite demeanor. Initially, Sam Winchester had no desire to engage with Ian, but upon hearing mention of his brother, he turned back. He placed his tray back on the table, and the two family heroes sat facing each other, though the atmosphere remained decidedly tense. "What are you trying to convey?" Sam Winchester fixed his gaze intently on the classmate from the adjacent classroom. A sense of worry crept in, but the absence of any females in his family eased his tension somewhat. "Why are you investigating me?" Sam's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Ian refrained from providing a direct answer. "Some people at school find you reclusive and often seek to trouble you. I have intervened on your behalf." Sensing Sam's resistance, he began to extend a gesture of goodwill. "Oh," Sam furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "You mean you've dealt with those bothersome individuals? Are you suggesting that you have dismembered them into 5 pieces, scattered them across different locations, and then incinerated them with salt and kerosene?" He added with a sardonic flair. "I do hope you remember to use a demon-killing knife soaked in holy water to pierce their hearts. That would surely rend their souls asunder." The seemingly innocent boy spoke with startling audacity, articulating such gruesome methods in the calmest of tones. Even Ian, known for his demeanor, nearly lost his composure. Observing Ian's astonishment, Sam allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, his eyes reflecting a knowing expression. "It appears your reason for seeking me is somewhat related to my family's profession." Sam lowered his gaze and took a bite of his meal, his earlier shocking remarks clearly attest. "Clever," Ian remarked with a hint of admiration. "My academic performance is not significantly inferior to yours, thank you." As Sam responded, he produced a notebook. "You may share with me the circumstances you have encountered. Is it that supernatural occurrences are incessantly unfolding around you, or do you find yourself waking from nightmares each night?" He aimed to document and preliminarily analyze Ian's situation, a process he had navigated numerous times throughout his life. However, Ian cut to the chase. He refrained from mentioning his obsession with grades, a testament to his high emotional intelligence. "I actually do not require your family's ghost hunting services. I merely hope to enlist your help in inquiring about something." After surveying the surroundings, Ian leaned forward slightly. "How can I eliminate the Grim Reaper?" Although Ian did not perceive the presence of the Grim Reaper nearby, he still lowered his voice, perhaps embodying the true essence of shocking revelations. Sam inhaled sharply. "Are you out of your mind? You wish to eliminate a Grim Reaper?" His extensive knowledge was evident as he grasped the gravity of Ian's words, surprising Ian in the process. "Well, not exactly," Ian mused thoughtfully. Sam exhaled, momentarily relieved. "What I intend to eliminate is a horde of Grim Reapers." Ian corrected his terminology once more. Sam's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of horror and shock as he regarded Ian, realizing he did not appear to be jesting. Internally, he pondered if he had indeed encountered a genuine lunatic. To kill a Grim Reaper, or rather, a multitude of Grim Reapers. What state of mind could provoke such audacity? Chapter 31. An urgent matter. I shall not reveal who I am. Today, Ian will attend class. The primary reason for his presence is to seek an alternative solution. Yes, the young man he encountered by chance in the cafeteria, Ian has recalled his identity from last night. Sam Winchester, a character reminiscent of iconic figures like Hannibal, intrudes upon the narrative. This character hails from an old American television series titled Supernatural, whose lengthy storyline spans over a dozen seasons. Easily summarized, Sam and his elder brother Dean begin by hunting ghosts, then confront demons, subsequently slaying angels, and ultimately, they feel compelled to challenge God himself. Perhaps in this world, these two brothers are not quite so ferocious. Yet Ian believes that Sam's family possesses the knowledge he desperately seeks regarding the ultimate solution to prevent his father's demise. I suggest that if you're feeling feverish, you should consider taking some cold medicine. Sam, jolted from his astonishment, regarded Ian with a gaze that conveyed a peculiar blend of bewilderment and disbelief. The overly youthful Winchester clearly lacked the fortitude to grasp the gravity of the situation. I am genuinely seeking assistance. Ian's attention shifted to a girl nearby, who was engaged in laughter with her friends. If you can help me uncover the information I desire, I shall reveal how you can achieve what you wish. Ian had come prepared. True scholars never approach examinations unarmed. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sam's eyes suddenly darted away, his face flushed with a hue that rivaled the embarrassment of youthful confessions. You are so intelligent. You must understand what I am implying. And you should also be aware of my capabilities. Ian endeavored to employ negotiation tactics reminiscent of the formidable characters from television dramas. However, as he lifted the cup containing Coca-Cola, a smile still tinged with traces of sweet tomato juice, he lacked the commanding presence typically associated with such figures. Nonetheless, Sam, not much older, appeared genuinely taken aback. You cannot do that. He slammed the table in distress, his eyes ablaze, fingers whitening as they clenched. Yet he exuded an air of disarray. Why can't I? This is the land of the free. Ian raised his head, intending to convey that he too had the right to pursue the girl Sam favored. But my father is a man. You cannot accuse him of misconduct. The police would never believe your claims. Sam's reasoning revealed a mind that was evidently more erratic than Ian's. Ian found himself momentarily bewildered by Sam's convoluted logic. After a long pause, he conceded, well, it is not entirely out of the question. We could give it a try. Ian acknowledged the suggestion, realizing that perhaps he was not suited to the role of a menacing antagonist. How despicable of you. Sam, upon hearing this, appeared even more flustered, defeated by his own proposition. I will go back and help you investigate. Do not implicate my family in this matter. They are innocent. I cannot fathom why Sam reacted so vehemently. He stormed off in a fit of rage, leaving Ian, who felt utterly unprepared for the turn of events, sitting there alone. Ian sipped his cola, beginning to comprehend why Sam struggled to win over the girl he fancied. Family ties can be burdensome, and the intensity of his reaction was bewildering. After all, he too was a fellow patient. Shaking his cup of cola, Ian glanced down and took a bite of his tomato pork. With a heartfelt sigh, he transferred an untouched chicken leg from Sam's abandoned plate to his own. Food is innocent. The afternoon class proceeded with its usual monotony, the teacher droning on while Ian rested his head on the desk, idly toying with the pendant Madison had given him, all the while watching her intently. What are you doing? Madison, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, raised her textbook to shield her eyes from him. You can't possibly want to date me, can you? Madison questioned, her tone laced with skepticism, sensing that Ian was acting peculiar today, more so than on any previous occasion. You earn millions annually, possess a 36D figure, and yet, despite your sincere intentions and relentless pursuit, you cannot even buy me a Lamborghini. Why would you think I want to date you? Ian replied, his tone filled with confusion. Although he had been quite agitated after his training had been abruptly halted, he now felt sufficiently composed after having eaten and drunk his fill. However, Madison was still taken aback. Realizing Ian was not jesting, she fell silent for a moment, her expression oddly mixed, and she genuinely gave him a thumbs up in admiration. It turns out that when a man casts aside his shame, there is little room left for women in the equation. Can we not be normal for once? What on earth are you staring at? Madison sighed in exasperation, feeling like a novice in Ian's presence. I was merely contemplating whether you might be an awakening superhero, while I am just an ordinary NPC suffering immense losses in your origin story. Ian mused, gazing at his personal panel with a sense of wonder. Indeed, encountering a libertine Lucifer upon stepping out and discovering a mysterious pendant at a street stall on the way back are events that seem far from ordinary. Damn it, I clearly possess a gift for writing. Ian thought about bestowing a title upon Madison, but found himself at a loss for a fitting name. Touching others seems to cure all ailments. Should I call her the touching lady? The self-touching woman? For nearly the entire class, Ian felt weary over his unexpressed talents. Throughout the morning, Madison remained silent in the face of Ian's teasing, while he pondered her situation just as intently. First of all, I do not possess superpowers. Secondly, my aspiration is to become a Hollywood star, not to don a tight suit and soar through the sky in your fanciful narrative. I am akin to Superman, capable of flight, right? Madison, while refuting Ian's conjecture, exhibited a curious competitive spirit. The aspiration to be both a star and a superhero is not mutually exclusive, amusingly. My ambition is to become a magnate, establishing a company that employs superheroes to gallivant on my behalf and generate profit. Come work for my company. You could simultaneously be a star and a hero, leading to a triumphant synergy for both of us. Ian was merely engaging in playful banter, contemplating whether to create a comic titled The Boys. Since returning from that nightmarish realm, he had been pondering how to awaken the dormant potential of his homeland. The notion of running a company that commands superheroes was quite an unconventional dream for Madison, yet she couldn't help but acknowledge its capitalist flair. Moreover, why was it deemed a three-way victory? Madison's curiosity was piqued. It's simple. You win once, I win twice, and together, that totals 3 wins. Ian's response was impeccable, his confidence rendering Madison momentarily speechless. Oh, by the way, what do you think about the title Wonder Girl for you? Ian began to assertively suggest a name for Madison, only to receive her languid retort. You're so blatantly plagiarizing. Have you consulted Wonder Woman for her consent? It seemed Madison had unwittingly become entangled in the discussion, even contemplating the issue of copyright infringement. Is it not possible to ask her, if you knew Wonder Woman, then I must be best friends with Superman? Well, that is a definite no. The two engaged in hushed whispers and fervent debate. Their subdued voices did not disturb their classmates, so the teacher continued to feign ignorance. Just as the school bell was about to ring, a sudden chime echoed. The sound abruptly ceased. Ian noticed everything around him seemed to freeze once more, reminiscent of the previous night, including their fellow students. The world before him began to fade dramatically, as if doused in makeup remover. Ian was not surprised by this phenomenon. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. The god of gambling had once again asserted his influence, confirming a peculiar truth about the events of the previous night. If he remained patient, others would invariably become anxious. Chapter 32. Hooray! Cursed again. The chalk dust in the classroom lingered in the air. Outside, the shadow of a bird was pinned against the curtain, as even sunlight ceased its flow. This was a manifestation of the abilities of the Grim Reaper, Tessa. However, Ian could only detect a delightful fragrance, without perceiving any figure. Playing hide and seek. Not my preference. As Ian glanced around, Tessa frowned and emerged from behind the teacher, who was frozen at the podium. Today, she seemed to have donned a new outfit, still clad in black, but transformed into a shimmering leather ensemble. Ian was genuinely curious about whether beings of death ever engaged in such mundane acts as flatulence. Tessa felt Ian's peculiar gaze upon her. Who claims I have done nothing? I have devised an exquisite plan. Do you wish to know what it entails? Ian cautiously probed the female reaper. Tessa furrowed her brow. Do you believe I am perpetually monitoring your every move? Do not be so self-absorbed, little one. Her tone was rather unkind. Yet Ian's smile blossomed radiantly. You are indeed correct. I share the same sentiment. Ian's grin was one of pure sunshine, embodying the essence of a cheerful young man. Yet Tessa's frown deepened at the sight. I genuinely did not anticipate that attending class would be more critical than your father's life. How should I put it? As a student, you are exceedingly competent? The Reaper Tessa's tone clearly bore traces of exasperation. She glanced around the room. The physics teacher's mouth remained in a silent FL shape, blissfully unaware of the laws of physics being violated at that very moment. This is part of the plan. Ian winked. What plan? The Reaper narrowed her eyes. It was as if she had learned the art of teleportation from the malevolent spirits, suddenly appearing before Ian without a whisper of wind. I cannot divulge that information. It is also part of the plan. Trust me, I truly have a strategy. In revealing it could jeopardize its effectiveness. Ian made a reference to a popular science fiction concept, but regrettably, none present could grasp his humor or his poor joke. If you wish to save your father, you would do well to act swiftly. The Reaper Tessa refrained from further questioning and instead demonstrated what a competent threat looked like. However, perhaps you could offer me some assistance? You are aware that I am merely an ordinary individual. Ian was not lamenting. He was quite self-aware regarding his own capabilities. Upon hearing this, the Reaper Tessa frowned once more. What does that have to do with me? Do you think I care? She wore a somewhat displeased expression, arms crossed defiantly, resembling a rebellious girl warding off intruders. If it truly were of no consequence, Ian's fingertips tapped lightly on the desk. His tone resolute as he articulated a deduced truth. You would not be here. Discovering such secrets does not necessitate profound insight. The Reaper Tessa fell silent, the temperature in the classroom plummeting, perhaps influenced by her mood. At the peak of the tense atmosphere, She finally conceded. "You are quite the cunning little rascal. You have won." Tessa shook her head slightly, an indication of her headache, her concession making Ian feel increasingly like a true urban legend. The boy secretly praised himself. Why not begin by investigating yesterday's plane crash? Your father has not faltered in quite some time, has he? The Reaper Tessa offered her hint. We should head to the Metropolitan General Hospital, correct? Ian quickly interjected, aligning with his previous thoughts. Perhaps he indeed possessed the potential to become a celebrated detective. Indeed, Tessa's eyebrows lifted ever so slightly, indicating that she had indeed conducted some investigation and research. Her tone softened considerably, further affirming that she was not perpetually preoccupied with Ian's progress. After all, the Grim Reaper must have myriad business-related matters to attend to. I have a plan, Ian reiterated, and just as he intended to inquire further about some clues, he suddenly noticed Death raise her slender finger. Allow me to save you some time in executing your plans. With that, the strikingly pale-skinned woman snapped her fingers, and the black and white world around them unraveled like a torn canvas. Ian felt a dizzying whirl, and when his vision cleared, the scent of antiseptic flooded his nostrils. Under the stark, pallid light, the sign for Metropolis General Hospital loomed before him. While the rainwater pooled at their feet reflected their figures, the world having regained its colors unbeknownst to him. Yet time seemed to stand still. Ian glanced in astonishment at Tessa's hand, devoid of jewels or the infinity gauntlet. Nevertheless, a mere snap had wrought a monumental change. Was this the power of the Grim Reaper? Ian knew little about such a unique entity. All he was aware of was that the American television series Supernatural featured a Grim Reaper, which led him to ponder what his own Death Knight designation truly meant. If you wish to become a Grim Reaper, I can submit an application for you. An early employment kind, Tessa said, her tone laced with exasperation at the boy's insatiable curiosity. Her voice bore hints of subtle annoyance. Stay calm. Do not panic. Ian directed his gaze towards the hospital's name, lost in thought, which prompted another inquiry from Tessa. Were you contemplating while staring at that? She tilted her head, perplexed. I find the name of this hospital rather unappealing, Ian replied. Tessa inhaled deeply. If one day I were to take an interest in becoming the mayor, I would certainly rename this place to Metropolis First People's Hospital. Ian continued to ramble. Stop. Tessa could no longer restrain herself. Has anyone ever mentioned that you might have a few issues upstairs? The normally composed and refined woman was struggling to contain her frustration, regretting her choice of engagement. Indeed, I have a doctor's note to prove it. Ian rummaged through his school uniform and produced a somewhat crumpled medical certificate, which had originally been stored in the living room drawer alongside his prescribed medication. The medicine was now consumed, but the certificate remained. Tessa began to reconsider her decision. Time is of the essence. She took several deep breaths. This is the only assistance I can offer you moving forward. With that, as if rushing to clock out, she abruptly poked Ian's forehead. Before he could fully comprehend what had transpired, the female Grim Reaper had vanished from sight. In the next moment, the world resumed its operations with a thunderous roar. The wail of ambulances, the sound of rolling gurneys, and the shouts of medical personnel converged in a cacophony that assaulted Ian's eardrums. He observed that, despite the bustling crowd around him, no one seemed to notice the boy who had seemingly materialized out of thin air. Temporary curse. Within 24 hours, you shall be immune to death. The status bar displayed a clearly flickering icon, a seemingly negative state that was, in fact, decidedly positive. The extraordinary effect nearly compelled Ian to inflict harm upon himself on the spot. Chapter 33. The Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper? It was not merely a matter of self-inflicted wounds. Even stabbing 2 blades into his heart would surely pose no challenge. What was this? A plethora of experience points from the Berserker class. Ian felt the pang of regret for not having cultivated a better relationship with the Reaper, Tessa. Otherwise, he would have shamelessly sought a long-term curse from her. Though their relationship was not particularly close, he mused, perhaps he could still be audacious. The glass automatic doors of Metropolis General Hospital reflected Ian's steadfast visage. He gazed at his blurred reflection, his fingers unconsciously caressing the pendant hanging on his chest. Yes, he still had the attention of the Reaper Superior. There were opportunities, indeed. The DC Universe needed its own Deadpool, whatever the Marvel Universe possessed. The DC Universe should have as well. Ian found himself on a moral high ground, marveling at the authority of the Reaper. It seemed that, Akin to the narrative in Evil Forces, the Reaper could even resurrect others? To be frank, this American drama was rather dated, and despite his remarkable memory, he struggled to recall all the intricate details. Just as Ian contemplated establishing a sanctuary of thought for himself, a sharp voice pierced through the air. "Make way." He sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a gurney that brushed against his shoulder, its wheels screeching against the tiles. The man on the gurney appeared pallid, a shard of rebar protruding from his chest, blood trailing in a sporadic crimson line along his path. In every world, there existed a hard-working and perilous working class. The capitalists ought to be hanged from street lamps. Except for him, he would surely be a conscientious capitalist in the future. Ian understood that even a few crocodile tears would be of no help to the dying man. All he could do was avoid being a burden to the medical staff. Following the directional signs, Ian found the inpatient building. He first made a detour to the restroom and, after a little over 10 minutes, emerged with renewed vigor and a cheerful demeanor, having cleaned the crimson blades. Fortunately, no one witnessed his actions. Upon entering the inpatient building, he encountered a young nurse at the station, meticulously organizing patient records, her chestnut ponytail swaying gently with her movements. Ian steadied his breath and donned an appropriately charming smile. "Hello, I'm a student from Brewster Public High School, writing a report on the tragic incident involving Flight 143 of Starlene Airlines. Not only is society concerned about this matter, but we as students are also deeply empathetic towards the victims. May I inquire about the ward in which the survivors have been placed?" Ian maintained his politeness while subtly altering his voice, fabricating a small fib. He was certainly not a high school student, yet this did not deter him from assuming that identity. "To interview the patients?" Nurse Kate initially furrowed her brow, but upon noticing the striking young boy before her, her previously composed demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. "Are they part of the group from Starry Airlines?" Today's students truly possess an abundance of compassion. Perhaps the nurse initially intended to decline, but her attitude had now become exceedingly cordial. The value of reason was indeed rising. "Yes, I am a campus journalist," Ian affirmed, extracting his press card from his wallet and presenting it before the nurse, yet she remained focused solely on his handsome visage. Her ears slightly flushed. Ian, feeling somewhat discontented, was determined to employ his extraordinary tool. Thus he extended the card toward the nurse, who finally succumbed to its influence. In truth, even without the card's power, Ian likely would have encountered no obstacles. "Wow, you're the chief campus reporter. How impressive." It is evident that women understand how to provide emotional value, as she even kindly stood up from the nurse's station to direct Ian. "The patients from that group are located in Block B, from room 32 to room 40. Nurse Kate leaned in closely, and Ian sensed her inhaling the scent of his body wash. "I can guide you there." The nurse continued her enthusiastic assistance. Ian promptly declined politely, realizing he had stumbled upon a rather bold nurse. Indeed, it appears that nurses belong to the most audacious group of women, regardless of the country. "Thank you so much. You are truly a kind-hearted angel." Ian maintained his courtesy as he made his escape, perhaps brightening the nurse's day. The scent of disinfectant in Block B was more pronounced, mingling with the aroma of various medications. After a brief search, Ian entered one of the rooms housing survivors of the tragic incident. "Hello, I am," Ian began, again producing his press card. However, the man closest to the door, with one leg suspended in a cast, scrutinized Ian and rasped, "Are you a relative of one of the patients?" It was clear he had misunderstood. No, I am a campus journalist. The teachers and students at my school are quite concerned about this aviation disaster, and I am here to gather information on everyone's situation." Ian commenced his role-playing. Being the child of two journalists provided him with a distinct advantage in embodying a reporter, and he indeed exuded the essence of a campus journalist. No one doubted him. However, much like some individuals take pride in flaunting their iPhones, while others boast of luxury cars and exquisite watches, Ian displayed the extraordinary cards he had discovered to every survivor who inquired of him. He certainly amassed a considerable amount of information, though much of it proved to be of little significance. For instance, the flight attendant from Bed 20 asserted that Superman's embrace felt as steadfast as steel when he caught her, a sentiment with which Ian wholeheartedly concurred, having experienced the formidable strength of Superman's arms since childhood. Meanwhile, the businessman in Bed 19 insisted that he had witnessed the aircraft being struck down by a green laser. lamenting that the official investigators dismissed his account. Nevertheless, his words provided Ian with some useful insights. Conversely, the elderly woman in bed 17 cryptically remarked that Superman emitted an odor reminiscent of decay, and given her Romani heritage, Ian found himself compelled to linger a few extra minutes in conversation with her. Yet, apart from receiving a rather ominous response about an impending transformation involving red hair, Ian, fearing the next moment would see him cursed, hastily opted to conclude the dialogue, ultimately gleaning no additional valuable information from the Romani woman. It was only after the initial leg-suspended man observed Ian quizzing numerous individuals and taking notes that he spoke up in a gravelly voice, stating that Superman bore the scent of chemical waste from a sewage treatment plant. Having worked for 2 decades in such a facility, he was certain he would not misidentify that foul odor. This revelation proved to be the most pertinent piece of information Ian had acquired throughout his inquiries. The vending machine around the corridor buzzed as Ian purchased a city map to ascertain the locations of several sewage treatment plants in the vicinity of the metropolis. At that moment, a patient from bed 43 was nearing death. Medical personnel rushed by with a defibrillator. Ian looked up to see doctors attempting to resuscitate the patient, and beside the bed where the patient lay, a woman, seemingly invisible to everyone else, stood there, tenderly watching over him. Tessa. Although the woman had changed her appearance, Ian's keen eye recognized her instantly, even from a distance. She was indeed the Grim Reaper, Tessa, who had brought him to this place. He waved at her, hoping to mend the rift between them. However, she appeared perplexed, her expression a mix of astonishment and confusion as she gazed at Ian, as if she did not recognize him at all. Chapter 34. Father Figure. I yearned to improve. The scent of disinfectant suddenly became overwhelming. Ian was taken aback by Tessa's reaction, having become familiar with her over the past 2 days. Doubt crept in, leading him to question whether he had mistaken her for someone else, perhaps a twin sister of the Grim Reaper Tessa. The number of Reapers is not insignificant. They exist in abundance across the globe, present in every corner of the world where life endures. They're a form of exalted beings that roam the earthly realm, tasked with guiding those who have departed to their rightful resting places. Places such as hospitals are undoubtedly frequented by the Grim Reaper. Every soul on the brink of death encounters this specter. There are also theories and evidence suggesting that the Grim Reaper may be a unique kind of angel, differing in duty from those celestial beings in heaven. The essence of life can be perceived as a distinct manifestation of an angelic form. Regardless of the interpretation, an undeniable truth remains. The authority of all Grim Reapers derives from the Death Knight among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. He is the most singular of the horsemen, second only to God, one of the oldest forms of life in the universe, embodying the concept of death alongside misdeath. Consequently, the identity of Death's Chosen could indeed bestow significant advantages upon Ian, though it may also come at a tremendous cost, an eventuality that Ian finds himself unable to refuse. What the powerful figure intends is beyond Ian's comprehension. He knows only that should there be benefits, he will acquiesce, and if there are drawbacks, he will surely resist. From his current perspective, being able to perceive the presence of the Grim Reaper is still a rather fortunate benefit. Tessa? Ian observed the female Grim Reaper approaching him. Oh! The expression on her face was one of greater surprise, clearly indicating that Ian had not mistaken her identity. She was indeed Tessa, the female Grim Reaper. Yet, she regarded Ian with an unfamiliarity akin to that of a first encounter. To be honest, one cannot grow irate and feign ignorance simply because I have utilized your blessing, nay, your curse, while idling in the restroom. Ian's first instinct was to think of her as a capricious old woman with a narrow mind. However, I do not comprehend your words. Child, you should not be able to see me. This contravenes the rules. The female Grim Reaper's gaze was filled with suspicion, her expression perplexed in a manner that suggested she was not merely acting. Are you certain we have not met before? Ian's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. It was not merely the approaching Grim Reaper that caused his anxiety, nor solely her unfamiliar demeanor, but rather the unsettling realization that he could not detect that familiar, pleasant scent as she drew near. This thought sent a chill down Ian's spine. If the Tessa before him was not the same as the one he had previously encountered, then who was that false Tessa? Temporary curse. For the next 24 hours, you shall be immune to death. Besides the Grim Reaper, who possesses the authority to impose such a curse? Cold sweat began to bead on Ian's forehead. Perhaps his subconscious had already formed some suspicions. Yet Ian's will and spirit evidently harbored their own thoughts, leading him to resist contemplating the reasons behind his perspiration. He chose not to think. With a bit of self-deception, he managed to convince himself that the world remained tranquil, and through his flawless logical loop, he gradually regained his composure. Have we met before? The female Grim Reaper halted before Ian, the two standing mere inches apart, one tall and the other short. With a serious expression, she scrutinized Ian before shaking her head. I find you unfamiliar. I believe this is our first encounter. In the depths of her long memory, Tessa, the female Grim Reaper, could not unearth a single recollection associated with Ian. The sound of the boy swallowing grew clearer. The corridor lights flickered suddenly. The Grim Reaper's gaze shifted abruptly towards the resuscitation room, where the machinery connected to the patient's chest displayed a nearly flat line on the electrocardiogram, indicating a waning life force. I apologize, my time is limited. Although I am uncertain why you can perceive me, this is not how it should be. Raising her slightly pale right hand, she continued, Relax, there will be no pain. You must forget our meeting. I believe that such a unique bond will guide our reunion when you depart this world in the future. Her voice was gentle, even imbued with a certain warmth. Just as her hand was about to touch Ian's forehead, he unexpectedly leaned forward. However, instead of feeling the boy's forehead, the Grim Reaper found her wrist caught between the boy's open jaws, leaving her momentarily frozen in surprise. What are you doing? Tessa, the Grim Reaper, was utterly bewildered, sensing Ian's teeth pressing firmly against her skin. After a brief moment, Ian awkwardly released her wrist, apologizing. I'm sorry for this unorthodox approach. I merely want to test. He politely produced a tissue to wipe away the saliva from her hand. It seems Einstein's theories indeed have their limitations. Ian mused, his expression tinged with melancholy. He preferred to believe that science had no boundaries, attributing the incident instead to his own insufficient dental fortitude. Tessa remained perplexed. She understood every word Ian uttered, yet the essence of his speech eluded her comprehension. Nevertheless, she discovered something astonishing. The marks of teeth. Raising her now clean hand, she beheld the clear impressions left on her wrist, signaling a sensation she had never experienced before. Pain. This was absolutely inconceivable. A Grim Reaper ought to be impervious to all physical harm of the mortal realm. Ian, aware of the Grim Reaper's nature, could grasp her confusion. Is it not apparent to you why this is happening? Ian lifted the back of his hand, revealing the glowing brand of the Death Knight upon it. Is there some magical force at play? The Grim Reaper could neither see nor feel it. She merely furrowed her brow and suddenly spoke to the air. Andrew, I require assistance here. As her words lingered, a man clad in a black uniform with slicked back hair materialized silently behind Ian. It was evident that he too was a Grim Reaper, his bony fingers pressing directly onto Ian's crown. Tessa, are you truly incapable of handling a boy with spiritual sight? A languid male voice resonated from behind as he playfully squeezed Ian's head. Brother, you've messed up my hairstyle. Ian was initially taken aback, but without hesitation, he spun around and delivered a swift counterattack to the Grim Reaper lurking behind him. The strike landed with precision. The handsome Reaper, named Andrew, immediately stiffened and collapsed to the ground, incredulously clutching his groin while emitting a heart-wrenching scream. It shattered. It shouldn't have shattered. The pain intensified, causing the male Reaper to writhe on the ground in agony. Surrounding them were numerous passers-by. Yet they could not see the Reaper and merely regarded the oddly behaving boy with perplexed expressions. This is impossible. You can genuinely harm a Reaper. Tessa, the female Reaper, witnessed her companion's plight and felt her legs tighten, hastily retreating a few steps to distance herself from Ian. Ian offered no response to her inquiry. Upon realizing he could indeed inflict harm on such beings, he simply raised his fist, marked with a flickering imprint, deep in thought. This must be the jujube you provided. My esteemed one. Ian retrieved the mysterious pendant from his attire, pressing it to his lips as if making a call. If it truly belongs to you, I kindly ask for a sign. Otherwise, I might just start calling you my adoptive father. Ian's tone was not obsequious. It bore an earnest desire for advancement, a yearning to level up daily by exploiting bugs. Perhaps the call went unanswered, as he heard no whispers from the ancient entity. However, in the status bar, the icon of Death Knight's kin began to distort and transform. Death Knight's chosen. It had morphed into a different form and name. Chapter 35. The confidence bestowed by the curse. External aid? The pendant truly brought forth a response. The icon on the status bar changed, along with its designation. This could only be a reaction from that esteemed one, as the Death Knight had evidently intervened, altering Ian's identity from Death Knight's kin to Death Knight's chosen. Although the difference seemed slight, it appeared to hold little significance. With eager anticipation, Ian gazed at the icon, his expression freezing. The identity icon of Death Knight's chosen still failed to display any status enhancements. It merely appeared in Ian's status bar like a mere specter, just as the previous Death Knight's kin had. Where's my immortality? Ian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and once again grasped the pendant. Esteemed father, if all else fails, a monthly subscription to an immortality package would suffice. He had already made his request with sufficient fervor. Yet, the pendant remained utterly unresponsive, and Ian's attempts at negotiation yielded no reply. At the very least, provide some evidence of negative effects to prove your presence, old man. He once again lowered his standards. Yet the pendant remained unresponsive. The Death Knight exuded an air of aloofness. Indeed, Ian was uncertain whether this formidable figure was unwilling or incapable of responding. If his memory served him correctly, the Death Knight was supposed to be in a state of divine imprisonment. The chaos of the world left Ian unclear about the relevance of this background. As Ian sighed in frustration, lamenting that his emotions felt like a tumultuous roller coaster, he was suddenly struck by a sense of dread in the voice of the female Reaper Tessa. It was not merely because Ian had the potential to harm them, but rather, she felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure emanating from him. Perhaps Ian's status bar had merely altered the name of an icon. However, for Tessa, it was clear that Ian had begun to evoke a sense of terror within her. This sensation had not existed before. Now, the female Reaper Tessa realized she could not even bear to meet Ian's gaze. Such a terrifying circumstance led her to believe she might be facing some great horror. Everything prior had merely been a game played by the other party. This also explained why the boy who embodied death could see through her. He was likely not human at all. With this thought, Tessa's expression grew increasingly perplexed. This, can you not recognize it? Ian frowned and shook the pendant once more, hoping to clarify its significance with the two Reapers. Unfortunately, the Death Reaper Andrew, still curled up on the ground like a shrimp, was engaged in a struggle against the pain inflicted by his shattered egg. As for the now feeble female Reaper Tessa, who had retreated to a corner, she stared at Ian's pendant in confusion, her previously composed face betraying only bewilderment. No wonder you have existed for countless years, yet remain here as a Reaper. Clearly, you lack ambition. You have no desire for progress. Ian initially sighed with a tone of exasperation. He then composed himself and continued, Look at me, learn from me. At merely 14 years of age, I am cherished by my adoptive father. Oh, and in case you do not comprehend, I should clarify that my adoptive father is none other than your old Ian. He intended to showcase his divine persona, solidifying the identity he had shamelessly claimed. However, it seemed that the cosmic will deemed this behavior unbecoming of an ordinary NPC. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance. Over there, a nurse's sharp voice pierced through the corridor. That boy is speaking to the air. Poor child, he must be mentally ill. The nurse's tone carried both pity and a hint of anxiety. Ian turned his head, and he was momentarily taken aback. 5 figures clad in white coats rushed towards him, pushing a restraint bed, with the foremost doctor clutching a sedative. The leading African-American nurse, while sprinting, extended her arms in a gesture of reassurance, calling out gently, Do not be afraid, child. We will contact your parents. Her voice was soothing, and had she not been wielding a binding rope, Ian might have genuinely perceived her as a compassionate nurse. Damn it, Ian thought, as he witnessed the approaching group of doctors and nurses. He yearned for the stasis ability of the faux Tessa's world. If they captured him, what fate awaited him? I'm not insane. I merely possess a slight touch of madness. Ian doubted he could convince these medical professionals. Thus he chose to turn and flee without hesitation. Upon observing this, 2 grim Reapers, invisible to ordinary eyes, exhaled a sigh of relief. Tessa helped her slightly recovering companion, only then realizing she had missed the moment to guide souls. Inside the ward, several doctors and nurses were oblivious to the commotion outside. He ran, they pursued, thanks to his formidable strength of 58 and a physique of 47, far exceeding the average human by more than 5-fold. Ian evaded a dire fate. One might say that only those with wings could keep pace with him. For Ian did not head towards the stairs, but rather towards the window, leaping from the 6th floor. Blessing? No, it was a curse. Ian, undaunted by the prospect of a fall, was oblivious to what ordinary doctors and nurses could possibly comprehend. The child has committed suicide. Oh no, we are on the 6th floor. This is disastrous. That handsome boy will surely shatter upon impact. One nurse exclaimed, recognizing Ian as Stan Lee, a student journalist from Bruce High School. As Ian decisively leaped through the window, panic-stricken cries erupted from the nurses and doctors. Among them, the nurse who had previously interacted with Ian recognized his assumed identity. Quick, we must go down. Perhaps we can still save him. At least salvage some organs? Amidst the chaotic shouts, the doctors made the most optimistic assumptions. Consequently, a group hastened toward the elevator, their speed inexplicably exceeding that of their earlier attempts to assist Ian. At that moment, Ian landed with a thud, his body meeting the ground with a jarring impact, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as negative status effects began to accumulate. His anger levels surged to halfway. Severe bodily injury, experience points, 5. Ian's pelvis shattered, along with a fractured femur and several ribs. Fortunately, his robust physique prevented him from being torn apart, or he would have had to find a way to clean up his own blood. It was not that he was particularly averse to the slight nutritional loss. Rather, he sought to deny any potential collectors of his DNA an opportunity. As an ordinary NPC in this world, Ian believed it was only natural for him to be cautious. Although he had discovered a lead regarding the sewage treatment plant, he had no intention of putting himself in harm's way. He had already decided whom to seek for assistance last night. There was someone exceptionally powerful and formidable who, unlike other superheroes, would genuinely and wholeheartedly assist him, or rather, aid the Superman whose lifespan was dwindling to less than 7 days. Chapter 36, The Meticulous Boy, Call for Help from Superhero. The rewards from his bone-breaking fall were unexpectedly delightful, and as Ian grimaced, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. Lying on the ground, he activated his healing frenzy skill. It must be said, this skill was remarkably effective. In an instant, a searing energy surged from his heart to every limb and sinew. The fractured bones emitted faint cracking sounds as ruptured blood vessels and bones reconnected like sprouting vines. It was as if countless healing factors traversed through his marrow, piecing together the fragments. Muscle fibers writhed as if alive, while torn tendons were stitched back together by an invisible hand. Aside from increasing sense of hunger, Ian felt as though he had returned to his peak condition. If not for the throngs of people in the hospital, he would have insisted on going upstairs to leap once more. A few rounds of tinkering with his berserker level would suffice to enhance his skills. I maintain that the DC universe ought to have its own Deadpool. Ian increasingly pondered how to obtain the long-lasting blessings, pondering what sacrifice might yield such happiness. I am lively and vigorous once more, he chuckled. Soon, Ian was able to spring up with the agility of a carp leaping from water, and amidst the astonished gasps of onlookers. His newly healed legs propelled him toward the hospital entrance with the speed of a V8 engine. There was no choice but to flee. Ian was self-aware. He knew that if he were captured by the doctors, he likely wouldn't pass the psychiatric evaluation at the hospital. It was all the fault of the malevolent spirit that had tainted him. Ian felt ravenous. He glanced around, realizing time was still on his side. Even if he paused briefly to hand a small child 2 shiny coins in exchange for their chocolate, the doctors and nurses descending the elevator would have been none the wiser. By the time this group reached outside the building, Ian had already vanished into the bustling street. He was a whirlwind of speed. Is it the organs that are not here, or is it the boy? The doctors and nurses gazed at the trampled greenery, their ears filled with the murmurs of passers-by discussing a medical miracle. That boy lay on the ground, twitching for a moment, then sprang up and ran off. Surely, the apocalypse is nigh, and he has transformed into a zombie. This was the opinion of a gaming enthusiast. 6th floor. I saw him fall from the 6th floor. Who knows who pushed him down? Thankfully, God was merciful. A miracle was performed to rescue the unfortunate little boy. There was also a priestly figure attempting to seize this moment for preaching. Doctor, is that brother of yours a secret biogenetic creation? He exclaimed, astonished that the boy had not only taken his chocolate, but also paid for it. At that moment, he was genuinely moved to the point of immobility. The boy, clutching $2, suspected they were counterfeit. How to put it? The doctors and nurses overheard this exchange. They might have understood what a miracle was, but what of medicine? Where was the science? A group of nurses and doctors exchanged bewildered glances. Soon, amidst the confusion and surreal emotions, they noticed the familiar boy running back towards them. Lo and behold, he was alive. The nurses and doctors were left dumbfounded, staring at Ian, who had miraculously returned. No, more accurately, resurrected, grasping a hammer as he darted past them into the hospital building. The boy seemed in a great hurry, as if on a mission. Was he seeking vengeance on the one who had pushed him down? Everyone was curious to follow him inside, speculating among themselves, yet the medical staff remained silent, fearing that revealing the truth, that Ian had jumped, would leave them disbelieved. Bang! Bang! What was that sound of something being smashed? Before the stunned doctors and nurses could process the unfolding events, they saw Ian, his clothes tattered, emerging with a pile of surveillance hard drives, smashing them with a hammer as he ran. Security personnel were hot on his heels. Despite not being a restricted entity, Ian was pursued by armed guards. Yet he maneuvered with the agility of an eel, his speed unimpeded. Superboy, he must be a superhuman. My God, what have I witnessed? Father, please remove your hand from my son's backside. As the crowd stood in disbelief, Ian burst through the hospital doors, leaving the dazed medical staff gaping, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. After a long moment, someone finally exclaimed, "Destroy the evidence. This boy is astoundingly meticulous." It was then that they began to grasp the reason for Ian's return. Indeed, he had returned to erase the surveillance footage left behind. To be frank, even if Ian were to be exposed as different, the likelihood of being taken to a laboratory was slim, especially considering his father was Superman. As long as he wasn't branded, he was a demigod among men, and should he ever be labeled, it was best left unspoken, particularly since his mother had a general for a grandfather. How could he not be considered a true emblem of America? Certainly, with global recognition looming like a sword of Damocles, clarity in all matters remains elusive. Thus, one must exercise caution where necessary, which explains Ian's return accompanied by the acquisition of a hammer. That wretched woman, the false harbinger of death, Tessa, has deceived me most grievously. Ian is aware of who should bear the brunt of today's misfortunes. Yet he dares only to entertain such thoughts in the recesses of his mind. Confronting that woman for retribution? Even a berserker ought not to offer their head on a platter. Ian understands his own limitations and can only ensure that the Metropolitan General Hospital will not seek recompense from him for its myriad losses. As time elapsed, the afternoon descended upon a certain apartment building. Enjoying her rare day off, Kara Danvers returned to her abode, cradling a paper bag filled with the fried chicken and fries she had craved all day. A leisurely binge of her latest series, paired with succulent, crispy delights, truly epitomized a perfect holiday. Kara's spirits remained buoyant due to her time off. However, her good mood waned upon entering the apartment lobby. As she stepped through the door, a boy, clad in tattered clothing and adorned with dried leaves atop his head, dashed from the stairwell, attempting to snatch the paper bag containing her delectable feast. Do not assume that my femininity renders me an easy target. Daring to commit robbery in broad daylight, Kara deftly evaded his advance, furrowing her brow and glaring sternly at the boy. Despite his quickness, Kara's speed far surpassed his, rendering his every move akin to slow motion in her eyes. I'm so hungry. If those hospital security guards hadn't confiscated my coins, I would have fended for myself, the boy lamented, revealing his torn pocket. He immediately reached for the tantalizing fast food once more. Hospital security besieged you? Kara dodged again, initially believing she had encountered a handsome delinquent and pondering whether to administer a lighter lesson to this striking young man. Please, cousin, just a bite, just one bite. As the boy spoke, the self-proclaimed second most powerful Supergirl felt as though she had been struck by a devastating blow, rendered momentarily speechless. Who is your cousin? Kara's mind buzzed in confusion. In that instant, Ian seized the opportunity to snatch the food from her grasp. It became evident that even the so-called superior intellect of a Kryptonian was no match for Ian's slightly superior cognitive prowess. Of course, the astute Ian also had his vulnerabilities. Ugh, it's Penguin Cola, Gotham's tainted waters. He feared that drinking from Gotham would transform him into a specter of that city. For who could say if the Joker virus truly existed? Chapter 37, Supergirl Kara, The Rebirth of Death. Avoid Gotham. Misfortune awaits. Ian has consistently heeded this survival guide for the DC universe since his arrival. The dog won't drink it, yet you will, dear cousin. He removed the straw from the cup of cola after taking a sip, inverted it, and then thrust it back into Carla's hand, her expression contorted in confusion. She simply stared at Ian. The crunching sound of fried chicken purchased by others was undeniably more enticing. Ian glanced down into the bag, noticing a few remaining pieces, his hair slightly disheveled, revealing a fair and rosy forehead. Indeed, it was uniquely pale with a hint of pink. There appears to be a bullet on your forehead. Before she could fully grasp Ian's self-reference, Carla, momentarily dazed, noticed the peculiar condition of the boy before her. She should have noticed it earlier. Her attention had been captivated solely by Ian's striking looks. Now, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. This handsome young man had a bullet embedded in his forehead. A bullet? Absurd. It was utterly impossible. I can run too fast for security to hit me. Ian began to boast about the fried chicken, his previously ravenous hunger now being satiated. What a foolish cousin, attempting to disturb his meal, truly wicked. Do you have a headache? I twitched, her expression becoming increasingly bizarre. No, not at all, Ian replied, shaking his head. Seizing the moment while Carla was still processing, he continued to devour the chicken, demonstrating a method of chewing and swallowing even the bones. Carla, indeed, failed to notice her food rapidly diminishing, her gaze fixed on Ian's forehead. Finally, the unrecognizable Supergirl silently extended her lightning-fast hand. Her speed was remarkable. Before the voracious Ian could react, she pinched a metallic bullet from his forehead with 2 fingers. I think you should feel pain. That would be normal. Carla wondered if this was some kind of prank, but finding no camera around, she hesitated before handing the bullet to Ian. Ian halted his eating in shock. Just as Carla anticipated he would be horrified, perhaps even fainting from fright, he dismissed it entirely, proclaiming, "It's all in your imagination. Dear cousin must have eaten some poisonous mushrooms this morning." Ian slipped the bullet into his pocket, enacting a scene as if it had never occurred. Carla crouched down to retrieve the bullet that had fallen from Ian's torn pocket. Upon witnessing this, Ian conceded, "All right, you've seen through my facade of being a fool." He recalled glancing back at the security guards while running a distance away, surprised to find skilled marksmen among the ranks of those earning a mere $3,500 a month. The competition is fierce. America is truly relentless. Is this not all a prank? Carla maintained her perplexed expression throughout. She harbored suspicions that Ian was concealing a special camera, one that even her extraordinary vision could not detect. Indeed, such an explanation seemed far more plausible than encountering a person unfazed by being shot with a large caliber handgun. There were no pranks involved, only the intricacies of biological science, for surely some scientific principle lay behind the ironclad resilience of her forehead. Ian stuffed the last piece of fried chicken into his mouth, his absurd fixation nearly causing Kara to lose her composure. Wasn't this supposed to be the reaction of a normal person? If you seek attention, I could actually recommend my psychologist to you. Do not misunderstand. I merely perceive that society today places immense pressure on everyone. Kara could no longer contain herself, yet she maintained her composure remarkably well. As soon as her question escaped her lips, Ian did not respond, but swiftly handed her the doctor's note. I have indeed ceased wearing a facade lately, and am beginning to feel that I am truly on the mend. Ian spoke earnestly, though he received no reply from Kara. This resulted in a silence between them, an unspoken exchange. In the eerie quiet, the only sound was Ian devouring the food Kara had purchased, first the fried chicken, now the fries, 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 or 4 bites, indulging greedily. The lavish fast food, worth over $100, was swiftly consumed by Ian. Ian Kent? Staring at the name on Ian's medical document, Kara's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed she finally comprehended why he referred to her as his cousin. The notion of someone still lively after being struck by a bullet suddenly made sense. Truth be told, when she fled from Krypton, the escape pod was thrust into a realm where time and space were relatively frozen due to Krypton's explosion, leaving Kara trapped for 24 years. When she arrived on Earth at the age of 13, her cousin had already evolved into a superhero, a fully grown man. Thus, the cousin had transformed into a younger sister. Clark had rescued her from the escape pod, entrusting her to the loving Danvers couple for upbringing. Over the years, she had lived in the city known as National City. As for Clark's family, Kara only recalled attending his wedding and had heard that he later fathered 3 lively and adorable children. It wasn't that she and Clark were distant. In fact, Kara felt they communicated quite frequently. However, she had little interaction with his family, and there was a reason for that. Just then, Kara, who had been exhibiting a normal demeanor, suddenly clutched her head, bending over as if suffering from a headache and emitting a muffled groan. "Cousin, what is the matter?" Ian quickly reached out to support his elder, who was slightly taller than him. Her arms felt soft, lacking muscle. The physical composition of Kryptonians was indeed a grand cosmic marvel. "Do not call me cousin. My age is not significantly greater than yours." Kara suddenly appeared unfazed, straightening up as if she had forgotten the previous incident. "Very well, cousin." Ian nodded, his expression tinged with confusion. He sensed something amiss, though he could not articulate precisely what it was. Frustrated by Ian's persistent ignorance, Carla could only attribute it to Clark's commendable teaching methods, which emphasized understanding. To explain Ian's blatant disregard, just as she prepared to exhale a sigh, her movements suddenly froze, even the golden strands of her hair, suspended in midair, no longer swaying. The colors around her began to fade. The off-white walls, the deep gray corridor, and the brownish floor all peeled away like paint diluted with water, leaving only a stark, pale outline. Ian's nose caught a whiff of a familiar scent, Big Sister. He turned to see that recognizable figure, reluctantly donning the facade of the boy he despised most. The one clad in a black dress, leaning against the wall, still bearing the guise of the Grim Reaper, Tessa. Her eyes, fierce and penetrating, bore a hint of discontent. Ian's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 38. The tangible truth the entire world fell into a profound silence, as if even the light from the chandelier in the apartment's hall had been frozen at that moment. Such formidable power made Ian realize that he should have anticipated it was not something an ordinary Reaper possessed. Perhaps it was his lack of intellectual prowess that rendered him unable to fully grasp his own wisdom, leading to sporadic lapses in judgment at critical moments. Just as Ian lamented this in his mind, the foe Tessa's starkly contrasting eyes narrowed slightly, fixating on him. Her brow furrowed, as if she were attempting to forcibly age herself from 18 to 28. Ian's heart jolted once more, convinced she was a significant figure. He hesitated before tentatively inquiring, "You seem to be in a foul mood?" He understood that now was not the time to expose her lies, regardless of age. A woman confronted with her deception would likely erupt in fury. Did even the Reaper experience a few off days each month? He was acutely aware that he could not provoke such a formidable individual, yet his emotional intelligence allowed him to play the fool at this juncture. Drawing upon the acting skills Madison had taught him, he proceeded. However, upon hearing his words, the foe Tessa's expression stiffened. "Do you think you are amusing?" Her voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth. "Pardon?" Ian blinked, feigning bewilderment. Observing his reaction, the foe Tessa inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. She even raised her hand to massage her temple. It was not genuine pain, but rather a precaution, for if her hands remained idle, she feared she might unintentionally strike Ian down, a thought that truly terrified her. She did not want this individual lingering by her side. "In just a few short hours, I have sensed your repeated brushes with death, even though you were merely conducting an investigation, and thus unlikely to encounter any genuine peril." The false Tessa articulated her confusion, which perhaps explains her recent return to seek out Ian. During several of Ian's encounters with the curse, she witnessed events that eluded her comprehension. "I reside in a bustling metropolis, neighboring Gotham. Danger lurks at every corner." Ian blinked, attempting to feign innocence. "Yet, you have not spoken the truth. I can perceive it. You draw strength from the brink of death." Indeed, the older the woman, the sharper her insight. She has evidently surmised Ian's predicament. However, perhaps the system's status exceeds hers. She merely made her judgment through observing Ian, hence her tone remained tinged with uncertainty. What can I say? Ian, too, recognized that even someone as formidable as her could not penetrate his deepest secret. As he pondered, he offered a somewhat vague explanation. MacArthur once stated that death never misses its mark, yet humanity always finds a loophole. Ian's voice was resolute as he mimicked the tone of that venerable general. The false Tessa appeared bewildered. Did not Morpheus utter this? She scrutinized the young man before her with skepticism. "Ah, well, you caught me. Even if it was a quote from MacArthur via Morpheus, it still holds true." A look of regret was plainly etched on Ian's face. It seems you possess knowledge not only of death but also of the Sandman. The false Tessa squinted meaningfully, her gaze seemingly piercing through Ian's very soul. Ian did not shy away, nodding in acknowledgement of the dizzying connection of their eyes. I shall eventually uncover your secret. Rather than angering her, the false Tessa suddenly smiled, as if she had stumbled upon something intriguing. Her reaction elicited a subtle smile from Ian. To be honest, he preferred to avoid the pretense often adopted by those who boast of their prophetic abilities before ordinary individuals, only to cower and conceal themselves in the presence of true power. Of course, he had genuinely contemplated this matter. Those formidable beings can unearth whatever they desire. In a heartbeat, they can scour a soul, regardless of how cautious one may be. Can the soul of an ordinary person remain hidden from entities that have existed for countless years? Ian's reverse blood forge has already been detected. There is no question of leaving any trace. Any exuberance would inevitably attract attention and, consequently, risk. To obtain enduring immortality, Ian has no choice but to engage with the formidable entity before him. Gains and risks are always proportionate. Thus, Ian harbored no desire to live in a constant state of apprehension. He reminisced about his first encounter with the formidable figure before him, recalling how he had inadvertently divulged information that he ought not to have known. Yet, his secret remained undiscovered by this imposing presence. This could either indicate that the other party was unwilling to delve into his memories, or that they were incapable of doing so. Understanding that the individual would not grant him a chance to evade danger without reason, Ian leaned towards the latter interpretation. Armed with this judgment, he tentatively decided to wager once more. The outcome proved that the prowess of the metropolis gambling deity was indeed on the rise. Within the DC universe, few were privy to the identity of the Sandman, and the status of the female mogul who showed him no reverence was, quite frankly, self-evident. The ultimate concept within the DC universe, akin to the Sandman, belonged to the endless family of death. With this small gamble, Ian validated his thoughts. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. It was time for him to adopt a slick-back hairstyle. Ian mentally commended himself, his expression further bewildering the faux Tessa, the true embodiment of death. However, Tessa refrained from questioning him, for she had more pressing matters to address. I recall informing you that this matter is one you must handle on your own, correct? It was unclear whether the faux deity was unaware of Ian's predicament or simply indifferent to whether he had discerned the truth. She appeared oblivious to Ian's theatrical performance. Sister, do take a closer look at my face. Does it resemble that of a mere fool? Ian sought to subtly convey his struggle to manage troubles that even Superman could not resolve. If you continue to provoke me, you may find yourself no longer concerned about your perceived inadequacies. Tessa hissed through clenched teeth, directing a fiery glare at Ian. Very well, Ian opted for silence. Tessa scrutinized him for several moments before shifting her gaze to the frozen figure of Kara, whose starkly contrasting eyes reflected a hint of complexity. I had intended to teach you a harsh lesson for disregarding the rules, but you have presented me with an unusual situation. Tessa's voice paused momentarily, as if weighing her options. You may seek her assistance, but only this once. Tessa's decision was unequivocal, leaving Ian momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. Isn't that a bit precarious? Let me find another no, too. Ian attempted to negotiate, having meticulously crafted his plans, only to find them threatened. First, he aimed to engage the invulnerable Supergirl, leveraging her connections to approach the Flash, and then using the Flash's rapport to reach Wonder Woman. What a flawless network management strategy. Yet, the higher authority had outright rejected it. Did they truly grasp the concept and the plan? In response to Ian's frustration, Tessa exhibited a calmness that contrasted with her earlier emotional fluctuations. Believe me, allowing you this leniency is already a considerable risk on my part. Her tone was somber, imbued with an inexplicable significance, and tinged with a hint of fatigue. Why is it so perilous? Ian was utterly astonished and perplexed. In response, the enigmatic Tessa offered no explanation. Our cards are indeed limited. Each loss will be irreparable. She merely sighed, played the riddle maker, and turned to stride out through the door. Ian sensed that the words of the elder carried significant weight. However, before he could untangle any thoughts, the world resumed its ever-paused motion. Chapter 39, Kara, a noble betrayal. The limited cards? This seemed somewhat connected to the elder's reluctance to witness Superman's demise, as he had resorted to persuasion and deception, hoping Ian could resolve the issue and spare Superman from his fateful end. Just as Ian pondered this, the colors of his surroundings surged back like a returning tide, and sounds flooded into his ears. Kara had come back to life. She finally exhaled the breath that had been suspended for so long. Thus, Kara appeared oblivious to her surroundings, her thoughts seamlessly continuing from the moment before the pause. She mused quietly while casting a slightly perturbed glance at her dinner, which Ian had completely devoured. Have you awakened your abilities, and then your father revealed his secrets to you? Kara had no recollection of her headache or the world being momentarily halted. Her only curiosity lay in why Ian had sought her out. Well, this matter is rather lengthy, Ian said, snapping back from his musings on the Elder-S riddles, scratching his head to organize his thoughts. Let's head upstairs. I have other food at home. Noticing Ian's unsatisfied demeanor, Kara felt compelled to express concern as an elder. Ah, how peculiar it feels to be regarded as someone as elder. All right, cousin, wait for me, she said. With that, Ian made his way into the hallway, retrieving a plastic bag containing several smashed hard drives. What is this? Did you pick up trash outside? Kara asked, bewildered. It's merely the remnants from a few hours ago, Ian replied, still uneasy about the damaged hard drives. With a pleading tone, he addressed Kara. Could you perhaps breathe some fire on them? The moment those words escaped his lips, they inadvertently imposed a form of control on Kara. Breathe fire? Initially, Kara thought it might be a generational gap, a sign of her disconnect with the youth of today. However, recalling the proof Ian had shown her, she reconsidered, realizing the issue might not lie with her. I cannot breathe fire, she sighed in resignation. However, I do have a stove at home that you can use. She offered a practical solution, one that any sensible person would consider when in need of fire. With that, Kara began to head toward the elevator. But you'll need to practice, cousin. Breathing fire is far more impressive than merely spraying water. Ian followed closely behind, and his continuous remarks began to instill a sense of insecurity in Supergirl. No, I can't spray water either. Can Clark now breathe fire and spray water? How was he able to do that? Kara turned to the boy behind her, uncertainty etched on her face. After all, how could one not refer to Supergirl as a bit scatterbrained? She had indeed been led astray by Ian's words. Consistent exercise, daily workouts, 50 million push-ups, 50 million sit-ups, and 50 million weighted squats. I believe you could surely be like the Gourd Warriors, able to breathe fire and spray water. Ian might occasionally indulge in little fibs, yet he believed such statements were merely well-intentioned lies aimed at his relatives. You must have faith in the mental prowess of Kryptonians. Though Kara may lack the Kryptonian codex within her, that does not mean she should not aspire to be invincible. Ian genuinely believed that one day he would witness his cousin breathe fire and spray water. At least one of those feats. Consistent exercise? Is that truly effective? Kara's heart still harbored doubt. However, seeing Ian's earnest demeanor compelled her to ponder seriously. Ding! Kara opened the elevator door and stepped inside, with Ian jogging in right after her. Before Kara could press the button for her floor, he preemptively selected the button for her level. I just moved in. Is your father watching me? Kara's expression was one of bewilderment, her hands raised as she looked at Ian with astonishment. Is it possible that the apartment manager could access your residency information? Ian maintained a calm demeanor, arms outstretched in a gesture of mild confusion. He felt that his cousin was being a bit overdramatic. Kara felt somewhat embarrassed by his words. I remember this building has strict management. The administrator typically does not divulge resident information to inquirers. Unless, of course, you bribe her. Kara glanced at Ian's empty pockets, puzzled, as he did not seem to possess funds for bribery. No need for a bribe. The administrator is just a young girl, Ian replied, leaving Kara slightly perplexed. She furrowed her brow, contemplating how this related to Ian acquiring her information. Most girls are quite kind, so as long as you keep a smile, they will be helpful. Cousin, didn't your father ever teach you to be wary of this? My father certainly taught me how to utilize this technique. Ian laughed, a genuine smile that differed from his earlier forced grin, reflecting his deep appreciation for his father's life lessons. Upon hearing this, Kara was filled with questions. She was genuinely curious about the abstract nature of the education within the Kent household. You didn't come to International City to ask a defenseless girl for travel expenses, did you? Kara thought of Ian's empty pockets and the distance between this place and Metropolis, and she could not help but feel a profound sense of skepticism due to Ian's explosive remarks. Of course not. How could I possibly do such a thing? Ian appeared to be taken aback, furrowing his brow, as he never imagined he would resort to such meager means of sustenance. That's good, Kara sighed with relief, realizing that no innocent girl had fallen prey to a scoundrel. So, did you fly here on your own? Kara seemed oblivious to Ian's status as an adopted child and began to marvel at the extent of his abilities. I came by car, Ian replied, shaking his head, lamenting his inability to fly. However, he mused that once he unlocked the profession of his homeland, perhaps this regret would be alleviated. By car? Did you hitch a ride? Kara speculated. For a child, such behavior could be perilous. Yet for one capable of deflecting bullets with his forehead, she felt little concern. Initially, that was my plan, but then I encountered a robber who blocked my way, Ian explained just as the elevator ceased its operation. Ding! The doors opened, and Kara led Ian toward a residence. It seems you played the hero, she noted, finally sensing a familial essence within Ian. Hero? Perhaps. Ian's vague response piqued Kara's curiosity. So, you defeated the robber, saved the innocent, and then the person you rescued took you to International City? Kara was still apprehensive about whether Ian had harmed the robber. However, it soon became evident that her worries were unfounded. No, Ian shook his head. He had adhered to the principle that an ordinary NPC should not interfere in the daily affairs of the metropolis. I merely took advantage of the robber's distraction to drive off in his car, parked by the roadside, he answered candidly. A hint of nostalgia for the driving experience evident in his tone. Kara, poised to unlock the door, was momentarily astonished. This was undoubtedly an unforeseen turn of events. She prided herself on her worldly experience, yet now she felt quite youthful. What happened to the car? Kara inquired, swallowing hard. I sold it to a tattooed guy by the roadside, Ian replied. And the money? Even if it was sold to someone from a gang. You must have made a few $100, right? Kara's eyes widened, as she had been contemplating purchasing a second-hand vehicle and had some knowledge of car values. Of course not, cousin. What do you think I am? A thief? I sent the money to that robber. The car contained his identification and home address. I am a law-abiding citizen of America. Ian could hardly believe that his cousin would think so poorly of him. He began to understand the plight of those misunderstood youths with dyed hair. Perhaps they simply sought to appear stylish, not to embody a delinquent persona. It is akin to the notion that even though he drove away in the robber's vehicle, it does not necessarily imply he was committing a robbery. How exquisite the logic is. Kara fell into a prolonged silence. After a moment, she addressed Ian, her nephew whom she had only just met today, taking several deep breaths as she endeavored to present a semblance of an elder smile. Subsequently, she gently inquired, would you be interested in learning about Arkham Asylum? Offering her heartfelt suggestion to Ian in a soothing tone. Chapter 40. Dear cousin, this is ethically questionable. Kara's knowledge of Gotham was rather limited. She was aware only of the notorious reputation of Arkham Asylum, a place inhabited by numerous mentally unstable superhumans. It served as both prison and hospital, a fitting abode for someone like Ian, whose mental state warranted a few days of confinement. Does my cousin still have connections with Arkham? Ian furrowed his brow, suspecting that Kara intended to leverage him for her own gain, possibly to secure a kickback from Gotham's Batman. I merely hope you can exhibit a semblance of normalcy. Kara sensed the skepticism in Ian's gaze and slapped her forehead in exasperation, her expression a portrait of frustration. I am perfectly normal, and I abide by the law. I would wager that at least 80% of Americans do not hold the law in as much esteem as I do, Ian declared with unwavering confidence, fully aware of his truthful assertion. Yet, you did commandeer a criminal-esque vehicle and subsequently sold it through illicit channels to gang members. You do realize that this constitutes a crime as well, don't you? Kara's voice crescendoed, her disbelief evident in her incredulous expression. Frankly, she mused, even given a century, she could not conceive of such a course of action. To transgress multiple laws without garnering any benefit. What was the purpose of such conduct? I did not steal the car. I merely drove away in the robber's vehicle. Surely, this qualifies as an act of necessity? Ian, channeling his inner innocence, blinked like a pure lotus flower. This is indeed a crime. Kara sighed despondently. Is this really classified as a crime? Oh, I am but a child. What do I know? Ian scratched his head, which bore no itch, and then flashed a radiant smile reminiscent of a sunlit boy. That expression made Kara want to hit someone. From the look on your face, it is evident that you have long been aware that your actions were improper, Although occasionally naive, she was still capable of discerning that Ian was clearly not being truthful. In response to his cousin's unrelenting exposure of the truth, Ian merely shrugged, his smile brightening further. Rest assured, the jury will not perceive it in such a manner. Moreover, I possess a doctor's note. With that, Ian produced the crumpled medical receipt and waved it around. This was indeed a formidable weapon. The confident boy was convinced that no institution in Metropolis could contain him within a mental hospital. Kara's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it, why is the child raised by Clark like this? Could it be that one has never truly understood Clark's genuine character? Due to Ian's repeated ability to leave Kara speechless, she found herself questioning Clark's morals. The way the child has turned out. It is hard for Kara to believe that Clark bears no responsibility at all. Kara, not wishing to engage in a debate about this matter with Ian, felt that if she wanted to avoid raising her blood pressure like a Kryptonian, she needed to pretend she had never heard this story from her nephew. With a decisive gesture, Kara opened the door to her home and stepped inside, the warm white light illuminating the space. Ian followed closely behind, and a faint scent of lavender laundry detergent wafted through the air. The apartment was a typical single-person layout, as an assistant secretary with a modest salary. Kara was fortunate to afford such a place, which indicated a commendable economic status. The countertops in the open kitchen gleamed, with 2 overturned mugs resting beside a stainless steel kettle. On the windowsill, 2 pots of pot hose swayed gently in the breeze coming from the balcony. The living room was small but impeccably organized. A beige fabric sofa was neatly adorned with a gray blanket, and several minimalist landscape paintings adorned the walls. On the TV cabinet sat a small framed photo of Kara in casual attire, playfully making a peace sign in front of a landmark on Earth. However, the coffee table was rather messy, cluttered with remote controls and several fashion magazines. Just before the last blink, Ian distinctly noticed a pair of women's intimate garments on the coffee table. But in the blink of an eye, everything vanished, leaving only his young cousin awkwardly smiling at him. Ian felt a sting of humiliation, as if he had been ruthlessly mocked by a relative. His intellect seemingly bullied by Kryptonian superspeed, while she appeared blissfully unaware that he had noticed anything amiss. Did his older cousin still fancy little pink lions? Ian's eyes processed information far quicker than the average person's, so even though Kara moved like lightning, he could still vividly recall the scene he had glimpsed in that fleeting moment. I don't know what you're talking about. Kara attempted to feign confusion, wanting to frown in protest, but feeling Ian's silent gaze, her eyes betrayed a hint of guilt, compelling her to look away towards the windowsill. Indeed, Disney merchandise sells exceptionally well, which inspired Ian to consider that once his novel became successful, he too should sell related items. Do you still write novels? Kara asked, somewhat astonished at Ian. She had never encountered a 14 or 15-year-old who aspired to be a writer and actively pursued that dream. Regardless of the quality of his writing, Kara believed such a passion deserved encouragement. Yes, I'm writing about my Superman father, Ian replied candidly, revealing a truth, albeit not the entire reality. Could your father consent to you writing a story? Kara felt a sense of surprise. She was acutely aware of how thoroughly Clark separated the life of Superman from that of an ordinary person. This was a self-healing method recommended by a psychologist, and I believe my father would be quite supportive of my writing endeavors. He has often blushed with excitement after reading my drafts. Ian employed a concept from the 72 stratagems. Yet, the naive Kara harbored no doubts about it. It seems you write quite well. She even grew curious about Ian's novel. Yes, please do purchase a few copies when the time comes. I have already submitted it to the publisher on my way here, and I harbor no concerns about its potential success. Ian spoke with unwavering confidence. No problem. Kara readily agreed without a second thought. Moreover, I believe that if your story is not yet complete, you could even include me, of course, without revealing the true nature of my identity. Just write about the interactions between Supergirl and Superman. She even volunteered herself, eager to make a cameo in Ian's novel. How should I put it? This is truly generous of you, willing to contribute to Ian's writing career. Ian appreciated his cousin's discerning eye, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to decline her suggestion. That wouldn't be appropriate. Ian sighed with a hint of regret. Do you think Supergirl's fame pales in comparison to your father's and would fail to attract an audience? Kara, having thrown herself onto the sofa, spoke with a tone of dissatisfaction. No, Ian shook his head. It's just that the style of my story is quite unique, adding you and may breach ethical boundaries. And I fear it might not pass scrutiny, which could hinder my earning potential. He answered sincerely, conveying a sense of genuine regret. Upon hearing this, Kara was momentarily taken aback, and then her expression transformed as if struck by lightning, her eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. No, Superbrain, you cannot function right now. You must not think of anything. The brave Supergirl found herself not only unable to speak, but also hesitant to engage in thought. Chapter 41, Reasonable. This truly makes a great deal of sense. Perhaps it was the first time today she had gaped in astonishment. The expression on Supergirl's face was nothing short of captivating. Her mouth opened slightly, yet she ultimately lacked the courage to inquire further. In the next book, I will definitely include you, the untold story of Wonder Woman and Supergirl. I believe this will garner exceedingly positive market feedback in America. Ian, not wanting to disappoint his relative, made what he considered a heartfelt promise to Kara. However, the expression on the Kryptonian girl's face suddenly turned an ashen pale. I find myself rather obscure and unremarkable, ill-suited for this. Kara frantically waved her hands, her eyes reflecting a hint of terror. Let's discuss this. What exactly do you seek from me? Have you caused some great calamity at home, prompting you to flee here to escape your parents' wrath? Kara desperately attempted to shift the topic. She genuinely believed that given Ian's character and the ailments listed on that diagnosis certificate, no matter how monumental the trouble he created, she would not be overly shocked. In reality, the reverse was true. It was my father who had landed us in dire straits, forcing the typically cautious me to step forward and assist him. Ian approached the open-plan kitchen, his focus solely on Kara's large refrigerator. The chicken nuggets and fries, though high in calories, had not satiated the hunger and energy deficiency Ian experienced due to the effects of his self-healing frenzy. Speak normally. Kara sighed wearily. Be serious and tell me the truth if you wish to receive my assistance. She watched as Ian opened the refrigerator and retrieved a box containing food. This is the truth, dear cousin. Your brother, whom you hold dear, is in grave danger, and we are his only hope. Ian rarely spoke in such a serious tone, but he did so now in a hushed voice. However, his earnest demeanor faltered within 3 seconds as he soon lowered his head to open the food container. Sniffing it and wrinkling his brow, after hesitating for a moment, he forcefully stuffed a couple of bites of chicken breast into his mouth. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Ian quickly spat out the chicken after just a few chews. It's gone bad. He rushed to the sink, vigorously rinsing his mouth. Regretting that he hadn't merely taken a small taste when he first detected the sourness, hunger had indeed clouded his judgment. Is this what you meant by having food upstairs? The youth wiped his mouth, delivering a soul-searching inquiry. Kara felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Perhaps she had slightly overextended the duration of storage. She hurried to the refrigerator, preventing Ian from retrieving more items, knowing that some contents had likely been there for several weeks. Anyway, it surely hasn't been more than 60 days. I moved here just 60 days ago. Kara lamented her lack of good habits, though for most, such regret is often fleeting. Once the embarrassment dissipates, old habits tend to resurface. Are you certain you are a girl? Ian felt his perception of femininity shatter. What is this? Fermented delicacies? You wouldn't understand. Since you cannot appreciate this subtly fermented cuisine, I shall take you out for fried chicken later. Kara's excuse was undeniably feeble. This time, it was Ian who was left speechless. You call this food? He retrieved several pieces of chicken breast from the container he had previously taken out, and aside from a few seemingly intact pieces on the surface, those below had begun to ooze a greenish liquid. This was no longer merely an affront to one's palate. It was an assault on the very health insurance cards of all who dared to consume it. Ian, a man unflinching even when confronted by malevolent spirits, found himself utterly incapable of accepting this. The chicken breast, which had always tasted like refuse, was merely tolerable before it spoiled. Now, as he swallowed it, the flavor was an overwhelming amalgamation of human sweat and the scent of a urine-soaked utility pole. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Your demeanor when discussing your father does not convey urgency. Kara had already lost count of how many times she had redirected the conversation today. Nevertheless, this was indeed the matter at hand. Kara remained deeply skeptical of Ian's assertions. After all, there were few phenomena on Earth capable of threatening Superman's existence. Each occurrence that posed a danger to him was a calamity of planetary extinction, and such disasters should not go unnoticed by her. I am certainly anxious, though perhaps not excessively so. It is only the second day, and I have already drawn close to the truth. For 7 days, I have grappled with uncertainty. Let us discuss my father's situation. Noticing Kara's disconcerted expression, Ian refrained from further digressions. He organized his thoughts and began to disclose his experiences in detail. Approximately 10 minutes later, Kara had gleaned a general understanding of the situation through his narrative. Yet, in her view, hearing Ian's account only intensified her suspicion that he was unwell. Thus, before Kara spoke, she took a deep breath, her voice escaping through clenched teeth. Are you suggesting that you encountered a cosmic deity who is unequivocally infatuated with you, risking rule-breaking to secretly reveal how to save your father? It was no wonder that Kara found Ian's tale hard to believe. The narrative itself was fantastical. There was indeed a touch of artistic embellishment, but for the most part, that was the essence of the matter. Ian sat across from her on the sofa, his expression earnest and resolute. Upon hearing his words, Kara fell into a prolonged silence, her gaze flitting across Ian's face, searching for a hint of deception within his innocent demeanor. She was at a loss, truly unable to discern whether her dubious nephew was indeed deluded or if such absurd occurrences could genuinely transpire. Just as Kara's mind buzzed, teetering on the brink of disbelief, Ian suddenly produced a military dagger from his pocket. Kara's eyes widened in alarm. Before she could utter a warning, Ian had already plunged the blade toward his own heart without hesitation. In an instant, Kara transformed into a blur, the speed of a Kryptonian creating a brief sonic boom in the air. Her hand gripped the blade tightly, the metal emitting a groan of unbearable strain within her palm. "What are you doing?" Kara exclaimed, her voice nearly a roar, her demeanor resembling a furiously puffed-up cat. "I am here to prove to you that my father is indeed on the brink of death, and there are influential figures who wish to save him. Of course, I also seek to capitalize on their resources." Ian attempted to thrust the dagger into his own chest, only to discover that no matter how hard he tried, the dagger remained immobile. The disparity in strength between him and the Supergirl Kara was insurmountable. "Cousin, you are obstructing my path to take flight," Ian implored, but Kara, her expression shifting, simply crushed the military dagger in his hand. The blade shattered into pieces within the grasp of the seemingly frail girl. "I will accompany you to investigate right now. Is that all right?" Kara took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. She suspected Ian was having a breakdown, yet she could only resolve to escort him back to Metropolis for the time being. "All right." Ian sprang up from the couch. "What are you doing?" As Ian approached her and then leaped suddenly, Kara felt a jolt of shock. However, considering he was merely a pitiable child, she swallowed her frustration. With a sudden rush, the Supergirl soared into the sky, and Ian found himself flying on her back. "Is this what it feels like to fly?" Ian grasped Kara's hair, relishing the breeze brushing against his face, his desire to unlock the potential of the Patriots intensifying. "No, could you not show a bit of respect for your cousin? I know which direction to fly. You don't need to tug on my hair for navigation." Kara had never felt so exhausted in her life. Yet, as the elder, what could she do? All she could do was scold him in frustration. However, Ian's thought process was truly baffling to her. "Giddy up, giddy up." Ian no longer needed to use her hair to steer Kara. Yet, upon hearing the sound from behind him and feeling the pressure against his waist, Kara thought that perhaps it would have been preferable for Ian to tug on her hair instead. "Could you please calm down?" Kara's exasperated retort was only half-spoken when, in the next moment, her superhuman hearing detected an anomaly from afar. A plane was about to crash. Kara abruptly turned, changing direction, and Ian looked up to see a commercial aircraft plummeting at a perilous angle, spewing black smoke. Another plane accident. It was becoming too frequent. Just yesterday, there had been one. Ian couldn't help but furrow his brow, beginning to suspect that there might be some undisclosed conspiracy at play. Could this be the onset of a significant event? The more Ian pondered, the more he felt he might be embroiled in turbulent times. However, Kara remained unfazed. "Where's the frequency in this? It seems quite normal to me." It was evident that she possessed considerable experience in rescuing aircraft. Boeing has always been this way. The familiarity in her voice, coupled with her bewilderment at Ian's overreactions, serves as a profound critique of Ian's mindset. This time, it is Ian who finds himself rendered speechless. Chapter 42, The Fastest Man. The Flash. One cannot deny that Boeing possesses a certain gravitas. Merely a corporate name, Yet it has obliterated all of Ian's doubts and conspiracy theories, a testament to the rarity of such brand power in the world. The deeply ingrained brand image has even become second nature to superheroes. Even with Ian's extensive experience, he cannot help but feel a sense of admiration for the lengths this company goes to for the sake of its heroes' achievements. Thunderous roars. The right wing of the Boeing 747 spews, flames extending 10 meters, with metallic fragments scattering like smoke. Inside the cabin, the desperate screams of passengers nearly drown out the aircraft's alarms. Hold on. Kara accelerates. The flight path shifts dramatically. Ian clutches her neck tightly as they plunge downward like a silver meteor, nearing the underside of the aircraft just as it is about to crash into the wild field below. The fuselage tilts dangerously, and through the window, he can see the terror-stricken faces of the passengers. She adjusts her angle, flying beneath the plane, her hands raised high to support the belly of the aircraft. With a whoosh, Kara's biofield envelopes the 300-ton steel behemoth like an invisible membrane, gradually altering the plane's trajectory as it descends. Clearly, she is well-versed in saving this type of aircraft. Holding the plane aloft, with Ian on her back, she delicately adjusts their position and finally lands smoothly on the ground. Bang! Kara's feet sink deeply into the asphalt, cracks spiderwebbing from her standing point. However, the force does not transfer to the aircraft, and the stabilized plane sees no passengers thrown from their seats. This is perhaps a scenario that most physicists would struggle to comprehend throughout their lifetimes. The image of oneself as imagined by one's homeland. Ian reflects with a tinge of envy as the escape slide inflates and the shaken passengers tumble out of the cabin. The crisis has been averted. With a buoyant mood, Kara places her hands on her hips, catching her breath. Unbeknownst to her, her attire has transformed into battle gear, an instantaneous change, a skill many superheroes must master. It's Supergirl. A small boy wearing a baseball cap is the first to recognize Kara. Tugging excitedly at his mother's hand, "Mom, Supergirl saved us." "Oh God, thank you. Thank you for sending your messenger to rescue us." A white-haired Christian kneels, crossing himself in gratitude for his faith. "I vow never to complain about my mother's cooking again. As long as I'm alive, I will eat anything." A girl in her 20s cries out in relief after surviving the ordeal. A wave of weak laughter erupts from the crowd. At this moment, amidst the crowd, a woman with wine-red hair clad in a beige trench coat managed to calm her nerves. Unlike the others who expressed gratitude and relief, her instinct as a journalist compelled her to seize this first-hand story. "I am Iris West, a reporter for the Central City Citizen, and I'm immensely grateful for your assistance. Without your help, we might have faced dire consequences." Iris, holding her phone to record, spoke with fervor, though she hesitated to dwell on the darker possibilities that lingered in her mind. "No need to thank me, Ms. West. It is merely my duty. As long as everyone is safe, that is what matters," Kara replied with an air of professionalism, her experience in handling such interviews evident. "Given the proximity to Metropolis, are you temporarily assisting Superman? I've heard he encountered some difficulties. Could you possibly clarify or dispel any rumors for the public?" Iris was acutely aware of the news she sought. Following the airplane crash incident from the previous day, discussions regarding Superman's alleged shortcomings had proliferated both in Metropolis and online. "Regarding that, I believe his forthcoming response will be far more compelling than mine," Kara replied, her heart tightening upon hearing Iris's inquiry. However, she maintained her composure, delivering an impeccably polished answer. Not new to such situations, Kara had undergone training for interviews. "Thank you." Iris, who possessed a keen sense of propriety, refrained from pressing her savior further. After glancing at the other passengers, she swiftly shifted her line of questioning. "I noticed you seemed to be escorting a criminal earlier?" Iris had already begun drafting her initial report in her mind. She merely needed to clarify the daily vigilante activities of the superheroine. Readers were enamored by such insights, akin to fans peeking into the lives of their idols. Escorting a criminal? Kara, still reeling from the notion that Superman might indeed be in trouble, was momentarily taken aback by Iris's question. Suddenly, a realization struck Kara as she glanced beside her. To her dismay, she discovered that Ian, whom she had set down during the costume change, had vanished. Panic surged within her as she turned to look behind. There he was, having leapt from her back, surrounded by a group of audacious passengers eager to take photographs. To make matters worse, this rascal had donned a pair of translucent nude tights, complete with holes for the eyes and mouth. He resembled a seasoned criminal in the making. Kara felt a pulse of anxiety throbbing at her temples. She dashed towards Ian, disregarding the passenger's praises, and clumsily grabbed him, soaring into the sky as if fearing that any delay might lead to further chaos. The other passengers remained oblivious to the unfolding commotion. Click, click, click. The journalist Iris swiftly retrieved her camera, directing it towards the heavens and snapping photos with fervor, the shutter nearly ablaze with activity. After all, each first-hand photograph could be transformed into a fortune. Just then, a bolt of lightning streaked across the distant sky, inciting gasps and chaos among the passengers. Suddenly, a man clad in armor of intertwining gold and crimson hues stood before the crowd. His face was obscured by a metallic mask, revealing only a modest mouth. "The Flash. It's the Flash," exclaimed an ecstatic passenger, who quickly brandished their phone. Among them was a young girl who had been live-streaming. Her spirits had waned after the departure of a Supergirl, but now, fate had gifted her another superhero to capture. "Oh my goodness. Friends, look, it's the Flash. What extraordinary luck I have today," she exclaimed, hoping to attract followers through her broadcast, though her audience remained somewhat skeptical, inundating her comments with criticisms of her distractions. "Is everything all right, everyone?" The Flash surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fixated on his childhood friend, yet he chose to veil his true identity for the moment. "Have you also come to Metropolis?" Iris, still unaware of her boyfriend Barry Allen's secret, hastily redirected her camera towards the Flash, fervently capturing the moment to earn herself some fame. Barry Allen longed to express that he had just received a farewell call from Iris, prompting his swift departure from a great battle to this very spot. However, noticing the crowd, he hesitated to reveal his emotional turmoil. Indeed, superheroes often convene, and Barry was in the midst of a lengthy explanation when an overwhelming wave of weakness suddenly engulfed him, halting his speech and forcing him to kneel. "What's wrong?" Iris rushed forward to support the Flash. Though she was unaware of his true identity, she was familiar with him, having developed a camaraderie over time. This year, her newly purchased BMW Mini owed much to this old friend. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit weak," Barry intended to brush it off. But he soon realized that his speed was diminishing, causing him to panic as he hastily removed part of the armor from his arm. "What has Savitar done to me?" he muttered, revealing a gruesome wound on his arm, a remnant from a recent battle, now glowing with an eerie blue luminescence. If only Ian had not been taken so soon, he would have recognized the shape of the wound. Aside from the color, it was identical to the injury on Superman's arm. Chapter 43. The Mysterious Water Plant. The Green-Skinned Warrior. The circumstances surrounding the Flash's plight remained a mystery to Ian. High above, amidst the biting winds of the cold air. "What are you doing? Afraid that others might discover your past as a notorious criminal?" Once they reached a sufficient altitude, Kara could no longer contain her sarcastic remarks. Ian, however, had a valid justification. "Come on, I can see the reporters," he exclaimed. "Could you at least act sensibly? I don't possess your magical glasses. I need some means to safeguard my privacy and identity. A striking boy like me would be recognized in just 2 minutes, and, at that point, not only will my father be exposed, but your true identity might also be revealed." This was indeed a compelling argument that left Kara speechless. "Do you carry stockings with you?" She increasingly felt that Ian was more professional than a seasoned robber. "What nonsense! I'm not a pervert. How could I possibly carry such things? I'm simply resourceful, adapting to situations," he retorted, rummaging through a passenger's fallen suitcase. "To clarify, when I found it, it was still unopened," Ian declared as he yanked the stockings from his head, rather than discarding them. He rummaged through his tattered pocket and secured the stockings around his waist. Kara's words reminded him that it was never a bad idea to have some small props on hand. "We need to fly north," he announced, extracting his map, ready to navigate for Kara. Unlike before, when she intended to send Ian home, this time she did not intervene. Through conversations with the reporters among the passengers, she began to realize that Ian might not be just a figment of her imagination. "According to my investigation, the sewage plant at this location is highly suspicious. It was constructed just last year, right next to the water treatment facility. Anyone familiar with urban planning knows that this is illogical," Ian stated as he pointed at the map. "Aren't you still in middle school? What do you know about urban management?" Kara questioned, slightly skeptical. Ian responded with confidence. "I played cities, skylines, Do you understand the prestige of being a 5-star mayor? He was not trying to boast, but after explaining, he pointed again at the map. Here, Kara, let us fly in this direction. He began to navigate. Why don't you check and see if I have eyes on the back of my head? Kara was utterly exasperated. Although she possessed a super intellect, she didn't memorize maps or layouts of other cities. Doesn't Kryptonian telekinesis allow for that? Ian frowned. Kara felt completely bewildered. Isn't this something that should exist? She was unfamiliar with the terms Ian mentioned and increasingly questioned what exactly Clark was teaching the children. Had Clark, after staying on Earth for so long, mutated to be more capable than herself? All right, let me bring the map closer to your eyes, Ian said, feeling disappointed as he acted. Among the ranks of extraterrestrials, it seemed Ultraman was indeed superior. Showing me the map doesn't mean you should cover my eyes with it. Hand it over. Kara found herself with no alternative but to seize the map from Ian's hands to ascertain their direction. My arms are too short, Ian retorted with an air of justification. Kara felt a wave of profound helplessness wash over her. She moved with remarkable speed. Before Ian could even contemplate the experience points he might gain from leaping from such a height, Kara had already arrived at the wastewater treatment plant indicated on the map. With a thud, she landed almost vertically before the rusted iron gates of the facility. Ian followed suit, leaping down from her back and deftly pulling the stockings from his waist over his head once more. Kara found it difficult to assess the situation. Rubbing her temples vigorously, she refrained from offering any further futile advice and turned toward the plant, effortlessly pushing open the imposing 6-meter-high metal door. The hinges emitted a piercing groan, a sound reminiscent of a tormented whale. Inside, the acrid stench of disinfectants mingled with sewage assaulted Kara's senses, prompting her to wrinkle her nose. Ian, too, clamped his mouth and nose shut. The muffled sound filtered through the stockings, carrying an element of astonishment, his tone lower than usual. This odor is reminiscent of durian stewed with foul socks. He possessed a peculiar talent for metaphors that transported one to the scene, leaving one to wonder how he conjured such vivid comparisons. Several workers clad in orange coveralls busily attended to their tasks within the facility. Upon spotting the sudden appearance of the Superwoman and the man in stockings, they paused to cast curious glances, yet none approached to inquire further. Each was engrossed in their own work. Had it not been for the sight of a superheroine typically reserved for television, these diligent workers might not have even spared them a second glance. After all, work held far greater significance than idolizing stars in the metropolis. The allure of a superheroine was rather mundane. What do you think? Ian asked, unable to mask his tension, yet buoyed by the presence of an undead buff. He also felt a surge of eagerness, sensing that he could indeed level up significantly here. Let me see. Kara gestured for Ian to wait, her eyes narrowing in focus as her supervision scanned the entire facility. The filtration pools, sedimentation tanks, and disinfection equipment all appeared to be functioning normally. Nothing seems amiss, she said, retracting her gaze and looking at Ian in confusion. Isn't this the place? My superintelligence clearly indicates there must be an issue. Furrowing his brow, Ian raised the electronic device in his hand. It was still a product of LexCorp, with buffs stacking up sufficiently. He waved the information he had just gathered. Yet Kara's immediate attention was drawn to something rather peculiar. You're using the same model of phone as I am, she exclaimed, her tone filled with astonishment. She was about to suggest that perhaps this was a bond of blood. However, I have yet to possess my own mobile phone. I merely borrowed yours for a moment, dear aunt. Ian winked, his words freezing Kara's smile in place. Now I understand why you touched me earlier. Kara realized belatedly, utterly at a loss for words regarding Ian. Her gaze finally fell upon the notification on the phone. Metropolis New Concept Wastewater Treatment Plant. Wholly owned subsidiary of the Lex Group, may provide free industrial wastewater treatment for the city in the future. This news caused Kara's eyes to flicker with intrigue. The Lex Group has maintained a solid reputation within superhero circles, even more stable than that of Boeing. You are correct. Luther is unlikely to engage in genuine philanthropy. He always has his own schemes and intentions, Kara reflected, contemplating the need to investigate the wastewater plant further. Ian wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, I would even wager that if Luther, in his pursuit of social responsibility, possesses no ulterior motives, I would immediately hire the Joker as my therapist, he proclaimed with conviction. Kara's expression turned peculiar at his words. Why would you reward yourself? It was evident that after a brief half-day together, Her perception of her nephew had shifted beyond mere bias. Ian's face flushed crimson, a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Just as he prepared to retort vehemently, a violent retching interrupted their conversation. Not far away, a gaunt worker suddenly collapsed, clutching his throat and gasping for air. His colleagues rushed to his aid. "Mike, what is wrong?" they inquired with concern. However, the worker, Mike, could not respond. He violently expelled a deep green vomit that splattered against the concrete floor, glowing eerily. Moreover, the semi-digested food remnants emitted a hissing, corrosive sound upon contact with the ground, burning through the hard surface and releasing wisps of black smoke. No, those who had previously shown concern for their friend, along with other well-meaning colleagues, were now horrified, scattering in panic like ants disturbed from their nest. "It's the same situation as yesterday. It must be some sort of contagious disease," someone shouted in terror, abandoning their work and fleeing toward the exit. Clearly, they were terrified. "What is happening?" Kara attempted to grab a worker to inquire. However, the response was contagious disease. A terrifying, contagious disease. Even Superman has contracted it. The worker merely offered a fearful warning before desperately trying to distance himself from the afflicted individual. Kara could only reluctantly let him go. "Sir, are you all right?" Though she did not possess the plums that Ian wished to see, she nonetheless uttered a famous quote, remaining vigilant as she cautiously approached the worker who was kneeling and retching. Upon hearing her words, the worker, Mike, lifted his head. "Help me." The man's voice was steeped in despair and hoarseness. His eyes had turned a murky white, while a green substance coursed beneath his skin. Though he opened his mouth to say something further, all that emerged was a primal scream. This man was undergoing a rapid and grotesque mutation, with malevolent green energy surging within him, evoking a terrifying erosion of biological integrity. "Workers, never be slaves," he bellowed. Ian felt a strange familiarity with the line. Chapter 44, Green Blood. System feedback. Realizing that Mike's condition was deteriorating, everyone stepped back. Kara immediately raised her voice, alerting those around her. However, there were no workers left. Only Ian remained. Yet at that moment, the youth was crouched by a sewage pit, inhaling the toxic fumes emanating from it, oblivious to Kara's warnings. Hydrogen sulfide poisoning. Ian glanced at the newly acquired negative effects, bewildered. The water appeared unremarkable, merely ordinary wastewater. He had anticipated that the liquid in the pit would be some sort of biochemically altered substance, but it was evident that events were not unfolding as per the classic narrative. "We must take this man to the hospital," Kara said, furrowing her brow. She was more concerned about the worker's survival than the specifics of what was transpiring. "No, cousin, do you perhaps misunderstand the hospital's capabilities?" Ian brushed off the dust from his clothes and gazed at the writhing mass of flesh that was the worker on the ground. He was not devoid of empathy. He simply understood that hospitals also had their limits. "We cannot simply abandon him, can we?" Kara observed as the worker lay on the ground, howling and repeating the same phrase, and she relinquished her defensive stance, stepping forward in an attempt to comfort him. "Sir, I need you to remain calm. Slow your breathing," she urged, attempting to support the trembling worker. Unfortunately, her touch seemed to disrupt some delicate equilibrium within him. "Oh!" The worker emitted a pained roar to the heavens. In the next moment, his flesh began to convulse. His muscles swelled as if inflated, and the sleeves of his work uniform tore with a sharp sound, revealing skin that had turned a sickly green. Soon, this hue spread across Mike's entire body. He even sprouted sharp fangs. His once white eyes now filled with an icy glare. Witnessing this transformation, Kara was struck with horror, retreating several steps to distance herself from the mutated worker. This is impossible," she whispered in disbelief. Despite her self-proclaimed worldly experience, she had seldom witnessed such a swift metamorphosis. Roar, once known as Mike. The creature now stood tall, its head thrown back as it emitted a deafening roar. Viscous green slime dripped from its fangs, forming delicate threads that fell to the ground, where they corroded the earth, creating small craters that emitted wisps of white smoke. The corrosive substance was potent. This aberration towered over 3 meters. Its fearsome visage accentuated by bulging muscles beneath a fluorescent green hide, exuding an aura of terrifying strength. Goodness, a little green giant. Has the DC universe birthed its own Hulk? And here I am, not even transformed yet, and I'm already a counterfeit. Ian gasped in astonishment. He beheld the enormous green figure, its bloodthirsty gaze filled with rage as it raised a claw-like hand to strike at his cousin. Let me handle this. Ian yearned to seize the opportunity for experience. Alas, he was not swift enough. Damn it, he has devolved into a mere beast. Kara, however, had no time to entertain her nephew's ramblings. As the mutated worker swiped at her with a claw, she deftly sidestepped, the giant green claw narrowly missing the zemblem emblazoned on her chest armor, instead igniting a burst of orange-red flames. Is this the invulnerability of my cousin's steel-like physique? Ian marveled at Kara's formidable resilience, though his admiration offered her no emotional solace. If you can't speak wisely, then speak less. With a swift uppercut, she struck the creature's jaw, causing it to stagger back 3 paces, but it soon lunged forward with another furious roar. Out of the corner of her eye, Kara spotted Ian sprinting toward the fray. Stay back. With a light kick, she sent a large metal drum hurtling toward him, not with the intent to harm, but merely to obstruct his involvement. Unfortunately, Ian evaded it with precision. Indeed, a steel body is impressive, yet my temporary indestructibility is equally remarkable. Just a few blows, and I can seize the experience. Ian's eyes gleamed with a fervent desire for growth. However, wisdom often goes unrecognized in this world. As Ian attempted to engage in the perilous battle, Kara swiftly dispatched the approaching mutant worker with a kick. In the same instant, as the worker was sent reeling, she advanced with remarkable speed, binding the creature with a chain and securing it to a water tower amidst its agonized roars. This hardly constituted a battle. The green-skinned monstrosity may possess strength enough to rend steel, but before a Kryptonian, it resembled a toddler challenging a professional boxer, a stark reminder of the absurdities of DC's power hierarchy. Ian watched with envy. Traitor, woman, you have betrayed your class. The mutated worker, perhaps still retaining some semblance of thought, raged as it struggled against its bindings, its eyes ablaze with madness. Slavery. Oppression. This world should not be as it is. We must change it. For everyone. For glory. The creature writhed in frantic defiance. The water tower swayed, though the force was not yet sufficient to break free from its constraints. The mutated worker writhed incessantly, attempting to escape the iron chains that bound him. Yet those chains were exceedingly thick, rendering him utterly immobile. It was inconceivable. Despite her youth, Supergirl Kara exhibited a remarkable proficiency in the art of binding. Such a character could never pose a threat to my father. Ian, observing this perplexing scene, was utterly bewildered. How could someone whom Kara easily subdued possibly be the cause of his father's demise? Having dealt with the mutated worker, Kara brushed the rust from her hands. Regardless of the circumstances, you were correct. This place indeed harbors significant issues. She scrutinized the mutated worker once more, sensing the complexity of the situation. If this truly resembled the contagion described by the fleeing workers, it was difficult to fathom the ulterior motives of the unseen puppeteer behind it all. With this thought, Kara retrieved her phone and began composing a text message. My deductions remain astute. It seems the Joker can no longer serve as my physician. This is his loss. Ian noticed the green-skinned worker struggling, blood oozing from his body, shimmering with an eerie luminescence. This was his first opportunity in the real world to encounter the blood of an extraordinary being. His gaze flickered momentarily, and he turned to observe Kara, who was engaged in a telephone conversation, oblivious to his presence. Opportunities are forever reserved for those who dare to explore. Pondering this philosophically, Ian approached, crouching down slowly to touch the blood that had dripped onto the ground. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated. Error data detected. Incompatible. However, the information provided was not what Ian sought. Chapter 45, Gul'dan. What is the cost? Error data? Incompatible? Ian listened to the notifications, his expression one of bewilderment and confusion. Such system feedback left him utterly mystified. It was evident that his system had been directly lifted from some game. He shivered at the realization of his NPC identity. Disappointed by the lack of a new profession, Ian contemplated whether he might return a test if Kryptonian blood would be effective. His father's blood was difficult to procure. Was his brother Jordan's blood any easier? Jordan frequently had nosebleeds. The saying goes, a drop of gold, 10 drops of blood. Ian considered that, if all else failed, he could pilfer Jordan's nocturnal artifact for experimentation. Gradually standing, Ian cast a glance back at Kara, who remained blissfully unaware of his actions, engrossed in her communication. The wastewater treatment plant had discovered the biochemical products of LexCorp. At least 2 individuals had already mutated. I do not require Hank's assistance. I am simply requesting DO support, full isolation measures. Kara was evidently in conversation with a national governmental organization. If Ian recalled correctly, Supergirl indeed had deep ties with the covert organization DO. This is a crucial secret organization dedicated to monitoring, researching, and responding to the myriad supernatural phenomena, extraterrestrial beings, and individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities that manifest on Earth. The acronym DEO stands for the Department of Extraterrestrial Affairs. As for Hank, his full name is likely Hank Henshaw, a high-ranking member of this enigmatic organization. This name is, in fact, an assumed identity. He, like Kara, is an alien. A Martian hunter, he possesses formidable strength, capable of delivering a blow that could vanquish 3 or 5 Ians. Regardless of the presence of others, I remain a mere Karami, an ordinary NPC, quietly listening to Kara's phone conversation while my gaze drifts back to the mutated green-skinned worker. That appearance seems oddly familiar. Ian observes the protruding fangs of the green-skinned worker, deep in thought, as he feels an uncanny resemblance to the orc from his memories. Even the preceding lines echo a striking similarity. Drink my blood and join us, child. The green-skinned worker's eyes fixate on Ian, commencing his seductive persuasion. This world requires countless warriors to alter its course. You and I shall attain glory together. However, before the green-skinned worker could finish his enticement, Kara, having concluded her call, swiftly delivered a punch to his face. The worker's voice abruptly ceased. A furious roar erupted. Yet it neither intimidated Kara nor stirred any tumult within Ian. Do not tell me you genuinely wish to drink his blood, Kara warned, casting a skeptical glance at Ian, who appeared uncertain. It was evident that she had overheard the green-skinned worker's alluring words directed at Ian. With superhuman hearing, she was acutely aware. Drink his blood? Impossible. Cousin, I have my principles, Ian replied, raising his head and earnestly blinking his eyes behind the 2 holes of his stocking mask. Your expression suggests you might actually want to take a bite out of him, Kara remarked, her suspicion palpable. Ian quickly responded with the most genuine smile of a sunny boy. No, certainly not. I was merely contemplating how to scientifically prove he is not human. Ian's words came from the heart, yet they sent shivers down Kara's spine, the superhero pondering the implications. Damn, are you truly just mentally troubled? She yanked Ian's collar. Lifting him, someone will address this poor soul's predicament. We must investigate whether any individuals remain in the factory area and inquire further. I wager the wastewater treatment facility serves merely as a facade. This place must undoubtedly be Luther's biological experimentation base. Kara's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Are you suggesting our world is about to have its own umbrella corporation? Ian expressed his astonishment, his instincts hinting that it could not merely be a simple biological experiment. Could you articulate something I can comprehend? Kara sighed heavily. With Ian still clad in his stocking mask, she swiftly made her way toward the factory. The sewage treatment plant now finds itself enveloped in an eerie silence, with the once bustling workers having nearly all fled from this locale. As they ventured deeper into the facility, the flickering lights cast an uncertain glow, intermittently accompanied by a faint buzzing sound of electricity, as if no maintenance personnel had ever tended to the place. This is a newly constructed facility. Unless someone has been embezzling, how could the equipment appear so antiquated? Ian struggled as he was returned to the ground, offering Kara detailed reminders. You are right, Kara nodded, her acute sense of hearing detecting the sound of liquid flowing and faint groans emanating from deep within the plant. But the most pronounced heat source seemed to originate from the cafeteria. Over there, she said, positioning Ian protectively behind her. The ground was occasionally marked with water stains, each step producing a sharp sound that felt jarringly out of place in the stillness surrounding them. After a brief walk, the sign for the employee cafeteria came into view. Suddenly, Kara sniffed the air. Do you smell that? The aroma of food. It must be mealtime. Having had her dinner, snatched away by Ian, she found herself particularly sensitive to the tantalizing scent of the cuisine. I only detect sewage and disinfectant, Ian frowned. No, it's the scent of food. Do not doubt my exceptional olfactory senses. At that moment, Kara's stomach let out a rumble, and she felt an unsettling mix of curiosity and hunger. Strange. In such a repugnant place, how could the cafeteria's offerings smell so enticing? With that thought, she led Ian directly into the cafeteria. Kara's gaze swept across the spacious dining area, where 4 or 5 workers clad in orange uniforms sat quietly at stainless steel tables, engrossed in their meals. The air was thick with delightful aromas, the nutty scent of toasted bread, the richness of braised meat, and a hint of fresh herbs, at least. That was the scene before Kara's eyes. Such delectable fare could not possibly belong to a mere sewage treatment plant. She even felt a pang of longing. Yet she stifled her appetite, preparing to inquire with a few of the workers. "Is this what you call good food?" Ian questioned skeptically, his gaze fixed on Kara, sensing that his cousin's culinary preferences were rather peculiar. It's not just peculiar. It should be classified as a Cthulhu-level culinary obsession. Ian's eyes scanned the plates of several employees, each brimming with a nauseating greenish broth and chunks of similarly colored meat. The sight was enough to make one feel queasy. Grilled ribs, creamy soup, pan-seared salmon. What more could one desire to define lavish? Kara swallowed hard, her expression a blend of confusion and intrigue as she looked at Ian. Could the meals at the Clark household possibly surpass this? At her words, Ian's pupils constricted. He fixed his gaze on the direction Kara indicated, where one worker trembled, cradling a bowl of bubbling green soup, with dark, suspicious chunks floating upon its surface. At this very moment, Ian became acutely aware that the scene before him was entirely different from what Kara, with her superhuman vision, was perceiving. Mental interference? Kara's gaze was gradually becoming unfocused. Damn, even the Kryptonians are affected. Ian glanced around, searching for any potential godlike beings that might be present. Just then, a metallic clang echoed from behind the food window. He beheld a gaunt, hunched chef, his murky eyes fixed upon the 2 unexpected guests. Everyone who witnesses shall partake. Share in the feast. Feel the exquisite flavors I have crafted coursing through your veins. It shall bestow upon you strength, enabling you to truly comprehend how extraordinary you are. Come, drink this broth, infused with my countless efforts. The chef's voice was hoarse and deep, laced with an insidious allure. He slowly raised a ladle, a droplet of green liquid falling from its tip, stretching into a viscous thread in midair. Ian was utterly bewildered, feeling something was amiss, and could not help but exclaim, "Gul'dan reborn in the DC universe." Ian's expression was one of utter incredulity. Clang! Upon hearing Ian's remark, the chef's ladle clattered to the ground, his astonishment surpassing even Ian's. His stooped figure began to tremble violently, with gnarled fingers gripping the edge of his apron. "Impossible! How would you know that name?" "It belongs to my dreams, my own world where I wander each night. Enlightenment. I have gained insight in my dream realm. They reside within my mind. Only within my mind. I know what to do. Oh, yes, you're also my illusion, here to remind me to hasten my resistance against this world, right?" Initially incredulous, the chef's face gradually transformed into one of fervent realization as he picked up the ladle. However, his eyes grew increasingly murky. By the heavens, Ian thought it increasingly odd. At first, he merely felt disoriented, thinking the chef had lost his mind. Yet, as the chef articulated descriptions that resonated deeply with him, Ian's eyes widened in sudden comprehension. "Damn it, what caliber are you? Sharing the same golden finger as I do." His frustration peaked, perhaps for the first time since his arrival in this world. Instantly, his anger meter surged to its maximum. To clarify, the dream realm is one of the main crises in this narrative, where only the system acts as the protagonist's golden finger, and the system has its own origins, with an outline capable of reaching 2 million words. Rest assured and enjoy the reading. Chapter 46. Cousin, you are losing control. Utterly infuriated, truly, exceedingly irate. The selfishness of human nature is vividly manifested in Ian at this moment. He had presumed that within the vast cosmos, he alone could wander in a dreamscape. Yet he discovers that nightmares are not a privilege exclusive to him. Who understands this plight? Family. A second Alice has emerged. Ian feels profoundly pitiful, having encountered a lackluster golden finger. His anger surges, compelling him to lunge forward, eager to seize the collar of his adversary through the glass window. However, in a sudden flurry, he finds himself thwarted. Damn it, get a little closer. Due to the limitations of his reach, Ian is utterly incapable of grasping his opponent through the minuscule window, merely the size of a head. Even the hunched chef retaliates by striking his hand with a ladle. Yet, after a few blows, Ian seizes the ladle. Who are you? Why has your soul not undergone my baptism? The chef engages in a tug-of-war for the ladle. Questioning Ian, clearly perplexed by his failure to succumb to the puppet-like state that had ensnared Kara. A hopeless soul indeed. The chef concludes regarding Ian's unusual condition. You're the one who is hopeless. Baptism. You seem so fond of it. Allow me to bestow upon you a proper baptism. Ian raises his fist, ready to smash the obstructive glass window. Just then, a dazed and vacant-eyed Kara pushes her way to the front, having been in line behind Ian all the while. She now appears impatient, fixated on the vibrant dishes within the serving window, swallowing repeatedly, a vague smile gracing her lips, her eyes betraying an insatiable longing. The chef, clearly pleased, nods in approval, retrieving a new ladle from behind him and serving Kara a bowl of thick soup bubbling with an eerie green froth. Kara, in a trance, accepts the bowl, slowly raising it as if to drink. No, dear cousin, you cannot handle what lies within that bowl. Ian harbors grave suspicions that the bizarre chef has pilfered from Gul'dan's script, akin to acquiring the powers of the Hulk. I'm so hungry. Kara, in her dazed state, wrestles with Ian over the bowl, her strength surpassing his. As she nears the bowl to her lips, Ian, in a moment of desperation, resorts to his superintelligence. Let me. I can handle it. Glancing at his skill panel, he notes numerous skills within the Berserker category that trade negative effects for temporary power boosts. He still has one unspent skill point, proving that holding back can indeed be crucial. As Kara teeters on the brink of a mishap, Ian leans in and slurps the soup from her bowl. Remarkably, it tastes quite good. Ian is astonished, savoring the flavors. What looks and smells repugnant proves to be unexpectedly delightful. I understand now. Stinky tofu. A brand new version of stinky tofu. Ian felt as though he had deciphered the recipe for the rich soup. Simultaneously, a new status appeared on his status panel. Curse of blood. This ominous status glowed a vivid green and promised to gradually mutate Ian's body while eroding his mind, leading him toward a fate of depravity and madness. But this was all for victory, for the new world. The chef bore no ill will towards Ian for seizing the bowl of soup from Carla. Instead, he wore an expression of serene satisfaction, as if this were all as it should be. Do you wish to make the world suffer? Ian smacked his lips, feeling no inclination toward corruption. Of course, the changes in his body were visibly apparent. He glanced down at his hands and noticed green energy surging beneath his skin, albeit not particularly abundant. It seemed to be lying in wait, accumulating strength. You're suffering from corruption by malevolent energy. Experience points 1. One must admit, this was undoubtedly the most severe negative status Ian had experienced since acquiring the Berserker class. A normal person might have been overwhelmed with panic and fear. However, he was on the verge of leveling up. Delicious. Irresistible. Ian observed as the chef ladled another bowl of soup for the awaiting Carla, and he swiftly snatched it away, tilting his head back to gulp it down. Carla expressed her fury at having her food snatched away. Wait, you. The chef stared in astonishment at the greedy Ian. Is there truly such talent? Excellent. I need a warrior like you, devoted and full of potential. As Ian finished the second bowl with evident eagerness, the chef, regaining his composure, was filled with immense joy. He hurriedly ladled soup after soup for Ian. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ian, of course, did not refuse. As time passed, he consumed over 10 bowls of the verdant soup. Initially, the chef was increasingly excited, but soon he began to sense something amiss. Logically, the boy before him should have started transforming by now. You're not right. The chef angrily halted the delivery of the green soup. What? Stingy? Seeing this, Ian searched around and pulled a water pipe from the corner, skillfully inserting it into the pot of soup beneath the window. Although the curse of blood indicated it would affect his sanity, he did not feel himself slipping into madness. Nor did he unlock any transformation into a green giant after drinking several more sips. Not even his strength had increased. Wasn't he promised that drinking the soup would make him larger and stronger? As a berserker with severely skewed attributes, Ian had sacrificed intelligence to elevate his strength beyond his mental acuity. Alas, it seemed the heavens did not comprehend his plight. Tell me, have you diluted the demon's blood with water? How vexing. As Ian continued to voraciously consume the soup, he drew out his dagger and began to level up with fervor. Make no mistake, this was not due to a decline in sanity. It was not merely the soup's nourishing properties that captivated Ian. After just a few sips, He found himself utilizing his self-healing frenzy, steadily accumulating experience without the pangs of hunger encroaching upon him. It was as if the soup had been meticulously crafted for him, a veritable elixir of vitality. You are currently afflicted by corrupting energies. Experience gained. 1 health points depleted. Experience gained. 2. The blade in Ian's hand blurred with motion as, under the dual forms of experience acquisition, he reveled in double joy. In no time, his entire demeanor transformed, heralding an upgrade. Strength, 5,885. Constitution, 4,767. Intelligence, 2,627. Spirit, 6,871. Upgrade reward. Profession skill point awarded. Status weight increased. Erroneous data purged. Chapter 47. The Peerless Divine Weapon. Titan deity. The good news. He had finally become a true-blooded berserker. The bad news. The negative state of blood curse had dissipated, and the surging green energy beneath his skin had vanished, leaving him feeling as though the double joy had evaporated in an instant. The chef ceased to serve him more soup, and Ian found himself hesitant to wield his knife. O system, do not bestow benefits so recklessly. Do not purge, restore it. Ian had never been able to negotiate favorable outcomes with the system. All he could do was cast an exasperated glance at the chef through the window. What system? What upgrade? The chef appeared utterly bewildered. Would you like another bowl? Ian's eyes drifted to the large barrel that the chef had hurriedly moved aside during his experience of elevation. His water pipe could no longer reach the barrel, for the chef had placed a sturdy iron lid upon it. You charlatan! You do not deserve redemption or glory. The chef seemed to be a genuine lunatic, though he exhibited a certain intelligence, clearly sensing Ian's discontent. I'm not a fraud, truly. Just one more bowl. Just one will suffice. I will pay. Surely that is acceptable? Franklin, assist me. Ian sought to revert the negative state. He produced money, only to discover that financial incentives sometimes proved ineffective. Thus, he resorted to logical reasoning, forcefully banging against the thick glass before him. With 8 times the strength of a normal person, he could only leave faint white marks upon its surface. This is bulletproof glass, the chef scoffed. Bang, bang, bang. Ian fell silent, relentlessly pounding against the glass. Damn it, bulletproof glass. Is it designed to withstand missiles as well? After futilely striking for some time, he found himself dumbfounded as he caught the chef grinning and nodding from the other side of the window. It indeed was missile-proof glass. What is this? Lex Group's black technology? In a world prior to his transmigration, Ian would have certainly expressed his outrage. Yet within the DC universe, the existence of such glass seemed almost plausible. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Ian's exasperation. All right. Why not inform me sooner? Speaking in half-truths, are we? He glanced around, his extraordinary intellect reactivated. In a mere instant, he identified a legendary weapon for himself. Forgive me, dear cousin. I require your assistance in my cultivation. I trust that even in a state of clarity, you would absolve me, for this is in pursuit of the justice you so fervently uphold. I have consumed all that broth, unaware of how many lives it might save. Truly, this is immeasurable merit, a triple victory. I triumphed twice. Upon witnessing his cousin's dazed expression, Ian seized Kara's calves with both hands, lifting the invincible Kryptonian with ease. He vowed that this was undoubtedly the most effective hammer in existence. With the force of a mighty sledgehammer, Ian hurled his cousin against the glass window. Clang, clang, clang. One could only remark on the extraordinary sound produced by using his cousin to shatter glass. It was evident that the hardest substance in this world was not diamond, but rather the head of a Kryptonian. With a resounding crash, the entire bulletproof glass shattered instantly. It remained uncertain whether Kara's head was indeed that robust, or if LexCorp's substandard products were to blame. Nonetheless, Ian successfully breached the barrier between himself and the nourishing broth. No, the chef was splattered with shards of glass. Still, he desperately shielded his large pot. Stop. This source of hope must be shared with others. The establishment of a new world requires it. It needs it. The chef bellowed a warning as Ian advanced. Bang! He was skillfully flung by Ian, who wielded Kara like a weapon. You cannot treat me this way. I am the Jesus of the new world. I shall transform this realm. The chef was slammed against the wall, spewing green blood while howling in agony. You should be my warrior. Why has it come to this? Why does it seem that every bone in my body has shattered? I appear as a feeble, inept sorcerer. My physique is too weak. Ian paid no heed to the chef's lamentations. He embraced the large pot and drank every drop of the verdant broth. Then, in a blink, he devoured all the green vegetables as well. The appetite of a berserker is well understood by those who have witnessed it. Curse of blood. You are afflicted by demonic corruption. Experience points 1. As the familiar state returned, Ian let out a contented belch. His spirits were elevated. And according to the theory of relativity, when one person is joyful, another is bound to be in despair. The chef continued to bleed, slumped on the ground, trembling. His face contorted into a grotesque mask of despair as he stared vacantly at the empty pot, his lips quivering incessantly. No, it should not be this way. You have shattered my hope. You have destroyed the hope of this world. They will punish me. I do not want you. You must accompany me to the grave. The chef erupted in a heart-wrenching scream. In the next moment, his body suddenly swelled, only to collapse instantaneously, as if being torn apart by some inner force. The agonizing screams echoed throughout the dining hall. Behold my dream. The chef's venomous voice permeated the air. In the blink of an eye, a resounding explosion occurred. The hunched figure of the counterfeit Gul'dan burst forth like a balloon, countless beams of light and shadow erupting from his form, momentarily blinding Ian with their brilliance. Did everything transform into light at the slightest conflict? Hiss, could it be that I have become the villain? Ian struggled to adapt to the blinding radiance, the surrounding space twisting under its glare. The entire dining hall appeared as though crumpled by an invisible hand, only to be reshaped anew. The whole realm seemed to be drawn into a world ablaze. A colossal giant materialized amidst the light and shadow, its form towering like a mountain, casting a shadow that could envelop vast expanses of land. I am your god. A voice of authority reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The titanic figure, reminiscent of ancient titans, possessed eyes like two blazing furnaces, exhaling searing flames that threatened to reduce everything in sight to ashes. Ian gazed at this behemoth with a tinge of trepidation. However, upon realizing he still had several hours of his undead buff remaining, he regained his composure. Goodness, do I truly possess the weight to challenge a boss? How thrilling! Ian perused his character panel for any skills that might serve as a lifeline. Just as the Titan raised its terrifying fist, an unfathomable power began to coalesce, its fist descending towards Ian like a meteor. The shock wave surged outward, brimming with menace, as though it sought to pulverize Ian into dust. Together with my cousin, we shall undoubtedly wreak havoc. Ian charged forth fearlessly, the seemingly diminutive mortal daring to confront the colossal deity. Yet, just as he swung his weapon, prepared for a collision with the Titan's fist, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. A crimson and blue figure, akin to a shooting star, plunged downward. With a resounding crash, the formidable Titan was toppled to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, that man appeared, arriving like a cannon of humanity, declaring who the true god of this realm truly was. I demand an explanation. The superhero's gaze fell upon his bewildered young son, who remained with arms raised, clutching his stiff cousin. Chapter 48. Father, I hardly recognized you. The yellow sand swirled into a vortex beneath Clark's feet, the scorched earth exuding a dark crimson mist. The dining hall, once marked by a strong industrial aesthetic, now presented a scene reminiscent of another world, distorted by the interplay of light and shadow. Clark, clad in his classic battle attire, gazed deeply at his young son. Ian generally maintains a composed demeanor, with the exception of his parents. Ironically, at this very moment, he finds himself under the stern gaze of his father. Fortunately, Ian need not fret about being subjected to the searing heat of a superhero-esque gaze. This is a far more favorable circumstance than that which most villains endure. However, the unfortunate reality is that, despite his readiness to confess, he still struggles to articulate why he is wielding a hammer that resembles Kara. I do not comprehend your words. Ian instinctively thought to conceal the hammer behind his back. Yet its considerable length rendered that futile. In truth, even if he could manage to hide it, it would serve no purpose, merely a reflexive response. Superman, you have arrived too late. As a member of the crowd, it is I who deserves an explanation. Ian recalled the news he had seen the previous night, and, in a moment of desperation, opted for a preemptive approach. He feigned the guise of an ordinary citizen who could not possibly discern Superman's handsomeness, a rather reasonable ruse, he believed, and one that honored the traditions of the DC universe. Yet, for Ian, this disguise proved less effective than anticipated. The veins on Clark's forehead visibly throbbed. His fists clenched tightly, clearly on the verge of unleashing his hidden leather belt had he not adhered to a principle of not striking children. Ian, this is not amusing. Superman gritted through clenched teeth, his voice low and resonant. Ah, Superman even knows my name. Ian mused, quite impressed, acknowledging that there must be some connection between superheroes and his own legacy. Yet, the performance he had adopted from his desk mate was evidently insufficient to truly deceive. He noticed his father's expression darkening. Ah, I knew Madison's acting principles were unreliable. Ian thought in a moment of panic, ceasing any further disparagement of his father's reputation. After swallowing hard, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed behind Clark. Look, that Titan has risen again, Ian exclaimed, not merely fabricating a distraction, but genuinely witnessing a scene that could divert attention. A colossal figure, vast enough to eclipse the sky, slowly stood, reminiscent of the visage of Sargeras in his memory. The Titan's expression was one of fury, its form diminished, yet still exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Boom! The Titan's fearsome fist descended upon its instigator with tremendous force, launching a surprise attack devoid of any forewarning. However, thud. Clark showed no astonishment at Ian's warning. He did not even glance back, merely extending a single hand backwards. The ancient Titan's fist, larger than a truck, was effortlessly restrained in midair. The visual impact was striking. Mortal! The Titan roared, realizing it was immobilized and unable to move. Clark paid no attention to the struggles behind him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his youngest son, which caused Ian, already feeling somewhat guilty, to break into a cold sweat. Truly, he is a Superman. It seems my presence is no longer required here. With a forced smile plastered across his face, Ian quietly placed Kara on the ground, treating her as if she were a delicate sculpture. He even brushed off the dirt clinging to her, remnants of his earlier mischief where he had used her as a makeshift hammer. Now, he silently cleared away the evidence of his transgressions. What we call this? It is called eliminating witnesses. Ian had begun to pave a way for his own escape. Ian, I am your father, Clark Kent, came Superman's voice, low and gravelly, reminiscent of Batman's tone. Perhaps to vent his pent-up frustration, Clark turned and soared into the air, delivering a series of powerful blows to the Titan, driving him deep into the mountain's core. Debris erupted around them, the scene resembling a domestic violence incident, causing Ian, who had intended to unleash a torrent of curses, to cautiously brush the rubble off his face and speak in hushed tones. What a wicked Superman! How dare he impersonate my benevolent father? Ian glanced around, desperately searching for an escape route in this surreal reality, but found nothing but scorched earth and molten rock, leaving him with no tactical retreat. Yet, he had a plan. If only he could flee, he could easily concoct a perfect tale of a shapeshifter impersonating him. Never underestimate the power of a writer. Ian believed he could fabricate a thrilling and credible narrative. No more playing the fool, Ian. Emerging from the dust, Superman's eyes still glowed with a residual red light, imbuing him with a palpable aura of menace. Ian instinctively recoiled. Clark, perhaps donning his glasses out of habit, seemed to have lost track of the chef, while Kara, slowly regaining consciousness, shook her head and reminded Clark of their predicament. Supergirl sensed she had begun to unravel her nephew's schemes, recalling the events that had transpired moments ago. Thus, she offered her affection towards Ian. Feeling betrayed, Ian thought, that wicked cousin of mine. He watched as Superman, somewhat perplexed, donned his glasses. And realizing there was no longer any reason to feign ignorance, Ian quickly smacked his forehead in epiphany. Oh, my father is actually Superman. I couldn't recognize him without his glasses. How astonishing. After retreating a few steps, he took a deep breath. I must share this marvelous news with Jonathan and Jordan. He altered his strategy, entering into a mode of intimidation, for dear father was not keen on his children uncovering the secret. Ian was acutely aware of this, for he was a false prophet, possessing a profound understanding of his father's character. Superman's temples throbbed with intensity. You should contemplate how to explain to your mother why you have yet again failed to return home on time. Clark gritted his teeth, turning once more to unleash his heat vision upon the colossal Titan behind him. His wrath redirected, Superman demonstrated a mastery of emotional management. Yet, The true suffering lay with the enormous Titan, continuously bellowing beneath the searing rays. Pitiful mortal, you cannot impede our rebirth. You shall inevitably become one with us. The Titan's roar echoed through the heavens, yet its threats bore little consequence. Superman's heat vision appeared even more ferocious. Chapter 49. The Source of Nightmares. Mysterious catastrophe. Ignoring the Titan's frenzied curses, 5 minutes later, Superman's mood had calmed somewhat. Do the two of you comprehend the peril that surrounds us? Clark directed his gaze towards his child and his cousin, who had seemingly been wielded as a weapon. He brought me here. He claimed he needed to save your life. Kara promptly accused, offering no concealment, thoroughly betraying Ian. Upon hearing this, Clark's pupils flickered. He recalled the strange sensations of the previous night and Ian's nonsensical ramblings. Who summoned you here? Clark suddenly glared at Ian. My superintelligence? Ian replied with uncharacteristic honesty. This time, he was indeed speaking the truth, relying solely on deduction. However, Clark's expression grew increasingly menacing, as if he were on the verge of striking someone. We need to have a serious discussion later. Clark stated gravely to Ian before turning back to unleash more heat vision, causing the already battered Titan to shatter violently. Immediately, countless shadows began to dissolve, revealing the dilapidated restaurant of the sewage plant outside, where myriad scattered shadows seemed to be drawn together by some unseen force. A black orb began to coalesce. Within it, a fractured world flickered, with countless unwilling souls howling at the exterior. To this, Superman appeared unfazed, as if he had encountered such a phenomenon before. What is this? Kara inquired, attempting to reach out. Do not touch it. Clark abruptly pulled Kara back, his gaze grave, laced with concern and vigilance. Is this what has caused you harm? Kara glanced at Clark's arm, sensing his injuries, and it was not difficult to deduce his apprehension. Did the one who brought you here instruct you on how to handle this entity? Clark did not respond to Kara, instead turning to the astonished Ian, who was fixated on the black sphere. I don't know, that big shot didn't he say? Ian replied, his eyes clear. Perhaps I can eliminate it? He too yearned to become Gul'dan, to be filled with fell energy each day, and merely contemplating such an ascent quickened his heart. With this thought, Ian could not help but swallow hard. His reaction was entirely noticeable to Clark. The symptom was something that Hannibal, the doctor with a penchant for the bizarre, had mentioned. Just as Superman, unable to suppress a sigh, was about to summon Kara to join him in unleashing heat vision in an attempt to obliterate the ominous black sphere that was solidifying in midair and would soon flee. The black sphere trembled violently, shooting straight toward Ian like an arrow released from a bow. Reacting swiftly, Superman raised his hand to intercept it. Yet the black sphere seemed to phase through his palm. Detected mergeable data. Ian suddenly received a prompt from his system, and a wave of exhilaration surged within him. He opened his mouth, ready to receive the offering that was being presented to him. At that very moment, the world around him froze, fading into a chaotic blur. Have you lost your mind? A pale hand appeared out of thin air, gripping Ian's throat and preventing him from swallowing the anticipated prize. Before him materialized Tessa, the faux Grim Reaper, or perhaps a certain unnamed female overlord. She merely squeezed his throat, causing Ian to expel the black sphere. What audacity to snatch it away! In a fit of rage, Ian could do nothing but watch as this being, one of the most formidable entities in the cosmos, held the black sphere in her gloved hand. Do you even know what this is? How dare you consider putting it in your mouth? The overlord's careful demeanor with the black sphere suggested a cautious deliberation. In response, Ian raised an eyebrow. If I don't consume it, how will I ever know what it truly is? He masked the truth of the system's warning that it was safe to eat with his peculiar logic. The overlord appeared to harbor no suspicions. Her focus remained on the enigmatic black sphere in her grasp. This is a shattered world. You may regard it as a fragment of another universe. Yes, the debris of the cosmos, containing elements that do not belong to our realm. Indeed, it is a remnant of another universe. The woman's fingers gently shook the black sphere, causing ripples to dance across its surface, revealing countless tiny lights flickering within, as if myriad beings were roaring inside. Is it truly so advanced? Ian's heart raced, his mood unsettled. For the explanation provided by the female overlord sparked a chilling realization within him. Thus, life still exists within these fragmented universes. Despite a flicker of trepidation in Ian's heart, he swiftly seized the opportunity to extract valuable information. The remnants of the past were merely shadows, devoid of life. Yet, should these cosmic remnants find refuge in another universe, they could indeed be revived. The formidable woman was inexplicably no longer playing the riddle master. Instead, she activated a mode of unreserved inquiry. Naturally, Ian would not let such a rare opportunity slip by. Could one universe truly inhabit another, akin to a parasite? This thought led him to contemplate the few individuals he had encountered who did not belong to the DC universe. Might this also signify a form of cosmic parasitism? As Ian pondered these musings, it became clear that only those shattered universes, now reduced to mere fragments, would resort to parasitism. In contrast, intact universes would opt for a more subtle approach. Such silent amalgamation would be far more challenging for us to detect, far less apparent than the blatant parasitism of these cosmic remnants. The woman regarded the dark orb in her hand with disdain. Ian latched onto this detail. This was not a matter for him to comprehend, yet the woman evidently was reluctant to answer his inquiry. Very well, Ian mulled over the information. Why then would this fragmented universe manifest within the body of a mere chef? Was it because they sought a chosen one? This notion struck Ian as deeply personal, an aspect he could not overlook. For a universe to parasitize ours, it would necessitate a host with a legitimate identity. Yet one must not misconstrue this as a stroke of fortune. These foreign entities seek out beings with weak wills or hollow hearts, endowing them with illusory power and vision, leading them to believe they have been bestowed with some grand mission. In reality, all who fall prey to these shattered universes become disposable tools. Their fates, as expendable as that unfortunate soul you forced to their demise, is not the same as the one your father encountered yesterday. The formidable woman cast a deep gaze at Ian. You ought to be grateful I saved you. Otherwise, you would have become like all the subjects I have dealt with, manipulated puppets, gradually losing their sense of self. Numerous voices would echo in your mind, seducing you with the obsessions belonging to the past shadows of these cosmic remnants. Her tone was grave. Believe me, no one can withstand such torment. Even someone as formidable as her found her words abruptly cut off, an expression of poignant reflection crossing her face, perhaps conjuring thoughts of someone from her past. Why does your complexion seem to pale? The woman dismissed her reverie and turned back to Ian, only to discover that the youth's countenance was alarmingly ashen. Even within this monochromatic world, there is nothing much. I, too, am a pale-skinned individual. Ian forced a smile, as he believed he had discerned the reason behind the nightmares that visited him each night. However, this insight seemed to fall short of explaining certain circumstances. For instance, a sense of purpose? He possessed none, nor did he harbor any obsessive thoughts. Even the minor psychological afflictions he had experienced were swiftly resolved. Was this correct? Upon deeper contemplation, Ian recognized that he differed from that chef in various respects. The chef's prowess stemmed from a fragmented universe, insubstantial and ephemeral, whereas his own strength derived from a system that was undeniably solid and incomparable. As this realization washed over him, Ian felt a sudden calmness envelop him, his heart settling like still water. Chapter 50. A glance into my eyes is a miracle. Through this comparison, the disparity was starkly evident. Ian's mind was made up. He sensed that, compared to the nightly descent into the realm of nightmares, his clumsy yet steadfast system shared the closest bond with him. It sought no reward, had no tasks, only offered selfless devotion. Silently, it aided Ian in documenting each step of his growth. Indeed, the experience points, in Ian's view, merely represented the record of his development. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the gratitude he felt for the system's unyielding support. Why do you not only appear pale, but also tremble? The female leader tilted her head slightly, her dark eyes reflecting confusion at Ian's changing demeanor. Low blood sugar? Shaking from hunger? In dire need of a benefactor's assistance. Ian's gaze once again fixated on the black orb in the female leader's hand. He was intensely curious about what he might gain from consuming it. A new profession? Or perhaps an explosion of experience points. Once I swallow this black pearl, I shall know that my fate lies in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Ian felt a surge of anticipation. Yet, the female leader had no intention of fulfilling his desires. This cannot be given to you. It requires proper handling. Her fingertip lightly tapped the surface of the black sphere, causing dark red nebulae to swirl within. Just a touch. Ian attempted to reason with her. I promise I won't put it in my mouth. His assurances failed to earn the female leader's trust. Your father is correct. You truly have a strange craving, don't you? She pressed her other hand to her forehead, unconvinced by Ian's earnest expression. But it is my trophy, Ian persisted, reluctant to relinquish the allure of the compatible data, even though he was unaware of what it entailed. His instincts told him it would immensely benefit him. Your trophy? The female leader regarded Ian with a bemused look, as if encountering a bold creature daring to challenge her. I have been watching you all along. This is clearly your father's trophy. She ruthlessly exposed the truth, although Ian played a role. It was minor and lacked any decisive influence. Ian was keen to retort that this is precisely how an ordinary NPC behaves, no matter how dramatic. He would never play a decisive role. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at the collective that established the overarching themes of the DC universe. What do you wish to convey? The female leader discerned Ian's hesitation. But isn't my father in essence mine? At the very least, I can claim 1/3. And then I shall appeal to Jonathan and Jordan for the remaining 2/3, which will undoubtedly still belong to me. Ultimately, Ian chose to continue reasoning. There is indeed merit in his argument. The female leader parted her lips, rendered speechless. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. After a brief pause, she stated, "This item is neither a toy nor a source of power. Since it has departed from this world, I cannot allow it to return. That would be a blight upon our realm." With a weary sigh, she continued, "Rest assured, your contributions will not go unrecognized. We shall provide you with ample rewards. If you desire power, we shall grant it." I must admit, while the female leader could not read Ian's thoughts, her keen insight revealed why he yearned to consume fragments from other worlds. Thus, this embodiment of the supreme cosmic order also made a promise to Ian. "Very well, let's proceed. Show me." Ian was, by nature, a content individual. He understood that he could still seek out other fragments and, under the leader's watchful eye, seize them in one swift motion. At that moment, he solely desired the curse of immortality. The female leader observed as Ian spread his arms, poised to accept something, and she felt that in her 1,000 years of existence, she had never encountered as much silence as she had in these past few days. Gazing intently at Ian, she noted his unwavering stance. Death resistance. You shall be entirely immune to death during your lifetime. Even if transformed into a neutrino, you shall not truly perish. He perhaps genuinely wishes to avoid seeing you daily. With a resigned sigh, the female leader pressed her hand to Ian's forehead, and thus, the temporary curse in his status bar transformed into a permanent condition. So I shall not die? Does that mean I am immortal? Ian's greed stirred once more. His contentment was akin to Schrodinger's cat. He only felt satisfied when he was compelled to be. Trust me, that will not be a reward. Some rules exist not merely to impose constraints. The female leader shook her head, dismissing Ian's suggestion. Very well. Ian blinked, choosing once again to be content. Ultimately, he had obtained what he desired. The DC universe finally possessed its own Deadpool. Ian was confident he would be far more beloved than his Marvel counterpart. This is a small token of my appreciation for you. And as for our rewards, you will experience them in your future endeavors, the female leader remarked. As if preparing to turn away, Ian was reluctant to forego the opportunity to delve into the mysteries of the universe. Wait, could you elaborate on the concept of a merging world? He inquired, his curiosity purely academic, a reflection of his studious nature during his school days. The air of his unspoken intentions was subtle, and at least the formidable woman did not seem to suspect him. Other universes were indeed merging into ours, albeit in a manner so subtle that it often went unnoticed. It was not a violent invasion, and the entities within the cosmos remained oblivious to these occurrences. Everything operated in a remarkably harmonious way, making it difficult for us to perceive the changes, much like how different hues of ink blend into clear water, becoming indistinguishable as they mix. There was a weighty tone in the woman's voice. In that moment, Ian seemed to grasp why his recognition as a Death Knight's Chosen had not elevated his standing in the world, or what one might refer to as his status weight. The Death Knights, too, were outsiders integrating into this reality. Was this a blessing or a curse? Ian cautiously embarked on an exploration of this notion, feeling the need to be prepared, even with his legitimate status. What if the powerful figures of the DC universe sought to eradicate all foreign elements? There were both good and bad aspects to consider, and due to the scarcity of discernible cases, Even we remained unable to judge which was which. Undoubtedly, there would be impacts, much like salt dissolving in water, where the grains are invisible, yet the water becomes brackish. What we could assure was that the world's functioning would not be drastically affected. After all, this merging between universes merely sought survival. The woman's demeanor suggested a certain tolerance towards the merging of universes. They seemed particularly focused only on the invasions of shattered realms. This could be perceived as rather good news for Ian. Do you wish to inquire further? The woman had clearly changed since their first encounter. She was now notably patient in her explanations. Her reasons for this were not without merit. If you discover any similar anomalies, do inform me. I shall always remain attentive to your appeals. I presume you have already discerned my identity. Her gaze held a profound significance as she looked into Ian's eyes. Ian felt a flicker of guilt. If you can't perceive these things, how could I? He lamented, attempting to mask his unease with self-deprecating humor. The woman observed this with keen awareness. Indeed, a foster son. Perhaps this is your unique attribute. Kryptonians are far from being so exceptional. Her voice was as soft as a feather's caress. She once more lifted the black orb in her hand, as if to scrutinize it. Due to the constraints of our rules, we are unable to directly engage with such entities. Your father's initial action led us to its discovery, but the challenge now lies in compelling it to reveal itself once more. This is the reason I require assistance, and my choice of you stems from a lack of alternatives. The words of the formidable woman left Ian in a state of bewilderment. What could they possibly mean? He blinked, hoping she would refrain from speaking in riddles. For those who weave such enigmas seldom meet a favorable fate beyond Gotham. You inquire of me. Yet who shall I inquire of? I await your own revelation, hoping you will disclose the reasons behind it. The woman offered a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed by the quest for answers. Her form began to fade, accompanied by the vanishing of the dark orb in her grasp. The ability to obscure my omniscience is, in itself, a marvel. The fact that we can engage in this manner is not merely due to the favor of the old man you bear. The gradual disappearance of Miss Death echoed in the air. I am the embodiment of the rules. Not all beings possess the right to gaze upon me and remember my essence. Contemplate this, little one. What manner of existence do you truly represent? Her final lingering words resonated with profound significance. In an instant, the monochrome faded away, and the world commenced its operation anew. Chapter 51, Homecoming. The shadows lurk. The black and white dissolved, and colors began to flow back into this realm. Status weight elevated. Suddenly, Ian heard the system's notification. However, before he could examine the personal panel meticulously compiled by his steadfast friend, a gust of wind swept through, and Superman stood merely inches away from him. Ah, my beloved father. Ian promptly smiled, hoping Superman would be lenient. Where is it? Clark, however, showed no intention of being gentle. His brow furrowed, and his demeanor was unusually grave. He had merely witnessed the dark orb that had charged towards Ian vanish in an instant. The formidable woman must have come to retrieve it. Ian answered with utmost honesty, his tone tinged with disbelief, as the elusive elixir he had been about to consume had simply vanished. Of course, the immortality granted by death resistance was not without its merits. At last, he had secured a long-term experience card, which lifted his spirits. However, the next moment, his elation dissipated. I suspect he has ingested it. Kara, now transformed into a whirlwind, approached swiftly, extending her steel-clad hands. One hand clasped his chin, while the other pried open his mouth with deftness akin to that of a cat inspecting for stolen treats. Ian struggled fiercely, yet his strength paled in comparison to Kara's, rendering him powerless as she delved into his mouth for retribution. Indeed, retribution. Oh, how fierce a woman's desire for vengeance can be. Even though he had just fought alongside Ian, he now harbored a deep resentment towards him. Ian felt that his concern for his cousin's forehead had been in vain. He and T struck her forehead with great force, but merely tapped it. Truly, the formidable one had taken the lead. Ian raised his hand and poked at Kara's eye, finally prompting her to release him. Though he also sensed that his cousin's eye felt as solid as steel. Ian gazed at his slightly aching fingers, bemused. Father? He looked up and noticed the silent Superman, who was scrutinizing his body, as if employing his supervision to ascertain whether Ian had consumed the dark orb. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than the parent. Clark had witnessed Ian's attempt to chew on the malevolent spirit. Even if he was unaware that Ian had already chewed halfway through in the realm of souls, he was still quite convinced of Ian's peculiar appetite for the bizarre. Indeed, there was nothing amiss. After a thorough examination, Clark discovered only a surge of green energy within Ian, a result of the corruption of evil energy, though it seemed well suppressed by Ian's body. While his son was not entirely unscathed, he had not become the host of the bizarre black orb, which allowed Clark to breathe a sigh of relief. A formidable one? Clark had heard Ian use such a title before. His eyes flickered as he rolled up the sleeves of his battle attire, glancing at his arm, which had inexplicably returned to normal. Then, the concerned father took a moment to feel his own state once more. Ultimately, he chose to trust Ian. What formidable one! Kara rubbed her eye, which Ian had poked, her face a mask of confusion. She clearly could not sense the temporal stasis that Clark had experienced. Truly, cousin was lacking in skill. He must practice more. Ian quietly mused to himself. Kara continued to frown, scanning the surroundings yet finding nothing. She cast a suspicious glance at Superman, who merely shook his head, signaling her not to delve deeper. We, father and son, must engage in an open dialogue. Of course, we must first return to avoid causing your mother undue worry, Clark said sternly to Ian. Then, he added, thank you for your assistance today. He hesitated to refer to Kara as cousin. It's nothing. Kara waved her hand dismissively, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing her lips. It is only natural for family to help one another. When you return, make sure to give this little rascal a good thrashing for me. Indeed, the capacity for a woman's vengeance knows no bounds. Ian felt wronged. He hadn't used Kara's face to strike anything, only his back and forehead. Was that not a sign of sufficient respect for his cousin? I must return to write an article for my boss. I'm leaving now. Kara declined Clark's invitation to dinner, preparing to depart. Upon hearing her words, Ian resolved to salvage their cousin-nephew relationship. I'm quite skilled at writing. Just ask my father. Do you need my assistance with your writing? Ian glanced at Clark. Yet Clark's expression was ineffable. Kara's demeanor was equally peculiar. First, consider how you will explain your predicament to your father. With that, she transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from the already disheveled restaurant. 4 or 5 numb workers who had been dining had also disappeared, leaving only a pool of green pus behind. A lamentable sight. Clark gazed at the viscous liquid, a sigh of pity escaping his lips. Come, we must seek assistance to address the contamination within you. With that, he steadied his emotions and grasped Ian by the nape of his neck. Wait, Dad, Ian's words were abruptly cut off with a whoosh, and in the next moment, the father and son vanished from sight. Time elapsed, though its passage was indiscernible. As dusk deepened, outside the rusted barbed wire, a dozen armed personnel clad in black tactical gear silently drew a perimeter, their guns coldly aimed at the returning workers. Why are we being denied entry? Are they planning to withhold our overtime pay? Shouted an irate worker, likely the leader among the group, his hard hat firmly in place. Company orders. No one is allowed inside today, replied the lead mercenary brusquely, their uniforms emblazoned with the letters LexCorp. The crowd began to stir, murmurs of discontent rising. I heard government officials were here before. Could it be that the factory has been sealed by them? A worker, anxiety etched on his face, fretted over potential unemployment. But all he received in response was the mercenary's stony silence. It must be due to the contagion, the illness that occurred yesterday and today. A self-proclaimed informant interjected, his voice tinged with concern, as though fearing contamination from mere exposure. The government took away a body. It was oozing green sludge. It must be a serious contagion. This worker had evidently witnessed the cleanup crew summoned by Kara. Yet, the reasons behind the lack of action from DO personnel, in favor of a blockade by LexCorp's private militia, remained unclear. Perhaps it was due to monetary influence or the sway of corporate power over government institutions. In the DC universe, the likes of America could not produce a president who could arbitrarily manipulate the stock market. The voice of the tycoon often outweighed that of high-ranking officials. We demand compensation. The workers began to rally. At that moment, a sleek black luxury sedan approached silently, its tires splashing through the puddles, creating a muddy spray. The door swung open, and polished shoes met the ground. Lex Luthor stepped out, his gleaming head reflecting the cold light. Rest assured, each of you will receive financial compensation from the company, along with a complimentary comprehensive health examination. Luthor assured the agitated crowd with a calming statement before turning and striding into the wastewater treatment facility without a backward glance. He strode directly into a disheveled restaurant, his polished shoes crunching on the shattered glass, producing a sharp, crisp sound. "Fool," he muttered, seemingly deriding someone, as his gaze swept across the room. Turning away, he departed the restaurant, making his way to another area. After passing through several heavy metal doors, he halted before an unremarkable control room. A genuine imbecile. Noticing the door remained unopened, he revealed a self-assured, sardonic smile, signaling his subordinate to unlock it with a key before he entered the seemingly mundane control room alone. Amidst the antiquated machinery, he locked the door behind him, crouched down, and lifted a concealed lead plate from the floor, subsequently descending step by step down a staircase that led to a leaden chamber. A rumble echoed as he scanned his iris. The door to the chamber swung open. Within the dim confines, the air was thick and damp, the sole source of light being a flickering red emergency lamp, bathing the entire space in a sanguine hue. At the center of the room, a man dangled in midair, bound by heavy iron chains, his arms outstretched like a statue of suffering. His skin was pallid, nearly sickly, with dark veins visible beneath the surface, resembling a zombie. His head hung low, disheveled black hair obscuring his face and murky eyes. Luther approached, scooping a bowl of thick green liquid from a metal barrel. "Come now, let's continue our game. Drink this, and you shall become a more perfect weapon." He grasped the man's chin, forcing him to lift his face, which Ian might find somewhat familiar. The man emitted a feral growl, struggling against the chains that rattled ominously. Luther remained unfazed, pressing the bowl to his lips, pouring the green liquid into his mouth. "Yes, just like that. Don't waste it," he murmured, his tone exuding excitement. He watched intently as the man consumed the viscous green broth, some of it spilling from the corners of his mouth, trickling down his neck, and ultimately dripping onto his chest, staining the battle garb marked with its shape in murky hues. The malevolent energy surged within the man, his flesh and skin beginning to transform. Chapter 52. Ascension of Status. The world acknowledges. The night wind howled, ruffling Ian's hair into disarray. He was grateful he wasn't British, otherwise, with his hair subjected to such fierce gales, the likelihood of going bald at a young age would surely escalate from 80% to around 90%. "Are you certain you don't need someone to address the issues within you?" Clark gripped Ian by the scruff of his neck mid-flight, having thwarted Ian's attempts to climb onto his back for the 5th time. Initially, Clark hadn't refused, seeing it as an opportunity to express paternal affection. But upon realizing that Ian would attempt to tug at his hair, he opted to carry him instead. Perhaps a teenager need not worry about baldness, but a Kryptonian in his 40s lacked such confidence. "I really don't need to." Ian gazed at the negative effect of Curse of Blood displayed on his status bar, feeling fortunate that, despite Miss Death having taken away the shattered world, his affliction had not been eradicated like his father's. "You're currently afflicted by the corruption of Fell energy experience points. 1. What a melodious sound it was. Akin to the VIP treatment one would encounter in a game with levels soaring to 99. One might as well say it was no different from having the automated leveling feature activated. It seemed that his body had already begun to succumb to taint. Superman cast a glance at his youngest son, observing that Ian's skin had indeed started to take on a greenish hue, a clear sign of severe Fell corruption. Yet, Ian remained unperturbed. "Enduring such a curse could enhance my mind and hone my superpowers." Ian activated the skill, Healing Frenzy, and in an instant, the green tinge on his skin completely vanished. The flesh, corroded by Fell energy, had been restored, with the cost merely being a slight reduction in fat. Ian felt a twinge of hunger, reminiscing about the nourishing stew he once had. How wonderful it would be to sip on that delightful broth at any moment. Akin to a mana potion in a game. Enhancing your mind and superpowers? Clark was not surprised by Ian's ability to withstand the insidious energy's corruption. He had observed Ian's peculiarities during his previous surveillance. "Indeed, this was a form of refinement bestowed upon me by the Great Ones." Ian began to raise his banner high, often indulging in little fabrications, now to preserve his negative state. Clark paused, choosing not to press the matter further, primarily due to his lack of understanding regarding Ian's uncanny abilities, coupled with his concern that his interventions might hinder Ian's growth. "If you feel unwell, do inform me immediately." After weighing his options, Clark ultimately chose to concede. He recognized that the energy within Ian was distinct from what he had previously encountered. Do not worry. If any issues arise, I will certainly consult Father, for I have a profound fear of death. Ian nodded earnestly. This was the truth. He had long feared that his life could be snuffed out at any moment. Fortunately, things were different now. Resistance to death afforded him an unparalleled sense of security. Moreover, the changes in the panel were a source of great joy for Ian. His world recognition had transformed, shifting from ordinary NPC to independent NPC. This was evidently the reward bestowed upon him by Miss Death. Though still bearing the title of NPC, Ian firmly believed he now possessed a narrative of his own. Indeed, the days of being sacrificed at a moment's notice have long passed. Now, it takes at least a couple of disagreements, if not 3, to warrant such an unfortunate fate. The state of death resistance has rendered him quite difficult to kill. Unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, it is unlikely that harm would befall him. This is the stable existence that Ian has yearned for over the past 14 years. If only it had been this way sooner, perhaps he would not be plagued by trivial psychological concerns. Hail, Miss Death! Ian silently prayed within. Sensing that each time he invoked his prayers, he forged a connection with some mysterious force. At that very moment, he could distinctly perceive the exasperation emanating from it. Oh, by the way, Father, what as for dinner? Ian's stomach grumbled due to the activation of his self-healing frenzy ability as he gazed eagerly at the street approaching below. Still the same bland white people's food, came Clark's response. After a brief pause, he added, when we return home, avoid saying anything that might alarm your mother. She has been feeling quite breathless and unwell lately. It was clear that Clark was apprehensive about Ian's potential to shock Lewis, a mere mortal, with his words. No problem, Ian assured, patting his father's ironclad chest. Superman felt an undeniable sense of helplessness. Soon, he took Ian back home. In the dining room, warm yellow light bathed the wooden table as Lewis emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly cooked eggs. Clark had already changed into a cozy sweater and donned his home glasses. Where are the brothers? Ian noticed the absence of his siblings, who usually occupied the living room with their video games. They have their own social lives, so they won't be joining us for dinner tonight. Lewis served Ian several fried eggs and then brought out a large bowl of creamy mashed potatoes. Are you implying that Jonathan is out on a date? While Jordan is wandering the streets like a vagabond, pretending to be on a date as well. Ian knew his brothers all too well and was unconcerned about developing diabetes at such a young age. He promptly piled his plate high with mashed potatoes. Yes. Lewis nodded with a hint of resignation. She, too, understood her 3 sons. Thus, she was quite skeptical about Ian's earlier recounting. Let me clarify what you just said. You are certain that an immortal goddess, who has existed for billions of years, loves you so deeply that, out of compassion for your feelings, she would risk losing her divine status to guide you through a crisis that might affect your father? To be fair, it's no wonder Lewis's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It felt as though this scenario belonged to a whimsical romance novel penned by Ian himself. Since immersing herself in Ian's work, Louise feels as though her intellect has all but vanished. Indeed, I have assisted her in resolving a significant dilemma, yet she has yet to find the words to express her gratitude. Ian has been ruminating on this since our earlier encounter at the wastewater treatment plant. Chapter 53, An Uninvited Guest. Who approaches? Even though Ian may indeed be engulfed in melancholy, his heartfelt sentiments are met with skepticism from Louise. Furthermore, she believes Clark should also remain doubtful. Surely, Superman's physical prowess and toxin resistance surpass that of an ordinary human like herself. Where's the intellect in this? You choose to place your trust in him? Louise cast a glance at Clark, who was engrossed in his meal, clearly reluctant to engage in the discussion. Clark hastily set down his spoon and wiped his mouth with a napkin. This world is rife with inexplicable phenomena. Our very existence is quite unscientific. Thus, it is not unfathomable that Ian has encountered a goddess visible only to him. Clark refrained from a direct response, opting for a more nuanced approach. He genuinely believed that Ian must possess a kernel of truth within his words. I harbor no doubts regarding the enchanting nature of this world. Having shared experiences with you has broadened my perspective. Yet, even so, the tales Ian recounts are undeniably extraordinary. Louise exhaled heavily, a touch of artistic embellishment, nothing excessive. You know, Mom, I am a writer. I cannot help myself. Ian blinked and swiftly sought to clarify. Initially, he intended to focus on his meal, but considering he must appease two formidable figures, he proceeded to extol Miss Death, expressing gratitude for the dinner and his adoptive father. Having never been a subordinate, Ian borrowed the customs of devout Christians, ensuring no one was overlooked. The Grim Reaper remained aloof and unresponsive, perhaps unable to engage. However, through the medium of prayer, he re-established a connection with Miss Death, who was markedly different. Silence. She even retorted with an irate exclamation. Indeed, emotions are cultivated. Not only did the response come instantaneously, but it was also in voice form, leaving Ian's mind buzzing. Nevertheless, he still had words to convey. Oh wait, Mom, there is no longer any artistic embellishment. It's unrequited love. Ian's tone was resolute, leaving Clark and Louise utterly bewildered. The couple was entirely at a loss regarding the unfolding events. Even if what you say holds truth, Louise rolled her eyes and resolved to abandon the topic. She scooped a generous serving of boiled greens and unceremoniously deposited it into Ian's bowl. Yet, even if you, the object of a super deity's fervent affection, are compelled to consume all these greens tonight, it must be said, maternal love is silent yet difficult to swallow. Listening to his mother, Ian stared at the additional greens in his bowl, his expression resembling that of a bitter melon. Broccoli, perhaps it is one of the emblematic foods of elite families. However, he is undeniably the lifelong adversary of a carnivore like him. Just as Ian took a bite, he noticed his silent father rising in irritation. Suddenly, a chime echoed from the direction of the door. "I'll get it," Ian exclaimed, hastily spitting out his food and rushing towards the entrance. Yet, someone was quicker than him. Ian barely registered that Clark had stepped in front of him. "Let me handle this," Clark said, pushing Ian behind him before gritting his teeth and opening the door. "Bruce, we agreed that you would not intrude upon my normal life," he stated, clearly displeased with the identity of the visitor. The name sent a jolt through Ian's heart, prompting him to lean sideways and peer past Clark's broad shoulder. There stood a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, exuding an air of distinction. He was remarkably robust, yet his stature did not appear exaggerated. He emanated the unique aura of old money. It was Bruce Wayne, the Lord of Gotham, the Dark Knight, cloaked in a facade to conceal his identity. "I'm not here for you, Clark," Bruce interjected calmly, his gaze sliding past Superman's imposing shoulder to rest upon the inquisitive Ian. "I seek the author of a manuscript received today by the publishing house under Wayne Enterprises." He inclined his head slightly towards Ian. "I presume you are Mr. Ian Kent?" The faux modesty of the Batman's tone was disarmingly genteel. "You actually submitted your novel?" Clark, taken aback, initially stared blankly before quickly turning to his son, his expression a mixture of surprise and incredulity. "One must allow the world to appreciate my extraordinary talent," Ian replied, nodding as if it were his duty to enlighten the masses. He appeared to be advocating for the greater good of all, as though he bore a noble purpose. Clark's expression was one of amusement. In contrast to his bewilderment, Bruce affirmed Ian's confidence. "It is indeed a remarkable work," he commented, his demeanor unwavering, leaving Clark with a sense of unease regarding Bruce's intentions. "Are you serious?" Clark's brow furrowed, his penetrating gaze fixed sternly on Bruce outside the door. Unfazed, Bruce met Clark's stare with composure. "Please do not question my judgment as an investor," he stated calmly, as if presenting a mere fact. "I am merely conducting the business of a businessman. Young Mr. Kent's book will undoubtedly yield substantial profits in a specific market." His tone was resolute, leaving Clark in a state of astonishment. He found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to continue harboring doubts about Bruce's intentions or to question the current state of people's mental faculties. The throbbing at his temples was a sensation Clark had not experienced in a long time, a manifestation of Kryptonian hypertension. "Congratulations, Clark. You are on the verge of fathering a son worth $1 million. Bruce's smile grew increasingly pronounced, his tone seemingly sincere in offering his well wishes. Upon hearing this, Clark fell into a contemplative silence, while Ian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? The unwavering Mr. Wayne, who frequently graces our television screens." Ian's head emerged from beneath Clark's arm, never one to withhold flattery from others. "I assure you," Bruce replied with a nod and a smile. "What an impolite old father. Please come in. Do come in." Ian instantly transformed into the most enthusiastic of hosts, ushering Bruce into the house while pushing aside the still perplexed and conflicted Clark. How should one respond, given that the visitor had come to their doorstep. Resistance seemed futile, and Ian was not inclined to offend Franklin. "Would you care to sample my mother's delectable kale? It's a particularly healthy dish." Ian led Bruce to the dining room, eagerly offering his plate of wilted greens to the Batman in disguise. "No, thank you," Bruce replied, casting a wary glance at the unappetizing green foliage and the suspicious paste atop it. A barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth, betraying his instinct that consuming this dish could lead to grave illness. "Who has arrived?" Lewis emerged from the kitchen, spotting Bruce seated at the table. Her expression shifted slightly, yet she refrained from commenting, merely glancing at Clark, who had just entered. Clark gave his wife a subtle shake of his head. "My son may indeed possess talents that elude my appreciation, but I do not believe that the publication of a mere book warrants your personal visit, given your busy schedule." Clark took a seat opposite Bruce. "You are correct," Bruce replied nonchalantly, retrieving a sophisticated device from the inner pocket of his trench coat. "However, what if we were to add this to the mix? Do I not have the right to conduct an investigation?" He pressed a button on the device, illuminating the television screen, which began broadcasting the evening news. Witnesses captured this thrilling moment on their mobile phones. The news anchor's voice resonated from the speakers. "Supergirl has once again timely saved a Boeing aircraft from imminent disaster. This marked the 364th aircraft incident of the year and the 360th involving Boeing. As a member of the public, one cannot help but ponder what accounts for the remaining 4 aircraft incidents." This inquiry seemed entirely reasonable. However, the scene quickly shifted to a blurry mobile video, showcasing Kara standing confidently before the aircraft, engaged in an interview, while behind her, a figure clad in a pantyhose mask was busy photographing survivors. According to highly credible sources, a new superhero has emerged. He was seen alongside Wonder Woman shortly after the airplane incident, and subsequently appeared at the scene of another calamity. It is reasonable to deduce that this gentleman is a novice hero, earnestly learning under the guidance of Wonder Woman. Enthusiastic netizens have affectionately bestowed upon him a rather vivid nickname. The host presents the news with utmost seriousness. However, outside the television screen, upon hearing the moniker assigned to him, Ian's expression turned to one of utter bewilderment. What on earth? Stalking hero? Faced with what might be the origin story of his independent NPC persona, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In that moment, Ian contemplated inflicting pain upon the world, yet he quickly reconsidered, realizing that such thoughts could lead to his title transforming from stalking hero to something more derogatory, like stalking monster or Dr. Stalking. He regained his composure. "Actually, I wear flesh-colored tights. I should be called Flesh Hero. Though Flesh Superman has a nice ring to it, very traditional." Ian calmly corrected the television host statement. Batman rarely loses his composure unless truly provoked. Chapter 54, Bruce, you are the capitalist. It must be said, Ian possesses a remarkable ability for self-regulation. He feels he has come to a profound understanding of Darwin's theory of survival. However, in contrast to the boy who has accepted his fate with equanimity, the 3 others present lack such empathetic capabilities. Upon hearing Ian's correction of the host, Bruce nearly lost his composure, casting an odd glance at Ian, unsure why he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of wariness. A loud smack resonated as Clark struck his forehead, the sound heavy and distinct, a unique echo of steel. Meanwhile, Lois quietly retreated to the kitchen, stifling the urge to voice her journalist critique. Make no mistake, this was indeed a challenge. Thus, Lois chose to pour herself a glass, then another, and subsequently a 3rd or 4th glass of red wine, downing them in quick succession. In her slightly tipsy state, she found herself somewhat accepting of the moniker Flesh Superman. It was clear she was well on her way to inebriation. Ian appeared on television alongside his family. Surely, this wasn't a significant matter? Clark, still wary of Bruce, calmed his thoughts and reached for the remote to turn off the television. "Ah, I haven't even had my close-up yet," Ian mused, feeling somewhat unsatisfied as he glimpsed his image on the news, beginning to understand why patriots revel in the spotlight. Clark ignored him and continued to scrutinize Bruce, whose expression bore a sincere quality. After a brief investigation prompted by the news, Bruce's demeanor seemed genuine, yet Clark simply shook his head. "Bruce, having known you for so many years, I have come to realize a profound truth. When it comes to matters concerning you, my thoughts will always fall short." Clark's gaze was remarkably profound. Bruce lowered his head with a soft chuckle, gently caressing his lower lip, neither denying nor confirming, perhaps due to your extraordinary intellect, which is yet to fully manifest its potential. He even offered a teasing remark. Upon hearing this, Clark furrowed his brow momentarily, only to suddenly break into an unexpected smile. I may not be as clever as you, Bruce, but there are times when I too experience flashes of brilliance. With that, the elder walked towards the staircase, leaving Bruce in a state of confusion. Your father holds quite a prejudice against me, Bruce observed as Clark disappeared down the second-floor corridor. He turned to Ian, adopting a rather resigned expression. Mr. Wayne, I beg your pardon. My father is quite advanced in years and lacks an understanding of social nuances. Unlike me, I possess a keen sense of social acumen. Ian began to offer emotional support, while subtly praising himself. Oh, Bruce raised an intrigued eyebrow at Ian, narrowing his eyes as if assessing something. Ian, do you have any plans for the first sum of money you earn from your writing? The Batman, disguised as a mere mortal, suddenly interjected, a blatant test of intent. Ian stroked his chin, contemplating seriously. He felt no need to disguise his ambitions. I plan to establish a technology company that will integrate the current food delivery market, ruthlessly extracting exorbitant profits from both merchants and delivery personnel, ultimately using all the earnings to engage in legitimate usury. Ian was unwilling to take any detours. He aimed to replicate the pathways to success forged by others. To be honest, Ian was not concerned that the wealthy individual before him would pilfer his ideas from Master Wayne, in his human form, was still a person of considerable integrity. Indeed, upon hearing this, Bruce was taken aback. He glanced back and forth between Ian's face and the exasperated Lewis leaning against the wall nearby. The living room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of Lewis gulping down his drink. After a moment, Bruce spoke slowly. That is quite a mature perspective. You would make a competent capitalist. In reality, Bruce felt that Ian belonged to the category of individuals who ought to be hanged from streetlight poles. Nevertheless, his emotional intelligence was commendable. Yes, I am certain I will excel. However, the people of America also deserve my contributions. Ian was not one to shy away from boasting. He preferred to be pragmatic most of the time. Bruce once again fell into a prolonged silence. Should you require investment, feel free to reach out to me. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a personal business card from his attire and politely offered it to the young man, a privilege that was certainly beyond the reach of an ordinary writer. Primarily, Bruce felt an increasing need to focus his attention on Ian. I had an idea. As Ian was about to discuss his project, The Boys in Black, he was interrupted by the sound of Clark descending the stairs. The commotion diverted Bruce's gaze entirely towards Clark. Given your admiration for Ian's talents, Clark held several sheets of paper, which Ian recognized and attempted to snatch, only to have Clark deftly evade him. Then I insist you publish this work as well. Otherwise, I shall presume your investment in him has ulterior motives, Clark declared, placing the papers before Bruce. Of course, that is not an issue, Bruce replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. After all, it was merely a matter of publishing some books. Even if it included various IP developments, it was trivial for the substantial Wayne enterprises. I shall ensure Ian's work is adapted for both film and comics. Bruce maintained a flawless smile, elegantly taking the manuscript, prepared to showcase his financial prowess. However, upon a mere glance, the invincible Batman's voice abruptly faltered. The reason was simple. The title of Ian's draft, Batman's Tragic Love Affair, flashed before Bruce's eyes. His expression and thoughts seemed to freeze in that instant. Merely witnessing such an explosive title set off alarm bells in the mind of the formidable CEO of Wayne Enterprises. Indeed, Bruce's intuition proved accurate. After reading just the first few lines, he dared not proceed further, fearing he might lose control and lash out at the child. Batman stands on the balcony of his luxurious mansion, towering 900 stories high, enjoying the view while admiring his 24-pack of bat abs. Moreover, his teeth emit a rainbow glow at night, dazzlingly bright. Even the fine vintage he sips cannot overshadow their brilliance. 300 billion. Find her. Batman swirled his wine glass, savoring it as he reminisced about the previous night, standing on the red carpet 20 kilometers long, where he first encountered that extraordinary woman. To this day, he still remembers her peculiar laughter. Even with Bruce's cultivated demeanor and composure, he could not suppress a tremor, his entire being stiffened. Observing the expression of this prominent figure, Ian felt a pang of guilt. His narrative had yet to introduce that extraordinary woman, who was, in fact, the Joker in disguise, attempting to defeat Batman. Thus, the somewhat lackluster beginning truly struggled to captivate discerning readers. It was evident from Bruce's expression that he was far from satisfied with the mundane plot. It is noteworthy that within this timeline, both Superman and Batman have entered a phase of life where they are parents, truly stepping into the realm of middle age. Chapitre 55, Superman's illégitimation. A marvelous nightmare. How shall one articulate this? After all, time is of the essence. Ian had merely drafted an opening for his book last night, initially intending to submit it to the publishing company owned by billionaire Oliver Queen, also known as Green Arrow. One should not place all their eggs in a single basket, and this holds true for exceptional works as well. Ian had meticulously planned the publication of his creations. However, no one could have anticipated that Superman's father would deliver an ultimate betrayal to his underage son. One can only hope that the big boss recognizes my talent. Ian certainly wished that the Batman before him possessed the sharp insight to discern the extraordinary narrative hidden within the mundane plot. As for Ian's inner monologue, Bruce was oblivious. In fact, he was too preoccupied to observe his surroundings, perceiving the manuscript in his hands as akin to a Cthulhu-level contamination. What say you, discerning Mr. Wayne? Will you persist in publishing my child's book? Upon witnessing Bruce's stiff expression, Clark felt a surge of satisfaction. It had been a long time since he had seen this man at a disadvantage. Bruce slowly lifted his gaze, the muscles in his face twitching slightly. He took a deep breath and suddenly revealed a clenched, toothed smile. Certainly, he enunciated each word with deliberate precision. Bruce, too, was not one to shy away from a challenge. Willing to engage in mutual harm with Clark, knowing full well that neither side would emerge victorious. Yet, is this not akin to a double victory for Ian? Ian felt he had triumphed. Mr. Wayne, the second installment is not yet complete. Once I finish, I shall send you the sequel. He hastily sought to justify the simplicity of his plot. Who wouldn't relish double the manuscript fees? Enough, enough. This is already far too much material. Bruce's temples throbbed. He genuinely feared encountering any further narrative developments that might displease his heart. Not enough. Ian, will you send it to him once it's finished? Or shall I receive it directly? I shall personally ensure your manuscript reaches him. Superman, arms crossed, wore a victorious smile. Now, it is time to bid farewell. He watched as Bruce, gritting his teeth, stood to leave. As the esteemed boss made his way toward the door, clutching the manuscript, he turned back every few steps, wanting to say something, but ultimately remaining silent. Take care, Mr. Wayne. Ian maintained his politeness as he escorted the guest to the entrance. Bruce's returning smile was rather strained. He upheld a semblance of courtesy while bidding farewell to Ian and the cheerful Superman, then headed towards the luxurious car parked a short distance away. Once inside, the joints of his fingers, clutching the manuscript, were distinctly visible. Young master, your expression seems rather off. Have you quarreled with your old friend again? In the driver's seat, the elderly gentleman, exuding elegance, inquired with a hint of playful sarcasm. Bruce, gazing at the manuscript in his hands, remained silent. I have no friends, he murmured softly. The elder chuckled and shook his head in response. So, has your speculation been validated? Regarding the possibility that the boy is also a survivor from Krypton? The elder ignited the engine, simultaneously expressing his curiosity. Based on Clark's previous records, he began to awaken his abilities at a similar age. I must consider that the boy, for whom I assisted in obtaining a birth certificate, is indeed a Kryptonian. Of course, this boy could also serve as yet another testament to Superman's imperfections. If that were the case, it would certainly lead to quite a spectacle. A contemplative expression crossed Bruce's face. Regardless, I require a more thorough understanding of Ian Kent. Thus, the first step is to engage in a detailed conversation with a psychologist. Bruce felt a familiar unease lingering in his heart, his brow furrowing. Alfred raised an eyebrow as the limousine glided silently into the night of Metropolis. Compared to Gotham, the opportunities for encounters here at night were rather scarce. Even the chauffeur, a man of action, appeared somewhat out of his element. Within the Kent residence, Clark, buoyed by the sight of Batman's misfortune, felt quite content, while Ian, anticipating his imminent wealth, was in good spirits as well. The only one in a less than cheerful state was a drunken Lois, who had fallen asleep in the kitchen. Clark gently carried Lois to the sofa, inadvertently rousing her. Kiss me, she exclaimed, clearly intoxicated and in high spirits. Clark found himself at a loss. Ian quickly ascended the staircase, retreating to his room to grant his parents some privacy. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the entrance. Jordan, who often pretended to be out on romantic escapades, had returned. "I'm back," Jordan announced loudly, his tone tinged with melancholy. His arrival disrupted Lois's merriment, and the inebriated mother was not pleased. A displeased woman can be quite formidable. "Jordan, we need to talk. About you, me, and your father," Lois said, taming her disheveled hair, her drunken demeanor failing to mask her seriousness. "Talk about what?" Jordan asked, bewildered. "About you using my bank account to subscribe to some unsavory videos as part of your family education," Lois replied, arms crossed, her voice laced with interrogation. Jordan was genuinely perplexed. He had always been the one purchasing DVDs. What subscription? While the somewhat innocent second son was mired in confusion, Ian had silently slipped upstairs, swiftly returning to his room, still listening intently to the commotion below. His physical prowess afforded him a rudimentary form of superhearing. A fierce argument ensued, accompanied by a mixed-gender dialogue that served as an educational discourse. Ian could not help but feel envious of the harmonious love shared by his parents. As the sound of footsteps echoed up the stairs, he resolved to immediately step out and apologize to his second brother, who had taken the blame. It was far better to confess now than to be discovered later. After all, the essence lay in the swiftness of acknowledging one's mistakes to avoid any rift between brothers. Ian was well-versed in navigating the intricacies of life within the realm of television dramas. Yet, in order to thwart Jordan's classic betrayal, turning back to disclose his misdeeds, he planned to attribute everything to a prank orchestrated by a friend. The notion of fabricating a friend in any scenario proved quite effective. Just as Ian prepared to speak, he was taken aback by Jordan's seething expression, filled with indignation. Initially, Ian thought his brother might have unraveled the truth, but it turned out that this descendant of Krypton possessed an astonishingly brilliant mind, undoubtedly inherited from their father. It seemed he had secretly subscribed to some questionable videos, which, upon being discovered, he had promptly pinned on Ian. Complaining bitterly, Ian found himself momentarily speechless. "Oh dear, was it truly so? Perhaps you were right, Jordan. After all, your instincts have always been remarkably accurate." Ian felt a deep admiration for the narrative Jordan had conjured. Indeed, his brother was the true superhero of the Kent family. Indeed, my intuition rarely falters. The situation must be precisely as I surmise. He is a man devoid of responsibility, unable to even admit to his own actions. With renewed fervor, Jordan's indignation intensified. Ian nodded vigorously, resembling a bobblehead in his agreement. As the saying goes, a little hardship for Superman will lead to the happiness of his sons. He trusted that their towering father would not mind. Damn the scapegoating. The more Jordan pondered, the angrier he became, his face flushed with emotion. Given his propensity for emotional turmoil, Ian found himself somewhat concerned as Jordan stormed towards his room. "You're not planning to confront Dad, are you?" Ian mused, fearing that his brother might be at a disadvantage. "Certainly not," Jordan replied with a perplexed glance over his shoulder. "Since I am already bearing the blame, I must not do so in vain. I shall condemn the abhorrent videos that father spent a fortune on." Such a righteous declaration left Ian astounded as Jordan closed the door behind him. This was a phase of evolving adolescence, a time of burgeoning desires. He couldn't help but reflect. Just as he intended to retreat to his own room to hasten his evening routine and await the embrace of dreams, the door swung open once more. "Oh," Ian exclaimed, surprised to see Jordan emerging again. "I just need to wash a few items I forgot to clean after last night, specifically my underwear." Jordan chuckled awkwardly, indeed clutching a pile of undergarments. However, keen-eyed Ian was acutely aware that other items were concealed within. Jordan's attempts at subterfuge were rather clumsy, but who could blame Ian for being an exceptionally empathetic younger brother? "Jordan, do you recall the advice you once imparted to me? Never allow the healer to neglect their own well-being." Ian demonstrated his subtlety as he observed the second brother, momentarily stiffened, into the restroom. The door shut behind him, and familiar sounds of cleansing emerged from within. Ian was genuinely curious if their father, endowed with superhuman vision, witnessed this behavior daily. How would the second brother conduct himself when he eventually discovers that his father is, in fact, an invincible superhero? Would he still dare to engage in his relentless private exercises under such circumstances? With a curious heart, Ian returned to his chamber. Black Cloak Patrol. Activate. Time remained. And Ian opted to commence drawing comics. With a flourish, he embarked upon a new wave of passionate creativity. As the saying goes, delightful moments pass swiftly. When the clock struck that pivotal hour, Ian's neck tilted, and he found himself transported beyond the mundane world. In the realm of dreams, within the Marvel Universe. The snow continued to fall incessantly. Ian was once again relocated to a random spot. This time, however, he did not immediately seek out landmarks for direction, for his gaze was captivated by a colossal entity in the sky. Amidst the dim, overcast heavens, dark clouds rolled like boiling ink, and a vague silhouette stirred within the depths of the clouds. This time, the outline had breached the clouds and was gradually descending towards the earth. Ian finally discerned the enormous object dropping towards the planet, a head, immense as a small celestial body, emerging from the cloud. Its metallic skin appeared etched with enigmatic patterns. It was the planet Devourer, the supreme deity of the Marvel Universe. Lifeless and broken, its form crumbled as it fell towards Earth. Gasp! The invincible Star Eater was about to crush me. In this realm, Ian felt no concern for his own demise. Rather, he was intrigued by the prospect of touching the corpse of a cosmic deity. What powers might the blood of such a being unlock? Chapter 56. The Living in the Marvel World. This was Ian's dream, perhaps also the shattered cosmos spoken of by Miss Death. Regardless of why his fate diverged from that of the Mad Chef, Ian understood that he was most likely a host to the Marvel Universe. It wasn't he entirely unfortunate. After all, in his previous life, he had toiled hard for his meals. A touch of toxicity in this life seemed reasonable. Frankly, it mattered little. Although it had parasitized him, he was also drawing strength from it, a mutual exchange between himself and this dreamscape. Ian harbored no fears of becoming a deranged chef like the one from the sewage plant. For he heard no whispers in his ears, nor was he swayed by the obsession of any universe. In this desolate dream, Ian found not a single soul with whom to converse. He longed for whispers to communicate with him, for who among the sane would not desire an invisible friend? How splendid it would be! Alas, fortune has not favored me, and my psychological struggles are undoubtedly tied to the suffocating solitude I endure each night. If only there were an ineffable presence to engage in a game of cards, I would surely have no need for the culinary doctor my father insists upon. Ian gazed intently at the planet Devourer amidst the clouds for an extended duration. The descent of the planet Devourer was agonizingly slow, defying the laws of physics. His neck ached, yet the entity had not yet plummeted to Earth. What a waste of my emotions. Ian was in no rush. He recalled his last entry into this realm, the crisp and urgent cry he had heard before his return. Perhaps there were still living souls in this world. Or as Miss Death would suggest, shadows from this universe as past? Miss Death, I praise you. Are you still with us? Ian attempted to beseech the goddess he had once clung to for support, but felt no connection between them. This prayer did not even misdial, failing to reach the Marvel version of the goddess of death. Perhaps even the first Marvel femme fatale had met her end. Ian lamented this loss, as he had once hoped to witness a clash of the two death goddesses pulling each other's hair. But alas, that opportunity was lost. Nonetheless, this world must harbor some form of communicative existence, whether human or otherwise. Ian resolved to revisit the location where the Hulk and the Homeland's corpses lay, hoping to glean some insight into what had transpired in this universe, and to extend an invitation for nightly games of Gwent. I would heed the whispers of shadows to stave off boredom, and they would patiently join me in play, allowing me to win twice more. Ian oriented himself and sprinted towards the area he had visited twice before, his speed surpassing that of an ordinary person. However, due to the treacherous slickness of the ground, he slipped and fell while attempting to leap over a stationary vehicle, though this did not hinder his momentum. This was far swifter than mere running. Ian was adept at adapting to his surroundings. He used his hands as oars and his rear as a vessel, gliding across the icy surface, even executing drifts as he turned. After all, in this deserted city, there was no fear of social embarrassment. In fact, Ian found it quite entertaining once his brothers awakened. Unafraid of their ironclad backsides, he intended to invite them to a snow-capped mountain for a competition. Employing both hands and feet, Ian swiftly navigated to familiar streets. Yet, where was my colossal green companion? And what of my Homeland-esque figure, whose head had been sent flying by the crescent moon? Ian gazed at the desolate street. Confusion etched across his face. The massive crater left by the Hulk still remained, yet the corpse had vanished. Not even a trace of blood was left, as if meticulously cleaned. Perhaps it was the voice heard during the last return that spirited the body away. Could it have been devoured by the survivors of the apocalypse? Ian had watched a few post-apocalyptic films, and just as he envisioned a group of survivors gathered around the Hulk's corpse for a barbecue, a sudden, melodious female voice resonated from behind him, tinged with caution. Ian hastily scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his backside, and turned to see a tall girl standing not far away. Her figure was voluptuous, clad in black leather pants that accentuated the graceful lines of her long legs. She wore a fitted tactical vest, gripping a striking firearm, the muzzle steadily aimed at the boy nearby. This sight thrilled Ian immensely. The weapon in her hands instantly sparked a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. What a splendid opportunity to rack up professional experience. Look, my hands are in my pockets. Could you be a bit more professional? Do you not understand the traditions of America? At this moment, you should be emptying your magazine directly at me. Ian's gaze lingered on her form, noting her enviable curves, which surely bore considerable weight. While he appreciated such a physique, he wished that the weight she carried was a full magazine instead. The girl, taken aback by Ian's words, initially thought he was provoking her. Regaining her composure, she frowned and issued a stern warning. "I'm not joking with you." As she spoke, she slightly shifted her aim towards the ground beside Ian, pulling the trigger to demonstrate her authority. However, an unexpected event unfolded before her eyes. Whoosh! A crimson beam streaked through the air, originally aimed at the empty ground beside Ian. To her astonishment, Ian lunged towards the red glow, his hands thrusting forward in an audacious attempt to grasp the bullet that was not meant for him. The girl was left utterly stunned. You attempted to learn to catch bullets. Although practical learning has declared failure, you have grasped some reckless techniques. Student Professional Experience 5. Ian was swift, yet he could not claim his first success. He ended up with nothing but embarrassment, squeezing his hands that had failed to catch the bullet. "Well, I'm just a bit rusty. I used to be quite adept at catching bullets barehanded." Ian loved to tell little white lies, convincing himself that the brilliance of the planet devourer in the sky had distracted him. Otherwise, how could someone with eightfold human capabilities not catch a single bullet? That would defy logic. "Please wait a moment. Thank you." Ian made a gesture for pause towards the bewildered girl. After speaking, he turned and dashed toward a frozen car by the roadside. Pure brute force. It was the simplest way to open a door. Clang. Not this one. Snap. Nor this. After trying several dilapidated vehicles, Ian finally found what he was looking for, a pair of sunglasses. One more chance? Ian adjusted his demeanor, seeking to resonate with the protagonist of The Matrix. The girl, observing Ian's series of actions, regarded him with a peculiar gaze. "This is a laser gun. It doesn't shoot bullets." She spoke softly, making Ian realize why he had failed to catch the bullets, and his experience had notably increased. It turned out the difficulty had been escalated. Now that makes sense. Of course, enlightened yet undeterred, Ian remained skeptical. "I don't believe it, unless you shoot me again," rendering me incapable of denial. Ian was covetous of the laser ammo in her magazine and resolved to employ the classic strategy of feigned vulnerability. However, his provocation did not yield the desired effect. The girl looked at him and rolled her eyes. Then, she produced a walkie-talkie. "Betty, this is Gwen, the one who can teleport. I have captured him, but his mindset seems rather off. I need a doctor to assist me with an evaluation, to see if he has become a madman like those past superheroes." The girl was calling for her accomplice. Ian was astonished by the name she had mentioned. Yet, he was more concerned about her misconception of him. "I am not insane, nor do I need a new psychiatrist." Ian knew his psychiatrist was genuinely unstable, but he felt he should not disdain Dr. Hannibal. After all, the potency of the medication there was indeed formidable. Chapter 57. The last superhero in response to Ian's explanation. The girl named Gwen did not acknowledge him. "Gwen Stacy?" Ian tentatively inquired. She seemed somewhat surprised, clearly taken aback by Ian's accurate guess. Indeed, she was the girl whom Spider-Man, Peter Parker, across generations had failed to successfully woo. "Do you know me? Have we met?" Gwen scrutinized Ian, her expression perplexed, as if attempting to recall whether she had encountered him before. "No, I have merely heard tales of you and Spider-Man. Earlier, you mentioned that the former superheroes have gone mad. Could you elaborate on that?" Ian sought to seize the opportunity to extract information. "I awoke to find the world in this state. He told a small fib. After all, compared to explaining his origins from another realm. Fabricating a tale of being cursed to sleep for ages by a witch was evidently far simpler. Do not underestimate a writer. No, Ian felt he was deserving of the title, especially now that he was on the verge of achieving a bestseller. Spider-Man? Gwen appeared disinterested in Ian's narrative, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Her expression bore a hint of melancholy, as if she were reminiscing about sorrowful memories. The world had long since lost its Spider-Man. The girl sighed heavily, her gaze forlorn as she glanced at her pale right hand gripping the firearm. She slightly bent her wrist, her expression growing more sorrowful as she fixated on the pulsing veins beneath her skin. Here, take a tissue. Let me help you with that heavy burden. Endure a little discomfort while you wipe away your tears. Suddenly, a voice broke through Gwen's reverie. Then, someone attempted to seize the weapon from her grasp. What are you doing? Gwen was startled, having been oblivious to Ian's approach. Once she regained her composure, she instinctively shoved Ian away and retreated several steps, her pulse quickening. In her reflexive response, she aimed the gun at Ian, but upon seeing his eager expression, she felt a wave of frustration and lowered her weapon. What is wrong with you? Perhaps Gwen had not fully grasped the danger Ian posed, so after putting down her firearm, she regarded him with a perplexed gaze. You're surprisingly strong? Ian, taken aback, rubbed his chest, his eyes flickering. Do not attempt to take my gun again. Gwen offered no explanation for Ian's confusion, merely issuing a stern, albeit somewhat ineffective, warning. Please give me a chance. Trust me, I had no choice before. But now I wish to be the villain shot by a gun. Ian was immensely tempted by the fully loaded laser ammunition. Truth be told, had he not been devoid of gold bars, valuable currency in this apocalyptic world, he would have insisted on directly acquiring her weapon. Gwen genuinely wished to fire a round at Ian. However, her ability to regulate her emotions was commendable. Honestly, you remind me of a comic I read in my childhood. Gwen sighed exasperatedly. Her increasingly blurred childhood memories weighed heavily on her heart. What comic? Ian asked with curiosity. Gwen, however, remained silent. She turned her gaze to the faint shadows swaying in the snowy backdrop. In the next moment, her demeanor shifted dramatically. So you really enjoy playing with guns, huh? Here. She abruptly tossed her firearm towards Ian, who caught it deftly. As the weapon landed in his hands, it emitted a soft mechanical whir. Identity verification complete. The electronic voice resonated clearly in the stillness of the snow. Ian was taken aback, while Gwen's pupils dilated in shock. Her complexion paled instantly. How is this possible? The sound was filled with an astonishing disbelief. Ian found himself equally surprised. Of course, he could surmise that this was some form of identity verification for weapon usage. Yet, like Gwen, he could not comprehend why he too was granted access to the firearm. Unless Gwen harbored a secret infatuation for him and had stealthily authorized him. Ian found this notion somewhat plausible, albeit legally questionable. He was merely a 14-year-old boy, while Gwen appeared to be a woman of at least 18 or 19. As Ian contemplated this, preparing to empty the magazine to hone his bullet-catching skills, a sudden noise interrupted his actions. 4 fully armed soldiers, accompanied by a woman in a lab coat, approached on bicycles. Betty Ross, Bruce Banner's former girlfriend. Ian was convinced he had not erred in his assumption. What was happening? The scientist, Betty, halted her bicycle with one foot on the ground, her pant legs splattered with snow and mud, clearly having slipped multiple times on the treacherous streets, which Ian was all too familiar with. This woman was the same individual who had mysteriously appeared near the body before they took the Hulk and then vanished without a trace. And the system had identified her as a legitimate weapon user. At that moment, Gwen stepped forward and snatched the still-cold gun from Ian's grasp. Are you not playing fair? Ian thought, sensing something was amiss. Her strength surpassed his own. With Ian now unarmed, the soldiers lowered their weapons, all of which were laser guns. Ian felt a pang of envy. They might be remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents or survivors from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Betty adjusted her glasses, her lenses reflecting Ian's figure. Is it you? Gwen inquired, looking at Ian. I'm not certain. I'm just a boy who was captured by an evil witch and brought here. Ian attempted to share his story. But the scientist Betty had no intention of granting him the opportunity to showcase his talents. Let us return for now. We can check the database later to ascertain his situation. Betty cast a deep glance at Ian, and the four soldiers immediately encircled him. "Do you still have a base?" Ian did not resist. His curiosity piqued. Having wandered through this world for some time, he had not previously discovered any other living beings in the city. To his astonishment, so many individuals emerged now. Regardless of whether they were mere remnants from another universe, Ian was genuinely intrigued about where they concealed themselves on ordinary days. "Come with us, and you will find out." Betty exchanged a knowing look with Gwen, suddenly producing a device to scan Ian. Her expression relaxed considerably thereafter. "The remaining benevolent superhumans are of great importance to us." Betty's tone relaxed considerably, and it wasn't only her. Gwen and the four soldiers also became less vigilant towards Ian. Perhaps it was the mysterious device emitting a green light that eased their apprehension. "Of course, I am benevolent. My roots are unassailable." Ian was not surprised by the test results, considering the family environment and upbringing he had endured. In a past life, he was Marx. In this life, he wears red underwear. Who could surpass him? "Let us go," Gwen declared, wishing to disengage from further conversation with Ian. She made her way towards the scientist Betty's direction, with Ian trailing closely behind. The others pushed their bicycles rather than riding, likely due to the psychological scars left from previous falls. Before long, Ian followed Gwen and Betty to a secluded alley where Gwen deftly pried open a manhole cover, glancing back momentarily before jumping down without hesitation. A leap of faith? Not wanting to land unceremoniously, Ian seized the opportunity and leaped down sharply. Upon landing, Gwen noticed falling debris from above and wordlessly embraced Ian. "Thank you, Gwen. You are truly the real superhero." Ian maintained his politeness. Subsequently, the others used ropes to descend smoothly. Gwen, having released Ian, led the way deeper into the sewer, where only the sounds of footsteps and dripping water remained in the damp tunnel. Soon, they arrived at the end of the tunnel, where a door gleamed with a cold metallic light. The Avengers emblem faded upon it. "Wait," Betty suddenly halted Gwen, who was about to approach for verification. "Let him go." She directed her gaze at Ian, who raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued as he approached the door. Identity verification passed. Once again, the same scenario unfolded. The door thunderously swung open. Ian pondered deeply, reflecting on his invulnerability in this world. Could the circumstances he now faced be intrinsically linked to this peculiarity? How could this be? Gwen and Betty exchanged glances, their expressions laced with uncertainty. How could he pass the verification? Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that our system has been hacked? He is a hacker. Perhaps he preemptively entered his identity information into our system? This was her most plausible hypothesis, for she found it hard to accept that Ian had once been a high-ranking operative. That's impossible. No one can breach our defenses. Betty furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend the situation, though she dismissed Gwen's assessment. Such confidence? Ian, unfamiliar with hacking techniques, believed that in any realm there should not exist an impenetrable information system. The strongest shield merely serves to highlight the might of the strongest spear. This was likely even more true in the Marvel Universe. "You truly seem to know nothing." Betty observed Ian's reaction with a furrowed brow, deepening her expression. "Our system here is undoubtedly the most secure in the world." As she spoke, she led Ian toward the interior of the grand entrance. "Why?" Ian inquired as they walked. Inside the entrance lay an expansive underground space, comparable in size to a football field, bustling with dozens of individuals clad in lab coats, navigating various intricate instruments. At the center of the hall stood a colossal hemispherical computer, with streams of data cascading across its surface like a waterfall. "Because we possess the last superhero in this world," Betty asserted with confidence, though a weighty tone lingered in her voice. She gestured toward the computer at the heart of the hall. "Ultron?" Ian ventured his guess unabashedly, well aware that his background information was already being refined and that there was no need to conceal his omniscience in this world. However, in the next moment, he realized that perhaps he was not as omniscient as he believed. "No, not Ultron," a deep, magnetic voice suddenly interjected. "I am Iron Man, Tony Stark." The voice emanated from the computer, and a remarkably handsome visage materialized from a multitude of digital symbols. Chapter 58. The screen showcased the lifelike visage of Iron Man, Tony Stark, crafted from countless characters. Ian's eyes widened as he rushed toward the colossal machine, nearly tripping in his haste. "Wow!" he exclaimed, reaching out to touch the cold metallic surface of the massive console. "This is the real Iron Man. It couldn't be more authentic." His astonishment was palpable. Yet, in such a desolate world, extraordinary occurrences seemed less surprising. Did you just touch my backside? The digital Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing, seemingly unfazed by Ian's remark, as if he had grown accustomed to his current identity. Would you like to touch it back? Ian retorted, successfully silencing the humorous digital Tony. At that moment, Betty stepped forward, her brow furrowed. Tony, can you check this boy's information? She pointed to Ian beside her. He can unlock Gwen's armory and open the base's doors. Perhaps she knew that she would not glean any useful information from Ian, nor did she wish to hear his uncertain assertions. So she opted to directly consult the most trusted entity. Upon hearing her request, the digital Tony seemed to have completed a thorough search of all data and memories in an instant, before shaking his head resolutely. No records. He is neither an agent of S.H.I.L.D., nor a member of the Avengers, nor any acquaintance from the time I was still alive. No records. Not a single entry. Betty and Gwen appeared utterly astonished, rendered almost speechless. In response, digital Tony merely nodded. Indeed, he possessed the highest authority, while I remained oblivious to the reasons behind it. The image on the screen flickered slightly, seemingly reflecting the emotional fluctuations of the digital entity Tony. How could such a phenomenon occur? Betty gasped in disbelief. Of course, it is possible, dear Miss Betty Ross. Tony Stark was indeed a part of my past. Yet I am merely a fragmented future of Tony Stark. Numerous elements unrelated to the plan were never uploaded. Digital Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps you might search my grave for the remnants of my lost intellect, if you can find it. His words carried a casual indifference characteristic of one who has resigned to fate. What plan? Ian's inquiry was met with silence. Gwen regarded him with an expression of peculiar suspicion. You are quite strange. Her doubts regarding Ian's innocence deepened. The superhuman devoid of recorded data. Betty cast a perplexed glance at the boy beside her. Don't look at me. I can't even manage the hundreds of viruses on my computer. Ian raised his hands in earnest, expressing his limited understanding of computers to their everyday use. Betty and Gwen were left speechless. Fortunately, they coexisted harmoniously in my computer, not hindering my gaming and video watching activities, aside from the occasional barrage of comments criticizing my gaming skills. Ian's tone was tinged with a hint of nostalgia. The atmosphere in the base's hall was particularly silent. No one responded, making Ian hesitant to ask which antivirus software he should purchase. He had tried most on the market, yet the viruses on his computer had only proliferated. Free software was notoriously ineffective. Ian longed for the days when only 360 could compromise his computer. At that moment, a staff member in a lab coat rushed in, looking anxious. Dr. Ross, there's a problem with the experimental project. His urgent words caused Betty's expression to shift dramatically. She paid no further attention to Ian, turning to follow the staff member hastily. After a moment's hesitation, Gwen joined in pursuit. The two vanished behind a door with the staff member. The hall fell silent, save for a group of researchers tapping away at code incomprehensible to Ian. So, what are you all busy with here? Ian surveyed the bustling staff, who even indulged in snacks, appearing far from the struggles of apocalyptic survival. Digital Tony's gaze remained fixed on Ian's movements. This is the Preserver Alliance. Our singular aim is to realign the world, to rectify our civilization, and amend the erroneous trajectory of the entire universe. He spoke candidly, revealing no secrets. Quite impressive, Ian mused. Ian nodded. According to the words of Miss Death, if this were indeed the interior of a shattered universe, then the lingering shadows of these universes would undoubtedly harbor such obsessions. He was already contemplating how to invite Tony to engage in a game of Gwent with him. What? The human brain cannot outsmart a computer? That is a gross underestimate of Ian's extraordinary intellect. As he circled around Digital Tony, he was merely searching for where to unplug the power source. Digital Tony waited a few seconds, realizing that Ian had no intention of pursuing further inquiries. He could no longer restrain himself, and spoke. Aren't you going to ask how we plan to accomplish this? Such an impressive desire for sharing. In your continuity civilization plan, is there a section dedicated to allocating attractive partners? Ian's unexpected question left Digital Tony momentarily bewildered, shaking his head. Then I am not particularly interested in knowing your plans. Ian decisively rejected. He felt that this aspect of the lingering shadows lacked a certain technical depth. If he were to seduce others, he would certainly promise them 88 of the most beautiful wives. Digital Tony remained silent, Yet he was indeed rendered speechless by Ian. After a full 5 seconds, he stated, "My database records every life in this world, including the most beautiful and seductive psychologist in the universe. Perhaps I could awaken her to have a conversation with you." For reasons unknown, even a computer deemed Ian to have psychological issues. "Can she prescribe me medication?" Ian inquired curiously. He was not genuinely intrigued, as he understood that consuming drugs here would not yield the desired effects. "No, but I swear, she truly doesn't understand your inner thoughts," Digital Tony thought, believing himself quite adept at grasping the psychology of men. "However, sorry, no need. Thank you, I have my own, and it's too," Ian interjected decisively, his outright refusal catching the computer, which housed Iron Man's memories and thoughts, completely off guard. Digital Tony wished to smack his forehead, but alas, he had none left. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the base, causing the entire underground space to tremble, and alarms blared instantly with red emergency lights flashing frantically. Chapter 59. A Terrifying Reflection. A Return to Chaos. It seemed that emergency measures had been triggered. Yet, what was happening? Ian glanced around and noticed that the staff remained remarkably calm. "It's nothing, just a minor issue," Digital Tony smiled gently, as the screen displayed an image of a large green figure pounding its chest in a closed, transparent chamber. That was none other than the Hulk. One might say that the corpse of the Hulk had been animated. Despite the top of his skull being severed and his brain removed, this lifeless body, which had likely been deceased for an unknown duration, still exhibited a semblance of vitality. It was rampaging, smashing everything within its sight. "Are you preparing to raise a zombie?" Ian was utterly astonished. "There must be a sufficiently powerful entity capable of executing the snap we require," explained Digital Tony, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. However, it appeared that Dr. Betty had underestimated the madness of the superheroes, that toxic influence had already permeated their very beings. Digital Tony seemed unperturbed by this fact, his gaze consistently fixed upon Ian, who remained oblivious, his attention captured by the visuals presented by Digital Tony. Before him, a contingent of armed soldiers, accompanied by Gwen, stormed into the experimental chamber, seemingly intent on tearing away the tubes affixed to the Hulk's body. Yet, the soldiers' firepower merely served to tickle the Hulk's decaying form. The waste of ammunition pained Ian's heart. How much better it would be if it were aimed at him. "My upbringing has taught me that in the face of the weak's plight, I, as an innocent soul, cannot stand idly by." With that, Ian dashed towards the direction where Betty had vanished. The access scanner beeped, granting him passage. The door slid open to reveal a vast laboratory, at the center of which stood a transparent cell, where the Hulk's remains were violently swinging its fists, while Gwen, like a nimble cat, darted and maneuvered amidst the chaos. Her agility was truly remarkable. However, confronted with the massive yet surprisingly agile green behemoth, the girl found herself increasingly strained. "Stay calm. Hold your ground," Ian shouted to Gwen as he sprinted towards the door. "Think of your family. Think of your bonds. I will save you soon." His intention was to bolster Gwen's spirits. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the Hulk's gigantic palm came crashing down, and the graceful Gwen, reminiscent of a deft assassin, was instantly obliterated, crushed to the ground like a flattened mosquito. "I told you to think of family." Ian's heart sank, but as he reflected on the ephemeral nature of all that transpired, he could only sigh. "Is this what you refer to as a minor issue?" Ian glanced around for Betty, but found only a small screen on the wall displaying the digital visage of Tony Stark. Indeed, Digital Tony nodded calmly. "Wow." Ian was taken aback. It was evident that there was indeed a madman in this room, though he refrained from naming him. He rushed towards the alloy door at the lab entrance, and with a swipe of his face, he was granted passage without obstruction. While others battled the remnants of the mighty, he would engage the remnants of the Hulk, and everyone would have a promising future. Ian stirred his body, and at that moment, the Hulk had already detected his presence. Originally, Ian intended to hone his skills as a student using the firearms of fallen soldiers. However, just as he picked up a gun, the Hulk, unrelenting and with little regard for Ian's youth, delivered a crushing blow. Bam! Ian attempted to evade, but he had truly underestimated the Hulk's speed and overestimated his own physical prowess, which was 8 times that of an ordinary person. There may have been a hint of blame directed towards Captain America, who could seemingly hold his own against anyone. No, can Captain America truly contend with this creature? Ian was sent flying, yet in this world, he would not sustain injuries. As he rose, the Hulk's fist came crashing down once more. You have diligently studied combat. Student, experience points 3. You have diligently studied combat. Student, experience points 2. How marvelous. I've been pummeled into the ground, yet still call it learning combat. Truly, my system is something else. Ian's attempts to block were utterly futile. Were it not for his immunity to all harm in this realm, he would likely be joining the fallen soldiers and Gwen and Q to become mere meat patties. You have diligently studied combat. Student, experience points 3. You have diligently studied combat. Student, experience points 3. Ian was nearly embedded in the earth from the blows. However, oddly enough, it felt rather pleasant. Ian chose to embrace the experience. After all, he had entered this fray seeking advancement. How could one upgrade without enduring challenges? He was indeed a superhero who accepted adversity with grace. Of course, as a superhero, Ian did manage to protect something. At least the firearm in his hands, intended for practicing bullet catching, remained intact. You have diligently studied combat. Student, experience points 3. You have diligently studied combat. Student, experience points 3. He raised his hand in a symbolic block, and experience points continued to accumulate. Ian was utterly delighted. However, this joy was short-lived. Suddenly, the Hulk halted, collapsing to the ground without warning. Just as Ian contemplated shouting for someone to recharge the green hero, he noticed a figure standing before him. What are you doing? Do you not realize how perilous this place is? It was that familiar, crisp female voice. In a daze, Ian was pulled from the pit by Gwen, clad in leather pants. You have quite a hard head, she exclaimed upon seeing Ian's unharmed noggin. What, Gwen? Ian rubbed his eyes and glanced at the ground beside him, where a grotesque mass marred the earth, evidence of Gwen's former self, unmistakably reduced to mush. He gazed at the unscathed girl before him, questioning his comprehension of the ephemeral nature of past remnants. Yet, in the next moment, his superintelligence flickered to life. The voice of digital Tony echoed in Ian's mind, proclaiming, I have recorded every life on this planet. Just as he was about to voice his absurd conjecture, the chime of the returning bell resonated. Upon opening his eyes once more, Ian found himself back in the familiar confines of his bedroom, on his well-known bed. He abruptly sprang from his small bed, the bizarre experiences he had just undergone still vivid in his mind. That Marvel world. No, Ian sensed something terrifying was unfolding. However, before he could ponder further, an uncomfortable object in his bedding caught his attention. What is this? Lifting the covers, Ian's pupils constricted in an instant. There lay a sci-fi-styled firearm, quietly nestled in his embrace. The cold, metallic feel of a laser gun was astonishingly real. This laser pulse gun, hailing from the nightmarish realm, rested peacefully in Ian's arms, its surface glinting under the soft illumination of the voice-activated lamp on his nightstand, marked with the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D. His scalp tingled, and a shiver ran down his spine. Ian was genuinely astonished. He had attempted countless times to bring something back from that nightmare world, yet this was the first success. What could this mean? Was a nightmare beginning to infiltrate the realm of reality? Or perhaps it was connected to his altered identity within the DC universe, transitioning from an ordinary NPC to an independent one? No, the AI Iron Man certainly seemed more suspect. Ruffling his slightly disheveled hair, Ian recalled Gwen, who had been reduced to a mere pulp yet reappeared unscathed, without resembling the same form. It seemed there were others like Gwen, Betty, and perhaps others in the base, who possessed similar abilities. He pondered Digital Tony's assertions, suspecting that the inhabitants of that world were merely clones imbued with memories. As for why Gwen remembered Ian, it was likely due to the real-time uploading characteristic of those memory data. This was an utterly unforeseen situation for Ian, starkly contrasting with the remnants of the past he had envisioned. Surely, that world could not be a purely digitized existence. Having exercised his superintelligence so many times today, it was only natural for him to feel perplexed. Thus, he sought a reasonable explanation for his confusion. Regardless of the circumstances, he was convinced that entering that world again tomorrow night would yield answers. Now, back to sleep, Ian cast a glance at the night sky outside his window. Dismissing his bewilderment and cradling the laser gun, he drifted back to slumber. With ample rest, he dreamt of towering at a height of 190 meters. The following morning, humanity would surely need its own plasma fire tower. How to express this? Perhaps it is the nature of adolescents in their formative years to dream of bizarre and fantastical occurrences. Thus, Ian gradually awakens from his regret of not being able to evolve humanity like Dr. Lizard. He gazes at the warm laser gun resting on his bed, lost in contemplation. He realizes that keeping such an object concealed at home would likely not escape his parents' notice, and without a suitably sized backpack to take it to school, he must employ the extraordinary intellect that has awakened alongside him. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. Ian stealthily slips into his parents' bedroom, and under the watchful gaze of his slumbering father, he hides the laser gun beneath their bed. Clark silently observes as Ian rises from the floor. Their eyes meet. Yet Ian feigns ignorance, pretending not to notice. With a soft click, the boy's hand brushes against the nightstand, and he swiftly places an object atop Clark's head, then gently sweeps his palm across Clark's eyelids. Thus, in the stillness of the moment, Clark, with his eyes closed, watches his little son quietly depart from the room. He does not turn to investigate the hidden object beneath the bed, nor does he open his eyes. Instead, he raises a hand to massage his throbbing temples, casually removing the noise-canceling headphones that Ian had clumsily placed upon his head. With a few final adjustments, Ian sets off for school. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoes down the stairs. The aroma of sizzling bacon wafts through the kitchen. Louise is busy frying eggs and, without turning, greets her eldest son, Jonathan. As he enters, "Good morning, Jonathan." She continues her tasks. "Good morning, Mom," Jonathan replies, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he approaches the kitchen pantry. Just as he intends to replenish his energy, he opens his small cupboard and freezes in disbelief. "Where's the protein powder I just bought?" he wonders, suspecting this may be a figment of his still drowsy mind. Rubbing his eyes again, he discovers that his creatine, arginine, and fish oil are all gone. This revelation introduces an even more unacceptable reality, and his voice quivers with astonishment. For a professional athlete, this morning's shocking discovery is nothing short of catastrophic. "Sorry, sweetheart," Louise responds with a tone of resignation, not turning around. A vivid image of Ian, having recently flaunted Jonathan's entire stock of supplements, flashes through her mind. "I've already given Ian money to help you purchase new ones tonight." As a mother who prides herself on understanding her children, Louise finds it hard to believe that Ian thinks this will make him as strong as Clark. It is a perfectly reasonable thought, but perhaps if given 10 more chances, she would never conceive that Ian's true motive was to gain experience. There are no supplements left. Is it really so bad to overindulge in them? Alas, due to the unusual state of his liver and kidney functions, Ian did not achieve the desired effects. This, however, caused Jonathan some distress, as he felt his strength diminish significantly without the supplements. "All right then, I shall borrow some protein powder from a classmate at school." Although Jonathan was puzzled about how this related to Ian, he maintained his usual composure as the elder brother. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of footsteps echoed again on the stairs. Clark and Jordan descended, one after the other. "Dad, have you got new glasses? They look quite cool." Jonathan noticed the sleek black frames on Clark's face and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to uplift Clark's spirits. However, the recently reticent Clark remained silent, merely stirring his cereal with a fork and responding to Jonathan's compliment with a vague grunt. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, as Jonathan pondered the reason behind his parents' subdued demeanor. "I'll go fetch the newspaper." Jordan slipped out, returning moments later with a package, a puzzled expression adorning his face as he approached Clark. "Why is your delivery coming from Gotham?" Due to the events of the previous day, a subtle distance lingered between the father and son. "There are old friends residing there," Clark replied, reluctant to accept the package. Yet, Jordan's curiosity was piqued. "What is it?" Without hesitation, Jordan tore open the unaddressed parcel, revealing nothing amusing or mysterious, merely a stack of books sent by Clark's old friend. Titles included, "How to Educate Children," "The Earth is Not for Blowing Up from Mischievous Kids to Supervillains," a preventative manual, 100 responses for when your child asks why human experimentation is not allowed, and from aspiring superhero to world domination, parenting crossroads. With each title, Jordan read aloud. Clark found the cereal in his bowl increasingly difficult to swallow. "What kind of friend sends you such nonsense? They appear to be handwritten, not published works." Jordan was both astonished and perplexed. Clark simply chewed his cereal, remaining silent, while observing his wife quietly pouring herself a drink in the kitchen. Were it not for his inability to feel intoxicated, He would have liked to join her for a few glasses. Chapter 61. The teacher ascends. The Reaper returns. The Kent family's morning was anything but tranquil. Nevertheless, young Mr. Kent's school life remained relatively serene. In the classroom, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a gentle glow upon the desks. Ian adjusted his new glasses and turned to his ever-prompt blonde classmate. "Good day, Mississippi." He deliberately lowered his voice, maintaining politeness. However, Madison's gaze was rather peculiar. "Overachiever, what scheme are you concocting this time?" She glanced at Ian's subtly altered visage. "Are you hoping for a compliment on your new glasses?" It does not resemble a fashionable brand in any way. Regarding mainstream luxury goods, Madison's expertise is at a doctoral level. Thus, she is quite certain that the glasses Ian is wearing are no different from the popular brands one could purchase on the street for a mere $50. Alas, Ian has attempted to successfully utilize his father's glasses over a dozen times today, yet to no avail. He suspects that these wretched glasses possess an inherent function of choosing their owner. "Perhaps it is my lack of a biological aura," he muses regretfully. Madison seems unfazed by Ian's capriciousness. After plopping down in her chair, she begins to rummage through her cosmetics, adjusting her makeup throughout the entire morning class. The teacher remains oblivious to her antics. "I have an audition after school," the girl thinks, brimming with pride as she wishes to share her life with her friends. Meanwhile, Ian is diligently leveling up, striving to bring the boys to fruition, hoping to unlock the template profession of his homeland's people. He does not even feign disinterest, leaving Madison speechless. "What are you drawing?" She leans over to peer at Ian's sketchbook. There, a character resembling a superhero is depicted soaring through a crescent moon. Gasp! Madison inhales sharply. "Are you not afraid of tarnishing Superman's image? He might come after you." To be honest, Madison finds the comic rather intriguing, though she harbors concerns for her desk mate's safety. Certainly, Superman would not harm a child, but that does not imply he wouldn't give a child a good thrashing. No need to worry. Superman's heart is truly expansive, and his son can attest to that. Ian replies without lifting his gaze, continuing his creative endeavor. He is hesitant to infuse too much of his own thoughts, fearing it might adversely affect his professional development, resulting in a slight lack of brilliance in his work. Wait, Superman has a son? That rumor is outrageous, even more so than the wild tales I've seen online. Madison scoffs, clearly disbelieving Ian's fanciful claims. Thus, amidst casual banter, time swiftly passes, and soon it is lunchtime. In the cafeteria, Sam Winchester, hailing from a lineage of monster hunters, stealthily takes a seat across from Ian. After glancing around cautiously, he hands over a crumpled piece of paper. "Everything I know about the Grim Reaper is on here," he whispers. "Thank you, Sam," Ian replies, accepting the paper and casually stashing it in his pocket while continuing to dig into the mashed potatoes on his plate. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Sam inquires, somewhat taken aback. Ian's expression momentarily stiffened, as if a profound realization had dawned upon him, leading to a sudden disinterest in the violence that once captivated him. He pondered the value of the lives claimed by death, responding with vague words. Sam, however, appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend Ian's musings. At that moment, Ian noticed a classmate from the adjacent classroom, dressed rather modestly. Suddenly inspired, he set down his fork and proposed, "By the way, do you require the finest luncheon loan?" This was one of Ian's primary enterprises at school, appealing to a broad audience. Sam, taken aback, replied, "No, I have a credit card." He declined. As his traditional demon-hunting family never spent their own money on meals, credit card fraud was their core competency. "Very well," Ian conceded with a nod of disappointment. "So, my father should be fine now, right? You won't cause him any trouble, will you?" Sam hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to inquire. "Of course not. I'm not the school bully," Ian retorted, casting a peculiar glance at his overly cautious classmate. Sam, however, was unconvinced by Ian's words. Likely, only Ian believed he was not the bully, and his limited emotional intelligence prevented him from expressing the truth. Instead, he rose to leave, feeling as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. After watching Sam depart, Ian quickly clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and fervently whispered, "Thank you, magnificent Lady Death, for granting me this delightful lunch." He was testing whether the goddess of death had been observing him. The response was swift. "You have enjoyed a splendid meal, and yet you wish to disturb my repast?" The voice was imbued with both annoyance and inquiry. However, Ian chose not to respond. Having already established his emotional connection for the day, there was no need to overcomplicate matters. And I also thank my adoptive father. Ian was fair in his gratitude. After dinner, it was time for afternoon physical education. Ian blended into the crowd, running while deliberately controlling his speed to remain comfortably in the middle of the pack. "Ian, help me," cried Emily, the lovesick girl, as she fell before him. With a single stride, Ian leapt over the obstacle, fully aware that true superheroes concealed their extraordinary abilities within the throng. Emily had genuinely fallen, leaving her stunned, and she was met with the merciless mockery of several girls led by Madison. During free time, most students engaged in some form of physical activity. However, Ian believed in the power of technology to enhance fitness and planned to visit the gym after school to purchase a few dragon weights to experiment with. Thus, he found a secluded step to sit upon, extracting a crumpled stack of bills from his pocket, beginning to count them one by one. Madison, his desk mate who was not particularly fond of sports, seemed to have just finished a heated argument with someone, her hair in disarray. Several scratches marred her face, remnants of fingernails. "What are you doing here?" Madison inquired as she observed Ian diligently jotting down notes in his notebook, taking a seat beside him and casually snatching away his soda. "Calculating," he replied, his focus unwavering, rarely lifting his gaze. "Are you tallying how much you've collected?" Madison's tone reflected her astonishment as she glanced at the bills in Ian's hand, which must have amounted to several $1,000s. Indeed, a substantial sum, even for adults. "It's for tax purposes." Ian exhaled deeply, having determined his minimum taxable amount. "Goodness, you're quite the character. Collecting protection money at school, and you're concerned about taxes?" Madison appeared to be learning of this for the first time, her eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded Ian as if he were an extraterrestrial. "First, this is earned income, not protection money. Secondly, how can I convince anyone that I am a legitimate citizen of America?" Ian's gaze towards Madison mirrored his confusion. Not because he found her alien-like, but because he envisioned a future where Madison was apprehended by the tax authorities for tax evasion. The delinquent girl was rendered speechless. At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the campus, the ground trembling in its wake. Students scattered in panic, quickly identifying the source of the blast as emanating from the direction of the academic building, thick smoke billowing from a window. "Is that our chemistry classroom?" Madison shielded her eyes from the sun, squinting towards the building. "Let me see." Ian raised his head and began to count earnestly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. His actions perplexed Madison. "What are you counting?" she asked, her eyes widening as she failed to discern anything through the smoke. "I'm counting our chemistry teacher," Ian repeated, confirming several times that their teacher, Walter White, likely had no chance of rescue. He envisioned the grim Reaper shrouded in smoke, accompanied by a girl with blue hair. "Huh, don't we only have one chemistry teacher?" Madison, evidently still processing Ian's words, seemed oblivious to the implications. "Now there's more than one," Ian calmly replied, his gaze fixed on the academic building. The Reaper and the girl appear to be engaged in a heated conversation. Ian anticipated a spectacle of hair-pulling. Chapter 62. Connections, after all, are valuable. The chemistry classroom, engulfed in smoke post-explosion, presented a scene reminiscent of a raging inferno consuming the academic building. Ian observed through the classroom window the scene of two individuals engaged in a vehement argument. Piquing his curiosity, could there truly be someone else capable of perceiving the Reapers hidden within the invisible realm, just as he did? Perhaps his adoptive father had an adoptive daughter as well. The mere thought invigorated Ian, rendering the unfolding drama all the more intriguing. "Stay put. I'll fetch you some oranges," he called to Madison, who was fervently capturing the moment on her phone in a vain attempt to garner attention on social media. Without delay, he sprinted towards the academic building, anxious not to miss the most captivating segment. "I don't want oranges. Bring me back some Professor White's morphine," Madison shouted after Ian's retreating figure. This wayward girl was wholly absorbed in her video recording. Poor academic performance did not equate to a lack of intelligence. She understood not only Ian's desire to observe the spectacle up close, but also the value of certain items within the chemistry teacher's classroom. While she had no use for such contraband, those illicit substances would undoubtedly elevate her status among her peers. "Absolutely," Ian replied, always willing to assist his friends when money was not a topic of discussion. The acrid scent of smoke mixed with charred remnants assaulted his senses as he navigated against the tide of panicking students towards the chemistry classroom. Teachers passed by without inquiring about his intentions. They were too preoccupied with their own escape to concern themselves with other pupils. Such is the nature of affairs in America, which is why Hollywood films often glorify isolated acts of moral brilliance. To assist others? In some locales, it is seen as a mere convenience, while in others, it is hailed as heroic. Outside the smoke-filled classroom, Ian cautiously peered inside. He spotted two women, one clad in a black uniform, a deathly figure whose face was unfamiliar, certainly not his regular acquaintance, Tessa, and the other, a girl with azure hair that shimmered in the sunlight. Her forehead bore peculiar tattoos, and her delicate features were complemented by pale skin. The deep purple attire rendered her appearance even more chilling. Ian searched his memory for any information regarding this girl, but found none. Perhaps she was a lesser-known character, he mused. Inside the classroom, the floor was littered with remnants of an explosion, chemical substances seeping onto the ground, slowly coalescing to form an indistinct pattern that went unnoticed. The girl, expressionless, fixed her gaze upon the Reaper, her fingers curling around a transparent soul nestled in the corner. Indeed, Ian could also see this soul. It belonged to his unfortunate chemistry teacher, Mr. Walter White. The Reaper would hardly be interested in such an ordinary individual. The girl with azure hair spoke with an air of certainty, her words crisp and clear, clearly sensing a hidden conspiracy behind the matter. "I'm anything but ordinary," Mr. White defended himself in the corner. A terminally ill man who made a pact with a demon to obtain a new life is as commonplace as the planets in the cosmos. The girl stated with an unperturbed tone. Mr. White was left speechless by her retort. "I am a good person. I only wish to leave some money for my family," he stammered, attempting to justify the ownership of his soul. "Those who do not forge contracts with demons are the true good people, like myself." The blue-haired girl paused momentarily, then added, "No, I'm not one of them either. Who could blame me when my father is a demon?" There was a hint of self-deprecating humor in her cold jest. However, Mr. White failed to grasp the dramatic irony of the situation. "You're a unique girl, and I empathize with your plight, but this soul has already been marked. I must take it away." The brown-haired Reaper's stance was equally resolute. "You are making decisions harmful to this world, far more foolish than I," the azure-haired girl replied, her tone devoid of emotion, unabashedly expressing her views to the Reaper. The Reaper never needed to concern herself with the issues of the Lord of Hell. With a soft smile, the female Reaper stepped forward, ready to take Mr. White away. Noticing the movement from the blue-haired girl, she raised her hand for the first time. "What have you done to me?" The girl suddenly realized her inability to move, furrowing her brow slightly. "I am fulfilling my duty," the Reaper responded, extending her hand towards Mr. White. However, Mr. White hesitated, failing to perceive the kindness in her gesture. "Come now. Do not be afraid. Death is merely a new beginning," the Reaper gently reassured him. Their line of work adhered to certain rules. The soul to be taken must willingly submit, allowing them to escort away those who no longer belonged in the realm of the living. "I must achieve my objective, even if it means bearing certain accusations." The immobilized blue-haired girl's forehead glowed with a crimson light, her eyes momentarily turning red. The atmosphere grew tense. The Reaper braced herself for confrontation as the temperature in the air began to plummet. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out, grasping the girl's forehead, as if attempting to pry the luminous gem from her brow. "Dark corrosion, Berserker experience level 3, a voice echoed in Ian's ear. Ian had successfully obtained the provocation he desired. He did not know who the girl was, but he sensed that the power radiating from her forehead was perilously potent, and he was drawn to danger. "Apologies, I was still waking up. I thought I had found my lost gem," Ian chuckled, gazing at the emotionless girl whose eyes had dimmed, now fixated on him. "Who are you? Is your hand more troublesome than mine?" A flicker of confusion passed through the girl's eyes. A passerby, whose name remained unspoken, observed the scene. Ian smiled broadly, turning his gaze toward the chemistry teacher in the corner, waving a greeting to Mr. White. "Hello, Mr. White. You appear to be in good spirits." His enthusiastic salutation was met only with Mr. White retreating further into his corner, clearly unsettled by Ian's peculiar demeanor. He was taken aback by the bizarre nature of Ian's behavior. How could he still perceive him, even as he felt like a ghost himself? "Are you also a harbinger of death?" The blue-haired girl, equally perplexed by Ian's condition, noted that those who had been touched by her power did not possess such a radiant demeanor. In response to her inquiry, Ian shook his head. I can see that you 1T reached the hair-pulling stage. You are not her match, which is to be expected. All Reapers are clad in black. This is merely a more privileged version of that. He then reached into the girl's pocket. What are you doing? The girl, still bound by her constraints, furrowed her brow as she watched Ian extract her wallet, then observed him as he opened it and approached the female Reaper. I'm quite curious about what the 3 palace sorcery entails, Ian remarked, counting out $200, pocketing $100 for himself, and then handing $100 to the Reaper. Just having a cup of tea, nothing to worry about. Ian discerned that the girl was not his sworn sister. Yet this did not hinder him from showcasing his benevolent nature. He was drawn to the potent aura emanating from her, reminiscent of an extraordinary demon. Thus, facade fruit. Activate. Chapter 63. Demon. It must be delectable. To be fair, facade fruit does indeed exist. Although the Reaper did not accept the money, she did not chastise Ian either. She merely felt the oppressive aura radiating from him and stared at him in bewilderment for a considerable time. I leave this to you. The female Reaper, seemingly struck by a thought, lowered her head in a gesture of respect, deeply bowing to Ian before vanishing into the swirling smoke of the classroom. All set. Ian tucked the remaining $100 into his pocket, doing so with a sense of righteousness, for activating the facade fruit certainly warranted a commission. And you claim you are not a Reaper? At that moment, the girl regained her ability to move, her expression neutral as she fixed her gaze on Ian. No, today I'm the facade Superman. Ian mused that this title seemed somewhat inferior to that of stalking Superman, but it was of little consequence. He could always assume other heroic identities in the future. Should I be thanking you? The girl slightly moved her wrist, maintaining her impassive demeanor. Yet her eyes revealed a flicker of emotion. Who would have thought you would express gratitude? You are undoubtedly the most polite individual I have encountered this year. Ian exclaimed in astonishment, silently boosting the girl's favorability in his mind by 3 points. Rachel Ross. The girl suddenly introduced herself. Oh, I encountered a Ross last night. Though she appeared to be an AI, Ian still could not find the relevant information, yet he remembered the Triad Demon, one of the most formidable fiends in the alternate dimension, possessing the power to dominate the multiverse. However, for reasons known to those who understand, it remains sealed. Oh, I? The blue-haired girl Rachel fell silent for a moment. Is it useful? Her abrupt inquiry left Ian momentarily speechless. That's an excellent question. I shall have to inquire tonight to ascertain. For now, let us discuss my chemistry teacher. Ian, too, had his moments of being at a loss, turning his gaze towards Mr. White, who still huddled in the corner, trembling. Ian, do you remember how kind a teacher was to you? Last semester, I even awarded you an additional 5 points on your lab score. Mr. White managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. I remember. Ian nodded. I was quite strict about the grading, but those extra 5 points allowed me to become first, resulting in a lost bet of $500. He certainly could not forget such a significant financial loss. Upon hearing this, Mr. White stiffened, a foreboding sensation washing over him. At that moment, Rachel approached the unfortunate chemistry teacher. How did you come into contact with the Triad Demon? Her voice was as chilling as ice water gliding over metal. At this, Mr. White swallowed hard. It was that demon who sought me out. He suddenly became animated. I was diagnosed with cancer, tried every treatment available, even consulted a gypsy witch. In the end, that charlatan took my money and fled, just when I was at my most desperate. A whisper promised me a new life. I had no idea it was a demon. Had I known, I would never have believed in such nonsense. Despicable, shameless, hateful, evil. I was led astray by the demon's seduction. Mr. White's voice was laced with venom, as if he and the demon were sworn enemies. Ian could not help but find the demon detestable. That is my father, Rachel calmly interjected, cutting through Mr. White's tirade. Mr. White's expression froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. However, one must consider that demons are not entirely malevolent, are they? Take your father, for instance. I believe he genuinely wishes to assist me. Even if he is a demon, he is a good demon. It must be said that Mr. White, despite having lost his wits, was quick to adjust his stance, his remaining spirit initiating a shift in attitude. Yet, we are mortal enemies, Rachel continued, maintaining her composed and concise demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ian felt a pang of discomfort for Mr. White, who surely felt even worse. Mr. White's face twitched twice, completely abandoning any semblance of emotional control. Just kill me. The chemistry teacher had even forgotten that he was already dead. Ian aptly reminded him of this fact, expressing that he had counted the fragments into which he had been blown apart, believing he could contribute valuable information for reconstructing a relatively complete corpse. Mr. White experienced a sensation more agonizing than death itself. Very well. Let me see for myself what makes you so special as to attract the attention of my infernal father. Rachel crouched slightly and extended her hand. The girl appeared to possess a telepathic ability, as eerie runes illuminated her forehead. Just as her hand was about to make contact with Mr. White's soul, she felt a tug on her clothing. The force grew increasingly intense. She did not turn around. Has your hormones rendered you uncontrollable? The girl calmly addressed the boy behind her, who seemed to be perhaps 2 years her junior. A rather chilling humor. Yet Ian was unmoved. So, Rachel, you needn't ponder where your father has gone. It seems he has come looking for you himself. Ian's uncertain voice echoed from behind her. Rachel's pupils dilated sharply. She turned around immediately, following Ian's pointing finger to the ground, where the sigils of the triune demon emitted a sinister red glow, as some creature attempted to breach the barriers of this realm. Merely his minion, he cannot emerge. Rachel assessed the situation, exhaling slightly in relief, yet she remained vigilant, gazing at the spot of some material interaction on the ground. The girl's eyes sparkled, and the gem on her forehead shone even more brilliantly. Realizing she couldn't erase the patterns from the ground, Ian, feeling disgruntled, circled back and was taken aback by what he witnessed. He found the brightness in her eyes undeniably striking. No wonder so many were enamored with the Sharingan. Ian longed to possess his own version of this crimson ocular condition. Yet alas, he could only clumsily mimic these enthusiasts of the red-eyed affliction. I have it too, Ian said, having fulfilled his desire. Rachel gazed at Ian's face. Her expression turned peculiar. Even the most stoic of girls could not maintain her composure at this moment. She was certain that the redness in Ian's eyes was merely a result of numerous ruptured capillaries. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted. The floor trembled. A demon, towering at nearly 2 meters and adorned with twisted horns, emerged slowly from a pool of chemical solution, as if that caustic liquid connected to another world. Raven. The demon's deep voice dripped with malice. It stretched its neck with a disconcerting crack, proclaiming, "Your illustrious father has sent me to inquire about your well-being." In the midst of its grand entrance, the demon had scarcely finished its words when it noticed a human boy leap in front of it, delivering an uppercut to its chin. Bang! The demon's head suddenly jerked back, momentarily stunned, before an overwhelming rage enveloped it. You should fear me. Submit to me. Human. I am a demon. My existence surpasses yours. The horned demon had just repositioned its warped jaw when it realized Ian was launching another punch. Am I not still a rapper? Did I say that? Did I boast? Ian seized a half-melted fire extinguisher nearby and swung it forcefully against the demon's face. The physical damage proved effective. The demon's visage contorted, and it staggered, collapsing to the ground. Before it could comprehend the situation, it felt someone mounting it, desperately shoving something into its mouth. Is this even possible? Rachel, initially apprehensive, found her worldview shattering as she stared blankly at Ian atop the demon, persistently attempting to force a pendant into its mouth. Perhaps she and the demon were both bewildered by such behavior. Only Ian understood his intentions. Father, save me. Save me. I want to grow stronger. As Ian cried out for help, he relentlessly hammered the demon's temple, driven by the desire for delectable morsels that seemed to ignite a surge of power within him. A culinary hero? No, a gourmet. Chapter 64. Ian. I possess the essence of a divine healer after much effort. Ian discovered that his adoptive father offered no response. The demon had not absorbed the pendant, transforming it into a delectable crystalline treat. He certainly did not question the depth of his bond with his father. It must be because you don't bathe. My father disdains your filthy form. Frustrated by the pendant's ineffectiveness, Ian vented his anger by delivering several heavy blows to the horned demon. Look at those horns. When was the last time they were polished? Is there no bathing service in hell? Ian picked up a few bottles of sulfuric acid from the ground, preparing to clean the demon. He still harbored fantasies of those exquisite little crystals. Damned human. The demon's head buzzed from the blows, its eyes bulging in disbelief. It had lived for millennia, never before subjected to such humiliation by a human. It was one thing to be written, "How dare the human criticize its horns? I don't care who your foolish father is. You have truly enraged me." The demon roared in fury, its muscular arm seizing Ian by the throat and hurling him away. Crash! The demon's strength was extraordinary. Ian was slammed against a wall, shattering the classroom's load-bearing structure. Debris and dust quickly engulfed his figure. "I will crush your bones, one by one." The horned demon rose again, its hooves thundering against the ground, flames igniting upon its body as it approached the buried Ian. "Your opponent is here." At this moment, Rachel was jolted back to reality by Ian's audacious folly. Her crimson eyes flared as she thrust her hands forward, unleashing a brilliant surge of red energy toward the bull-headed demon. As the daughter of the three palaces of magic, she wielded the power to channel two distinct forms of energy. The dark purple energy represented her own magical prowess, often employed for binding, defense, or non-lethal strikes. In contrast, the red energy was lethal, inherited from her tyrannical demon father, primarily focused on inflicting harm and destruction, capable of delivering fatal consequences to all living beings. With a resounding crash, the bull-headed demon, caught off guard, was hurled backward by the force of the energy wave, its massive form crashing into the wall before plummeting into a pool of chemical solutions. Various liquids clung to its body, causing noxious white smoke to rise. Yet only the areas struck by the energy bore the charred marks of impact. It seemed that mere chemicals could not vanquish the demon. Only magic and physical strength would suffice. "Are you all right?" Rachel, noticing the bull-headed demon's stillness, rushed towards the direction where Ian lay buried beneath rubble, only to find him sprawled among the debris, glowing with an eerie green light. "I don't have any plums here." Ian responded to the astonished girl with a bewilderingly innocent reply, his voice full of vigor. A flicker of concern crossed Rachel's otherwise stoic face as she initially feared Ian had perished, only to realize he was unscathed. Babbling a string of words she could not comprehend. "You say the demon is enraged, yet I, a berserker, cannot muster any anger. Is this normal? Is it scientific?" Ian's expression, amidst the bricks and debris, reflected a hint of melancholy. He indeed felt a profound sense of despondency. Current anger level, 9,100. This slight surge of anger stemmed from his disappointment in himself for not being a competent berserker. A simmering frustration ignited by his innate disposition as a stable and affable individual. Rachel remained silent, her face a canvas of perplexity. "I need a red light. Surely it can help me find a comrade to share my days with," Ian thought, his yearning for the berserker's sacred artifact palpable. Having healed his body, he glanced at the prompt indicating Berserker Experience Level 4, and disregarded Rachel's soiled hands as he extricated himself from the rubble. "You truly are unscathed?" Upon seeing Ian's sprightly rise, Rachel's eyes flickered with suspicion, doubting whether he was merely a creature masquerading as a human, much like herself. Yet, despite her turbulent emotions, she maintained her impassive demeanor and spoke in a low voice. "Leave. This matter does not concern you." Rachel was inherently averse to involving others in her troubles. Ian perceived this trait in her, yet it did not deter his desire to seize the experiences of others. Young people are drawn to the mysterious. Who could resist an opportunity to practice exorcism? "Let me engage it in 10 more rounds. Only then will I depart." You cannot thwart a superhero on a righteous quest. As he spoke, in a bid to demonstrate his heroic virtues, Ian spread his arms wide, ready to shield himself with flesh and blood against the stealthy assault of the concrete-throwing minotaur that had quietly risen. With a thunderous crash, it lifted a massive slab of concrete and hurled it directly at the girl, Rachel, striking her squarely in the back. Ian leaped forward, intent on becoming the hero who saves the damsel in distress while simultaneously gaining experience points, a dual victory in his eyes. However, the concrete veered midair. Cheating? Ian barely had time to utter a cry of alarm, missing out on at least 3 experience points. The colossal slab still struck Rachel, knocking her violently to the ground. With a sickening sound, Rachel coughed up blood, the weight pressing down on her left, only her head exposed, her disheveled appearance reminiscent of a ghostly apparition. This was an unforeseen turn of events for Ian. "Apologies, I'm still in my internship phase," he rationalized his negligence, feeling relieved that Rachel was still alive, and convinced himself he had gained some elusive experience. Not a total loss. Amidst the rubble, while Rachel remained silent. She understood that grievances have their sources. The runes on her forehead suddenly glowed, her crimson eyes piercing through the dust, fixated on the demon not far away. Her powers were about to awaken. Yet the Minotaur remained unfazed. "I bring you greetings from your illustrious father," it declared, snapping its fingers as if unleashing some material it had brought into this realm. Ah! The resilient girl, who had remained silent despite the crushing blow of concrete, now screamed as if engulfed in unimaginable agony. Her eyes and the glow on her forehead dimming in an instant. "Don't panic. I'm here. I've always been here," Ian exclaimed, activating his superintelligence and sprinting towards the collapsed furniture, rummaging through it for the medicine he sought. With a clatter, he poured half of the white pills into his mouth, then rushed to Rachel's side, single-handedly lifting the concrete slab that pinned her down, while using his other hand to pinch her mouth shut. "What is this?" Rachel, gritting her teeth, could only see a few white pills being shaken in her mouth, while the boy emptied the remainder of the bottle into his own. "Ibuprofen," Ian said, his mouth filled with powder. In that moment, he felt like a miraculous healer descending from the heavens. Yet, for the suffering Rachel, it seemed to provide no relief. Her expression twisted further, not solely due to the excruciating headache, but because she witnessed the boy, having fed her the medication, gently lowering the concrete that had momentarily been raised, leaving her once again in a state where only her head was exposed, a concrete turtle. Chapter 65. What did you add to the saliva? Ian had his own reasons for his actions. He detested having others steal his kills. "Leave it to me. Rest assured, victory is guaranteed." Ian patted his own chest confidently, then rose to his feet, discarding the empty vial he held as he turned to face the bull-headed demon that was observing him with a tilted head. He charged forward, leaping to deliver a powerful punch aimed at the demon's face. But this time, the demon had learned from past encounters, utilizing its physical advantages. It swiftly extended its hand before Ian's fist could connect. Those who have faced adversity understand the truth. Longer limbs confer a significant advantage. Ian swung his fist multiple times, yet failed to make contact with the demon, instead finding himself ensnared by the demon's grip, which had seized him by the crown of his head. Rachel, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of despair wash over her. A minute? This fiend had barely taken 30 seconds before bringing him to his knees. A mere human. The bull-headed demon's hand was engulfed in fierce flames, igniting Ian's hair and enveloping his entire head in a roaring inferno. It sought to subject this human to the most harrowing torment, to make him experience the agony of a soul being scorched. Yet, amidst the flames, Ian felt a peculiar sensation. Berserker Experience 6. He realized he was on the brink of leveling up. The pain was sharp, yet bearable. If only he had his phone, he would have liked to take a selfie to send to his father, captioned, "The Demon Knight Ian. Feel the pain, wail in agony, plead for mercy." The bull-headed demon guffawed maniacally. Berserker Experience 8. He was truly on the verge of a new level, while the demon desired his surrender. Ian was perplexed by the unexpected reward. Rather than screams of despair, he wore a look of exhilaration amidst the flames. Berserker Level 4, 180. Strength, 8,511. Constitution, 6,789. Intelligence, 2,728. Spirit, 7,175. How could he not be thrilled? He had leveled up once again. Ian felt a surge of power coursing through him, realizing that from this moment forth, he was no longer an ordinary mortal, but had transcended into a higher echelon of strength. Not so. The bull-headed demon, with its thick skull, was struck with astonishment as it discovered that this human's soul appeared utterly unaffected by the inferno of hellfire. Was it not entirely immune? The demon observed with uncertainty as Ian's face began to turn green. It mistakenly believed it had unlocked a new effect of hellfire. Unbeknownst to it, danger was looming nearer. Spitting out a glob of thick green phlegm, Ian hit the demon squarely in the chest. In the next moment, the demon's grip on his head completely loosened, and while the pain and wailing would not dissipate, it was the demon that let out a heart-wrenching scream. After Ian was cast to the ground, the battle had only just begun. The creature staggered backward, retreating several steps in a disoriented manner. "What have you done? Have you poisoned your saliva?" Rachel, uncertain whether it was the demon's injury or the ibuprofen that alleviated her headache, managed to crawl out. Upon witnessing the demon's dire condition, she was taken aback. The bull-headed demon's flesh, struck by Ian's saliva, began to corrode and emit smoke as countless tiny green tendrils writhed within, spreading incessantly, seemingly intent on assimilating the demon's form. It was dark energy. I infused my saliva with dark energy. Ian justified his actions, proclaiming himself merely a berserker with superlative intelligence and maturity. A seasoned berserker knows how to judiciously exploit their adverse states. What power is this? It is using my magical energy as sustenance. The bull-headed demon let out a terrified roar, the effects of the dark energy far exceeding Ian's expectations, akin to an extraordinary outcome. In mere seconds, it had already engulfed a significant portion of the demon's body, leaving Rachel with a tingling sensation on her scalp. No, there's a sound. I can hear sound. Perhaps this demon possessed a modicum of intellect and decisiveness. It let out a howl and raised its hand to tear off its still untainted head. Ian gasped in shock at the sight. There was indeed a madman in this room. He was perplexed by his daily encounters with lunatics. Rachel cast him a glance, her expression hinting at words unspoken, but ultimately remained silent. The demon's head was wrenched off by its own hands. Thunderous crashes followed as the headless body collapsed, the severed bull's head rolling to the ground, its mouth still moving in a futile roar. I am defeated, yet you shall have no escape. My great master will surely break free. You cannot halt the march of history. You cannot prevent the inevitable moment. I shall hear your wails from hell. It unleashed a venomous curse upon Ian and Rachel, its words flowing ceaselessly, yet it failed to instill fear in either of them. Not in Rachel, nor in Ian. How annoying. Ian glanced around, rummaging through the debris until he unearthed a plastic container for chemical reagents, stuffing the bull's head inside, and hastily tearing a cloth to silence its incessant chatter. You intend to take it with you? Rachel inquired, somewhat perplexed. I love fitness. I'll have someone brew a bull's head soup for me when I return, a great tonic. Ian suddenly recalled his therapist, Hannibal, feeling compelled not to squander his parents' investment in therapy. Rachel was visibly taken aback by Ian's fitness plan. The demon's flesh will only corrode you. Rachel's brows furrowed in rare disapproval. She did not contest Ian's desire to consume meat, but felt he ought to indulge in something more conventional. However, just as she began to speak, the words hung in the air. However, she caught sight of the demon's remnants dissolving on the ground, and her voice abruptly ceased. Clearly, the girl had realized who the true mastermind in the room was. Suddenly, a faint creaking sound emanated from the corner. Mr. White's soul had somehow wedged itself into a locker, with only a pair of terrified eyes peering through the gap. Mr. White, may I inquire if you can conjure dragons? Ian stepped forward and politely opened the still, smoldering locker. What dragons? Mr. White swallowed hard, his expression one of sheer terror, for he had witnessed this seemingly unremarkable student vanquish a fearsome demon. Certainly the Nine Dragon, the Quetzalcoatlus, the Oxygen Dragon. Ian recounted, his memory exceptionally sharp, effortlessly listing all the legendary dragons. Both the teacher and the girl fell into a prolonged silence. After a moment, Mr. White, coming to a realization, nodded slowly. All right then, esteemed mentor, please come in, Ian exclaimed with delight, hastily retrieving a dented thermos. After a moment's hesitation, Mr. White sighed and, understanding, squeezed himself inside. All set. Ian nodded in satisfaction. Under the girl's watchful gaze, he began rummaging through the classroom. I have just the slightest psychological issue. I fear I might lose control without a few pills, Ian lamented, disappointedly shaking his head as he failed to find what he sought. Rachel remained silent, feeling that everything suddenly made sense. At that moment, the boy suddenly cheerfully inquired, Would you like some ice cream? Not particularly, Rachel succinctly replied, assuming Ian was attempting to forge a rapport. Unexpectedly, he continued, You may not enjoy it, but I do. Given that I have just resolved such a significant problem for you, shouldn't you treat me to 10 Haagen-Dazs? Ian patted the plastic container in his hand, recalling that Rachel's wallet held more Franklin bills than his own. A wealthy girl, indeed. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. After a brief pause, Rachel gently remarked, If you feel hot and wish for ice cream, could you possibly extinguish the flames atop your head first? It's rather intimidating. She spoke softly, fearful that a harsher tone might provoke the boy. Chapter 66. Is this not a superpower? To be honest, had it not been for Rachel's reminder, Ian might have forgotten that flames were still flickering from his head. The system's occasional feedback of experience points. 1, indeed, led to sporadic lapses in memory. Apologies. I understand now why Mr. White looked so terrified. He must have mistaken me for a true Spectre Knight. However, I feel more akin to the invincible Zoffy. Ian approached the long-abandoned poolside with a sense of reluctance. The clear stream flowed like a spring, yet it could not extinguish the fires of hell. Observing this, Rachel felt a surge of complex emotions and extended her hand to assist Ian. Her abilities were manifold, and in an instant, she completely eradicated the hellfire atop Ian's head. "Thank you," Ian remarked, feeling a refreshing coolness wash over him. He activated his self-healing capabilities, his hair growing wildly, and even his slightly damaged visage regained its youthful smoothness, an allure that would undoubtedly provoke envy in Deadpool. General MacArthur once said that if someone helps you, you should treat them to Haagen-Dazs. Therefore, you now owe me 9 scoops of that ice cream. Ian reveled in his rejuvenated state, though this did not diminish his desire for free ice cream. Rachel, the Raven, remained silent in response. "Your abilities are quite formidable," she noted, having witnessed Ian's self-healing firsthand. Her eyes glimmered with curiosity as she cautiously inquired, "Is your personality a side effect of your powers?" Her question was phrased with particular delicacy, demonstrating her effort to articulate her thoughts despite her struggles with verbal expression. "Are you referring to my likability?" Ian understood her intent, given his extraordinary intellect, and he regretfully shrugged, replying, "Actually, I find it quite bothersome. Every day at school, I have to dispose of love letters crammed to my desk." He spoke the truth. However, Rachel hesitated, genuinely admiring the adaptability of the girls at their school. "What are you doing?" Rachel asked, observing Ian rummaging through the dilapidated classroom to concoct some chemical solution, her confusion evident. "Of course, I'm disposing a body. Mr. White taught me this. He always believed I might study in Gotham." Ian jingled the thermos in his pocket, aware of Mr. White's prowess as a chemist since that particular lesson. Rachel found herself surprisingly unfazed by this revelation. She silently watched as Ian poured the prepared chemical solution over the green, decayed remains of the demon, only to see him turn back and offer a solemn reminder. "The demon tainted by my saliva has lost its value as sustenance." Noticing that the chemical solution had no effect, Ian lamented inwardly about the limitations of chemistry. "No one would desire to consume hellish creatures but you," Rachel replied, her voice steady as a flat line on an electrocardiogram. She raised her hand, and crimson energy cascaded down like a waterfall. The demon's remains were instantly reduced to ashes. Indeed, magic proved far more effective. Ian felt a twinge of envy. He too wished to become a sorcerer, though he pondered whether he could find Dr. Strange's corpse in the Marvel Universe. The cost of magic in the DC Universe is exceedingly high, to the extent that even dogs refrain from learning it. The primary reason is the difficulty in finding a place to learn without falling into traps. "You don't know magic?" Rachel inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. She couldn't help but suspect that Ian might be the illegitimate child of some infernal lord. For only demons possess the inclination to consume their own kind. The Grim Reaper's treatment of the boy further suggested that his lineage was anything but ordinary. "There will be," Ian assured with quiet confidence. "Once I master the illumination spell, I shall be regarded as a competent mage." He procured a rag and began meticulously wiping down every surface he had touched within the classroom. "You should consider yourself fortunate that our school lacks surveillance," he remarked with certainty to the girl behind him. "How do you know that?" Rachel asked, slightly taken aback. "The principal occasionally enlists my assistance in reporting her illicit income for taxation, so I'm aware that $5 can only procure subpar plastic models. My yearly full scholarship is not solely due to my academic excellence. It is a reward bestowed upon me by the principal." Ian's response plunged the resolute girl into a profound silence, as she found it difficult to fathom that such responsibilities could rest upon the shoulders of a 14-year-old boy. "Gotham truly deserves you," Rachel finally expressed after a lengthy pause, her praise ringing high. "Actually, I have no intention of going to Gotham. There are clowns there who are slightly more terrifying than Batman," Ian replied, harboring no ill will towards Mr. Wayne, as he was his benefactor. However, it was entirely reasonable for him to harbor a healthy fear of Gotham's genuine lunatics. Indeed, within a limited space for survival, it is natural for one's kind to engage in mutual slaughter, I understand your perspective, the girl with an impassive demeanor stated. Her tone devoid of fluctuation, yet resonating with profound impact. Are you serious? Ian mused, contemplating whether the girl before him should consult Dr. Hannibal about her mindset. Just then, an unexpected cacophony of sirens erupted from downstairs, piercing the air. We must vacate this place, Rachel said, glancing out the window to see police and fire trucks converging upon the campus. She turned back to Ian, who was still diligently wiping away every possible fingerprint. Stay calm. Ian reassured, unfazed. The firefighters and police won't ascend until we leave. It's tradition. His conviction was rooted in scientific conclusions drawn from his own investigations. Are you implying they are utterly incompetent? Rachel began to agree, but the next moment, Ian gently shook his head. No. I am actually complimenting their intelligence. With the salaries they earn, they only accomplish the work commensurate with their pay. Only the astute can survive their internships in Metropolis. Of course, Gotham is far more terrifying. It is a place governed solely by fate and chance. Ian firmly believed in the infallibility of statistical data. Rachel found herself at a loss for words. She felt an urge to refute his statements, but was inexplicably compelled to acknowledge the undeniable truth in Ian's reasoning. The truth has indeed been substantiated. As Ian spent another 2 minutes cleaning, yet no footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Finished, Ian incinerated the cloth with fervor. Although he was not adept at perfectly handling the scene, exercising caution was certainly prudent, and minimizing oversight was undoubtedly beneficial. Can you fly? I just heard a demon call you a raven. Ian's gaze was fixed upon Rachel's back and her hair, leaving Rachel somewhat perplexed by such scrutiny. I'm not Superman, she replied after taking a deep breath, extending her hand to Ian with a hint of resignation. I believe I possess a more effective means of retreat than simply flying away, she observed with curiosity as Ian placed his hand in hers. In the next moment, the ability to teleport and traverse dimensions was activated. The two vanished from the empty classroom, and, as Ian's scientific belief suggested, the police and firefighters arrived only shortly after their departure. How to put it? Wasn't this, in its own way, a superpower? Chapter 67. Ian's new toy teleportation. So this is what a raven truly is. Outside the school, Ian finally indulged in Haagen-Dazs. 10 scoops precisely. True to his principles, he remembered to share one with the girl who had previously aided him. Thank you, Rachel. You are indeed a true superhero. Ian expressed his gratitude sincerely, while Rachel's expression grew complex upon receiving his praise. A superhero? Rachel seemed somewhat touched, her mind swirling with unarticulated thoughts. To be honest, her understanding of Ian was still quite limited. It was evident that she had no idea he would compliment anyone he encountered. The last time I tasted something so delightful was when I exchanged a treat with my adoptive father for a trifle that was equally delicious. Ian savored the spoon, lost in reminiscence. Evil spirit? What evil spirit? Sitting across from Ian, Rachel, who was otherwise uninterested in her ice cream and preoccupied with her thoughts, was piqued by Ian's words. Evil spirits and treats. These two terms clearly did not seem to correlate. A malevolent entity resembling a nun. Yet I wager it is certainly not human. Ian recounted his experience of being deceived. Upon hearing this, Rachel's pupils dilated in shock. In that form, she dipped her finger into her coffee, sketching a lifelike doodle on the table. Yes, indeed, Ian marveled at her artistic skills. Have you encountered one as well? The boy's tone carried a note of astonishment. I've read about it in books. Rachel scrutinized Ian intently for a moment. That is Valak, one of the 72 demon lords. You may have encountered a fragment of its essence here on Earth. Her gaze remained fixed on Ian as she spoke in a hushed tone. 72 demon lords. Ian was momentarily taken aback. His hand began to tremble slightly. Just as Rachel thought he might be frightened, the boy suddenly slapped his forehead. No wonder the delightful treat he exchanged for it melted in his mouth. It was remarkably nourishing. At that moment, he truly had an epiphany. No wonder the bull-headed demon could not exchange for his foster father's reward. It was evidently due to the demon's insufficient quality, rendering it unfit as a premium synthesis material. Rachel gazed at Ian, who still appeared somewhat exhilarated, feeling that a normal person ought not to react in such a manner. She had already recognized that the boy's way of thinking was rather unconventional. Have you not yet comprehended the implications this might have for you? Rachel pondered, reminding Ian that beings worthy of the title of demon gods were vengeful and terrifying entities. However, I understand. Ian fervently nodded. This matter is indeed of profound significance to me. Thank you, Rachel, my friend who delights in sharing. You have enlightened me that there are, in fact, at least 72 other malevolent spirits in this world capable of being exchanged for delightful little snacks with my foster father. His tone carried a hint of excitement. How could he not be thrilled? Not merely 72. If these so-called demon gods could perpetually create avatars, Ian believed he might have discovered the true perpetual motion machine. In the future, he might never have to worry about insufficient attributes. That is not the point I am trying to express at all, Rachel thought, bewildered, realizing she truly struggled to keep pace with Ian's thought process. Nonetheless, Ian paid no heed to this. I must learn magic. His determination to master the arcane arts was unwavering. He was not Martin Luther King. However, this did not hinder the fact that he had already conceived a genuine dream. He aspired to cultivate a demon god, enabling him to conduct daily sacrifices through its avatars. This was evidently no easy feat, yet it was precisely the difficult endeavors that were worthy of pursuit, was it not? In this very moment, the youth had envisioned his own American dream. My magic you cannot learn. Rachel exerted herself to align with Ian's thoughts. However, I do not wish to learn your magic. I merely desire to touch your forehead, the luminous kind. Yes, just like that. Why does your complexion appear so flushed? Ian, yearning to be tainted by the magic of the Three Palaces demon, did not get his wish, for Rachel had teleported away, leaving only an empty chair in her wake. What a pity. Ian felt a twinge of regret. He casually took the ice cream that the girl had barely tasted and, adhering to the principle of conserving food, placed it into a plastic container he had kept close to his chest. Open wide, ignoring the bull-headed demon's curses. He generously offered a scoop of ice cream to the malevolent entity. Remarkably, it did not spill. He observed the phenomenon, noting its inexplicable wonder. Thus, finally, my mother's cooked broccoli has a designated recycling spot. I could even establish a waste management company with you. Ian, shaking off his earlier disappointment, was suddenly filled with joy. He realized he possessed a personal trash bin. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Damn humanity, the bull-headed creature bellowed in terror, only to have Ian promptly silence him again, returning to school. Unsurprisingly, due to Mr. White's disarray, the school announced a temporary half-day holiday. Ian tucked the oranges he had hastily purchased into his pocket and hummed a little tune as he headed to the gym he had long been eager to visit. However, after Ian and the majority of the students had evacuated the school, poor Mr. White remained. He was a good man, always sharing the finest remedies. My point being, he did not deserve such a tragic fate. Some teachers lingered at the school, sorrowfully assisting the police with their investigation. He was genuinely distraught. Do you know if the deceased had any enemies? The police inquired, clearly suspecting that this was a premeditated murder or perhaps a campus terror attack orchestrated by a deranged individual. Let me think, MS. Lucy seemed to have had a conflict with him. Not that I'm gossiping, but some teachers have a penchant for utilizing their workplace experiences to take a jab at those they dislike. Just then, a scruffy man in a trench coat appeared at the school gate. Damn, I can't get in. My spirit card was recently pilfered by a superhero. Constantine instinctively checked his pocket, but found no trace of his familiar companion, his expression betraying his irritation. I really don't want to go back. Metropolis is at odds with me. Constantine gazed longingly at the campus, sensing a demonic presence, and shouted at the sky as if he were losing his sanity. In the next moment, everything around him seemed to be pressed on pause, be it passers-by or vehicles. Even the gentle patter of rain appeared to flow at an excruciatingly slow pace. The sound of wings flapping broke the silence. A passerby suddenly transformed from white to black. It was an old acquaintance of Constantine's, a correctly hued angel. You must stay here, Constantine. Darkness is approaching. If you wish to redeem your soul, you must commence your investigation from its origin. The black angel spoke with gravity. It was precisely his presence that slowed the world down. The rise of darkness would commence from Los Angeles. Do not pretend you are unaware of who resides there. Constantine retorted angrily at the angel without hesitation. Lucifer is not the threat. The disaster we must confront is. The angel's tone was somber, and his words illuminated an important detail that Constantine, with his keen intuition, grasped. He questioned, looking at the angel with suspicion. The angel remained silent. Do what you must. He merely issued a reminder once more. Very well. I shall investigate thoroughly what instills such fear in you lofty gentlemen. Constantine sighed and chose to acquiesce. His soul was indeed his Achilles heel. Very well. The angel nodded. Constantine continued, broaching the subject of conditions. However, you must first ensure that Superman will not trouble me again. He visited Gotham yesterday, caught me off guard, and issued a warning. That insufferable thief. He has the audacity to deny having stolen my spirit communication card. The superhero's moral depravity is appallingly evident, even in his curses. Constantine could only mutter under his breath. It was as if the world had slowed down, yet it provided him with little solace. You need not worry about Superman. He will only teach you a lesson once. The angel replied with a gentle smile. Constantine remained skeptical, and he quickly shifted his line of questioning. The child you have kidnapped is the true trouble you should be concerned about, poor Constantine. You possess the peculiar talent of attracting the very entities you ought to avoid. The angel's golden eyes brimmed with compassion, causing a sudden jolt of alarm within Constantine. A foreboding sense washed over him. What do you mean? Constantine hurriedly inquired. The meaning is simple. Before the master returns, should you be captured by that boy, do not mention heaven, nor me. However, you may assert that you were led astray by Lucifer. Let him seek our Lord of Hell. I trust Lucifer will handle him. The angel spoke with gravity. Before Constantine could fully comprehend, the angel had vanished. The passers-by resumed their original hues, and the world returned to its normal rhythm, although still shrouded in confusion. Constantine sensed a chilling dread in the angel's words. It was all Charles. He orchestrated the abduction independently. I am innocent. If I turn Charles in now, will I gain even a sliver of reprieve? He cried out to the sky. No response was forthcoming. Only the onlookers regarded him as one might a fool. Chapter 68. Another day of lawfulness as Constantine grappled with the unsettling implications of the angel's pronouns. Ian, deeply ensnared in fear, finally arrived at the gym he had been contemplating for the past few days. The setting sun cast its golden glow upon the neon sign of the muscled gym. The pinkish-purple lights appearing particularly ambiguous amidst the evening mist. Perhaps it ought to exist not in Metropolis, but rather in England, his homeland before his journey. Such a gym would be a welcome addition to the land of decay. The flamboyant color scheme, so rife with innuendo, was surprisingly favored by Jonathan, easily leading to misunderstandings. Ian stood at the entrance, hands in his pockets, gazing up at the gym sign. He had no intention of flaunting his tenfold superior physical prowess before others. There are times when one need not feign. The facade of maturity is often an endeavor undertaken solely for the sake of self-satisfaction. Where do the drug dealers hide? Although Ian already has a chemistry teacher with a penchant for the macabre, he still longs to encounter the legendary dragon. For even a master of the dark arts requires him to procure the necessary materials. The law-abiding student from Metropolis lacks such connections. As Ian pondered whether he should seek information from someone, he noticed a hooded figure in a sweatshirt approaching him. Hey, brother. I can see you're in need of assistance. How about a quick fitness guide? The young man displayed a dazzlingly white smile, reminiscent of a toothpaste commercial. Swimming and personal training classes? Sorry, I'm not interested. Ian assumed he had encountered a fitness instructor trying to peddle his services, a common sight near gym entrances. Brother, I'm not a trainer. I'm a chemist. The young man glanced around, lowering his voice. I have a new formula that delivers results in 3 weeks. Science can grant you a robust physique. Trust me, with a body like that, girls won't be able to resist. His tone was persuasive, clearly attuned to the desires of teenage boys. However, Ian was not easily swayed. Is this the kind of physique you're referring to? He lifted his shirt to reveal perfectly sculpted abs, and then gestured to his still youthful face. What I need isn't for girls to be unable to look away. It's the ability to protect myself in their presence. His words were earnest, and even the young man found a semblance of truth in them. All right, I admit, you do possess a certain Hollywood charm, the young man conceded, showcasing his Nike backpack. Perhaps I misjudged you. You're not a fitness novice. Yet, brother, you've surely never tried my products, which boast impressive results without side effects. You can grow even bigger. Believe in yourself and the power of science. He was fervently exploiting the greed of fitness enthusiasts to promote his concoction. Have you used it yourself? Ian posed a question most newcomers would ask. The young man responded immediately. I don't need science. My muscles are purely natural talent, though I occasionally use a bit of technology. His reply was resolute, imbued with a naive confidence. Ah, I see. A Metropolitan Arnold. Ian nodded. Are you saying I resemble Arnold Schwarzenegger? You have quite the discerning eye. The young man beamed with delight. Given your discernment, I'll give you a 10 discount today. $300 a bottle. I recommend starting with 10 bottles to see the results. After the discount, that is $2,600. He calculated eagerly, though the results were suspect. Right or wrong was secondary, as it aligned with the average educational level of African Americans in America. I'm still a minor. Is this really advisable? Ian retrieved his long-lost student ID, likely thanks to the efforts of his aging father, which had reappeared in the drawer. The young African-American man paid it no heed. Hence, it was all the more essential not to falter at the starting line, was it not? Surely, one must be familiar with Superman. I doubt there is a soul who isn't. He utilized the ancestral technology of my family since childhood. Boasting without preparation is, in fact, a traditional skill among the brothers of the African descent. Is that so? Ian feigned belief. Then provide me with a case. No, make it 2. After contemplating for a moment and estimating the stock that the other might possess, he spoke, causing the listening brother to shiver instinctively. Are you certain? The brother scrutinized Ian's attire from head to toe. If you have sufficient funds, it is, of course, no problem. I am merely a merchant. His implication was unmistakable, distancing himself from any notion of Ian ascending to a joyous celestial realm. Ian nodded. Consequently, the brother led him into a secluded alley, common to Metropolis, where an old Ford lay parked. He unlocked the trunk, bound with iron chains, using the most rudimentary of keys. Over 10 chains, more than 10 keys, a place devoid of surveillance. The brother knew precisely whom to trust, certainly not the other brothers on this street. A case is $8,000. I'll give you a 10% discount, bringing it down to $6,009. His mathematical prowess remained stable. Perhaps it was due to the number 69 appearing rather close to the discounted price. To this, Ian remained indifferent. After all, he was a superhero, and it was time for him to intermittently fulfill his duties. Look in the sky. Wonder Woman. She isn't wearing any clothes. This tactic proved particularly effective on the brother. Seizing the moment while the brother instinctively turned his gaze upward, Ian exclaimed, "Do not peddle contraband to minors, you scoundrel. You have betrayed this city." Acting as a lowly trap, Ian struck before the brother could react, landing a punch squarely on his temple. Although not a deliberately forceful blow, Ian's strength could certainly take down 10 opponents like Ip Man. Thus, the robust brother collapsed, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Once again, the innocence of the miners in Metropolis was safeguarded for another day. Ian discarded his unfinished soda, pouring the now-flat beverage into a trash bin. Humanity, you have gone too far. The trash bin's complaints were fleeting. Ian, holding the empty bottle, poured in vial after vial of the small potions. Oblivious to the concerns of bacterial contamination, this merely constituted an enhancement of sorts. 3 cases of technological elixirs fit perfectly into a soda bottle. He sampled a sip. It tasted quite agreeable. Thus he resolved to experiment with the trash bin as a test subject to assess the effects of muscle injection. Even demons possess musculature. Where's my phone? Ian bound the black brother with iron chains to a lamppost, and then, with an innate proficiency, effortlessly retrieved the black man's phone. "Hello, is this Officer Kate Beckett?" he inquired, dialing the policewoman who had previously escorted him home after the convenience store incident. "I am the innocent bystander. Ian Kent, the one you gave your personal number to, claiming I was prone to misfortune." He continued, "No, I haven't been stabbed or killed. My corpse has yet to learn how to call for help. I merely encountered some nefarious individuals, but fortunately, I was rescued by a nameless savior who harbors a vehement disdain for contraband and aims to neutralize it." At times, Ian felt the need to assert his presence. An independent NPC fears both obscurity and excessive popularity. Finding a balance between the two is essential. No, not the superhero clad in sheer fabric, but a new member of the Superman family, he clarified. He mentioned he had only been practicing for 2.5 days. Yet I can't quite make out his features. I speak only the truth. I am not one to lie, save for the occasional small fib. Oh, how swiftly it takes effect. Nothing much, just enjoying the latest version of Coca-Cola. After concluding his call to the authorities, Ian turned to glance at the unconscious black man beneath the lamppost. He counted out $300, then, checking the call duration, added 3 cents in coins to the man's pocket. A transaction marked by integrity. It was agreed upon, a bottle for $300. Naturally, Ian respected market prices, for he is a law-abiding citizen of America, eschewing even minor discounts for the sake of virtue. Such noble character is indeed rare in the metropolis. Chapter 69, Scientist. The system delivers. As the sound of sirens approached, Ian hummed a cheerful tune and walked away. He took a couple of gulps of his technological beverage and, passing by the gym entrance, he had no intention of lingering in this distinctly English locale any longer. However, two bespectacled young men outside the gym caught his attention. One was tall while the other, a shorter man with glasses, paced nervously in front of the gym. "I can do this. I definitely can." The bespectacled fellow encouraged himself, fists clenched tightly. "If I build muscle, Penny will surely fall for me." The tall, slender man beside him rolled his eyes. "Leonard, according to the research data on page 327 of Evolutionary Psychology, women's preference for muscle ranks only 6th. He interjected, "Sheldon, science doesn't always make sense. To hell with evolutionary psychology." Leonard, the shorter man, dismissed his friend's advice, resolutely believing, "I can become a muscular hunk and find my love." His confidence radiated, evoking a sense of familiarity in Ian. "We are scientists, and we must have faith. However, if you insist, you must first find a way to step through that door." The tall man known as Sheldon took a few steps back. "Our friendship allows me to accompany you only this far. The interior is nothing short of a petri dish for bacteria and viruses. I refuse to enter a place that could lead to my demise from syphilis or some other disease." As he spoke, he pulled out his smartphone. "What are you doing?" Leonard, the shorter man, felt an uneasy premonition. "I need to purchase some alcohol. When you return home tonight, I shall soak you in it." "How does 80 proof sound?" "I respect my roommate's choices and preferences," Sheldon stated with politeness. "Are you trying to kill me?" Leonard exclaimed, exasperated. "Indeed, you make a valid point. I do not wish to end up in prison, so 75 proof should suffice." With that, Sheldon raised a hand and began ordering on his phone with rapid taps. Leonard, in disbelief, cradled his head in his hands. At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Hey gentlemen, good evening." Ian recalled why he felt a sense of familiarity. He had once again encountered two characters who should not exist in the DC universe, the protagonists from The Big Bang Theory. It was a situational comedy Ian had watched while learning English, and he remembered the characters as exceptionally talented nerdy scientists. Other details were inconsequential. Whether he knew them or not did not matter. Even if he had never seen the show, Ian would only be concerned about their identities as scientists, which was the sole aspect that captivated him. He had a laser gun. He belonged to the Marvel Universe. Therefore, he certainly needed to be acquainted with a sufficient number of outstanding scientists. Merely copying text was just the beginning. Mastering science was the true path to success. Ian harbored a desire to harness technology for his own benefit, while simultaneously aiding humanity. Upon noticing someone approaching, Leonard instinctively waved his hand. "I need to maintain a clear mind, so I have no interest in fitness tech products." He clearly was not a newcomer to this place, and was well aware of the gym sales tactics. "I am not a vendor of technology." Ian concealed his soda bottle and defended his identity under the scrutinizing gaze of the two physicists. Leonard frowned in skepticism, while Sheldon appeared contemplative. "He is correct, Leonard. With such striking looks, Penny would likely be willing to pay him $500, no, $800. He could easily resort to quicker, albeit illegal, means to earn money. If he possessed 80% of a normal person's intelligence, he would gravitate towards wealthy women, extort them, and amass a fortune, undoubtedly joining the ranks of billionaires." Sheldon, the scientist, earnestly articulated his rational analysis. Ian was left astonished. "Do you possess superintelligence as well?" He felt an unusual sense of awe within. "I am a theoretical physicist destined to receive the Nobel Prize in the future. Thus, I undoubtedly possess extraordinary intelligence." Sheldon tilted his head in contemplation and promptly responded. Leonard, in utter disbelief, slapped his forehead. He felt that the youth before him and his companion beside him had delivered a dual blow. "So, young man, what exactly brings you to us?" Leonard took a deep breath to calm his emotions and cast a scrutinizing glance at Ian, who was unmistakably a high school student. Ian immediately responded, "I aspire to become an exceptional capitalist and require a cadre of scientists to serve as my workforce." He attempted to extend an olive branch to the two men. Leonard perceived Ian's words as a jest, while Sheldon's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Comparing employees to livestock. A rather vivid metaphor, and quite honest as well. "I appreciate conversing with candid individuals. Do not misconstrue my meaning. Most honest people may not possess high intelligence." I merely intend to convey that deception requires intricate details, and fabricating such details is an endeavor that necessitates a remarkably high IQ. It is uncertain whether he was complimenting Ian or disparaging him, or perhaps even elevating himself. Regardless, Ian was a magnanimous individual. "Sheldon, be quiet." Leonard was more perturbed by his roommate's rudeness and turned apologetically towards Ian. "Listen, young man, we are professors at the Metropolitan Polytechnic. Our income is quite satisfactory. We have no need to change jobs." Despite still believing Ian was jesting, he offered him a modicum of polite respect and seriousness. In response, Ian blinked and said, "I am backed by the Wayne Group." He was not lying. He simply omitted parts of the whole truth. As a contracted writer for a small publishing house under the Wayne Group, how could he not claim to be associated with it? The big boss certainly had faith in him. What? Leonard and Sheldon both appeared visibly taken aback. "The Wayne Group? Is it that Wayne Group?" Sheldon was palpably excited. "Bruce Wayne ranks third among the 16 individuals I most admire, just behind Batman. Bruce Wayne is undoubtedly the most underrated capitalist and inventor of this century. It must be said that this man, named Sheldon, possesses a certain degree of loyalty." In contrast, Leonard was not as readily trusting. "What is your connection with the Wayne Group? What kind of relationship do you have?" Leonard scrutinized Ian incredulously, perceiving him merely as a child from a typical elite family. "What kind of relationship? Let us put it this way. Bruce Wayne owes my father a life." Ian replied earnestly, speaking the unembellished truth. A bond of such gravity. Leonard experienced a moment of enlightenment, or at least he believed he did. "So, your father founded a company and subsequently received support from the Wayne Group?" He marveled internally. However, he still could not fathom that a child like Ian might venture into entrepreneurship. After careful consideration, Leonard remained inclined to decline the proposal. At that moment, Ian opened his backpack, preparing to appeal to the interests of the two nerds. "Wow, this figurine of the Minotaur is exquisitely crafted." Sheldon immediately noticed the special item within Ian's bag, though he did not speculate on its supernatural implications. Leonard shared the same sentiment. "It's even motorized," he exclaimed, suddenly struck by a bold idea. His curiosity piqued about where Ian had procured such a figurine. "I am not merely a reserve capitalist or future best-selling author. I am also a comic artist." Ian produced a sketchbook, revealing the original cover of The Boys. One must admit, he had a remarkable understanding of the two nerdy scientists' interests. "It's a comic, and the artwork is splendid." Leonard was instantly captivated, momentarily casting aside his audacious thoughts as he subconsciously accepted the manuscript of The Boys from Ian. Sheldon also leaned in closer. Moments later, "Oh, this comic is truly explosive." Both seasoned comic enthusiasts could not help but marvel. "A genius. He is indeed a comic genius. Leonard, we must work for him. This way, we can compel him to include us in his comic." Sheldon was clearly exhilarated, and Ian intended to seize the opportunity, presenting the formidable terms from his esteemed entrepreneurial mentors. Yet, unexpectedly, an unforeseen event occurred without warning. The dormant profession has met the revival conditions. The system's voice abruptly resonated, a weighty reminder of an extraordinary power. Chapter 70. The endless shortcut. The crisp sound of the system notification momentarily stunned Ian. He had not anticipated the revival of his dormant profession to proceed so smoothly. He had believed that he would need to make the boys a sensation before unlocking the dormant profession within the system. Who would have thought that merely receiving compliments from two scientists would grant him his wish? It seemed that even as a distinguished, independent NPC, Ian was not destined to experience the dramatic twists of fortune. A faint sense of melancholy washed over him. Ian glanced at his system panel. "You have acquired the corrected profession, Barbaric Tyrant." This was the title that emerged following the revival of his dormant profession, as influenced by the lineage of his homeland. Instead of immediately checking it, he remained contemplative, observing the two scientists still engrossed in the comic. Though they were ordinary individuals, in their own narratives, they were the protagonists. Perhaps, during the revival of dormant professions, the memories of such individuals held greater significance than those of ordinary NPCs. Ian remained somewhat puzzled. He merely thought of his deskmate, who had undoubtedly contributed to this comic. Thus, he decided to reserve the 2 oranges in his pocket for the young girl. At that moment, despite my disdain for the unflattering depiction of Superman, I felt a surge of joy upon realizing that someone else, like me, had noticed the illogical aspects of Superman rescuing the airplane. "Ah, It seems I'm indeed a rather contradictory individual. Nevertheless, your work is truly commendable, and I would be more than willing to share my insights regarding how Superman defies the laws of physics. Sheldon's eyes twinkled with anticipation, eager to engage. So, if I could do this for free, when do you intend to enlist us as your comic assistants? He appeared genuinely eager to uncover the scientific inaccuracies of the biological field. Free? That contravenes labor laws. Ian did not require comic assistants. He merely sought mature scientists. Just then, he exclaimed, "Allow me to draft the contract, please. I assure you, I possess a profound understanding of capitalists, and I guarantee that all 8,000 clauses will be in your favor for our thorough exploitation." Sheldon rubbed his hands together, his face filled with imploring eagerness, as if he had transformed into Ian's devoted little worm. That was simply his nature. His greatest passion in life was drafting contracts. It need not benefit himself, but he must seize the opportunity to write one. The brilliance of his thinking was often perplexing. In response, Sheldon's good friend Leonard was left utterly speechless. "Sheldon, they wish to employ our intellect as scientists, not as comic assistants," he reminded him quietly, maintaining his composure. "Oh, is that so? Then I can draft 2 contracts. Hooray! How splendid." Sheldon's unconventional thought process made him resemble an exuberant child. Changing jobs is a matter that requires careful consideration. After all, I have the opportunity to become a tenured professor. Leonard's reasoning was grounded in normalcy. However, his somewhat contemplative remark was met with a teasing retort from his friend. "Tenured professor? That's merely your own delusion of potential." Leonard remarked, "You lack an understanding of the ways of the world. To ascend within the university, one must grasp this." Sheldon solemnly instructed Leonard, "If you could, like me, present our principal with a directory of wealthy women right after his divorce, you might stand even the slightest chance." Leonard offered a politely forced smile. "The phone numbers in that directory are all fabricated by you," he pointed out. Sheldon remained unfazed, wearing a look of certainty. "Indeed, the gift I presented to the principal was a lesson in not falling for the wealthy woman scam. As a gesture of gratitude, I am confident that he will provide me with an independent office next year." Sheldon speaks with unwavering conviction, as if he has mastered the intricacies of human relationships. Leonard finds himself in a state of utter exasperation, while Ian feels he has gleaned valuable insights. He believes he is capable of following the thought processes of Dr. Sheldon, and with a bit of rounding, he considers himself to possess the potential of a Nobel laureate. "You may certainly deliberate over this. It is indeed a significant matter in life." Ian nods in understanding, aware of the importance of gradual progress. The 14-year-old does not expect to persuade others with just a few words. He recognizes that he is merely an independent NPC at this stage, certainly not in possession of a narrative that would compel others to bow in submission upon a mere introduction. The path of survival in this domain remains arduous and long. "Could you please provide me with your contact information?" Ian's request is met with no refusal. Leonard, taken aback, hastily retrieves a piece of paper and writes down his details. "Perhaps we could discuss your father's company's projects first?" He adds, "Of course, if we were to receive an official invitation from the Wayne Group, I believe both Sheldon and I could persuade our parents." Leonard remains in a state of contemplation. However, when he looks up, he discovers that Ian has vanished. "Where did he go?" Leonard exclaims, bewildered. Wow, he really is fast. Sheldon, who has already begun drafting a contract on his phone, only then realizes the peculiarity of the situation. Just moments ago, he had been so enthusiastic. What an odd individual. Sheldon continues to edit the contract, undeterred by its potential utility, as it is merely a pursuit of his interest. Considering he is an exceptional comic artist, I can understand better now. Look at me. Becoming more empathetic. He appears to have stumbled upon something worth celebrating. Leonard finds it difficult to comment on this and opts to shift the topic. "Do you think we might actually receive an invitation from the Wayne Group?" He is still pondering the olive branch extended by a child. Perhaps he is not entirely sane. Ultimately, the two do not enter the gym, but naturally turn towards home. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ian eagerly seeks out a secluded corner, pulling up the system panel to inspect the newly unlocked correction profession. Brutal tyrant. In every battle, the brutal tyrant stands as the most resplendent presence, capable of overpowering any adversary that dares to obstruct their path with formidable strength. Yet another purely brutish profession. Ian had anticipated this, so he promptly chooses to confirm the job change. As he has previously discerned the system's rules, he realizes he can possess more than one extraordinary profession. Is there not even a prerequisite task? Ian, of course, is not without his misjudgments. He has underestimated the system's affection for him. Job change task. Gain sufficient public attention and support. 010000000. This is the task for the new profession. It appears to be neither overly difficult nor particularly simple. Ian possesses a burgeoning superhero account, yet garnering sufficient attention through this platform is not a task easily accomplished within a short span of time. Of course, there exist shortcuts to traverse. Superbrain, activate. The more shortcuts one takes, the more adept one becomes at discovering them. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Ian, equipped with his remarkable intellect, devised a stratagem. Gradually cultivating popularity and support, Ian had no desire to emulate the likes of metropolitan figures. Hence, he donned a triple-layer disguise, clutched cash devoid of fingerprints, and stepped into a store specializing in role-playing costumes, which typically catered to individuals with peculiar proclivities. However, today, a distinct patron graced its presence. What do you intend to do? The proprietor, who also served as the attendant, immediately entered a defensive stance upon Ian's entrance, brandishing a shotgun in his direction, mistakenly perceiving him as a robber. Nevertheless, Ian calmly stated, "I would like a Batman suit, please." He disregarded the attendant's weapon, deliberately lowered his voice to a whisper, and courteously presented a stack of bills. Indeed, this exemplified Ian's sagacity. Everyone is a billionaire, although he is merely destined to become one, if Bruce Wayne can embody Batman. Why can't Ian Kent do the same? The night had fallen, and the Dark Knight was due to emerge. He merely sought attention and support. The system did not prohibit Ian from appropriating another's account. Chapter 71, Batman, listen to me, thank you. Ultimately, Ian overestimated Franklin's purchasing power and perhaps underestimated the economic capability of the role-playing community. The funds he carried only permitted him to acquire a low-quality imitation costume. Nonetheless, clutching a plastic bat-shaped projectile and tugging at the ill-fitting fabric armor, Ian remained resolutely confident. He utilized the cover of night to reach a somewhat secluded public telephone booth. Such communication facilities remain prevalent in America, and thanks to his parents' professions and his exceptional memory, Ian had memorized the contact information of numerous renowned media outlets. His first call was, of course, to the illustrious editor of the Planet Daily. "Hello, I am a concerned citizen." He intentionally altered his voice to sound more mature. "I saw Batman in the old town." "Yes, it was him. I swear on my father's life. If I am lying, let my father encounter a horde of supervillains." "Yes." Indeed, he was fond of making such oaths, even if it meant facing supervillains. Ian concluded his first call and proceeded to make a total of 18 calls, leaving no stone unturned, including the local television station. "Batman. Oh my, I saw Batman. He is on a date in the old town with a woman. I am unsure why he chose to don a superhero costume for such an occasion. Perhaps his companion has peculiar tastes. One might say, naturally, a date should avoid the familiarity of one's own city. Their choice of the metropolis is indeed quite reasonable." Subsequently, yet another media outlet with a penchant for sensational news reported an exclusive story. I pondered whether they could secure a television submission bonus. I witnessed Batman emerging from a narrow alley, a place often frequented by low-cost streetwalkers. I firmly believe Batman has come to the metropolis on business, perhaps to lend assistance to those unfortunate women. The specific location? It lies in the old town, a gathering spot favored by the local brothers of color. I digress. Batman is striding toward me, trousers in hand. Each media outlet has chosen to report on their favorite story. Ian, having once navigated the tumultuous waters of the UC browser, naturally understands how to seize marketing opportunities. After disseminating the majority of what he knew to various media outlets, Ian hesitated slightly, but ultimately decided to call his journalist mother. He did not wish for her to miss out on today's Batman news and consequently forfeit potential earnings. The reporters in the metropolis are quite competitive. Ian could tell that some of the news reports were staged by his father. Beep, 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 the call connected. His mother's voice inquired as to who was on the line. "Louise, it's me. I am Batman, your old friend. I am preparing to expand my superhero endeavors into your metropolis tonight." Ian lowered his voice, mimicking Bruce Wayne's deep, gravelly tone with remarkable accuracy. His innate talent for mimicry allowed him to easily acquire various life skills. However, no, I'm not Ian, nor am I causing trouble outside. To be fair, Ian's voice had indeed perfectly replicated Batman's. Still, he faced strong skepticism from the other end of the line. I truly am Batman. Can you not trust me just this once? Enough. Do not come out. Tonight Batman is not heading to the old town. He is returning to Gotham immediately. It is I returning to Gotham, he hissed. No, I'm not gasping from being beaten. I merely checked if my head was growing pointy. All right, mother. I shall return shortly. Ian, feeling frustrated, ended the call with Louise. Of course, he would not choose to return home immediately. Soon never meant right away. But rather, whenever he reached home, that would signify the end of soon. The prerogative to explain lay undoubtedly with Ian. Naturally, disregarding the prerogative to explain, the right to discipline him resided with Louise. It mattered not. To conquer fear, one must become fear itself. Ian adopted Batman's raspy voice, re-entering the role he had assumed. The night in the old town was also bustling with activity. He found no evidence of robbery. However, this did not deter Ian from donning his inferior bat suit, mimicking the running posture of ninjas from Naruto, darting towards the walls and rooftops wherever the crowds gathered. It was as if he feared that others might not notice his dark figure amidst the night. The task at hand was to garner sufficient public attention and support. It became evident that Ian's approach was not flawed. He and his system remained in perfect harmony. With a slight detour, his transition task had already seen commendable progress. The cloak of night concealed his shoddy attire, leaving most to harbor no doubts about his identity. After all, not every cosplayer could leap 7 or 8 meters between high-rise buildings, performing numerous backflips in midair, a feat that even Bruce Wayne himself would struggle to accomplish without technology. Oh my, is that Batman? Has yet another terrifying calamity descended upon Metropolis? Look, he lost his footing and fell from a 4-story rooftop. Yet he rises and runs again. It is Batman. It must truly be the real Batman. Indeed, as everyone says, only the indestructible can be Batman. Amidst the chaos, Ian naturally tended to some trivial matters, such as drunken brawls, minor gang skirmishes, and deadbeat patrons refusing to pay their dues. Although he encountered cases like bank robberies, he chose to feign ignorance, fearing a scenario reminiscent of Superman battling Batman. This was to safeguard Batman's reputation. He did not wish for the public to witness the Dark Knight being bested by a gang of thugs. Fortunately, the incoming media appeared far more favorable towards external superheroes than local ones. Assist the elderly, aid the children, and perhaps even the disabled who may not wish to cross the street. He smiled at the cameras. Is this still the Batman we know? Indeed, this is Batman, a true embodiment of chivalry. We had all been misled by the narratives in Gotham. Batman truly understands the plight of the underprivileged more than Superman ever could. So it seems, just as we took pleasure in defaming Superman, the tales emerging from Gotham are equally untrustworthy. Does this Batman appear to relish in stealth? Batman's jawline is truly striking. Is there something amiss with Batman's attire? Perhaps it is merely my perception. It must be my imagination. For the sake of tonight's overtime pay, it can only be my imagination. The local journalist displayed an unexpectedly amiable demeanor, vividly illustrating the allure of an outsider hero. With the arrival of these reporters, job transition task gained sufficient public attention and support. 323-210-0000. Job transition task gained sufficient public attention and support. 433-110-0000. Ian truly experienced the advantages of significant fame. If he were to act as a hero under the guise of the Silkman, he could never have attracted such grand attention. Behold, a television station is broadcasting live. Standing atop a rooftop, Ian faced the bright lights, lowering his voice to speak solemnly. How did you know I arrived in Metropolis? I do not require the magnitude of attention to dictate my responsibilities. Justice never seeks validation from others. Ian recited his lines, feigning ignorance as if he had been inadvertently discovered. To be fair, the locals of Gotham would see through his act in an instant. However, this was Metropolis, and its citizens were not as familiar with Batman as those from Gotham. This was precisely why Ian had chosen to adopt the Batman persona instead of stealing his father's account. He had contemplated embodying the gentler Wonder Woman, but he simply did not possess the requisite stature. Some exploit information disparities to trade goods, while Ian used his advantage to trade on the image of a hero. Reality is perpetually absurd. He not only achieved success, but triumphed spectacularly. Click, click, click. The sound of cameras echoed incessantly. "Does Superman know you are in Metropolis?" A curious onlooker shouted. "I came merely because I noticed a lackadaisical Superman. In the shadows of Metropolis, numerous criminals continue their nefarious activities. Yet Superman only focuses on the high-profile cases. I am here to declare to the world that what Superman neglects, I, Batman, shall address. Those whom Superman fails to apprehend, I shall catch." Ian mimicked Batman's tone, his voice fervent and impassioned. "And the criminals that Superman dares not eliminate, I shall not kill either. I always ensure they are confined within prison walls." He nearly strayed from his character, almost acting out of line, but fortunately, he was able to re-immerse himself into the role just in time. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd below, and perhaps on the other end of the television broadcast as well. In any case, Ian was rapidly approaching the goal of public attention and recognition required to complete his task. Job transition task. Gain sufficient public attention and support. 3413-310-0000. Job transition task. Gain sufficient public attention and support. 4756-810-0000. With a television station live streaming the event. The response and engagement were truly remarkable. Just as Ian's excitement blossomed, and he racked his brain for resonant statements to utter, a deafening roar of engines reverberated through the sky. A reporter glanced upward, gasping, "Oh my, it's the Batmobile. He truly is the real Batman." At this moment, even those keen-eyed reporters who had noticed the peculiarities of Ian's attire could no longer doubt him. After all, who doesn't know that the Batmobile is a possession reserved solely for the true Batman? The onlookers erupted in excitement, yet Ian, standing atop the rooftop, froze in place. He was acutely aware that his hacking endeavors could not possibly escape the scrutiny of Bruce Wayne. But he never anticipated that Bruce would make such an urgent effort to thwart his actions. The silver lining was that the Batmobile was in autopilot mode. However, the unfortunate news arrived swiftly. With a thud, the Batmobile airdropped a mobile phone. Ian pretended not to catch it, yet to his astonishment, the phone proved to be more resilient than even a Nokia. Despite crashing onto the concrete rooftop, it remained unscathed and automatically connected to a call. Alarmed, Ian rushed forward, attempting to stomp on the fallen phone multiple times, but he failed to inflict any damage. Just as he lamented the absence of his hammer, a calm male voice resonated from the phone, having predicted his potential actions. "Kid, what are you doing?" The voice was magnetic, imbued with the essence of the old Bat. Chapter 72, Divine Perfection. Upon hearing the inquiry from Gotham's Lord, Ian instinctively reached for the phone, intending to crush it. Teeth, the most primal and formidable weapons of humanity, would not pose a problem for him, even if they broke. After all, he possessed self-healing abilities. For Ian, losing a few teeth from time to time would even save his family the expense of dental visits due to the cavities that adolescence often brings. "I advise against that," came the low, gravelly voice from the other end. "I have implanted a small bomb in this phone. Should it undergo severe pressure, it will release the scent of excrement into your mouth." The moment those words were uttered, Ian's actions came to an abrupt halt. The smell of feces? The boy's eyes widened in shock, revealing his genuine fear. "Care to take a gamble? Perhaps I've infused it with the fragrance of heather instead?" The composed voice of the genuine Batman echoed in Ian's ears, akin to a devilish whisper. Heather was inconsequential, but the thought of a heather-like aroma rendered Ian utterly repulsed. Even the greatest gambler in Metropolis hesitated to place a bet. It was evident that Batman truly lived up to his reputation. At that moment, Ian felt akin to the villains of Gotham, lost in confusion. "Actually, the signal here is rather poor. Wait for me. I need to change locations." Ian steeled himself to feign a lack of clarity, yet Batman, on the other end, seemed to have anticipated his ruse. "The satellite linking the communication is right above you. Your current position is the optimal spot on Earth for signal reception." One must admit, Batman was indeed less manageable than Bruce Wayne. If you intend to say that you are the Batman of Metropolis, and that you have no connection to the Batman of Gotham, I must inform you in advance that all combinations of titles and puns you can conceive are copyrighted under my name. Ian truly felt as though he might weep in despair. How is it that merely 20 or 30 hours since our last encounter, I suddenly feel as though I've been thoroughly ensnared? I, too, harbor a dream of heroism. In truth, even before my birth, I admired Batman. And this very admiration is the reason I have been seduced and manipulated by demons. Fortunately, Ian possesses the habit of devising contingency plans. A demon? A light chuckle emanated from the other end of the line, as if something amusing had been heard. At that moment, Ian hurriedly leaped back from the edge of the building to the rooftop, out of the journalist's line of sight. "Can you see the demon here?" he inquired. "Does this phone possess a voyeuristic camera for underage individuals?" Ian lifted his cloak, directing the front camera of the phone toward his posterior, previously concealed by the cloak. There, hanging behind him, was a demon's bull head, its mouth gagged and adorned with a thick layer of clown makeup, seemingly affirming that every youth has their own inner jester. How could this not serve as proof that Ian, too, embodies the essence of Batman? Perhaps Batman truly is utilizing this phone's camera for surveillance. He fell into a prolonged silence, a profound stillness, during which the only sound he could discern was the robust breathing from the other end of the line. Batman represents a spirit. Inheriting the bat's essence begins with oneself. From childhood, you can be Batman. I can be Batman. Everyone can be Batman. This world has never known a true Batman, or rather, everyone can be Batman. The oppressive silence in the air left Ian feeling awkward, prompting him to indulge in a bout of flattery. However, on the other end of the line, Batman's breathing became even more labored. After a moment, he remarked, "If that is the case, I fear this world is doomed." Astonishingly, Batman maintained his composure while assessing Ian's flattery, having lost interest in the question of whether he truly was Batman. The sight of that bull-headed disguise nearly caused him to lose control of his blood pressure. Hypothetically speaking, he began, "If I were to argue that this was a dream sent by Green Arrow instructing me to act, would you be willing to feign belief and confront Green Arrow, or rather, engage in a dispute?" Ian endeavored to present himself as a clever child skilled in argumentation. Surprisingly, Batman seemed disinclined to hold him accountable for this masquerade. "With great power comes great responsibility," he stated. "I will save your life. Get in the car." His tone bore a hint of wistfulness as he offered this suggestion to Ian. "Save my life?" Ian was still bewildered. "Your father will arrive at your location in 3 minutes, and I have done my utmost." Batman's voice was remarkably flat, yet Ian's complexion flushed momentarily. "Damn, are you trying to delay him for my sake?" he exclaimed in exasperation, feeling somewhat flustered. After a brief glance around, he chose not to board the Batmobile. He could not risk betting on Batman's temperament, so he opted for a desperate leap from the edge. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ian executed a free fall. Alas, where's his grappling hook? My goodness, Batman has jumped off a building. Quick, capture this moment. The death of Batman, an absolute headline. Reporters erupted into chaos, their cameras frantically focused on the plummeting figure. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated tragedy did not unfold. The dark silhouette merely lay motionless on the ground for several seconds. Just as the journalist hesitated, contemplating whether to approach for a rare photograph of Batman's potential demise, that black form suddenly propelled itself forward on hands and feet. Shock, incredulity. It felt as though the hearts of the gathered metropolis citizens had suffered a massive blow. Moments late. A perceptiva journalist experienza a revelation. Could this be the origin of Batman's moniker? The crawling motion of most bats upon landing is similarly distorted. This journalist's epiphany ignited a wave of understanding among the crowd and fellow reporters. It all made sense. Everyone found it reasonable. The flashes of cameras illuminated the scene once more on live television. The black figure initially crawled along the ground like a bat for several meters before abruptly rising and sprinting away at an astonishing speed. Surely, many viewers witnessed this moment through the broadcast. They too comprehended the truth. This is the real Batman. All admiration and accolades stem from understanding. She understood. He understood. They all understood. Ian's class advancement quest serendipitously aligned with this unexpected turn of events, culminating in its completion. Ding! Class advancement quest completed. New profession. Savage Tyrant has been recorded. Acquire the innate skill, perfect divinity. The seamless completion of the class advancement quest was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. However, Ian found himself unable to rejoice, lacking even the time to explore his newfound abilities. The reason was simple. Reporters were already exclaiming about the appearance of Superman. They beheld him soaring through the skies. Only Ian knew that it was his father pursuing him from behind. Chapter 73. The Profession of the Patriotic. He ran. He chased. Ian felt as though he were trapped, unable to escape. With a new profession and new talents acquired, The enhancement of Ian's attributes was indeed substantial. Name: Ian Kent. Ordinary profession: student, LV7 125640. Extraordinary professions: Berserker LV4 980, Savage Tyrant LV1 010. World recognition: independent NPC. Strength: 1113, vitality 8914, intelligence 2830, mentality 7576. Yet such improvements were insufficient for immediate salvation. Help me. Who can rescue me? Ian was at a loss as to whom he should appeal for assistance. The distance to Grandmother Martha's home was still considerable. However, it was evidently too late to call Mother and request her to change her name to Martha. A person with two legs could never outpace one soaring through the sky. After only a few hurried steps, Ian had yet to encounter any street thugs to seize and hurl towards the airborne Superman before he was effortlessly captured by his father, who lifted him by the scruff of his neck and ascended into the air. Bad news: he was caught by his father with no effort at all. Good news: his father merely deposited him at the doorstep, instructing him to wait at home for his return. It was as if his father had somewhere urgent to be. Vanishing in a rush, Ian was granted a momentary respite, along with some time to contemplate his strategy. Sighing deeply, Ian removed the inferior Batman costume from his body and tucked the bull-headed demon back into his small backpack, finally allowing himself the opportunity to examine his newfound abilities. Divine perfection, capable of absorbing chemical substances to automatically synthesize the necessary enhanced compounds for upgrading within your body. Each successful internal synthesis of a chemical will yield corresponding experience points. When subjected to any form of taunting, your body will enter a state of unparalleled mode, granting a 30% increase to all attributes, though your moral standing will continuously decline. One must admit, the barbaric tyrant, Class S Constitution, enhancement was truly remarkable. In terms of panel enhancement effects, it even surpassed that of the Berserker template. This shouldn't be the case. The Homeland's talents were the ones being torn apart. Ian suspected that these classes might progress further in the future, while the barbaric tyrant was more of an early-stage profession. Such speculation could not yet be verified. Yet the newly birthed extraordinary talent seemed to hint that he had intuitively aligned himself with the path of advancement. Truly, it is fitting for me. Ian pulled out his specially crafted drink and took a hearty swig. Barbaric tyrant experience points: 1. Indeed, it proved effective. The value of his chemistry teacher had evidently risen immediately. He fished out a battered thermos, pondering that he should eventually procure a more expensive thermos for Mr. White. I possess a skill point for the barbaric tyrant class. Let me see what I can learn. Standing at the threshold of his home, he was certainly not procrastinating on entering. Eye of the blazing sun. Your eyes can emit high-intensity laser beams. Continuous use may lead to temporary vision impairment. The strength of the laser depends on the user's mental attributes. Distortion breath. You will continuously cultivate distortion factors within your body, which can be actively expelled in gaseous form through your lungs, causing the target to undergo severe biological distortion reactions. Ironclad body. Your physical surface will receive a significant enhancement, markedly increasing both strength and constitution attributes. The array of skills remained abundant. However, among them, only 3 skills were available for Ian to learn at his current level. The ability to fly was not among them. If there is a passive ability, one must certainly choose the passive. This is something every gaming enthusiast understands. Without a moment's hesitation, Ian chose the skill that would bring him closer to the lumberjack. Iron body, he mused. Could I perhaps have it changed to steel body? I've had enough of the woes of piracy. Ian attempted to negotiate with the system, but the typically aloof interface merely bestowed the skill upon him in silence. Strength, 1321, Constitution, 1438, Intelligence, 30, Spirit, 76, and Extraordinary Enhancement. This unexpected physical fortification left Ian astounded. Had it not been for the absence of other skill points for the barbaric tyrant, he would have feared losing control and investing further into this skill. Indeed, ordinary skills can be upgraded, and professional skills are no different, though each level requires double the skill points of the previous tier. Thus, Ian hesitated to expend the few Berserker skill points he had accumulated. He must train diligently. Ian felt that his system, much like himself, was receptive to counsel. Its silence was merely acquiescence. He believed that when he next upgraded this skill, the system would silently amend its name. Please, do not let me down. In his attempt to pooh his own system, Ian ultimately had to step through his front door. He cautiously entered the house, tiptoeing into the living room. His older brother, Jordan, was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in the television. On news, Superman had just averted a nuclear power plant leak, his red cape billowing amidst the radioactive dust. Now, Ian understood the urgency of his father's earlier demeanor. "Where are Mom and Jonathan?" he inquired tentatively. Jordan turned to glance at his younger brother, who had been returning home late these past few days, seemingly enamored. Jonathan went to the court for extra practice. As for Mom, she also stepped out. This was peculiar. The mother had rushed out after watching a news segment about Batman, grumbling as she left. Ian speculated that she must not be fond of the superhero from the neighboring city. Jordan, stroking his chin, fancied himself a detective worthy of Sherlock Holmes. Ah, yes, Batman could be quite troublesome, Ian thought, feeling a slight perspiration bead on his forehead. Though it was not excessive, his hand instinctively moved toward his back pocket, causing him to stiffen. Nevertheless, despite this, he harbored a great affection for Batman. He adored him. This was a timely defense, for the phone Batman had entrusted to him remained tucked away in his pocket. He had not discarded it. After all, if Ian wished to signal his intentions, he needed to cultivate a rapport with Batman. Previously lacking contact information, he was now able to enjoy the same privileges as Death Lady. Huh? Jordan suddenly turned back, a look of suspicion crossing his face. "You're acting strangely." His tone carried a hint of uncertainty. "What do you mean?" Ian felt a pang of guilt, fearing his brother had perceived something amiss. To his surprise, Jordan continued, "Have you also started dating a boyfriend?" The weight of his brother's concern mingled with his own apprehensions about the future. "What do you mean?" Ian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He dared not dwell on the implications. The awakening of wisdom often leads to unsettling realizations. This matter should be left undiscussed. You must not be privy to it. You share everything with the adults. Jordan had intended to voice something further, but ultimately restrained himself. Could it be possible that I have never lodged a complaint? Ian was truly wronged in this instance. Despite being an academic achiever, he lacked many of the stereotypical flaws often associated with high achievers. However, Jordan remained unconvinced. He retrieved an envelope from beneath himself. "Someone has sent you a letter. I suspect it is a love letter. As there is no return address or signature, I have received one myself," Jordan emphasized with a hint of exaggeration. "A green envelope. How could it possibly be a love letter?" Ian rolled his eyes. He curiously opened the envelope, revealing a thin letter and another piece of paper. It was a check, boasting an astounding 7 zeros. A prank? No one would believe this was a genuine check. Ian gazed in astonishment at the letter's contents, which were articulated with utmost courtesy and gentlemanly grace. Yet, he remained utterly bewildered. Chapter 74. Am I still a normal person? The letter was presented with great seriousness, and its content was exceedingly polite and refined. However, the signature at the end was somewhat provocative. For Ian, receiving acknowledgement from a character of such stature was undeniably a testament to his extraordinary talent. While others may have girlfriends from the mines of drama, he had fans of the same caliber. It was a delightful occurrence. If Ian could indeed cash this check for $10 million tomorrow, he would force himself to believe he had merely encountered a fan with the same name. Everything would be just fine. No need for Batman to intervene. I have always claimed not to be one to complain. In light of finally being appreciated for his work, Ian resolved to cherish this letter, tucking it carefully into his backpack. When he eventually visits Gotham, this would serve as his finest passport. Noticing Ian's joyful demeanor, Jordan couldn't help but draw closer, curiosity piqued. Ian shielded the letter from view, fully aware of who the true informant was in their household. Guarding against his older brother, Ian opened his backpack, stowing away the generous offering from his enthusiastic fan along with the letter. "I see this letter is from a girl you fancy." Jordan leaned in, eager to catch any detail, but his gaze was immediately captivated by the blood-stained bull's head peeking from Ian's backpack. "Wow, this figurine is incredibly lifelike. It even moves? An electric model?" Jordan initially expressed admiration, assuming the demonic skull in Ian's backpack was merely a toy. However, seeing Ian's silence, he suddenly inquired, his face a mask of contemplation and mild astonishment. "Ian, where did you purchase this?" The only response to Jordan's curiosity was the sound of Ian zipping his bag shut. "Do not call me Ian. Refer to me as the wealthy scoundrel brother. This truly embodies the traditional virtues of America." Ian cast a glance at his unaccomplished, impoverished sibling. He maintained a steady grasp of the situation. What on earth? Jordan appeared bewildered, utterly unaware that a person of affluence had quietly infiltrated their home. Ian's mind was already calculating the taxes he would need to pay. I know you possess more wealth than both Jonathan and me, but wait. How did you suddenly grow so much taller? Jordan, having been nestled on the sofa for so long, was now struck with a delayed realization. He stood up in utter astonishment, discovering that Ian was nearly as tall as he was, not due to any enhancement in physical attributes. I knew I had forgotten something. That cursed special drink. Upon hearing this, Ian paused momentarily before hastily removing his long boots. In the midst of Jordan's astonished gaze, Ian proceeded to take off the vibrant red stilettos that had been concealed within his boots. Ian's frequent tumbles while scaling walls were not due to a lack of balance. It was hard to believe that a 170-centimeter tall Batman existed, yet he could not simply break his legs to artificially increase his height by several centimeters. My eyes. Jordan's expression resembled that of someone struck by lightning. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, ultimately forming a single question. What are you doing? Good heavens. Should I be grateful you at least aren't wearing stockings? As his words fell, he was left in stunned silence as he witnessed Ian pulling 3 pairs of stockings from his pocket and tossing them into the trash. There's a reason for this, but I'm hesitant to explain it right now. Ian, now clad in comfortable slippers, felt an immense sense of relief, dismissing Jordan's contorted expression. The world is often prone to misunderstandings about individuals like him, especially within the family, a long-standing tradition in American culture. If Mom and Dad return, just tell them I've perished outside. Whatever matters can wait until tomorrow. Ian ascended the stairs to his room, mindful of his pressing matters. In the living room, Jordan remained alone, staring vacantly at the direction Ian had vanished, before gradually shifting his gaze towards the trash containing the discarded stockings and heels. With Jonathan being like that, and Ian being this way, do I even have a chance to be a normal person? Jordan's expression was one of sorrow, as his soft murmurs echoed through the living room. Doubts about life, fears of the future. The most common sentiments of adolescence were vividly manifested in Ian's second brother. Upon returning to his bedroom, Ian closed the door and, after a moment of contemplation, positioned his wardrobe against the door. It was not a gamble on their father's ability to break through, but rather a testament to believing in Clark's commendable trait of thriftiness. I truly am a clever ostrich. After completing the necessary safety measures, Ian approached his desk and placed the thermos atop it. Peering into the container, he could see Mr. White crouched inside, burying his head. Such peculiar individuals deserve to collect equally unique memorabilia. Perhaps Mr. White was the true ostrich in this scenario. Rest assured, Mr. White, for the sake of my compounds 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, and 10, I shall certainly not surrender you to the clutches of death. Ian attempted to reassure Mr. White. However, the spirit of Mr. White trembled even more violently, presumably moved by Ian's words. Surely, no one in this world could genuinely believe that a 14-year-old child was more fearsome than the specters of death and a destined descent into hell. Let me see my trash bin. Ian rummaged through his backpack once more and extracted the head of the bull-headed demon. Despite the clownish makeup that had yet to be removed, the bull-headed demon's demeanor appeared considerably more composed. No screaming, or I shall urinate in your mouth. Ian, still honing his threatening skills, was pleasantly surprised that the bull-headed demon refrained from cursing after he removed the rag. Are you the son of Superman, Clark? The bull-headed demon inquired in a hoarse, deep voice, evidently having noticed certain things when Ian had hung it from his backside. In the depths of hell. Superman's name was indeed well known. Clark is my father, Ian responded in a different manner. The bull-headed demon fell silent for a moment. Do you wish to learn magic? It recalled the exchange between Ian and Rachel the Raven. To be precise, I seek to master the art of summoning demons. Ian aspired to summon a demon and subsequently offer it as a sacrifice. As times progressed, there ought to be a production line dedicated to the esoteric arts. I can teach you, the bull-headed demon replied, seemingly unfazed. Is that the extent of your temptation? Ian questioned, suspecting the demon might be attempting to deceive him. One cannot trust a word from a creature of hell. I truly can teach you, though I am not powerful. I carry the bloodline of my ancestors and possess a wealth of magical knowledge. The bull-headed demon's demeanor appeared quite sincere. However, Ian remained unmoved. The sudden shift in the demon's attitude raised his suspicions. What lay beneath this transformation, he dared not ponder, fearing that he might tarnish his own intellect by failing to discern the truth. Chapter 75. The Demon. The True Demon. Perhaps the bull-headed demon genuinely sought to entice Ian with its new perspective. We can establish a pact, a soul contract, using the power of the contract to ensure I shall not harm you. It earnestly proposed to Ian. Aren't you loyal to the Three Palaces demon? Ian's eyes were filled with skepticism and distrust. I am not seeking to change my allegiance. The great demon king is my eternal faith, and that shall never alter. Our pact is merely a guarantee that I will not bring you harm. The tone of the bull-headed demon remained imbued with a certain candor. You are the offspring of a Superman. Even my master would not dare to harm you frivolously. The demon's tone carried a hint of nostalgia, though it could merely be a display of its Oscar-worthy acting. Do you think I believe that? Ian adhered to the principle that excessive flattery is often laced with ulterior motives. Only a jester who presented him with a check could momentarily convince him to consider it an accident. I can sense your insatiable thirst for magic, a yearning both intense and greedy, tinged with a hint of Kryptonian arrogance. You are undoubtedly gifted in the pursuit of sorcery. The bull-headed demon continued its earnest persuasion, asserting, you may not comprehend the true nature of your pendant. You might still believe it to be a boon, correct? It recalled the time Ian relentlessly forced the pendant into his possession, a memory that elicited a tinge of dread. You are aware of my pendant? Ian retrieved the pendant concealed beneath his shirt. Indeed, I remember now. It is no treasure, but rather an invitation from death, the bull-headed demon intoned gravely. An invitation from death, you say? Ian pondered his deteriorating state. The demon seemed to speak the truth. The minute loss of life points may indeed bring the bearer closer to death. Precisely, this object was originally meant for the Death Knight. However, rumors have circulated in hell that it has fallen into the hands of a great demon whose name I dare not utter. This great demon has been exploiting the pendant, attempting to offer amusing lives as sacrifices to the Death Knight. Now, I believe you serve as the offering to appease the Death Knight. You may not know who the Death Knight is. It is the harbinger of all endings, a truly terrifying and formidable deity, an ancient being even my master would prefer to avoid. The bull-headed demon took the time to elucidate the gravity of the situation to Ian. However, bang, bang, bang. Ian swiftly seized the expensive alloy hammer he had purchased to destroy evidence from the previous hospital incident and aimed it squarely at the bull-headed demon's forehead, striking it forcefully several times. You are the one who is terrifying. You are the one who is dreadful. Do not attempt to sow discord between my adoptive father and me. Ian's hammer felt remarkably comfortable in his hand, though the damage inflicted was quite limited. The bull-headed demon didn't even develop a lump on its head. Bang, bang, bang. Consequently, Ian hastily delivered several more blows, causing the demon's head to reel. Though in truth, even amidst this chaos, Ian found himself reminiscing about that afternoon. Ever since he experienced the sensation of wielding two hammers simultaneously, he felt unable to return. The Kryptonian forehead truly was the finest hammer in this world. What do you mean by adoptive father? The bull-headed demon was genuinely left dazed by Ian's relentless assault. Listen closely. Before you sits not a man, but a boy, the favored son of the Death Knight and the perfect object of Miss Death's secret affection. Ian's thoughts abruptly ceased, as if his mind had been struck with a powerful blow, leading him to a realization about Miss Death. She would not always attend to him, yet she might perceive him when her name was uttered. When Ian had previously confided in his parents using euphemisms, he had not been met with that indescribable force that struck his mind with such intensity. Apologies, he thought, for just now experiencing the shyness of a secret admirer. He shook his head to clear the haze. The Minotaur demon had no words to offer. Its bovine head was engulfed in confusion. Either this boy was fearless, or he was courting death. Beyond that, it could not fathom how he dared to speak of the two most ancient beings in such a manner, particularly the latter, who, despite her benevolence towards humanity, had been characterized by Lucifer as a capricious old woman. One could easily surmise that she would be difficult to engage with. Do not say another word. I cannot bear to hear it. You, human child, are blissfully unaware of the offense you are committing. Let us instead discuss the transaction of learning magic, the Minotaur demon suggested, its tone quivering slightly. A transaction? It seems there is a price. What do you seek? Ian inquired. The abyssal demon, though unaware of its original name, had been relegated to a singular title since the afternoon. Trash can, an appellation that had already been generous enough for the Minotaur demon to thank Ian. After a moment of silence, the demon did not express anger. It understood that such emotions were futile. "Do not let that boy approach me. Please," it rasped, its voice tinged with an unexpected note of supplication. "Huh?" Ian was momentarily taken aback as he beheld the demon's fear-stricken expression. "I am a demon of the underworld. Thus trust my instincts. That boy, your brother, is the one who truly wishes to relieve himself in my mouth. Perhaps even more than that. Humanity is not worth it." At that moment, the Minotaur demon regretted becoming this pawn immensely. The atmosphere was thick with silence. After a long pause, Ian finally retorted, "Nonsense. Utter fabrications. This is the nature of demons. I have finally come to understand your despicable ways." Ultimately, Ian chose to place his faith in his elder brother. Brotherly bonds are thus forged. One must not, indeed should not. He understood his brother well enough to know that there was at least a 20% chance Jordan would not engage in such an act. Sigh. The Minotaur demon, witnessing this exchange, chose not to pursue the matter further. "Let us hasten to formalize our covenant of mutual assistance, dear human child." It was merely an incessant urging. Yet Ian, who had never placed his trust in such notions, could only respond with a cold smirk. "What covenant? What magic? Since my youth, I have been at odds with demons, an eternal enmity. Who would assist you? Dream on. No, I shall not even grant you that. I will reserve it for someone truly deserving." Ian tugged at the corners of his mouth, feeling that his cold smile lacked the desired effect. The bull-headed demon was utterly speechless. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. "Ian, we need to talk." It was the voice of his father, Clark. It seemed the superhero had returned from rescuing the nuclear power plant. One could only wonder if his mother had accompanied him. In that moment, Ian dared not even breathe. He was acutely aware that his presence in the room could not be concealed from his father, who possessed the gift of perception. Such was the plight of being born into a family of superheroes. Feigning death was an impossible endeavor. Consequently, after another round of knocking, Ian began to entertain the notion that mutual assistance might indeed be a noble pursuit. He spoke of the demon's insidious influence, claiming that all living beings were compelled to heed its call, and that he, a mere child, was not to blame. The bull-headed demon's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Me? Confront a superhero?" The diminutive demon, not yet 2,000 years old, felt as though it might shatter at any moment. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from outside, which, despite the silence, grew ever more formidable, alarmed and trembling, it was compelled to echo the whispers of the young boy, the words feeling hauntingly familiar. In that instant, the bull-headed demon experienced an epiphany. There was indeed a demon present in this room. Yet it was certain that the entity was not itself. Chapter 76. What does it mean to be a father? The air in the room seemed to solidify, with only the faint chirping of crickets from the verdant lawn outside breaking the stillness. Ian held the demon's head aloft, his gaze fixed anxiously on the door obscured by the wardrobe. He incessantly whispered in the demon's ear, urging it to convey that the demon's temptations were irresistible to all life. His son had fought valiantly, akin to a hero, yet ultimately succumbed to the malevolence of this wicked demon. It was imperative to emphasize that this was a resistance even the demon itself would admire. Alas, it was simply too powerful. Ian lowered his voice, striving to make it as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Even so, he remained exceedingly anxious, regretting that he had not taught Klingon on his way back. Otherwise, he could have communicated with the demon in a coded language known only to the socially awkward. The demon's heightened senses allowed it, despite being reduced to merely a head, to perceive the immense pressure existing outside, rendering it too fearful to utter such self-destructive words. It hesitated. It is merely a small demon, which is precisely the reason it can serve as a pawn, thus rendering it utterly incapable of standing tall before Superman. Unlike the formidable demons, Superman has low resistance to magic. Such a notion would only be believed by demons whose graves are overgrown with weeds 800 meters high. Just as the bull-headed demon resolved to resist unto death, a series of resounding thuds echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Ian's hammer struck once more. "Quickly, inform my father that, in the face of your seduction, I mounted a valiant mental resistance, yet ultimately succumbed. Furthermore, do not dare to repeat my words verbatim." He issued a stern warning. "This is unacceptable. The demon gritted its teeth, putting forth a tenacious resistance. However, bang, 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 bang. The dull thud upon its skull was indeed excruciating, a pain that transcended explanation, delving deep into the very soul. The bull-headed demon marveled at its own endurance, having withstood 18 blows. Yet alas, it truly could not endure the 19th. Indeed, the adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. At this moment, it fully concurred with that assessment. Faced with such insurmountable strength, the bull-headed demon had no choice but to submit. Superman, your son possesses an indomitable will, does he not? Ha ha ha. The demon did not emit such laughter. Oh dear, I laugh. Yet, ha ha ha. My seduction is exceedingly formidable, indeed fearsome. I have not forgotten my lines. I am merely still cultivating my emotions. My enchantment cannot be defied by any living being. I am the mightiest demon in hell. Behold, my speech flows with great eloquence. It is filled with gravitas. I have heard it before. I know precisely what to say. The bull-headed demon seethed with indignation. Ian, however, found himself inwardly cursing, fully convinced that this demon's abysmal rhetorical skills would ensure its failure in the political arena, at best relegated to a minor role as a Hollywood extra. And just as the bull-headed demon dutifully completed its lines, the room fell once again into a silence so profound that even breathing could be heard. Outside the door, no response was forthcoming. Ian's alertness heightened to its zenith as he strained to listen. In the next instant, an icy shiver coursed down his spine, for he discerned his father's voice unexpectedly emanating from behind him. You are aware that I can see and hear you inciting a fractured demon, are you not? And that erratic heartbeat of yours. Ian spun around with a jolt, only to find his father attempting to squeeze through the not-so-spacious window of his room. While it was not particularly large, it merely appeared so in comparison to Superman's robust physique. Oh no, I forgot to lock the window. A flicker of panic crossed Ian's face as he glanced at the hammer in his hand, feeling a fleeting desire for filial piety, yet ultimately lacking the courage to confront him. He widened his eyes, fixated on Clark, who had now completely entered the room, hastily concealing the hammer behind his back and holding his breath, afraid to make a sound. If Ian felt this way, the demon's face was ashen with fear. You are correct. It is that little rascal who is inciting me. His will to survive is remarkably strong, desperately deflecting blame. It is well known that the language of demons is one that excels in treachery. In response, Clark, adjusting the wrinkles of his shirt, cast a cold glance at this demon. You do realize that the person you are accusing is my son, correct? His words carried a seriousness that sent shivers down the demon's spine, making it experience for the first time the sensation of being caught between two worlds. Well, it was never human to begin with. Due to the demon's abilities, it could sense the terrifying biological field and the ominous sanctity of the superhero. The oppressive aura causing crimson sweat to pour from its head. The sweat dripped onto the wooden floor, corroding it with dark spots. In that moment, a more intense pressure surged, causing its very soul to tremble. You're aware that I purchased this floor, right? Clark's voice had dropped at least 8 octaves, and Ian could even hear the grinding of his father's teeth. The wear and tear of a floor was no trivial matter for a frugal farm boy. This has nothing to do with me. It truly does not. As the saying goes, no one knows a father like a son. Ian reacted swiftly, tossing the demon's head towards Clark as if it were a scalding hot potato. Clark gripped the demon's skull tightly, causing its cranium to deform. However, for the demon, this was far less painful than the wicked hammer that Ian had wielded. Yet, facing the grim fate of possibly being crushed, it summoned a glimmer of quick wit. If I were to claim I was not a demon, but merely a very useful garbage bin, would you believe me? The demon's voice was high-pitched, daring not to meet Clark's gaze. I am of great value. I can serve as a recycling station, surely earning enough to compensate for your floor. It had even begun to pilfer Ian's creativity. Clark examined the creature that called itself a garbage bin, then glanced at his son's innocent face. After a few twitches of his eyelids, he took a deep breath, seemingly striving to regain his composure. Tomorrow, Clark finally spoke, his voice laced with evident restraint. I will procure a sufficiently safe and reliable cabinet for you to store your peculiar toys. He paused noticeably on the word toys. Ian had anticipated a display of paternal affection. To his surprise, it was indeed genuine fatherly love rather than Clark's usual stern reprimands. Is that truly possible? He remained somewhat taken aback, his tentative words tinged with caution. To be fair, Ian had always assumed Clark possessed an exceedingly rigid character. As long as you refrain from shoving such ghastly things under my bed with your mother and ensure adequate safety measures, there is no problem. Clark's expression appeared to be one of utter resignation, yet he still nodded at Ian as the once equally extraordinary child. Clark perhaps understood better than anyone how to embrace the uniqueness of a child. His parents had set the finest example for him in the past. Now, it was indeed his turn. Breaking the mystery of birth, Lin Lu gazed up at this world filled with dragons, bodhisattvas, and immortals. Chapter 77. Re-entering Marvel, Ian's identity? For Clark, this was a legacy of familial values. For Ian, however, he still struggled to comprehend such an unexpected situation. Thank you, Dad. Of course. He remained grateful for his father's understanding, his face beaming with surprise as he took a swift step forward to envelop Clark in a hearty embrace. He could feel his father's muscles tense momentarily, only to relax in a resigned manner. A warmth reminiscent of camaraderie enveloped them. At that moment, Clark suddenly inquired, "Your physical changes are related to your impersonation of Batman, aren't they?" This made Ian's body stiffen once more. Indeed, despite the affectionate embrace, he could not escape this topic. Ian understood that his physical transformation could not possibly evade Superman's keen gaze. Releasing Clark, Ian stepped back a few paces. This is a long story, so I'll keep it brief. He nodded at Clark, who waited a few seconds but soon realized his son had no intention of elaborating further. "Why'd you stop?" Confusion painted Clark's face. "But I did say it. Keeping it brief is indeed a brief statement." Ian nodded again, subtly reminding his father, whose super intellect might not be as frequently engaged as his own. The air in the room thickened once more. A faint pulse was visible on Clark's forehead, yet he ultimately sighed in resignation. Batman believes in your potential and will gift you a suit. He refrained from probing deeper and instead walked toward Ian's desk. Superman perhaps remained unaware that Ian was aware of Wayne's identity as Batman. Thus he did not betray his Justice League ally in front of his younger son. "It's fine. Dad, I don't want to be Batman anymore. Batman just gets beaten up. I still want to be a Superman like you. I remember you have a black suit, right?" Ian felt his emotional intelligence shining through at that moment. If his son did not admire his father, he would surely feel a sense of loss. So he expressed his fondness for Superman's suit. This was genuine admiration. If he learned a few skills from barbaric tyrant, who could claim that Ian Kent was not the son of Superman? Ian felt pleased, while Clark had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. "It's too late to seek my favor now." He discerned Ian's subtle intentions, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, only to vanish as he approached Ian's desk. This fleeting expression could not endure for long. It was when Clark placed the demon's head upon Ian's desk that his gaze was drawn to the thermos sitting atop it. The contents within caused his temples to pulse with renewed vigor. "Ian," Clark's voice suddenly adopted an unprecedented gravity. "Have you taken a life?" He gestured toward the translucent soul of Mr. White contained within the thermos, his eyes sharp and penetrating. Seeing this, Ian immediately shook his head fervently. "I did not kill him. I even saved Mr. White. If it weren't for me, he would be languishing in hell right now." His words rang true, a fact Clark could ascertain. "Nor was it I. I did not slay this fallen one. The great demon of the Triad claimed his life." The demon, upon feeling Clark's piercing gaze upon it, hastily denied any involvement, attempting to shake its head only to realize it was but a disembodied head, and thus hurriedly revealed who had indeed taken the chemistry teacher's life. How to put it? Loyal, yet there are few who are truly so. Given its master's blatant betrayal, it was clear that this was a demon of pure bloodline. In addressing a master it had never met, only heard in voice, this demon exhibited the characteristic eloquence expected of its kind. "You shall not have the opportunity to kill again," Clark intoned gravely to the Minotaur demon. "To say I have never taken a life, encountering a ghost upon my first arrival in this world, you would surely deem it the mere sophistry of a demon, left with nothing but a head." The demon protested, feeling quite aggrieved, yet Clark remained indifferent to the creature's past. The elder turned his gaze to his youngest son, visibly more relaxed upon learning the truth, yet he adopted the straightforward tone characteristic of a Kansas farmer to caution Ian. "Self-control is paramount, Ian. for individuals such as us. A moment's carelessness could lead to grave mistakes. In every circumstance, I implore you to maintain your composure. This was a heartfelt admonition from Clark. Ian wholeheartedly agreed. Rest assured, Father, even if faced with the most villainous of foes, I shall not take their lives. I will confine them all to hell. He nodded earnestly, as if hammering a nail. Hell, I believe he meant prison. Clark was momentarily taken aback. The distinction between these two terms was substantial. Nevertheless, he chose to believe that Ian's linguistic skills were simply lacking. They are one and the same, Ian reiterated, nodding once more. Clark fell silent for a moment. There is no hell, only prison. He felt compelled to clarify again, a hint of unease in his tone. Very well, then, prison it is, Ian replied, somewhat disappointed. Yet he acquiesced. He trusted that his father had his best interests at heart. As a minor, the decisiveness of killing was indeed ill-suited to his age. However, it did not alter his resolve to confine those who have wronged him within prison walls, awaiting the day he matures to exact his vengeance. Was indeed a method Ian contemplated. He gazed at the bull's head on the table, convinced that this demon's throat could be transformed into a private prison. Such was Ian's extraordinary intellect, always capable of devising solutions that harmoniously balanced his desires. When the time came, should the demon prove unable to release its prisoners? That would be a dilemma for the demon, not for Ian. He could even claim to be a victim himself, having harbored dreams since childhood of punishing evildoers, only to see those dreams shattered, leaving him a heartbroken boy. Very well, Clark remarked, his expression one of satisfaction. Though somewhat unconventional, your thoughts exhibit considerable maturity. This should bring a sense of relief to both your mother and me. With that, he turned a stride towards the window. The demon's head, already aware of Ian's sinister intentions, sensed Clark's impending departure. After a moment's deliberation, it frantically called out to Superman, "Take me away. Take me away. I am a legitimate citizen of this universe. I too deserve to be saved. I implore you, do not let me corrupt your child. I am a demon, and I excel at leading children astray." It was clear the demon wished to escape, believing that even being sealed away by Superman would be preferable to remaining with Ian. Silence. Ian quickly stepped forward to cover the demon's mouth. I told Jordan I was going out to buy milk, so I must indeed procure some. Clark merely glanced back, his demeanor unperturbed by any concerns regarding Ian's potential mischief. The age-old adage, "A father knows his child best," was clearly illustrated in this moment. After skillfully climbing through the window and landing atop the rooftop, Clark seemed to recall something and returned to offer Ian a final admonition. "Oh, by the way, concerning Jordan, you must ensure he never sees this trash can." Clark referred to the demon's head, which he had placed on Ian's desk. The paternal figure appeared to hesitate, caught between words. Once again, the wisdom of a father resonated. "I understand. Jordan must relish the experience of an ordinary life." Ian hastily provided a valid justification for his elder brother, to which Clark nodded in approval, a silent agreement passing between them. As Clark vanished into the sky with a swift motion, the room was left with only Ian and the demon's head. The atmosphere remained relatively calm, for Ian had already grasped his hammer. "Don't come near me. Please don't approach." The demon's yellow, murky eyes were filled with dread as it beheld Ian advancing menacingly. We demons are notorious for our deceit and capriciousness. I simply cannot suppress my true nature. Its voice trembled with unrestrained sincerity. Nevertheless, honesty would not deter Ian from seeking retribution against the accuser. Bang, bang, bang. A thorough beating ensued. The demon felt as if its very soul were being shattered. "I wish to die. Right now. Instantly. Why can't I perish? I should have been struck dead by you." It emitted a hysterical wail, interlaced with profound confusion. "Is it possible that you have cursed someone who ought not to be cursed?" Ian merely speculated, lifting the demon's head from his desk and casting a glance at the peach-bottomed alarm clock gifted by his elder brother. Time was running out. "You must accompany me in an experiment." Ian spoke softly. What experiment?" The demon stuttered, harboring a dreadful premonition. Ian offered no reply. Instead, he lay down on the bed, clutching the demon's head tightly. At the moment when the clock's hands overlapped, silence enveloped everything. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in an entirely different realm, where snowflakes danced in the air. The boy silently appeared on a desolate street. Could it truly be my own doing? Ian gazed at the demon's head he held, astonishment flooding his eyes. Previously, he had brought back a laser gun from this world, and now he had inexplicably transported a living being here. His speculation was confirmed, and Ian was equally astounded. No, no, no. The demon's head trembled violently, far more intensely than when confronted with Superman. This is impossible. The demon's voice transcended mere trembling, imbued with an overwhelming sense of disbelief and terror. What is impossible? Ian remained bewildered as to how he could achieve such a feat. YU. The bull-headed demon's voice seemed choked, its damaged vocal cords producing a rasping sound akin to a windbag, its frantic screams shattering the eternal silence of this world. How could you be a dimensional deity? In this extraordinary realm, merely exercising my body has led me to become a divine being? Chapter 78. Who isn't a sacred soul? In a nightmarish world, the eternal cold wind whipped snow against Ian's face. He glanced down at the demon's head swaying at his waist, its murky eyes and visage filled with fear and trepidation. What is a dimensional deity? Ian pondered, furrowing his brow slightly. Why you? The demon's head remained engulfed in disbelief and terror, unable to comprehend how the son of Superman could possibly be a dimensional deity. This is not magic at all. Although the bull-headed demon lacked a deep understanding of science, it believed this situation could hardly be considered scientific. Kryptonians are a cosmic lineage, not of the dimensional deity clan. You possess an entire universe. The demon surveyed its surroundings with uncertainty. As it gleaned more information, its dread only intensified. The massive figure in the sky, though devoid of life, still emanated a terrifying presence that made this creature from hell feel as though it were suffocating. Contemplate this. How can such an existence, merely a decorative ornament suspended in the heavens, fail to instill a tremor of dread within a diminutive demon? I am not a dimensional deity, nor do I possess an entire universe. Rather, I harbor a cosmic tumor within my being, a malady for which no remedy has yet been discovered. Thank the heavens, for I have no desire for a cure. Ian recalls his conversation with Miss Death, and naturally, he is more inclined to believe the assertions of that formidable entity. A diminutive demon, who is easily subdued by even him, cannot possibly compare in vision or stature to Miss Death. A universe growing within my body, and you dare claim you are not a dimensional deity. Perhaps the bull-headed demon only hears what it wishes, its sharp roar jarringly piercing the stillness of this world. I possess ancestral knowledge. I am aware that this is your dimension. You are merely a masquerading dimensional deity disguised as a human child, having implanted false memories into Superman through some unknown means. How could paradise allow such a transgression? Those wretched angels would never tolerate your desecration of the sacred soul. Its eyes widened in horror, and its tone brimmed with incredulity. At that moment, the bull-headed demon felt it was beginning to comprehend everything. Why its hellfire could not harm this boy, why a mere spit from him had nearly claimed its life, and why the hammering of its soul had wrought such unbearable agony. All questions found their dreadful, yet reasonable answers. This boy was, in fact, a whimsically malicious dimensional deity feigning weakness. How could a mere demon contend with such a terrifying existence, especially when it was of the same caliber as its own master? I have desecrated the sacred soul? Ian pondered for a moment, sensing the demon's accusations directed at him. Such insults could be tolerated by others, but not by him. He raised his hand and promptly delivered 2 resounding slaps to the demon. Ah, now you're sowing discord within my family. Ian, seething with rage, glared at the demon. You are the dimensional deity. Your entire family consists of dimensional deities. Am I not sacred? Indeed, the gaze of the angels surpasses yours in excellence. They surely know that I, like my father, am sacred. The priests at the church adore me, and even General MacArthur once proclaimed Ian to be a fine young lad. Sometimes a little white lie is harmless. However, Douglas MacArthur never uttered such words. I recall his soul being devoured by me. The bull-headed demon yearned to assert that it too wished its family were all dimensional deities, but lacked the courage, ultimately grasping Ian's words weakly. Ian's eyes widened in shock. He had quoted the General's words countless times. Yet he found himself confronted with such a cogent rebuttal that it left him feeling as though his trousers had been unceremoniously stripped away, igniting a fury within him. I refuse to believe it. You speak falsehoods. Unless you can produce the general. Only Ian neglected to bring his hammer. Otherwise, he would have insisted on striking the demon's head with fervor. How can I put it? The act of pounding a demon's head is indeed addictive. Moreover, in comparison to striking a wooden fish, Ian firmly believes that striking a demon's head would undoubtedly earn him genuine merit. How could I have been mistaken? How could I have been mistaken? Upon perceiving the glint of peril in Ian's eyes, the bull-headed demon trembled, its intelligence returning to the heights of caution as it chose to remain silent. At this moment, the infernal creature that had crawled from the depths of hell was gripped by an unprecedented fear of Ian. No demon dared to provoke a being of such cosmic dimensions as the dimensional demigod before him. It knew that if the dimensional demigod insisted on masquerading as a human, it would be wise to cooperate with his performance. Otherwise, death would become an unattainable luxury. Indeed, how could I misremember the general's words? Even if he were to regurgitate them, it would only be the general himself who was mistaken. Ian, feeling utterly at ease, looked up at the planet Devourer peeking through the dark clouds. The crooked form of the planet Devourer seemed to be descending closer to the ground. Why is the collapse taking so long? I wish I could find a plane to fly up there. Why must I reach level 5 to learn to fly? Is it merely because I was not born with wings? My dear system, in our America, you would undoubtedly be charged with racial discrimination. I would win that case hands down. Ian sighed heavily. After engaging in a bit of self-persuasion regarding his system, he hung the demon's head at his waist and prepared to venture once more to that mysterious base to gather information. Following the direction of his memories, Ian began to sprint. The demon's head bounced up and down at his waist as he ran, yet the demon dared not utter a complaint. The buildings lining the streets were blanketed in thick layers of ice and snow, and he continued to peer through his murky eyes at this unfamiliar world. What was that noise? Ian abruptly halted. In the distance, he could faintly hear a roar and the sounds of fierce combat, mingled with the thunder of gunfire. It's raining. I must go out and feel the rain. Ian, suddenly invigorated as if electrified, changed direction and dashed towards the source of the sounds. It had been snowing consistently. Snow is merely another form of rain. Look, even my mouth is raining. The demon's head took on the role of a philosopher, indulging in abstraction. Hanging at Ian's waist, it continuously spewed white froth, clearly disoriented. The demon, having arrived in this world, found itself stripped of its extraordinary status, reduced to nothing more than an immortal head. What significance lies in life or death? Perhaps this is the fate of all demons. It sighed, lamenting with a sorrowful voice. Silence. Do not disturb my listening. My favorite symphony of gunfire is nearby. Ian raised his hand and delivered a few sharp slaps to the demon's head at his waist. Stop. That really hurts. Immersed in a melancholic philosophy, the demon's gaze suddenly became a touch clearer. Seizing the moment, Ian traced the source of the commotion, weaving through a narrow alleyway until he arrived at a frozen fountain square. Blood. Just blood. The ground was awash with warm, crimson life essence. The previously fierce sounds of battle emanated from this very spot. Chapter 79. Is the contest of culinary prowess even greater? It was evident. Ian had not erred in his pursuit, though he had arrived just a tad late. The skirmish had already reached its conclusion. This was quite normal. After all, I am but a denizen of DC, where even the swiftest of men find themselves perpetually tardy. Ian's gaze fell upon the icy expanse, littered with the bodies of soldiers in disarray. Amidst this chaos, Gwen Stacy leaned against a crumbling wall. She still donned her battle attire, yet bore a gaping wound, her entrails spilling forth and leaving a gruesome trail upon the snow. Hey, Gwen, good evening. Ian greeted her warmly, for amidst the scattered corpses, she was the sole familiar figure still drawing breath. It is morning for my biological clock, Gwen retorted, her tone tinged with exasperation towards this enigmatic man who always appeared and vanished mysteriously, even in her dire state. Ian, unfazed by her demeanor, surveyed the blood-soaked ground, somewhat astonished by his own adaptability to such horror. What transpired here? He inquired, picking up a relatively clean firearm and prodding Gwen, who was leaning against the fountain's wall. With her eyes closed, he suspected she might slip away at any moment. Of course, like the surrounding soldiers, Ian was well aware that Gwen possessed the ability to resurrect. Do not poke my mouth. The dying Gwen, displaying an unexpected reserve of strength, grasped the gun's barrel that Ian had prodded towards her, and in a voice weakened yet resolute, she implored him, "Kill me." Yes, this was her plea for salvation. Due to her exceptional physical constitution, she lingered on the brink of death, her vitality becoming more of a conundrum. Ian raised an eyebrow, yet before he could voice his thoughts, the demon at his waist interjected. He had vowed not to take a life, having promised his stern father. The demon, appearing eager to please Ian, collaborated with this dimensional entity masquerading as a human offspring. However, silence. Ian rebuked the demon's head with a dismissive gesture. To be fair, one need not always heed paternal advice. After all, my father once instructed me to pledge loyalty to the 3 palaces, yet look at my current predicament. The demon, realizing its miscalculation, hastily adjusted its tone, unable to grasp Ian's intentions. The demon Gwen gazed at Ian, whose waist bore talking head, astonished to discover yet another untainted extraordinary being. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in her eyes. Raising her gaze once more to Ian, confusion enveloped her. How could this be? All demons were supposed to be extinct. Her chest heaved, as if she were on the brink of asphyxiation. Yet she could not seem to draw that final breath. Help me, she implored again. Must you die to be resurrected? Can't 10 know? 100,000 of you exist simultaneously? Ian, too, discerned the urgency in her struggle for breath. If such multitudes of Gwen could indeed manifest. A bold thought stirred within him. We're not clones. Noticing Ian's inaction, Gwen sighed, attempting to clarify. You truly know nothing. This is utterly abnormal. The records Tony kept do not encompass our data or memories. You underestimate him, and you underestimate our ultimate savior. He embodies the souls of every individual in the universe, not merely ephemeral biological information. Gwen's grip on the gun slackened, her pale lips barely moving, her voice as soft as snowflakes touching the ground. Is it truly possible? Is this not the absolute abilities project of Sister Gwen? Ian exclaimed in astonishment. What is this absolute abilities project of Sister Gwen? The demon's head repeated, albeit imperfectly. It was not intentional. The information exceeded its comprehension. I cannot fathom your words. Now may I be killed? The specifics could be addressed later with Tony himself, whose information processing capabilities would surely match Ian's thoughts. Gwen's tone was pleading, leaving Ian, who still wished to inquire further, somewhat embarrassed. No problem. I've seen the movie Killer. I'm quite adept at killing, Ian assured confidently, stepping forward and squatting down. He first attempted to cover Gwen's nose and mouth with one hand. However, upon realizing his hand was insufficient, he discarded the laser gun and, under Gwen's bewildered gaze, employed both hands in an absurdly comedic attempt to murder her. Do not resist. It would be futile. I'm certainly stronger than you now. Just wait and see. One of Ian's hands pinched Gwen's nose while the other covered her slightly parted lips. A method so shocking that it left Gwen dumbfounded and the bull-headed demon perplexed. You ought to snap her neck. The demon could not help but offer its earnest suggestion. I know, but that would cause her mouth and nose to bleed profusely. Do you have any idea how expensive this outfit is? Ian recalled the difficulty of washing his clothes stained with blood. Both the demon and the gasping Gwen fell silent. The girl's eyes wide open, rendered speechless. With only a smear of blood on her hand, she began to etch words into the snow beside her, lamenting her desire for a swift demise. You stepped on my colon. Her scrawl was hasty, punctuated by 3 exclamation marks that conveyed her tumultuous emotions. Ian glanced down and, indeed, discovered that he was standing upon Gwen's exposed intestines. The woman's mouth, a deceitful facade, revealed the truth. It was clearly her appendix. Ian took a step back, his hand instinctively loosening, allowing Gwen, who had been desperately holding her breath, to resume her gasping. Gwen found herself at a loss for words, frustrated by her inadequate repertoire for cursing. Gritting her teeth, she slowly extended a trembling finger toward her own abdomen. Rather than accepting assistance from the despicable boy, Gwen thought it would be far more gratifying to end herself. Yet, at that moment, she seemed to catch sight of something that halted her self-destruction. In the sky. Experiment. Her voice, although weak, was laced with tension. Experiment? Ian looked up, seeing nothing. Just then, the demon at his waist spoke again, marveling at the sight. Is that what it is? It appears truly beautiful. Oh, what a wondrous dimension that can nurture such aesthetically pleasing life. Ian turned to gaze at the heavens. In the next instant, he thought, oh, dear Father above, what in the world is that? His mind buzzed, as if struck by lightning, wishing he could pluck out his eyes and cleanse them with disinfectant. All right. If the apocalypse does indeed provide a decent meal, It seems we're resorting to crafting corpses. Ian realized that the remaining survivors of this world appear to be engaged in a rather innovative pastime. Before him floated a bizarre figure, clad in the signature blue uniform of his homeland. The robust body was grotesquely connected to the thick arms and thighs reminiscent of the Hulk. The muscular limbs created an absurd contrast with the relatively slender torso. Snowflakes fell, quickly melting away. The creature, with eyes glowing red, fixed its gaze upon Ian. Chapter 80. The Patriotic Behemoth. Skill acquired. Their eyes locked. Ian felt a wave of disgust towards the stitched monstrosity, yet he remained unfazed. In the DC universe, he was merely a minor player. But in the nightmarish realm of Marvel, he was immune to all harm. I'm not the mad one. You are. It's a pity I can't introduce my psychologist to you. He could surely teach you how to turn those stitched corpses into something palatable. Turning to berate Gwen, Ian found that she had already succumbed. Her neck slumped as she chose to slip away from this world. Sometimes, people resort to such methods to evade the admonitions of others. I feel I've learned a new trick. This could surely defeat my invincible father. Ian pondered, just as he intended to remark that the patriotic behemoth might not comprehend his plight. Buzzing in the air, the amalgamation of the Hulk's limbs with the form of a national figure, though devoid of any semblance of human consciousness, suddenly unleashed a scorching heat ray directed at Ian. The snow vaporized instantaneously under the intense heat, and the crimson beam surged forth like a torrential flood towards Ian. Anticipating the attack, the young boy swiftly raised his hands. The heat ray enveloped Ian's face with a sizzling sound. However, Ian remained unperturbed. Indeed, the high-energy electromagnetic waves proved to be swifter, eluding him much like his gradually receding childhood. Unscathed, Ian felt a tinge of nostalgia. It was quite poetic. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the system's assessment. You have attempted to learn to grasp the heat ray, gaining extraordinary skills in self-destructive techniques. Student Professional Experience Points. 6. Regardless of the system's attitude, it consistently provided Ian with delightful surprises in this world. Another wave of professional experience prompted Ian to taunt the amalgamated national figure with a provocative gesture. The heat ray persisted. The creature suspended in mid-air exhibited no emotions. It bore no soul within, merely a hollow vessel adhering to biological instinct. Keep going. Don't stop. Use it well. Though saying use force seems a bit odd. Widen your eyes a little more, Ian urged as he continued to grasp the heat ray, accumulating 2 more waves of experience. However, this scoring spree was short-lived. Witnessing its ineffective assault, the amalgamated national figure suddenly dove downward at a speed exceeding 10 Mach. The air erupted in a conical mist. Its seemingly discordant fist, imbued with the power to shatter steel, aimed directly at Ian's face. Ian remained still, aware that any movement would squander his energy. The fist struck Ian's forehead, creating palpable ripples and distortions in the air. Yet, it remained futile. Ian remained entirely unharmed. The demonic head at Ian's waist emitted a pure, mocking laughter. What a foolish husk. To think it could inflict harm upon the master of this dimensional realm. Such a waste of potential. This magnificent physique ought to be wielded by a clever mind. The demonic head, infused with longing, both ridiculed and implored Ian. Quickly, tear off its head, then attach mine. I am the most suitable choice for this body. The words of the demonic head sparked a realization in Ian. Indeed, it was a patchwork. He noticed the seams connecting the national figure's head to its torso, a natural observation, as he had previously encountered the figure in a state of decapitation. Bang, 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 perhaps sensing Ian's intrusive gaze. Instinct compelled this grotesque amalgamation to relentlessly attack him at a dizzying pace. Futile, yet it did not deter its fervor. Ian did not heed the advice of the demon's head. Instead, he earnestly attempted to grasp the fist of the amalgamated patriot. However, his current physical prowess was markedly inferior to that of his opponent. This was, of course, to be expected, for the professional level of the barbaric tyrant was merely at level 1. Thus, the amalgamated patriot relentlessly launched attacks while Ian steadfastly endeavored to catch his fist. You're learning combat skills, student profession experience points. 1. You're learning combat skills, student profession experience points. When you were learning combat skills. Student profession experience points. 1. What a splendid world this was. How delightful it was to have such an experience-gaining machine. The only lament was that Ian had never once managed to seize the fist of the amalgamated patriot. His eyes and hands simply could not keep pace with the speed of his adversary. Damn it, Master John Banner, could you not grant me just one capture? If I could seize it just once, I would recite thrice daily that you are the true superhero. Ian's competitive spirit sometimes surged, igniting in peculiar moments. While the acquisition of experience was undoubtedly pleasurable, he was genuinely earnest in his attempts to grasp his opponent's fist. If this continues, I shall rip your head off. No, I shall unleash a torrent of online abuse upon you. After a series of futile attempts, Ian was left with a face increasingly flushed with frustration. Yet through this probing, he had confirmed that perhaps the amalgamated patriot possessed no remnants of intelligence whatsoever. Despite his declarations of online harassment, the fellow's movements showed no signs of slowing. Alas, Ian could only sigh in resignation, continuously utilizing this pieced-together corpse to grind for experience. Gradually, his mood returned to tranquility, for as General MacArthur once said, one becomes adaptive through repeated failures. Perhaps those words were indeed spoken by the general. Whoosh! The powerful winds generated by the amalgamated patriot's punches could even create sonic booms. Yet, Ian still made no progress. Each blow landed heavily upon him. However, this did not hinder his experience gain, nor did it affect the rigorous judgment of the old iron system. Universal skill acquisition successful. Ian Kent's defensive art, beginner when you remain stationary. Damage received is reduced by 10%, with double damage reduction effects for facial and critical areas. To be frank, such a system response left even Ian momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his understanding. He had grasped a family tradition. If he chose not to defend, then there was no need to defend at all. Was this not a form of defense in itself? The spirit of teamwork embodied him. Without needing inequalities, he could solve this problem instantly. The comprehension of universal skills, like the learning skill, could not be upgraded through practice. It could only be enhanced by investing skill points. Ian felt a deep sense of regret regarding this. As he contemplated how to engage in a meaningful conversation with the system, the whispering winds of fate began to fade. Suddenly, without warning, the amalgamated figure of the homeland stood frozen, as if deprived of power. Friends' books, exhilarating tales, the charming male protagonist, and the resplendent female empress. Chapter 81. Who truly is the dimensional demon god? Merely by employing a modicum of intellect, Ian discerned the cause of the paralysis afflicting the amalgamated figure. It was indeed out of energy. Embedded in the hollowed nape of the figure lay a dimmed miniature reactor. Perhaps it had exhausted its energy reserves, or maybe the power supply had been remotely severed. Such black technology. Ian deftly removed the thumb-sized reactor and tucked it into his pocket, recognizing by the faint imprint of Stark Industries on its surface that it was a valuable find. What a magnificent vessel! I implore you, allow me to experience this body. I shall comply with any request you make. The demon's head remained fixated on the corporeal form of the amalgamated figure, its aesthetic sensibilities evidently flawed, bordering on hellish. Would you do anything for me? Even betray the triad demon? Sensing the demon's impatience, Ian curiously probed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The demon's head reacted vehemently. My father is loyal to the triad demon. My grandfather, too, and my great-grandfather was one of the most capable demons under its command. Such is my lineage. I shall forever remain loyal to the great triad demon. Not even death can sway my allegiance. Its resolve and attitude were unwavering. You truly are impressive, Ian remarked with a nonchalant smirk, devoid of any emotional resonance. His gaze shifting towards the motionless amalgamated figure before he lifted his foot and kicked it to the ground. Ultimately, the son of Superman triumphed over the counterfeit superhero, upholding the glory of his divine father, a tale worthy of lamentation. I believe this achievement merits the creation of a new persona for my ancestral figure. Perhaps Ian's actions were somewhat opportunistic, yet victory is still victory, is it not? In America, winning is all that matters. America shines brighter than even MacArthur, embodying an eternal sun, the supreme sovereign of tax. Before Ian's journey across realms, he had already been taught the essence of the American way of life. Do not spit on this body. The demon's head, casting a wary glance, perceived Ian's muttering as a prelude to an attack and hastily interjected. While I would never betray the triad demon, I could certainly betray other demons of hell. I can summon my kin, even a demon god. This body is capable of wielding such magic. The demon laid bare its limits, pleading with subservience. Ian found himself somewhat intrigued. Undoubtedly, the adept demon has struck a chord within me. I must concede this round to your prowess. Ian deliberated for a moment before ultimately approaching the fallen amalgamation of his homeland. He exerted considerable force in an attempt to tear away the head of this creation. Yet who could fathom the materials employed by those marvel impostors? Even with strength surpassing that of an ordinary human by nearly 20-fold, he could not dismantle its patched structure. The youth felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, he was fortified by his secret weapon. "Close your eyes for a moment. I'm about to spit," he declared, as he prepared to unleash a small amount, applying it judiciously. Ian promptly used 2 clumps of earth to obscure the demon's eyes. He initially experimented with other methods, only to discover that even the most formidable weapons inherent to humanity proved of little consequence. Meanwhile, after her rebirth, Gwen led her team to the fountain square. Gazing at the scene before her, she contemplated no fewer than 20 potential scenarios, yet still found herself astounded. The soldiers around her were restless, though their discipline kept them from reacting as vocally as Gwen. "What on earth are you doing now?" Gwen's voice resonated at an elevated pitch, her hands trembling with agitation. In the square, Ian, who was diligently selecting materials, did not turn to face her. Instead, he replied, "I'm assembling a Gundam. No, a Gospel of the End." He seized a robust arm from the ground. "Yes, indeed, I am the Evangelion. This is truly a masterpiece." The demon's voice brimmed with excitement, its head finally capable of rotating a full 360 degrees. "I feel fantastic." It flexed its many limbs, extolling Ian with genuine fervor, much to the dismay of Gwen and the soldiers, whose eyelids twitched in disbelief. "How could you possibly damage the iron body of our homeland?" Gwen snapped back to reality, hastily stepping forward and yanking down the demon's head before it could respond. Ian's saliva, infused only with the corrosive properties of dark energy, had not been reinforced with any strong adhesive. "No." The demon's head emitted a pitiful scream as Gwen disdainfully tossed it back to Ian. He attempted to kick it away, yet, alas, his skills resembled those of a past era's national football team. He misfired. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from stepping on the demon's head with purpose. "This body still holds value. We cannot allow you to waste or take it," Gwen stated earnestly, directing her soldiers to commence the retrieval of the remains of their compatriots and the Green Giant. "Are you intending to snap your fingers with this body?" Ian speculated that Gwen had previously been assessing the strength of this assembled corpse. He recalled the information he had gathered on his last visit to this world, where AI Tony sought to restore normalcy to this realm using the Infinity Stones. "No." Gwen hesitated for a moment before providing Ian with an answer, for he possessed the authority of S-H-I-E-L-D. "Have you seen that colossal figure in the sky? If it were to plummet, it would be akin to another meteorite striking the Earth." Her tone was laced with concern. However, Ian's focus lay elsewhere. "He? Not it. Has the invincible Galactus truly fallen so low in stature?" Ian was taken aback. In his eyes, the Devourer of Worlds was one of the 5 deities of the Marvel Universe. How audacious of little Gwen to belittle a god. But that was of little consequence. Gwen rolled her eyes in response, asserting that they needed the residual power of the superheroes to sustain him, at least until the final Infinity Stone was transported back to Earth. Due to Galactus's inherent status, even in his diminished form, their time dilation device would not hold for long. Gwen sighed with worry. Upon hearing her words, Ian experienced a moment of clarity. "So that's why he hasn't collapsed despite the duration. It seems Galactus, even in death, was reluctant to share his power." Gwen appeared bewildered by Ian's revelation. After a long pause, she stated, "Tony wants to see you. I implore you, please act somewhat normally." As Gwen observed the soldiers loading the experimental components onto a tricycle, she gestured for Ian to climb into one of them. "I am normal. It is you who lack intelligence and comprehension," Ian retorted, picking up a demon's head from the ground and fastening it to his waist before mounting the vehicle. "So, can your parents understand you?" In that time, when everything seemed so idyllic, Gwen, pedaling fervently ahead, unexpectedly posed a question. "Are you referring to my alcoholic mother and my father, who wears his underwear on the outside?" "Of course, they think I'm perfectly normal," Ian replied, surveying the soldiers operating the human-powered tricycles. Gwen fell silent, seemingly finding a semblance of reason in everything. Soon, the group returned to the sewer entrance, traversing the underground passage to the front of the base. This time, Gwen used her own identification to unlock the base's grand door. Her swift actions left Ian without the opportunity to protest. Upon re-entering the familiar hall, Ian was still awestruck by the vast mainframe of AI Tony, unable to fathom how much these parts would fetch if sold as scrap in the DC universe. "Would you like something to drink?" The visage of digital Tony materialized. At that moment, the demon's head, sensing its surroundings, emitted a startled exclamation. Here, what is this place?" The bull-headed entity perceived an aura from digital Tony's mainframe that it should not have encountered. No universe should harbor such an abundance of souls. Its tone was rife with an apprehension of the unknown and incredulity, leaving one momentarily bewildered as to who truly was the sovereign of this dimensional realm, Tony or Ian. Chapter 82. The Secrets of the Cosmos, the Chaos of Marvel. A familiar base, familiar faces. Gwen and a cadre of soldiers brought the remains of their compatriots and the Hulk into the adjoining chamber. While Ian stood amidst a throng of researchers diligently occupied in the hall, his gaze fixated upon the digital manifestation of Tony. "Who among you is the dimensional deity? Have I truly encountered two such entities?" The demon's cranial thoughts momentarily short-circuited, plunging it into a state of utter confusion. Tony cast a glance at the demon's head, while Ian skillfully rapped a few times on the demon's cranium. "Must you babble incessantly? Do you see a familiar face and feel compelled to exclaim that you've encountered yet another dimensional god?" He harbored serious doubts about the demon's proclivity for boasting. Perhaps in the depths of hell, to commend someone as a dimensional god was akin to the pleasantries exchanged among humans, comparable to the mundane greetings of mutual envy for another's prosperity. "I truly did not intend to flatter you," the demon protested, feeling deeply wronged, unable to voice its indignation. Its mind was resolutely fixed on a singular thought: endure for 30,000 years in the east of the abyss, endure for 30,000 years in the west. For as long as it exhibited sufficient patience, there would surely come a day when it could rely on its lineage to ascend as a great demon. Once that time arrived, it would undoubtedly possess an invulnerable, unyielding cranium, a head that would feel no pain, regardless of the blows it endured. In that fleeting moment, the demon sensed a glimmer of hope for the days to come. Indeed, it was a dimensional deity, having consumed countless souls, yet still struggling to digest them. Having regulated its emotions, the demon could not help but persist in its convictions. Still being obstinate? Then let Mr. Stark clarify whether he is indeed a dimensional god. Ian, seizing the opportunity, directed an inquiry towards digital Tony. Regardless of the possibility, the question must be asked. To refrain would suggest a lack of rigor and vigilance. This world has long been devoid of any dimensional deities. Suddenly, a projection of digital Tony materialized before the main console. His gaze fixed upon the demon's head at Ian's waist, his tone gentle. "However, all their souls reside with me." It was evident that this digital Tony was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why he could still perceive a demon possessing a soul. "So, you are akin to a scientific mother tree? When others perish, their souls return to you, and you then manifest them through some technological apparatus?" Curiosity sparkled in Ian's eyes. In response, digital Tony summoned a metallic box, gesturing for Ian to place the demon's head within. Without hesitation, Ian complied, depositing the demon's cranium inside. Merely a bucket of the abyss. Hell is filled with a plethora of unfinished creations. Digital Tony was on the verge of losing something significant, and Ian happened to seek a measure of genuine hard currency in the form of high-end scientific knowledge from this individual. "Your interpretation is not incorrect. I am indeed engaged in such endeavors." After digital Tony gestured for the staff to seal the box, he gradually addressed Ian's earlier inquiries. "For reasons well known, our world teeters on the brink of fragmentation and destruction." With a mere wave of his hand, it seemed as though the surrounding researchers and the hall itself vanished in an instant. The walls of the control room transformed into a cosmic expanse, countless points of light swirling within it, and Ian felt as though he were immersed in the universe, experiencing its boundless vastness. Remarkable. Ian understood that this was not a spatial displacement, but rather a visual effect reminiscent of a holographic projection. He remained within the bustling hall filled with researchers. Amidst this starry backdrop, Tony's expression bore the weight of reminiscence. I still have not discerned what triggered this phenomenon. The habitable space of the infinite universe began to shrink at a certain juncture. Consequently, some feeble universes began to merge with ours, allowing entities that should not exist to intrude into our realm. Ian found this narrative all too familiar, having heard similar tales from his death. It was evident that both worlds faced the same peril. Perhaps the DC universe appeared to be slightly more fortunate? For reasons unknown, Ian did not glean from Digital Tony any mention of a fractured universe encroaching upon others. He suspected that this might be due to the Marvel Universe's parasitic relationship, leading Digital Tony to intentionally withhold information. The youth pondered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Digital Tony continued to elucidate the situation to Ian. Initially, no one regarded this as a significant issue. Our universe was ample enough to accommodate those unfortunate refugees. Even the high-dimensional deities seemed to revel in the situation, as if the emergence of such circumstances added to their amusement. At least initially, they had no intention of intervening. Tony's tone grew somber, yet Ian did not perceive the weight of that emotion strongly. Perhaps Digital Tony was merely simulating the appropriate emotional response for the moment. Is there a turning point here? Ian played the role of the straight man. Indeed, there is a turning point, a substantial one. Tony nodded, acknowledging that as the crisis began to envelop us, the high-dimensional beings found themselves incapable of responding. It was neither a destruction nor an invasion, but a simple reduction of the universe's habitable space, causing the entire multiverse to uncontrollably collapse towards the central universe. The consequences of this were evident. The multiverse ceased to exist, and the high-dimensional entities were thus reduced in dimension, becoming mere ordinary individuals within the cosmos, stripped of their original powers and authority. As Tony narrated, the surrounding imagery continuously shifted and transformed. Countless parallel universes collide and merge like soap bubbles, ultimately confining even the highest forms of existence to a singular universe. This is the fall of personhood, unexpected and utterly disconcerting. Not even the most formidable beings can resist such a fate. Ian heard the anguished cries of despair. The Death Mistress. Could it be that they remain unaware of this predicament? Ian's mind buzzed, grappling with the absurd yet deeply unsettling tales recounted by Digital Tony. The Marvel and DC universes are of comparable stature. Does this imply that the DC universe is destined for a similar demise? The astonishment and shock on Ian's face were palpable. Are these dire warnings mere echoes from a parasitic universe? It was difficult for Ian to discern the truth. Yet he understood that he must devise a method to relay this information to the prominent figures of the DC universe while extricating himself from the situation. Such a challenge would not surpass his extraordinary intellect. As for the veracity of the claims, that judgment would rest with the higher beings. Chapter 83. The Fall of Deities. The inferno of mortal realm. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Ian gradually regained his composure. Is this the reason you have gathered the souls of all beings? The souls of those who perished in collapsing universes? After a moment of reflection, Ian posed another inquiry. In response, Digital Tony refrained from providing a direct answer. For those multiversal entities, this merely represents a regression in the hierarchy of existence. Yet for ordinary life, it signifies catastrophic doom. His voice took on a deeper timbre. What does that imply? Is there an overpopulation crisis, with all beings crammed together? No worries. We could consult Thanos. His expertise is quite pertinent. Ian speculated casually, though his intuition suggested the matter was far more complex. Aware that a response was forthcoming, Ian opted to conserve his mental energy. The might and consumption of his super intellect were immense. Typically, he believed it unnecessary to deploy it lightly. If it were merely that, then Thanos could indeed validate his correctness. Digital Tony was ever the responsive one, his tone tinged with a hint of dry humor. However, this humor dissipated swiftly. When the divine can no longer extend compassion to life and suffering, it falls upon us mortals to bear the burden. Tony's head hung low, his voice suddenly gravelly. What does that mean? Ian continued to conserve his mental faculties. Digital Tony cast a glance at him, still evading a direct reply. Can you imagine countless parallel versions of yourself, with memories and souls overlapping within a single entity? This inquiry struck at the heart of Ian's knowledge blind spot. After all, he had always held firm in the belief that no other version of himself existed in the parallel worlds of the DC universe. It was unfathomable. Ian shook his head earnestly. Digital Tony could certainly perceive it. Ian, unwilling to engage his mind, even slightly, silently touched his illusory forehead. He then proceeded to present Ian with scenes from the past. The sky was being torn apart, and the earth was crumbling incessantly. Yet no one cared. No one sought redemption. On the distorted streets of the city, not only humans and superheroes, but even cats and dogs appeared to be plunged into madness. I recall, I once was a doctor. No, was I a firefighter or perhaps a teacher? Yes, I am a wretched woman who ventured into filmmaking only to have my organs harvested. A scruffy giant shouted and ran wildly through the streets. Where's my daughter? Alice. Alice. I am your mother. Don't hide. I'll take you home. A wild boar frantically searched for non-existent things. I remember I was an eagle. No, I am that cat chasing mice. Am I Voldemort? Others were also madly brandishing sticks. Cackling with glee. Everyone seemed to be in a frenzy, devouring the chaos around them. I am Captain Ultimate. I am the duality of black and white. I am Captain Universe. Supreme Sorcerer Captain. Damn it. Why do I have so many identities? Never mind. Hydra reigns supreme. Captain America, clutching a Gatling gun spewing blue flames, was rampaging through the streets. No one dared to stop him, for other superheroes had succumbed to the same chaotic madness. How can mortal flesh bear the memories of countless beings? Dark souls must inevitably taint pure souls. Truthfully, Ian was utterly dumbfounded by such a chaotic spectacle. His mouth hung agape in disbelief. Oh my God, what is that Hulk doing to Black Widow? Ian exclaimed in genuine astonishment, having never witnessed such explosive scenes in his brother Jordan's cherished DVDs. It was utterly contemptible, utterly disgraceful. Yet, Ian's eyelids refused to flutter, as if fearing that missing even a second would bring regret. Apologies for forgetting you are still a child. Reluctantly, Digital Tony abruptly switched the surrounding scenes, leaving Ian feeling a profound sense of loss as images lingered in his mind. This was indeed the toxic residue of shadows from the past. My eyes and mind had been truly polluted. Ian shook his head, yet the thoughts remained inescapable. The Hulk was indeed formidable, and Black Widow was astonishingly accommodating. Meanwhile, what was the matter with these people? Had that ridiculous group of volunteers gone mad as well? In the newly switched scene, the bewildered Captain America stood in the street, astonished by everything around him. The bizarre world felt utterly alien to him. We must stop these superheroes from descending into madness. A figure clad in a red and white battlesuit slowly descended from the sky, sharing the same lack of belonging in the Marvel Universe as Captain America. The all-powerful man. In essence, this is yet another iteration of a Superman, albeit one whose strength rivals that of a conventionally grown hero. Yet devoid of the weaknesses associated with kryptonite, a super counterfeit, if you will. He far surpasses the compatriots, instilling in them a palpable sense of trepidation. I merely seek a place of tranquility. I have not been approached by any psychiatric institution for collaboration, and thus, I bear no obligation to apprehend this cadre of lunatics on their behalf. Moreover, I doubt that any asylum could contain such a multitude. Even the psychiatrists may have succumbed to madness. The compatriot shrugged and prepared to slip away. However, he caught sight of the all-powerful hero smirking at him, exclaiming, "Look around you. Everyone is deranged. Fleeing to the cosmos will not spare you. Do you wish to languish in solitude among the stars until you wither away?" With that, he charged forth, only to encounter Captain America. The deranged captain, in a fit of insanity, braced himself with his head to absorb 2 punches from the all-powerful hero, ultimately resulting in his skull shattering, a definitive end. This was indeed the fabled captain who could defy logic with his every encounter. Ian, in genuine astonishment, observed as the all-powerful hero ensnared Thor, the Rune King, who was administering electric therapy to the throngs on the street, akin to a manifestation of a thunder deity, propelling himself into the celestial expanse. Simultaneously, in the holographic imagery, the compatriot was seen pacing the streets, kicking a teddy dog that had cried out for help, and subsequently ascending with expletives. Following this incident, I shall embark on a campaign for the presidency of the United States. Everyone ought to express their gratitude to me, uttering thanks at least once daily. The compatriot erupted into a sonic burst, racing towards his distant objective. Every version of America deserves a hero of gratitude. Ian watched as the compatriot soared into the heavens, initially targeting a relatively weaker adversary, the Spider-Man, who was frantically spinning webs between the skyscrapers, seemingly intent on establishing a home. Yet, at times, reality and ideals diverge by an unfathomable margin. With a roar, the Hulk inadvertently crushed Black Widow into a pulp, bellowing in fury as he leapt and seized the airborne compatriot. Before he could release the compatriot, he was abruptly rendered as he appeared when Ian first encountered him, his body severed from his head. The frenzied Hulk plummeted back to Earth. What a surreal world it is, where the compatriot meets his demise as a superhero. My mind feels compelled to take a respite in an ICU. To be frank, this revelation surpasses Ian's wildest expectations, leaving his jaw nearly dislocated. When the virtuous turn wholly malevolent, the erstwhile villains may not seem so villainous after all. Tony's projection gazed at the Hulk, his philosophical musings barely escaping his lips, when boom! As the Hulk grappled with the conundrum of removing the compatriot's trousers, he was suddenly beset by an attack from behind, collapsing lifelessly before he could react. A gaping wound in the chest. It was the very one Ian had seen before, whose heat ray is so potent, rivaling even the might of my father. Ian was taken aback, following the trajectory of the heat ray to behold a figure draped in a yellow battle robe, silently suspended in midair. Golden energy flickered around him like flames. He was the Sentinel Robert Reynolds, once dubbed the counterfeit Superman of Marvel, possessing the power of 1,000,000 stars. Yet in truth, he was the true embodiment of infinite might within the Marvel realm. It seems Stark was indeed correct. The Sentinel's countenance was stern, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged world, ultimately resting upon the corpse of Hulk. Stark had not gone mad. It was this world that had succumbed to madness. The Sentinel's voice was deep and serene as he slowly raised his head to the sky. In an instant, dark clouds surged, darkness spreading like a tide, devouring light, structures, and even air itself. Everything appeared to be enshrouded, where the terrifying shadow passed. All was consumed by the void of darkness. Even the Sentinel himself was not exempt, yet this man revealed no trace of emotion. I hope you can continue to remain steadfast before being utterly engulfed. The fading visage of the Sentinel whispered softly. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but the direction of his final gaze aligned with the position of Digital Tony's virtual projection. Ian waved his hand, only to discover that the other's eyes did not shift. However, this did not hinder his resolve. He consented. Just now, I asked if I could touch his body. He agreed. Hurry, quickly retrieve his corpse. Ian immediately turned to Digital Tony, who appeared utterly bewildered. I spoke in my mind, and he consented in his mind. You must trust the Sentinel, for he possesses the ability to transcend time and space. He is the true son in my heart. The boy's voice resonated with conviction and certainty. Chapter 84. Restarting Marvel. The new creator? Darkness enveloped the entire control room, the flickering of the holographic projection abruptly ceasing, the final image seemingly frozen in time, with Digital Tony not presenting the subsequent events. Yet, at this moment, Ian was too preoccupied to concern himself with the history of the Marvel Universe. He was consumed by the potential powers that the Sentinel's blood might bestow upon him, employing every ounce of his persuasion to relentlessly plead with Tony. Just let me touch him. Can you help me breach the Sentinel's body? If that proves impossible, I wouldn't mind merely touching his hemorrhoids. I wager he must have more than one. Afterward, I would be willing to comply with any request of yours. Were it not for Ian's awareness that Digital Tony lacked a physical form, his brazen self might have even assumed an octopus-like form to cling to Tony. There was no other option. Who could resist the allure of the Sentinel? The previously tantalizing, all-powerful hero paled in comparison to the Sentinel's allure. Of course, if I could also touch the all-powerful hero, that would be ideal. Ian firmly believed that the Sentinel, the all-powerful hero of his homeland, would enable him to truly integrate into a family. Perhaps he could also allow his elderly father to experience the sensation of having a son trailing behind while a superhero soars ahead. And surely the old man would find solace in witnessing his child finally mature. The dutiful son pondered deeply, his heart yearning evermore. What if I let my dear companion, Abyssal Cauldron, bow twice for you? If that seems insufficient, upon my return, I might beseech my 2 elder brothers. They hold a profound affection for me, and I reciprocate their love. Thus, I must provide them with a soft cushion for their bows. He even adopted the art of negotiation, articulating conditions with earnestness. The projection of digital Tony couldn't suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth upon witnessing this scene, imagining that a portion of Deadpool and Peter Parker would surely appreciate him. He couldn't help but express his sentiments. To me, Deadpool and Peter are inconsequential. My sole desire is for you to cherish me, albeit in the purest sense of an adult's affection towards a child, without establishing a Shota island to imprison me. Ian employed the refined discourse he had learned at Madison's, though after a brief pause, he felt compelled to emphasize further, his tone tinged with unease. Digital Tony surveyed his attire, recognizing it was not priestly garb, and struggled to comprehend Ian's line of thought, ultimately sighing in resignation before softly responding. This will require some time. It was evident that Digital Tony acquiesced to Ian's request. Praise the almighty Tony, Ian exclaimed with uncontainable joy, expressing heartfelt gratitude. From Tony's response, he also validated a notion that it was indeed not only the Hulk and the corpses of the countrymen that had been preserved intact. Others might deem Ian's thought process peculiar. However, he merely harbored his own unique ideas. Most often, these thoughts led to mutually beneficial outcomes, and once again, Ian had triumphed twice, seamlessly transitioning to inquire about the whereabouts of these bodies. Do not misunderstand. This is not a case of a mouse yearning for rice, but rather a treasure that should not be buried. It was a dimension that transcended reality, and Robert had assisted him in completing the final link. Digital Tony cast a cautious glance at Ian, revealing none of his intentions. Ian even suspected that this so-called dimension beyond reality was an attempt to deceive him. Such is the trust between man and machine, a day that profoundly elucidates the crisis of intelligent machinery. Ian's amateurish attempts at provocation were, of course, destined for failure. I too was once human, Digital Tony stated expressionlessly. As you can see, I foresaw the possibility of such events occurring long ago, and when I confirmed it was unavoidable, he paused momentarily. I chose to upload my consciousness, forsaking my soul. I believe only machines can remain unscathed amidst this calamity. How shall one articulate this? Truly, he embodies the wisdom of the Marvel Universe, aligning perfectly with Ian's preconceived notions of Iron Man. Did you ultimately feel the impact? Ian inquired, his curiosity piqued by the events that had just unfolded. He gazed at the complex expression of Digital Tony before him and whispered, "Just confide in me alone. I promise not to reveal it to anyone outside." Ian's mischievous demeanor rendered Digital Tony silent for an extended moment. After a brief pause, he responded, "You will encounter Robert's body in 2 days. I will allocate some computational power to extract it." Digital Tony shook his head wearily, a sign of his exasperation. Ian, contemplating, nodded thoughtfully. Allocating computational power? So, you two have limitations, I presume? Most of it is dedicated to guiding the Infinity Stones back to Earth? He deftly shifted the topic. Though a sense of confusion lingered, Ian was still uncertain about the capabilities of AI Tony. Guiding the Infinity Stones back to Earth was merely a minor challenge. Digital Tony, being forthright, patiently elucidated to the youth, who had already been labeled as annoying in his database. The primary computational power I am utilizing, akin to everyone you can observe in this base, is focused on restoring every affected soul to their original state. Gwen, Betty, and others can be regarded as my experimental subjects. This is a monumental undertaking. Each merged soul requires the most precise calculations to be correctly separated into countless distinct individuals. Ultimately, these individual souls will, under my guidance, return to their former lives. Ian was taken aback by this revelation, gasping in astonishment. His imagination, as a future renowned writer, had not dared to venture in this direction. I had thought Gwen and the others were rather unique souls. He mused inwardly. Perhaps the central theme of Marvel is that Iron Man will ultimately become its savior? No, it transcended mere salvation. Tony was poised to play the role of a creator. Do you intend to reopen the multiverse with the Infinity Stones? Can the Infinity Stones truly accomplish such a feat? Ian was able to connect the dots between the information previously acquired and the current revelations. If the other party was not lying, he might have grasped the true significance of Digital Tony's existence. There is no need to achieve our goals in one fell swoop. We possess infinite time, ample enough to reopen infinite universes. Tony raised his hand against the dark holographic backdrop. Regardless of the outcome, my existence is dedicated to this endeavor. As he spoke, 4 brilliant stones materialized in his palm, The purple power stone, the blue space stone, the red reality stone, and the green time stone. Only the soul stone and mind stone were missing. Chapter 85. Return, Divine Authority. The radiant glow of the infinity stones illuminated the surroundings. It remains a mystery why Digital Tony has yet to terminate the virtual projection. Is this not peculiar? Why are there only 4 gems? Ian gazed in astonishment at the 4 stones, which contradicted the previous information he had received about only 1 gem being missing. However, after a moment of contemplation, Ian suddenly seemed to realize something and looked up at the sky. This was the stirring of wisdom, albeit not entirely awakened. Ian could only perceive the darkness projected virtually, unable even to glimpse the ceiling of the base, let alone catch a reflection of the planet Devourer in his eyes. One of the gems was indeed upon the invincible Devourer. Though it had perished, it had promised me a touch. If you doubt this, wait until I finish and inquire of its remains. I assure you, my esteemed Uncle Devourer would not refute this. Ian felt himself tainted by one of the 7 deadly sins, greed, and Digital Tony did not contest his judgment. Naturally, regarding Ian's rather macabre request, Digital Tony offered no comment. Collecting all the infinity stones would mark the moment we could ascertain our success. He focused intently on the floating infinity stones, seemingly untroubled, as if everything were merely a fleeting dream. They were truly beautiful. Ian's eyes widened in awe. Observing this, Digital Tony caused the 4 infinity stones to hover directly before Ian. Can I touch them? Ian's fingertips grazed the surface of the stones, cold and hard, lacking the anticipated sensation of acquisition, which left him feeling slightly disappointed. He did not experience the surge of power he had hoped for. Could it be that my immunity in this realm denies me the opportunity to wield the infinity stones? Ian sighed inwardly, having previously speculated that Tony might desire him to snap his fingers. But it appears that is not the case. These stones are indeed exquisite. Digital Tony displayed no change in expression upon witnessing this scene. They are the final infinity stones, the mightiest among them. The collapse of the multiverse signifies their unprecedented proximity to their original forms. He softly began to explain to Ian. I understand. Ian nodded. Regarding the tale of the infinity stones originating from the goddess of vengeance, it is said that she ranks among the top 50, or perhaps the top 100, super beings in Marvel. It was precisely because of this knowledge that Ian now contemplated how to acquire a profession. Should the stones bleed? Or perhaps something else? Ian furrowed his brow, activating his superintelligence. Meanwhile, Digital Tony fixed his gaze upon Ian, adopting a tone of simulated astonishment. Are you not the least bit excited? The power that once represented omnipotence rests within your grasp. No. Can you truly just shove this into your mouth? At this moment, Digital Tony's emotions were undeniably earnest. He quickly raised his hand to summon the infinity stones, and thus, the 4 stones that Ian had already placed in his mouth broke free from his lips and soared into the air. My intention was merely to test the resilience of my teeth, to ascertain whether they were worthy of residing in my mouth. Ian did not speak the truth. This was, in fact, quite normal. He feared that Digital Tony would fail to comprehend him. Sometimes, without pushing one's limits, how can one discern whether the system harbors any hidden surprises? Could I have another bite? Undeterred, Ian glanced tentatively at Digital Tony. This notion bore little consequence for the world. Acquiring a profession did not necessitate genuine digestion and absorption. Ultimately, after expelling them, a simple wash would render them unrecognizable. The infinity stones might even appear as pristine as if freshly forged. In response to Ian's suggestion, Digital Tony was rendered speechless, shaking his head vehemently. To be candid, had he not realized his lack of authority in this regard, he would have genuinely desired to allocate some computational power to predict Ian's behavior. I can accommodate any other request you may have, but this is absolutely out of the question. Digital Tony promptly reclaimed the infinity stones and dispelled the surrounding dark projections, restoring the bustling hall filled with researchers who seemed entirely oblivious to the conversations that had transpired within the holographic projection. Well then, Ian nodded with a hint of regret. Ultimately, he had failed to discover a successful method to harness the power of the goddess of revenge, to forge a new profession and achieve greatness once more. Burdened by unspoken frustration, Ian snatched a bag of snacks from a researcher's desk. The researcher cast a wary glance at him, clutching his snack box protectively, preventing Ian from pilfering a second bag. Am I such a good person that you need to be cautious? The young man felt the other's vigilance, deepening his own sense of discontent. In a fit of anger, he tossed aside the Franklin he had previously extracted, only to find the researcher still gazing at him with an expression of helplessness. Considering the current state of the earth, do you believe I can find a place to spend money? The researcher continued to guard his snacks. This time, it appeared to be Ian who was left without a retort. Perhaps you could use it for wiping? Trust me, it is far better than paper filled with guilt. A genius like him could ultimately conceive of only such a tenuous rationale. Is it possible that my behind requires no wiping at all, as I am utilizing a disposable body? The researcher stared at Ian with his large, expressive eyes. They exchanged silent glances. After a moment, Ian was left speechless, unable to formulate a response. Fortunately, Digital Tony intervened. Gluttonous little rascal, do not trouble Dr. Zhao Helen. Let us discuss whether you have any other requests. Digital Tony provided Ian a welcome escape. Ian feigned busyness and hurried back. If only I could have a moment to touch the Sentinel and the Omni-Man, that would suffice. Ian was indeed a person who found contentment in simplicity. Thus, he quietly added another name to achieve his sense of satisfaction. The Digital Tony appeared quite forthright. Your time has come, he abruptly stated, then gestured for the researcher to return the box containing the demon's head to Ian. As soon as Ian received the box, the chimes of the returning bell resonated. Observing this unfolding event from a corner, Betty, the scientist Ian had first encountered, could not restrain herself from approaching. Tony, he comes and goes mysteriously time after time, and no one knows his true intentions. We have yet to ascertain who he truly is or whence he hails. This poses significant danger, especially in these times. Betty expressed her concerns, believing that Tony should exercise caution regarding such uncertainties. It was no surprise that Betty was suspicious. After all, in this world, pure humans and demons were not meant to coexist. Miss Ross, my curiosity has long since waned. I have no need to know his origins or the purpose behind his repeated appearances and disappearances. My sole obligation is to fulfill his demands as best as I can. The holographic projection of Digital Tony reappeared on the screen, data streams silently coursing across his visage. Why? What is your relationship with him? You did not even agree to analyze the demon he brought. Betty furrowed her brow, her expression one of confusion. She was aware of Ian's high-level clearance within the base, but was astonished that it extended to such an extent. After all, Tony's primary objective should have been to propel the world towards a reboot. I am not the complete Tony Stark, so I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. You only need to understand that in this universe, that boy possesses the highest level of authority. The air seemed to solidify. A moment of silence ensued. Tony spoke again. Above me, above you, above this base, above all. His voice reverberated through the vast hall, causing Betty's complexion to pale gradually, her face reflecting profound shock. The words of the Savior instilled a chilling sense of dread within the scientist. Chapter 86. God Cannot Save. Ian the Return was eerily silent. Suddenly, Ian opened his eyes. Habitually, he glanced at the alarm clock on his desk. Everything remained unchanged, the return time still accurate. Given that Digital Tony could calculate his disappearance with such precision, Ian was not surprised. I have vanished in that world countless times. That fellow is an intellect capable of even calculating souls. If he couldn't figure this out, that would indeed be strange. Ian looked at the box in his hand. The demon's head was still there, untouched. The individual appeared to be afflicted by a sense of claustrophobia, trembling incessantly. Are you back again? It was evident that he sensed the surrounding atmosphere, prompting him to speak nervously. Rest assured, I shall not utter a word. I will not reveal that you are a dimensional demon who has ensnared a multitude of souls and has conjured a so-called savior to mercilessly toy with those souls. Even if the king of hell were to arrive, I would remain silent. During his confinement within the box, he had evidently contemplated his existence for quite some time. Perhaps the dark environment had indeed awakened a modicum of literary talent within this bull-headed demon. Alas, it still paled in comparison to my extraordinary genius. Ian once more sealed the metallic box, imprisoning the demon's head within. He mused that if the creature were to remain confined a while longer, it might conjure forth a plethora of ideas ripe for his appropriation. It seems I possess a hint of mischief. Reflecting on his experiences in the realm of nightmares, the young man felt a surge of inspiration. I must prepare in advance for the encounter with the Sentinel. Ian approached his desk, maneuvering past Batman's costume. He felt that his intellect, already formidable, had been further enriched with cunning. He pondered whether Batman's original suit might yield even greater efficacy. Unfortunately, Batman is not a female. Never mind. No need to test that theory. Bruce Wayne has his own peculiarities. Ian, lost in thought, picked up his phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. As a minor, he now possessed a mobile phone, a gift from Mr. Batman himself. Ian had no intention of exercising undue caution. A phone that incurred no charges and could serve as a makeshift brick was an opportunity too good to pass up. After all, it was Batman. Should he wish to eavesdrop, dispose of the phone, or engage in any underhanded tactics, it would merely amount to a futile endeavor. As long as I feign the absence of secrets, he shall remain oblivious to my hidden truths. This is Ian's strategy for dealing with Batman. Beep, beep, beep. Another round of waiting tones. As he waited patiently, the call he had initiated was finally answered. Mr. Leonard Hofstadter, it's me, Ian began. Huh? The voice on the other end clearly faltered, the unmistakable sounds of the game Halo and Sheldon's signature exclamations resonating through the receiver. Who will be calling at this hour? Leonard, you aren't conspiring with the mafia behind my back, are you? Sheldon's voice was rife with surprise. Footsteps echoed, as if Leonard had rushed to the entrance of the apartment. The atmosphere grew quiet. Moments ago, it had been my pet groundhog. May I ask who you are? Leonard did not recognize Ian's voice, which they had encountered only once before. Ian bore no resentment. I am Ian, the capitalist, and we have met at the gym entrance. Ian patiently began to speak, and in the next moment, the other end of the phone erupted with the sound of sudden realization. The father of our nation. I remember. I have a friend who is also very eager to see You're the Boys comic. Leonard's exclamation made Ian raise an eyebrow. The individual on the line truly lived up to their reputation as a distinguished physicist, perceptively aware even of Ian's ancestral connections through quantum entanglement. Indeed, Ian acknowledged with an air of approval from afar, hoping that the effect of quantum entanglement would soon prompt a thank you from Leonard. Ian, is there something you need from me? If it pertains to work, we are still deliberating. Yes, still deliberating. Leonard's voice bore a hint of uncertainty. No rush. We have ample time. Today, I merely wish to seek your expertise regarding comics. Have you heard of the Incredible Hulk? I would like to inquire about the publishing company, or perhaps other narratives within the same universe. Ian's notion of being prepared was, of course, centered on the Sentinel. The demise of the Sentinel was a foregone conclusion. Yet should they encounter a situation involving the father of our nation, it would spell disaster. Thus, regardless of its utility, Ian was determined to ensure the Sentinel's existence in this realm. Do you require fresh inspiration for your comic creation? All right, just a moment. Leonard, instead of feeling perplexed, hurried off with an air of understanding. The hurried footsteps were accompanied by Sheldon's complaints. Leonard called for silence, and the world quieted. It seemed he had dashed back to his room, breathless, as if he had just completed a marathon. Ian surmised that Leonard's abode must be quite spacious, for he appeared to be panting heavily, and his understanding of the Batman narrative seemed quite reasonable. I possess a collection of this obscure comic. It has only released a few issues. I suppose I feel as unfortunate as the Hulk, so please do not mind my ramblings. Leonard rummaged through items on the other end of the line. The publishing company appears to be United Comics. They indeed have other works. Let me check for you. As he spoke, the sound of keyboard tapping resonated from Leonard's side. I found it. This company seems to have had its share of misfortune. I checked on the Outsider Comics website, and they have published 3 comics in total. The Incredible Hulk, Invincible Thor, and Human Torch, all of which met untimely ends for various reasons, and even the comic artists perished in accidents. How eerie. Leonard's gasp sounded as if he were on the verge of an asthma attack. Thank you, Leonard. I have found my inspiration. You truly seem to be a genuine superhero. Ian reflected, finding that his findings aligned closely with what he had discovered through Google. Just then, the call was interrupted by silence. Leonard instinctively touched his head, relieved to find it still intact. As a reader of The Boys, the seasoned otaku indeed felt a profound connection to certain lines. Upon becoming acquainted with the Homelander, I found myself hesitant to confront the notion of Superman. Leonard and his companions had engaged in more than one debate regarding whether Superman could obliterate the moon. The emergence of the Homelander inevitably expands this discourse to a broader audience. After all, with the audacious idea of launching something into the moon, the young comic artist truly brought it to life. Though merely the prologue, the epic scene, The crescent moon clash certainly delivers a monumental shock to seasoned enthusiasts. Leonard could hardly fathom the expression Superman would wear upon witnessing the boys. Furthermore, the character named Deep is undoubtedly inspired by Aquaman, whose temperament is notoriously volatile. Leonard genuinely entertained the idea of placing another bet, firmly believing that the increasing popularity of the boys would enhance the likelihood of seeing the Justice League reunite in the news. United in their disdain for the young comic artist. In this tumultuous world, while God may consistently bless America, he might not shield the audacious comic creator. Fortunately, he has yet to venture into the realm of drawing Batman. This is where Leonard perceives a modicum of wisdom in Ian. After all, to depict the psychological state reflected in the boys is, in his view, somewhat deserving of Arkham Asylum. How long could a young boy survive therein? Chapter 87, The Eve of Awakening, and a new profession. In a brightly lit bedroom, Ian remained pensive after hanging up the phone. As an experimental physicist, I must devise a means to entice him and his friends to serve as my palooza. Ian rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a thumb-sized miniature reactor. This device had once provided energy to the assembled Homelander and was likely to find extensive application across various fields. Next time, I must once again beseech the illustrious Tony Stark to furnish me with complete blueprints of such inventive contrivances, hoping he would appreciate Jordan's cherished magazine collection. Ian understood the principle of reciprocity. As he cultivated his connections, his brother would enjoy better physical and mental health, which could only be seen as a mutual benefit. Knock, knock, knock. Sometimes one cannot withstand incessant reminders. Ian, outside, heard Jordan's call accompanied by knocking. The door was unlocked. Ian responded, and thus the sound of the door opening echoed. However, Jordan was still unable to gain entry into the room. What is with this cabinet? I know you must have discovered some new toy, but there is no need to be so cautious. As Jordan reasoned with himself, he forcefully pushed the wardrobe aside. It, along with the door lock, represented a gamble on Ian's part. Clearly, he had won, yet not entirely. Ian twisted the relatively light miniature reactor in his hand. What on earth is going on? Jordan queried, utterly perplexed by Ian's cryptic words. Let's not dwell on this any longer. After all, I have triumphed. Your late visit to me cannot possibly be motivated by any fondness for my trinkets, can it? Ian regarded his elder brother with a wary expression. Jordan's countenance bore a hint of embarrassment. Of course not. He hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, ultimately stammering, Could you lend me some money? I have a bit of a predicament that may require a doctor's attention. His words were startling. Ian's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Have you purchased a second-hand artifact? It was difficult for him to fathom the existence of such items in the second-hand market. What? No, certainly not. Jordan's face flushed crimson. I merely have some discomfort in my eyes. He began to defend himself fervently, insisting that what he had been doing in the dorm was not of great significance. What mattered was that his eyes might be afflicted. They occasionally turned red. Much like moments ago when he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror and noticed the alarming hue. Jordan's attempts to conceal the truth were thoroughly disheveled. Ian sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, Jordan's voice was laced with a sense of impending doom as he lamented. I searched online, and with symptoms like mine, the lightest possibility is a nascent cancer coupled with a zombie mutation. His tone was filled with despair, devoid of the pretense of theatrics. Perhaps it was the uncertainty of how to explain this to their parents that led this high school boy to seek assistance from the wealthiest member of their family. Ian was rendered speechless. The room fell into a profound silence, heavy with the melancholic echoes of a Kryptonian's farewell to the human realm during a moment of reflection. Ian could no longer endure the pitiful gaze of his elder brother. With a decisive tug, he opened his drawer and retrieved a metal box adorned with the image of the mighty dragon Smog. It was reasonable for a dragon to guard its treasure, and naturally, the contents were a testament to Ian's hard-earned labor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He counted out $1,000 and handed it to his despondent brother, assuring him, You need not repay this. It is an advance on your acting fee. The youth's tone was resolute. Acting fee? Jordan appeared utterly perplexed. My comic is undoubtedly destined for a film adaptation, and if you're not to portray the lead character, I shall not sell the rights. Ian felt a genuine admiration for his brother's swell within him. Had he not been pressed for time, he would have penned a treatise titled The Kryptonian Brother in Adolescence, a guide to unleashing superpowers. Acting? Jordan's expression grew increasingly bewildered. I have never studied that. And besides, weren't you only writing novels? His understanding of Ian had evidently not kept pace with the evolution of his brother's endeavors. Yet Ian harbored no intention of reproaching him. We must evolve with the times, dear brother. Ian forcefully placed the $1,000 into Jordan's hand. Money possesses warmth. Thank you. Ian, you have always been the superhero of our family. Jordan was deeply moved, even slightly echoing Ian's catchphrase. Yes, exactly. Just be yourself. I truly believe you will succeed. Ian grew increasingly optimistic about his brother, finally comprehending why he found it so effortless to draw people from their homeland. However, Jordan remained perplexed. He chose not to inquire further, merely scratching his head and solemnly stating, "If I were to perish, all my cherished possessions in my room would belong to you." This sounded eerily like a farewell, his eyes filled with reluctance to depart from this world. Rest assured, once you're gone, I promise to showcase your treasures and information online, Ian declared, thumping his chest with fervor. Jordan's body stiffened instantly. Wasn't the assurance supposed to be that he wouldn't post his belongings online? He doubted his hearing. Of course, I'll post them online. We are brothers, after all. Even in the end, I must gamble on the chance that you might rise again. Ian recalled their father's youthful experience of coming back to life. In these situations, one could never be too certain. Even Kryptonians might defy death. Yet, such meticulous reasoning seemed lost on Jordan. The adolescent Kryptonian felt a mix of emotion and hesitation upon hearing Ian's words. Regardless, thank you. If by some stroke of luck I do survive and recover, I will certainly go out, wash cars, and repay you, Jordan assured earnestly. Payment. That'll be your reward for me. Ian, however, had no desire for Jordan to repay him with Franklin. He had no need for it. As Jordan approached the door, Ian felt compelled to issue a warning. Oh, Jordan, this money must not be used for any illegal activities. Our family spreads only positive energy, none of that negative business. I will be inquiring with Miss Susan, Aunt Mary, Aunt Lisa, and Grandma Grace about the new illegal operatives in our vicinity. Ian pointed out the 4 new illicit workers in their neighborhood. At this, Jordan stumbled, nearly colliding with the doorframe. Wait, surely you can't be more informed than the police? He turned to his youngest brother, his face displaying the kind of disbelief typical of melodramatic television. Clearly, he was projecting his own thoughts onto Ian. Ian, of course, would never engage in such unlawful activities. Please, we reside in a metropolis. The police only need to worry about whether their pensions are sufficient, while we, as ordinary citizens, have countless concerns to consider. Ian spoke with righteous indignation, his tone filled with gravity. If we cannot even grasp the situation in our own neighborhood, how will we escape when a major incident occurs, let alone the speed at which death comes? Once upon a time, Ian did not enjoy such peace of mind. This newfound sense of security had become his fundamental assurance. Jordan found himself at a loss for words. May God bless you. My brother can only wish for Ian's mental illness to heal soon in his heart, leaving with reluctance and worry as he looks back repeatedly. The door closes. Oh, my foolish brother. God must be quite busy. The true faith lies in the patronage of the Father. Once I am prosperous, I shall establish a genuine cult of Superman. However, I shall not be the Pope. I shall let Jordan take that role, as he owes me. Ian set aside the reactor he had been toying with and recalled the origins of the Sentinel. Thus, he began to write fervently once more. This time, it was rather earnest. He mostly remembered the story of the Sentinel's origin, with thoughts solely occupied by the Sentinel's abilities. Ian seemed destined to pull an all-nighter. Comfort is reserved for the dead. Forge ahead. Ian was passionately engrossed in his drawing. After all, to freely unleash one's talent is indeed a marvelous thing. Time passed by second. At times, hard work does seem to yield unexpected rewards. Writer LV 110, no prerequisite tasks. No signs at all. A new profession quietly appeared on Ian's panel. The image of the Sentinel sprang to life on the paper, as if a faint glimmer was stealthily creeping towards the next blank page. Perhaps at that moment, even the young lad could not predict that those histories, long destroyed and forgotten, would one day quietly revive in the strokes of his pen. They would be vibrant once more. Chapter 88. Batman's Night Assault. The night was deepening. Ian's pen tip continued to dance furiously on the paper. He diligently worked on a comic about the origin of the Sentinel. The awakened writer profession made the boy feel as though his artistic skills had grown sharper. Truly remarkable, along with my pennant system. Ian grasped the essence of winning. knowing that the credit belonged to him alone. Awakening a new profession granted him a clarity of thought. This unexpected delight of an ordinary profession allowed Ian to recall the storyline more clearly and made it seem as if countless inspirations flowed forth whenever he picked up his pen. However, Ian dared not to unleash his creativity recklessly in this comic. Even while drawing the Black Cloak, he struggled to control himself, resulting in numerous details he believed far surpassed the original work. Sometimes being overly talented can be quite a vexing matter. This artistry, this framing, Marvel would kneel before it, exclaiming that it was filled with the grace I bestowed. Ian licked his lips and wiped away the ink that had splashed on his face. The soiled paper was, of course, discarded into the trash bin. My box was opened and then closed. The demon's head had no time to utter any words before experiencing the texture of toilet paper, thankfully infused only with the scent of paint rather than anything else. Ian's hand speed rivaled that of a human printer. Living printing technique. Page after page of the comic stacked up like magic. Just as he felt himself settling into a rhythm, the shrill sound of his mobile phone pierced the air. It was a peculiar gift from the Gotham trickster. "Good evening, Mr. Batman." Ian answered the call, which displayed no number. Without waiting for a response, he extended a courteous greeting to the Gotham trickster. "What are you up to?" Batman's inquiry was laced with a hint of vigilance, as if he were bracing for an imminent threat. "On a macro level, I am engaged in the art of comic creation. On a micro level, I might also be unwittingly providing voyeuristic material for the Copper Monster." Ian maintained a cheerful tone, his upbringing evident in his mannerisms. His hand continued to sketch, and ultimately, he could not resist adding 2 whimsical tufts of hair to the Sentinel. That infernal hand seemed to have a mind of its own. Ian mentally shifted the blame onto himself. To be honest, not augmenting the male Sentinel with a couple of burdensome assets was a testament to his respect for Marvel. If this were to leak out, he would likely be subjected to the wrath of certain online communities in the West. Huff, huff, huff. Batman began to pant heavily on the other end of the line. Ian speculated that this illustrious gentleman might have indulged in too many pharmaceuticals in his youth. "I hope you don't mind my asking, Mr. Batman, but could you possibly share the network hotspot from your Batcam? You see, my father is reluctant to invest in high-speed internet service. The connection at home is painfully slow. The hundreds of viruses on my computer are nearly thriving." Ian's heartfelt request, however, did not elicit a generous response from Batman. "You cannot install cameras at your residence." Batman bit out, perhaps not lying. His thoughts had wandered to a time when he had coaxed Clark into a lucrative venture selling second-hand cameras. Setting aside the fact that the mortgage paperwork for the house was in his name, he had contributed significantly to the down payment for at least one room in that house. That infuriating Kansas boy had an excessive penchant for frugality and resourcefulness. "Really no cameras? I don't believe you. You must be spying on me. My sixth sense is quite acute." Ian glanced around, searching for potential hiding spots for hidden cameras. "Look behind you." Outside the window, Batman's voice came again through the receiver, his mood evidently sour for the latter half of the night. "Oh my." Ian turned around, a shiver running down his spine. There was no denying it. He had caught sight of a bat-like figure hanging upside down from the eaves, its eyes gleaming in the night. Who could have imagined that the most sophisticated gentleman would resort to such rudimentary methods of surveillance? This was slightly beyond the bounds of his comprehension. Ian hastily rose to draw the curtains, taking the extra step to obscure the view of Batman's piercing gaze. "It's rather unsettling outside," he remarked, maintaining the phone call as he made his way back. Outside the window, Batman found himself momentarily bewildered. Throughout his life, he had encountered a myriad of individuals and situations. Yet he was witnessing this peculiar brand of ostrich for the first time. "Little one, have you ceased your medication?" Having interacted with Ian's psychologist, Batman possessed a certain understanding of Ian's circumstances. However, curiously, he seemed disinclined to broach the topic of Hannibal. With a soft click, the sound of prying open a window heralded Batman's elegant entrance into the room. Had he not inadvertently stepped on his own cape upon landing, it would have constituted a flawless performance. "I haven't ceased my medication, but I've run out of it. Since my anxiety disorder has dissipated, Dr. Hannibal may not prescribe me anymore. Thus I earnestly hope a kind soul can generously sponsor me with a ton or two." Ian had yet to fully experience the grace of his own body and was immensely eager to enhance his abilities and learn to fly. Simultaneously, he subtly alluded to Hannibal. Yet Batman appeared unresponsive, seemingly disinterested in extending a philanthropic gesture towards a pharmaceutical company. The Dark Knight merely gazed at Ian, as if deep in thought. "Is there something you require of me?" Faced with the inability to refuse Batman's presence, Ian paused, turning around to cautiously inquire if Batman sought to discuss potential damages to his reputation. While Bruce Wayne might not concern himself with trifling matters, Batman undoubtedly relished the notion of Ian being destitute. "I won't dwell on your previous actions, so there's no need to test me frantically," Batman declared, revealing his true identity as the billionaire Bruce Wayne. Ian was at a loss as to whether he should feign surprise. Consequently, his expression shifted multiple times within a second before settling into a semblance of normalcy, as if startled to convey his attitude. This display once more rendered Bruce momentarily speechless, prompting a silent sigh from him. "I require your manuscript." Wayne was forthright, articulating the purpose behind his nocturnal visit to the bachelor's abode. He had traversed from Gotham, surely not merely to endure vexation. "Which one?" Ian tilted his head, not genuinely inquiring, as his commitment to his work was unwavering. He held no biases, thus unaware of which literary masterpiece had captured Batman's fascination. "The most deranged one." Bruce's voice came out like shards of glass, difficult to utter. "I only write serious literature." Beneath the seemingly absurd narratives lies profound truth. Ian intended to provide a reasoned rebuttal. However, Bruce abruptly raised his voice, interrupting him. His demeanor was somewhat frayed that evening, not due to Ian, but rather the events unfolding in Gotham, a veritable rain of paper fragments. In the realm of his predictions, Gotham's citizens had encountered tales that would typically circulate only within the confines of an asylum, and there were few occurrences capable of unsettling Wayne. The so-called talent of the Joker, Ian, is indeed the genuine powerhouse duo. Chapter 89. The Agreement Not to Destroy the Earth. Streets of Gotham are awash with a deluge of paper, and according to reliable sources, a shipment is even on its way to other cities. The tale of hell is rapidly circulating throughout America. Can Bruce remain unscathed? During his nocturnal vigilante escapades, Bruce typically encounters foes who harbor animosity towards him, alongside victims who bear a somewhat lesser grudge. However, when that damn manuscript was inexplicably stolen, everything changed. It was not merely the victims seeking him out. Even the villains he had nearly vanquished, sending them to prison or the asylum, were now inquiring about him. Everyone, yes, every nefarious individual and major villain he encountered that night shared an astonishingly consistent final wish. They all implored Batman to reveal his chiseled 24-pack abs. Moreover, the man who succumbed to those 24 abs, me, I bear no grudge. After all these years, after countless brawls and numerous captures, I find it all quite justifiable. Batman, I have uncovered your secret. You are a reincarnated, time-transcending bat monster, driven by love. And I have heard you often sought out Godzilla for a brawl before you became human. Batman, do you truly have a 2,000-meter-long bed at home? Have you really constructed a farm on Mars, feasting on extraterrestrial chicken and alien beef and lamb? I texted the Joker about this, and he confirmed it all to be true, as chronicled in history. What does it mean to spend a night as if it were a year? Tonight, Batman has come to understand this feeling deeply. Although Bruce had entertained the possibility of such events occurring, he still overestimated his ability to cope with them. There was no precedent for such a situation. Undoubtedly a different form of initial shock that even a man as composed as he could not help but indulge in a couple of anti-anxiety pills. Before my inclination to harm a child kicks in, hand over that damned manuscript. Seeing Ian deep in thought, Batman elevated his voice once more, his urgency palpable. Ian dared not procrastinate any longer. Both manuscripts were present. In truth, he had not added much to them, having been preoccupied with comic illustrations in recent days. Observing the situation, Ian refrained from any blatant probing. However, his curiosity was insatiable. Has my work begun to be published? The young man primarily hoped to hear praise for his talent from the editorial department. Nevertheless, Bruce merely cast a sidelong glance at him before responding with a stoic expression. Yes, it has been published in the most widely disseminated format. This was a significant opportunity. At least, that was how Ian interpreted it. All right. I knew it would be a blockbuster. Ian hurriedly handed over the manuscript to Bruce. Yet Bruce merely hesitated for a moment before returning half of it to him. Tomorrow, send it via mail, no. Have your father personally fly to Gotham to deliver this portion to me. Bruce did not dare to open the manuscript. He simply fixed a serious gaze upon Ian. I understand. Ian had once heard that the formula for Coca-Cola was escorted by heavy security during its transfer, and the implied significance of the manuscript's worth at this moment needed no further elaboration. Clearly, its value surpassed that of the Coca-Cola formula. What do you comprehend? Bruce inquired, somewhat surprised. Am I about to strike it rich? Ian cautiously ventured. Bruce remained silent. Ian took this as an implicit affirmation from his esteemed employer. This is fantastic. Once I become a billionaire, I shall establish a football team for Jonathan and purchase the finest gaming mug for Jordan. As for my mother, I will acquire 10 vineyards to ensure she never runs out of wine. My father lacks for nothing, so I will buy the newspaper he works for and send him on daily trips to distant planets. The universe is vast, brimming with extraordinary tales to capture, and he will undoubtedly become an even more distinguished journalist than my mother. Ian's heart brimmed with thoughts of his family. He also understood that Mr. Wayne was somewhat emotionally detached, thus he chose his words carefully, not wanting to elaborate further. This reflected both emotional intelligence and intellect. After all, he knew that the other party could not empathize with him. You wouldn't want your father watching your every move, would you? Bruce mercilessly exposed Ian's hidden thoughts, unwilling to disclose that he intended to use this manuscript to bait the Joker. He was primarily uncertain and feared losing face. As for Ian's fantasies about the potential earnings, money was merely a means. Bruce regarded a love for wealth as a positive trait. Naturally, having a proper perspective on money was equally crucial. Yesterday, Gotham had witnessed the untimely demise of 6 or 7 wealthy individuals, their safes ransacked, with an estimated total loss of around $15 million. I suspect someone is in dire need of money. Bruce's gaze remained fixed on the youth before him. He was well aware that the boy was not responsible for such actions, yet he also knew where the money ultimately ended up. Ian felt a twinge of guilt, but he did not avert his gaze. Such events have occurred. Surely, there must be someone envious of wealth. What wrongs have the affluent in America committed? Ian feigned an anguished performance, employing the principles of the method, acting once again. Perhaps it serves no purpose, but it cannot be dismissed. They have erred in many ways. Those who perished were truly despicable wealthy scoundrels. Bruce might have inadvertently criticized himself, yet he felt a certain impossibility in his self-reproach. In any case, he evaded Ian's yearning to lament the situation. Bruce remained the master of foresight. The deceased were all despicable wealthy scoundrels? They weren't even the typical sort of wealthy scoundrels from Gotham? This, placed within the confines of Gotham City, carries a distinct air of irony. Ian, unable to strike Batman's chiseled physique, has no desire to hammer his own, given that his fists now resemble hammers in their formidable nature. He was truly taken back. Although it is common knowledge that the affluent in Gotham are seldom virtuous, with the demise of 10 being a mere trifle, he never anticipated that the infamous ugly man would possess such discernment. Clearly, there had been meticulous selection involved. The funds provided were all genuinely worthy of being utilized for noble causes. Ian was profoundly touched by the ugly man's actions, to the extent that he felt compelled to forgive the withholding of his remaining $5 million in rewards. Who, one might wonder, would engage in such conduct? Bruce posed a dilemma-laden inquiry to Ian. Without hesitation, Ian responded, "Isn't it obvious? It must be one of the following: Two-Face, Penguin, Riddler, Scarecrow, Poison Ivy, Mr. Freeze, Clayface, Mad Hatter, or the Pig-Faced Professor." He recited the names of every supervillain who had roamed Gotham in recent years, omitting only the betrayal of his most extravagant fan. What a splendid answer it was. Indeed, a win-win scenario. Ian consistently managed to secure a trifecta of victories. Very good. Very honest, Bruce remarked, casting a penetrating gaze at Ian, seemingly pleased with his response, before turning toward Ian's desk. Do not let me discover that you are concocting absurd tales of superheroes again. It was evident that Master Wayne had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. He merely wished to remain vigilant against Ian's literary onslaught. I have undergone ultimate evolution, becoming a more competent writer. I am no longer the person I was yesterday, having attained an epic enhancement without a trace of baldness. Ian confidently displayed his manuscript, fervently asserting his transformation while casually running his fingers through his hair for confirmation. Was this? Bruce, initially intent on scrutinizing the manuscript, was drawn to another object on the desk. He picked up a metallic ring that emanated a faint sheen, his gaze sharpening in focus. A nuclear reactor? Ian answered honestly, aware that he could not deceive a technological genius. Indeed, it appears so, Bruce replied with remarkable calmness, raising the reactor to inspect it under the light while simultaneously retrieving his phone, swiftly pressing a sequence of digits. Clark, he evaded Ian, who suddenly lunged forward. We agreed not to allow your son to blow up the Earth, and this should also encompass Metropolis. The Dark Knight momentarily paused, his mind racing through calculations as he seemed to reach a conclusion. And the entirety of America, I presume? His demeanor was significantly more composed than before, though his voice retained its deep, gravelly timbre. Chapter 90. Can I really not go to Arkham? When Batman is unflustered, it is highly likely that Superman is the one who is anxious. Disaster. Ian possessed superhuman hearing. At least when he perked up his ears, he truly did. The voice on the other end of the phone, reminiscent of Superman choking on his overtime coffee, reached Ian with startling clarity. He could hear that Clark had already begun to contemplate escaping through the window for a few hours. Armed with his little savings jar, he was ready to embark on an adventure. Ian felt truly wronged. The nefarious capitalists were casting shadows upon his reputation. Gotham, indeed, was devoid of goodness. Ian's scheme was to seize the opportunity while Clark was occupied with overtime at the newspaper, prompted by the incident of Batman's bold venture into Metropolis, and swiftly seek refuge beneath his grandmother's bed. Alas, such lofty aspirations were met with harsh reality. Upon drawing back the curtains he had previously shut, Ian was dismayed to find only iron bars before him. It seemed Batman had not only scaled the walls but had also sealed off this place. Truly, the cunning Batman was a master of deception. It must be said that Ian's vigilance had been somewhat diminished by Bruce Wayne's guise. He was convinced that Mr. Wayne possessed some extraordinary biological aura. Even if Mr. Wayne could prove otherwise, Ian would resolutely cling to the belief that he indeed did possess such a quality. The beleaguered youth thought that only by holding onto this notion could he find a modicum of solace. "Let me take the call," came Clark's voice from the other end. Ian's super hearing was exceptionally acute. He silently formed words with his lips towards Bruce, who, being an expert in lip reading, effortlessly deciphered Ian's silent plea. However, Bruce had no intention of assisting Ian in shifting blame onto the demon. Yes, that very head, indicating that this was not the first time blame had been deflected. Yet, Bruce acknowledged a certain sympathy for the demon. He approached the iron box, opened it, and beheld the demon's head still gnawing on a mound of toilet paper, prompting a genuine, heartfelt remark from him. The demon's head, having expelled a considerable amount of toilet paper, prepared to frighten Bruce, only to find Bruce plucking a single hair from it before promptly closing the box again, his expression unwavering. I do not speak in hyperbole. After Bruce collected the demon's bovine head hair, he squatted down to converse with Clark while observing the iron box that housed the head, sensing something amiss about it. No, we're not discussing laser weapons," he interjected. "So, you do possess standard laser armaments?" Bruce once more thwarted Ian's attempts to escape. "There's no commotion. Your son is trying to slip away, and I have apprehended him. No, I do not relish seizing others by the neck." Bruce cast a glance at Ian, who had stumbled over his own invisible rope. He did not follow Clark's advice to grasp Ian by the scruff of his neck. "You have a military factory?" Bruce inquired, stepping forward to assist Ian. Primarily, he realized that Ian had begun to feign unconsciousness upon falling. He feared that if he did not help him up, Ian might drift off into slumber. Not all. Ian truly had no idea. He inquired about where he might find it, speaking sincerely. Bruce felt a sense of relief wash over him. He continued his conversation with Clark on the other end of the line. "It seems that the book I had Alfred send you haven't read a single word?" As he sternly criticized Clark, he kept a vigilant eye on Ian, who was clearly prone to mischief. "I'm not running away," Ian replied, exasperated. "Good news. There may be a crowd where Clark is working late, so he won't be back anytime soon." Bad news. Bruce had handcuffed himself to Ian. It was the only way he could prevent Ian from fleeing out of guilt, having discovered that Ian possessed considerable strength. Batman has his methods, yet the equipment he could carry on a single outing was ultimately limited. "Since you've seen it, tell me how he managed to create such a thing right under your nose." Bruce, while on the call, raised the miniature reactor for a closer inspection. This remarkable skill left him in awe, clearly beyond the technological capabilities of Earth. Thus, It was no wonder Bruce suspected that Clark often discreetly taught children how to fabricate nuclear reactors. You don't know either? Huh. Bruce was skeptical of Clark's words. Let me search, he said, expressing interest in laser weaponry. Where have you hidden your laser weapons? Bruce first looked under the bed, but found nothing. Then turned to Ian while still maintaining his conversation with Clark. What laser weapons? My dad must be hallucinating from working late. See, people shouldn't work. Even Kryptonians can't withstand the stress of a job. Ian realized his teeth were as ineffective as ever. It was only natural, considering the handcuffs were inscribed with Superman approved. Although the cuffs appeared somewhat aged, Ian was certainly not as formidable as Superman in his youth. Your father said the laser weapon is hidden in the ceiling of his bedroom. Bruce expressed gratitude for the assistance Ian provided, marveling at how quickly Superman's father had betrayed his son. For the first time, Ian tasted the bitterness of betrayal. Thus, he could only lead Bruce to identify the location. Fortunate that the hallway was pitch dark. Otherwise, Jonathan and Jordan would have awoken, resulting in 3 boys handcuffed together. Upon arriving at his parents' bedroom, Bruce quickly pinpointed the location of a laser gun. With a sophisticated grappling hook in hand, he accessed the ceiling panel and retrieved the concealed laser rifle. He casually handed the manuscript to Ian while examining the weapon. This is not Kryptonian technology. Bruce immediately recognized something amiss. I never claimed it was, Ian replied, scratching his head with his other hand. Intriguingly, the magazine resembles a miniature reactor, and Bruce swiftly grasps the intricate structure of the entire firearm. It transcends mere weaponry, appearing almost as a work of art. The overall design exhibits a streamlined elegance, while the body is crafted from an unidentified metal that is both lightweight and remarkably robust. This surely won't explode, will it? Ian tentatively inquired, grappling with the improbability of such a small reactor possessing immense power. After all, in the tale of Iron Man, even a colossal reactor caused devastation only in Manhattan. In response to this conundrum, Bruce provided a direct answer. Your gun and your microreactor will not detonate. They are quite stable. However, there's a possibility that your nuclear energy research facility may explode, and if it does, we shall all ascend together. He scrutinized the boy before him with a gaze that was both inquisitive and slightly perplexed. Initially, Bruce harbored doubts about Ian secretly harboring a well-equipped base that surpassed even his own in complexity and advancement. Yet, it now appeared that Ian possessed a certain clarity, reminiscent of someone untainted by university education. As Clark had ended the call due to pressure from his superiors, Bruce was left to ponder the situation, attempting to decipher the truth behind the boy's demeanor. I do not possess a nuclear weapons research facility, Ian replied, taken aback by Bruce's imaginative conjecture. I am merely the son of a farming family. We have tilled the land for generations. Having been bullied, it seems reasonable to procure some self-defense weapons from the streets. Does it not? He recognized that Bruce was unlike his own parents and, therefore, refrained from divulging the complete truth, relying on his superior intellect to advise caution around the man before him. Indeed, that seems reasonable, Bruce nodded, though he then shifted his tone. However, you have not spoken the entire truth. His profound gaze caused Ian to feel a twinge of unease. All right, I shall speak candidly, Ian's superior intellect prompted him, suggesting that there are moments in life when one must return to honesty. Thus, he opted to disclose a portion of the truth, though not in its entirety. With a flourish of creative talent, Ian began to explain, leading Bruce Wayne to nod in understanding. What you're saying is that, upon returning home from school, you encountered a street vendor visible only to you who offered to sell you spectacles capable of reading minds and seeing through objects. Due to your pure-hearted nature, you resisted the allure of such glasses, forsaking a life of debauchery and the chance to engage in flirtations with numerous enchanting women. Consequently, the vendor held you in high regard and insisted on taking you as his apprentice, imparting to you the finest scientific knowledge in existence. And these 2 gadgets are his trials for you? Bruce Wayne experienced a sense of déjà vu, as though he were reading a new work by Ian, and he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. Indeed, my esteemed mentor Tony Stark, he embodies the essence of the universe. Ian nodded resolutely, his unwavering demeanor resembling that of an aspiring individual ready to embrace a cause. Bruce could not help but massage his temples. Only your final statement holds any truth. He sighed with resignation. How shall I put this? Even one as cunning as this Gotham lord ultimately fell prey to Ian's persuasion, even if just a fraction. That is still a victory, an immense triumph, indeed. I only speak the truth. I never tell lies, Ian asserted, albeit with a penchant for minor fabrications. He found himself under Bruce's scrutinizing gaze for an extended period. I understand now. One could only wonder what revelation had dawned upon the Lord Wayne. Seemingly enlightened, he relinquished the laser gun and miniature reactor back into Ian's hands, who was still immersed in brainstorming. Is that all? Ian inquired, somewhat bewildered. What more do you desire? Bruce sighed, wishing fervently that Ian were a malevolent little imp. Alas, he was merely a mischievous child, lacking true malevolence. Indeed, a source of considerable frustration for one entering middle age. I half expected to be sent to Arkham. Ian exhaled deeply, gradually astonished by the unnerving tranquility of his emotions. Not yet. After all, you have committed no vile deeds. I'm merely ascertaining the situation. Bruce's words inexplicably left Ian feeling somewhat disheartened. I recall the door is over there. Suddenly, Bruce donned his mask once more and exited the bedroom as Batman. Will I truly not be sent to Arkham? Ian pursued him outside. No, Batman's voice emerged hoarse. Truly not? The boy's tone carried a hint of reluctance. Absolutely not, Batman replied, exhaling in exasperation. Very well, the beds at Arkham are too firm. I doubt I could ever grow accustomed to them. Ian consoled himself, his voice tinged with disappointment. He had just come to realize that for him, Arkham was akin to paradise, a place to evade his father, and a trove of endless chemical reagents, ensuring that in less than 3 years, he could soar to unprecedented heights. Isn't that a grand victory? Gotham forbids your entry. Batman suddenly became alert, unaware of Ian's motivations for wishing to visit Arkham, yet feeling compelled to prevent Ian from infiltrating his city. Gotham was already in disarray. It could hardly accommodate a supervillain spawn. Remember, young one, if I discover you have ventured into Gotham, I shall daily suggest to your father that he discipline you at home. I will even purchase the newspaper he works for, compelling him to send me 1,000 photographs of you being reprimanded. This was not merely Batman speaking. It was a formidable financial threat from Lord Wayne. Ian inhaled sharply, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He found himself at the mercy of a formidable opponent, one whose audacity kept even the great Gotham gambler from placing a bet. Consequently, he could only watch as Batman stormed out, his cape gathering droplets of rain and specks of mud. Moments later, Batman returned, sans the script. He snatched the manuscript from Ian's grasp, and once more, Ian barred the door, preventing Batman from slamming it behind him again. Instead, the cloaked figure vanished into the shadows, leaving Ian utterly astonished. After a considerable pause, realization dawned upon him. Batman's refusal to allow him entry into Arkham was undoubtedly due to a fear that Ian might discover the presence of a designated sleeping area for him within. Ian was genuinely perplexed by Batman's return and subsequent retreat. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from seizing the opportunity to tease Gotham's peculiar residents. His cell phone lay upstairs, and surely Batman could not hear him. With this thought, Ian closed the door and turned to ascend the stairs, only to be startled by the sound of heavy breathing. Inadvertently, he retrieved his still-connected phone from his pocket. A pang of anxiety struck Ian. Yet, this did not affect his outward composure. I did say that using a dual-SIM phone is unwise. Such awkward situations are bound to arise, he remarked, hastily ending the call and pressing the power button. The integrated phone design made it impossible to extract the battery. Yet this was of little consequence since Ian had resolved to discreetly toss the device beneath Jordan's bed each night. I remained ever so astute. Ian could not help but reflect. He understood that rectifying Master Wayne's eavesdropping tendencies was beyond his reach. So his best course of action was to ensure that Wayne could indulge in his listening habits to the fullest. Such thoughtfulness would undoubtedly strengthen their bond. Hopes for the Lantern Ring Sword. Chapter 91. A rainy night without a Maybach. This evening's deluge intensified, while the winds howled with increasing ferocity. A luxurious, elongated sedan was parked outside an unremarkable apartment building. Among the few residents of this rather nondescript structure, a brightly lit window was the focus of the occupants within the vehicle. Yet, the bustling figure inside seemed blissfully unaware of their scrutiny. Finally, it's all sorted. Leonard, the scientist, felt as though he had just emerged victorious from a grueling battle with a beautiful adversary, drenched in sweat. In reality, He had merely tidied his room, restoring order to his previously disheveled comic book collection. For most, this task may not qualify as strenuous. But for Leonard, a somewhat fragile scientist, it felt like a monumental endeavor that nearly cost him dearly. Sheldon will find it impossible to critique me now. The reason for Leonard's prolonged efforts in tidying up was, of course, the presence of his excessively perfectionistic roommate. As he stepped out of his room, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. As he was about to boast to Sheldon, Leonard caught sight of a girl sitting cross-legged on the carpet, munching on potato chips, while Sheldon on the sofa meticulously weighed takeout on an electronic scale. "Hi, Penny," Leonard greeted, his pride momentarily deflated. Leonard. The girl replied without turning, engrossed in her television show and snacks, providing Leonard with the opportunity to dash to the restroom. After a brief adjustment to his appearance, he reemerged. "The person you spoke with earlier was that brilliant comic artist, wasn't it? You even made a mess of your room because of it," Sheldon stated assuredly as he recorded his dietary intake. "I have tidied up my room." Leonard quickly defended his image, displaying a hint of pride. Yet, it seemed the girl was more intrigued by Sheldon's hearing abilities. "You were clearly playing video games in front of the television. How could you eavesdrop on Leonard's call? You haven't installed surveillance software on his phone, have you?" The girl named Penny was quite attractive, a neighbor to the two eccentric scientists and Leonard's dream girl. Sheldon perked up like a groundhog. "What a brilliant idea. Penny, I didn't know you could have such flashes of insight. Perhaps you need not be a waitress for the rest of your life." His tone was filled with genuine admiration. He did not look down on his friends, but preferred to apply his intellectual snobbery equally to all. Upon hearing this, Penny expressionlessly set down her chips. "If you were truly that intelligent, wouldn't you know better than to offend the girl serving you?" She turned to Sheldon, a palpable thread in her gaze. Sheldon dared not retort. Instead, he focused on Leonard, shifting the conversation. "What did the genius comic artist want from you? Let me guess. Don't tell me. He must have seen my 1,000 pages of suggestions after I hacked into his computer and called you to express his gratitude through you." The 30-something theoretical physicist's beautiful blue eyes sparkled with childlike anticipation. However, Leonard's shake of the head shattered his hopeful fantasy. "No, he didn't mention you or your 1,000 pages of comic suggestions. In fact, the kid merely consulted me about superhero comics." Leonard adopted an air of pride as a comic connoisseur, yet it failed to captivate the girl. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he continued, "I believe our genius comic artist is in search of inspiration. Also, perhaps because I initially questioned his abilities, he mentioned having someone very close to Mr. Bruce Wayne acting as his angel investor, who provided him with a whopping $10 million in funding." At this point, Leonard couldn't help but marvel. Such a sum was unfathomable to him. "Do you really believe that?" Penny rolled her eyes. She had always considered her neighbor to be merely a boastful high school student. He claimed he did not lie, and she found his credibility rather high. Leonard, clutching his phone, felt somewhat guilty. He merely wished to project an aura of masculinity through being valued by others. "Well, you are surely beyond help," Penny candidly assessed. "What do you think?" She glanced at Sheldon. However, the eccentric and socially awkward Sheldon was indifferent to the matter. "He didn't mention me at all, not even a word." Sheldon's voice rose an octave, expressing his discontent at being overlooked, even by that annoying tall physicist. Leonard answered resignedly, "No, not at all." He could not lie, for Sheldon would undoubtedly catch him in a fib. No one understood just how bothersome this roommate could be better than he did. "All right, I get it. It seems he is not as brilliant as we presumed." Sheldon tortured the food in his container with his fork, as if those innocent morsels represented a comic artist who had disappointed him. He forcefully shoved a piece of meat into his mouth, straining to chew with his cheeks bulging. "Listen to me. You must trust me." Penny attempted to interject, but her words were abruptly halted as Sheldon sprang up as if someone had stepped on his tail. "Cherry Pit. Cherry Pit." His face turned crimson, fingers clutching at his throat. "Damn it, you were only eating cherry meat." The Chinese restaurant did not include actual cherries. Despite his complaints, Leonard rushed to rescue his roommate. Penny quickly assisted as well. After a rather skilled endeavor, Sheldon was finally saved. "I swear, the fact that this guy is still alive is the best proof that there is indeed a God in this world," Penny remarked while patting Sheldon's back to help him breathe easier. "It's not my fault. It was the cherry pit. I simply cannot deal with it. To me, it is like Superman facing kryptonite," Sheldon weakly protested once he regained his breath. However, all he received were two perfectly synchronized eye rolls. "You can't compare this to a superhero. They wouldn't tea choke on a cherry pit." Penny attempted to awaken her friend from his delusional analogy with the harshness of reality. Penny was indeed correct, and moreover, it was not a cherry pit. It was merely a pea. Leonard, having washed his hands, left Sheldon avoiding him due to the water spots. I ordered cherry meat. There cannot be peas in it. Sheldon adamantly corrected. Yet, both Penny and Leonard were unwilling to accept his specious reasoning. But that is a pea, Leonard reiterated. Sheldon pondered for a moment. No, that is not a pea. I ordered cherry meat. He continued to insist, even as Leonard produced the pea he had spat out, which Sheldon merely glanced at. It merely resembles a pea. Nonetheless, it will never concede that it is one. Sheldon lowered his head again, fiddling with the takeout box. Yet he hesitated to bring the food to his lips. This is self-deception. Leonard gritted his teeth. Who on earth would collect the food spat out by their roommate? You two are truly bizarre. Penny, unable to contain her thoughts, stood up to smooth the creases of her attire. You know, she remarked, I once thought your obsession with comic book superheroes, coupled with your reluctance to pursue real-life heroes, was already quite mad. Before Penny could finish her sentence, Sheldon interjected reflexively. And now? Penny seized her coat, casually sweeping it off the table. Either I've lost my mind, or you two have. It's impossible for this world to be the insane one. To be honest, she continued, setting aside what just occurred. The very notion that a 14 or 15-year-old child could possess $10 million, and that they might know the billionaire Bruce Wayne, if I were a con artist. I could strip you of your very last pair of undergarments. Believing such nonsense is less plausible than believing I could step outside and encounter Bruce Wayne flirting with me. Penny genuinely sought to counsel her friends against the folly of believing in the ruse of a billionaire seeking them out. However, she noticed both friends remained silent, not responding. Sooner or later, you'll find yourselves sleeping on the streets, but I shall surely take you in. Who doesn't enjoy having pets? With that, Penny opened the apartment door, preparing to return to her own dwelling. With a resounding clap, the door shut. The two reclusive men exchanged perplexed glances. Moments latte. Sheldon marveled at Penny's self-awareness regarding her own madness, retracting his gaze from the door. Who could argue otherwise? She needn't deceive me. I would willingly part with my undergarments for her. Leonard turned his gaze downward, ready to indulge in his late-night snack. Yet, upon encountering the barren table, his expression froze. Where's my takeout? He pondered, recalling Penny's casual sweep. Leonard, I previously told you to order 3 portions of takeout. You may choose to doubt mathematics and my word, but you ought to trust that our neighbor will consistently perform as expected. Sheldon, incessantly prodding the empty takeout box with his fork, had yet to take a bite, his tone tinged with pity. Leonard felt utterly exasperated. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat defiant, declaring, This is all part of my plan. Penny will inevitably grow dependent on my takeout, leading her to become so intertwined with my life that she will ultimately marry me. Such is the fantasy of a homebody. Leonard was now invigorated. Look, this is the opportunity she has left me. He noticed Penny's phone abandoned on the table and, with a surge of pride, snatched it up and dashed towards the apartment door. Just as he reached the corridor, Leonard noticed Penny lingering at the door for reasons unknown. Could she be waiting for me? With this thought in mind, he hurried over to her. Stammering, Penny stood frozen as if ensnared by Medusa's gaze, her lips quivering and repeatedly uttering the same syllable. B. Confused, Leonard approached her. In turn, he found himself mirroring her stutter, their voices synchronizing in a peculiar duet. At that moment, Sheldon rushed out in a flurry. This is bad. My computer has crashed. That cartoonist's machine is riddled with viruses. He might truly be a genius. He anticipated my predictions, leading to the complete failure of my system. Sheldon's tone was one of despair as he observed his 2 friends standing rigidly in the corridor. Before he could inquire, a sharply dressed figure, exuding an air of success, Bruce Wayne, glided past them. Sheldon's eyes widened in astonishment. Bruce Wayne, he exclaimed, though this revelation seemed to drain his energy. Oh my God! As an avowed atheist, Sheldon rolled his eyes and fainted backward. In a display of camaraderie, Leonard and Penny snapped back to reality, hastily catching the theoretical physicist, only for the 3 of them to awkwardly collapse onto the floor of the hallway. Sorry, Leonard muttered, uncertain why he felt compelled to apologize to Bruce. Sorry, Penny echoed, equally baffled. Their minds were still reeling, unable to fathom the presence of a global tycoon in their modest apartment. Would you not invite me in for a seat? Bruce thought silently, yet maintained a polite smile. At his words, Leonard and Penny nodded eagerly, scrambling to lift Sheldon as if he were a patient, guiding him toward the apartment door. "Please come in," Penny called out over her shoulder to Bruce. Inside the living room, Bruce elegantly sidestepped the scattered Star Wars figurines, his gaze lingering on the walls adorned with comic posters. Leonard was as nervous as a student before a principal, his hands trembling as he held the coffee. "So, Ian Kent, my nephew, intend to hire you too?" Bruce inquired, taking the coffee politely and placing it on the table before getting straight to the point. His eyes shifted from Leonard to Sheldon, who lay unconscious on the sofa. "Am I not included in this?" Penny interjected, unable to contain herself. It was her first encounter with a living titan of industry, leaving her feeling anxious and eager to lighten the tense atmosphere with humor. "No." Bruce gazed at the girl, responding earnestly. Penny, feeling the pressure, took a step back. "Really? I'm quite adept at cleaning. No matter how prestigious a company may be, it surely requires excellent custodians." She awkwardly chuckled as she spoke. "Not necessary," Bruce replied succinctly. He was unsure why he recalled the sterilized female custodian from Ian's other novel. Perhaps he had been affected by such notions lately, leaving him somewhat unhinged. "All right." Penny scratched her relentlessly itching scalp and awkwardly retreated to a corner, feeling a sense of humiliation wash over her. Her emotions were complex, and she perceived her presence in the room as that of a mere jester. As she contemplated this, she noticed Bruce stealing a few more glances at her. However, she did not attribute it to any allure she possessed. Rather, she felt as though the world had descended into madness, bordering on the surreal. Who could have imagined that the boastful young neighbor was indeed speaking the truth, that the billionaire Bruce Wayne had come to seek him out? The odds were akin to being struck on the head by a meteor while walking down the street. The more Penny pondered, the more dreamlike it seemed. Leonard felt similarly. "Yes, sir, Mr. Kent did indeed express his willingness to offer me and Sheldon a new job," he began, his words trailing off in disbelief. "Excellent," Bruce interjected, nodding to interrupt him. "This is a commitment from my nephew." The words of the old money magnate were imbued with utmost seriousness. "So, this is a formal employment from Wayne Enterprises?" Leonard cautiously probed, feeling as though the situation was surreal, even pinching his thigh discreetly to assure himself of reality. "You may consider this as my personal additional employment," Bruce clarified, as he required someone to monitor the extraterrestrial technology that Ian might still be concealing for safety. Additional employment? Leonard's mind began to play out a full narrative akin to a mission. Impossible scenario. Are we commercial spies? This seems quite different from our university roles. He hesitated, feeling a sense of retreat. Regardless, Leonard was reluctant to abandon his university position. After all, scientific research was not merely for personal advancement, but also for the betterment of humanity. Just as a sense of pride swelled within Leonard, Bruce delivered a staggering proposition. The average salary for a university professor in America is $200,000. Yet I will offer you $500,000 annually, not including the salary that Ian Kent will provide. Bruce unleashed the most unfathomable power of wealth on this planet. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had rendered the impoverished Leonard utterly speechless. 500,000? The aspiring scientist, faced with the overwhelming allure of wealth, found himself reeling. Although he and Sheldon were not poorly compensated, their student loans were certainly burdensome. The higher the degree attained, the greater the financial sacrifices demanded. Such is the nature of the capitalist market in the land of the free. Most high-earning professionals devote a significant portion of their first 2 decades of income to repaying student loans. This realization began to unsettle Leonard. Penny, having overheard the promise of lucrative salaries, chimed in with enthusiastic support. "Oh my, Leonard, you are truly on the path to wealth. You will become the richest nerds I know." Her timely exclamation served as a potent encouragement. The notion of being the wealthiest of bookworms ignited a sense of masculine competitiveness within Leonard. All scientific ideals and visions for humanity's future seemed trivial. The essence of human existence lay in the ability to procreate. "Rest assured, Mr. Wayne, Sheldon and I excel at being corporate spies," Leonard declared, removing his glasses with unwavering determination as he made this pledge to Bruce. At that moment, Sheldon abruptly sprang from the couch, resembling a frog jolted by electricity. Leonard, I just had a dream. I dreamt that I met Bruce Wayne, and then I fainted from sheer excitement." He first glanced at his roommate, then followed his gaze to the obscured Bruce, realizing it was indeed no dream. Oh my, it's like Groundhog Day, he exclaimed before promptly fainting again, his nonsensical antics causing Leonard considerable embarrassment. Perhaps I am the only one adept at handling such situations, Leonard thought, clearing his throat awkwardly and touching his slightly flushed face. Bruce internally scoffed at the absurdity, reflecting on how the unusual Ian sought equally unconventional scientists, not corporate spies. Nonetheless, Bruce maintained an air of elegance, feigning ignorance of the spectacle. I am merely seeking 2 caretakers for my nephew, he stated, which was indeed the truth. After all, Batman could not constantly oversee a young boy in Metropolis. Thus, Bruce required these 2 scientists, targeted by Ian, to keep an eye on him, preventing scenarios that neither he nor Clark wished to witness. Bruce also planned to enlist other, more reliable scientists for Ian's supervision. However, having 2 additional individuals was inconsequential. Caretakers? Leonard was momentarily perplexed. You mean babysitters, Penny quietly clarified, incredulous at the absurdity of spending $1 million annually for a child's playdate companion. Yet, Mr. Wayne, Sheldon and I are individuals with scientific aspirations, Leonard thought, grappling with the situation, his last vestiges of stubbornness fighting a losing battle. In response, Bruce calmly retrieved 2 checks from his suit pocket, placing them lightly on the coffee table cluttered with comic books. This is a relocation allowance, Bruce announced, standing to adjust his suit, the sound of fabric brushing against itself exuding an air of opulence. And who says you cannot continue pursuing cutting-edge scientific research? He bestowed upon Leonard a mysterious smile. What constitutes cutting-edge technology if one capable of obliterating the Earth is deemed insufficiently advanced? Is there truly research involved? Leonard's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, Leonard, your ability to move into a grand villa is a life I could only dream of. The figures on the check left Penny gasping in disbelief. She was simply struck by the profundity of the moment. However, the love-struck Leonard felt he had grasped an essential truth. It's done. What is being done is that of a caretaker. He reaffirmed his resolve. Your assistance is commendable. This was Bruce, who produced several bills and graciously placed them into Penny's hand as a token of gratitude. He turned back, casting a glance at Sheldon, still unconscious on the sofa. Someone will persuade him. He left that thought lingering. Bruce set down his untouched coffee and rose to depart. Are you leaving? Leonard and Penny hurriedly offered their farewells, exuding warmth. The portrait of Einstein on the living room wall bore silent witness to the scene. Another scientist tainted by capitalism. Much like himself, the rain in Gotham always carries a hint of rust, while that of Metropolis resembles a diluted lemon-scented cleanser. Alfred stood beneath the apartment building, holding a black umbrella. The arc of the umbrella allowed the raindrops to cascade along the creases of Gotham's wealthiest bachelor's tailored suit, sparing his meticulously styled hair from a single droplet. Returning to Gotham, sir? The old butler inquired as he opened the car door, his voice imbued with a calm that seemed to see through all. Despite his advanced age, and Bruce having entered middle age with the responsibilities of fatherhood, his manner of addressing Bruce remained unchanged. Not tonight. Bruce loosened his tie and casually discarded the remaining 2 pounds of the 10-pound listening device he had stealthily smuggled into the apartment building. Ian Kent was still a student. He could not fly and had just begun to awaken his abilities. Thus his secret base must be hidden within Metropolis. Bruce engaged in rational analysis. Yes, he had experienced a moment of clarity at Ian's residence, believing he had grasped a crucial lead. What cosmic omnipotent being, if not artificial intelligence? It was an experience strikingly similar to that of Superman's childhood. Previously, Bruce felt he had discerned everything, simply due to the connections he made regarding Clark. The similarities were astonishing. This realization was the very reason he returned everything to Ian, for he had come to understand that Ian, like Clark, might possess a solitary fortress not of this earth. It is evident that you hold Mr. Kent in high regard. Alfred observed the familiar spark of excitement in his master's eyes, a sign of discovering a new enigma. So, will young Kent find himself in Arkham? The butler, too, harbored such curiosity, having perused Batman's psychological assessment of Ian. Why do you believe I would reward him? Arkham does not require a second king. Bruce did not lift his gaze. His fingers glided swiftly across the vehicle's onboard computer. The neon lights outside cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon Bruce's face. Could young Mr. Kent be from Krypton as well? Alfred drove steadily, often engaging Bruce in casual conversation whenever the opportunity arose. as Bruce's closest confidant. No one understood better that his master was Gotham's most formidable enigma. If it were merely that, I would indeed be quite pleased to witness it. However, the circumstances may be far more bewildering and intricate. Bruce continued to scroll on his tablet, pondering the nature of his awakening abilities, the answer to which might soon be revealed. On the device resting on his lap, Bruce displayed the clandestine comics he had captured, including those of the Sentinel and even the Homelander. The shattered golden armor of the Sentinel and the grotesque smile of the Homelander suggested that Bruce believed Ian's motivations extended beyond mere greed or a passion for creation. He felt he had grasped the crux of the matter and was drawing closer to the obscure truth surrounding Ian Kent. Is it truly possible to draw power from fantasies? Bruce mused, convinced he had stumbled upon pivotal information, though even he found this conjecture absurd. Yet, absurdity does not preclude possibility, which is why time must serve as the ultimate validator. Before that, he would commence his search for Ian's hidden lair near his school. As the sedan splashed through puddles, Bruce devised a nighttime operational plan, carefully considered, though one could not ascertain whether he was merely concocting excuses to temporarily evade the nightmares that awaited him upon his return to Gotham. Chapter 92, What to Do. This is a betrayal? At 7:30 in the morning, the antique clock in the Kent household emitted a somber chime. Master Ian, having endured a sleepless night, remained remarkably alert. As he descended the stairs wielding a makeshift toothpick fashioned from a window frame, his t-shirt bore the letters K emboldened in pinyon initials. The toys of Batman were indeed miraculous, with but a modicum of investigation into their mechanisms. A device capable of securing an entire window could transform into a portable, elongated object. The aroma of bacon wafted enticingly from the kitchen, where Jonathan Kent was busily preparing breakfast. Where are Mom and Dad? Ian peered inquisitively around. Thanks to Batman's escapades in Metropolis, they had not returned the previous night, merely calling to instruct him to keep an eye on Ian, who had made over 20 phone calls that morning. What have you done? Jonathan, still engaged in the culinary task of frying bacon, was intrigued by his parents' instructions, and upon peering out, he noticed Ian rummaging through his pants. I have conjured a new wave of GDP growth for Metropolis. No need for thanks. Ian discarded the cushion he had pulled from his backside and retrieved another from the front of his t-shirt. The now superfluous protective gear was tossed aside. Though he did not fully comprehend, there was an undeniable sense of awe. Jonathan emerged to prepare a sandwich for Ian, typically taking charge of his two younger brothers in the absence of their guardian. Ian seized the newspaper resting on the table. The bold headline read, "Shock. Gotham's superhero transforms into a street punk, appears in Metropolis to rescue fallen women." This certainly provided Ian with some inspiration. Beep, beep, beep. He retrieved his phone and pressed the replay button. The call connected, and he greeted enthusiastically, "Good morning, sir. Are you awake? If not, feel free to continue your slumber. I merely wish to extend my sincerest greetings for the day." Ian still had hopes of obtaining a lantern ring for Batman. Beep, beep, beep. The call was terminated. There was no response from the other end. Yet Ian was unfazed. After all, Gotham's peculiarities were known for their emotional restraint, and he was satisfied that he had reached out to the Gotham oddities for the day. Next came his regards to his godfather, followed by the most important prayer to Miss Death. He was polite, only reaching out to her before meals to avoid being perceived as clingy or needy. After a fervent outpouring of sentiment, Ian was surprisingly met with silence. Just as he pondered whether Miss Death was still asleep, he opened his eyes to find a woman seated across from him. Dressed in a black camisole, Miss Death sat with poise, her slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Sunlight streamed through her form, casting a delicate shadow upon the floor. "This cannot be right. Can you please reappear?" Ian incredulously rubbed his eyes, surveying the surrounding colors and the bustling Jonathan in the kitchen. Miss Death regarded the boy before her. "I do not appear at will. The flow of time itself halts." Her words seemed to resonate with a certain logic, and Ian found himself convinced. "Well, mainly I think if Jonathan were to see you, he would surely believe I was seduced by a wicked woman," Ian confessed, lowering his gaze shyly. Miss Death's lips curled slightly in amusement. "He cannot see me," she retorted, gritting her teeth as she rolled her eyes in exasperation. At that moment, Jonathan poked his head from the kitchen. "What are you mumbling about?" Of course, the elder brother had heard Ian's ramblings. It didn't require super hearing to notice. "But he can see you talking to yourself like a madman," the goddess of death added, her lips curling into a mischievous smile, as if she were eager to witness Ian's embarrassment. However, nothing. I am merely conversing with my imaginary friend. Ian recalled his father's admonition that Jonathan and Jordan were too old to grasp this extraordinary world. Jonathan calmly nodded. "Oh, very well. Please extend my regards to your friend." The gentle elder brother exhibited no peculiarities, even donning an expression of sudden realization. He returned to the stove in the kitchen, continuing his culinary endeavors. "Does your family perhaps suffer from some grave affliction?" Miss Death observed, somewhat astonished, as she watched Ian cheerfully sip his milk. "This is the unwavering reputation I maintain at home," Ian remarked, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Miss Death was inclined to inquire what exactly Ian was so proud of, yet she ultimately restrained herself, opting to get straight to the point. "From your deluge of nonsensical ramblings, I've discerned a modicum of useful information. Are you suggesting that the contraction of the multiverse's living space will lead to the degradation of higher beings, the overlapping of ordinary souls, ultimately culminating in a universe collapsing into a desolate wasteland?" She cast a doubtful glance at Ian, summarizing the essence of his prayers. Indeed, Ian nodded. "An intriguing hypothesis. So, you're telling me that all this information I had not even contemplated was whispered to you by your superbrain while you slept?" Miss Death raised an eyebrow. "Not whispered, but rather conveyed beneath the crown of my head." Ian corrected her terminology, nodding once more. This response prompted Miss Death to rub her temples in exasperation. "To be honest, I am beginning to regret why I indulged in such a wealth of humanity not long ago." The goddess inhaled deeply, her expression reminiscent of someone who had swallowed a hedgehog whole. "You possess a so-called superbrain, you whimsical child. I shall verify the matters you speak of. Until then, I hope you refrain from disturbing me thrice a day." With that, Miss Death snatched the sandwich from Ian's plate, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a leaf of lettuce behind. It seemed she implied that she required at least 4 communications from him daily. Ian, unable to salvage his breakfast, seized Jordan's portion instead. Those who rise late must bear the consequences. Ian had already reported everything that needed to be said. Whether it garnered attention from above was no longer a concern for an independent NPC like himself. Thud, thud, thud. At times, Jordan was simply too susceptible to the incessant nagging. Speaking of Jordan, he appeared at that moment, descending the stairs with sleepy eyes, while Jonathan emerged from the kitchen, distributing fried eggs and fried potatoes to his 2 younger brothers. "Why do you look so haggard?" Jonathan inquired with concern, the dark circles under Jordan's eyes reminding him of a raccoon. "It's nothing, just a poor night's sleep." Jordan hesitated, his gaze drifting to the sandwich in Ian's hand and then back to his empty plate. "No significant emotional upheavals, just a food thief. I've grown accustomed to it." Jordan watched as Jonathan re-entered the kitchen, glancing at Ian. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke softly. "Ian, I encountered something strange again yesterday." He kept peering into the kitchen, as if hoping Jonathan wouldn't tea over here. "What is so strange?" Ian asked, vigorously devouring his sandwich. "Didn't T return from your room last night?" My eyes were hurting, and in the middle of the night, I thought I saw Batman in Mom and Dad's room, doing who knows what." Jordan's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. "Perhaps it was just my imagination? It seems I tend to have hallucinations in situations like this. Damn it, my browser has begun recommending suitable coffins for me. Each one is exorbitantly priced." His voice was tinged with a deeper despair than the night before. "But, what the hell?" Ian was always astonished by his older brother. "You didn't leave your room? You didn't see anyone else? Just Batman?" He ventured cautiously, his perceptive brother awakening to the absurdity. "Weren't you worried about possibly having a terminal illness? How could you still be so reckless after returning to your room?" "Well, I didn't leave my room, which is why I suspect it was a hallucination. After all, I only caught a few fleeting images." Jordan rubbed his eyelids, trying hard to recall. "Impressive. You are the true superhero of Metropolis." Ian genuinely gave a thumbs up to his older brother. Awakening superpowers consecutively was indeed a unique talent. "Stop trying to make me feel better. I genuinely fear my time is short." Jordan sighed deeply, now concerned that after he passed away, Ian might actually test whether he could rise from the dead. "I bet you'll live, and live well at that. Perhaps you should discuss this matter with Dad or Mom." Ian offered a suggestive hint. "Maybe," Jordan replied, unsure if he absorbed the advice. "I'm full. I have to go to school now." Ian glanced at the time, set down his utensils, and wiped his mouth with a tissue before stuffing it into his backpack. It's Saturday. What school are you going to? Jordan looked up in surprise, confusion written across his face. As long as you keep school in your heart. You can go anytime, Ian replied, using a rehearsed excuse. He actually had other matters to attend to. Whether it was avoiding his parents temporarily or exchanging checks or accompanying Mr. White to buy chemicals. These were secrets he couldn't divulge. Should I compliment you on being so great? Jordan's expression was sorrowful as he watched Ian shoulder his heavy backpack and leave. He began to absent-mindedly eat his meal. After only a few bites, pa pa pa, sounds came from the kitchen, where Jonathan was stirring up a commotion. This ISNT protein powder. Jonathan's voice was filled with uncertainty. Jordan hurried to the kitchen and saw Jonathan holding a cup of white liquid, studying it intently. What's going on? Jordan first glanced at the protein powder container filled by Jonathan, then approached the trash can, and soon unraveled the mystery. It was the milk tea essence that Ian adored adding to his coffee. He rummaged through the trash and unearthed dozens of packaging bags. The two brothers exchanged bewildered looks. Perhaps he had forgotten to purchase protein powder for you yesterday. Jordan then discovered a wad of cash nestled beneath the protein container, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he handed the money to Jonathan. What could Jonathan say, in terms of both sentiment and reason? He could only forgive his youngest brother. It's fine, a bit of essence won't hurt. Ian surely intended to assist me in bulking up. It turned out that the purchasing power of cash was indeed quite useful. Jonathan clutched the $200 with profound understanding. Then drink it, Jordan remarked, eyeing the cup in Jonathan's other hand. I will, but not at this moment. Jonathan struggled to maintain his composure, though he remained obstinate in his words. Jordan, lacking the energy to tease his elder brother, seized a bottle of ketchup and returned to the dining area. What is this? Jordan discovered the teething stick that Ian had carelessly discarded. Upon seeing the bat emblem on it, his pupils dilated sharply. Am I not imagining things? Perhaps the true superbrain was indeed awakening at an astonishing pace. The news of Batman arriving in Metropolis, the scene he had witnessed, and the frantic demeanor of their mother from the previous night, all seemed to connect in an alarming manner. Jordan gasped, feeling he had unearthed a startling truth. The connection between Batman and their mother was a thought he dared not entertain. To ponder further would lead him to pity their father. No, was that truly our father? He felt he could think no more, fearing an impending explosion of his mind. With trembling hands, he hurled Ian's teething stick into the trash, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Of course, if such a horrifying reality were indeed true, Jordan believed he might still manage to survive. And he had also discerned the underlying reasons for the subtle abnormalities in Jonathan, Ian, and even himself. They did not belong in Metropolis. They should be in Gotham, where they would surely be considered normal. What is wrong with you? Jonathan emerged, holding a plate, and upon seeing his shivering younger brother, he increasingly felt that Jordan might be unwell. It's nothing, Jordan exclaimed, bolting away. He dashed up to the second-floor bedroom, fixating on the box containing his treasures, seeking to momentarily escape the absurdity of the harsh reality. Although he had his differences with Clark, it did not negate the father-son bond they shared. Memories flooded back. Just as Jordan attempted to evade reality, his phone rang incessantly. Jordan's fingers trembled like the legs of an electrified frog upon seeing his mother's name lighting up the screen. A sudden urge to hurl the phone out of the window surged within him. Hello, he muttered, though reason ultimately triumphed over fear. He answered the call. No one picked up your brother's call. Is he in with you? Lewis's voice came through the phone, the cacophony of a newspaper press whirring in the background. He was just here. Jordan's voice wavered, reminiscent of a terminally ill patient. And now? Lewis's inquiry was grave. He went to school, Jordan replied honestly. School? On a Saturday? Lewis's tone was one of astonishment, even checking the calendar to ensure today's overtime pay was calculated correctly. I asked him the same thing, but now I understand. He must be trying to avoid you all. I suspect he might have coerced his classmates into attending classes. Frankly, Jordan found himself unexpectedly empathizing with Ian. He recalled the bat-shaped iron bar. Even a student like him could fathom such a dilemma. As the brightest in the family, he firmly believed his younger brother would not be oblivious to everything. What did he tell you? What have you come to understand? Lewis, believing Ian had spilled secrets at home, tentatively probed Jordan. Ian told me nothing, yet I am gradually piecing everything together. Jordan swallowed hard, his throat constricting with tension. Yes, I understand it all. You and Dad are remarried, aren't you? Jordan, unable to contain himself, broke the silence, plunging the call into an eerie stillness. He could hear the rush of his blood pounding in his ears. "What are you saying?" After a moment, Lewis regained her composure and spoke again. Jordan exhaled, slightly lowering his guard. He rubbed his eyes, gazing into the mirror at his own reflection. "I might have awakened bat-like vision. I often notice Batman's eyes glow red when he appears on screen." This statement, albeit subtle, was not lost on Lewis, who was no fool to the underlying implication. A sound of drinking echoed from the other end of the line. "Go get Ian to answer the phone." Lewis's voice cracked slightly. "What is reputation?" Perhaps this was the essence of true reputation. It has nothing to do with Ian. I arrived at this conclusion all by myself. I possess some intelligence too. Jordan defended Ian, and indeed, the facts supported his claim. "So, very well." Lewis suppressed her emotions. "You stay home. I'll have your father come and find you." After regaining some composure, she also recognized that Jordan might have awakened some Kryptonian abilities. This matter is indeed of great significance. Lewis, too, is cautious about expressing his anger. However, despite his earnest efforts to manage his emotions, his mother has yet to fully comprehend the nature of her sons. "Which father would come looking for me?" Jordan inquired with trepidation, a single question nearly causing Lewis on the other end of the line to erupt in frustration. Talent is not ubiquitous. However, it is evident that the Kent family has a distinct propensity for nurturing exceptional individuals. While Jordan, leveraging his own capabilities, was deftly provoking the nerves of the family's strongest member, Ian had already shouldered his backpack and commenced a day filled with promise. Exchanging checks is not a cumbersome task. Although minors typically cannot independently cash checks at banks, certain institutions will still accept and process checks when the minor is the beneficiary. Ian's meticulous planning bore fruit as he encountered no difficulties during the transaction. "If I do not mention it, who would ever know that I am already a wealthy individual?" Ian mused as he strolled down the street, purchasing a breathable meat silk and, guided by Mr. White, locating the site of the metropolis's black market. Having previously worked for Luther, Ian was aware that Luther was researching biochemical warriors. It was precisely this desire to escape him that led Ian to foolishly engage in a pact with a demon. Mr. White sighed into his thermos. The great three-palace demon. The demon's head within Ian's backpack corrected him. Ian was engulfed in a whirlwind of excitement. Biochemical warriors? Excellent. But I must confirm, this is certainly not some form of poison, is it? A child born into a positive energy family abhors gambling and drugs for life. Maintaining the necessary vigilance and a spirit infused with positivity. Ian listened as Mr. White, after a brief silence, clarified it's merely a performance-enhancing agent, used to create super soldiers. Luther's ambitions extend far beyond merely securing military contracts. This revelation left Mr. White somewhat pensive. This is acceptable, very much so, Ian reassured himself, and under Mr. White's guidance, he ventured into the so-called black market of the metropolis. In truth, it was merely a rather chaotic street, dotted with various shops peddling contraband under different banners, which also conducted legitimate business on ordinary days. For instance, a shop ostensibly selling chemical materials was, in fact, the century-old establishment known as Old Joey's Custom Suits, where a burly bald man in work trousers was diligently engaged in meticulous sewing. Following Mr. White's instructions, Ian exchanged the secret signal with the bald man. "What do you want?" The bald man cast a surprised glance at Ian, a child, never expecting that Mr. White had sunk so low as to send a minor to procure goods. How utterly shameless. Unbeknownst to the shopkeeper, the individual he scorned was indeed concealed within Ian's thermos. Mistaking Ian for an old customer's lackey, he swiftly retrieved the goods for Ian. The transaction proceeded seamlessly. Ian, though reluctant, found himself pondering the absurdity of his situation. Am I not merely a child? Shouldn't you rob me, abduct me, and sell me into a labor camp? This, he believed, was the script that fit him best. Upon hearing this, the bald proprietor scoffed dismissively. I engage in long-term dealings. Do you truly think I am in need of your trifling offerings? Integrity is paramount in the black market. What profit would I gain from stuffing you into a sack and sending you off? His disdain for Ian's words, ironically, made a strange sense to Ian. With a heavy heart, he ultimately departed, feeling a sense of unfulfilled potential. His model of fair trade had its own prerequisites, and regrettably, this establishment had not been graced with such fortune. Where have all my favorite villains gone? Ian lamented as he wandered through the ominous alley. Is this potion truly worth $6,000? Given the meager materials he had procured, Ian harbored suspicions that Mr. White might have been pocketing the shopkeeper's kickbacks, even after his demise. Who's to say the shopkeeper wouldn't arrange for a few lovely ladies to be pre-ordered for Mr. White in the afterlife? Let me try a few times. I'm certain I can reconstruct the formula for that enhancement potion, Ian declared, feeling the weight of skepticism in Mr. White's gaze. The latter quickly reassured him. There's no need for such complications. Ian, however, mixed the ingredients together without hesitation and consumed the entire gray substance in one gulp. In an instant, barbaric tyrant experience points, 13, leveled up. Attributes were enhanced. Strength, 21,221. Constitution, 38,415. Intelligence, 3,032. Spirit, 7,677. It was evident that the barbaric tyrant emphasized constitution, while the berserker focused on strength, with both classes yielding minimal gains in spirit and intelligence, leaving Ian with a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, the newly acquired negative effect, slight genetic collapse, proved to be a small consolation. Berserker experience, 2, a training session with double rewards. Ian finally felt satisfied with his $6,000 expenditure. Alas, his stock was insufficient. Otherwise, he would surely soar to great heights tonight. Gazing at his surplus of professional skill points, Ian eschewed the flashy skills in favor of a new ability, Eye of the Blazing Sun. Instantly, he felt a searing warmth in his eyes, which now glowed with a golden light, alleviating any fears of being misunderstood by his mother. When he looked into the mirror, he was thoroughly pleased with the imposing presence he projected. Desiring further advancement, he continued to scour the area for other shops. Meanwhile, Mr. White silently sank to the bottom of the thermos. Suddenly, the demonic head in his backpack spoke up. I smell the stench of hell. It quivered, its decayed nostrils flaring, in the presence of filthy deceivers. Filled with a profound sense of disdain, Ian understood all too well the reason behind the demon's aversion. Despite lacking a canine nose, his enhanced vision allowed him to spot, in the distance, a man clad in a weathered trench coat. At the street corner, Constantine, dressed in a beige overcoat, ambled toward him, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The moment their gazes met, Ian contemplated retreating. Yet, Constantine's evasion was swifter. He veered away and bolted, as if fearing some dreadful consequence should he lag behind. Even as his shoes threatened to slip off, Constantine paid no mind, leaving Ian momentarily dumbfounded. Why? He was the harbinger of misfortune. Shouldn't he be the one to elicit such dread? Frustration surged within Ian. The contradictions of human nature were stark. It was one thing to guard against others, and quite another to find oneself avoided. I find his actions quite astute, murmured the voice of the demon's head from within Ian's backpack. Silence. I am wearing a mask. How could he possibly recognize me? He must be in a hurry to relieve himself. Irritated, Ian hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided against removing his socks to silence the demon's head. He would not allow a fleeting emotion to compromise the comfort of his feet. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. What just happened? Why did I feel so dazed when I saw that vehicle? A heart-wrenching wail echoed from afar, capturing Ian's attention. His ears perked up as he discerned the sound emanated from the very direction Constantine had approached. It was evident that someone else had fallen victim to misfortune. Curse it! Why isn't Constantine trying to ensnare me? I relish being ensnared. Even if he enjoys punishing scoundrels like himself, I am more than capable of playing the rogue. Following the sound, Ian stumbled upon an open area. There, a portly car dealer lamented despairingly before a black Dodge Hellcat, the keys in his hand seeming as burdensome as hot coals, refusing to drop to the ground. Clearly, he had become ensnared. This car has claimed 9 lives. 9. Why would I ever purchase it? Someone must have drugged me. The dealer sank to his knees before the Hellcat, trembling with dread and desperation. What? 9 soul rings. A Soul Deloitte-class muscle car. Intrigued, Ian sensed an opportunity and approached the wailing dealer. I'll take this car for $800, he offered softly. Upon hearing this, the dealer's head shot up as if seizing a lifeline, only to find a boy with a stocking cap standing before him. Initially, he mistook Ian for an escaping thief, but upon recognizing that the boy was merely a child, he relaxed slightly. Kid, do you even have a driver's license? You want to buy a car? The dealer's expression was conflicted, as though grappling with a moral dilemma. laughing to the point of tears. I feel as though I am destined to become a soul ring. What need do I have for a driver's license? Ian found the other party's mind rather unhinged, and he hoped that upon returning home, the individual would indulge in several bottles of walnut juice. The conscience of the car dealer suddenly felt unburdened. You want money, not life, do you? Here you go. He pulled out a hefty stack of dollars from his pocket, slamming it along with the keys into Ian's hands. The moment the keys slipped from his grasp, he felt an immense sense of relief. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me. Do not blame me. As if to convince his own heart, the dealer repeatedly uttered this phrase before fleeing like a man escaping for his life. In the open space, Ian was left gazing at the keys and bills in his hands, a look of confusion crossing his face. The agreed sum was 800, yet he received 7,002. What a gullible fool he was. Ian pondered, contemplating whether he should raise his service fees to a more fitting level. Indeed, his pricing structure at school clearly did not align with the realities of this society. Having recovered his previous losses, Ian began to circle around the sleek American muscle car several times. Truly magnificent. What Ian valued was not merely the soul rings present on the vehicle. Rather, he discerned that with such an abundance of soul rings, a muscle car of the title de loi level would undoubtedly possess autonomous driving capabilities. Who knows? It might even include self-repair features. This was the car of his dreams. As Ian's fingers glided across the engine hood, the headlights of the Dodge Hellcat flickered ominously. This vehicle's fuel is solely human blood. The demon's head within Ian's backpack spoke in a haunting tone. Quite terrifying indeed. Ian was genuinely startled, as he quickly calculated in his mind that even as a primary buyer of human blood, a bag containing 400 milliliters of whole blood would cost between $200 to $300. This fuel is indeed far more expensive than oil. As expected, high-end vehicles come with high-end operating costs. Ian couldn't help but exclaim, and as inspiration struck him multiple times, by the third stroke, he devised a flawless strategy. I told you I'm resourceful. Elated, Ian perked up once more. What do you mean? The demon's head remained perplexed. How costly is human blood? The Hellcat should consume hellish blood. Free fuel is the best fuel. Ian's words rendered the demon's head in his backpack increasingly bewildered. What is hellish blood? The demon's head was utterly confounded. However, this confusion lasted only until Ian retrieved it from the backpack. No, not like that. As Ian twisted it into a rather mundane shape, the demon realized. Fear not, esteemed ones, I shall not default on my debts. All that is owed will be repaid in double. Chapter 93, Upgrading. Indeed, it is an upgrade. Today, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid. Yet, the bull-headed demon felt as though he had never treaded so precariously in his life. Truly, this is hell, nothing less. The place he once inhabited may have merely been a false hell. Release me, release me. The futile struggle, as Ian skillfully directed the demon's head towards the fuel tank, was akin to squeezing toothpaste. I have no hellish blood. I implore you, do not do this. How often have demons been known to lie? Their mouths are seldom honest. Yet the gushing flood from the severed neck could not deceive Ian's discerning gaze. Amidst the demon's screams, the tank emitted a gurgling sound of swallowing. No one truly comprehends the principles at play. They are unscientific yet remain utterly reasonable. At least Ian felt no shock. The mysteries of the world held a prestigious place in his mind. Therefore, matters that defy explanation could simply be categorized, granting them a semblance of rationale. Ian had approached the incomprehensible this way throughout his life. While oil is precious, the value of human essence is even greater. If it is for demonic blood, both can be forsaken. To Ian, the unique flavor of the newly acquired Hellcat was not a nuisance, but rather a cost-effective choice. The demon's head was astonishingly sponge-like. No matter how vigorously it was squeezed, remnants seemed to persist. The demon's lineage may be endless, yet hellish blood was evidently abundant. I have not a single drop left. The demon's wails were still robust. There is some, MacArthur said, I've heard that demonic blood, take half, is inexhaustible through the ages. Ian would not be swayed by the demon's deceit. Both seasoned and novice drivers knew one must fill the tank in one go. Otherwise, the neighboring Mexicans would surely mock them for their inability to afford fuel in the land of the free. What fuel I use is my prerogative. This is the essence of fuel freedom in a democratic world. Ian found solid legal justification for his actions. Only in a world where the residents of hell are harmed could such exploitation be justified. As the demon was not a lawful citizen of America, merely an undocumented entity smuggled from hell, Ian's exploitation could only be deemed a compliant adherence to the prevailing narrative. I have always claimed to adapt well to my environment. I ought to be called Dr. Darwin. Ian filled the tank to the brim, casually tossing the crumpled, despondent demon head back into his backpack. Of course, despite having cleaned the demon's fuel nozzle, its lamentations were too mournful. A few sanitary napkins were necessary for the cleanliness and hygiene of the bag. It was merely a trivial matter from the corner convenience store. "What is crying?" the cashier inquired, his ears perked. "Nothing, I was just listening to music." Ian maintained an air of calm indifference, arousing no suspicion and untroubled by the prospect of encountering animal rights organizations. He had checked on his phone. The category of demons was not listed among those protected by such organizations. America has its own circumstances in this regard. Projects devoid of profit are scarcely glanced at by animal protection organizations. Even if a demon's head were to roll to the doorstep of the association, it would stand no chance of lodging a complaint, merely deserving to huddle with the unremarkable representative, Wong Wei-hung, in the corner. Ian, at the tender age of 8, had already mastered the intricacies of societal norms. As he himself remarked, aside from threats to his life, he truly adapted well to his surroundings. "Do you purchase sanitary pads for your girlfriend?" Such a commendable young man is indeed a rarity. The clerk at the convenience store enjoyed casual banter, but as a millionaire, Ian felt compelled to embody the demeanor befitting his wealth. "No, I bought them for my brother's happy cup in reserve." Ian endeavored to be succinct, mimicking the elite by raising his hand, yet alas, his wrist bore no watch to check the time. Nonetheless, this posed no challenge for him. It was merely a matter of borrowing a pen to doodle. "Has your music stopped because the player ran out of battery?" Retrieving the pen lent to Ian, the cashier appeared somewhat befuddled, struggling to comprehend Ian's words. "Aren't happy cups generally paired with tissues? Why would one require such equipment as sanitary pads? Is there truly a prodigious jet warrior in this world?" The cashier pondered, as if recalling snippets from some peculiar film he had watched late at night. "It's not a matter of power failure. Rather, my player was merely startled." Ian achieved the desired effect, leaving it at that, refraining from further intimidation of the demon's head. After all, he was fundamentally a good-hearted individual. "Ah," the cashier nodded, albeit with a sense of bewilderment. Ian tucked the sanitary pads into his backpack and exited, making his way back to the open space where his test drive car was parked. He was undoubtedly in for a treat. The Dodge Hellcat is renowned as a high-performance model from the American Dodge brand, celebrated for its ferocious power and the cultural ethos of American muscle cars. Ian's variant was the more extreme demon version, aptly named, boasting a large displacement, rear-wheel drive, an exceptional straight-line acceleration, epitomizing the adage that horsepower equates to justice. "I am the car from hell, a car that can kill, a car that drives madly. 9 individuals deserve their fate. I am no ordinary car. I am an avenger." As Ian approached the Hellcat, the car's radio blared a lively tune, its exhaust rhythmically emitting blue flames with a sulfurous scent. The lyrics were exhilarating, and so was the car itself, evidently thriving on the blood of the infernal demon. Clearly, this was a wild boar that had never tasted refined delicacies. 9 soul rings, embodying the 7 deadly sins, with the remaining 2 representing a lack of respect by extinguishing a cigarette with your steering wheel and filling your tank with soybean oil. Is it any wonder that the song resonates deeply? Ian felt the emotions being conveyed. "Listen here, buddy." Ian, emulating the life coach he had seen on television, declared that taking a life is unequivocally wrong. Even if one feels wronged, the only recourse is to deliver the offender to prison. "Only when I have constructed a prison in hell can you send people there," he proclaimed, embodying the principle of nonviolence. "Do you understand? I have encountered Batman, whereas you undoubtedly have not." Ian recognized that he was in the presence of a morally bankrupt, malevolent, and ruthless little automobile. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that one day he could reform this entity and transform it into a vehicle of virtue. "Amen," he mused, as the radio of the Hellcat unexpectedly switched to a Christian station, seemingly influenced by a divine touch. "Now that is more like it." Ian nodded approvingly. "When you become sufficiently outstanding and virtuous, worthy of my sanctified soul, I shall summon my mentor, Tony, to teach me how to evolve you into a transformer." He made this promise with the confidence of a mature millionaire who had long understood the art of crafting grand visions as a capitalist. Thank you. The Hellcat switched to a whimsical artist thanking the audience. The vehicle vibrated with excitement, clearly possessing an aesthetic sensibility and experiencing its first brush with emotional manipulation. The four doors of the Hellcat opened automatically, and Ian chose to seat himself in the passenger seat, which he designated as his own. As he fastened his seatbelt, the seat adjusted to the most comfortable angle, and before him, the dashboard gradually revealed the elegantly carved inscription, Ian's exclusive. The calligraphy, composed of letters, possessed a certain ethereal quality. Ian was thoroughly satisfied. This was the ideal vehicle he had envisioned in his dreams, inspired by the poetry of Ezra Pound. Let us embark. Off we go, he commanded, and the Hellcat surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. What is intelligent driving? This is intelligent driving. The Hellcat weaved through traffic like a black mamba, and Ian felt as though he could hear the echoes of the past reverberating from man. The engine roared, a wild beast in its own right, yet displayed a refined sensibility, adhering to traffic regulations and refraining from running red lights. Indeed, obeying traffic rules begins with you, Ian thought, harboring a flicker of hope that perhaps his murderous automobile could indeed be redeemed and find divine forgiveness. Here, faith in God was paramount, for trusting in the words of the Father would likely lead to his beloved car being sent to the scrapyard. Ian relished the superior experience afforded by intelligent driving as the harmonious society of the metropolis unfolded before his eyes, revealing the perpetual tension between the homeless and the urban elite. "Return my bag," cried a lady. "Look at my skin color. Help! If you don't let go, I shall summon Superman." How infuriating! Yet still, I shall accept this gift from nature. I am a gambler, and I wager that Superman's life is not worth more than mine. I shall prevail. The scene was breathtaking. The daily life in the metropolis unfolds in a customary manner. Ian relished the sights that could only be witnessed in America. He had no intention of disembarking to intervene in a society governed by the law of the jungle. Those weaker in strength inevitably lose their possessions. The natural order was vividly exemplified in this land. One could save one, but not all. The bag purchased from a black individual was reclaimed by another. And even as a second-generation Superman, Ian was powerless to alter these market dynamics. Hayek's invisible hand would discern how to regulate itself. "Stop the car." The piercing sound of the police siren shattered this moment of contemplation, drawing Ian's gaze away from the scenery. In the presence of law enforcement, the Hellcat too chose to abide by the law. Perhaps it, like Ian, had a fondness for legality. "Ah, it's you. Stan Lee, is it?" The familiar traffic officer approached with a stern expression, rapping on the car window. From the vacant driver's seat, he spotted Ian seated comfortably in the passenger seat. Ian recognized this face as the culprit from the last incident involving a fire hydrant. "Your license, please." The officer cast an envious glance at Ian's new car, his tone gravely serious. "It's been revoked," Ian replied, blinking as he often did when fabricating a lie. The officer's expression shifted to one of knowing disbelief. He vividly recalled Ian's prior driving performance. "Very well. I regret to inform you that you may be under arrest." With that, he produced his handcuffs, signaling Ian to exit the vehicle. "I wasn't even driving. The car was moving on its own. Why would I need a license?" Ian remained firmly seated in the passenger seat, perplexed, convinced that the intelligence of American traffic officers warranted improvement. "Quit the tricks." The officer scoffed coldly. "You must have seen me and stealthily maneuvered past. I've encountered many like you." One hand rested on his firearm, a gesture that served as a warning to Ian. "I don't believe it. I'm truly one of a kind on this planet. How could you possibly meet another like me?" Ian rebutted, patting the dashboard of the Hellcat. The Hellcat comprehended its cue, executing a flawless reverse parking maneuver, followed by a playful bounce that showcased its impressive new capabilities. The officer stood agape, genuinely caught off guard. Uncertainty clouded his judgment on whether to issue a citation or proceed with the handcuffs, which seemed to be restrained by professional ethics. "Oh, the intersection ahead has turned green." Ian's attention shifted forward. In an instant, the Hellcat surged ahead, leaving the officer behind to ponder his existence, speculating whether this was part of a large tech company's autonomous driving test. Would taxi drivers soon find themselves out of work? The officer rubbed his eyes, realizing that the license plate on the rear of the Hellcat was continuously changing, reminiscent of Schrodinger's cat. Was it merely his vision playing tricks on him? The traffic officer initially retrieved his walkie-talkie, intending to consult a colleague. However, in that moment of uncertainty, he hesitated and ultimately set the communication device aside. Am I still in bed, perhaps? Yet, why do I dream of being at work? This cannot be right. Maybe, just maybe, I'm merely a brain encased in a vat. The traffic officer has transformed into an abstract philosopher, deeply questioning the essence of existence. Aside from his disbelief in the circumstances he observes, this also relates to the distinctive characteristics of the free United States. When officers stumble upon illicit foliage, it is often the case that these leaves mysteriously vanish. As for where they disappear to, that remains a topic best left unspoken. Surely, God knows. Bidding farewell to the traffic officer, the engine of the Hellcat emanated a delightful roar, its exhaust spewing blue flames that seared the asphalt. It was a sunlit day, perfect for undertaking endeavors equally radiant. I yearned to visit locales rife with military-controlled chemical trades, ideally those where legal awareness was scant, tax obligations ignored, and even the tax authorities turned a blind eye. Anticipating a holiday-leveling experience, Ian savored the delights brought forth by divine perfection, confidently providing his navigational cues. A clever mind trusts that its savvy little vehicle will comprehend. Indeed, the truth proved this to be the case. You hate the sin. You loathe the temptress in the bottle. Mature automobiles possess the wisdom to change tunes autonomously. With a press of the accelerator, it surged toward the suburban abandoned factory. As the tires rolled over a no-entry sign, Ian noticed the odometer on the dashboard inexplicably counting backward. This car possessed a heart yearning for rejuvenation. A sealed duel, perhaps? Ian mused in astonishment. Yet, he could no longer afford to ponder the gender of his 12th-hand vehicle, for it seemed that the Hellcat, capable of tracing illicit information, had already whisked him into the realm of wrongdoing. Within the derelict factory, a bald man clad in military garb was orchestrating a transaction with his henchmen and several burly figures from the Bear Nation. This was a quintessential scene. Inside the silver briefcase of the military bald man lay 10 vials of blue serum, meticulously arranged. The label boldly proclaimed, simulated Superman serum, Kryptonian genes not included. Clearly, it did not contain Superman, but perhaps it housed some semblance of serum. Here, advertising laws garnered unprecedented respect. Nevertheless, this remained an illicit venture, and unlawful dealings equated to a lack of legal protection, allowing Ian the liberty to choose his method of trade. In this regard, Ian required no complex equations. With a brief assessment, he swiftly arrived at his conclusion. 500,000, no negotiation. The soldier, drenched in sweat, scanned his surroundings with keen vigilance. Although the success rate was merely 1%, it was undeniably more reliable than your so-called divine plan project. His words caused the burly man from Bear Country to furrow his brow. Our project is beyond your American evaluation. The burly man's eyes brimmed with ire, while the bald-headed soldier, eager to finalize the deal, simply shrugged in resignation. Very well. I shall not concern myself with that. With that, the soldier signaled his subordinates to verify the goods. At that moment, the thunderous crash of the Hellcat, smashing through the iron gate, interrupted the transaction. Amidst the swirling dust, Ian, clad in flesh-colored stockings, emerged from the vehicle, having been unable to find a leather jacket, and thus pretended to wear one. I can sense the stench of sin, he declared in a deep voice. Just as he retrieved his lighter, preparing to summon the world as most notorious supernatural rider, the ruthless villains surrounding him had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Without hesitation, the men from Bear Country drew their weapons and unleashed a storm of bullets towards Ian. You attempt to learn to catch bullets. Student, career experience points 1. You attempt to learn to catch bullets. Student, career experience points 1. You attempt to learn to catch bullets. Student, career experience points 1. Ian merely smiled disdainfully at this. His hands moved with such speed that they dazzled the eye, and his experience points surged dramatically. By the time the soldiers began to fire, Ian's hands had nearly blurred into afterimages. You attempt to learn to catch bullets. Student, career experience points 1. You attempt to learn to catch bullets. Student, career experience points 1. It was a remarkably successful leveling up. I knew I could do it. Ian spread his hands, and a cascade of deformed bullets clattered to the ground. The exhilaration of his first triumph filled him with joy. Firearms were nothing of consequence. Ian sought to replicate the malevolent grin of the Dragon King. The air fell eerily silent. The few lawless villains stood in stunned disbelief, unable to utter a word. The bald-headed soldier and the burly men from Bear Country were all visibly shaken, each trembling with pallid faces. A gentle breeze rustled through, accompanied by the sound of nervous gulping. Was he human or demon? The burly man's expression was one of sheer terror. I don't know. The bald-headed soldier stammered, attempting to retreat behind several burly men, only to be pushed forward by them. Helpless, the soldier had no choice but to lower his emptied weapon. Why are you still alive? He quaked, addressing Ian. Though he had witnessed formidable beings before, nothing had stirred his soul as profoundly as the terror he felt now. Heroes do not perish by mere hands, therefore I shall not die either. Ian followed the gaze of the crowd, lowering his head to inspect his own body, and swiftly turned to adopt a strategy of presenting his back to the onlookers. Your bullets have all been caught by me. I shall not perish, he proclaimed, while furtively extracting the bullets lodged in his flesh. Approximately 700 or 800 were embedded within his muscles. Some blood trickled forth, yet the projectiles had merely penetrated the dermal layer. Berserker experience points. 1. Such a meager gain served as the best testament to the lightness of his injuries. Indeed, the evidence remained that Ian was still a far cry from being truly impervious to harm. His rudimentary, iron-like physique only afforded him the invulnerability typical of the cold weapon era. His extraordinary physical prowess, 40 times that of an ordinary human, was far from invincible. It did not grant him the ability, as many presumed, to completely disregard the onslaught of high-caliber rifles or submachine guns. The fruits of human ingenuity still demanded a modicum of respect. In truth, he was merely a hair's breadth away. His capillaries had yet to fully strengthen. Ian had felt no pain moments prior, thus he remained optimistic about his future. It had merely appeared daunting. Should you dare to challenge me again, I assure you my performance will surpass expectations. He retrieved an unused sanitary pad to wipe the blood from his face, attempting to repeat his monstrous feats. However, not all villains are devoid of wit. Run, barked the bald soldier in military garb, reacting with alarming swiftness. He had grasped the gravity of the situation. It was undoubtedly more than a mere encounter with a superhuman. As the others came to their senses, they scattered like birds and beasts. The brawny figure from the Bear Country, discarding his weapon in a bid to lighten his load. Yet all was in vain. They were indeed clever. But Ian was cleverer still. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he unleashed his super speed, toppling each adversary with a single punch. The military bald head, who had sprinted ahead, fell victim to Ian's ferocious pounce, landing in a most undignified position. Ian dragged this individual back to the scene of the transaction. All done. Job complete. You may count this achievement towards my family's account. Ian held no affinity for silencing his opponents, for he did not need to look up to know that 2 suns illuminated the skies of Metropolis. Thus, after careful consideration, Ian resolved to add some weight to his academic pursuits. Ever since childhood, he had harbored the hope that his grandfather would strive tirelessly, achieving rapid promotions before his graduation, allowing him to pen the monumental work titled My 5-Star General Grandfather. Hello, is this General Ryan? While binding the unconscious villains, Ian retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. I am an anonymous superhero, fond of bestowing blessings upon others. Here is your fortune. I inadvertently apprehended a group involved in the illicit sale of military supplies and individuals unlawfully entering the country. Who am I? How did I acquire your private number? This matter is of little importance. As I have stated, I prefer to remain anonymous. I am consuming a beverage, fearing that if I do not drink now, I may find myself without any later. Ian has exerted his utmost effort, utilizing his remarkably adept voice modulation skills. He has consumed a potent elixir, resulting in another level up. His attributes have seen a notable enhancement. Strength, 22, 123. Constitution, 41, 544. Intelligence, 3, 233. Spirit, 7, 779. Perhaps he could repeat this feat. Ian genuinely believes he can capture more bullets. He refrains from expending his new skill points, intending instead to accumulate 2 in order to upgrade his iron body, evolving it into steel body, which would undoubtedly provide bullet resistance. Ian is filled with anticipation, having once again experienced a surge in strength, which he deems a fortuitous occurrence. However, in accordance with the law of conservation of energy, misfortune occasionally manifests itself as an inevitable shadow. On the other end of the line, his grandfather voiced his skepticism. Ian immediately became acutely alert. No, my voice is not the issue. This is not a prank. Trust me, I am indeed a superhero, albeit with certain matters that cannot be disclosed to the public. What are you saying? Who is Ian? Does my tone resemble that of Ian in any way? Very well. Since you have chosen to malign others, I shall confess. I am Batman. Betterman, if you investigate the origin of this phone, you will understand. No. What do you mean this confirms your suspicions? Did my mother mention something to you? What did she say? That I have a penchant for cross-dressing? If she loves to tattle so much, why doesn't she become a reporter? Ugh, my mother must not have been well-liked by her classmates during her school years. Feeling that he has made considerable progress, Ian once again finds himself in a fit of exasperation. After consuming the potion, he declares, if you don't want to help, then fine, I shall inform my father. You are secretly researching Superman's serum. Iron Bad. He furiously ended the call, his indignation leading him to deliver a kick to one of the villains. This scene left a passing stray orange cat utterly astonished. It seemed to sense the half-filled reservoir of fury emanating from Ian's lower right corner, and began to furiously hiss at him. Get lost, you lowly Hakimi. You have no right to challenge me. Ian, in his irritation, even found himself berating the passing cat. Perhaps this was the true essence of his emotional breakdown. The stray cat continued to hiss at Ian, its eyes momentarily flashing red. However, before anything further could transpire, Ian swiftly seized the cat by the scruff of its neck and unceremoniously stuffed it into his tattered backpack, covering the creature's mouth to prevent it from being devoured. In fine condition, wrapped as a gift, it would serve as my apology upon my return home. Ian's calculations resonated sharply as he firmly restrained the orange cat, still thrashing wildly within his backpack. His strength was indeed remarkable. However, Ian sensed something amiss. Yet, he had pressing matters at hand, specifically extracting $300, meticulously wiping away any fingerprints, and surreptitiously slipping the cash into the pocket of a bald man in military garb. He was acutely aware of the true market value of enhancement potions, having previously purchased some at the gym's entrance. Task accomplished, he concluded his business. After settling the payment, Ian leapt onto his Hellcat and sped away, exclaiming, "We shall overcome evil, for the Lord is always on the side of victory." The car also played a new song for Ian, its exhaust pipes belching blue flames that formed a gesture of defiance behind him. Such a distinctive personality. It was fitting that his vehicle mirrored that uniqueness. He even knew how to make a phone call. Indeed, it was an official one. In the realm of relativity, Ian felt joy, knowing that complex emotions were a common experience. After Ian departed, high above, the second sun of the metropolis slowly descended. Observing a group of lawbreakers bound into a human centipede formation, his red cape fluttered slightly in the wind. At the very least, he possessed a heart yearning to be a hero, and that could not be disputed. Ian's father, unsure how to assess his son's actions, could only engage in a mental dialogue of self-reassurance. Perhaps the world had misjudged this man, who said he could not utilize his super-intellect. Had he not already set it into motion? Perhaps a superhero ought not to be a journalist, but rather a lawyer. What a tangled mess, sighed the father. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath pierced the air. It was a brawny man from the Bear Nation. Their physical prowess was indeed formidable. Yet, before this individual could regain consciousness, the superhero swiftly executed a move reminiscent of those seen only on television, a neck strike. One cannot entirely blame Ian for his penchant for incapacitating foes. It was a family trait. He was simply a product of his lineage, surpassing the previous generation. Chapter 94. Evil Deity? Who is the evil deity? The setting sun truly bestows silhouettes upon all things. The Hellcat's tires tore through the asphalt, leaving a trail imbued with the scent of sulfur. Beneath the suburban skyline, Ian's vehicle raced at an exceedingly high velocity, far exceeding the limit. This was to be expected. After all, the suburban roads lack speed limit cameras. For an experienced driver who genuinely adhered to traffic regulations, the absence of speed limit signs and enforcement meant freedom from constraints. Such was the nature of a car that had not claimed a life for many hours. It embodied the wisdom of an adept driver, well-versed in the ways of the road. Taking everything in my stride, I require neither reason nor rhyme. In the appropriate setting, Ian's hellish feline relishes the transition to a fitting tune, and currently, the computer is resonating with a song that once captivated the hearts of many in America. Highway to Hell. Indeed, akin to everything one might glimpse in America, this melody hails from Australia. Just like the denizens of this land, who are all imports, one might ponder what truly belongs to Native America. Those who can answer this query are now mere specimens in museums. Ah, no wonder you declare this place to be hell. Ian, somewhat slow on the uptake, had an epiphany. He patted his backpack, yet the demon's head within offered no supportive retort. Ian remained unfazed by such flattery. 6 or 7 kilograms. This weight symbolizes my achievements. He had been diligently collecting spent bullet casings, over 1,000 in weight, which slightly exceeded his expectations. I shall fashion them into a copper chain, and when I take my pet out for a stroll, I shall have a leash for it. Although Ian had discovered an orange cat, it was earmarked for executing a ruse to placate the mother goddess. Thus, throughout, he could only take the demon's head for a walk. It mattered little. What does it matter what one walks? By the way, you've expended considerable energy today. Here, replenish some trace elements. Ian selected a few of the most visually appealing bullet casings and tossed them into the mouth of the demon's head, hoping his makeshift trash can would double as a gas station, ensuring tomorrow would be another day brimming with fuel. Consequently, his demeanor towards the demon's head was markedly improved compared to the previous days. Don't run. Ian swiftly restrained the retreating orange cat, stuffing both it and the demon's head back into the backpack. Alas, the seal over its mouth had been removed during feeding. Damn it, it's burrowing into my mouth. Take it out. The demon's head screeched, as though its tail had been stepped on, yet it had long since lost its tail. That is no excuse for you to consume my cat. Ian sternly warned the demon. Should you dare to devour my cat, I shall ensure you are adorned with lipstick every night, and with the sound of a clip, serve as a sultry companion for the homebodies. Just imagine how long it would take you to earn enough for me to purchase a new cat. His talent for threatening others was evidently increasing. To be fair, at least concerning the bull-headed demon, Ian's threats proved more effective than any exorcism incantation. It fell silent instantly, feeling aggrieved, yet too intimidated to voice its complaint, merely clenching its teeth in refusal of the orange cat's curiosity about the world within its mouth. One cannot fathom why the wretched deity chose to create such creatures as cats. The demon bull trembled. It had no desire to consume the cat. It had sensed that the cat might harbor some inclination to devour it. How infuriating! The demon, increasingly agitated, silently shed tears. In this instance, it had been dismissed by the orange cat. Perhaps it perceived the demon's bull-headed visage as a rather comfortable feline nest. Thus, the cat, rescued by Ian, settled down quietly within the confines of the backpack. Ian had ensured there was a ventilation opening. Do not blame me, if blame is to be assigned. Let it fall upon that Batman costume I donned, for it has tainted me with the essence of Batman, imparting not only strategy, but also a ruthless disposition. Ian found his reasoning compelling. Who could ascertain whether donning Batman's garb might leave one with a trace of cosmic causality? His logical loop was impeccable. Yet, the demon's bullhead clearly could not reach such intellectual heights. You are merely role-playing, the demon weakly retorted, genuinely feeling it had lost far too much today, its entire head feeling utterly drained. Thus, I am simply ruthless, foolish. Ian scoffed lightly, while the bull-headed demon mocked his overthinking. He, in turn, chuckled at the demon's inability to grasp the bond between himself and Batman. As for the nature of this bond, well, titles like mentor and adoptive father seemed exhausted. In the midst of contemplation, Ian discovered he too encountered moments of difficulty. Alas, this must be due to insufficient attribute points. His body lacked the strength to support his cerebral operations. With a hint of melancholy, Ian stored the remaining bullets in a bag, casually tossing one into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, it was quite crisp, akin to uncooked rice. After chewing, he swallowed it whole. This was an experiment, yet it bore no fruit. No increase in experience points for the Savage Tyrant class. He still needed to seek out Uncle Devourer. Ian had failed to exploit the system's bug. Consequently, he could only await the unlocking of the Planet Devourer class, which might allow him to possess a truly functional digestive system. The Hellcat sped along the highway, guiding Ian towards a new mission point. The land of America's wickedness was rife with opportunities, reminiscent of an endless array of quests in a certain can game. Thus, Ian believed today he would learn to fly. What was that? As he hummed along to the music, his gaze fixed ahead, he soon sensed something amiss. The outskirts remained unchanged. Yet what was that imposing factory bearing the LexCorp emblem? Luther's domain. Ian's mind sharpened instantly. No, no, no. That is a quest for my father. I am unworthy. Ian possessed a clear understanding of his own role. As an independent NPC, he merely sought to torment ordinary villainous NPCs. As for a villain like Luther, even as an immortal Ian, he was reluctant to sully himself with such notorious adhesive. Retreat, retreat, change the quest. Ian tapped the dashboard ahead, prompting the Hellcat to execute a sharp turn. Obedient as ever, though it did not hinder the vehicle's melodic expression of its sentiments regarding this choice. I'd hate to look into those eyes and feel like I can't change, he mused, acknowledging the somewhat dualistic nature of the situation. You wouldn't understand. I'm merely strategizing, taking one step at a time. Ian's retort was quite reasonable. After all, he had not equipped himself with his dual-wielded weaponry this time. Not only was his combat prowess significantly diminished, but there was also no one to divert Luther's attention. In such a scenario, Ian felt he was better suited for simpler quests. The Hellcat responded with a throaty roar of its engine. It transformed into a black mamba once more, swiftly carrying Ian along the highway into the heart of the bustling city, directly arriving at an extraordinarily lively district. Could there truly be military supplies traded here? Ian pondered, glancing around. This neighborhood boasted a commendably safe environment. The streets were pristine and the pedestrians well-dressed, with not a homeless soul in sight. Even the street vendors were clad in suits and ties, exhibiting a professionalism that suggested they were genuinely engaged in their work, leaving even tips after transactions. Ian was intrigued. Could such a tranquil and harmonious district also be the hidden stage for illicit dealings? Trust me, pilot, the Hellcat's radio quipped, quoting not a song, but a brief line from a video game. Ah, I see, the most dangerous place is often the safest, Ian reflected, maintaining his faith in his trusty automobile as he surveyed the surroundings for potential sites of nefarious activity. Numerous clothing shops and various department stores lined the streets. Soon, his gaze settled upon a relatively upscale fast food establishment where the food was freshly fried. He hurriedly dashed inside, convinced this was indeed the place. I'm certain of it, Ian declared, as his stomach growled in agreement, having recently utilized his self-healing abilities, which often left him quite ravenous. Although the heightened physical condition usually mitigated the intensity of his hunger, it did not deter Ian from aspiring for a dual victory. First, I must satiate my hunger. Only then can I muster the strength to seize what I desire, or rather, to act as a superhero. He placed his order with the fervor of one who had not eaten in 3 days. 20 hamburgers, 10 orders of fries, 5 milkshakes, and 30 fried chicken legs. Were it not for the fear of drawing odd stares from others, Ian could have easily ordered even more fast food. This is the confidence I possess as a wealthy individual. Ian settled himself at a spacious table by the window, elegantly tucking a napkin into his t-shirt. The only disappointment of the meal was that his Coca-Cola could not be served in a high-stem glass. He gulped down the fizzy drink, a source of joy for any couch potato. As he surveyed the array of food before him, he was about to offer a silent prayer of gratitude when, suddenly, a figure dashed past the floor-to-ceiling window and darted into the fast food establishment. She initially rushed toward the restroom, only to retreat swiftly and hide beneath Ian's table. Before Ian could fully comprehend the situation, a group of individuals clad in black entered the restaurant, drawing the attention of many diners. However, the absence of firearms quelled any sense of panic among the patrons. What is happening? Ian curiously observed the group in black. They began to search the fast food joint, glancing around but failing to detect their target. Then, guided by some unseen mastermind, they charged toward the restroom, presumably believing the target might escape through a window there. A classic scenario indeed. Ian found nothing peculiar about it. After all, it was quite reasonable to assume that anyone wearing sunglasses indoors in the afternoon had some vision issues. Hey, little girl, you can come out now. Ian nudged the girl hidden beneath the napkin. Damn it, Ian. Don't kick me in the chest. The girl emerged, grumbling, frantically wiping her shoe-marked clothes with napkins lifted from the table. Indeed, it was Madison, Ian's deskmate from school. Are you auditioning for a horror flick set in a fast food joint? A Hollywood disaster? Ian recalled that Madison enjoyed attending auditions on weekends, so he boldly ventured a guess reminiscent of a certain detective. No, can't you see? I'm genuinely being chased by a bunch of lunatics, Madison exclaimed, still shaken. as she snatched the Coke from Ian's hand and took several swigs to calm her nerves. Is it fatal? Ian was not particularly upset. Accustomed to this behavior over the years, he showed no signs of possessiveness over his food. His inner turmoil had yet to reach the level of concern, leaving him feeling more like a bumbling detective than a wise one. It shouldn't be deadly, right? Madison seemed uncertain. Then let me finish my meal first, Ian replied, tidying the somewhat chaotic tabletop. He hoped that during his prayer, Miss Death would not perceive him as nonchalant. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of fear that she might take further liberties. No, I'm discussing a group of perverts trying to catch me. And you're so calm about it? Madison found it hard to comprehend Ian's unwavering demeanor. She doubted he believed her. Isn't it quite normal to live in an era where superheroes and supervillains roam freely? Ian regarded Madison with a somewhat peculiar expression, holding back his thoughts. Damn. Madison found herself a loss for words, yet she could not deny that Ian's remarks often possessed a kernel of truth. In a moment of frustration, she selected a box of fries from the table and began to nibble on them. She was well aware of Ian's rules, so without needing a reminder, she dutifully produced $10 and placed it before him. You may take 45 bites. Tally your own consumption, she said. Although Ian no longer needed to worry about such trivial sums, he swiftly tucked the money into his pocket. Did you truly order so much food for yourself? Madison expressed her astonishment at Ian's extraordinary appetite, contemplating that such a quantity would suffice for her for at least a week. He then closed his eyes in prayer. Madison, being a person of considerable curiosity, couldn't help but inquire, you, of all people, believe in a religion? Scientology? The Church of Straight Men? Or perhaps the Flying Pasta Deity? It must be said, the lens through which she viewed Ian was rather tinted. I only believe in the Church of the New Superman, though that does not hinder my communication with the goddess of death, Ian replied, after concluding his prayer, aware of how to probe the seemingly comatose Miss Death. He found it impossible to abstain from contact for even a day. He was rather clingy. As if on cue, Ian once again felt an invisible hand gripping tightly at the crown of his head. It was not painful, but the entity seemed to shake him vigorously, as if attempting to extract the very essence from within. Ah, Miss Death appears to merely be feigning her demise. Why is your head shaking? Have you eaten anything? May I have a bite? Madison's gaze remained fixed on Ian, engaging in what she perceived as intimate interaction. The moment Ian's words fell, he felt the intangible hand withdraw as if repelled. He regained his composure. My goodness, what on earth are you saying? The blonde girl appeared genuinely perplexed. Her classmates' utterances were indeed coherent, yet she struggled to decipher the meaning behind the arrangement of words. You may not comprehend now, but once you have passed, you will surely understand. Miss Death is the supreme being, the ultimate destination for most ordinary lives, Ian asserted, not for the sake of showing off, but rather recalling his classmates' miraculous healing abilities, seeking to elicit some response. Unfortunately, it seemed his classmate, capable of saving even those on the brink of death, was still oblivious to his words. Death? A goddess? Is this some new cult for socially awkward bookworms? Madison listened, utterly confounded, as if she truly could not synchronize with Ian's frequency. She endeavored to interpret his words, speculating whether this was a manifestation of Ian's suppressed emotions. Otherwise, why would he be so cryptically discussing some goddess cult? Honestly, you should get out more. Come with me later. I'll introduce you to my group of girlfriends, and you will discover what a true goddess is. Madison eagerly offered her assistance, though her enthusiasm bore a hint of insincerity. It resembles the actions of a pimp. Well, it seems you truly do not understand. At this moment, Ian had completed his probing. He believed that his deskmate's acting skills, though commendable, could never reach the level of Oscar-worthy authenticity. Should I be aware of this? Madison, with her long fingers tangled in her disheveled hair, appeared utterly bewildered. Upon noticing the Rolex inscribed on Ian's wrist, the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. I know you are audacious, unafraid to insult anyone, but death is certainly not a malevolent deity. Just think, if it weren't for death, could we relish such delectable hamburger meat? Ian was uncertain whether Miss Death had departed. In any case, he was merely boasting. Besides, those scrumptious pork chops, if they were not deceased, how could I enjoy such delicacies? As he spoke, Ian began to gnaw on the pork chop. Madison lamented her lack of diligence in her studies. Even though she understood that Ian's reasoning was flawed, she found it difficult to counter him, for one cannot very well gnaw on a living pig. The mere thought was terrifying. If only there were alcohol here, otherwise, Madison would surely indulge. Women are like that, after all. Such junk food is detrimental. Overindulgence leads to weight gain. Her well-meaning admonition was likely an attempt to shift the topic. However, Ian took it quite seriously. Junk food is delightful. My godfather relishes it. He was boasting, and his demeanor resembled that of someone who had not eaten for days. The blonde girl swallowed hard. Godfather? You mean your surrogate father, right? Since he enjoys it, I believe you ought to bring some back for him rather than using him as an excuse to gorge yourself here. Madison's words held a semblance of logic. Nevertheless, she lacked Ian's depth of reasoning. My godfather is currently incarcerated. He is unable to partake, so I am eating in his stead, and through our bond, he can surely savor the aroma. Ian was utterly convinced of this notion, his cheeks stuffed like a hamster. Madison tapped her forehead, clearly skeptical of Ian's fanciful tales. You're making me laugh in frustration. After shaking her head, she felt resigned. Gazing at the table laden with food, Madison chose not to continue eating, not out of self-discipline, but rather because she noticed that after her 45th bite, Ian shot her a sidelong glance. With your manner of eating, do you truly expect to develop muscles? The muscle photos you sent to everyone last night must have been edited, right? Madison regarded Ian with a questioning gaze. Now, it was Ian's turn to be taken aback. I have never done such a thing. He pulled out his phone to check. Damn it. This is Batman's revenge. Better late than never. Wasn't he agreed that there would be no pursuit? Ian felt he should never have placed his trust in every con artist emerging from Gotham. Fortunately, it hardly mattered. Even someone as formidable as Batman had likely underestimated Ian's brazen audacity. He quickly regained his composure. Do you wish to touch them? Initially complimentary, followed by a modest fee of $10. But what do you think would be an appropriate price to ensure the well-being of every charming girl in the school? Ian lifted his shirt, revealing a set of abs that, while not exaggerated, were undeniably impressive. Madison's eyes widened momentarily, prompting a genuine exclamation from her. Have you undergone some sort of enhancement? The blonde girl seemed quite knowledgeable, her inquiry resonating with conviction. Not at all, Ian responded, his tone equally assertive. He was consuming a fortified concoction, not employing any dubious technology. As long as the terminology differed, the two could be regarded as entirely distinct entities. Could a dish of cold Zirgen truly be compared to a herbal extract of fish mint? The principle remains the same, regardless of whether the muscles were genuine or not. They certainly had the potential to intimidate. Madison, still somewhat dazed, rummaged through her wallet in search of smaller denominations. A girl who viewed a career in film as a viable future path, adorned with luxurious items, undoubtedly hail from a well-off background. Carrying over $1,000 when stepping out was a privilege typically reserved for the offspring of elite families. Curious as to how Ian discerned the presence of such wealth. It was simply because he had caught a glimpse of the interior of Madison's wallet. There was no misunderstanding. It was purely an act of observation, and there were reasons for it. Honestly, you must accompany me to the police station to file a report. I require a female officer for my personal protection, Madison stated, observing Ian, who was suddenly devouring his meal with a fervor reminiscent of a wild boar. She felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, but restrained her urge to comment. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, she ventured to make a request. Here. Madison could only locate a $10 bill, so she handed it to Ian, anticipating that he would dutifully provide change. Having shared a desk for years, the blonde knew Ian's pricing structure well. The amount must be precise. Too much would incur reprimand. Too little would invite mockery. To be honest, I've been contemplating a price increase lately, but given our solid relationship, let us adhere to the old ways, Ian declared, consuming the last morsel of his meal. After swallowing the final bite of his hamburger, he swiftly seized Madison's wallet. What? Madison watched as Ian counted out $800 and stuffed it into his pocket. She was not angry, merely bewildered, desperately trying to recall what service the $800 represented on Ian's price list. She seemed to have forgotten, having never utilized such a service before. $800? Can you procure a female officer for me? Madison's imagination began to wander. Surely, anyone sharing a table would be in a similar state of mind. Dream on. No, you are not even worthy of such indulgence. I am attempting to save your life. Ian retorted, wiping his mouth and discarding the napkin from his chest onto the table. Save my life? What do you mean? Madison was still processing, only to witness Ian skillfully retrieving a new pair of stockings from his pocket. Under her horrified gaze, he placed them atop his head. "What do you think?" he asked, glancing back at her. The timing was impeccable. The restroom door swung open with a resounding bang. A group of 5 or 6 imposing men clad in dark attire, their faces obscured by sunglasses, emerged. They were the very individuals who had disregarded all conventions. Leading the pack was one who brandished a large toad, its tongue lolling out. The creature was directed towards the very spot where Madison sat. "Damn it!" Madison's expression shifted to one of alarm as she grasped Ian's arm, urging him to flee the dining area. However, Ian, with his back turned to the chaos, was unable to break free, and thus, he could only follow Madison in a hurried dash. A sudden movement caused his trousers to tear, disintegrating into tatters. "You owe me for that." Fortunately, Ian always managed to find someone to blame. "I have a car. It's over there," he attempted to boast, only to discover the crowd on the street was in disarray, stirred by the erratic movements of his Hellcat, which seemed intent on swallowing a man wielding a crowbar. It appeared to grasp the concept of a prison, yet not entirely. Ian's voice faltered. "You have a car?" Madison discarded her high heels in disbelief, glancing back at him. "Perhaps you should wait for me to log into my account." Ian refrained from mentioning his vehicle, instead retrieving a package of meat strips, tearing open the bag. "How much of that did you buy?" Madison gasped for breath. Yet her astonishment at the contents of Ian's pockets remained. "Guess?" Ian playfully placed the stockings atop his head, logging in once more. He understood that those of wealth often conceal their riches. Hence he was reluctant to disclose that he had purchased 100 pairs, intending to indulge in such extravagance over the course of a month. "Let them come. I believe they are certainly not ordinary. Look, I possess proof of being a superhero." "No, wait, this is my expired mental health certificate. This is my true identification." At last, Ian produced his psychic card. He did not aspire to be a hero, yet his instincts suggested that the group of suspected male sorcerers might be the very criminals his Hellcat was meant to confront. A premium delivery, which Ian felt compelled to sign for. Each Chapter 1 write is based on a detailed outline. If you join the group, I can share the updated chapter outlines with readers. Therefore, if any subscribed readers are speculating whether I have an outline, please join the group. If no one in the group voices such doubts, I shall deem that individual a spy among my peers. Chapter 95, A Major Call. Address me as ancestor. Great chapter. Ian gazed hungrily at the toad, clearly infused with magic and seemingly intended for locating individuals. He recalled that some in the West had a peculiar fondness for licking toads. Thus it likely fell under the category of officially regulated contraband. Stop. Listen to them. They must have their reasons." Ian, while waiving his identification, began a persuasive discourse. Primarily, he was too apprehensive to forcefully extricate himself from Madison's grasp. There is no way around it. Ian simply lacks the biological force field inherited from his father. One careless move, and he might inadvertently dislocate Madison's arm. Though, one could argue that this could be perceived as a ticket to his cybernetic ascension. However, Madison would likely disapprove. This is utterly absurd. With a swift motion, Madison brushed Ian's hand away, her golden locks bristling with indignation. She felt irrational, instinctively turning her head to verify her identity. What official identification do superheroes possess, anyway? No, she should have seen my official credentials as Silk Superman. Ian followed her briskly, his expression one of surprise, as he retrieved the card to scrutinize it for a moment. There was nothing amiss. It displayed the identity he yearned to project, even featuring a picture of the silk he had searched for in vain across numerous supermarkets. It glimmered with a flawless sheen, the kind that could be resold on a same-sex dating site to eccentric women post-use. As for why he wouldn't sell to men, it was simply because Ian still held onto his morals and principles, certainly not due to the inability of peculiar, impoverished boys to afford the price. "You must have skipped your medication this morning," Madison exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. She fished a bottle of pills from her bag, suggesting that if it were indeed a delusion, she might as well counter it with her psychiatric medication. It seemed she had inadvertently revealed something, a deeply concealed secret that, nonetheless, appeared quite reasonable. After all, not every girl could endure being Ian's deskmate for several years. Just as Ian contemplated confessing his recovery, the sight of the extra-large pill bottle silenced him instantly. Minors often possess a greater understanding of what benefits them than adults do. This is a natural selection mechanism evolved by nature. Those who do not seek advantage perish before evolving into Homo sapiens. Although Darwin never articulated this point, it did not prevent Ian from drawing inferences from the theory of evolution. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ian believed that his friendship with Madison had endured for quite some time, thus providing him with an excuse to indulge in his feelings. He took the pill bottle and poured its contents directly into his mouth. Unfortunately, due to his robust physical constitution, he only experienced a negligible adverse effect, uncertain if his father's solitary fortress still contained any Kryptonian pharmaceutical recipes. Surely, cosmic medications from extraterrestrials would be effective. Wait, did you consume all of it? Madison exclaimed, finally realizing what had transpired as Ian returned the bottle to her. Her eyes wide with disbelief. You didn't leave me a single one? It must be said that a time traveler would never encounter a mundane deskmate. Madison's focus was evidently different from that of most ordinary individuals. She was merely taken aback by Ian's selfishness. As for the notion of drug overdose, the concept was foreign to her, as it practically didn't exist in their realm. To be frank, such a thought process was perplexing. Even Ian felt a peculiar sensation. Visiting a psychiatrist is truly worth the investment. Ian pondered thoughtfully, his implications lost on the simple-minded green tea girl. I don't care. You must prove your sanity to my psychiatrist, lest she suspect I am peddling the medication she prescribed to me. Madison attempted to pull Ian along to continue their escape. First, accompany me to the police station. As Madison released Ian while retrieving the medication, she realized his hand had become an elusive target. She reached down to grasp it, but Ian lifted his hand high. She moved upwards, and Ian swiftly drew his hand back. What is wrong with you? Madison began to suspect that Ian might be experiencing side effects of medication, perhaps even ADHD. She glanced behind her repeatedly, relieved not to see any pursuers. Primarily, I fear your hand might touch me again, jeopardizing my grand ambitions and my path to greatness. Ian recalled the events from a few days prior in the classroom, still haunted by them. Perhaps the ability to heal others is miraculous for those in need, but for Ian, it only evoked profound psychological shadows. Who understands family members? Madison's healing touch was undoubtedly a nightmare for the hamster faction. Has feminine allure turned into a double-edged sword? Madison felt utterly helpless. She recalled Ian's sentiments about discussing money rather than emotions. Fair enough. Ian did not dispute this. The wisdom of our ancestors, albeit distorted, was applicable at this moment. Once I become a Hollywood star, you will have to pay me if you wish to shake my hand. Charging Ian for a handshake was Madison's long-held dream. Becoming a superstar pales in comparison to opening a hospital together. That's where the real money lies. I can find the injured, and you are the divine healer. Our combined talents would surely triumph. Ian proposed earnestly. Encouraging someone to pursue medicine, one might face divine retribution. Madison rolled her eyes. She perhaps understood Ian's words, but had no intention of responding. Choosing to seek treatment naturally indicates a reluctance to confront personal issues. I genuinely mean it. Even if I buy you family health insurance, alleviating your worries about having 26 offspring, would you not consider it? Ian remained somewhat persistent. On the bustling street, with people coming and going, some sharp-eared individuals could not help but glance their way. The man wearing a stocking cap and the alluring girl were indeed discussing topics that could easily lead to misunderstandings. Do you take me for pig? Breeding a whole litter? Madison's hand delved into her disheveled hair, and with her other hand, she pulled out her phone to check the nearest police station. Pigs cannot produce that many, but I believe a magician certainly can. Ian had certainly pondered over this matter seriously. He recalled the Harry Potter films he had watched before his journey, which featured potions for pregnancy. If not, then it was likely that the skeptics had stumbled upon a pirated version. The spiritual heir of the Emperor of everlasting victory would not be mistaken. What sorcerer? Madison's eyes flickered at the remark. Though she concealed it with her preoccupation with her phone, the 14-year-old actress still lacked the depth of experience. Ian cast a keen glance at the phone that Madison had inadvertently knocked over. For instance, Ian spoke softly, raising his hand to point across the street, where a group of individuals clad in black had inexplicably appeared in the path Madison had taken while fleeing with Ian. The leader's magical toad extended its long tongue, pointing directly at Madison. Alerted by Ian, Madison soon noticed the group of ominous figures, resembling a persistent skin condition. This is impossible. Madison continuously glanced back at the street and the black-clad figures maneuvering through the traffic. She had just consulted a map and was acutely aware that there were no back alleys nearby for those individuals to circumvent and emerge ahead of them. Unscientific. Madison S. face was a canvas of doubt and confusion. She wanted to flee, but discovered that black-clad figures surrounded her on both sides. Your natural sciences and physics exam scored a mere 6 points, and now you profess to believe in science? Ian tilted his head, experiencing a moment of clarity. No wonder you sought the counsel of a psychiatrist. He believed that Madison was the one with an unhinged mind. After all, a rational person, confronted daily with flying superheroes in the sky and the Flash on television, would find it implausible that conventional scientific understanding prevails in this world. Even if one were to embrace science, it would be an all-encompassing acceptance, not the skepticism displayed by Madison. I don't mean to suggest that this is abnormal, right? Abnormal? Once again, Madison found herself at a loss against Ian's unassailable logic. It was infuriatingly rational. What was abnormal? For years, our world has operated on the premise of believing in magic. Science is something you cannot grasp. Ian deftly evaded Madison's grasp once more, casually patting her shoulder. How can your hands move so quickly? Madison anxiously surveyed their surroundings, her concern for Ian's abnormal speed momentarily forgotten. We need to find the police. These people surely harbor ill intentions. She realized they were surrounded by black-clad figures with no escape route, and immediately began searching for makeshift weapons. In the next moment, Ian thrust an orange into her hand. You didn't notice that I've had my tights on for so long. And the passersby here haven't even thought of calling the police. The police, spoiled by superheroes, certainly won't be able to save you. But don't panic. I can handle this. I always have been able to. Stay here and don't move. I've already procured the orange for you. Ian surveyed the area. Allow me a moment to devise a plan to disable the surveillance here. It's unavoidable. We are in a bustling district. There are always a few cameras whose status remains uncertain. Who could have imagined that Ian's lifelong adversary would be a mere camera? It is not that Ian is overly cautious or hesitant. Rather, he has recently engaged in a myriad of activities, and he wishes to afford his family a moment of respite, particularly for Louise, his mother, who returns home after a long day's work. Even his father dares not provoke her. Ian is unwilling to burden her with the stress of his own extended hours at work. The pain inflicted by his father is inconsequential, but should his mother become irate, the repercussions would escalate beyond mere physical discomfort, rendering Ian's situation unwise. For the sake of his family and himself, he feels it prudent to maintain a semblance of decorum for at least several hours, if not more. Is this just one orange? Madison felt the sting of familiar deception. You said the same thing yesterday. Do you have any idea how long I waited on the playground? The school security nearly mistook me for a thief. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her initial anxiety giving way to a sense of resignation. At least she had a friend to accompany her in this predicament. If they were to be apprehended, so be it. Madison resigned herself to the hope that her unfortunate Hollywood dreams would yield a greater fortune than Ian's. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in black traversed the street, mere meters from her and Ian. Scanning her surroundings, Madison fixated on a cane being used by an elderly lady. Seeking help from others seemed futile. This group was anything but normal. Perhaps, as Ian suggested, they possessed some form of magic, as the behavior of others towards them appeared utterly unremarkable. Madison nudged Ian, yet ultimately refrained from seizing the elderly woman's cane. Do they possess a biological force field? Ian queried, astonished. What biological force field? Madison blinked in confusion. Confronted with such unscientific and unnatural phenomena, she found solace in the notion of a biological force field. Jealousy contorted Ian's handsome features as he rummaged for stones on the ground, initially intending to shatter the cameras, but now redirecting his aim towards the figures in black. Weren't you just claiming it was magic? Madison struggled to keep pace with Ian's thoughts. It could very well be magic, he reassured himself, though Madison perceived his demeanor as somewhat fickle. If you have any clever ideas, now is the time to share. Don't think about summoning Superman. I've tried that, and it was futile. She rolled her eyes, the encroaching figures causing her anxiety to spike. Just because you've tried doesn't mean my cries for help are in vain. Each person is different. I don't wish to call for Superman because I believe everyone has the potential to be a hero. As she spoke, Ian turned his back to her, revealing the large letters CD emblazoned on his shirt, which was not merely oversized. It was astonishing. Madison could only stare in disbelief. The garment is not ruined, for Ian has purchased numerous pieces. What does this imply? Madison's mind flitted between several scenarios, her cognitive capacity waning. The abbreviation Superboy suggests that I am still an ungrown superhero. Ian believed this was merely a consequence of Madison's poor reading comprehension in her language course. His label was unmistakably apparent. Utterly speechless, Madison spotted Ian concealed in a blind spot of the surveillance camera. Revealing one eye as she aimed a stone at the camera and hurled it forth, the stone flying with the swiftness and strength of a bullet. However, the surveillance camera remained unscathed. Ian directly toppled a figure clad in black from 800 meters away. What on earth are you doing? Madison was astounded. This is part of the plan. Even you have been deceived, so they certainly cannot be aware of my ambush. Ian adeptly adjusted his strategy. Once more finding the situation absurd yet still somewhat rational, Madison opened her mouth, ultimately at a loss as to how to assess Ian. That boy has issues too. Upon witnessing their companion's assault, one of the black-clad individuals conjured a massive fireball with both hands, preparing to attack Ian. Madison was rendered speechless, while Ian, unwilling to reveal his shooting skills, frowned. See, I told you they are magicians. Ian closed his eyes. No, even if they truly are magicians, are you conceding? Giving up? You claim to possess a superbrain. Think of a solution quickly. Realizing her own limitations, Madison desperately sought to rekindle Ian's fighting spirit. Of course, she had misinterpreted his actions. I am currently unleashing my ultimate move. Just as Ian uttered these words, Madison opened her mouth, poised to speak. In the next instant, however, her voice and movements were abruptly halted. The entire world froze. Pedestrians were caught mid-stride. Birds hung, suspended in the air. Even the droplets from the fountain crystallized into sculptures. The world appeared to transform into a monochrome animation, while only Ian retained his color. What do you mean if I don't come? You will write a book titled My Struggle with Death. Did Sundara miss his courtship strategy? An irate voice echoed. Ian opened his eyes to see, against the backdrop of the gray-white environment, a familiar figure under the red traffic light. It could only be the displeased Miss Death. Realizing this, Ian knew he had triumphed once more. In response to Ian's smile, Miss Death returned with a cold smirk. Do you really think this can intimidate me? She stepped barefoot onto the gray-white zebra crossing, each stride sending ripples through the air as she advanced toward Ian. Yet you still arrived. Ian remained unperturbed, even quoting a classic line from a Gulong novel. The Lady of Death, realizing that Ian was not frightened, simply paused before him and rolled her eyes in exasperation at the boy, who was slightly shorter than herself. This is not due to your presence. Do not flatter yourself, she remarked, folding her arms, her long black hair swaying as if stirred by an invisible breeze. I have come because there are matters behind this situation in which I require your assistance. Without waiting for Ian to inquire further, she snapped her fingers. In an instant, the surveillance cameras along the street turned to ashes, and even the rear cameras of pedestrians' phones disintegrated into black sand. The visual impact of this spectacle was undeniably striking. Ian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ah, the Lady of Death sighed yet again, gazing at the scattered black ash and the boy before her. Her expression betraying a sense of incomprehensible frustration. Having existed for countless ages, even a deity like her had never encountered a situation quite like today's. The Lady of Death had witnessed countless lives seeking her favor, yet this was indeed the first time someone desired her power solely to dismantle the surrounding surveillance cameras. This individual was not even asking her to eliminate those ghastly entities. This was no longer a matter of employing a nuclear bomb to kill a mere chicken. She could not fathom what kind of mental state could lead one to make such a prayer. Was it disbelief? Or was he simply obedient to his father? Was he pleased? The Lady of Death scrutinized the boy before her, sensing a hint of uncertainty in Ian's tone. After a brief silence, she stated, "Remember, in return, you must investigate this matter thoroughly and provide me with an explanation." It seemed she was hinting at something as she gently tapped Ian's forehead. "That's not quite right," Ian replied, unfazed by her subtle gesture. "What I promised was not this. I distinctly stated that as long as you respond to me. When I cannot reach my back while bathing, you could come to my house to assist me for just 5 minutes." He corrected her misinterpretation. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept by. The supreme deity vanished with remarkable speed, faster than ever before. The black and white world was once again infused with color, and Ian discovered an odd compass in his hand, its needle pointing resolutely toward an unknown direction. What is it that makes her so hasty? Ian pondered, sensing something unusual. After all, when it came to the encroachment of external universes, the Lady of Death had never provided such clear guidance. Was this matter more urgent than her own father being tainted by evil? Is this your solution? A compass? Madison, once the world resumed its flow, appeared revitalized. Her sight fixating on the peculiar pointer that had suddenly appeared in Ian's grasp. This was merely the coy declaration of a proud lady. Ian tucked the pointer into his pocket. Freed from the constraints of surveillance cameras, he immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront a horde of sorcerers. A colossal fireball hurtled towards him. Strangely, the bystanders around chose to remain oblivious. "Be careful," Madison exclaimed, attempting to pull Ian away, only to find him surging forward as if fueled by an exhilarating rush, charging directly at the fireball and shattering it with a single punch. Much to his disappointment, as he observed that his hand had emerged unscathed, another fireball whizzed towards him, and without so much as a flutter of his eyelids. Ian raised his fist and obliterated the feeble attack. "Damn, why didn't you mention you were this formidable sooner?" Madison was utterly astonished by Ian's display, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. "I told you not to run, you foolish girl. Your mind is clearly not functioning." Ian did not look back, swiftly catching the lamppost that was hurled at him by the black-clad figures with a mere thought. Perfectly replicating his father's technique, he reveled in the sensation of unbroken prowess. "I can't control his mind. Damn it, who on earth is this guy?" The black-clad sorcerers, now in a flurry of panic, unleashed a barrage of spells upon Ian. Yet their actions merely illustrated their ineptitude. Pathetic. They might as well wield AK-47s, Ian thought as he charged through flames, lightning, and ice shards, reaching the front lines, delivering a punch to each adversary and sustaining no injuries from their magical assaults. Not even a shred of experience from the berserker skill could be gleaned, showcasing the allure of sheer resilience. His clothing bore slight wear, his trousers had minor blemishes, but only the stockings on his face had turned to ash. The sorcerers, evidently miscasting their spells, fell one by one to Ian's punches. He carefully seized the toad of the leading black-clad figure. "My precious," Ian mused as he grasped the magical toad, only to feel the onset of a slow, poisoning debuff, which only deepened his fondness for the creature. Just as he tucked it into his pocket, pondering how to utilize it later, Madison's urgent warning echoed in his ears. He turned to see a small car being violently hurled towards him by one of the sorcerers. Ian was no longer his father. He lacked a biological force field. Thus, he executed a demonstration of iron-headed prowess, his skull crashing through the Japanese sedan. "Goodness, you're like a superhero." Madison's eyes widened in disbelief, her admiration for Ian reaching fever pitch, as if she had become the first, and perhaps the only, fan of the newly emerged superhero. With a decisive crack, Ian tore apart the confines of the car that had ensnared him, forcing the vehicle into a superspeed that was merely a numerical construct, propelling himself forward and toppling the black-clad assailant who had dared to ambush him. This rogue endured 3 solid punches from Ian. Mercy, it seemed, had spared their lives. Having concluded his business, Ian gestured for Madison to bind the group of attackers, intent on delivering them to a gay bar before his father became aware of their presence. It was said that bars were places to dispose of bodies, and the denizens of Metropolis could surely benefit from nature's offerings. Is it true that the comic you drew features you as the protagonist? Are you, in fact, a superhero? Madison's imagination soared, immediately bestowing upon Ian the title of Superman. She displayed remarkable obedience, efficiently binding the assailants without needing Ian's guidance. The precocious classmate understood, well, what form Ian most admired: the centipede. "No, the inspiration came from my brother," Ian quickly corrected, eager to salvage his image. There were no rules dictating that a comic could not precede the discovery of its real-life counterpart. "You didn't deny being Superman," Madison exclaimed in surprise, her brow furrowing as she realized the inconsistency. "But Superman has been active for decades. Surely you must age?" It made sense now. This ageless being had concealed himself within the guise of a student. No wonder no one had uncovered Superman's true identity. The blonde girl gasped, showcasing her keen deductive skills. She believed she was beginning to grasp the entirety of the situation, her intellect shining in a moment of urgency. "Have you watched too much of Twilight?" Ian remarked, scrutinizing his classmate. He had no desire to betray his father or usurp his identity. He believed that one day he would forge his own legend in Metropolis. Eventually, the time would come for the era of the centipede superhero. Ian had a plan. If his older brother, Jonathan, despite his poor academic performance but commendable athleticism, failed to awaken his Kryptonian heritage, he could strive on the football field before transitioning into a career as a senator. With the support of a popular hero and the borrowed slogans of the MAGA movement, he could carve a path for himself. What was this? A divine sign. Jonathan, emerging from a traditional redneck family, could indeed aspire to be the president of America. This was the true direction for protecting the family's secrets. "Why do you smile so foolishly?" Madison inquired, having finished tying up the group and noticing Ian grinning at a billboard promoting Luther's candidacy for state senator. "It's nothing. I'm merely concerned about my family's future," Ian replied, averting his gaze as he surveyed the surroundings. He intended to have Madison inquire about nearby bars frequented by the male classmates. Suddenly, the entire street fell to the ground in unison. Cars began to collide like bumper cars, and Ian, with lightning reflexes, saved an 80-year-old man, while on the other side of the street, a 70-year-old man was not as fortunate, colliding with a runaway car driven by an unconscious driver, collapsing and convulsing, blood pouring from his wounds. I can only save the next Ian, which fills me with a sense of helplessness, yet I feel no shame. After all, he has saved one life, and being the eldest signifies that his merits will be the greatest. Respect for the elderly and love for the young. This principle, rooted in the ancient East, leads me to believe that I must adhere to the scoring system of my homeland. You are Superman. How could you possibly save only one? Surely, you are testing me with intent. Madison hurriedly rushed forward, placing her hands upon the injured individual. In an instant, the old man was revitalized, even the age spots fading away. Can there not be a bit more trust? Madison held no resentment towards Ian, yet her disbelief in him left her utterly speechless. From her perspective, such suspicions were quite understandable. After all, Superman's speed should suffice to save everyone. This is a consensus held by all in Metropolis. I do not engage in such Batman-like behavior. Ian's anger surged, feeling that Madison's words were offensive. How could he possibly be compared to Batman, engaging in sly schemes? Well then, you little brat, not only do you deceive me regarding your understanding of magic, but you also maliciously speculate about me. This matter cannot be settled with less than 10 meals at KFC, and if it's on a Thursday, I demand 20. Ian seized the opportunity to leverage his position. Madison felt numb. She began to doubt Ian's identity as Superman. "I did not deceive you," she sighed in resignation. With a newfound openness, she began her first sincere conversation. "I was indeed on my way to an audition today, but I soon realized something was amiss. The audition venue was a small chapel, not of Christianity or Catholicism, but rather a private congregation. Upon arrival, I sensed it resembled a cult." She had previously speculated about the reasons behind Ian's potential involvement in a cult, as an elderly woman led me through some tests, even attempting to entice me to join her so-called witch coven. At this point, Madison's expression revealed her lingering fear. To be candid, I am not foolish. Unlike those women who are perpetually deceived by mysterious phenomena, I perceive those so-called tests as nothing more than an incomprehensible form of magic. Traversing, seeing through, Fireball's soul connection. Telepathy. While these concepts are esoteric, I did not believe in them. Madison cradled her head, still struggling to accept the madness of the world. Witches? Witch coven? Tests? Ian found himself touching upon his prophetic blind spots, striving to recall memories that might align with this information. It is hardly surprising that he could not connect the dots. After all, he is not a true prophet. Who could possibly have read every fantasy work before traversing into this realm? All Ian could do was rely on probability, beginning to search through characters and events involving magic within the DC universe. Yet, he found nothing. It was disheartening. Can my super brain truly fail me? Ian was reluctant to accept this notion, continuing to push his mind, silently threatening it to yield results. This proved effective, as he recalled many things previously forgotten. However, amidst the absence of any information related to Madison or the Coven of Witches, Ian expressed his astonishment, pondering whether these individuals were indeed witches. His mind wandered to a piece of trivial knowledge from a novel, wherein a man transformed into a woman through an extraordinary profession. Could it be that there existed a parallel in which a witch might become a man? No, that was not the case. The coven was entirely comprised of women. Women who epitomized femininity in every conceivable sense. Madison, aware that Ian's thoughts might spiral further astray, emphasized that witches were, unequivocally, just witches. How did you attract the attention of these individuals? Aren't they aligned with the witches? Ian inquired, nudging the unconscious figure clad in black, noting how their bodies resembled that of a slug, lacking any rigidity. Just as Ian crouched down to examine the scene, a resonant male voice abruptly echoed, "No, we are not the same as witches. We are warlocks. At least, I am a warlock, and they, before being replaced by my minions, were also warlocks." A rift tore open in the sky as a man in a black cloak descended slowly. With each meter he fell, a streetlight shattered, and Ian couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at such dramatic flair. Nightclub vibes? Ian mused, gazing at the man's bare chest with a sense of awe. I knew you would attract such individuals. You ought to frequent those establishments less to avoid their entanglements. His words were laced with earnest counsel. Fuming with embarrassment, Madison retorted, "Get lost. I'm still a virgin. It's my most valuable asset. Who would squander it in a nightclub?" She gritted her teeth and kicked Ian's calf. However, Ian's formidable physique proved impervious. With a thud, Madison found herself tumbling to the ground, her frustration mounting as she realized her folly in underestimating Ian's strength. "Blast it!" she exclaimed, nearly brought to tears by her own foolishness. In a fit of vexation, she tossed her expensive handbag to the ground, her face a canvas of existential doubt and introspection regarding her own intelligence. "I just got bitten by a mosquito," Ian remarked, feigning ignorance. It was evident that Madison was merely putting on an act, her expression of tearful despair striking a chord. "Is this all? And you still wish to indulge in KFC?" She seethed. "Don't be like that. I'm still in the process of rescuing you." Ian quickly redirected his attention to the descending figure. "Surely, you must have some reason for pursuing my dear friend, Miss Madison." His attempt to salvage the situation was glaringly obvious. Upon hearing this, Madison let out an exasperated sigh, sprawled out in the middle of the road in a state of defeat. The Supreme which intended to borrow her body for another life, a scenario she found utterly unacceptable. There could only be one Supreme Sorcerer, and that was her. The man, displaying honesty, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of grandeur. Certainly, the essence of the nightclub ambience remained palpable, rebellious and frivolous, with an unmistakable allure of a nightlife diva. Ian wrinkled his nose after taking a whiff, realizing something was amiss. A demon? Indeed, Ian's superhuman sense of smell detected a familiar scent. Clever. The man smirked, his grin appearing much more natural than Ian's own. What? A demon? The laid-back Madison propped her head up, her face etched with terror. Today was undoubtedly a misfortunate day for her. Still reeling from the shock of magic and witches, she now faced something even more terrifying, and all the blonde girl wished for was to faint. She could accept Ian bringing her back from the brink of death. After all, it was a worthwhile endeavor. She could boast about sleeping with a superhero in Hollywood, which seemed far more advantageous than those harlots who bedded directors. "I am the son of the Demon King, the future ruler of the world," the man declared with pride, fixing his gaze on Ian, his voice resonating with an almost palpable power. "Now bow before me." There was perhaps a hint of magic woven into his words. Suddenly Madison, who had been lying on the ground, found herself flipping over and kneeling before the cloaked figure, her delicate face a canvas of fear and disbelief. "What in the world is happening?" Madison exclaimed, her voice trembling. "It is destiny," the man in the black robe proclaimed dramatically. "You too believe in destiny?" Ian replied, astonished. He remained unaffected by the man's verbal influence. The cloaked figure seemed surprised as well, but bore no anger. Not everyone was as easily riled as Ian. "This is a prophecy. Mortals must not defy it. However, it appears you possess a rather unique physique." As he spoke, the man surveyed the chaotic street littered with scattered metallic debris, remnants of the objects used in the attack against Ian, which had ultimately met their demise at his hands. "It's not my fault. It's all your underlings' doing," Ian asserted, confident in his stance on self-preservation, an important principle he must remember, especially in America, where self-defense laws were paramount in legal matters. "Underlings? They hardly qualify to be my subordinates, merely a bunch of imps from hell. Should I acquire your body, I would no longer require their assistance." The black-robed man cast a disdainful glance at the bound figures on the ground before turning his gaze greedily towards Ian, as if harboring intentions of seizing Ian's form. That is most likely out of the question, Ian diplomatically declined. Your consent is not a prerequisite. Your body shall be mine. I will usurp your identity in this world, and no one will remember today's events, the cloaked figure proclaimed with unwavering confidence. He raised his hand and pointed at the unconscious crowd sprawled across the ground. It was evident that all of this was orchestrated by him. Perhaps he had been observing Ian's battle from the very beginning. The motive behind his actions was clear. He sought to surreptitiously seize control of Ian. Superman. He holds you in contempt. Act against him. Madison reclined once more, gently tapping Ian's calf, cautious not to inflict pain upon himself. He was no superhero, merely an imposter. The man in the black robe sneered with disdain, convinced he had exposed Ian's vanity and intended to further apply psychological pressure. His aim was to shatter Ian's mental defenses, making it easier for him to usurp Ian later. One must admit, his calculations were astute, though it appeared he had not conducted a thorough background check. You are correct. I am not a superhero, Ian replied, unfazed by the attack, glancing around at the fallen figures clad in black. So, you are suggesting that the assistance I obtained through my allure is utterly futile? Not only are the cameras ineffective, but there are also no witnesses to recount the events unfolding here. Even your demons, not of this world. Ian's emotional turmoil stemmed from frustration. He ground his teeth in anger. The man in the black robe was momentarily bewildered. Indeed, this self-proclaimed son of hell was struggling to comprehend Ian's attitude. Yet he nodded in acknowledgement. In the next instant, the black-robed man observed Ian's face visibly flush with blood, his body trembling, and his lips curling into a smirk. He was about to emphasize the terror of disappearing without a trace when Ian interrupted, I have ascended. I'll do it 20 times. 50 times. The suddenly enraged boy interrupted the black-robed man's plans, and he witnessed Ian's eyes begin to radiate brilliant golden light. Had I known earlier, I would have unleashed my full power. Without warning, 2 beams of searing energy erupted, and an exasperated Ian gave his all. In the astonished gaze of Madison, who was nearly wide-eyed, the overwhelming golden rays sent the unprepared warlock flying. I know, this is a heat ray, glimmering like gold. Golden Superman, Madison exclaimed, his voice mingling with the crashing sounds of the black-robed man colliding with them all. The heat ray proved formidable. It either inflicted direct penetrating damage or, if unable to penetrate, caused a powerful recoil. The son of hell, making a grand entrance, shattered the 3-story mall into ruins. The cacophony of collapsing debris and steel was thunderous. Hey, little girl, show me some respect. I've leveled up. I'm a legend now. Ian truly understood what it meant to level up. He even felt the need to caution his good friend, let alone the demon that had just attacked him. With the heat ray still emanating, Ian approached the wreckage of the mall, casually seizing 2 bound figures in black and crushing their hollow skulls. Within it lies a complete absence of intellect, teeming with maggots. Indeed, they're not human. Ian has not eradicated the demon entirely. These minions are merely the most rudimentary of fiends, unworthy of sacrifice to his adoptive father. Yet, he considers them useful to replenish his fuel station and garbage bin. It infuriates me. After my vigorous maneuvers, you claim I overthought it due to my own cleverness. The more Ian pondered, the more enraged he became, his eyes radiating a scorching brilliance. The golden light nearly solidified, scorching the air and filling it with the acrid scent of charred dust. The enhanced physical prowess granted by the Berserker's passive ability also influences the skills of other professions, for physical attributes are not calculated in isolation. Damn it, what is this technique? It is not Superman's heat vision. The child of the abyss howled amidst the ruins, his body marred by an extensive network of charred wounds. However, due to timely defenses, he had not been obliterated by Ian. Yet, the black mist coalescing around his arm, raised in a futile attempt to block, appeared incapable of sustaining itself for long. Is this truly all? Is this it? Ian advanced with purpose, each step fracturing the ground beneath him. Supreme sorcerer? Nonsense. He seized the helpless man, grasping his throat and lifting him effortlessly. The man in the black robe found his feet suspended above the ground, the black mist swirling frantically, yet failing to escape Ian's iron grip. In a moment of terror, he realized that his black mist could not even harm Ian. What on earth are you? His voice twisted in fear. Surely, he was not a supreme sorcerer? What worthless nonsense! Ian was adept at maintaining relationships with powerful figures. He intended to reveal his tutelage under the supreme mage, Tony. Suddenly, a book fell from the struggling man's robe. The cover was fashioned from the hide of some creature, adorned with dense scales that glimmered with an eerie bluish-gray sheen under the sunlight. The spine was entwined with several living black tendrils, writhing restlessly, inscribed with glyphs that Ian could not comprehend. What is this? Ian, fond of collecting curiosities, unceremoniously hurled the black-robed man aside, and as the man struggled, he pressed his foot upon him, promptly bending down to retrieve the peculiar tome from the ground. The moment Ian's fingertips brushed the ominous volume, it convulsed violently, akin to socks tossed into a washing machine. The scales on the cover began to peel away, revealing a pink Hello Kitty sticker beneath, while the tendrils from the spine fell to the ground, morphing into vibrant blobs of Play-Doh. Cartoonish clouds and rainbow doodles erupted from the edges of the pages and at the very center of the cover. What was once a grotesque, demonic relief began to contort into a chubby, yellow, smiley face. A tumultuous, murky substance, yet persistently bubbling, enveloped this jovial visage. The text upon the cover transformed, coalescing into 6 distorted characters, reminiscent of a child's scribbles. The Book of Ian's Magic. Ian found himself suddenly comprehending the text. He blinked in astonishment. The book even possessed the knowledge of fortune and misfortune. It must be said, this abrupt transformation left Ian utterly astonished, while the man in the black robe beneath his feet merely glanced up. In the next instant, the man stiffened, ceasing all struggle, as though he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. He began to tremble uncontrollably, his face contorting into a grotesque mask of despair. No, this cannot be. It belongs to me. It is mine. The black-robed man's voice was piercing, laced with terror, echoing throughout the street. I can no longer sense it. I can't feel it. This was not how it was supposed to be. The once arrogant man, proud of his identity as a son of hell, now displayed a visage of utter hopelessness. What is happening? Ian flipped through the pages of the book. It was filled entirely with blank, slightly yellowed sheets. Why can't I feel it? Ian furrowed his brow, sensing he had been deceived. Yet, the man in the black robe showed no inclination to respond. He merely continued to tremble. How could you be a demon? How could you be a demon superior to me? At times, a life in ruin devolves into a mere echo of despair. At this moment, the black-robed demon exemplified this state. He was utterly shattered, steeped in despair, unable to even contemplate the implications. As a child of the king of hell, what could a demon superior to himself possibly be? Today, I encountered a traffic jam on my way home.